Chapter 1 God Level Upgrade System. China, Gaoliang City, among the crowded and dilapidated houses. Hey, the kid had a fight with the second generation of warriors. If he offends Chen Yang's family, what should we do? What else can I do? I'll go to their house tomorrow morning and apologize. I'll see if I can get Chen Yang's family to show some leniency. Xiao Feng hasn't woken up yet. The child is the most important thing right now. Let's talk about other things later. Lin Feng woke up from the bed in a daze and paused for a moment. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, he was full of confusion. I'm reborn? Yes, I was reborn. I didn't expect to return to the age of 16. After a brief moment of reflection on his life, he finally came to his senses. It turns out that I was reborn. In his previous life, when Lin Feng was 30 years old, he was still the great Sanhe god who had accomplished nothing. Because I was playing King of Glory on the road and got into a car accident. The collision now felt like he was reborn back to the age of 16. King of Glory has risks, so be careful when playing it. Lin Feng muttered with lingering fear that he might never play games again in his life. I still remember that in my previous life, after I was 25 years old, my parents died and my sister got married and moved away. Lin Feng no longer had the heart to live, and lived in a daze, eventually dying at the age of 30. Today, I was reborn and returned to the time before the college entrance examination. The two memories merged, and Lin Feng felt mixed emotions. Especially after hearing two familiar voices outside, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears. I finally saw my parents again. This long-lost warmth felt so familiar. However, when Lin Feng heard the conversation between his parents, he was stunned. Oh right, this world is a high-level martial arts world. I almost forgot. He muttered to himself. Spiritual energy is revived, global martial arts are advanced, and technology is exploding. The human race has warriors who dominate the world. The strong ones soar into the sky, step on mountains and rivers, and can blow up tall buildings with one punch. The animals are mutating wildly and are extremely violent, almost like a science fiction world. This world is no longer a world of one superpower and many strong nations. He stood up and said, 3 days ago, Chen Yang knocked me unconscious and I've been in a coma ever since. But my parents. Lin Feng couldn't laugh at this moment. Chen Yang is his classmate and also a famous bully in the school. He relies on his family of warriors to do whatever he wants. And I was beaten up by him 3 days ago and suffered a great loss. But the parents wanted to go to Chen Yang's house in person to plead for mercy and ask him to show leniency? Lin Feng was very angry when he heard this. It was obviously Chen Yang who bullied others first, but because Chen Yang came from a warrior family, he had a strong background. I am just an ordinary citizen and cannot afford to offend a warrior family. Therefore, the only outcome is to grovel and apologize to Chen Yang's family, and Lin Feng may even be expelled from the school for violating school rules. This is the most fatal blow. I've contradicted Chen Yang several times, and this time he's determined to get me. I guess I'm going to be fired. Lin Feng is very self-aware. Even the principal has to listen to Chen Yang's father. For these powerful people, expelling an ordinary person like me is nothing. It's just that my impulsiveness has implicated my parents. If I fail to take the military college entrance exam, my family will have to live in poverty for the rest of their lives. In this era, only by becoming a warrior can you have the opportunity to succeed. Warrior is the identity and profession that everyone aspires to. They can do anything, anywhere in the world. Enjoy a high status in society and enjoy resources that ordinary people cannot enjoy. It is a hot commodity. The martial arts college entrance examination is the only way for ordinary people like them to become warriors. If it is cut off, then Lin Feng's future ends here. Lin Feng felt a little guilty and powerless. What makes me feel guilty is that my impulsiveness almost cost my entire family their entire lives. What is helpless is that even though Chen Yang was clearly the one who went too far and was in the wrong first, his parents still had to come to the house to apologize and beg for mercy. But there is no way around it, because Chen Yang's father is a warrior, and Lin Feng's fate is firmly in his hands. I didn't expect that after my rebirth, I would still be a loser. What a waste I am. Lin Feng was furious and reached out to turn on the old electric fan, ready to lie down and give up on himself. Suddenly at this moment, a feeling of numbness came over me. Oops, the socket is short-circuited. Sizzle sizzle. With a buzzing sound, Lin Feng's hand was instantly electrocuted, and he was almost turned into a muggle. However, just as Lin Feng's life was about to end, he clearly heard a cold electronic sound in his mind. Ding, the God-level upgrade system is binding. Ding, the God-level upgrade system is bound. In an instant, Lin Feng returned to normal and became immune to electric current. After this electric shock, not only was I fine, I even felt a lot more energetic. He is a spirited young man. System. Unexpectedly, the system awakened in despair. As a novel enthusiast, Lin Feng has naturally read many novels about systems and knows clearly what a system is. There was once a book called The World's Highest Martial Arts, I Can Upgrade Infinitely, which was his favorite. The author said that as long as you read it, you can get the system. Unexpectedly, after reading the book, Lin Feng received a gift from the system today. It seems that the author did not lie and helped his dream come true. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 1000. Cultivation level, Bronze 1 star 0 1000. Upgrade points, 0. Martial arts, none. When he was surprised, the attribute panel popped up. When he saw the panel, Lin Feng's mouth opened wider than a hippopotamus. Wait, this is not a dream, right? I became a warrior? Lin Feng, who was talking incoherently, picked up the smelly socks beside the bed and sniffed them. They were original and everything was normal. Obviously, I wasn't dreaming. He was almost crying with excitement. I actually became a warrior. You must know that the identity of a warrior is a sacred one. There are 7 billion people in the world, and only 1 in 10,000 has the chance to become a warrior. Warriors from weak to strong are apprentice, bronze warrior, silver warrior, gold warrior, and platinum warrior. Each realm is divided into 1 to 5 stars. For example, after a bronze warrior reaches 5 stars, he will break through to become a silver 1-star warrior, and so on. Then there is the legendary martial arts master. The master, surpassing the platinum warrior, can fly into the sky and into the earth, and is omnipotent. When Lin Feng was a child, he had seen the Grandmaster flying in the sky with his own eyes. At one point, he thought he was filming a movie, it was so majestic. A martial arts master is extremely rare, and is an expert among experts that Lin Feng dares not even imagine. Although Lin Feng's realm is only bronze 1 star now, it is already the biggest surprise for him. How many people have broken their heads, practicing until they are 50 or 60 years old, but still haven't been able to advance to become a warrior? But I stepped into the threshold of a warrior at the age of 16. For me, this is a gift and also luck. I'm afraid there's no one of my age who's stronger than me in the entire Gaolian city, right? Lin Feng smiled happily. The last second was hell, and this second was heaven. He only felt that his whole body was filled with strength, and the domineering and wild power made Lin Feng extremely confident. You know, most people can only enter the stage of martial arts apprentice after they are admitted to a martial arts university and receive professional training at the school. Only after assisting in the apprentice stage for 1 or 2 years can one officially grow into a warrior. Those with poor talent may not be able to become a warrior even after graduating from university. According to statistics in textbooks, the average age of achieving bronze warriors is around 20 years old. Lin Feng obviously developed ahead of time. After obtaining the system, he immediately became a bronze 1-star warrior. Even the process of becoming a martial arts apprentice is omitted. Chapter 2: Lin Xiaoyu's Secret. Becoming a warrior means that Lin Feng has entered the upper class. He was very excited because he could give his parents and sister a good life and completely change the fate of his family. By the way, I become stronger after being electrocuted. Now let's try again. Lin Feng, who was skilled and courageous and eager to become stronger, put his hand directly on the broken socket. Sizzle, sizzle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Feng became more energetic, and his upgrade points kept changing. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing electrical energy, upgrade points plus 20. Ding, upgrade points plus 20. Ding, upgrade points plus 30. Ding, upgrade points plus 50. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng accumulated 100 upgrade points. At first glance, it seems that it is still far from the 1000 points required for the upgrade. No, the meter at home is almost broken. It's no use for me to keep absorbing electricity like this. I'm afraid it will explode soon. Lin Feng stopped absorbing and walked out of the room. Otherwise, the monthly electricity bill would probably be more than several $1,000s, which would be very costly for their family. Xiao Feng, are you awake? Xiao Feng, you finally woke up. I scared you to death. Are you still feeling unwell? As soon as Lin Feng came out, his parents Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun immediately came over and asked with concern. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled slightly, in excellent spirits. I'll go out for a while and come back later. Wang Xiaoyun had tears in her eyes. That's good, that's good. I just hope you're okay, Xiaofeng. Be careful when you go out. She was also worried that Chen Yang, as a martial artist, would beat Lin Feng and leave him with sequelae. Now that I see Lin Feng is fine, I am completely relieved. Yeah, okay, I got it. After going out, Lin Feng took a look at the electricity meter and took a deep breath. In just one morning, he absorbed more than 2,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Electricity costs 2 yuan per kilowatt-hour. 2,000 kilowatt-hours is 5,000 yuan. If you round it up, it's almost 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng couldn't even imagine the 10,000 yuan electricity bill. His parents' combined monthly salary is only about 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Lin Feng decided that he had to make money quickly to supplement the family expenses. Otherwise, my parents definitely won't be able to afford it. As soon as he went out, Lin Feng walked on the street. Ding, host absorbs solar energy, upgrade points plus 30. Ding, upgrade points plus 50. Ding, upgrade points plus 25. Fuck, solar energy counts too? Lin Feng was very surprised and felt a little regretful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, I would have run out early to bask in the sun. I wouldn't have been an electricity hog and lost 10,000 yuan in electricity bills. Seeing that solar energy was effective, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He found a sunny place to lie down and bask in the sun. Sunbathe in the morning and sunbathe at noon. Even during the hottest time of the afternoon, Lin Feng lay on the lawn in the park without moving, completely ignoring the foolish looks from passers-by. Ding, upgrade points plus 20. Ding, upgrade points plus 50. Ding, upgrade points plus 40. Seeing the upgrade points constantly increasing, Lin Feng smiled so hard that his teeth were showing, and he wished he could fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Some elderly people passed by and even came up to ask Lin Feng if he had heatstroke, or which mental hospital he had escaped from. Lin Feng politely declined the kindness of the kind-hearted people and politely greeted each other's families. It was not until dusk that the day's absorption journey ended. When he got home, Lin Feng's parents had just returned from get-off work. They were almost shocked to see Lin Feng, and thought their son had been to Africa. Lin Feng didn't explain too much, returned to the room, and immediately opened the attribute panel. Ding, the host's upgrade points have reached 1,000, please pay attention to upgrade. Upgrade. Lin Feng used the upgrade points to start upgrading. After a while, his arms became strong and powerful, and his physical fitness improved rapidly. This feeling was very comfortable. It feels like taking a hot spring bath. Soon, Lin Feng showed a look of satisfaction when he saw his own realm. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 2000. Cultivation level, Bronze 2 stars 4000. Upgrade points, 50. Martial arts, none. Bronze 2 stars. My own realm is improving very quickly, and I can break through a small realm within a day. It's so fucking fierce. I guess there is no one in the whole world who is so fast. After dancing for a while, Lin Feng calmed down. The conditions for the second star promotion are even more difficult. If I go out to bask in the sun, it will take 4 days to level up. By then, not only will my parents not recognize me, I'm probably so dark that even I won't recognize myself. Just then, the door opened. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoyu, wearing school uniform, walked in. When she saw Lin Feng, she showed a hint of joy. Brother, are you awake? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. The girl in front of him with cute cheeks, a pair of small canine teeth, and wearing a youthful school uniform is Lin Feng's sister. Lin Xiaoyu is only 13 years old and is in the 3rd grade of junior high school at Gaoliang Middle School. This room is not exclusive to Lin Feng. Only the lower bunk is his, and the upper bunk belongs to his sister. Families with average financial conditions can only live in cheap houses with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Putting down her school bag, Lin Xiaoyu walked over and asked, "Brother, what about your skin?" "Oh, it's just a superficial phenomenon. It will be fine after taking a shower." "By the way, how was your exam today?" Lin Feng asked, waving his hand. Lin Xiaoyu smiled happily, "Hee hee, 2nd place in the class again." Yes, you are worthy of being my sister. You have half the style of me. Brother, you are flattering yourself again. At dinner, Lin Feng personally picked up food for his parents and sister. The family was happy and enjoyed the family happiness. Although we are poor, the health of our family and the harmony of our family are the most precious things. Lin Feng hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time, and at this moment he couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. Wait for me, it won't be long before I can give my family a good life. He swore secretly in his heart. The next morning, today was June 1st, and there was still 1 week left before the college entrance examination. Mom and Dad, there's no need to come and plead for me. I can handle it. Lin Feng got up and saw his parents preparing fruit to go out, so he stopped them. Child, the college entrance examination is coming soon. If Chen Yang is unhappy, you will not be able to take the college entrance examination. This is your only chance. Lin Dong said earnestly. There was a deep sense of helplessness in his tone. It's okay, Mom and Dad, you guys go to work. I believe Chen Yang can't do anything to me, and I'm not afraid of him now. Just believe me. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun were both deeply surprised. How come this child seemed like a completely different person? After hesitating for a while, the couple nodded and chose to trust Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng has always been very sensible and steady. The two siblings went out together. Lin Feng was in Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School, and Lin Xiaoyu was in Gaoliang Middle School, so they went in opposite directions. After bidding farewell to her brother, Lin Xiaoyu clutched the pendant tightly against her heart and said sincerely, Xiaobai, please awaken quickly and let me grow into a warrior. I have to take on family responsibilities and protect my brother. At this moment, the small pendant was ready to move. Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed and firmly believed that her dream would come true soon. Chapter 3 Rapid Breakthrough, Bronze 5 Star. Ding, host absorbs solar energy, upgrade points plus 10. Upgrade points plus 15. The morning sun is not very strong and the light energy is weak, so there are not many upgrade points. Lin Feng was walking on the street and did not go to school. Instead, they came to the outside of a power station. A power station combining solar, wind, and hydropower. He had already figured it out that it would be difficult to upgrade simply by absorbing electrical energy. In that case, we might as well do something big. As long as you are brave enough, Sao. You are wrong. As long as you are brave, you are not afraid of high voltage wires. Lin Feng decided to sneak into the power station to absorb energy. After all, this is the place with the most energy he can think of. Due to his martial arts skills, his insight is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his speed is also very fast, like a cheetah. It was easy to sneak into the generator room. In front of him, there were groups of generators placed there. After making sure that there was no one there, Lin Feng reached in. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Feng began to absorb electrical energy. Ding, host absorbs electrical energy, upgrade points plus 50. Absorb electrical energy, upgrade points plus 100. Upgrade points plus 200. This current is obviously very strong. At least above 280 V. If a normal person came across this, they would sprinkle cumin and chili powder on it and serve it in less than a second. But who made Lin Feng abnormal? As a warrior, he absorbed energy very quickly, taking in energy continuously and feeling refreshed. About half an hour later, the current test lights in the entire computer room suddenly flashed and a beeping alarm sounded. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. It's broken so soon? What a lousy machine. Before he left, he did not forget to complain and took a look at his upgrade points. He had absorbed more than 1,000. So fast. The gains he gained here in half an hour were greater than what he gained from a whole day of sunbathing yesterday. Who are you? Before he could leave, a man in blue-collar work clothes suddenly walked in. You're here to apply for a job, right? Stop messing around with the machines here and go to my office to register and get your work clothes. The obese man sat down on the chair with a resolute attitude, his tone full of impatience. 100 yuan a day, and the cafeteria doesn't include meals. Didn't that idiot at the recruitment office tell you everything else? Oh, yes, I'm here to apply for a job. I'm clear about the salary and benefits. Do I want to start the position now? Lin Feng asked, making a clever move. Finish the shift in the morning, go back and take a nap in the afternoon, eat a full meal at night and come back for the night shift. If you think it's okay, sign it. Lin Feng signed quickly, but he didn't expect that he was mistaken for a job applicant when he came to steal electricity. I took up the post immediately, it was a natural progression. Next, Lin Feng started his duty after a simple training. Of course, it would be better to say that I'm just sitting here killing time rather than being on duty. As long as the machine does not malfunction and the alarm does not sound, the problem will be solved once and for all. When the alarm sounds, someone will come to repair the machine and solve the problem. The whole process has nothing to do with Lin Feng. The job content of this position is as simple as it can be. No wonder no one wants this position anymore. Not only is it boring, the salary is low, and you have to work night shifts. Fortunately, it suits Lin Feng best. He figured out the pattern and continued to absorb electrical energy. This time, he learned his lesson and slowed down his absorption speed, not taking it too hard. When the alarm is almost triggered, put it away, take a break and then absorb it. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng absorbed 2,000 electrical energies and would soon be able to break through again. Lin Feng didn't go home until someone came to take over his shift. When the door opened, Lin Feng saw his parents there, which was rare. Usually at noon, my parents eat at the factory and only come back after get off work in the evening. Today, they were all sitting on the sofa. Lin Feng knew that something must have happened. As expected, as soon as Lin Feng stepped into the door, Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun came up to him and asked anxiously, "Xiao Feng, are you fired? Expelled?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Wang Xiaoyun said with a bitter face, "The school called and said you were absent from class today. Your head teacher personally told me that you were expelled." "It's okay, Mom and Dad, I will never let you down." Lin Feng was not surprised to hear the word dismissal. He had already expected that Chen Yang would not let him go. Isn't it just expulsion? With his current status, why would he need to take the military college entrance examination? The purpose of taking the martial arts college entrance examination is to become a warrior, and now that he has become a warrior, there is no need to waste time staying in school. Wang Xiaoyun was still worried. "Xiao Feng, if anything happens to you, you must tell your parents, don't be impulsive." "Mom, are you still worried about me? I have my own plans, and I swear that I will succeed and make a good life for you and Dad." Lin Feng spoke very seriously and didn't sound like he was joking at all. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Dong both sighed. As long as my son doesn't do anything illegal or against his moral conscience, that's enough. As long as he is safe and sound, that's enough. After finally convincing his parents, Lin Feng had lunch and had a good sleep in bed. When he went out in the afternoon, Lin Feng told his parents that he was working part-time at a power station and would not be back at night. The two old people were a little worried, but since the child could not take the college entrance examination and lost the opportunity to become a warrior, they decided to let him go out and adapt to society in advance. It's better than staying at home and being decadent. "Hello, Alung?" Lin Feng's electronic watch called. A shadow on the screen immediately appeared. It was his best friend Zhang Lang. The honest and simple Zhang Lang on the other end asked anxiously, "Lin Feng, how are you now? Chen Yang's father asked the principal to expel you. Are you okay?" "Ha, I'm fine, I know everything." Lin Feng laughed, "I'm at work now, I'm fine." "That's good." "Alas, what a pity. You had a chance to be admitted to Wuhan University, but it was all Chen Yang's fault." Zhang Lang and Lin Feng complained. He and Lin Feng grew up wearing open crotch pants. They played together in elementary school, middle school, and high school. Their friendship was deep. They were not blood brothers, but they were better than brothers. Lin Feng could see that Zhang Lang cared about him from the bottom of his heart. In order not to let Zhang Lang worry, Lin Feng smiled naturally and said, "It's okay. I knew Chen Yang wouldn't let it go. Now I don't have time to argue with him. I'll take you flying again after a while, hee hee." "Okay, take care. Call me if you need anything." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng continued to work. Ding, absorbing electrical energy, upgrade points plus 50. Absorb light energy, upgrade points plus 100. In the past few days, Lin Feng has become very proficient in the routine of stealing electricity and can operate it with ease. He even offered to cover for his colleague for free. Except for dinner time, Lin Feng never went home. Upgrade realm. Ding, realm upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 3 bronze stars. Ding, realm upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to bronze 4 star. Ding, realm upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Bronze 5-star. Finally, a week later, Lin Feng finally reached the Bronze 5-star level. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 50 ms. Strength, 5000. Cultivation level, Bronze 5-star 02000000. Upgrade points, 199. Martial arts, none. Ha, it worked, but it seems like it will take a long time to advance to silver. He was puzzled. It took 200,000 upgrade points to upgrade from bronze to silver warrior. This is a big hurdle. Chapter 4 Monster County, an unexpected surprise. I work here, and normally I can take in about 10,000 a day. If I'm too presumptuous, my boss will find out and cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng analyzed, according to this calculation, it will take at least 20 days to break through to the silver realm. As your realm becomes higher, it will definitely become more difficult. This pace is not fast enough. It will take at least several years to become a master. Forget it, let's just ignore it for now. He no longer worries about the future, but focuses on the present, which is the most important thing. When he broke through the bronze 5 stars, his whole body trembled, and it was obvious that a force escaped into his body. There have been great changes in physical fitness. I have to say that every breakthrough of his has brought about significant changes. June 7th. Today is the day of the National College Entrance Examination, for both military and liberal arts subjects. Lin Feng gave Zhang Lang a video call to encourage him, and then walked out as usual. Alas, Xiao Feng has been leaving early and coming back late these days. They seem to be relieved, but how can Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Dong be relieved about their child? He could not help but sigh in despair and felt anxious for Lin Feng. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, shaking his head repeatedly. Let him go. When he can't bear it anymore, let him repeat his studies in a regular high school next year. Maybe he still has a chance to get into Wuhan University. That's all we can do. In the room, Lin Xiaoyu felt bad seeing her parents worried about Lin Feng. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Soon, she revealed a faint smile and said to the pendant on her chest, Xiaobai, when can I become a warrior? Miraculously, the pendant actually answered her. Don't worry, young master. With me here, you will soon become a strong man. By then, you will become the most gifted and talented warrior in the world. Then can you help my brother? Lin Xiaoyu begged. The pendant emitted an electronic sound and replied, I can only assist you alone. Your brother is not within my assistance range. But he seems very strange. Even I didn't see his strength clearly just now. Or, is it that your brother has no fighting ability at all? Okay, as long as I can become a warrior quickly, I want to protect my parents and my brother. Lin Xiaoyu said cutely that she couldn't bear to see her brother working day and night for a few thousand yuan salary. It's almost non-stop work. If you keep doing this, your body will break down sooner or later. On the other side, in an ordinary testing martial arts gym, Lin Feng walked in. At the front desk, a pretty girl was sitting there. Lin Feng asked, Hello, what procedures are required to register as a warrior? Register as a warrior? The front desk staff heard that Lin Feng wanted to register as a warrior. His eyes immediately widened, shining as if he were looking at gold. However, she managed to suppress her excitement and said, I'm sorry, sir, but today is the instructor's day off. If you want to register as a warrior, you can only come back tomorrow. Oh well. Lin Feng nodded, it was really a bad time to come. On impulse, he walked over to a machine. Strength tester. This strength tester is specially used to test the strength of warriors. It is very accurate and is sold at 500 yuan per test. But there is no one around now, so Lin Feng decided to test it secretly. He just punched him. Boom! On the tester's screen, a row of numbers rotated rapidly. Finally it stopped at 50-50. 50-50, just reaching the strength of a bronze 5-star warrior, just like in the textbook. Lin Feng was calm and not too excited. After all, he had been prepared, and his attribute panel seemed to be accurate. The system did not falsely report his realm to deceive him. Thinking this way, registering as a warrior is a sure thing. After leaving the martial arts hall, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He took the high-speed train to the South City Gate. Due to the rampant monsters, ordinary residents rarely go out, and few people come to the city gate unless they have nothing to do. Because once you leave the city, the world outside is very dangerous and you never know what kind of monsters you might encounter. In particular, there is a monster county 200 kilometers away from Gaoliang City. There are many ferocious monsters lurking there. From time to time, they will break into Gaoliang City and look for humans who go out as prey. Lin Feng decided to kill the monster and get some money. It would be difficult for a warrior to grow if he did not purchase elixirs and martial arts. After leaving the city, Lin Feng headed towards the monster county. Monsters are rising up all over the world, all railways and highways are destroyed, there is no transportation outside, and Lin Feng can only walk. However, because he is a warrior, Lin Feng's speed is not slow. After jogging for a long time, he finally arrived at the monster county. In Monster County, the buildings are dilapidated and the trees are towering. Many building walls were covered with moss, and the streets were in disarray. It was difficult to see a normal road. From the outside, this is a real forest city. It was Lin Feng's first time going out and he had no experience, so he was extremely cautious. He would carefully observe any movement. Before they got close to the county town, they became alert and slowed down their pace. Sudden. Ouch! With the roar of a monster, a silver-tailed wolf blocked Lin Feng's way, making Lin Feng slightly stunned. It was known in the textbooks that the silver-tailed wolf's evolution was not complete and its strength was only below bronze, so Lin Feng did not take it seriously. The silver-tailed wolf immediately pounced on Lin Feng when it saw the human. Get out! Lin Feng threw a punch backhand, because the gap in strength was too big. Therefore, the result was almost no suspense. The silver-tailed wolf was knocked out with one punch and lay on the ground half dead. Ding, defeat the enemy, upgrade points plus 40. Lin Feng? He was stunned for a while before he reacted. Killing monsters can actually earn you upgrade points, what a pleasant surprise. Calm down. Lin Feng took out the prepared knife and began to cut out the core of the monster. The beast core is the most valuable part of a monster's body and can be taken back and sold. Just like that, Lin Feng began to show his might in Monster County. It was his first time facing monsters head-on, but he was not afraid at all. For him, monsters are upgrade points. In just one morning, he killed more than a dozen monsters, most of which were below the bronze level. The highest level is only bronze 3 stars, which is a golden horned rhinoceros beast. Lin Feng took a lot of effort to deal with him. The reward is 200 upgrade points. Great! The golden horned rhinoceros is a relatively rare demon beast. Its hide sells for at least 10,000 yuan. My harvest this morning is nearly 100,000 yuan. Lin Feng didn't expect that warriors could make money so quickly. The beast cores were all sold for gold. The secondary backpack has a good capacity and plenty of room, so you can continue killing. Lin Feng, who was familiar with the place, figured out the strength of the monsters in the county. In the external areas, most of the monsters should be below the bronze 5-star level. As long as Lin Feng is a little careful, his life will not be in danger. Next, Lin Feng began to kill in the monster county. After one day, Lin Feng killed nearly 80 monsters. Ding, upgrade points plus 100. Ding, upgrade points plus 150. Ding, upgrade points plus 80. In the evening, Lin Feng found a quiet place to sit down. At this time, his upgrade points had reached more than 8,900. Chapter 5, Crazy Harvest, Friend Invitation. That's almost 10,000 a day, which is a far cry from working at the power station. And this is only my first day. If I go deeper into the inner areas, the monsters I encounter will probably be stronger, and I'll have more upgrade points. Killing a bronze 4-star monster or above is equivalent to killing 5 bronze 1-star monsters. After thinking about it, he immediately became interested and without any rest, he went hunting monsters in the dark. A warrior's 5 senses and reactions are dozens of times stronger than those of an ordinary person, and his vision is not much different in the dark. So Lin Feng did not stop and continued hunting. The next day, Lin Feng gained 25,000 upgrade points. On the third day, it was almost the same. On the fourth and fifth days, Lin Feng's figure was everywhere in the monster county, and occasionally he would encounter a few human teams who came out to hunt monsters like him. However, everyone has a tacit understanding and does not have much interaction with each other. The county town is almost at its end. I'm going back home the day after tomorrow. After all, I've been away for so long, and my parents might be worried about me. Lin Feng ate some dry food and rested for a while. At this time, he saw the second-level backpack full of harvests. I couldn't help but smile knowingly. In terms of upgrade points, Lin Feng collected as many as 150,000 in 5 days. On average, killing monsters and taking advantage of solar energy can bring in 30,000 per day. There is only 50,000 left to break through the silver realm. According to insurance calculations, 2 days are sufficient. Kill. Awwa. Roar. Ding, upgrade points plus 200. Ding, upgrade points plus 260. After several days of training, Lin Feng's combat ability has become very good. Although it was just a simple punch or palm, it was more than enough to deal with the monsters in the bronze realm. He killed the monsters as if they were chickens. Many warriors who happened to meet Lin Feng were amazed at his skills. They were especially surprised at Lin Feng's age. Many people couldn't believe that Lin Feng was only 16 or 17 years old. He's already reached the level of a warrior at the age of 16 or 17. What a joke! Roar! In a supermarket, after killing a group of small monsters, Lin Feng just walked out of the door when he heard a huge beast roar that made his eardrums vibrate. When he looked up, Lin Feng was completely stunned. In front of him, a saber-toothed lion with steel claws, about as tall as a floor, was running madly from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever it passed, buildings were knocked down by the huge force. The steel claw saber-toothed lion, as the name suggests, has claws as sharp as steel claws that can tear a bus apart. What is shocking is that its teeth are indestructible, like the teeth of a diamond-made electric saw, and almost anything it puts in its mouth will break into pieces. This kind of monster is extremely ferocious and violent. Lin Feng secretly cried out in alarm, and at this time the steel-clawed saber-toothed lion had already grabbed Lin Feng with one claw. Retreat! He quickly retreated, and heard a crackling sound. The floor where Lin Feng was standing was cut into 2 halves by the sharp claws. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was shocked. This steel-clawed saber-toothed lion has surpassed the bronze realm and reached the silver realm. To deal with him, I can only outsmart him. The lion roared and came, and Lin Feng had no choice but to keep dodging and retreating. Bang, bang, bang. Many tall buildings were cut open by the claws, and even the steel and concrete could not escape destruction. After a while, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. The steel-clawed saber-toothed lion was running quite fast, even approaching Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate it, so he ran with all his might. The physical exertion is huge. Roar! The lion pounced again, and Lin Feng frowned. But at this moment, a white blade light flashed. Bang! The lion was knocked away in an instant. Boom! The lion crashed into a building, which collapsed and was buried inside, without making any movement. When Lin Feng was surprised, a young man in his 20s walked over. He glanced at Lin Feng, then asked in a surprised tone, "Are you coming alone?" He paid a little attention to the young man, and only nodded when he felt that he had no ill intentions. He said, "Thank you for your help, otherwise I don't know what to do." Although Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the steel-claw saber-tooth lion, he was very likely to be injured in the battle. He was grateful to the man for helping him. You're welcome. It's just a small favor." The young man smiled and said, "My name is Li Wu." "My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng introduced himself, and then asked, "By the way, Brother Wu, can I kill that steel-clawed saber-toothed lion?" "Sure, it's already half dead, just give it one more blow." Lin Feng nodded happily, then ran into the ruins, picked up an ordinary big knife and chopped hard. After being stabbed in the neck more than 10 times, the lion finally died. Ding, upgrade points plus 500. 500. Lin Feng was stunned. This was his biggest gain so far. Take the animal core and cut off the teeth and claws. Lin Feng took it from Li Wuqian. "Brother Wu, this belongs to you." Li Wu looked at it, shook his head and smiled. You are quite a good person." Lin Feng naturally understood that the other party had saved him and given the lion to him. Logically speaking, this lion was Li Wu's credit. If he is greedy, it would be very unkind. However, Li Wu did not accept them. Instead, he said casually, "These things are of no use to me, so I'll give them to you." "Really? That's great. Brother Wu, I won't be polite then." Lin Feng was overjoyed and quickly put it away. There are still some Silver Realm monsters in there, but not many in number. "If you're brave enough, I'll take you there." "Okay, thank you, Brother Wu." As a result, the two of them got along very well. Lin Feng followed Li Wu to kill the monsters, and they split the spoils in half. Through the conversation, Lin Feng learned that the other party was a silver 3-star warrior from a super martial arts gym. He killed the monsters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. By the way, Lin Feng, I see that your strength is close to silver, right? How old are you? Li Wu asked, and Lin Feng answered truthfully, 16 years old. 10, 16? What's wrong, brother Wo? Li Wu calmed down, his face full of disbelief. No, your talent is too strong. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng was different. Becoming a warrior at the age of 16 is very scary. He considered himself to be a gifted man. He became a warrior at the age of 18, broke through to the silver realm at the age of 22, and reached silver 3 stars at the age of 25. Among his peers, he was a leader. Few rivals. But today I met Lin Feng, this guy, who is only 16 years old, but has the strength of a bronze 5-star. Today's young people are truly better than the old ones. Half a day passed, and the monster county had been trampled all over. Almost all the monsters were killed by Lin Feng. Okay, I'm going to the next monster city. Li Wu said to Lin Feng, by the way, Lin Feng, are you interested in joining our martial arts school? Our super martial arts school is currently ranked number 1 in the world, and the owner is the strongest person in the world. With your talent, I think it will be no problem for you to join. Besides, if you join a martial arts school, you will receive resources and funds every month. Since you have dropped out, you should consider it. So good? Lin Feng became interested after hearing Li Wu's description. Martial artists can either go to Wuhan University and receive professional training. Either he joins a big family and works for others, which is equivalent to being a bodyguard or a thug, but Lin Feng is definitely not happy about that. Another option is to join the army and serve the country. As long as you are a warrior and join the army, the country will treat your family well and you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The last option is to join various martial arts schools and practice. Chapter 6, a lot of small changes. The salary at the martial arts school is not as high as the other options, but it is the most free and not restricted by too many rules and regulations. Moreover, the Super Martial Arts School is the world's number 1 martial arts school, founded by the world's strongest man. Countless people are yearning for it. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, Lin Feng is a little tempted. Lin Feng thought about it and said, okay, once I've thought it over, I'll join the Super Martial Arts School. Well, just call me and tell me that I recommended you. Li Wu enthusiastically left his phone number. Recommending a genius to join a martial arts school is equivalent to finding a genius for the school. He will be richly rewarded for this, the more the better. I didn't expect the disciples of the martial arts school to be so impressive. I want to be as powerful as Brother Wu. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his desire to join the martial arts school becoming stronger and stronger. After Li Wu left, Lin Feng could do whatever he wanted in the monster county alone. After half a day, he killed dozens of monsters. After a period of hard work, the upgrade points finally reached more than 213,000. After taking a look at the upgrade points, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Finally, it's enough. It wasn't easy. System, use upgrade points to break through the realm. Ding, received the command, breaking through. As the system issued a prompt sound, Lin Feng's realm began to break through. In the blink of an eye, he completed the upgrade and became a silver 1-star. The summoning attribute panel appeared. Lin Feng took a look and couldn't help but feel a little happy. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 65 ms. Strength 10800. Cultivation level, silver 1-star 0400,000. Upgrade points, 13,000. Martial arts, none. When the realm is broken through, not only the strength is improved, but the speed is also increased a lot. The speed improvement should be around 15%. Very good. You know, speed is the most difficult to improve among several warrior indices. Every improvement will bring great advantages. In a battle between warriors, if you have the advantage of speed, even if you cannot defeat your opponent, you will have a chance to escape. Lin Feng's speed is not slow now. He has reached the level of silver 1-star, or even faster. Within the same realm, Lin Feng guessed that he was definitely invincible. It's time to go back. The next upgrade requires 400,000 upgrade points. There are not enough monsters in this small county for me to kill. There is not much point for Lin Feng to stay here, so he might as well go back and register as a warrior. A few days ago, he did not register as a warrior and kept it a secret from his family, causing them to worry. Now that you have become a silver-level warrior, you can get considerable rewards by registering as a warrior. You can definitely give your parents a big surprise and let them live a good life. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was eager to go home and flashed directly towards Gaoliang City. After a while, Lin Feng appeared in his home. Mom and Dad are out, and Xiaoyu is probably in class. Never mind, let's take a shower first. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then went out with his secondary backpack. Sell things. In Gaoliang City, there are several warrior shops where you can buy warrior-related items. You can also sell things you think are valuable. Lin Feng entered a shop in the city center. Seeing that Lin Feng's backpack was full, the chubby owner immediately greeted him politely. Are you going to sell them all? Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. Could it be that he cannot be sold because he has not yet registered as a warrior? Fortunately, the boss's words reassured Lin Feng. No problem, of course no problem, I'll give you an estimate right away. Golden rhinoceros horn, market price 26,500 115 bronze beast cores, 23 silver beast cores, various animal skins. The boss took out a scanner, and it began to display the authenticity and price of the items. After a scan, the final price came out. The boss smiled and said, if you sell all of this, the value is 913,624. Do you want to sell it? 900 and 100,000? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. The boss immediately smiled and said, that's right. I buy everything here at market price. You can log into the online Warrior Mall to check the specific price, there will definitely be no deviation. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Since the boss said so, I probably won't lie to him. After all, transactions between warriors worth millions are common. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are not considered money at all. But 910,000 is not a small amount of money for Lin Feng. You can buy a lot of good things. Sell, of course. Without further bargaining, Lin Feng sold the item and the huge sum of money was immediately deposited into his account. His bank card balance immediately increased by 910,000 yuan. Martial artists make money quickly. In just a few days, I've already earned more than my parents could have earned in 10 years of working. Lin Feng sighed slightly. For an ordinary family, it would be a great pleasure to save 500,000 yuan in 10 years. And he gained so much in just a few days. Think about it, every monster is money to Lin Feng. In the future, earning tens of millions a month will be as easy as drinking water, right? Warriors are really awesome. Oh, right. If I don't have any martial arts skills, I won't be able to move forward. If I just rely on my bare hands to attack, I'll be at a disadvantage when I encounter a defensive monster. There have been examples in Monster County. Whether it is the golden horned rhinoceros or the steel-clawed saber-toothed lion, their skins are very hard. Comparable to diamond. If Lin Feng didn't have his favorite weapon, he wouldn't be able to kill the opponent with brute force alone. Therefore, you must have weapons in hand. After all, you will definitely be more brutal when dealing with silver-level monsters in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng naturally opened the Warrior Mall and bought a book on gun skills. The price of Divine Dragon Spear Technique is 888,888, and it comes with a D-rank spear. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't wanna buy anything else, but because he doesn't have enough money. In the Warrior Mall, both weapons and martial arts are extremely expensive. The amounts were often in the millions or even tens of millions, and Lin Feng's eyes widened. Lin Feng, who was originally ambitious, felt that he was nothing at this moment. It's too damn expensive. The cheapest one is Shenlong Spear Technique, which is a spear technique that is used by fewer people, so it's cheap. And they also gave him a D-grade silver spear as a gift. After careful consideration, Lin Feng placed the order. After deducting 880,000 yuan, there was only 30,000 yuan left in my pocket. Damn, the money I just earned is gone. Warriors really burn money. In just 1 minute, I spent all the money my parents earned from working for 10 years. It's heaven 1 second and hell the next. That's the truth. After a while, the express was delivered to Lin Feng. Ding, it's detected that the host possesses the martial art Dragon Spear Technique. Do you want to practice it immediately? The system's words made Lin Feng freeze in place, but he quickly reacted. Practice. It can also practice automatically. This system is so worth it. Ding, practicing. Ding, the entry level to practicing the Divine Dragon Spear Technique, please check and accept. As a prompt sound reached his ears, a will for marksmanship began to enter Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 7: Minor Success in Marksmanship, Graduation Party. His consciousness began to inherit the will of the gun. The moves in the Divine Dragon Spear technique occupied Lin Feng's brain one by one, allowing Lin Feng to understand the techniques and key points of the spear technique in seconds. In an instant, Lin Feng had mastered the Divine Dragon Spear technique thoroughly. Ding! The host has practiced the Divine Dragon Spear technique and has reached the entry level. Using this spear technique, the attack power can be increased by 5%. Fuck! When Lin Feng was still in shock, he saw the benefits of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. If the Divine Dragon Spear technique was used in battle, the attack power could be increased by 5%. Although it's not much, but if you add it up when you practice other martial arts in the future, wouldn't it be a huge improvement? Better than anyone. Not only that, Lin Feng also discovered a wonderful function. That is martial arts, which can be upgraded using upgrade points. The Divine Dragon Spear technique is currently at the entry level. He glanced at the attribute panel and found that upgrading his martial arts would require 10,000 upgrade points. I just happen to have over 13,000 upgrade points. Give me an upgrade for my marksmanship. Ding! Received the command, upgrading the martial art Dragon Spear technique. When Lin Feng gave the order, the marksmanship had already been upgraded. The scene before him made Lin Feng overjoyed. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 65 ms. Strength 10800. Cultivation level, Silver 1 star 0400,000. Upgrade points, 3000. Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear minor success, 01000000, attack plus 10%. Increase attack power by 10%. Increasing the attack power by 10%, that is to say, increasing the strength by more than 1,000, which is equivalent to the strength of a small bronze realm. When he saw the result, even Lin Feng couldn't help but be amazed. At the bronze stage, each star upgrade only increases strength by 1,000. Lin Feng's increase is only 1 star. If he continues to practice in the future, it will probably be even more terrifying. It's terrifying when you think about it. Hey, Lin Feng, what are you doing? I called you a few days ago but no one answered. At this time, Zhang Lang's screen projection phone appeared in front of Lin Feng. Seeing that it was Zhang Lang, Lin Feng smiled and said, there was a problem with my smartwatch a few days ago. It couldn't connect. I just got home. By the way, how are your college entrance examination results? The college entrance examination was held a few days ago. According to past experience, the results of the military science exam should have come out. Lin Feng then asked Zhang Lang how he did in the exam. After all, Zhang Lang was quite strong and was an intermediate martial artist in the school. It shouldn't be difficult for him to make it to Wudao University. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Lang smiled and said, I was just about to tell you, I just reached the admission score for Wuhan University, and the school is holding a graduation party now. If you have time, come and attend the party. Really? Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Zhang Lang's words. Lin Feng was genuinely happy that Zhang Lang was admitted to Wuhan University. Okay, I'll be there right away. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to go to the martial arts gym to register as a warrior, but he almost forgot. Today is Sunday, and the staff at the martial arts gym he often goes to are not at work. Besides, Zhang Lang's graduation party only happens once in a lifetime. If he, as a brother, doesn't go, it would be very disrespectful. It was getting dark when Lin Feng arrived at Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School. Today, Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School is brightly lit with dancing lights. Before I even entered the door, I heard the lively celebration. Many luxury cars drove in through the gate. They were all parents of students who came to attend their children's graduation party. I was expelled a while ago, but I didn't expect to come back and be a silver-level warrior. It's really fate. Standing at the door and taking a look, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, I want to see who has the best results this year. In the school stadium, many graduating students were celebrating and chatting with each other. Zhang Lang was also among them. Alung, I didn't expect you to reach the warrior admission score. Congratulations. You are truly the pride of our ghetto. You will definitely be recorded in the school's history books and become our role model. That's right, Zhang Lang, you're amazing. We are so proud of you. You're welcome. It's just luck. Many classmates came over to compliment Zhang Lang, making him almost the focus of the crowd. After all, Zhang Lang came from a slum and despite having few resources, he was still able to reach the passing score. He is a typical inspirational candidate. Everyone believed that he would bid farewell to the slums and enter the ranks of upper society. On the side, several unfriendly glances were cast over. Humph, I just barely made it to the passing score. What's there to be proud of? He's just a country bumpkin who's come to the city and hasn't seen the world. Chen Yang even got into a key university with his martial arts scores, but he's not so ostentatious. Why is he so arrogant from the slums? Even if he becomes a warrior in the future, he is incomparable to our young master Yang. Chen Yang is the #1 genius in Gaoliang City. The people who spoke were naturally Chen Yang's little followers. Among them, Li Tingting, the goddess and class monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, also complimented Chen Yang. Chen Yang is the Prince Charming in her mind. Not only does he come from a family of warriors, but he is also extremely talented. He will definitely become a warrior above the silver level in the future. She must curry favor, and of course it would be best if she could marry Chen Yang. Zhang Lang, I heard you did pretty well on the test. Would you like to compete with me? At this time, Chen Yang finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he said to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang paused and said, Why should I compete with you? Because I don't like you. Chen Yang said straight to the point, You guys from the slums have no right to compete with us nobles. Get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang took a step forward and came in front of Zhang Lang. His attack speed wasn't fast, but the power and fighting skills contained therein were among the best in the school. Zhang Lang was horrified and quickly raised his hand to block, but the difference in strength between the two was too obvious and he was sent flying. Bang! Zhang Lang covered his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Seeing this, everyone gasped and had to admit that Chen Yang was indeed the top martial arts student among Gaoliang #1 middle school. Zhang Lang couldn't even survive a single move in his hands. Moreover, everyone was shocked by Chen Yang's domineering behavior. He would beat people up if they disagreed with him, and anyone who was more popular than him would be beaten. He is indeed the second generation of a warrior. He does whatever he wants just because his father is a warrior. Humph, you came from the slums and you want to compete with me? Zhang Lang, you are just as useless as your useless brother Lin Feng, you are both useless. After defeating Zhang Lang with one move, Chen Yang smiled triumphantly. He walked up to Zhang Lang and stepped on him. A sense of superiority arises naturally. Zhang Lang didn't even have the strength to resist. However, at this moment, an angry shout rang out, Chen Yang, you are looking for death. On this side, Lin Feng just walked into the stadium and saw Zhang Lang being stepped on by Chen Yang, and he couldn't help but look angry. Immediately, the anger in my heart erupted. Ha! Is it Lin Feng? Hasn't this idiot been fired? How dare he humiliate himself? Seeing that the person coming was Lin Feng, everyone was slightly stunned, and then smiled as if nothing had happened. Chen Yang was also unmoved and was about to provoke Lin Feng, but the next second, Lin Feng turned into a shadow and flashed towards him. Bang! When everyone was looking down on Lin Feng, a heavy sound of landing was heard, and Chen Yang was instantly killed by Lin Feng. What? As soon as this scene appeared, everyone looked over in unison, expressions of horror on their faces. Chapter 8, A New Look. Lin Feng actually knocked down Chen Yang. Everyone was filled with disbelief. It should be noted that Chen Yang's strength is at the highest level in Gaoliang #1 middle school. This year, he is the #1 seed and the focus of training. Moreover, in the Wuhan University College entrance examination a few days ago, Chen Yang's results were deservedly ranked first in the city. It can be said that he is full of talent and strength. As for Lin Feng, he had talked back to Chen Yang not long ago, was beaten up, and then expelled from school. It can be said that one is an ant and the other is an elephant. It is impossible for Lin Feng to trip Chen Yang. But what is happening before our eyes is actually happening. Lin Feng knocked Chen Yang down with an extremely fast blow. That's not all. Before everyone could react, Lin Feng walked up to Chen Yang again. He aimed at Chen Yang's hands and stepped down directly. When his foot landed, there was a crackling sound. Ah! At this moment, Chen Yang let out a scream. His arm was broken. Why are you barking like a dog here, Chen Yang? Who gave you the courage to touch my brother? Lin Feng kicked Chen Yang. Chen Yang was completely powerless to resist. He couldn't fight back. Because Lin Feng's power was too great, it completely crushed him. At this time, Lin Feng smiled and said to Zhang Lang, Lang, whatever he hits you, you hit him back. Come on, kick him in the face, and don't miss. Zhang Lang also plucked up the courage and kicked Chen Yang in the nose. Chen Yang screamed again, and blood spurted out of his nose like a fountain. It hurts, and my head feels dizzy. It seems he can still talk. Is he disrespecting us? Was the beating too light? Lin Feng had no intention of letting Chen Yang go, so he directly grabbed Chen Yang and slammed his knee into Chen Yang's abdomen. With a plop, Chen Yang foamed at the mouth and was thrown out by Lin Feng like garbage. Last time, Chen Yang framed him and almost caused Lin Feng's family to be destroyed. Lin Feng finally holds a grudge. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, Lin Feng settled the bill all at once. If Chen Yang is not taught a lesson, the other party will think he is easy to bully. Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of medicine did Lin Feng take? How could he become so powerful? Chen Yang's lackeys didn't dare to step forward to help, as no one wanted to be beaten for no reason. Alung, are you feeling better now? If not, I'll drag him over and beat him up. It's okay. A loser like Chen Yang is no different from a stray dog in my eyes. Lin Feng said half jokingly and half seriously, you don't have to be polite to me. Zhang Lang's eyes flickered, then he shook his head and said, I think that's enough. He's no longer responding. He only stopped after seeing Chen Yang unconscious. It would be bad if someone died. After all, Chen Yang is not an ordinary person and has a strong family background, so there is no need to kill anyone. Zhang Lang looked at his brother, full of confusion. I can't understand when Lin Feng became so powerful, as if he had become a different person. The first impression is that the strength has skyrocketed. Forget it, let's go out for a few drinks to celebrate you reaching the warrior admission score. Lin Feng and Zhang Lang walked out swaggeringly, leaving everyone confused. Everyone was filled with shock. In the past, Lin Feng was played around by Chen Yang and was expelled from school, which basically ended his life path. In the blink of an eye, the man who had been away for 3 days was looked at with new eyes. The one who fell down was Chen Yang. Is this still the Lin Feng who walked out of the slums? Everyone looked at Lin Feng's back in disbelief, and couldn't understand it no matter how hard they tried. But one thing is certain, Lin Feng beat Chen Yang up tonight, and he will be in big trouble next. Chen Yang's father will definitely not let it go. Outside, a late-night snack stall. Zhang Lang stared at Lin Feng as if he were a god, and even he couldn't understand what had happened to Lin Feng. The two drank some wine and started chatting. Lin Feng just said that he had received guidance from a warrior and his strength had increased a lot. He would have the opportunity to become a warrior in the future. Zhang Lang nodded repeatedly when he heard this. As long as his brother Lin Feng is doing well and not left behind, he will feel relieved. He was admitted to Wuhan University and became very successful. He didn't want Lin Feng to become an ordinary person and live a mediocre life. When they were 7/10 drunk, it was already late, so they went back together. When he got home, he saw his parents and Lin Xiaoyu were there. Lin Feng greeted them, Mom and Dad, Xiaoyu. Xiaofeng, Zhang Lang's college entrance exam results are out. I just met his parents at the market when I was buying groceries. They said he reached the minimum score for warrior admission. I've discussed it with your dad. We'll have you repeat your senior year at number 3 middle school next year to see if you can give it another try. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, Wang Xiaoyun spoke to Lin Feng in an envious tone. Lin Feng nodded, Mom and Dad, I understand. I'm tired. Let's talk later. After saying that, Lin Feng went straight to the room, lay down and took a nap. The news that Zhang Lang was admitted to Wuhan University has spread throughout the slums. It can be seen how grand it is to have a genius emerge from the slums. If you want to escape the fate of poverty, then work hard to become a warrior. Otherwise, you will just be an ordinary person all your life. But I have already become a silver-level warrior. I will tell my parents after I register tomorrow. Lin Feng fell asleep quickly. Not long after, Lin Xiaoyu also climbed onto the bed. She glanced at Lin Feng and thought to herself, it doesn't matter if my brother doesn't have the chance to become a warrior. I will definitely become one. From now on, my brother and parents won't have to work every day to support the family. The next day, Lin Feng had breakfast and went out early. He has one thing to do today. That is a registered warrior. At the front desk, Lin Feng came here and explained his purpose. The lady at the front desk showed a hint of surprise. Sir, please go to the 3rd floor. I will notify the instructor immediately. Lin Feng was taken to the third floor, where there was a huge testing room, as big as several football fields, filled with a wide variety of testing instruments. It should be noted that every martial arts gym can conduct assessments, and the instruments in the testing room are the most luxurious and standard. Flying Eagle Martial Arts School is no exception. Lin Feng sat down and drank a cup of coffee. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School walked over quickly. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Hello, my name is Jia Chang, and I'm the instructor in charge of the warrior assessment at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. I heard you want to register as a warrior?" Although Lin Feng looks very young, as a warrior he knows very well that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. If Lin Feng can successfully pass the assessment and become a warrior, then he would be the youngest warrior he had ever seen in his 30 years of martial arts training. Full of talent. "Hello, instructor. My name is Lin Feng. May I begin?" "Of course you can. Let's test the strength first." The two were very polite. After the 360-degree camera was turned on, Lin Feng walked to a testing machine and blasted it down according to Jia Cheng's instructions. Bang! The machine value was displayed as 10523. What? When the results came out, Jia Cheng's eyes almost popped out and he couldn't help but shout out in disbelief. Chapter 9, Terrifying Test Results, Genius Among Geniuses. Am I seeing this right? Jia Cheng thought he was hallucinating for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and walked quickly to the screen to take a closer look. 10,000. Lin Feng's strength exceeds 10,000. Hiss, Silver Warrior. He took a breath, unable to contain the shock in his heart, and smiled at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, can you try again?" "Okay." Lin Feng was not angry and punched the machine again. 5,000. 8,000. 10,000. The result did not disappoint, and it easily broke through 10,000 again, which shocked Jia Cheng. If the results of 2 consecutive tests are almost the same, it proves that the machine is not wrong. He originally thought that since Lin Feng was so young, even if he couldn't reach the red line of a warrior during the assessment, he could still make friends with Lin Feng if he was very close. In the future, if Lin Feng is recruited into the martial arts school and trained a little, it will be just a matter of time before he becomes a martial artist. But he found out that he was wrong. Underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength directly reached the silver level, even surpassing his bronze 5-star mentor. So scary. Okay, your strength has passed the test. Come, let's test your speed. Jia Cheng lowered his posture and said to Lin Feng respectfully, "Go to the track and run as fast as you can. After 3 laps, we will take the average." Lin Feng stepped onto the track as planned and started running without any preparation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The warrior's speed was almost invisible to the naked eye. Infrared rays were constantly scanning the runway, tracking Lin Feng. This infrared test is the most accurate so far, with an accuracy of 0.00001 seconds. What kind of monster is this? Even its speed is so fast, it completely surpasses me. There's no escape for a silver-level warrior. Jia Cheng looked at the flickering shadows on the runway and was shocked and felt inferior. He concluded that Lin Feng's speed had also reached the silver level. Sure enough, after 3 laps, as soon as Lin Feng stopped, a number appeared on the big screen, 65 ms. As expected, Lin Feng's speed has also reached the silver level. Jia Cheng could no longer find words to describe the shock in his heart. He looked at Lin Feng with envy. "Excuse me, did I pass?" After the test, Lin Feng walked over and asked. Jia Cheng quickly regained consciousness, nodded, and smiled. "Of course, I'll immediately register you as a warrior and send your data and test footage to the Warrior Alliance. To register as a warrior, it needs to be reviewed and approved by the Warrior Alliance before it can be effective." After a while, feedback came over. Jia Cheng took the result and said excitedly, "Congratulations, Lin Feng, you have successfully registered. From now on, your status will be upgraded to a silver warrior, and you can receive 200,000 warrior gold every month." 200,000? Hearing that there was money to be made, Lin Feng couldn't help but look surprised. Do warriors make money so quickly? You can receive 200,000 yuan every month. It may be a small amount, but it is still neat. Can give to parents. Lin Feng, it shows that you haven't joined a martial arts gym yet. Our Feiying Martial Arts Gym is recruiting. Would you like to consider joining our Feiying Martial Arts Gym? Jia Chang revealed his purpose and started to recruit Lin Feng. There are probably not many people like Lin Feng who have reached the silver realm in their teens in the entire Jiangnan region. He is simply a genius among geniuses. If Lin Feng can be recruited successfully, Jia Chang will definitely get the most generous reward and will be close to promotion and salary increase. Joining a martial arts gym? In fact, before Lin Feng came, he had already thought about being recruited by others. He smiled and said, "I don't have such plans at the moment. I'll think about it." His plan is to join a super martial arts gym. Because the super martial arts school is the most powerful martial arts school in the world, and its founder is the strongest person in the world today, Lin Feng must join the super martial arts school. Although the Flying Eagle martial arts school is not bad, it seems insignificant compared to the super martial arts school. Lin Feng couldn't refuse directly, so he just put it aside for the time being. "Okay, if you have made up your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Don't worry about it." Jia Chang took the initiative to give Lin Feng his contact information, and then Lin Feng went back. As soon as Lin Feng left, Jia Chang immediately sent the video and results of Lin Feng's assessment to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School headquarters. He's a once-in-a-century genius. If we can get him, we'll make a fortune. In the afternoon, 200,000 arrived. Lin Feng went to look at houses, wanting to buy a villa for his parents. But he overestimated his abilities. In this day and age, you can't pay in installments, and the price of an ordinary house starts at 1 million. A villa of 100 square meters starts at 50 million. Very expensive. But think about it, this is an era where every inch of land is valuable, and the entire city is so small, so housing prices are naturally expensive. Those who can afford to buy a house are warriors or their relatives and friends. There is only one possibility for ordinary people to buy a house, and that is to add a few more pillows when sleeping. Even if I could afford a 50 million yuan villa, the subsequent taxes and property fees would be exorbitant. It seems there's no point in buying it. Lin Feng complained as he left and found a place to bask in the sun and absorb light energy. Ding, absorbing solar energy, upgrade points plus 20. The day passed like this. When Lin Feng got up the next day, he received the news that Zhang Lang was going to Wuhan University in Shanghai in advance. Lin Feng got up in a hurry and ran to the station to see him off. "Ah Lang, why did you apply to Shanghai instead of our local Jiangnan University?" Daliang City, where Lin Feng is located, belongs to Jiangnan Province. There is only one Wuhan University in Jiangnan Province, which is divided into key campuses and ordinary campuses. In previous years, most of the candidates from Daliang City who passed the admission scoreline went to Jiangnan Wuhan University. Lin Feng was puzzled by Zhang Lang's choice to go to the Magic City. He patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder and asked. Zhang Lang immediately made an exaggerated expression. "Lin Feng, you were so strong that you almost broke my bones." Lin Feng scoffed, and Zhang Lang said seriously, "The requirements for external enrollment in the Magic City are relatively loose this year. I want to go to the Magic City and try my luck and see what it has to offer. The car is here, Lin Feng, you should also cheer up. Well, have a good trip." At this time, the special train to Shanghai arrived. The two said goodbye and watched Zhang Lang go away. If I had not been expelled, I would have had the opportunity to be admitted to Wuhan University and study abroad. Lin Feng thought so. But he is not bad now, a silver warrior, one of the best masters in Daliang City. At this time, Lin Feng came out of the station and received a call from Jia Chang. It was said that Lin Feng was invited to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall to watch the ceremony. As for the content of the ceremony, Lin Feng was not very clear, but it seemed that the other party was an important person who wanted to see him. It was not easy to refuse, so Lin Feng agreed. After a while, a special car came to pick up Lin Feng and dropped him off at the Feiying Martial Arts School. When Lin Feng entered the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, he paused. Because, in the meeting room on the first floor, in addition to some students from the martial arts school, there were also students from their class 1 of grade 3. Why are these idiots here? Never mind. They don't bother me and I'm too lazy to bother with them. Lin Feng found a seat and sat down. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many former classmates. Chapter 10, various invitations are coming in droves. Look, isn't that Lin Feng? He's here too? What's going on? Who invited him? It's just right. When Chen Yang comes, there will be something interesting to watch. I heard that Chen Yang's father is giving us training today. TSK. This guy broke Chen Yang's arm last time. Do you think Chen Yang's father will let him go? then he is definitely dead. Chen Yang's father happens to be the instructor of the Flying Eagle martial arts school. Many people whispered and hid aside to gloat over the misfortune, but they did not dare to laugh too wildly. Today, the reason why they are qualified to enter the Flying Eagle martial arts school is all because of Chen Yang. The old principal of Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School had some friendship with Chen Yang's father, and he proposed to hold a commendation meeting at the Feiying Martial Arts School to commend the students who were admitted to Wuhan University this year. With Chen Yang's help, his father took time out of his busy schedule and agreed to teach these graduates a lesson. Today, Chen Yang's father, Chen Danian, gave a special class at the Feiying Martial Arts School to let these guys who had never seen the world see how powerful martial artists are, which was equivalent to advanced training. And Lin Feng just happened to appear here. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Now there is a good show to watch. The protagonist Chen Yang and his son had not arrived yet, and there was no one in the martial arts gym, so the students sat there bored and chatted with each other. Lin Feng was also killing time on the sofa. At this moment, a graceful figure walked towards him. "Lin Feng, how dare you come here? Who allowed you in? Did you sneak in?" Hearing the shrew-like voice, Lin Feng guessed who was speaking without even looking up. The person who spoke was the class monitor Li Tingting. Li Tingting also reached the admission score for warriors. In the eyes of her classmates, she and Chen Yang were a match made in heaven, given their talent and beauty. At the graduation party, Chen Yang was attacked by Lin Feng for no reason and was seriously injured. Today, Li Tingting relied on her own power to find trouble with Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, "Do I need your permission to come here? Who do you think you are? Don't point fingers in front of me." In the past, at school, Li Tingting often ordered Lin Feng to do things like cleaning because he was honest. However, because he was weak and outnumbered, Lin Feng dared not to say anything. In fact, he had disliked her for a long time. "Lin Feng, don't get carried away. I will report to Chen Yang immediately. You sneaked into the Flying Eagle martial arts school and wait to be punished by his father." Seeing Lin Feng talking back, Li Tingting put her hands on her hips and threatened to discipline Lin Feng, which immediately received nods of approval from everyone. If you break into a martial arts gym without permission, you will be severely punished. It would be difficult for Lin Feng to avoid getting hurt today. At this time, Lin Feng was unhappy. He stood up and said, "If you don't want to be beaten, shut up. Otherwise, I don't mind pressing your head on the toilet and brushing it 3 times before picking it up and throwing it out." "You, what did you say?" Li Tingting was furious. How dare this poor boy from the slums disrespect her? She was just about to give Lin Feng a slap as a lesson, but she didn't know that the next moment, Lin Feng took the initiative. Bang! Li Tingting's cheek suddenly turned red, and she was dizzy after being slapped by Lin Feng. Fast, Lin Feng's attack speed was so fast, she was not on the same level as Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted her hair and said in a cold voice, "Li Tingting, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are with Chen Yang. Don't think too highly of yourself and underestimate me. You don't even know who I am, yet you come to me and act so aggressively. I tolerated you and gave in to you before, all because of our friendship as classmates. Now, in my eyes, you are just an ant, no different from this bunch of chickens and dogs in front of me. Killing you is just a matter of moving my fingers. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Do you understand?" Lin Feng threw Li Tingting aside, and Li Tingting was stunned. Not only was she confused, but the expressions of the others were also dull. The Lin Feng in front of him was so unfamiliar. He was no longer the ordinary poor student. The words just now were deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one dared to take his words lightly, as if they would be killed by him if they disobeyed. Even Li Tingting stood there in a daze, not daring to speak for a long time. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had completely changed, becoming so terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Yang and his son arrived at the critical moment. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Seeing Lin Feng scolding Li Tingting, Chen Yang hurried over and shouted, "It just so happens that you are here today, so I don't have to go and settle the score with you later." "Dad, he's the one who broke my arm." Chen Yang's arm had recovered 70% due to the effects of the warrior medicine. At this time, he pointed at Lin Feng and complained to his father. Chen Danian's eyes instantly fell on Lin Feng, and he glanced at him lightly. "Boy, do you want to die? You are his father. Do you want to stand up for your stupid son?" Lin Feng saw through the other party's strength at a glance. The instructor of the Flying Eagle martial arts school is only a bronze warrior and poses no threat to Lin Feng. "I still can't figure out who could hurt my son. It seems you are quite courageous. Just based on what you said today, I can cripple you. Chen Danian was furious. In the Flying Eagle martial arts school, even if an ordinary person was disabled, no one would be held accountable. What's more, Lin Feng sneaked in and broke the rules of the martial arts hall, so the heavy punishment is justifiable. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to attack Lin Feng, but at this moment, a voice came from outside. The vice president of Wuda University in the Magic City has arrived. Welcome, Vice President of Jiangnan Wuhan University. Welcome, Vice President of Yanqing Wuhan University. The Deacon of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School branch has arrived. The Deacon of the Silver Moon Martial Arts School has arrived. Voices of welcome rang out one after another, and soon after the words fell, a group of people came towards the side in groups. Suddenly, Chen Danian's expression changed, and everyone's eyes were shocked. Those who come are all famous figures. Any one of them can serve as a high-level figure in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. You may not know exactly what a martial arts school steward is, but the other vice presidents of the martial arts university are scary enough. The presidents of Wuhan University are all above the gold level, or even stronger. Visiting them together now makes people shocked and speechless. Before my eyes, several senior executives of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School and various masters came together, chatting and laughing. Dad, what should we do with him? Chen Yang looked at his father. Chen Danian thought for a moment and said, forget it. It's not a glorious thing for me to attack him in front of so many people. I'll deal with him later. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth, and decided to let him live for a few more hours. At this time, someone said, Chen Yang broke the record for Gaoliang No. 1 High School's martial arts college entrance exam results. People from all the major martial arts schools are here today, probably just for Chen Yang. That's right, Chen Yang is so impressive. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and Chen Danian also showed joy. His son's Wuhan University entrance exam results were indeed very good, but he didn't expect that the presidents of all the major Wuhan universities would come. He must have given him special training. Thinking of this, Chen Danian laughed out loud. As the head of the family, he hurried forward and said, I am Chen Danian, the instructor of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Welcome all the seniors. You're welcome. We're here today to look for someone. I'm sure you all know that, right? The vice president of Magic City Wuda University spoke, and Chen Danian's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly pulled his son forward and said, my son Chen Yang performed poorly, but he has won the top spot in the Gaoliang City Wuda examination. I would like to ask for your review, seniors. Chen Yang? We're not looking for Chen Yang. By the way, who is Mr. Lin Feng? Yanqing Wuda University wants to invite Lin Feng to join us. We are willing to focus on training him. A senior official from Yanqing Wuda came out, without even looking at Chen Yang, and shouted to the crowd. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was frozen in place. Like petrified. Chapter 11. This is genius. Looking for Lin Feng? Are these people here to find Lin Feng? Also, add Mr. at the end to show respect. Confused. Everyone was confused. They actually came to find Lin Feng. Did they hear it right? Everyone was stunned when they saw Jia Chang, the instructor of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, leading a few people towards Lin Feng and saying, Dear seniors, he is Lin Feng. A group of people came to Lin Feng, and when they saw Lin Feng's appearance, they stopped and looked at him for a while. Finally, everyone sighed sincerely, well, the age is not wrong. A 16-year-old Silver Realm warrior, the video is indeed real. These strong men are powerful and can see through everything about those who are weaker than them. Including age. What, Silver Realm? Am I dreaming? No way, Lin Feng is a Silver Realm warrior, how is this possible? At the scene, all the prospective Wuhan University students from Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School who came to attend the commendation meeting were stunned. What did they hear? Lin Feng was actually a Silver Realm warrior? Not very scientific. But this statement was made by the vice president of Jiangnan Wuhan University himself, so it is impossible to be false. They stared at Lin Feng with envy. After seeing Lin Feng's spirited appearance, Zhang Jinghua, the vice president of the Magic City University, immediately stepped forward and invited him with a smile, Mr. Lin Feng, are you interested in joining our Magic City University? The Key College of Wuda University in the Magic City opens its doors for you. Boom! When these words were spoken, everyone was completely shocked. A key college of Wuhan University in Shanghai? That's Wuhan University, which ranks second in the country. Those who can enter the key college in Shanghai are the top 20 seeds from high schools in major famous cities across the country, and the admission score is at least 700 points. What does it mean to get 700 points in the Military Science College entrance examination? As the top scorer in the Military Science College entrance examination in Gaoliang City, Chen Yang only scored 661 points. He still has a long way to go to reach 700 points. Even Chen Yang was not qualified to enter the key college of Wuhan University in Shanghai. But Lin Feng received a personal invitation from the vice president of Wuhan University in Shanghai to visit him. What the hell? Is Lin Feng really a silver-level warrior? Old Zhang, aren't you clearly trying to steal our people? At this time, seeing Zhang Jinghua recruiting Lin Feng in front of him, Li Jing was unhappy. Our Yanjing Wuda has already extended an invitation to Lin Feng, and you're still here to cause trouble? He is Li Jing, the vice president of Yanqing University. He is very famous throughout the country and people have seen him on TV many times. Yanqing Wuhan University is the top university in China that countless students want to enter. I didn't expect that someone would come today to snatch Lin Feng away. Lin Feng himself was a little surprised, but he was not moved. What do you mean by making trouble? Lin Feng hasn't joined your Wuhan University yet. Before he makes a decision, he is a free agent. Zhang Jinghua smiled. Let's just let Lin Feng make his own choice. That's right. If all the geniuses are snatched away by your Yanjing Wuda, then what are we doing here? At this time, the vice president of Jiangnan University spoke up. With a smile on his face, he said to Lin Feng, would you like to consider coming to our Jiangnan University? Don't worry, we will devote all our resources to train you and enable you to reach the golden realm of martial arts before graduation. And think about it, you're a native of Jiangnan, and Jiangnan Wuda is also. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you trying to get close to me? That's right, Lao Lin, stop using our hometown connections. Let's not say anything and let Lin Feng make the decision. Everyone was astonished to see these famous martial arts school principals on TV scrambling to snatch Lin Feng. Everyone is very familiar with the person who just promised to ensure that Lin Feng would break through the golden realm before graduation. His name is Lin Yutian, the vice president of Jiangnan University of Martial Arts and a native of Jiangnan. Now, not only major martial arts schools have come, but even the Thunder Martial Arts School, ranked third in the world, and the Silver Moon Martial Arts School, ranked third in China, have come to poach students. Lin Feng was like a hot commodity, surrounded by everyone. On the other hand, Chen Yang and his son, who had been so proud just now, were now left aside, with no one paying attention to them, looking very embarrassed. Hearing that everyone invited him, Lin Feng was not very excited. He thought for a moment and said, it is Lin Feng's honor to be appreciated by all the seniors. But I don't want to join any of the major martial arts schools right now. That's perfect, Lin Feng, you might as well consider our Thunder Martial Arts School. The deacon of the Thunder Martial Arts School came out and spoke quietly. The competition among martial arts schools is bigger, but it is more social and more cruel. Thunder Martial Arts School is full of strong people, and everyone is very aware of it. Seeing Lin Feng express his unwillingness to join Wuda, and seeing the steward of Thunder Martial Arts School recruiting him, the presidents of all the major Wuda universities sighed softly. Knowing Lin Feng's wish, it might be to join a martial arts school. After all, a martial arts school is no worse than a martial arts university and is suitable for people with an adventurous spirit. Thank you for the invitation, but I have already decided that I want to join the Super Dojo. Just when the deacon of Thunder Martial Arts School was determined to win, Lin Feng rejected his invitation, which made him slightly stunned. At the moment when Lin Feng spoke, two figures just happened to come in from outside. Lin Feng, we are late. It's a wise choice for you to join the Super Martial Arts School. The visitor was none other than Su Ao, the steward of the Super Martial Arts School. Su Ao was also very famous in the martial arts world, no less famous than these vice presidents of Wuda University. The other one is Li Wu, whom Lin Feng met not long ago. Hello, Brother Wu. Lin Feng took the initiative to greet him. Li Wu smiled slightly and said, Lin Feng, have you decided? This is our deacon Su Ao. If you want to join, you can register immediately. Well, I'll join the Super Martial Arts School. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing this, Su Ao smiled happily, as if he had picked up a treasure. Okay, Lin Feng, from now on you are a member of our Super Martial Arts Gym. Everyone, I'm sorry, Lin Feng has already joined us, huh? Everyone who came also shook their heads in disappointment, but they still praised Lin Feng highly. Lin Feng, even if the deal doesn't go through, we still have righteousness. You're welcome to visit the Magic City's Wuda University in the future. As long as you want, you can join Yanjing at any time. Thank you all for the invitation, seniors. Lin Feng is very grateful. Lin Feng also returned the greeting with a smile. Everyone wanted to make friends with him, so he naturally accepted everyone. We are all warriors, and we might meet each other often in the future. There is no need to make things so awkward. Jia Chang also smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would choose to join the super martial arts school. He really lost a genius. Only after all the gold and platinum level seniors left did everyone breathe more easily. At this time, the look towards Lin Feng was different. It's not different, but very scary. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, didn't you want to arrange for me just now? I want to see what you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang and his father Chen Danian's legs trembled. In an instant, Lin Feng turned into a phantom and flashed towards the two of them. Bang! With a loud bang, two figures flew backwards. Chapter 12: Joining the Super Martial Arts School. Chen Yang and his son flew backwards together. This scene was something no one expected. It was not until the two men fell to the ground and screamed that everyone admitted that this was the truth. At this time, Chen Danian's eyes were dull. He raised his head in disbelief, and his pupils contracted. Shocked. Both of them were filled with horror. Lin Feng made a move just now, and even he couldn't detect his speed. And with one blow, the combat power exceeded 10,000 at least, which left him with no power to resist and his whole body was almost numb. It hurts so much. Even Chen Danian, who was at the bronze 5-star level, is in this situation, but Chen Yang is even more miserable. He was not even a warrior, and was slapped away by Lin Feng's palm. All the bones in his body were broken and his meridians were severed on the spot. He cried out in pain. I'm afraid my life will be wasted. Even the high-quality medicine used specifically by warriors could not save him. They couldn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly became so strong. To offend a silver-level warrior was a capital crime. Even if Lin Feng found an excuse to kill them, they would have no place to seek justice and no chance to pursue justice. There was deep fear in the eyes of the father and son. Slowly stepping forward, Lin Feng said to Chen Yang, "This is a lesson for you. If I see you again next time, I will kill you. Do you understand?" He is not a person who likes killing, but Chen Yang has repeatedly provoked him and wants to kill him, so Lin Feng cannot be merciful. I believe that after this warning, the father and son will be like a mouse meeting a cat when they meet him in the future. Chen Danian didn't dare to speak either. He lowered his head like a frosted eggplant, as humble as he could be. Seeing that the two were obedient, Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them. He glanced around with his deep eyes, and when his eyes fell on Li Tingting, the girl who was so arrogant just now immediately shrank her neck and showed weakness like a turtle. How afraid she was that Lin Feng would cripple her and end up like Chen Yang. But in the end, Lin Feng just took a quick look and didn't attack anyone else. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. Chen Danian, I declare that you have been expelled from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. At this time, a deacon from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School came out and made an announcement on the spot, which dealt a heavy blow to Chen Danian. Upon hearing this, Chen Danian's face turned pale, and he was afraid that he would never be able to make any further progress in this life. And his son Chen Yang has become a complete cripple. All this is thanks to Lin Feng. As they watched Lin Feng and the deacon of the Super Martial Arts School walk away chatting and laughing, everyone felt mixed emotions. Lin Feng, who was looked down upon in the past, today successively rejected invitations from major martial arts schools, declined the Thunder Martial Arts School, and joined the Super Martial Arts School ranked first in the world. He has completely transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. I'm afraid it will be difficult to match them in the future. Lin Feng, our Super Martial Arts School's branch is in the south of the city. I believe you already know that you can go there to practice at any time. On the way, Su Weio said, I have something else to do, so I'll go back to headquarters first. If you have anything, you can contact me at any time. By the way, the martial arts school has rewarded you with a villa. You should hurry up and move there. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face lit up. Thank you, Deacon Su. After Su Weio left, Li Wu showed a hint of surprise and asked, Lin Feng, are you in the Silver Realm? Well, I just broke through a few days ago. Lin Feng did not hide it. I believe that my test results are already known to everyone in the martial arts world, so there is no need to hide them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming here today. Oh my god, you're a genius. Li Wu complained, then said, let's go, I'll take you to your villa. My home is nearby. I'll go back and inform my parents first. Lin Feng ran home quickly. It was not until the evening that Lin Dong, Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaoyu returned home. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a shocking scene. What happened? Is there a thief in the house? Oh my god, where's my brother? Could he have been stolen by a thief? Almost all the valuable things in the house were taken out. Empty. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of the house and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, I have something to announce to you. Wait, brother, you're not short of money and have sold everything at home, right? Lin Xiaoyu quickly touched Lin Feng's forehead, but he didn't have a fever. Lin Feng smiled and said, would your brother be so crazy? I have a big announcement to make. He stood on a chair and gave a speech. Mom, Dad, Xiaoyu, I officially announced that I have become a warrior and joined the super martial arts school. 3 people? Is this true? Lin Xiaoyu was a little unconvinced. The 3 people did not react. Lin Feng said, how could I lie to you? Just follow me. The martial arts school has provided me with a single-family villa. South of the city, Lakeside Villa area. In a single-family villa community, Lin Dong, Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaoyu walked in, stunned and their minds full of disbelief. Even Lin Feng was quite shocked. The villa had 2 floors and was fully furnished with all the necessary luxurious furniture. There is only one word to describe it, and that is luxurious. Xiao Feng, you really joined the super martial arts school? That's great. Wang Xiaoyun couldn't believe it. Although she was not a warrior, she had heard of what a super martial arts school was like. Lin Feng joined the super martial arts school and was equipped with a villa, which completely changed the lives of his family. Lin Feng chuckled, of course, I am your son, I won't let you down. Brother, you are awesome. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but praise Lin Feng, especially after seeing her luxurious big room. She became even more excited. I no longer have to sleep in the same room with my brother and listen to his snoring. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses from their excitement and relief, and the family began their life in the villa area. However, Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun still insisted on going to work every day. Lin Feng also understood that as old people, they would not be able to sit idle unless they found something to do. As long as you don't burn your body out. While her parents were at work, Lin Xiaoyu was preparing for the high school entrance exam. Lin Feng was wandering around the martial arts hall. By the way, Lin Feng, we're going to the Monster City tomorrow. Do you want to join us? Li Wu asked Lin Feng, and after thinking about it, Lin Feng nodded directly, okay. Since he was idle anyway, if he needed to level up, he had to kill monsters, otherwise it would be difficult to become stronger. In the evening, Lin Feng briefly told his parents that he would be away for a few days. The two did not say much, but just reminded Lin Feng to be careful. Brother, be careful. Goodbye. Goodbye, focus on the high school entrance exam and don't fail it. The next day, after saying goodbye, Lin Feng went out and headed towards the city gate. After a while, Li Wu and 2 other men and 1 woman also arrived. Old Li, who is this guy? One of the tall and thin men asked when he saw Lin Feng. His eyes were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Chapter 13, Show Your Skills. Li Wu waved his hand and said, let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng, the genius from our super martial arts gym. TSK, what genius? I've never heard of it. What realm is it? Hee, old Wang, you don't understand this. Li Wu praised Lin Feng with a smile, saying, Lin Feng is only 16 years old, but his realm has already broken through the silver mirror. He is much stronger than us. Oh? You must be joking, right? When Li Wu said this, the other 2 people's eyes quickly scanned Lin Feng and raised questions. Brother Wu was just joking. Let's go. Let's hurry up and leave. Lin Feng smiled modestly, and everyone also felt that Li Wu was exaggerating the facts and bragging about Lin Feng. Forget it, let's go. Lao Si is injured and the team is short of 1 more person. The young man called Lao Wang said reluctantly, just don't hold us back. Also, our harvest is distributed according to our work. Don't whine like a woman if you get less. Lin Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he had no objection. The 5 of them started off. Along the way, Lin Feng learned through communication that this team is called the Peanut Team. The young man who spoke rather harshly and looked down on Lin Feng was named Wang Dali, and he was the charge of the team. The other long-haired young man wearing scanning glasses was named Oppo, and he was specifically responsible for blocking. The female team member is called Mu Qing, and she has a hot body. She and Lin Feng had some conversations and her attitude was okay. Lin Feng, if you encounter a powerful enemy or monster, you will be in charge of the supporting position. Don't run around. Do you understand? Seeing that Lin Feng had little combat experience, Li Wu also discussed it in advance. Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood. About 2 days later, the Peanut Team finally arrived at AB level Monster City. The Monster City is also divided into 5 levels, SAPT. The corresponding level indicates the degree of danger of the Monster City. Among them, the S-level Monster City is the most dangerous, with countless powerful monsters. The A-level Monster City is also suitable for warriors above the Gold level. Like their Peanut Team, the team members are all at the Silver realm and can only come to B-level cities to hunt monsters. This city looks a bit ancient and run down. It used to be a city with a population of 5 million, but was later invaded by monsters, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Peanut Team members had just reached the overpass when they encountered a bloodthirsty marten running towards them. Court death. Call out. Oppo took out a laser gun from his waist and fired lightly. With a crisp sound of assassination, the bloodthirsty marten was shot dead. Because the bloodthirsty marten is very weak, there is no place for it in the city and it can only be squeezed to the periphery to survive. Therefore, they almost never produce animal cores in their bodies, and their value is not high. Everyone looks down on them and just leaves. However, Lin Feng was somewhat interested in Oppo's laser gun. I'm a quick shooter, a gunsmith, you know? Seeing Lin Feng's look, Oppo smiled and said, "This laser gun is a B-level thermal weapon that can kill most silver-level monsters. It's priced at 50 million in the Warrior Mall." Gunsmith? Lin Feng thought about it carefully. He had heard of him. This is a very rare and mysterious profession. It is said that only those who are the best at using thermal weapons in the world can be gunsmiths and are good at urban combat. A powerful gunner can fight against 100 people at the same time, which is very terrifying. No wonder he shot the target in the head with just one move. It turns out that Oppo is a gunsmith and he used a B-class gun. He is really amazing. Lin Feng thought so in his heart. After entering the city, Lin Feng and others encountered many monsters. Of course, most of them were attacked by Li Wu and Wang Dali. Lin Feng rarely has the opportunity to show off, and the upgrade points he gains are not great. Just as the Peanuts squad was moving forward on the narrow street, suddenly, a flaming Black Panther jumped down from the building on the left. Roar! Sneak attack! Let me do it! Everyone wanted to take action, Lin Feng said, and took the lead in attacking. He took a step forward and instantly came above the flame Black Panther, punching the flame Black Panther hard on the back. Boom! All I heard was the fiery Black Panther's face showing shock, and then it fell from the sky at a very fast speed. The moment it landed, a cloud of dust rose up on the ground, and a big hole was created by it. Ding, killed a silver-level monster, upgrade points plus 400. Lin Feng finally obtained the fiery Black Panther and took out the beast core, finally satisfying his urge to hunt it. Seeing this, Li Wu stepped forward and praised, "Not bad. You killed the silver-level flame Black Panther with just one punch. Isn't your strength too abnormal, Lin Feng?" If they were honest, they would not be able to kill a monster of the same level with one punch if they were unarmed. But Lin Feng did it. How strong is Lin Feng's power? So enviable. Oppo and Mu Qing were both surprised and nodded in agreement. Wang Dali, however, crossed his chest and sneered, "TSK, this fiery Black Panther was already injured, and it just happened to show up at our door. It's like a blind cat catching a dead mouse." He did not acknowledge Lin Feng's strength, and his words were full of sourness. "Old Wang, don't be jealous. Lin Feng's speed and strength are no worse than ours." Mu Qing defended Lin Feng. If he wants to prove that he's better than me, he should at least prove it with his actions. What's the point of just talking? Wang Dali insisted on his own ideas and was stubborn. Lin Feng was speechless. He was not here to argue. However, just as the two were bickering, suddenly, a violent beast roar reached the ears of the 5 people. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. This sound, like ultrasound, caused pain in everyone's eardrums. Immediately, except for Lin Feng, the expressions of the other 4 people changed suddenly. Because based on their experience of going out, they can predict that this is a gorilla. Sure enough, their guess was correct. The next second, a gorilla that was more than 10 meters tall and as big as an airplane walked out from the corner. The King Kong ape must have smelled blood, which is why it was attracted here. When this guy gets violent, he can fight 3 of them at once. Everyone, be careful. Li Wu and the other 3 instantly changed into silver combat uniforms, but Lin Feng remained indifferent. Lin Feng, where is your combat uniform? Mu Qing asked. It is almost common sense for warriors to change into combat uniforms when they encounter powerful monsters, which can resist 70% of the damage from monsters of the same level. But Lin Feng had nothing. He looked at himself, also confused. Yeah, where's my combat uniform? Oh my god, I forgot to buy it. Actually, it's not that he forgot to buy it, but he didn't have the money to buy it. You don't have combat uniform, so just find a place to hide and watch how we take it off. Wang Dali said proudly. However, no one dared to be careless. The silver-level King Kong ape was not easy to deal with, so they had to be careful. However, just as they were about to take action, a figure flashed out. Gun. As the silver spear came out, the King Kong ape pounded its chest with both hands and slammed down towards Lin Feng with its 2 huge arms. Lin Feng gripped the spear tightly in his hand and stabbed out directly. Suddenly, a violent force burst out from the spear blade. Boom! The fist of the King Kong ape was pierced through by the divine dragon spear technique in an instant, and his entire right arm was destroyed and turned into meat paste. Chapter 14, One Shot, 1 Million. Roar! When the King Kong ape saw his arm being shot in pieces by the human in front of him, he let out a shrill wail. Then he rushed towards Lin Feng like a madman. Seeing this, the other 4 members of the Peanut team couldn't help but feel frightened. What on earth is this guy Lin Feng doing? The King Kong ape was completely enraged. If the King Kong ape gets angry, it will kill people indiscriminately. This kind of silver-level monster has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and even the 4 of them may not be able to hold it down. However, the King Kong ape just grabbed a flying car and smashed it towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. He waited until the car hit him before he fired a shot. Break! The Shenlong spear technique exploded to its extreme, floating forward like a spirit snake, smashing the car into pieces, and then going straight to Huanglong and killing the King Kong ape. Sensing danger, the King Kong ape built up its defenses and tightly stuck its fur together. It was like wearing a tight-fitting suit, and visible defense appeared before my eyes, as if it was indestructible. The next moment, Lin Feng's silver spear had already pierced the King Kong ape's body. Bang! Only the sound of iron clashing could be heard, and Lin Feng's eyes fixed. This defense is so strong. His attack was unable to hurt the King Kong ape at all. But he was not discouraged. He attacked again, his gun shot out like a dragon, with fierce pressure that suppressed everything. Boom boom boom. Deafening sounds rang out, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in smoke and dust. Buildings collapsed, and streets crumbled. Lin Feng's gun was penetrating and indestructible. Finally, after experiencing a violent attack, the King Kong ape fell to the ground. Bang! The huge body fell, and the ground shook endlessly. Seeing this scene, the 4 members of the Peanuts team were all stunned. Especially Wang Dali, he stared at Lin Feng in a daze, his mouth forming an O shape. They knew very well what a terrifying thing the King Kong ape was. This type of monster not only has strong brute force, but its biggest advantage is defense. With its defense, ordinary silver warriors can't hurt it. They were already prepared for a 4-on-1 fight, but before they could make a move, Lin Feng got the better of them and killed them. What the hell is this? Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 1,000. 1,000 upgrade points, Lin Feng was stunned for a second. This is the maximum number of upgrade points he has gained from killing monsters so far. In the past, there were only 100 or 200 monsters. There are even fewer bronze monsters, not enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. It seems that the King Kong ape is indeed much stronger than other monsters. In the silver realm, it is probably a little bully. If I don't use the divine dragon spear technique, I probably won't be a match for this beast. Lin Feng took a look at his silver spear and found that there were several cracks on the blade. Obviously damaged. After the battle, the D-level silver spear was gone. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng began to take the beast core and other usable materials from the King Kong ape. Lin Feng, you actually killed the King Kong ape by yourself. My goodness, you hit it well enough. At this time, Wang Dali, who had the loudest voice, ran over and asked with admiration, "What realm are you at?" "Ha, Silver Realm." Lin Feng laughed. Wang Dali gave a bitter laugh and said, "I don't believe you." Li Wu, Mu Qing, and the others also admitted that they were inferior. "Lin Feng, you are much better than us. I was worried about your lack of experience before. It seems that I was worrying too much. If we encounter a powerful monster in the future, we'll leave it to you. Hee, we'll just sit back and reap the benefits." Oppo glanced sideways and said with a smile, "Also, your marksmanship just now seems to have improved a little. Oh my god, what secrets do you have?" After Mu Qing said this, the three of them remembered that the spear skills Lin Feng had just displayed had actually reached the level of minor success. As soon as he made a move, he looked quite capable and had already reached a small level of success, not much inferior to any of them. It is extremely rare for a newcomer to be able to master the gun and martial arts skills to this level. You have to know that from the age of 18 to 22, the general stage of martial artists can only learn the survival skills and various basic knowledge of martial artists. To put it bluntly, they only have a superficial understanding of the basics, so there is no time to practice a martial art. The matter of practicing martial arts will only be considered when one reaches the Silver Realm. People like them are only at the entry level in their respective martial arts fields. And Lin Feng, at the age of 16, had achieved a minor level of spearmanship. It's so fucking scary. It's just so. Lin Feng touched the back of his head and smiled modestly. Everyone was speechless. This Lin Feng was so mysterious. What kind of freak is this? The core of a King Kong ape is extremely rare and can be sold for $500,000 each. The hide can also be used to make combat uniforms, which can be sold for around $1 million. Li Wu began to analyze and said, "The total value of this monster is around 2 million. Lin Feng, you are the main attacker, take 80%, and the remaining 20% will be divided equally among the four of us. Is everyone okay with that?" "No problem." Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood. After all, it was agreed before setting off that those who made the greatest contribution would get more, and even those who were not responsible for defense or opening a retreat would still get a share. A team cannot have conflicts due to distribution issues. On the contrary, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He won 1.6 million with just one move. He was so happy. Next, Team Peanuts moves on. As the team went deeper, they encountered more and more monsters, and they became more ferocious. Ding, defeated the silver monster, upgrade points plus 500. Ding, defeated the silver monster, upgrade points plus 700. Ding, defeated the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 160. The harvest from each monster was good, and the total upgrade points were over 500. When he encountered some newly born monster cubs, Lin Feng could only get more than 100 upgrade points by killing them with one shot. There is no way, the cub's realm is low, so the harvest is naturally small. After a few days, Lin Feng earned more than 200,000 upgrade points. And he was treated as a marginal person by his teammates in the Peanuts team at the beginning, but now he has changed. Everyone in the Peanut team regarded him as the absolute main force, and would take the initiative to let Lin Feng take the lead in killing the difficult monsters, thus saving a lot of trouble. Wang Dali's attitude towards Lin Feng also changed from initially excluding him to admiring him now. It can be said that Lin Feng has gained everyone's recognition with his strength. Break! Boom! In a chain supermarket, Lin Feng shot out with a powerful shot, and the explosive force directly overturned a huge Mengqi elephant, killing the Mengqi elephant so badly that it cried out in pain and howled to the sky. Sizzle! Finally, Lin Feng rushed forward and shot through the head of the Mengqi elephant, killing it with a headshot. Ding, defeat the golden monster, upgrade points plus 2,000. 2,000. Lin Feng stood there in a daze. At this time, Li Wu stepped forward and said, "This Mengqi elephant has reached the gold level, but it probably just broke through not long ago. Moreover, the Mengqi elephant has a docile personality and is almost the weakest among the gold level monsters. Otherwise, if we want to kill a full-grown Mengqi elephant, we'll probably have to pay a price." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, not quite understanding. Although the Mengqi elephant was of gold level, its beast core was not as valuable as the King Kong ape he killed a few days ago. This was quite a pity. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his head. An ominous premonition rises from my heart. Chapter 15: Awakening of Spiritual Power. There was a sudden buzzing sound in his head, and Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness on his face. Pain. Stinging. It was a stabbing sensation, like being pricked in the head with a needle. It felt like there were ants biting inside. It made Lin Feng feel painful and uneasy. Covering the clever little head with his hands, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly froze. Because he heard a lot of noises around him. These noises were caused by the activities of monsters not far away, and Lin Feng could hear them very clearly. What's going on? He was stunned for a moment, and after the pain completely disappeared, his senses suddenly became clear. It seemed as if my hearing and 5 senses had been reopened and greatly improved. That's right, absolutely not wrong. Lin Feng's intuition will never be wrong. He found that his perception became clearer, and any movement within a radius of 100 meters was clearly captured in his mind. No movement escapes his ears. It feels like I have eyes everywhere nearby. Ding, the host's mental power is detected to be awakening. Ding, the spiritual power has awakened, and the host has officially become a spiritual master. Just when Lin Feng was confused, a prompt appeared in the system. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Psychic master? He was immediately overjoyed, thinking, had he heard it correctly? Even a fool knows what a psychic is. The psychic master is the most powerful profession among warriors. He knows everything about astronomy and geography and can control things with telekinesis. He is very powerful. It's like a supernatural power, allowing you to control enemies and objects from a distance. If an ordinary warrior and a spiritualist of the same realm fight each other, the spiritualist will 100% win the match. Because a psychic can control weapons to kill you from a distance, even if others have countless hands, no matter how powerful your martial arts are, they will not be able to beat you. This is the power of the psychic master. However, the only regret is that there are very few spiritual masters in the world, and it is impossible to cultivate one among 100,000 warriors. It is said that psychics are born with talents and their telekinesis will be awakened when they reach a certain age. No matter how much others train them, it will be in vain and of no use. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 11600. Spiritual Realm, Bronze 1 star 0 10,000. Cultivation Level, Silver 1 star 0 400,000. Upgrade Points, 223,000. Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Minor Success, 01000000, Attack plus 10%. He glanced down at the panel and noticed an additional spiritual realm. It can also be upgraded using upgrade points. I didn't expect it to be true. I became a spiritualist. What a pleasant surprise. However, I'm only at the beginner level. The only regret is that the power that his mental power can exert is only 1,000. This is really too low. Oh no! There are 2 more Mingqi elephants nearby, heading towards us. Suddenly, Lin Feng released his mental power and noticed 2 adult Mingqi elephants surrounding them not far away. He immediately told Li Wu and the others about the impending danger. Li Wu asked curiously, Lin Feng, how did you know? No way, Mingqi elephants are very rare and usually don't appear in groups. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard a howling sound coming from a distance. Sure enough, it was the cry of a Mingqi elephant, like a parent calling out to their son, with a somewhat miserable tone. It really is. Let's hide quickly. Mu Qing said something, confirming Lin Feng's suspicion, and several people quickly hid in a tall building and hid themselves. Adult Mingqi elephants are all above the gold level. When they get angry, they are not something that silver warriors can withstand. You have to wait until the Mingqi elephant is not paying attention before you can slip away. However, what embarrassed the 5 people was that after the 2 Mingqi elephants found out that their sons had been killed, they guarded the corpses tightly and refused to leave. Moreover, they continued to attack nearby buildings in an attempt to find the murderer, bring him to justice, and take revenge. Oh no! If we get caught by them, we'll be in big trouble. They're really fast. Wang Dali spat and looked out the window helplessly. The silver warrior was no match for the golden monster in terms of speed. If they rush out from here, there will definitely be casualties. Difficult. Everyone frowned, except Lin Feng, who was thinking secretly. Never mind, let me raise my spiritual realm first. As for the cultivation realm, I'll put it aside for now. There's no rush. Lin Feng thought that his mental power had improved and he could fly in the air, so he could escape when the time came. Thinking of this, he didn't waste any time and immediately instructed the system, first improve my Shenlong spear skill, and then use all the remaining upgrade points to improve my spiritual realm. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. Ding, the Divine Dragon Spear technique is being practiced, please wait patiently. The shadows of each move of the Divine Dragon Spear technique began to spread in Lin Feng's mind, repeating over and over again like a movie. Soon, Lin Feng understood the true meaning of the Divine Dragon Spear technique, and he also glimpsed some moves that he had never seen before. Suddenly my eyes are opened. Ding, the Divine Dragon Spear technique has been cultivated to the great perfection stage, attack power plus 25%. After deducting 100,000 upgrade points, Lin Feng successfully upgraded his Divine Dragon Spear skills and entered a higher level. And there were 120,000 upgrade points, all of which were used on mental power, and in an instant he broke through to the bronze 3-star realm. With his breakthrough, all the upgrade points were used up, not a single one left. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 65 ms. Strength, 11600. Spiritual realm, bronze 3 stars 17250000. Cultivation level, silver 1 star 0400,000. Upgrade points, 0. Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear technique great accomplishment, 05000000, attack plus 25%. After taking another look at the attribute panel, Lin Feng was full of confidence. He thought for a moment and then asked, does anyone have a weapon above level B? I have a sword, but we probably can't wield one above level B. Li Wu took it out of his backpack and asked, what are you doing here? Lin Feng said bluntly, I've thought about it. It's not a good idea for us to just sit here and wait for death. The two Mingqi elephants will find us sooner or later, so I think we should join forces to kill them. As soon as his idea came out, the four of them looked at each other in confusion. Mu Qing asked, do you think we have a chance of winning? You'll know after trying it. Everyone, listen to my instructions and we'll work together to kill them. After thinking about it, everyone decided to listen to Lin Feng. After some discussion, they followed Lin Feng to fight their way out. Outside, two Mongolian elephants were destroying buildings like crazy. At this moment, a laser bullet hit the head of one of the Mongolian elephants. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose up, and the Mingqi elephant was enraged by Oppo on the high-rise building, and rushed over like a madman. Looking at its eyes, it seemed as if it wanted to destroy everything. Now, kill! When Mengqi Xiang approached the building, Lin Feng rushed out from the door on the first floor with a spear in hand and stabbed him. Swish! His speed was so strange that he was caught off guard by Lin Feng's shot through the ankle. His hoof was bleeding and he was half kneeling on the ground. The Divine Dragon Spear technique bursts out 25% of the attack power. The force of Lin Feng's spear exceeded 15,000, and it just hit the weak point of the Mingqi elephant. It's hard not to succeed. Chapter 16, Resolving the Crisis. The Mingqi elephant's hooves were disabled and it suddenly crawled on the ground. When it saw the humans who attacked and injured it, it became furious. Ah! A huge roar echoed throughout the street, and it seemed that it was about to attack Lin Feng with its ivory. At this time, Lin Feng looked up at the tall building and shouted to Oppo, do it! Whoosh! Two lasers shot out from Oppo's hands and hit the eyeballs of the Mingqi elephant. Ah! Although the C-class laser gun cannot penetrate the fur of the Mingqi elephant, its facial features such as its eyes are the most vulnerable. At this time, they seized the weak point and attacked, blinding the Mingqi elephant in one fell swoop. Having lost its sight, the Mingqi elephant became furious and began to run and attack wildly like a madman. It screamed and crashed around, destroying the surrounding buildings beyond recognition. The 3- or 4-story houses collapsed in a second after being hit by its huge body. The hard and long tail swept across, bringing with it a gust of strong wind. Lin Feng was neither anxious nor impatient, and withdrew calmly. On the opposite side, another Mingqi elephant saw its companion being teased by humans, and it roared to the sky, then rushed over to rescue him, wanting to tear the human in front of it to pieces. You guys hold it back, I'll kill this one first. Lin Feng said something, and Li Wu and the other two appeared and began to harass the supporting Mingqi elephant. The mad Mingqi elephant was impossible to approach. Oppo said solemnly, what should we do now? It's gone mad. We can't get close to it. Even if we can fight it in close combat, it's still difficult to kill it completely. Considering the defensive capabilities of the Mingqi elephant, the Peanut Squad's strength is not enough to harm it. Unless a gold-level warrior appears among them. Otherwise, you can only find an opportunity to slip away. I have a solution. As he spoke, Lin Feng closed his eyes. At this time, Oppo saw a B-level sword slowly rising from behind Lin Feng, and then stabbed towards the Mengchi elephant at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Although the Mengchi elephant is a bomb waiting to explode, anyone who dares to approach it will suffer. But Lin Feng can use his mental power to assassinate it and give it a surprise attack. What Lin Feng was aiming at was the weakness of the Mengchi elephant. Chrysanthemum. Ah. A. The flying sword pierced into the anus of the Mengchi elephant without any error. At that moment, the Mengchi elephant's wail was so tragic that it was inhumane. Kill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the flying sword pierced in, Lin Feng did not stop. He controlled the flying sword and kept spinning in his body. After a while, the wildly running and jumping Mengchi elephant fell completely to the ground, its eyes full of anger and endless pain. Ding, killed the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 6,500. The system emitted a cold electronic sound. Oh my god, Lin Feng, you are a spiritual master. Next to him, after seeing Lin Feng's operation, Oppo couldn't help but feel shocked and shouted out in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes Lin Feng controlling the flying sword and assassinating the Mengchi elephant. You can't be wrong about this. It's so fucking amazing that there is a psychic among them. Lin Feng did not answer, because not far away, other people had already started fighting with Mengchi elephant, and two figures were knocked back heavily. Bang! Li Wu and Wang Dali fell heavily on the building. The reinforced concrete walls were cracked into spider web shapes. There was blood at the corners of their mouths and they were seriously injured. At this time, perhaps sensing that its companions were dead, Mengchi Xiang went on a killing spree, and wherever it passed, everything turned into ruins. Rumble! The houses fell like dominoes, and a huge figure rushed towards them at high speed. If they were hit again, Li Wu and Wang Dali would definitely die. I can only arrange my funeral arrangements. Kill! In a flash, Lin Feng took a step forward and stabbed out with his silver spear, hitting the Mengchi elephant's eyes directly. The Mengchi elephant subconsciously closed its eyes. It would not allow humans to hurt its weaknesses. However, Lin Feng changed the direction of attack. The next moment, a flying sword rose from behind the Mengchi elephant and attacked Huanglong directly. Swish! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In an instant, blood gushed out from the hind body of Mengchi elephant, and flesh and blood poured out like a flood. It was mad, wreaking havoc in pain, and had lost its mind. I didn't expect humans to be so despicable as to attack it from behind. Damn it! After Lin Feng succeeded, he quickly distanced himself from the enemy and the 5 members of the peanut team quickly left the scene. The Mengchi elephant has gone mad, and they can't stay here and be beaten. Several people flashed out, and soon, there was a loud noise of a high-rise building collapsing from the other side of the battlefield. The scene was as spectacular as if a high-rise building had exploded. When everyone saw this scene, a song automatically emerged in their minds. The chrysanthemums are scattered all over the ground, and your smile has turned yellow. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be a spiritualist. That's amazing, my Feng, you are such a pleasant surprise. I can't find the words to describe you anymore. On the rooftop of the building, Li Wu and others looked at Lin Feng in shock. There are only a few spiritual masters in the world. Each one of them is a rare animal and a world-famous genius. Once he has the attributes of a spiritualist, then this person's lowest achievement in the martial arts world will reach the platinum level. Guaranteed platinum. That's awesome. Facing everyone's questioning, Lin Feng did not deny it, but smiled faintly. Oh, it's okay, my spiritual power has just awakened not long ago. What do you mean by okay? You are very good. Even if you are not good enough, you have to be okay. Li Wu said to Lin Feng with admiration. If it weren't for you, it would be a question whether we could leave today. Thanks to you. Mu Qing and the others were also very grateful and said, that's right, Lin Feng played a huge role in this hunt, and he will take the lion's share later. Everyone began to discuss the next distribution issue. To be honest, both Mengchi elephants were killed by Lin Feng himself. Without Lin Feng, they would have been doomed. He gets the lion's share, as it should be. Ding, killed the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 6,500. When Li Nang gained upgrade points, his eyes paused, and Men Kixiang died. Sure enough, everyone found that there was no movement over there and it became completely quiet. At this time, everyone started to go and clean up the battlefield. The core and ivory of the Mengchi elephant are relatively valuable. The others are already damaged and 1T fetch much money even if they are sold. So everyone gave up their fur. A Mengchi elephant core is 800,000, and a set of ivory can be sold for 600,000, so the total is 2.8 million. Wang Dali held the ivory in his arms and said lovingly that this was also his first time to participate in killing the Mengchi elephant. Since the distribution issue had already been discussed, no one had any objections. After the battle, everyone was injured, so the peanut team found a safe place to rest. Sitting in the corner, Li Wu and Wang Dali took out medical spray and strong healing bandages respectively to treat their wounds, and also took body tempering pills to stabilize their internal injuries. The seemingly simple treatment for the two people has already cost more than 100,000 yuan. Medical supplies for warriors must be purchased in special warrior stores and are very expensive. Fortunately, killing the Mengchi elephant helped them earn the money back. 100,000 yuan was not a lot for them. Chapter 17 Blue Silver Python. I calculated my earnings over the past 3 days and I made around 2.8 million. How about you guys? At this time, Wang Dali looked at everyone and asked. Li Wudao, I have 3.5 million. I have 2.6 million. I have 3 million. Mu Cheng and Apo spoke separately, and the few of them got closer. Lin Feng calculated and said, my money is about the same, around 5.5 million. No one was shocked. After all, Lin Feng had participated in several kills and was the absolute main force. Especially the 2 adult Mengchi elephants and 1 young Mengchi elephant, which were of extremely high value. He took 70% to 80% of the profits and made 2 to 3 million from them. It's not surprising that it can accumulate to 5 million. However, Lin Feng also suffered losses. His sea-level silver spear was completely destroyed in the previous battle. Not even a scrap was left and it was unusable. He checked the sea-level silver spear and found that it was worth as much as 200,000. He was not physically injured, but his financial loss was more serious than theirs. Now Lin Feng has no weapons to use. For these warriors, time is money when they go out to hunt monsters. After a brief rest, the peanut team set off again. However, the closer you get to the city center, the more advanced and powerful the monsters there are. Looking around, all of them were silver-level monsters. Except for Lin Feng, everyone else could only hunt them with caution. Only Lin Feng used the B-level long sword to kill every kid with one sword. However, Lin Feng also discovered a disadvantage, that is, if he uses mental power for a long time, his brain will be tired, and his energy and blood will drop sharply. The consumption is too serious. After all, his mental power level is still too low, otherwise he would have used mental control to kill all the monsters without having to do it himself. For this reason, Lin Feng had to go into battle himself and kill the monster. Ding, killed the Silver Realm monster, upgrade points plus 400. Ding, killed the Silver Realm monster, upgrade points plus 510. Ding, killed the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 1100. In addition to the silver level monsters, they also worked together to kill some gold level lone wolf beasts. Lin Feng took the lead in the attack and reaped greater rewards. The peanut team advanced steadily and Lin Feng was also adept at it. Killing the silver monster was as easy as drinking water. Within 5 days, he killed a large number of monsters, and the speed of harvesting left others dumbfounded. Lin Feng killed the monsters of the same realm almost instantly. It was so damn scary. 5 days later, Lin Feng took a special look and found that the accumulated upgrade points had exceeded his imagination. It reached 1.5 million. This number was something Lin Feng had not expected. It was so damn fast. During this period, some warriors who encountered Lin Feng by chance couldn't help but walk away when they saw his masterpiece, for fear that Lin Feng would kill and rob. You know, in the city of monsters, you not only have to guard against monsters, but also be careful of sudden attacks from human warriors, otherwise you will be dead if you are not careful. Everyone's medication has been used up, right? We'll just have to fight for a few more days before heading back. Exhausting ourselves too much could lead to problems. Li Wu said to everyone, if nothing unexpected happens, I can get about 10 million this time. That's enough. Well, let's act. I'm running out of bullets. Apo put away his blue fire Kirin double guns and said with a painful look on his face. The bullets of this laser gun are infused with special energy, which works on the same principle as a power bank. A single charge costs millions of dollars. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that he had been out for more than a week and needed to go back and rest. Working while tired is not a good thing. A few days later, after hunting the monsters, everyone sat in a hidden room in the office building, thinking that they were almost out of food and ammunition, so they prepared to go home. But at this moment, Lin Feng's face froze, and he released his mental power to detect. After a while, he said solemnly, "Wait, don't move. I think I found a big guy not far away." "What big guy?" Mu Qing asked. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "In the supermarket across the street." So everyone took out their binoculars and looked towards the department store across the street. Suddenly, Pa screamed, "Oh my god, look what I found." "What's the big deal?" "It's a gold-level monster at best. How could it be a beast king?" Everyone looked into the distance, and after seeing it clearly, they were all stunned. Like petrified. Lin Feng saw a giant blue-silver python hovering in the supermarket on the first floor. Since they were high above, they could see it clearly. Then, is that the legendary blue-silver python? Wang Dali spoke tremblingly, his voice shaking a little. "Well, this is the blue-silver python. Its skin is blue and silver, there is no mistake." Li Wu observed through the telescope and then said, "Each of these blue-silver pythons is extremely precious. They are born at the gold level. 100-year-old python can even reach the beast king level. This one, I can't tell what level it is." Everyone looked at Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng knew that it was time for him to take action. He released his mental power, which was just enough to detect the strength of the blue-silver python at a distance of 100 meters. Not only that, he also made an unexpected discovery. Soon, he put away his mental power and said in surprise, "The strength of this blue-silver giant python should be at the platinum level, but it has been seriously injured." "Really? Let me see." Sure enough, after looking through the telescope, everyone saw that there was a huge wound on the abdomen of the blue-silver python with beautiful skin, as if it had been scratched by a sharp blade. It was coiled up as if recovering from the wound. "Brothers, should we do this?" Lin Feng asked for everyone's opinions. The blue-silver python's skin sells for 10 million per square meter, and its core is listed among the top 10 rarest monsters in the world. If we can get it, we can make at least tens of millions. That's a lot of hard cash. Damn it. After thinking about it, everyone decided to make a big profit before going back. Once you've reached agreement, develop your strategy. Appo fired from a distance to attract fire, and Lin Feng approached personally and attacked its abdomen with a B-level long sword. Soon, the plan was implemented, and Awa's laser gun directly hit the blue-silver python that was resting there, waking it up from its quiet environment. Sizzle. Attacked by the laser, the blue-silver python suddenly raised its head to determine the enemy's position. Get started. At this time, Li Wu, Mu Qing and Lao Wang attacked from different directions respectively. The blue-silver python was not surprised by the success or failure. It just swung its tail and knocked Lao Wang away. Bang! Lao Wang was thrown away, his combat uniform cracked instantly, and he almost fainted. This power should not be underestimated. In a flash, Lin Feng controlled the B-level sword and inserted it directly into the abdomen of the blue-silver python. Sizzle! The blue-silver python was caught off guard by the sudden attack and suddenly jumped up violently. However, he still couldn't find Lin Feng's location, and he showed a look of despair. Just like that, the blue-silver python was strangled by an inexplicable invisible force. The long sword directly broke through his abdomen, leaving a long bloody wound, and his internal organs immediately fell to the ground. Very brutal. The blue-silver python fled frantically, and Lin Feng and others hurriedly chased after it. After a while, a prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, killed the Platinum Realm monster, upgrade points plus 3 million. Wait, 3 million. Lin Feng was stunned. Chapter 18 Uninvited Guests, Rapid Breakthrough. Seeing Lin Feng stunned, his friends were also stunned. Lin Feng, why did you stop chasing? Are you injured? Li Wu caught up from behind and asked. Just now, Lin Feng ventured close to the blue-silver python, and there was a high possibility that he would be scratched by the blue-silver python's scales, which were very sharp. Also extremely deadly. No, I'm fine. The blue-silver python is dead. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng reacted and smiled. Everyone felt relieved after hearing this. The four of them came to the location of the blue-silver python and began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, in a tall building hundreds of meters away from the peanut team, a group of men were looking through binoculars at the giant blue-silver python. A moment later, a middle-aged man in combat uniform turned around and reported, "Master, it seems someone over there has killed a giant blue-silver python." Blue-silver python? Let me see. A young man with a childish face, about 17 or 18 years old, dressed luxuriously, picked up the telescope and looked through it, and indeed showed a hint of surprise. He said, "The blue silver python is priceless and a great treasure to me. Bring me my sniper rifle." "Master, are you ready?" "Stop talking nonsense." This young master came out to gain experience. "If I return empty-handed without any reward, where will my dignity be?" Zhou Jinyang scolded. "The other side is just a team of several silver-level warriors. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is waiting behind. I'm not afraid of a silver-level team." The two men behind him nodded. As Zhou Jinyang's personal bodyguards, they naturally knew Zhou Jinyang's character. For the two of them who are in the gold realm, a silver realm warrior can be easily wiped out, so let their young master have some fun. Soon, Zhou Jinyang got the B-class sniper rifle and aimed at the location of the Peanut Squad. Here, the members of the Peanut team were taking the core of the blue-silver python and happily cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone smiled. Wang Dali held the beast core in his hands and said in surprise, "This thing is worth tens of millions. Haha, we're going to be rich. Stop playing around and start skinning it quickly." The blue-silver python's skin has scales, so it's a bit difficult to handle. "Don't attract other monsters," Li Wu reminded him, and at this moment, Lin Feng frowned. He sensed danger and warned, "There's danger." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang and Wang Dali flew out. "There are enemies." "Where?" "I can't detect it. It should be 100 meters away. Everyone, hide quickly." Seeing Wang Dali being shot away, the other four members of the Peanut Squad immediately became alert. The observant Oppo pointed at the tall building in the distance and said, "Over there, they're using sniper rifles. Stop the bleeding quickly, or old Wang will be finished." How could they dare to skin Wang Dali? They hurriedly carried him up and ran into the building, hiding inside. At this time, the sound of bullets outside continued. Chirp, chirp. The sound was very small, like raindrops, but it could penetrate the walls. Its penetrating power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the others were forced to flee, and they stopped making any noise until they had run a long way away. 10 kilometers away, the Peanut team found a basement and began to treat Wang Dali's wounds. Wang Dali was already unconscious, and both of his legs were pierced at the same time. The bullets could not remain in his body, but his aorta was punctured and blood was gushing out. After Lin Feng and others took some action, the bleeding was finally stopped. Mu Cheng said, "Old Wang has temporarily fainted. Who attacked us just now? I didn't even notice where the enemy was." Li Wu was still in shock. Even a warrior could be knocked unconscious by a single shot. You can imagine how powerful a sniper rifle is. Maybe old Wang won't live long. A trace of solemnity appeared on everyone's face. Appa said, "You bastard. Those who can afford to use the fiery sniper rifle are at least disciples of big families. Who is messing with us? Damn it. The blue-silver python is about to fall into their hands. How hateful. A treasure worth hundreds of millions. Damn it. This time, we lost both the wife and the army. What a loss." Lin Feng was also very angry. The meat he had got was snatched away by someone, and the other party even wanted to kill them. It was too insidious. "Oh right, my upgrade points." He remembered that he still had a lot of upgrade points. Fortunately, the blue-silver python died in his hands just now, otherwise if it was killed by the other party, it would be a real loss. System, use all upgrade points for my realm. He upgraded his realm in a rush because he didn't know the other party's strength, so improving his strength was the most important thing. Take precautions before they happen. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. Ding, upgrade completed. The system's voice poured into Lin Feng's ears, and then his state began to change. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 3 stars. Silver 5 stars. Boom. After all 5 million upgrade points were used to improve his realm, Lin Feng's cultivation level suddenly broke through to silver 5 stars. At this moment, his physical fitness changed dramatically, and waves of violent force were transmitted into his body. Soon, the property panel also changed dramatically. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 120 ms. Strength, 60,000 kilograms. Spiritual realm, bronze 3 stars 17250000. Cultivation level, silver 5 stars 02000000. Upgrade points, 0. Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Technique Great Accomplishment, 0500000, Attack plus 25%. The speed increased by nearly one-fold, and the strength reached 60,000 kilograms, a six-fold increase, so terrifying. Moreover, after the breakthrough, Lin Feng's fatigue faded away, and he felt like a new person, becoming much more comfortable. Lin Feng was delighted by the strong and powerful arms. Brothers, I think we should fight back. Otherwise, Lao Wang won't be able to hold out for long if he stays here without help. At this time, Lin Feng said to everyone, I have the ability to kill them. Okay, let's fight them. I don't want to hide and be chased and beaten like a rat. Li Wu couldn't help but speak, and Mu Qing and Apo had no objection. When a kind person is bullied, he must fight back. Otherwise it will be a dead end. I'm more flexible. I'll go out and find out their strength, then make a detailed plan. Lin Feng flashed out, and now his speed was extremely fast. Moreover, he tried it and found that he could use his mental power to fly in the air and sneak silently. Returning to the place where the blue-silver python was originally, Lin Feng saw three people peeling the snake's skin. The two adults are Gold Realm warriors, and this little brat who looks like the young master is only Silver 1 star, a complete weakling. That will be easy to deal with. Lin Feng muttered to himself, I'll lure these two away, and then let Brother Wu and the others catch this little brat. Lin Feng went and came back quickly, and this time he came back with 4 people. After clarifying the tactics, the peanut squad began to act. We actually let those useless guys escape. But that's fine. As long as they dare to show their heads, we can catch them. Zhou Jinyang was complaining as usual, and at this moment, flying swords came towards him to kill him. Master, be careful. The Golden Realm bodyguard reacted extremely quickly and knocked the sword away with a punch in an instant. At this time, a figure stood on the tall building above his head. This person was naturally Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, You 3 losers, how dare you steal your grandfather's things? Are you tired of living? Chapter 19 Successful Revenge. Very angry. Zhou Jinyang was very angry. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. He said angrily, Boy, are you looking for death? I was originally planning to let you go, but I didn't expect you to come back and die. There's no cure for stupidity. He smiled sinisterly and said to the 2 bodyguards, Catch him here. I'm going to cut off his fingers myself and feed them to the monsters. TSK. The 2 men were warriors at the Golden Realm. After receiving Zhou Jinyang's order, they all flashed towards Lin Feng. Seeing the 2 people coming towards him, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He turned around and ran away. The 2 people chased him relentlessly and attacked him. However, what surprised the 2 was that Lin Feng's speed was very strange. One person said, I can tell this guy is only at the Silver Realm, but why is he running so fast? The other man locked his gaze on Lin Feng, pondered for a moment, and said, he must have taken some kind of anger-inducing elixir. After he makes a fuss for a while, he'll naturally run out of energy. The 2 men kept their distance and pursued Lin Feng ruthlessly. With their cultivation in the Gold Realm, catching a young man in the Silver Realm was a piece of cake. When Lin Feng is exhausted, that will be the time for him to die. Lin Feng ran frantically, and suddenly stopped. That should be about right, right? Lin Feng stopped and turned to face the 2 pursuers behind him. At this time, the 2 men also stopped and stared at Lin Feng with cold eyes. Boy, you're not running anymore? You finally can't run anymore, huh? Prepare to die. Without saying anything, the 2 of them attacked with a punch. The power of a gold warrior generally ranges from 100,000 to 2 million. If they face it head-on, even 10 Lin Fengs will not be enough to kill them. He was very smart. When the opponent was about to punch him, he immediately dodged the attack. Bang! A punch hit the wall, and the dilapidated wall was smashed into ashes. Ha! How come you are so fast? One person's attack was fruitless and he immediately showed a surprised expression. The speed of their gold warriors is close to 100 ms, which is much faster than that of silver warriors. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a silver warrior to dodge their attacks. But right now, in terms of strength, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of speed, you won't even be able to see my back. Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, his speed has reached 120 ms, which is 1/5 faster than the opponent. Who can hurt him? I believe your lies. Stop struggling, kid. Go to hell. The 2 men did not believe Lin Feng, and together they surrounded and killed Lin Feng. Bang! But it was helpless, it was too easy for Lin Feng to dodge. Moreover, he can use his mental power to turn the battlefield within a radius of 300 meters into his home ground. Any action of the other party is within his perception range. Boom, boom, boom. Various violent fists slammed into the wall, and smoke and dust billowed up immediately. After dodging dozens of punches, Lin Feng finally got his chance. Boy, you must be tired. Kneel down. Lin Feng pretended to be tired and slowed down. A man wearing silver boxing gloves came bursting towards him, and the space was filled with explosive energy. The boxing gloves are sea-level boxing gloves, which can slightly increase his attack power. He was confident that with this blow, Lin Feng would die on the spot. Just when the fist was in front of Lin Feng, only 1 centimeter away from him, Lin Feng dodged the punch by moving his body to the side. At the same time, he used his mental power to control the flying sword and stabbed the man from behind. The flying sword was extremely fast and strange, and it pierced the man's body without any suspense. Sneak attack from behind. The Golden Warrior was shocked and wanted to leave, but at this time Lin Feng punched him in the face. Bang! However, he quickly raised his fist and hit Lin Feng, and both of them flew backwards. Unfortunately, the flying sword had already nailed him to the ground, and he could only barely survive, not far from death. Seeing this, another bodyguard revealed an incredible expression and tremblingly asked in the direction of Lin Feng, "Spiritual Master?" However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flew over, his violent power bursting to the extreme, and the remaining bodyguard raised his hand to block it. It was at this moment that his weakness was exposed. A small knife came from nowhere and pierced his heart with a whoosh. Swish! 2 figures fell to the ground, their pupils filled with horror. They didn't expect that Lin Feng was a spiritual master. Moreover, both of them died from the same move. They were too careless. Ding, defeated the Gold Realm enemy, upgrade points plus 20,000. Ding, defeated the Gold Realm enemy, upgrade points plus 16,000. The first one was relatively strong, so there were more of them. The last one who was killed in a panic seemed to have just broken through the Gold Realm. Of course, Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these things. He searched and found that these 2 guys didn't have anything valuable on them. Poor guy, my combat uniform is damaged, damn. Lin Feng looked at the combat uniform on his body and sighed that it was a pity, but when he thought that the combat uniform was just borrowed from Li Wu, he didn't care. I 1T ask him for money for work injury reimbursement. When they returned to the blue-silver python, Li Wu and the other 2 had already controlled Zhou Jinyang. Lin Feng, what should we do with this kid? Oppo grabbed Zhou Jinyang in his hand and asked. Seeing himself being subdued by a group of silver warriors, Zhou Jinyang said unhappily, "You wanna die, don't you? When my bodyguards come back, you will all die. Let me go quickly, young master. I'm from the Zhou family in the Magic City. Do you want your family to be destroyed?" He kept threatening Lin Feng and others, and seemed not to be afraid of them. Lin Feng said calmly, "Didn't anyone tell you that your bodyguard was killed by me?" "What? Impossible, you're lying." Zhou Jinyang didn't believe it. "How could you, a few silver guys, kill my bodyguard?" "Stop scaring me. Let me go, young master, or I'll make you pay." "You stinky fish, a mere bronze boy, you dare to shout in front of us?" Hearing Zhou Jinyang still talking nonsense, Li Wu kicked Zhou Jinyang in the stomach, and Zhou Jinyang immediately knelt on the ground in pain. Bitter water pours out. "You dare to hit me?" Zhou Jinyang looked angry. At this time, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed his head and smashed it to the ground. Bang bang bang. After being hit several times in a row, Zhou Jinyang's head exploded and he fell to the ground dying. He has valuables on him. Hand them over and leave. Also, take the blue-silver python's core and skin. Lin Feng said something, and after he finished, he glanced at Zhou Jinyang, and then swung his sword. Swish! Zhou Jinyang couldn't be deader. Lin Feng, will killing him cause any trouble? Oppo asked worriedly. Those who can hire a golden warrior as a bodyguard are generally not ordinary people. This kid is probably the young master of a big family in the Grandmaster Demon City. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of anything that happens. Go back. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Zhou Jinyang almost murdered them. If he let the tiger go back to the mountain, he would not be Lin Feng anymore. When warriors compete, they cannot be merciful, otherwise they will pay the price with their lives. When leaving, Lin Feng deliberately used his mental power to project outward, and only left after confirming that there was no one around. If anyone witnessed what happened today, he would wipe out all of them. This is not cruelty, but for the safety of the team. Chapter 20 Secretly in Love with the Goddess, Bargaining Master. People's hearts are unpredictable. If someone reports them, Lin Feng and others will encounter unnecessary trouble. It could even be a catastrophic disaster. I'm quite fast. I'll carry Lao Wang back for treatment first. Brother Wu, you have channels to sell the blue silver python's core and skin. Just contact me when you get back. Yeah, okay. Lao Wang's injuries were very serious and he had to go back for treatment quickly. Lin Feng was the fastest among them. It can only be left to Lin Feng to deal with. One day later, Gaoliang City. Lin Feng successfully sent Lao Wang to the warrior hospital. His injuries have been temporarily stabilized and he is no longer in danger of life. The patient's condition is stable, but it will take at least 2 days for him to wake up. Go pay the hospital fee first, then go back and wait for news. The attending physician came up to him and said. Lin Feng thought about it, then paid the hospital fee and left the hospital. The warrior hospital specializes in receiving warriors, and its medical level is very advanced. I believe Lao Wang will be fine. After returning home, Lin Feng took a shower and lay down on the bed for a nap. Relieve fatigue. In the evening, Dad, Mom and Lin Xiaoyu all came back. Seeing that Lin Feng was safe and sound, Lin's father and mother breathed a sigh of relief. The child has been out for almost 10 days, and he is carrying out a warrior mission. How dangerous it is. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fine, otherwise they would not have had the appetite to eat. The family was having a happy meal when Lin Feng remembered that today was June 18th. There are only 2 days left until the high school entrance examination. He asked Lin Xiaoyu, the high school entrance exam is coming soon, are you confident? Lin Xiaoyu gnawed on a chicken leg and said proudly, of course I have. I'm number 1 in my grade, so getting into a key high school is a piece of cake. Besides, I have become a high-level martial arts student. So fast? Lin Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Lin Xiaoyu. He suddenly discovered that his sister's warrior aura was actually quite strong. A martial arts genius comparable to Chun Yang from Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School. Abnormal. This aura was extremely abnormal. He asked doubtfully, have you tested your strength? Well, I took the test during the military exam for the senior high school entrance exam. Even the principal praised me. The little girl showed a proud look. Proud of oneself. Lin Feng was quite surprised that Xiaoyu reached the title of senior student. This little girl seemed to have a talent for martial arts. Keep going, and try to break through to the warrior level before you graduate from university. Then you can see the taillights of your brother and me. TSK, it won't take me that long. Just wait and see, brother. I'll catch up with you. Ha, you're bragging again. Alright, stop arguing. What does it look like for a big brother to bully his little sister? Lin's father and mother stopped the two of them. These two bone-changing dragons were really a cause for concern. The next day, Lin Feng received a call from Li Wu while he was still asleep. Brother Wu, are you back? Yes, it arrived last night. Oh, and I sold the blue-silver python's core, skin, and gallbladder. The total was 150.8 million. How much? 150 million? Hearing the price, Lin Feng jumped up from the bed and suddenly became alert. Yes, you heard me right. Bring the Mengqi elephant and the King Kong ape to our martial arts store and sell them. We can then count and divide the money together. On the other end of the phone, Li Wu said that they had arrived at the lobby of the Super Martial Arts store. Okay, see you later. Lin Feng quickly dressed and washed up, then came to the Super Martial Arts store in the city center. This is a store under the Super Martial Arts School, which specializes in serving the members of the Super Martial Arts School. Lin Feng was also here for the first time. He stepped onto the sparkling clean floor, walked to the front desk and asked, "Hello, which box is Li Wu in?" "Please wait a moment." The girl at the front desk raised her head and suddenly uttered a sound of surprise. "Hey, aren't you Lin Feng?" "You are." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then a name quickly flashed through his mind. He said, "Are you Xie Shaoling?" "Well, it's great that you still remember me." The girl named Xie Shaoling opened her pearly teeth and smiled sweetly. Lin Feng still remembered that the clean and fair Xie Xiaoling in front of him used to be the school belle of Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School. She was Lin Feng's deskmate and often asked Lin Feng for help with his studies. She was quite nice to Lin Feng and would not exclude him like others did just because his family was not well off. Lin Feng even had a crush on Xie Xiaoling, but because he felt that he was not worthy of her, Lin Feng did not say it out loud. After the end of her second year of high school, Xie Xiaoling left Gaoliang No. 1 Middle School, and there was no news about her in the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng met Xie Xiaoling here. The two hit it off immediately and started chatting happily. Through chatting, I learned that Xie Xiaoling also took the Wuhan University college entrance examination and was admitted to the Key College of Wuhan University in Shanghai. The reason why she appeared here was because her family asked her to intern at the Super Martial Arts School to experience society. Oh, I almost forgot to take the documents to the manager for signature. Let's talk later. At this time, Xie Xiaoling picked up a stack of documents and said, "By the way, Li Wu is in the sales office on the 20th floor. You can go up and take a look." "Well, okay, let's talk next time." Lin Feng nodded and smiled, then suddenly said, Xie Xiaoling, you? What's wrong?" Xie Xiaoling stared at Lin Feng with her gentle big eyes. The white t-shirt and pleated skirt made her look pure and charming. Lin Feng hesitated to speak. "No, it's okay." "Idiot, isn't my phone number written right here at the front desk? How foolish. Call me when you have time. Bye." Little did he know that his thoughts were seen through by Xie Xiaoling. After giving him a hint, Xie Xiaoling took the elevator and left the front desk. Lin Feng's face turned red, and a hint of joy flashed through his heart. He didn't expect to meet the goddess he secretly loved here. Today is such a wonderful day. After saving the phone number, he went to the 20th floor. Brother Wu, Brother Bo, Sister Mu. As soon as Lin Feng came in, he saw Li Wu and the other two sitting on the sofa. Manager Lu, who was wearing a suit, came forward and said, "Please take a seat." "Stop talking nonsense. Lin Feng, take out the item and let's estimate its price." Nodding, Lin Feng took out everything. "What kind of monsters are you? Not only do you have a giant blue silver python, but you also killed the Mengqi elephant." "I can't tell." Manager Lu was a little surprised when he saw the items in the backpack. After a final inspection, he quoted a price. A single Mengqi elephant core is 900,000, and a pair of ivory is 700,000. A small Mengqi elephant core is 500,000, and the ivory is also 500,000. The market price of the diamond ape core is 390,000. I'll give you 400,000. As for the rest, the total price is 12,870,000. "Manager Lu, this isn't our first transaction. Previously, it didn't matter if we paid you a round number of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. This time, you have to pay a higher price, otherwise I won't come to you next time." At this time, Li Wu held the coffee and said. Manager Lu pushed his glasses and pondered for a moment. "Okay, then I'll give you 12.9 million, how about that?" "Are you kidding me? You're not going to give me 15 million to round it up? Oh my god, how can you bargain like that? Giving me 2 million more, what kind of deal is this?" "Look, in order to make these things, we've damaged several sets of combat uniforms, and my brother is still lying unconscious in the hospital." Li Wu started to play the victim, and Lin Feng was stunned. This Brother Wu is really good at bargaining. He directly asked for an extra 2 million. That's amazing. Finally, Manager Lu couldn't bear it anymore and closed the deal at a price of 15 million. Chapter 21 Shopping. Dear bosses, if you have anything to sell in the future, please come to me. I can give you the best discount. Mr. Lin Feng, this is my business card. Please take care of it. Manager Lu flattered the peanut team all the time. Although he just gave the peanut team an extra 2 million, every customer meant money to him. Moreover, they were able to obtain a platinum-level monster like the blue silver python, so you can imagine how powerful they are. There will definitely be a large number of items to sell in the future. It will not be difficult for him to make 300 to 400 million yuan a year as a middleman. Moreover, he did not lose all the money in the transaction just now. All in all, he made at least more than 1 million. For a super genius like Lin Feng, it is a great blessing for him to make friends with him. Well, you're welcome. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and then the peanut team left the sales room. In a private room of a restaurant, the peanut team sat down and ate hot pot. Lin Feng, the total value of the blue silver python is 150 million. You own 70% of it, which is 105 million. While Li Wu was speaking, he started transferring money to Lin Feng. No one had any objection. After all, Lin Feng had dealt with two powerful men in the Golden Realm. Without him, the peanut team would most likely have been wiped out. Therefore, it is necessary to get 105 million. There are 3 of us, each of us has 10 million. Lao Wan was accidentally injured. I just asked about it, and the subsequent treatment costs will also be several million. Moreover, he will not be able to practice normally for 6 months, and he will have almost no income. Li Wu said, so, the remaining 15 million from the blue-silver python sale should be given to Lao Wang. What do you think? No problem. I have no objection. It's terrible for a warrior to have no income for half a year. We need to make some allowances. Mu Qing and Apo had no objection. Lin Feng distributed the 15 million shares from the sale of the King Kong ape and the Mingqi elephant to everyone. In the end, Lin Feng got 6 million, Li Wu, Mu Qing and Apo got 2 million each, and Lao Wan got 3 million. Ha, this is the most profitable mission I've ever taken. I earned a total of 34 million, which is more than the previous 2 or 3 times combined. After receiving his share of the money, Apo burst into laughter. It's all thanks to Lin Feng. He made such a big profit on his first outing. Ha, Lin Feng, you're really amazing. In addition to the public share, they also killed monsters privately. The monsters killed by individuals were not counted in the team share. Therefore, it is normal for each person to earn 300 to 400 million. This kid is also a spiritualist, but we will keep this secret for you. Li Wu patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a half smile. Otherwise, if your identity is leaked, the family of that kid in the Magic City will notice you. Lin Feng, you have to be careful. Several people nodded. Lin Feng, the spiritual master, really scared them. A rare species in the world, a mysterious and popular profession, his identity cannot be exposed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. This issue was indeed worthy of his attention. He was also very excited. This time he earned 110.5 million yuan, an amount he had never expected. Come, let's toast to our bountiful harvest. After we finish eating, let's go see Lao Wang. The peanut team raised their glasses and drank together. After that, they went to the warrior hospital to visit Lao Wang. Surprisingly, Lao Wang had miraculously woken up and was still conscious. After chatting for a while, the members of the peanut team left one by one. When Lin Feng came out of Lao Wang's ward, he happened to meet Lao Wang's elderly parents who came over. Lin Feng deliberately gave 3 million to Lao Wang's parents, which should be enough for the subsequent medical expenses. They are brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Lin Feng earns so much, he cannot neglect his brothers. Zilong's golden spear, an A-level weapon with strong explosive power. Suitable for gold to platinum warriors. It can withstand tens of millions of explosive forces. After returning home, Lin Feng logged into the warrior mall to shop. His silver spear was destroyed in the battle, and now he has to buy a new gun as a weapon. Otherwise, his Shenlong spear technique would be useless. Zilong's golden spear is an A-level weapon, very suitable for Lin Feng to use, and he just happened to like it. However, when he saw the price of Zilong's golden gun, he was shocked. Price, 100,000,000. Fuck, 100 million yuan, isn't that too expensive? Lin Feng was dumbfounded and frightened. A-level weapons actually cost 100 million? After much deliberation, Lin Feng reluctantly bought the product and paid 100 million yuan online. There was no other way. It was difficult for him to kill those defensive monsters with ordinary weapons. For example, Mengqi Xiang, who was only at the Golden Realm, damaged his C-level silver spear. Instead of using low-level weapons, it is better to bear the pain and buy the A-level Zilong golden gun in one go to avoid frequent replacements in the future. If Lin Feng had enough money, he would have wanted to buy S-level weapons. However, since S-level weapons can only be purchased by warriors above the platinum level, Lin Feng S-level is far from enough, so he can only sigh in despair. Moreover, the price of S-level weapons is more than 2 billion, which is unaffordable even if you spend all your money. After buying Zilong's golden gun, Lin Feng thought that since he had become a psychic, he must be equipped with a set of psychic weapons. He searched online and learned that psychics' weapons are usually short swords and short blades, which are light, compact and easy to control. Shadow Blade? Lin Feng browsed the mall and spotted a set of weapons that interested him at first glance. Shadow flying blades, a level weapons, made entirely of energy waste stone, characterized by hardness and sharpness. A set of 7 short blades, each weighing about 1,000 pounds. I'm a psychic, and using this as my assassination weapon is perfect, but it costs a whopping 300 million. Damn it! Lin Feng was excited and wanted to buy it, but the price of Shadow Flying Blade was even more expensive than Zilong's Golden Spear. It's so fucking unreal. I'll ask Brother Wu if he has any ideas. Lin Feng thought of Li Wu and called to ask. You're buying a level weapons? Are you crazy? Let me be clear, I have no money. Don't ask me to borrow money. Brother Wu, you misunderstood. I wanted to ask, where can I make money quickly? Lin Feng naturally would not ask Li Wu to borrow money. A warrior like Li Wu, who is at the Silver Realm, only earns 1 or 200 million yuan a year and is considered a poor household. It is impossible for him to have money to lend him. Why don't you just pay in installments? Li Wu said on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard it. Installation is possible? Of course, go ahead and buy it. And don't forget to get yourself a set of combat uniforms. Okay, thank you, Brother Wu. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng asked the customer service, and sure enough, the items in the Warrior Mall can be purchased in installments. The down payment is 10 million, and there are 24 installments of 10 million each, to be paid off over 2 years. Okay, I'll buy it. Lin Feng bought it directly. In the end, he had about 1 million left, and he bought a set of sea-level combat uniforms. Chapter 22, Shadow Blade. Xiaoyu is also very strong. Although sea-level combat uniforms are cheap, they can withstand gold-level attacks. You can wear them just to feel safe. Soon, within a few hours, Lin Feng's express delivery arrived. Zilong's Golden Spear and Shadow Flying Blade. Zilong's Golden Spear was golden in color and emitted a sparkling golden light. It was not heavy and Lin Feng picked it up very easily. He went straight to the martial arts gym and opened a private training room for special training. Holding Zilong's Golden Spear, Lin Feng used the magic dragon spear technique and smashed the strength tester with one stick, which immediately made a bang. The screen displays 70120. More than 70,000 powers. You know, the top combat power of Silver 5-star is around 55,000. And a combat power of 70,000 is already infinitely close to that of a Golden Warrior. As far as he knew, if one's combat power reached over 100,000, one could be certified as a Gold Warrior. I have to improve my combat power as quickly as possible and break through to become a Gold Warrior. Lin Feng began to practice madly, performing the Divine Dragon Spear technique over and over again, almost without sleep. In addition to practicing the Divine Dragon Spear technique, he also focused on the Shadow Flying Blade. The Shadow Flying Blade is completely black. This small flying blade actually weighs 1,000 pounds. Of course, 1,000 kilograms is just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng and is not a big deal. But if he wants to control it with mental power, it becomes very heavy. At the beginning, Lin Feng even found it difficult and awkward to control a flying blade. He just started to control it, but he failed within 10 seconds because his head felt heavy. Not enough mental strength. He called Su Ao and asked for some medicine to enhance his mental strength. I've asked someone to send you some qi and blood pills. See if they work. Also, this month's salary has been paid into your card. Please check it. Okay, thank you, Deacon Su. Lin Feng not only received the qi and blood pill, but also received a salary of 3 million. 3 million a month. This money is the genius subsidy given to Lin Feng by the Super Martial Arts School. It can be seen that the Super Martial Arts School is willing to spend money to train martial artists. It is said that the Super Martial Arts School has tens of thousands of members, and more than 5,000 new members join every year. Giving a newcomer a subsidy of 1 million is a huge expense. After taking the qi and blood pill, Lin Feng felt much more energetic and his concentration gradually improved. On the first day, Lin Feng controlled a flying blade and moved freely. The next day, Lin Feng was able to control 3 flying blades at the same time. Although it was a little difficult, it was still pretty good. In this way, Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation. He discovered that the strength of his mental power was not only related to the strength of his realm, but also to his concentration. A slight lack of concentration will lead to failure. After figuring out the trick, Lin Feng became more and more adept at it, and finally on the 4th day, he was able to fully control the 7 shadow flying blades. Each one is extremely sharp. The explosive power is also extremely strong, equivalent to a fire-blocking bullet. As long as Lin Feng wants, he can kill through the wall at any time. Don't forget, the building of the Super Martial Arts Gym is not an ordinary building. The walls are made of fused alloys and are extremely hard, able to withstand the attacks of golden warriors. Lin Feng's 7 flying blades were launched at the same time, and with his mental power, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang. All the flying blades penetrated into the wall, embedding half an inch, extremely powerful. My current mental power level is still too low, but if I can control the shadow flying blade, I can already unleash the power of a silver warrior. This weapon is used for assassinations. Lin Feng said with a smile, and then tested his strength again and punched the tester. Boom! Barehanded is 69,000. Using Zilong's golden spear, I can hit over 70,000 hits, and it also increases my attack power by 25%. The 100 million is well spent, the improvement is huge. He became even more fond of Zilong's golden spear. This is a good guy tailor made for him. On the 5th day, Lin Feng had learned a lot and walked out of the training room. Go home. After returning home, Lin Feng's parents were no longer surprised by Lin Feng's sudden disappearance for a few days. At the dinner table, the whole family is eating together. Lin Dong said, "Xiao Feng, next time you leave home for more than 3 days, you'd better tell your mother so that she won't worry about you. You're already such a grown-up, why are you becoming more and more ignorant? You're talking nonsense. It's you who's been worrying about this and that all day long." Wang Xiaoyun retorted, "Xiao Feng is a warrior now, so it's normal for him to be busy." I understand, Mom and Dad. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I'm a warrior and I'm invincible in the world. Lin Feng picked up some food for the 2 elders and looked like he was admitting his mistake. Also, I made some money this month and have transferred 1 million to your account. Feel free to buy whatever you want to eat. Don't be stingy. It doesn't matter how much money you make, we just hope you are safe. Wang Xiaoyun said earnestly, and Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Even if Lin Feng becomes a warrior, it is impossible for his parents to feel at ease. On the contrary, his parents were even more worried. After all, he was now facing ferocious monsters and warriors. By the way, Xiaoyu, how are your high school entrance exam results? Lin Feng then remembered that Lin Xiaoyu, who had been silent, had already finished the high school entrance exam. He had been practicing these past few days and hadn't thought about it at all. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled, "Your sister has finished the exam, but there is no need to wait for the results." Why? Of course I, being incredibly smart, was accepted into Gaoliangqi Middle School. Furthermore, the principal and the martial arts club president also promised to let me join the school's martial arts club and become a senior student. Lin Xiaoyu munched on a fried chicken leg, showing off her achievements. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly scanned Lin Xiaoyu with his eyes and discovered that her aura had increased again. "I'll take you for a test after dinner." After dinner, Lin Feng brought Lin Xiaoyu to the Super Martial Arts Gym. Bang! The little girl punched in a very professional manner. When she punched the strength tester, the number displayed was 888. So high? Seeing the number, Lin Feng was shocked. A strength of 1000 was enough for an entry-level warrior. Now, even though Lin Xiaoyu has never learned martial arts, she can actually blast out the power of 3/8, which is equivalent to that of a high-level martial artist. Even better than the freshman from Wuhan University. You can definitely go to Wuhan University. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Feng grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's head and asked. The little girl shook her head. No, others say that I am gifted. Besides, you are so amazing, brother, isn't it normal for me to inherit your talent? Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions. He had a system, so why didn't he allow his sister to have a cheat code? She must have some hidden secret. Okay, let's go back. Put your studies first. Don't put too much emphasis on martial arts and neglect literature. Got it? Lin Feng reminded him along the way, we must believe in science. Lin Xiaoyu didn't listen to her brother's nagging. She used telepathy to look at her pendant. Xiaobai, what realm is my brother in now? Silver 5-star. Hiss, so amazing? Lin Xiaoyu gasped, then when will I be able to surpass my brother? Don't worry, young master. With Xiaobai's help, you will definitely reach your brother's level within 2 months. By then, he will be impressed by you. Inside the pendant, a white elf-like thing was also observing Lin Feng. But it still couldn't see through it, impossible. I've traveled the universe and seen all sorts of strange things, but I can't see anything magical about him. Something's wrong. The human race's growth rate shouldn't be right. It couldn't figure it out and kept shaking its head. After returning home, Lin Feng just sat down when he received a call from Sueo. Lin Feng, there is a Warrior Alliance Newcomer Challenge the day after tomorrow. Do you want to participate? Chapter 23 Newcomer Challenge. Warrior Alliance Newcomer Challenge? What the hell is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. If there was no objection, he was about to go out and kill the monster. After all, he is now a second-generation debtor, heavily in debt, with a debt of 300 million yuan. He has to pay back tens of millions every month. If he doesn't go out and make money, how can he afford it? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem very interested, Sueo smiled and explained, the Newcomer Challenge is a competition where new members from all the major martial arts schools in China gather together to take on outdoor challenges. It's held every year. In addition to the newcomers from our Super Martial Arts School, newcomers from other martial arts schools, including the Thunder Martial Arts School, will also participate. Also, the prize pool for this year's challenge is a whopping 500 million. The first place winner will receive 80% of the prize, plus a B-level suit. 500 million? Lin Feng, who was originally absent-minded, immediately became excited when he heard that there was a reward of 500 million yuan. He immediately said, I want to participate. I must participate. 500 million. The champion gets 80% of the prize money, so he can pocket 400 million. As for the B-level suit, Lin Feng didn't care whether he wanted it or not. He thought that if he could get first place, he could pay off his debt in one go. He killed monsters outside, and after a week, he probably only earned 100 million, and he only had a chance when he encountered a big one. But how many blue-silver pythons are there in the wild? It is impossible for him to be so lucky and kill a blue-silver python every time. Oh, if you're sure you want to participate, I'll sign you up. A special plane will pick you up the day after tomorrow. Just wait for notification. Sueo said lightly. Lin Feng hung up the phone and tried to dial Xie Xiaoling's number. Hello, who's that? Hi, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng mustered up the courage to speak. The weather is pretty good today. Are you going to work? Want to ask me out? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I happen to be on vacation these 2 days. Let's meet at the cafe near the Warrior Shop building. Xia Xiaoling's initiative made Lin Feng feel that there was a chance. Lin Feng was overjoyed and quickly dressed himself up and went out. In the coffee shop, Xia Xiaoling was wearing a casual rabbit t-shirt, white canvas shoes, and a ponytail. She looked clean and tidy, full of youth. It seemed as if she had an indescribable noble temperament. When Lin Feng saw Xia Xiaoling, his heart was in turmoil, but fortunately, he did not lose his composure. The two sat down and had a lot of topics to talk and laugh. Lin Feng thought, is this what it feels like to be in love? But it doesn't seem like it. By the way, I heard that you joined a super martial arts gym and it's quite famous. Xia Xiaoling asked with a smile. Lin Feng said, it's okay, they are just exaggerating, but I have to participate in the martial arts gym newcomer challenge in a couple of days. Really? Xia Xiaoling's eyes widened when he heard Lin Feng's words. The Chinese newcomer challenge was a nationwide event. As far as she knew, only potential newcomers from martial arts schools were eligible to participate. I didn't expect that my deskmate, who was just ordinary at the beginning, would have the opportunity to participate in the newcomer challenge this year. It would be strange if Xia Xiaoling was not surprised. Well, when do you start school? Lin Feng nodded. Xia Xiaoling picked up the straw and drank the lemon tea at the end of this month. That's great. How about we go to the movies this afternoon? All right. Lin Feng successfully developed the relationship. He finally entered the world of his former classmate goddess. On the third day, Lin Feng told his family about participating in the rookie challenge, then went out and came to the super martial arts gym to wait. When many students from the martial arts school saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but look at him with envy and admiration. Especially the old students, they felt sad. You should know that Lin Feng has only joined the martial arts school for less than a month, but now he has the opportunity to participate in the rookie challenge and compete with talented Chinese martial artists. It makes people feel itchy and jealous. Moreover, he is the only student in Gaoliang City who has this honor. Call out. At this moment, a crackling sound was heard in the sky, and a microplane arrived. You are Lin Feng, come up. The plane door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing super martial arts uniform waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward. The microplane was convenient as he could enter and exit at any time. Call out. There was another sound, and the plane had already left the range of Gaoliang City. According to Lin Feng's understanding, this type of aircraft is made of alloy and can withstand attacks from most flying monsters. Its maximum speed can reach 6,000 ms. He arrived in Yanjing in less than 10 minutes on the plane. Yanjing, the capital of China, is home to many powerful people and numerous large families. It is more than 100 times more prosperous than Gaoliang City. Yanjing Warrior Base. Alright, you're all representatives of the Super Martial Arts School. The Super Martial Arts School must not lose to students from other schools. Go and fight for honor for the school. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 will receive extra rewards from the school. Lin Feng was sent to the crowd, where more than 100 newcomers from the Super Martial Arts School were already there, waiting for the challenge to begin. After a while, the walls on both sides of the base slowly rose, and phalanxes appeared one by one on their left and right. Lin Feng immediately understood that the group he was in consisted of people from the Super Martial Arts School, while the other groups consisted of students from other martial arts schools. Without exception, they are all newcomers. It looks like there are at least 1,000 people. As we were shocked, a broadcast sounded from above the base. It mainly talks about the rules of the competition. The only rule is that you are not allowed to join forces. There are no other restrictions. The content of the competition is that the player who obtains the most beast cores within 72 hours wins. Please note, everyone. The monsters on Death Island are generally bronze level, with a small number of silver and gold level monsters. Just pay attention to the notifications on your watch. Also, the casualty rate in previous competitions is around 18%. Good luck, everyone. When these words were spoken, everyone was a little shocked. The casualty rate is so high, it's quite severe. It would be totally not worth it to come to participate in the competition and lose your life. However, no one quit at the last minute. After all, warriors are made through experience. How can they grow if they are timid? One after another supersonic warships flew out, and Lin Feng and others were sent to the sky above an island and dropped down one by one. Lin Feng was also in the landing tide. Death Island was very wide, and Lin Feng landed on the edge of the island. This island is at least 500 kilometers wide. Walking normally, it can be walked across in half a day, but there are many monsters, so don't be reckless. He observed the environment and quickly walked into the forest. Soon he encountered the bronze monster. Lin Feng blew it up with a punch of his bare hands. Ding, defeated the bronze level monster, upgrade points plus 80. It was only 80 points, and Lin Feng didn't really want to kill it, but he still put away the beast core. The rules of the competition are that the one with the most beast cores wins, and 1 silver beast core is equivalent to 100 bronze beast cores. And 1 golden beast core is equivalent to 50 silver beast cores and 5,000 bronze beast cores. Lin Feng couldn't encounter the golden monster, so he could only practice with the bronze monster. In less than an hour, he had harvested hundreds of bronze beast cores, and the harvesting speed was astonishing. Chapter 24, Shine Brightly. China, the Magic City. As the second largest city in the country, the Magic City has produced countless powerful people since the global catastrophe more than 100 years ago. Today's Magic City is extremely prosperous, and the level of its warriors is almost as high as that of Yanjing. At this time, in the Dongpu area, there was a mansion called Zhou Family Courtyard that stood alone from the world, becoming a beautiful landscape in the Magic City. As everyone knows, the Zhou family is one of the largest families in Shanghai. More than 70 years ago, Zhou Huaishan, the patriarch of the Zhou family, was the first to achieve the status of a grandmaster, slaying beasts and proving his truth, becoming one of the 5 strongest men in the Demon City. Later, he expanded the family step by step and trained many warriors. After decades of development, the Zhou family has deep and extensive roots, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as owning Dongpu. However, the Zhou family is not at peace today. Damn it, who is so despicable as to kill my grandson? Zhou Huaishan, the old man of the Zhou family, sat at the chief's seat and slammed the table in anger. All the members of the Zhou family and the bodyguards dared not breathe. Zhou Huaishan was very angry. Although his grandson had average talent and was not as good as his other sisters who were the face of the Wuhan University in Shanghai, he was the only male grandson in the Zhou family. He usually dotes on Zhou Jinyang and hardly lets him get hurt. But just 2 days ago, he received the news that his beloved grandson had died suddenly. He immediately rushed back from outside and was extremely angry. 2 days had passed, and Zhou Huaishan ordered the search for the murderer. No matter what the cost, the murderer of my grandson must be found. I must find that person and bury him with my grandson. Please rest assured, father. I will never let Jin Yang suffer injustice. Zhou Tatian, the head of the Zhou family, had a sad face. His son must not die in vain. The news of the Zhou family's eldest son being killed quickly spread throughout the Magic City. No one could figure out who had the courage to attack the eldest son of the Grandmaster family. This time, things got serious. The name of the master cannot be insulted. Normally, when people meet the master, they must be extremely respectful, even more respectful than their relatives. But now someone has killed Zhou Jinyang, and the murderer should just wait to bear the wrath of the Grandmaster. On the other side, above Death Island, a giant warship was hovering in the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun. This battleship is specially prepared for contestants participating in the Rookie Challenge. Prevent warriors from other countries from disrupting the competition or assassinating their talented players. After all, these players are the future of China. After they become successful, they will support the safety of China. At this time, inside the battleship, 2 young men in their 30s were watching the live video and escorting the contestants. I heard that the Thunder Martial Arts School is doing well this year. They've recruited several talented new students, including one who was the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam in Yanjing. It seems to be this guy. I think his name is Yuan Jinghong. At this time, the camera locked on a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall and looked quite handsome. Yuan Jinghong, the top scorer in Yanjing's martial arts college entrance examination this year, was reserved by major martial arts schools before the exam. After the results came out, the principals of major martial arts schools personally went to invite him. In the end, for some unknown reason, he joined the Thunder Martial Arts School. In the camera, Yuan Jinghong was very skilled and killed a bronze monster with one sword. At this moment, a warrior happened to walk into the scene. He was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Yuan Jinghong, and his beast core was snatched away. This scene was seen clearly by the 2 of them. Although the attack was a bit harsh, it's not against the rules. Someone nodded secretly, approving of Yuan Jinghong's approach. Besides, Yuan Jinghong comes from a prominent family in Yanjing and has an aristocratic temperament, which is not a bad thing. He is much more mature than others. The only rule in the Rookie Challenge is that you are not allowed to form teams, but it does not say that you are not allowed to rob their property. This is an experience for them, and it is also the norm for future warriors. It is a problem that all of them will have to face one day. Not all warriors are trustworthy. So far, he has about 50 beast cores, and he should be able to deal with silver-level monsters. It seems that he is the player with the greatest hope of winning the championship this year. The 2 inspectors agreed and unanimously recognized Yuan Jinghong. Suddenly at this moment, when the 2 were scanning other lenses, they were suddenly attracted by a picture. In the picture, a giant venomous scorpion with needle-like tips is attacking a teenager. This kid is in big trouble. The giant needle-pointed scorpion is a silver-level demon beast. Once stung by its venom, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to kill you. According to the rules, we can't interfere with the game unless he presses the forfeit button, then we can go and pick him up. The 2 did not help immediately, leaving the players to solve the problem themselves. The person in the camera is none other than Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng entered the Death Island 100 miles away and finally encountered a silver monster. The giant stinger scorpion's tail is like a silver needle, very slender and shining with a sharp edge. He is very aware of the consequences of being stabbed. Sizzle! The giant needle-pointed scorpion was as tall as a man. When it saw a human, it immediately pounced on them at incredible speed like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Lin Feng smiled slightly, just in time. He took out Zilong's golden spear from behind, swept the spear, and hit the scorpion's head directly. Bang! The giant stingray scorpion was killed by a headshot, just one shot. This competition is so boring. There are so few Silver Realm monsters. Next, it was time for Lin Feng to carefully extract the beast core. The giant needle-pointed scorpion was extremely poisonous and would corrode his hands if touched, so he had to act with caution. Little did he know that this scene of Lin Feng was seen by the 2 inspectors. Who is this? He used a B-class weapon just now? Oh my god, I must be seeing things. The 2 of them quickly replayed the video and watched it once. Their eyes widened immediately. He looks even more powerful than Yuan Jinghong. Damn, his name seems to be Lin Feng. During the last martial arts assessment, he became an instant hit on the official website. All the martial arts schools and gyms rushed to recruit him. It seemed like he was the star player. Someone recognized Lin Feng and said, "Oh my god, is this such a monstrous person?" Judging from his strength, he must have reached the silver realm. A newcomer in the silver realm, what a genius! The last time such a monstrous figure appeared in this competition was 40 years ago, and that person was none other than Grandmaster Li, the current governor of Jiangnan province. Not only that, did you notice his spear skills just now? They are effortless and perfect. This spear skills are already very terrifying. Yuan Jinghong is not a genius at all. This guy is the real genius. The two men showed an incredible look and quickly tracked Lin Feng with the camera. They didn't want to miss a moment of the performance of this genius. On Death Island, Lin Feng killed hundreds of monsters. The bronze monsters were a trouble for others. But Lin Feng could defeat the silver monster with one punch at a time, and he would only encounter the silver monster when he was extremely lucky. Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 380. At this time, Lin Feng took a look at what he had gained in the morning. There are 367 bronze beast cores, 4 silver beast cores, and no gold beast cores. A little disappointed. Well, is someone coming? When Lin Feng released his mental power, he realized that someone was coming towards him not far away. Chapter 25, Geniuses Collide, Crushing Directly. Lin Feng waited there, and after a while, a young man of the same age as himself came out. Hey, Yuan Jinghong and Lin Feng have met. I wonder what sparks will fly between them. What a coincidence, huh? It's going to be a good show, fatty. Who do you think will win? The fat inspector took out 50 cents and said, I bet a cup of milk tea that Lin Feng will win, no doubt about it. Although Lin Feng is powerful, Yuan Jinghong comes from a famous family and has rich combat experience. He should be able to fight with Lin Feng. Let's see. The two had different opinions and stared at the screen. Death Island, the one who broke into Lin Feng's territory happened to be Yuan Jinghong. Yuan Jinghong held a long sword in his hand, like a cool swordsman. Seeing someone resting in front of him, he said, Hand over the beast core and I will spare your life. He spoke very coldly, seemingly gentle, but giving people an aggressive attitude. If he were an ordinary player, he would have the self-awareness to hand over the things and admit defeat. But when Lin Feng saw the man actually threatened him, he smiled and asked, It seems you've done a lot of evil and are used to stealing things, right? You even dare to rob me. Have you never died before? Boy, are you looking for death? Yuan Jinghong couldn't help but raise his eyes when he heard someone refute him for the first time. He said sternly, Based on what you just said, I have decided to destroy you. In the rookie challenge, Yuan Jinghong would not be held responsible even if he disabled others. He knew the rules very well. The law of the jungle prevails, he just needs to win the championship, no matter what means he uses. You're ruining me. Didn't you brush your teeth this morning? I suggest you eat that fart you just passed. It was also the first time that Lin Feng heard someone dare to speak to him in such a tone. The last time someone was so arrogant in front of him was almost the 7th day after his death. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinghong instantly became furious. With his strength as a bronze 5-star, he believed that he had no rivals in the rookie challenge and was invincible. But the guy in front of him kept contradicting him, he deserved to be killed. Kneel down. Young Master Yuan Jinghong's temper exploded, and he drew his sword and slashed towards Lin Feng. His speed was so fast that he could almost control the bronze realm. Seeing Yuan Jinghong's swordsmanship, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turned out that he only had some mediocre skills. But in his eyes, it was just like a child playing in the mud. Only after Yuan Jinghong chopped down with his sword did Lin Feng slowly draw out his spear. The spear slashed gently, and with lightning speed, it broke Yuan Jinghong's knife, and then stepped on his knee. Yuan Jinghong was shocked. He never expected that Lin Feng's speed would be so fast. And in terms of strength, he completely crushed me. I've encountered a tough guy. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Feng, he had no chance to regret at all. A bullet went straight through his left knee, and the bones in his knee joint were shattered all over the ground. In an instant, Yuan Jinghong let out a scream, fell to the ground, covering his knees and rolling around. It seems you are quite active. I'll just break one of your knees. Seeing Yuan Jinghong rolling like an earthworm, Lin Feng shot him through the right knee again. At this point, both of his knees were considered broken. At this moment, Yuan Jinghong was horrified, sweat dripping down his forehead. He looked at Lin Feng and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me, I will give you all my beast cores." He was scared. Lin Feng was even more ruthless than him. He was a wolf killer. In the past, Yuan Jinghong had only met weaklings who were fun to bully, but Lin Feng was too fierce and could kill him at any time. His life is precious, so he doesn't want to die. "You have to realize that you gave this to me voluntarily. I didn't steal your things, right?" Lin Feng also had no intention of killing anyone. He squatted down and looked at Yuan Jinghong with a smile. Yuan Jinghong could only nod continuously. Yes, I did it all voluntarily. Just tell me, you are my defeated opponent." Lin Feng smiled. Yuan Jinghong was even more terrified and quickly lay on the ground and admitted his defeat. "I am my defeated opponent, I am your defeated opponent, please let me go." "Useless trash, I thought you were very capable." Lin Feng chuckled and took away Yuan Jinghong's beast core. "I have to say that Yuan Jinghong's trick is quite useful. This guy has collected hundreds of bronze beast cores in his telescopic bag. I guess many of them were stolen." Lin Feng is capable of stealing things, but he disdains to do such a wicked thing. A warrior needs to be ruthless, but he cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. You must have your own bottom line. I knew Yuan Jinghong couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. I was wrong. I told you, Lin Feng is the most evil contestant this year. Yuan Jinghong can't even raise his head in front of Lin Feng. Some are happy, some are sad, and the fat and thin inspectors have different moods. At this time, the fat man said, "I checked the best results in the past. Grandmaster Li's record is 3,522 points. I wonder if Lin Feng can break his record and make history. If he breaks the record, I'll eat shit." Skinny once again refused to believe it. The record of the rookie challenge was set by Grandmaster Li, and there had been many geniuses like Lin Feng in previous competitions. But it's still a long way to go to break the record. He firmly believed that Lin Feng was no exception. "Hey, let's bet 1 month's salary. If you lose, this month's salary belongs to me. Do you dare?" "Okay, I don't believe he can do it. If he breaks the record, I'll hit my head and die on the spot." The thin man swore solemnly. Lin Feng on the Death Island, out of boredom, has started using Zilong's golden spear to kill indiscriminately. He was as fast as the wind, and the speed at which he killed the monsters was extremely fast. Moreover, thanks to the mental telepathy scan, finding monsters is also very easy, and one can be killed in 20 seconds. Ding, defeated the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 150. Ding, defeated the silver monster, upgrade points plus 800. Bite. At the end of the day, Lin Feng accumulated more than 100,000 upgrade points. It has to be said that it is a fact that the monsters on Death Island are not strong, but it is also a fact that there are many of them. Suitable for Lin Feng's exercise. The next day, Lin Feng rushed into the center of the island and encountered more than 10 silver monsters. When encountering a monster beast above the silver realm, others would take a detour, but Lin Feng chased and killed the silver monster beast, doing the opposite, which shocked everyone. Never mind, Zilong's golden spear has been practiced for a long time now, and it's very easy to use. I'd better practice my shadow flying blade. Lin Feng summoned the shadow flying blade, and he found that hunting became even faster. A wolverine was running hundreds of meters away, and its head was instantly cut off by Lin Feng's shadow flying blade. Its head flew out like a football. The effect was very good. Ha, not bad. The power of Shadow Blade is much greater than I imagined. Lin Feng continued to look for monsters to practice with. After a day of training, he finally mastered the true meaning of the shadow flying blade. In terms of mental strength, the control is very good and the degree of control is very precise. On the third day, Lin Feng killed more than 200 monsters using only the shadow flying blade, all of which were killed by chopping off their heads. This sharp hidden weapon weighing 1,000 pounds became his secret weapon. Chapter 26 Golden Monster, Shark Giant. On the last day, Lin Feng killed monsters as easily as killing chickens, with 7 shadow flying blades continuously killing in the jungle. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Oh woo woo. Roar, roar, roar. In such a vast forest, the monsters had no way to escape and almost all of them died under Lin Feng's shadow flying blade. Some weak bronze monsters didn't even know how they died. If the shadow flying blade cannot kill, then Lin Feng will use Zilong's golden spear to chase. With his speed, there is no way the monster can escape from under his nose. The shadow flying blade kills on a large scale, and Zilong's golden spear is specifically used to deal with monsters with strong defenses. The two become Lin Feng's killer weapons and are simply unstoppable. Today is the last day. I wonder how many people Lin Feng has killed. A few days ago, he killed around 500 monsters at best. With less than 24 hours left, do you think he still has a chance of breaking the record set by Grandmaster Li? The thin inspector sneered and opened the screen slowly. According to common sense, it is impossible for Lin Feng to kill more than 1,000 monsters in one day. However, just as he started the live broadcast, he suddenly froze. I made it, this is a psychic master. After he saw Lin Feng's weapon clearly, he was stunned instantly. The fat man who had just woken up beside him heard this and quickly leaned over. The two of them rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. The images from the 360-degree camera with no blind spots just recorded the scene where Lin Feng controlled the shadow flying blade to kill the monster in seconds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Plop, plop. The heads of monsters flew into the sky and then fell to the ground. Lin Feng killed them and picked up the monster cores at the same time. It was so easy that it couldn't be easier. Killing is like drinking water. Oh my god, this kid is actually a psychic, what a freak. The thin inspector stared at the screen in disbelief. I couldn't believe my eyes. Oh my god, I bet on the right thing, Lin Feng is indeed a genius among geniuses. Instead, the fat man smiled and said, look at his hunting speed. It's no problem for him to kill 1,000 bronze monsters in one day. TSK, you are going to lose. The two of them no longer worried about the bet, and at the same time stared at Lin Feng's every move with shock. Lin Feng was seen killing people indiscriminately, and the ground was covered with the corpses of bronze monsters. Finally, after killing through, Lin Feng stopped and put away the shadow flying blade. The two then said in horror, he's reached the center of Death Island. He just killed an entire tribe of monsters by himself. Isn't that terrifying? The Super Martial Arts School's vision is truly sharp. It's estimated that Lin Feng's realm is at least 3 stars in the Silver Realm. Don't forget, he's only 16 years old. Looking around the world, how many people in the world can reach the Silver Realm at the age of 16? Currently, almost all of China's most outstanding talents have gathered here. Among them, all are young warriors above the Bronze Realm. But today, the appearance of Lin Feng made everyone dim, and even Yuan Jinghong became Lin Feng's stepping stone. The two believed that they were witnessing the rise of a future master. Lin Feng can definitely become a grandmaster. Not for any other reason, just because Lin Feng is a spiritual master. Psychic masters are rare in the world, and there are no more than 20 registered psychics in the world. You can imagine how evil Lin Feng is. But he has come to the center of the island. There lives a golden-level demon beast down there. Even Grandmaster Li couldn't do anything to it back then. Will Lin Feng challenge him? By the way, quickly control a few more flying camera bees to monitor Lin Feng throughout the entire process. I want to see how he performs. The two of them focused their attention on the picture. On the Death Island, after a lot of killing, Lin Feng came to the center of the island. Here, there is a small lake, which is bottomless and exudes a dark and gloomy atmosphere. Lin Feng smelled the scent of a monster. He muttered to himself, before we set off, the organizers said there was a golden monster in the center. It should be right down there, right? Lin Feng looked at the bottom of the lake. It was the first time he faced a monster in the water. Come out! Lin Feng shouted, picked up a huge stone on the shore, and smashed it hard towards the bottom of the lake. Boom! It caused a huge commotion, but there was nothing unusual in the lake. No? Lin Feng frowned, but at this moment, several young men wearing Thunder Martial Arts School uniforms walked over. Brother Wei, it was this guy who attacked Yuan Jinghong and stole a lot of beast cores. The man named Brother Wei's face darkened. He looked at Lin Feng and said, boy, if you don't want to make an enemy of our Thunder Martial Arts School, then hand over the beast core on your body. Then, give up. This group of people were disciples of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Upon receiving the news that Yuan Jinghong had been attacked, they immediately chased after the murderer. I didn't expect to find Lin Feng here, so naturally I asked Lin Feng to hand over the things. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, first, I didn't sneak attack anyone from your martial arts gym. Secondly, I don't have time to deal with you guys right now. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight within 1 second. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such things to our brother Wei? Our brother Wei is a bronze 4-star warrior. What realm are you in? A disciple from the Thunder Martial Arts School pointed at Lin Feng arrogantly and said that they were confident that they could defeat Lin Feng because they had more people. Before the game, the official announced the rules that players could not join forces to kill monsters. However, it does not state that groups of people are not allowed to steal other players' beast cores. They take advantage of loopholes in the rules to strengthen their bodies, and the officials can't do anything about them. Just when a group of people were about to beat up Lin Feng, suddenly there were waves of vibrations coming from the ground. Rumble. It was like a magnitude 6 earthquake. Everyone at the scene was shaking and looked suspicious. What's going on? What happened? An earthquake? Look, there's movement in the lake. Someone pointed into the lake, and a giant shark was seen emerging from the water. The lake water rolled and gurgled like boiling water, and a huge giant shark appeared, with more than 10 tentacles, all covered with eyes. The head of the giant shark is a huge shark mouth with a wide open mouth and sharp teeth like a hacksaw, as if it can swallow everything. Oh my god, this is the legendary Golden Realm monster, run away. It's so fucking scary. Who lured him out? This is terrible. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. I'll run first, and you guys cover my rear. In the crowd, the child leader Weigo was so frightened when he saw the giant shark appear that he ran away faster than a rabbit. A contestant who was near the lake was swept up by the tentacles of the giant shark before he could escape and was thrown directly into its mouth and eaten. Madam, he's 2F King Vicious. Even Ultraman wouldn't be able to escape from this beast if he were caught. Someone come and help me, my legs are weak and I can't walk anymore. Some young people were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. They usually practiced hard in the martial arts hall and rarely went out. How could they have seen a golden level monster? Now when I encounter it, I am so scared that I collapse to the ground. Only Lin Feng stood there, hands behind his back, looking at the giant shark. Finally, he said with a look of disappointment, alas, they said they were the most promising seedlings in China, but what a bunch of good-for-nothings. A golden monster scared you so much. If you encounter a platinum monster in the future, won't you lie in your coffin and wait for death? If you are not afraid, then go ahead. Everyone can brag here. I'm leaving first. Brother Wei turned around tremblingly. At this moment, the giant shark noticed Lin Feng, and its huge and soft tentacles grabbed Lin Feng. Kill! Lin Feng's shadow flying blade moved, and in an instant 7 flying blades came out at the same time. In an instant, the 2 tentacles were cut off to the ground by Lin Feng. The shattered tentacles struggled endlessly like a broken earthworm. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. Chapter 27, The Undisputed Champion wins 400 million in prize money. How could the giant shark have imagined that Lin Feng was so old-fashioned? It has lived in this lake for more than 100 years, and with great difficulty it has grown up to have golden strength. Naturally, it will not let go of these humans who are seeking suicide. Phew, wow. The giant shark let out a roar that made people's scalps tingle, venting its anger. Suddenly, more than 10 tentacles rolled over, covering the sky and the earth, and the entire lake surface turned black. Everyone felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. If they were caught, they would definitely be dragged into the giant net formed by the tentacles and wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. And Lin Feng is obviously the man who bears the brunt. Everything seemed to be directed at Lin Feng. The giant shark wanted to take revenge and eat the human who hurt it. You came just in time, saving me from having to go down and drag you out. Facing danger, Lin Feng seemed calm and composed. The 7 shadow flying blades were like a rain of swords. With a thought, the flying blades spun out. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The space was filled with cutting sounds, constantly cutting the tentacles that were reaching out to him. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had cut off 8/10 of the tentacles of the giant shark. The tentacles were like sushi, covering the ground, and some fell into the water. At the same time, the giant shark beast continued to wail. It hurts. It hurts. Unexpectedly, the human in front of it was not easy to deal with, so it began to dive into the water and prepare to slip away. The giant shark is not stupid and knows how to weigh the pros and cons. If the tentacles are gone, they can be grown back in a few years, but if the head is gone, it's really gone. Seeing the giant shark diving into the water, Lin Feng, holding a golden spear, jumped up and flew into the water. The spear stirred into the water, and the huge explosive force pierced the giant shark beast directly. At the same time, the shadow-flying blade protected him, preventing the giant shark beast's tentacles from hurting him. In the end, without any surprise, Lin Feng shot the giant shark in the head. He carried the heavy giant shark back to the shore. Bang! The giant shark beast, like a salted fish, was pierced by Lin Feng's spear and died completely soon. Ding, defeated the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 90,000. Wow, 90,000 upgrade points. This upgrade point is average among the monsters in the Golden Realm, neither good nor bad. Kill. Are you sure? Are you sure? He killed the golden monster? Oh my god, oh my grandma, what did I see? When Brother Wei saw this scene, he and his friends were stunned. Lin Feng actually killed the golden monster by himself. What kind of incredible performance is this? What's even more terrifying is that they saw clearly just now that Lin Feng is a spiritual master. He used telekinesis to control the flying blades and flew through the air into the water. All of this was consistent with the performance of a spiritual master. Psychic master, what does this mean? It means that this is a super terrorist that they can never afford to offend in their entire lives. It's over. The same thought occurred to everyone. They had just spoken arrogantly and domineeringly in front of the psychic master, offending him. At this moment, Brother Wei wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, like an ostrich burying its head to dispel the fear in his heart. As long as I cover my eyes, you can't see me. I heard that your name is Brother Wei? At this time, Lin Feng took the beast core of the giant shark and walked over with a smile. Brother Wei plopped down on the ground with a thud, his eyes empty. Just call me Xiao Wei. Brother Wei, I'm a very reasonable person. Lin Feng said to him, if anyone among you is willing to hand over the beast core to me and voluntarily give up the rights, I can consider letting him go. But I welcome future flowers who are as courageous as Brother Wei to challenge me and let me see your strength. I give up. This is all my belongings. I voluntarily hand them over to you. I also abstain. I also give up. Brother Feng, please spare my life. These 10 beast cores are my harvest over the past 3 days. If you don't believe me, you can search my underwear. Very good, you should know that I didn't force you, right? I didn't steal your things, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone nodded quickly, as obedient as a puppy that had been hungry for 3 days. Even Brother Wei pressed the abstention button and did not dare to go against Lin Feng. They could easily kill even the golden level monsters. If they angered Lin Feng, even if they were killed on the spot, the Thunder Martial Arts School would not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. Genius. I admit I lost miserably. Fatty, here's my salary for this month. I'll transfer it to you. The 2 inspectors had already been conquered by Lin Feng's performance. A silver warrior challenges a golden monster of a higher level. If they had not witnessed what Lin Feng did with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Bianzai could kill the golden monster in seconds. This scene is so shocking that they will probably only see it once in their lifetime. You must know that this giant shark is an old monster that has survived for more than 100 years. Even the young Jiangnan governor Li Zongshi was unable to kill it when he participated in the competition. But no one would have thought that decades later, Lin Feng would kill it. It can be said that the waves behind push the waves in front, and there are talented people in every generation. This kind of genius is rare in a century. After defeating the boss of Death Island, Lin Feng no longer wanted to kill. He found a place to sit down and began to take stock of his 3 days' gains. The accumulated upgrade points have already exceeded 2 million. Enough to break through. But Lin Feng did not break through immediately. After all, he was about to go back, so it would be more reassuring to go home and break through. If he breaks through on the spot, it will definitely shock these old guys. Then they will praise him as a genius that appears once in a century or a prodigy of all ages. It is not good to be too high profile. As for the beast cores, Lin Feng was too lazy to count them and just left it to the official to count. First place is almost a foregone conclusion, so there is no need to waste time. Finally, after a few hours, the warship landed from mid-air and all the warriors were taken on board. Those who did not board the warships most likely died on the island. After that, everyone handed in their animal cores to official personnel for inventory. The 2 inspectors looked at Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng's telescopic bag, they were almost stunned and couldn't help but be amazed. They were eager to know whether Lin Feng could break Grandmaster Li's record. An hour later, the results came out. 10,099 points, 3 times more than Grandmaster Li. Have you verified it? Have you reviewed it? Are you sure there are no mistakes? The machine has checked 3 times, and the values are the same. Oh my god, I can't believe Lin Feng actually made history in the Rookie Challenge. After seeing Lin Feng's results, the official staff were all shocked and their faces turned pale. Lin Feng broke the 46-year-old history and left his own record. Everyone believes that Lin Feng's record will not be broken for a long time. The champion of this year's Newcomer Challenge is Lin Feng from Super Martial Arts School. His final score is 10,099, setting a new record. Congratulations, Lin Feng! You will receive a bonus of 400 million and a set of B-level combat uniforms. The 2 inspectors held their breath, and their voices trembled as they announced the result. This is because Lin Feng is so evil that even their Golden Realm inspectors admit that they are inferior to him. Chapter 28: Crazy Consumption. When Lin Feng's results were announced, everyone's mouths were in an O shape. Many young talents at the scene didn't know how to describe their inner surprise. More than 10,000 points. Break the record set by the young governor of Jiangnan and create your own legend. Super Martial Arts School, who on earth came out of it? Even the other disciples of the Super Martial Arts School were dumbfounded at this moment and praised Lin Feng highly. The young talents were arrogant, but today when facing Lin Feng, they all felt inferior to him. You should know that the second place only has more than 1,000 points. Lin Feng is more than 10 times stronger than him. Lin Feng, you are welcome to visit Yinjing often in the future. If you are interested in joining the army, remember to find us. At this time, the fat inspector walked forward excitedly and spoke to Lin Feng in the most polite tone. The way he looked at Lin Feng was as if they were equals, as if they were old friends for many years. Lin Feng was not too conceited and nodded, saying, "Okay, thank you for the invitation. I will definitely come if I have the chance." After 3 days of Rookie Challenge, Lin Feng won the championship without any suspense. It cannot be said that this challenge competition has gathered the best talents in all of China, because some of them were admitted to Wuhan University and did not join a martial arts school, but it has also gathered more than half of the talented martial artists here to be tested. And Lin Feng became the most dazzling and outstanding one. He is also the only spiritual master in this session. Everyone believes that his future is bright. Lin Feng, come, I'll take you to visit the Super Martial Arts Gym in Yanjing. The news that Lin Feng won first place reached Su Ao's ears, and Su Ao took Lin Feng to visit the Super Martial Arts Gym in Yanjing. Super Martial Arts School has branches all over the world. And the headquarters is in Yanjing. Arriving at the headquarters building of the Super Martial Arts School, Lin Feng looked up and could only look up. When Lin Feng stepped in, he could only sigh that it was luxurious inside and out. The magnificent hall, the vast office building, the high-tech training building, etc. are more than 10 times more luxurious than the branch in Gaoliang City. It would cost at least hundreds of billions to build a building like this. Even over 1 trillion. I have to say that the strength of the Super Martial Arts School is really strong. Compared with other martial arts schools, I am afraid it does not have the ability to build a building of more than 200,000 square meters in the city center. In addition to having money, you also need strength. Lin Feng and Su Ao took the light-speed elevator to the 50th floor, into a special office. Sitting down, Su Ao smiled and said, "The floors below the 50th floor are where gold warriors train, and the floors above the 50th floor are where warriors above the platinum level live. Do you want to develop here at the headquarters?" Lin Feng thought about it. The headquarters building has at least more than 100 floors. If there is a platinum warrior on each floor, then there must be more than 50 platinum warriors at the headquarters. 50 platinum warriors. Hiss. It's scary just thinking about it. It's worthy of being the world's #1 martial arts school, with such strong strength. You know, it is very rare to see a platinum warrior under normal circumstances, but in Gaoliang City, he is enough to dominate. Coming back to his senses, Lin Feng smiled and said, "No need. I go out often anyway, so it doesn't matter where I am. My family is used to staying in Gaoliang, and I don't want them to move here." "Ah, that's right." Su Ao picked up his coffee and drank it leisurely. Headquarters has decided to give you a bonus of 20 million to encourage your performance in this year's Rookie Challenge. If you need anything else, feel free to tell me. I'll apply to the higher-ups and try to get it for you. Don't be shy about being polite. Thank you, Deacon Su. I may need some Qi Shui pills, about 1,000 or so. Deacon Su, please take a look. Lin Feng said bluntly. 1,000. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ao almost spit out his coffee on the spot. He was surprised and said, "This number is quite a lot. Qi and blood pills are divided into small qi and blood pills and large qi and blood pills. The price of a small qi and blood pill is 50,000. The price of the big qi blood pill is 10 times more expensive than the small qi blood pill, and one pill costs 500,000. Lin Feng applied for 1,000 qi blood pills at one time, which is 500 million. A normal warrior would not be able to absorb and digest even if he took 100 pills a year. Lin Feng wanted 1,000, it seems he is really not polite. Deacon Su, is it difficult to apply for the great qi blood pill? Lin Feng asked innocently. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so he might as well apply if he can. Now, he really needs a lot of qi and blood pills to increase his blood and qi and improve his spiritual realm. At least get to the silver realm. Su Ao paused and said earnestly, Lin Feng, warriors above the platinum realm only receive 5 qi blood pills a month. If you don't have enough, you need to buy them yourself. Your quantity is indeed a bit too much. Let me see if I can apply for 10 or 8 for you. I can't get more than that. You have to understand that 1,000 qi blood pills are worth 500 million. It's impossible for headquarters to give you 500 million all at once. This reward is more than the prize money you won from the competition. Besides, even if they approve it, it won't be mass-produced. So I can only try my best to apply. I'll let you know when the results come out. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, okay, thank you for troubling Deacon Su. If you want to practice these few days, you can go to my private practice room to practice. I have a mission this month, so I'll leave first. After Su Ao left, Lin Feng received 2 huge sums of money. The first payment was a reward from the martial arts school, 20 million in cash. The second payment is the bonus from the bonus pool, 400 million. Now, Lin Feng owns 420 million. He immediately logged into the Warrior Mall to pay off his debt. The interest on a debt of 300 million yuan is nearly 10,000 yuan a day, which is all a lot of money. Paying it off in advance can save a lot. The organizers of this conference gave me a B-level combat uniform as a gift. The C-level combat uniform I bought last time is no longer useful and can be sold. The rest of the equipment can be used until the platinum realm. No, before I get the qi and blood pills, I have to spend some money to buy qi and blood pills to cultivate my spiritual realm first. He began to browse the category of elixirs. The price of the great blood pill is 500,000 per pill, which is almost the same price around the world. There was no way to bargain, so Lin Feng bought 40 of them at once. Spend 20 million. With more than 100 million left, Lin Feng prepared to look for other martial arts to practice. Vajra sword technique, price, 50 million. Pegasus meteor fist, price, 40 million. Extreme explosive fist, price 70 million. Wait, this one seems useful to me. Extreme explosive fist, created by the famous human giant Lei, it has strong explosive power and can produce a triple amplification when cultivated to the extreme. Note, this boxing style is extremely difficult to practice. It is not recommended for those with mediocre talent to purchase. Once purchased, there is no return. Was this thing created by the giant Lei, the founder of the Thunder Martial Arts School? It seems to be tailor-made for me. Anyway, I'll buy it first. Lin Feng just lacked a boxing technique as a sure kill move for close combat. Moreover, he never has to worry about the difficulty of cultivation, because with the system in hand, the world is his. Chapter 29, Spiritual Breakthrough Silver Realm. The boxing method created by the giant has had dismal sales in the past year. The official website shows that only 1 copy has been sold, but Lin Feng is not worried about any quality issues. After all, boxing is difficult to practice, and if ordinary people buy it, it would probably be a waste of money, so the sales rate is not high. After paying 70 million online, there is still a balance of more than 30 million in the account. Lin Feng continued to look for other useful things. Alright, I'm good in other aspects, but I need to speed up and see if there's anything I can do to increase my speed. 3 speed shoes increase your speed by 5%, 5 speed shoes increase your speed by 15%. The advantage is that you can wear it right away, but the disadvantage is also obvious. You have to charge it, and it only lasts for 5 hours on a single charge. Lin Feng looked at the instructions on the equipment and gave up the decision to buy the shoes. After all, buying shoes is only a temporary solution and does not address the root cause. It only uses external force to increase speed. What he needs to do is to increase his own speed. If the battery ran out at a critical moment in combat and I took it off to change the battery, I would have been caught up and hacked to death. He searched again and finally found a martial arts book that increased speed. The Swift Wind Step costs 50 million. It was created by the human giant Lu. It uses a unique method of exerting force to break through one's own constraints. Upon perfection, there is a 5% chance of increasing one's movement speed by 60%. Similarly, this martial art is extremely difficult to practice. Even if a practitioner succeeds, it can only increase their speed by about 5%. The risk is very high, so it is not recommended for ordinary people to purchase. Lin Feng took a look at the special description and found that this martial art was also created by the human giant Lu. And Lu is the founder of their super martial arts school. Lin Feng was very excited and bought it in installments. After spending all the 30 million, he still owed 20 million in loans. I've spent a bit too much today, he thought. But it doesn't matter. It's a waste to keep a warrior's money. He must spend money to grow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many warriors to go out and take risks to kill monsters. All for the purpose of purchasing elixirs and various resources to improve themselves. In less than half an hour, the courier delivered all 3 items purchased by Lin Feng to him. Lin Feng originally planned to sell the sea-level combat suit, but the selling price could only be 200,000, which was a 5-fold reduction from the original price. This price was too low and did not meet Lin Feng's expectations. It would be better to save it for Zhang Lang or Lin Xiaoyu to wear when they need it in the future. Walking into the training room, Lin Feng was shocked by this alloy training room. The training room was over 500 square meters and was equipped with strength testers, speed running tracks, and various equipment suitable for warriors to exercise. It can be said that it has everything. He took out the Swift Wind Step and began to watch. Ding, it's detected that the host has footwork skills. Do you want to practice? Practice. The system gave the same prompt as last time, and Lin Feng immediately ordered to practice. Ding, receiving the command, practicing the Swift Wind Step. Ding, the Swift Wind Step technique has been successfully cultivated and has reached the entry level. After a while, Lin Feng had mastered the footwork. He stood up and felt it, then walked onto the runway and began to test his speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Lin Feng stepped onto the runway, his body was scanned by countless infrared rays, capturing his figure, like a dolphin running at high speed, with only a white shadow flashing. Speed, extremely fast. While running, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his speed had improved and was much faster than before. After a few laps, Lin Feng stopped and a screen appeared above the runway. This screen is specifically used to display the test speed just now. The number on the screen is 180 ms. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a look of satisfaction. According to the warrior's test results, the speed of a gold warrior is about 110 ms. Although Lin Feng has not yet reached the gold realm, his speed has far exceeded that of a gold warrior. Very fast. If you encounter a strong opponent in the future and cannot defeat him, you can also use it as a means of escape to ensure your own safety. Ding, it's detected that the host possesses the extreme explosive fist technique. Do you want to practice it? Do I need to remind you to practice quickly? Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the joy of speed, but gave orders. Ding, receiving the command, the extreme explosive fist is being practiced. When these words were spoken, shadows of fists appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Every move was imprinted in his mind, and Lin Feng couldn't help but start to imitate the punches. Like a humble student seeking to learn, he repeated the movements that came into his head. The moves he performed were so magical and unique that even Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Similarly, with the support of the system, Lin Feng quickly comprehended the extreme explosive boxing technique. Ding, the explosive fist technique has been successfully cultivated and has reached the minor success stage. As soon as the prompt sound echoed in his ears, Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the strength tester in front of him. Bang! A simple and unpretentious punch directly made the strength tester buzz. Lin Feng's score appeared above, 89105. 89,000. It has increased a lot compared to last time. Even when he used the dragon spear technique, he had never experienced such a high burst. The essence of the extreme explosive fist lies in its simplicity. Every time I throw a punch, it consumes a huge amount of my energy. If I throw 20 punches in a fight at full strength, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted. Even if I kill the enemy, I'll almost kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of my own. Luckily, I bought the Qi and blood pills. I'll try to raise my Qi and blood as much as possible. Lin Feng analyzed his situation. The extreme explosive boxing technique emphasizes the burst of power. Each punch was extremely powerful, but the only weakness was that it consumed too much energy. Lin Feng has to use it slowly. Normally, you can just use ordinary punches and kicks to deal with your opponent. If you encounter a strong opponent, you can consider close combat and give him a punch like this to send him to see God. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 180 ms. Strength, 65,000 kilograms. Spiritual Realm, Bronze 3 stars 17250000. Cultivation Level, Silver 5 stars 02000000. Upgrade Points, 2705800. Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Great Accomplishment, 0500,000, Attack plus 25%, Extreme Explosive Fist Entry Level, 080,000, Basic Attack plus 30%, Gale Footwork Entry Level, 0100,000, Basic Speed plus 20%. Seeing the attribute panel, Lin Feng decided to take the Qi and Blood Pill to temper it first. After taking the Qi and Blood Pill, Lin Feng started by taking one in the morning, but found that it seemed to have no effect. So Lin Feng ate 10 of them at once, and the effect was immediate. Changes took place in his body, and his tendons and veins seemed to be swimming, constantly activating his Qi and blood. In one afternoon, Lin Feng's spiritual realm unexpectedly improved. Ding, my spiritual realm has been upgraded to Bronze 4 star. So soon? Overjoyed, Lin Feng continued to take the Qi blood pills, throwing 30 of them into his mouth at the same time to digest them. Just like that, after meditating for a day and a night, Lin Feng's spiritual realm directly broke through the silver realm. Boom! His clothes moved without wind, and a refreshing breath burst out from his body. His spiritual perception directly expanded to a range of 1,000 meters. As long as Lin Feng wants, he can capture any movement of anything within 1,000 meters. From warriors to ants, no one can escape Lin Feng's perception. Chapter 30, Breaking Through the Golden Realm, Crisis is Coming. Next, it's time to improve my cultivation level. Lin Feng said to the system, first use the upgrade points to improve my cultivation realm. Received instructions, upgrading. After the system received the command, Lin Feng paused for a fraction of a second, and suddenly a strange feeling arose. His body and bones were slowly growing heavy, as if filled with lead, causing him to ponder strangely, what's going on? Before he could figure it out, he discovered that his realm had begun to grow without him realizing it. Silver 5 stars. Gold 1 star. Ding, upgrade completed. Lin Feng looked at the attribute panel. The system did not lie to him. He really advanced to the golden realm. The only difference that could be felt from before was that Lin Feng's body weight had increased a lot. Almost more than twice as heavy. This feeling is indescribable. Lin Feng spent 2 million upgrade points to upgrade his realm just now. At present, there are more than 700,000 left. He considered it for a moment, then made his choice, upgrade the Extreme Explosive Fist and Swift Step first. The Extreme Explosive Fist technique is currently at the entry level, and it only requires 80,000 upgrade points to cultivate it to the minor success level, and for the second upgrade of the Swift Step, only 100,000 points are needed. Lin Feng doesn't want to drag on with these two. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading the Extreme Explosive Fist. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading the Gale Step. Ding, the Extreme Explosive Fist has been upgraded. It's currently at the minor success stage, with a basic attack increase of 50%. The Gale Footwork has been upgraded. It's currently at the minor success stage, with a basic speed increase of 40%. Looking again, Lin Feng had consumed 180,000 upgrade points, leaving 520,000. He finally upgraded the Divine Dragon Spear technique once more. Ding, the Shenlong Spear skill has been upgraded. Currently at the mastery level, attack power plus 80%. After various martial arts breakthroughs, Lin Feng only had less than 20,000 upgrade points left. It's empty again. But it's okay. When the panel appeared, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 200 ms. Strength, 180,000 kilograms. Spiritual Realm, Silver 1 star 01000000. Cultivation Level, Gold 1 star 05 million. Upgrade Points, 18647. Martial Arts, Dragon Spear Mastery, 01 million. attack plus 80%, extreme explosion fist minor success, 0 400,000, basic attack plus 50%, gale footwork minor success, 0 500,000, basic speed plus 40%. After breaking through the Golden Realm, Lin Feng's advantages became enormous. His basic speed soared to 200 ms, and with the Gale Step, it could reach a maximum of 280 ms. This is extremely exaggerated. In terms of strength, Lin Feng's boxing and gun skills are different, and the power they exert is also different. When the time comes to fight, it will depend on how he uses it flexibly. If the opponent is weak, he can kill him with ordinary skills without wasting energy.
Try my explosive punch again.
Lin Feng shouted and punched the strength tester. This time the strength was displayed at 260,004 kilograms. More than 260,000 kilograms, very scary. A gold 1-star with this power can definitely kill an opponent of the same level in seconds.
This is the power of increasing basic strength by 80%.
It seems that the martial arts created by the giants are indeed useful.
However, it is not something that ordinary people can practice.
Only a genius like Lin Feng, who is gifted, elegant and graceful, can comprehend it.
The requirement for understanding is extremely high.
The other side.
Magic City, Zhou family. Ever since Zhou Jinyang was hanged on the wall, the Zhou family has been in a state of anger.
They searched for a week and finally got the news today. At this time, Zhou Huaishan was using virtual projection technology to talk to an old man. Brother Yuan, is what you said true?
On the other end of the line, Yuan Balin, dressed in a tang suit, said, "How could I lie to you?
My grandson just returned from the rookie challenge a few days ago, and this video was sent to me.
After you watch it, you'll know what I said is true. That boy's name is Lin Feng. He's very talented.
He's only 16 years old, but he's already reached the Silver Realm. I haven't found out his exact number of stars yet. My grandson angered him on Death Island, and he ruthlessly crippled both of his legs. He had to stay in bed for a month.
What a sin."
The video that was sent over was a scene of Lin Feng's performance on the Death Island.
Zhou Huaishan watched the video and his face became more gloomy.
After a moment, he turned to Yuan Balin and asked, "This guy is really courting death.
Brother Yuan, how about we join forces and capture him and deal with him personally?"
Brother Zhou, listen to me. This person is from a super martial arts gym, and he's also a mentalist.
It might not be easy to touch him. Yuan Balin spoke cautiously, obviously not having any thoughts about Lin Feng.
Zhou Huaishan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. A great grandmaster is actually afraid of a young brat? You truly disgrace our grandmaster's reputation. If this gets out, the entire martial arts world will be ashamed of you. Let's not talk about whether he is a disciple of the super martial arts school or not.
Even if he is, so what? As a great grandmaster, how could I be afraid of a person like Lin Feng?
Zhou Huaishan put his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. Within 3 days, I will take his head to avenge my son. I don't think the super martial arts school will dare to do anything to a grandmaster like me.
Alas, my Yuan family will not participate. Let's wait for the good news from Brother Zhou. Goodbye.
After saying that, the scene cuts off.
Yanjing, Yuan family.
Although the Yuan family in Yanjing is not as powerful as the Zhou family in Modu, Yuan Balin also advanced to the Grandmaster level this year. He is a well-known martial arts grandmaster and has some status in Yanjing. However, his grandson had his niece crippled and was humiliated on the Island of Death, but he remained indifferent, which attracted the puzzled gazes of the younger generations of the Yuan family. With his hands behind his back, he said to the talented members of the Yuan family in the hall, "Listen up, everyone in the Yuan family. Without my order, none of you are allowed to seek revenge on Lin Feng without authorization, or you will be expelled from the family." The Yuan family members were confused. The eldest son stepped forward and asked, "Dad, with the Zhou family joining forces, why should we be afraid of the super martial arts school? Their Yuan family also has 2 or 3 platinum warriors, and no less than 10 gold warriors. It can be said that their strength is very good. What is there to be afraid of?"
Yuan Balin sighed and said, "Alas, you don't know.
The terror of a psychic master is beyond your comprehension. The super martial arts school gave birth to a psychic master like him. If our Yuan family touches him, apart from the super martial arts school, the authorities will not let us go.
Do you understand?
By then, the Yuan family will no longer exist."
Is a psychic so important? Everyone in the Yuan family gasped. It turned out that Lin Feng was the talent of China. Don't move. In Gaoliang City, at this time, Lin Xiaoyu was coming out of Gaoliang Qi High School. Suddenly, 3 men in suits and a teenager in a baseball cap blocked her way. Two seniors, this girl is Lin Feng's sister. As long as we catch her, Lin Feng will come to us automatically. That's right, my son is Lin Feng's classmate. You should arrest him quickly to avoid any more trouble. The speakers were Chen Yang and his father Chen Danian. The two men wearing sunglasses behind him were from the Zhou family who came all the way from the Magic City. Seeing the strong man looking for her, Lin Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fear, but she still clenched her fists and pretended to fight. At this moment, the pendant on her chest spoke, "My lady, these two are both Gold Realm warriors. You are no match for them. Give up strategically." Chapter 31. Anyone who touches my sister will die. I can't give up. They are bad people. If I fall into their hands, my brother will be in trouble. Lin Xiaoyu had seen a lot of this kind of melodramatic plots and stupid dramas when she was a child. Catch her and threaten her brother, then tie up her brother and kill him. Lin Xiaoyu doesn't want to surrender. Especially since she had just made a breakthrough and wanted to test her own strength. Even if you can't win, you have to fight. Hee hee, little girl, you are just as stupid as your brother. You can't even beat me, let alone these two seniors from the Demon City. Chen Yang crossed his arms and gloated, even if your brother comes, he'll die. The old man from the Zhou family in Magic City is a martial arts master. Just kneel down and admit your mistake, don't force me to use force. The two warriors approached Lin Xiaoyu step by step. Since this was a remote road section, no one would hear Lin Xiaoyu even if she called for help. The little girl broke out in a cold sweat, her brows slightly furrowed. What a powerful aura, the Golden Warrior, so terrifying. The mere force of blood and energy was enough to make Lin Xiaoyu lose the courage to resist. Her legs suddenly went weak and she fell to the ground. Humph, you're such an ignorant little girl, come here. A big man from the Zhou family stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lin Xiaoyu. However, at this moment, a figure came from the side and said, "You dare to touch my sister, you are seeking death." The person who came was Lin Feng, who had just returned. He had just gotten off the plane and came out of the martial arts gym. When he passed by the Qi High School, he felt something was wrong. He projected his mental power and indeed discovered this scene. How can he fly in the air? Seeing Lin Feng coming majestically, Chen Yang's eyes froze, and he involuntarily took a few steps back like a mouse seeing a cat. The same is true for Chen Danian. When the two golden warriors saw Lin Feng, instead of retreating, they took the initiative to attack. You've come just in time. I'll cripple you and bring you back to report to the old man. The two were very confident. As warriors in the Golden Realm, wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with Lin Feng? Don't be afraid, son. Lin Feng can't beat the two seniors. We can just sit back and watch the show. Chen Danian patted Chen Yang's shoulder and showed a look of relief. Once Lin Feng is dealt with, we can get back on track. With the Zhou family's care, it will be no problem to get you into the Magic City Wuda. Chen Danian had a very good plan and had planned everything long ago. Last time, Lin Feng unexpectedly became a silver warrior and stole the spotlight, causing him to be expelled from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Now he wants to take back everything he lost. It was also thanks to the visit of the Zhou family from Magic City. If it were any other force, he would not dare to plot against Lin Feng. Mr. Zhou is a martial arts master. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and he is happy to help. Over there, two golden warriors instantly came in front of Lin Feng and attacked him with explosive fists. Lin Feng dodged lightly and easily avoided it. How did this slow guy, get out there? Lin Feng smiled and said, his speed was 1/3 faster than the other two, looking at them was like looking at a snail. Lin Feng punched out with an explosive punch. Bang! Two figures flew out together. One punch, blow it up. Their eyes widened, their pupils shrank, and their internal organs were constantly shifting in their bodies. Boom! Finally, it crashed into a dilapidated house and immediately turned it into ruins. What? Chen Yang and his son were immediately shocked. Just after they finished speaking, in less than a second, the two golden warriors were knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. Here, Lin Feng turned into a gust of wind and flew into the ruins. The next moment, he picked up two people in his left and right hands and threw them out. Bang! Two big holes were smashed into the ground. You are not in the Silver Realm, how on earth are you? A warrior in the Golden Realm was dying and raised his finger to point at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said in a cold voice, "You want to ask me what realm I am in, right? Then listen carefully. I'm at the Golden Realm, so I can easily beat you up, but I won't let my family down. How dare you, the Zhou family of Modu, lay hands on my sister? Die!" Bang! 2 punches struck out, with a force of over 200,000 hitting the 2 men hard. Even the 2 golden warriors could not withstand Lin Feng's attack. The 2 men vomited blood, their legs were raised, and they died instantly. "A mere gold 1 star, yet you're looking for death, you piece of trash." Lin Feng spat at the 2 bodies, then set his eyes on Chen Yang and his son. Suddenly, Chen Yang and Chen Danian hugged each other tightly, both of them were terrified. Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing aside, was also staring at her brother intently, extremely surprised. "My brother has actually reached the Golden Realm? How do you want to die?" Lin Feng walked towards the 2 of them, and Chen Danian immediately knelt down with a thud. Chen Yang was trembling, not even daring to speak. "Lin Feng, we are blind. Please let me go. I promise I will never dare to do it again." Chen Danian pleaded like a pug, "If you let me go, I'll give you all my property." "I did this in a moment of confusion. Please let us go." "Yes, Lin Feng, we were wrong. I apologize to you and will never do anything stupid again. Can you spare my life for the sake of our friendship?" "Classmate? That's ridiculous. You must have forgotten what I said last time." Lin Feng's face was solemn. Whoever dared to touch his sister would have to pay the price. Although the 2 were not the masterminds, they were accomplices. If Lin Feng was not here today, who knows what punishment his sister would have suffered. Lin Feng suddenly raised his foot and kicked Chen Danian. Click, click, click. Chen Danian's bones were broken and his whole body was in severe pain. Chen Yang shuddered, and the next second, Lin Feng knocked Chen Yang down using the same method. Ahawk! A scream was heard, and Chen Danian knew that he was completely useless. The same goes for his son. Both of them will be disabled for life. The worst thing was that his son Chen Yang had both legs broken by Lin Feng last time. Later, he spent a lot of his savings to ask someone to get some high-quality medicine for warriors so that Chen Yang could stand up. I didn't expect that he would fall into Lin Feng's hands again. Miserable. After beating them up, Lin Feng stopped playing around. His fists trembled violently, and with 2 bangs, Chen Yang and his son exploded and died. "This is what happens when you touch my family." With a cold snort, Lin Feng walked to Lin Xiaoyu and asked lovingly, "Are you okay? I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "Brother, I'm fine. I'm a warrior now, and a warrior should face everything bravely, right?" Lin Xiaoyu didn't look scared at all, but instead showed off. "Wait, you became a warrior?" Lin Feng scanned the group and discovered that his sister actually possessed the aura of a warrior. "This speed is comparable to mine." Chapter 32, Raise one hand, brother, stunned. "Have you registered as a warrior?" "Not yet." "Don't register yet. Don't be too high profile while you're studying. Try to keep a low profile. It's not good to become famous at a young age." Lin Feng patted Lin Xiaoyu's head and said, "Just like your brother, he became famous too early and is now in a lot of trouble. You have to at least finish high school before you can register as a warrior. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaoyu was speechless. This brother was praising her in disguise again. But she still nodded obediently. "I know, why are you as nagging as my parents? When I graduate from high school, I may surpass you, brother." "Tisk, young man, don't be so arrogant. Your brother's talent is unmatched in the world and no one can surpass him." Lin Feng sneered, and the 2 went home together. After returning home, Lin Feng cooked the meal himself and waited for his parents to come back. Lin's father and mother thought that Lin Feng had gone on a transformation program, so how come he suddenly knew how to cook for himself? However, seeing Lin Feng growing up, they, as parents, are relieved. "Xiao Feng, I ran into Aunt Lu at the market today. Wasn't her son in the same class as you?" "Now he has a girlfriend." "When will you find one for your mother?" While eating, Wang Xiaoyun suddenly spoke. Lin Feng was speechless and said, "Mom, you want to find a girlfriend? You don't want my dad anymore? Are you playing dumb? You're not young anymore. You'll be 18 soon. In a few years, you'll be old enough to have a son. How long are you going to wait?" Your mom is right. Being a warrior isn't like going to college. In college, you can date and have relationships, and there are lots of female classmates. But as a warrior, you're just fighting and killing all day long. How can you possibly meet a girl?
Lin Dong also joined the ranks of those urging marriage. If you meet someone you like, you should be brave.
Adults should not be shy. Lin Feng. I'm not even 17 yet, when did I become an adult?
In the end, Lin Feng was confused by what he said, and Lin Xiaoyu gloated over her misfortune and finished eating her beloved crayfish.
After dinner, Lin Feng received a call from Li Wu. Brother Wu, what advice do you have? Boy, did you kill someone? Well, 2 golden guys, what's going on? Someone from the investigation bureau is looking for me?
Lin Feng was not surprised. If someone died in the city, it would not be as lawless as in the wild.
There are electronic surveillance cameras everywhere, so there must be evidence captured. It wasn't surprising that the investigation bureau came looking for him.
After all, the Alliance had a rule that warriors couldn't get into conflicts in residential areas, otherwise they would be severely punished according to the law.
Whoever takes action first bears the main responsibility. At most, Lin Feng would just go to the investigation bureau. He was right and had nothing to fear.
Over there, Li Wu said, the martial arts school has already taken care of the investigation bureau for you, but the person you killed is from the Zhou family in the Magic City.
Mr. Zhou is a master.
Now that the Alliance has negotiated and investigated him, he will most likely not dare to send anyone to touch you anymore. Otherwise, he will also be sanctioned by the Alliance.
Going against the Alliance will not end well.
Just be careful when you leave Gaoliang City.
It's not like being in the city outside. You know what I mean, right? I'll leave it at that for now. I'm out there killing monsters. We'll talk when we get back. Okay, thank you Brother Wu for the reminder.
Take care. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he is safe in Gaoliang City, and the other party dare not act rashly to cause trouble for him.
It's hard to say outside. Even if someone kills someone, the investigation bureau can't do anything to the other party without evidence.
In the evening, Lin Feng watched TV with his family for a rare occasion, when suddenly Zhang Lang called again.
Lin Feng, are you at home? I heard you moved to the villa. Are you free? Well, what is a brother? Lin Feng asked. I'm back, come out and chat.
Hearing that Zhang Lang had returned, Lin Feng showed a hint of joy, then quickly dressed up and went out. Outside, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang sat drinking. It turned out that Zhang Lang hurried back because he received news in the Magic City that the Zhou family was going to deal with Lin Feng.
Because he was concerned about Lin Feng's safety, he came back to complain.
After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and told Zhang Lang everything that happened today. Zhang Lang was so stunned that his eyes widened.
Fuck, you actually handled it all by yourself?
I didn't expect you to reach the level of a gold warrior. Zhang Lang looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and laughed at himself. It's only been half a month since we last met, and you've already become a gold warrior, while I'm still stuck at the high level.
Ha, I'm ashamed.
Thanks to your care in the past, without you, I don't know how many people would have bullied me. Lin Feng said with a smile, it just so happens that you have finished the training camp this time.
Why don't we go out and kill monsters and give you some training? Go out and kill monsters? Is it really possible? Zhang Lang didn't quite believe himself.
I'm here to ensure your safety. Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhang Lang mustered up his courage and nodded, okay, let's set off tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang set off. Before leaving, Lin Feng gave Zhang Lang a C-level combat uniform as a gift for his first outing. Zhang Lang was so surprised that he couldn't put it down. 2 days later, in the city of sea-level monsters, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang were active in the suburbs of the city, carefully ambushing the monsters. Oh my god, a night wolf, bronze level, oh my god.
A dark night wolf appeared in front of Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang's heart twitched violently.
Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward and punched it away.
Oh whoa! Night wolf, die. Wow, awesome, bro, you're so awesome. Well, you can do it too. Fight more monsters to gain enough experience. Don't be afraid. Just do it boldly.
While killing monsters, Lin Feng passed on his combat experience to Zhang Lang. After a few days, Zhang Lang also realized his potential and was able to fight against bronze monsters. Lin Feng gave Zhang Lang the remaining qi and blood pills, and Zhang Lang showed signs of a breakthrough. On the 5th day, Zhang Lang finally broke through the bronze realm and was able to defeat bronze monsters of the same realm alone. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to collect upgrade points.
Ding, defeated the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 160. Ding, defeated the silver monster, upgrade points plus 390. Ding, ding, ding.
The purpose of this trip is to give Zhang Lang some experience and help his brother, so Lin Feng is not in a hurry. As for being hunted by the Zhou family, Lin Feng was not worried. The other party could not know his whereabouts, and the alliance was also harassing the Zhou family. They could not commit crimes against the wind.
Half a month later, Lin Feng and Zhang Lang arrived at the city center. The two of them worked together to kill several silver-level monsters, which surprised Zhang Lang beyond belief.
Although I've been dawdling these past few days, most of the monsters died at my hands, and I still managed to reach over 500,000 upgrade points. Lin Feng muttered to himself, it takes 5 million upgrade points to upgrade the realm, not even 1/10 of it is enough. The next day, the two began their return journey, because Zhang Lang would officially start school in a few days and begin his life at Wuhan University.
Alung, once you enter Wuda, you will definitely dominate the school. There are not many martial arts students in Wuda.
On the way, Lin Feng joked with a smile.
Ha, it's you who helped me through all this, brother. Without your help, I would be nothing.
You're welcome.
After the beast core is sold, I'll give you half of the money. When the time comes, just spend the money on any elixir you need. Don't be stingy. A warrior won't succeed if he doesn't spend money.
Oh no, brother, you killed most of the beast cores, how can I take half of them?
Just give me 1/10. Why are you being so polite to me? See you tomorrow.
After returning to Gaoliang, Lin Feng took the beast core to manager Lu and sold it for 34 million. Lin Feng transferred 15 million to Zhang Lang, which scared Zhang Lang. He had never seen so much money in his life. If his parents knew, they would probably faint from fright.
Chapter 33, Meeting the Parents.
Lin Feng still had a balance of 19 million in his pocket. Instead of repaying the loan, he used the money to continue buying Qi Shuidan. At present, Lin Feng's spiritual realm has reached a very high level, silver 1 star.
But it is far from enough.
After getting 40 Qi and blood pills, Lin Feng took them all in one go to transform his Qi and blood. 2 days later, Lin Feng's spiritual realm broke through to silver 2 star. Now, I can throw 50 or 60 explosive punches without even breathing hard. With the boost in my blood and energy, I've regained my vigor. He looked at his fist and felt that it was strong and powerful, and he was full of energy. That day, Lin Feng took Lin Xiaoyu to the martial arts gym for some basic training.
There is no other way.
The little girl has already stepped into the threshold of a warrior, so I can only teach her personally in advance.
Who made me a crazy sister-loving man?
Lin Xiaoyu has a very high level of comprehension and can often grasp the key points of what Lin Feng said, and can quickly let go and practice alone. Lin Feng sat down and strengthened his qi and blood, slowly improving it. Suddenly, a phone call came in. When Lin Feng saw it, he immediately showed joy.
It was Xia Xiaoling calling. Lin Feng, are you at home?
Yes, I am.
What's wrong? Lin Feng replied.
Xia Xiaoling said, I'll be officially enrolling at Wuhan University in the Magic City tomorrow.
I'm having my birthday party tonight. Are you coming?
It's your birthday.
I will definitely go.
Lin Feng was extremely happy when he heard Xia Xiaoling's words.
Xia Xiaoling invited me to her house for a birthday party, and I was excited just thinking about it. Then I'll send you the address. Come over for dinner around 7 tonight. It's a deal.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng felt a little nervous.
At this moment, he suddenly asked his sister who was training next to him, by the way, Xiaoyu, if it's your birthday, what gift would you like?
Lin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then said, of course it's money, the more the better.
Excuse me, please continue practicing.
Lin Feng left the martial arts gym alone and went out to choose a gift, but in the end he felt there was nothing good to give. So I spent 3 million to buy a set of C-level combat uniforms in the Warrior Mall as a gift for tonight. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng arrived at Xia Xiaoling's house as scheduled.
Xia Xiaoling's home is in Jinqiu community, about 100 kilometers away from Lin Feng's home.
Although it is not an independent villa, it is still considered a wealthy family in this era.
It seems that Xia Xiaoling's father is either a businessman or a warrior. Otherwise, you are not qualified to live in this kind of house.
At this time, Xia Xiaoling's family of 3 was preparing dinner.
Xia Xiaoling's father Xiaoyun asked, Xiaoling, when will your friend come? Xia Xiaoling glanced at the time and said, it's almost time.
Hey, Xiaoling,
what's your relationship with your friend?
I told you in advance that you can't date boys from Gaoliang City. Sitting on the sofa next to her, adorned with jewels, was Xia Xiaoling's mother, Li Huihong. She said, if you ever get married, you can only marry one of the outstanding martial artists in the martial arts school. Preferably one with a Beijing hukou.
Forget about those from Gaoliang City.
Mom, I'm still in college. It's not time for us to get married. Xia Xiaoling said impatiently.
Xia Yun said, your mother is right.
The son of the deputy director of the branch library I introduced to you last time is quite good. He is the same age as you, but he was admitted to Yenjing Martial Arts University and is now a bronze warrior.
I'll introduce you to someone next time.
As for your friend in Gaoliang City, don't contact him anymore to avoid rumors. Xia Yun and Li Huihong are both martial artists from a super martial arts school and have been sent to work in Yenjing. After returning from vacation, they heard that Xia Xiaoling was very close to her former classmates, so they naturally had to remind her.
The warriors of Yenjing are the real kings. The warriors of Gaoliang City are far inferior in every aspect. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Xia Xiaoling's eyes turned. My friend is here. Alas, this girl is becoming more and more rebellious.
I should have known not to let her go to high school in Gaoliang City. Look at her now, her standards are so low that she even hangs out with her old classmates.
Sigh, I'm not a good parent. Xia Yun and Li Huihong both looked unhappy.
Outside, Lin Feng arrived as promised and arrived at Xia Xiaoling's door at exactly 7 o'clock. The door opened, and Xia Xiaoling saw Lin Feng holding a large, exquisite gift box in his hand.
Her eyes lit up immediately. Lin Feng, I asked you to come to dinner, and I didn't ask you to spend any money. Come in quickly.
Yeah. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. When he entered the house, he saw Xia Xiaoling's parents and took the initiative to greet them. Hello, uncle and aunt.
The two men's eyes stayed on Lin Feng.
Suddenly, Xia Yun frowned slightly, but when he saw that Lin Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes, he gave up the idea.
He said calmly, you are Xiaoling's friend. It's time to eat. Sit down. Okay, thank you, uncle.
Sitting down, Lin Feng felt a little nervous because he found that his future father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't seem to welcome him very much. However, Xia Xiaoling smiled at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was no longer nervous.
At this time, Li Huihong asked, are you a local? Well, I used to live in the slums.
Xiaoling and I were deskmates in our freshman and sophomore years of high school. Lin Feng answered truthfully, not knowing that Li Huihong and Xia Yun's expressions were already looking strange.
Slums?
Li Huihong's eyes rolled back in disappointment, and she was about to say something.
Seeing this, Xia Xiaoling changed the subject. Lin Feng, do you want to drink the soup first? I made it myself.
Okay. Lin Feng was quite embarrassed.
Hearing this, Xia Yun's eyes suddenly trembled, and he quickly asked, you, what's your name? Uncle, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Are you Lin Feng from our super martial arts gym?
Xia Yun stood up and without waiting for Lin Feng to nod, he took out his smartwatch and clicked on a photo. Then, he looked up to confirm, and finally said in shock, you are really Lin Feng, wait for me, I will get some wine.
Old man, why are you so excited? Li Huihong whispered in her husband's ear, are you crazy?
You've treasured your wine for 50 years, and you usually don't even take a sip out.
You're the one who's crazy. Xia Yun couldn't help but be surprised and said, Lin Feng, have you forgotten?
The newcomer that our martial arts school praised a while ago.
Which one?
The champion of the Chinese Newcomer Challenge, the spiritual master Lin Feng.
No way.
Li Huihong was so scared that her chopsticks dropped to the ground. She covered her mouth and almost screamed. At this time, the two looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of shock, and their attitudes immediately turned 180 degrees.
Come, Lin Feng, auntie will serve you some soup.
It's been simmering for 2 hours. Li Huihong said enthusiastically, in stark contrast to her previous attitude. Xia Yun, on the other hand, pulled Lin Feng to drink, very excited. Lin Feng had no choice but to stay with him until the end.
This is unexpected, making me feel like the master. By the way, Xiaoling, this is your birthday present. Open it and take a look.
After dinner, Lin Feng handed over the gift box.
Xia Xiaoling was overjoyed.
When she opened the gift box, she saw a silver white dress lying in the box.
It was very delicate and beautiful.
Oh my god, this is a C-class automatic switching combat suit. Lin Feng gave it a bit too much. It's worth 3 million. Xia Yun recognized the gift from Lin Feng at a glance, and his eyes almost popped out of his head with envy.
Chapter 34, Reward, up to 100 million in reward. This is the latest generation of combat uniform on the market. It can be transformed into any clothes you want and can be worn as ordinary clothing. When encountering danger, it can be transformed into combat uniform. It is very convenient and very high-tech.
Xia Yun had wanted to buy this combat uniform for a long time, and had been thinking about it for more than a month, but in the end he didn't buy it.
Because this set of combat uniform costs 3 million, the price is very expensive for bronze warriors like them.
Especially since his monthly salary is only more than 200,000 yuan, and he needs more than a year's savings to afford it. It is impossible for him to bear the pain and buy it.
Lin Feng immediately gave his daughter a combat uniform worth 3 million as a birthday gift. Xia Yun and Li Huihong didn't know what to say.
The two of them remembered that Lin Feng won the championship and received a prize of 400 million in the rookie challenge, and they suddenly didn't find it strange anymore. He is now a superstar in a super martial arts gym and a billionaire. Millions are just a piece of cake for him.
Lin Feng, the gift you gave me is too expensive. I can't accept it.
When Xia Xiaoling heard that the combat uniform would cost 3 million, her face froze and she quickly refused.
Lin Feng smiled, "It's okay, this combat uniform is one I bought before.
I already have a B-level combat uniform, so the C-level one is useless.
I'm giving it to you to use at the Magic City Wuda University. Don't be polite to me, otherwise I'll sell it as second-hand goods and lose several times the price. It's not worth it." "Oh, I'll accept it then."
After Lin Feng's persuasion, Xia Xiaoling finally accepted it. Next, Xia Yun and Li Huihong were extremely enthusiastic towards Lin Feng, treating him almost like their son-in-law.
It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Lin Feng said goodbye to the Xia family and left. "When you have time, you must come and play more often. Even playing chess with uncle is fine.
Contact my daughter more often in the future to deepen your relationship, otherwise the friendship between classmates will fade.
After all, you are deskmates, it's fate. Mom and Dad, everyone has left, and you are still talking about this." Xia Xiaoling was too tired to complain. What kind of parents were they?
They didn't tea like Lin Feng before he came. She almost didn't intend to look Lin Feng in the eye, but she didn't expect that after knowing Lin Feng's identity, her parents would pay more attention to Lin Feng than herself.
What about fate or not?
There is suspicion that he is trying to match Lin Feng and himself up.
What do you know?
Lin Feng is so outstanding. There are not many such geniuses in the whole of China.
Xia Yun sighed. The best thing you've done in your life is getting to know Lin Feng. Daughter, you have to trust your father's judgment. Lin Feng will definitely rise to prominence in the future.
Li Huihong also chimed in, saying, "Your father is right.
Psychic masters are the most powerful among warriors.
You must cherish Lin Feng and contact him more often when you have time."
Xia Xiaoling.
After returning home, Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. It seems that having strength is still very important. The goddess's parents both looked at her with admiration.
If I were ordinary, I believe I would not be recognized by Xia Xiaoling's parents. After all, warriors are very picky and will not look ordinary people in the eye. Magic City, Zhou family.
At this time, in the Zhou family's meeting hall, Zhou Huaishan sat at the head of the group and said coldly, "That kid Lin Feng not only openly killed my grandson, but also killed 4 other gold warriors. In order to avoid losses for my Zhou family, I have decided that no one from the Zhou family will personally deal with him." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment.
Zhou Tatian asked, "Father, we've suffered heavy losses. Are we just going to put Jin Yang's revenge aside?" Everyone was dissatisfied. He was just a young boy. If the Zhou family gave up, wouldn't they suffer a great loss? If this gets out, where will the Zhou family's reputation be?
Zhou Huaishan stroked his beard and said, "The alliance is currently investigating us, and the world situation is already unstable.
Many conflicts have broken out abroad. Our Zhou family cannot afford to lose any more warriors.
But this is also an opportunity for us.
I didn't say I won't seek revenge.
I have already contacted an old friend on the other side of the ocean. The Zhou family will offer a bounty of 100 million yuan to allow other warriors to hunt this person down."
Put a bounty on him? Zhou Tatian paused and laughed. Father is really thoughtful.
The best way is to make Lin Feng a bounty warrior and be targeted by bounty hunters all over the world.
100 million, I believe there will be a lot of people who are willing to take risks to hunt down Lin Feng. The next day, Lin Feng received an urgent email from the martial arts school while he was still asleep. There is an urgent email, please check it. Expedited mail? From whom?
Lin Feng was very curious.
Expedited emails would only be sent when there was an emergency.
After he opened it, he saw 2 emails.
The first one was from Li Wu.
After opening it, a video speech by Li Wu appeared. Lin Feng, something big has happened. You have been offered a bounty of 100 million. The Zhou family is using the Hunter Association to hunt you down.
Now all warrior hunters from around the world will be hunting you down.
You must be careful and don't leave Gaoliang City.
Also, Deacon Su was attacked overseas and is currently seriously injured. This should be a warning to you.
You must not be careless. Li Wu spoke very seriously, as if he was facing a great enemy.
I became a bounty hunter?
Lin Feng hesitated for a while. He had naturally heard of the bounty warrior.
It means that other people pay money and hire an expert to kill you. Whoever can kill you gets the money.
It is also said that the people in the Hunter Association are all tough guys, and there are killers working for them all over the world, including killers of all levels.
It can be said that Lin Feng is now exposed to the public eye. Zhou family, you really are haunting me. If you mess with me like this, I will make you suffer.
Lin Feng muttered to himself. He decided that after he became stronger, he would first eliminate the Zhou family and would never show mercy.
Then Lin Feng opened the second email.
It was a video sent by Su Ao lying on the hospital bed, reminding Lin Feng that he had become a bounty hunter and should be careful of killers.
Deacon Su, please rest assured. I will avenge you.
Lin Feng thought about it and realized that even Deacon Su, a platinum warrior, was injured. It seemed that the other party had invited some very powerful people. Lin Feng, you must speed up the pace of upgrading. The news that Lin Feng became a bounty hunter quickly spread throughout the martial arts world.
Have you heard?
The Zhou family has put a bounty on that kid from the super martial arts school. It said the reward is as high as 100 million.
What's the reason? This is too high. Is he worth that much? It seems to be revenge for the murder of their son.
The Zhou family is really ruthless.
They spent a lot of money to get that kid.
Lin Feng is probably in trouble. It all depends on the attitude of the super martial arts school. However, it seems that the super martial arts school has been challenged recently. They were challenged overseas and suffered a crushing defeat. Whenever Lin Feng went out, he heard news of this kind. Because of him, the super martial arts school was challenged by overseas forces.
Closed for 2 days in a row.
If I stay here, my family might be in danger.
Going out to attract fire will be better. When I become stronger, I will kill everyone who comes.
A day later, Lin Feng set out for the monster city, killing monsters to obtain upgrade points.
Chapter 35 Gold 4 stars, Strong Enemy Attacks.
In the city of B-level monsters, Lin Feng can now walk sideways. It took less than a day to get from the suburbs to the city center.
Ding, defeat the silver monster, upgrade points plus 400. Ding, defeat the silver monster, upgrade points plus 550. Ding, defeat the golden monster, upgrade points plus 9,000. Ding, defeat the golden monster.
Nowadays, Lin Feng is completely ruthless when killing monsters. He kept using Zilong's golden spear, killing one monster after another, making the whole city howl. Moreover, with the help of the shadow flying blade, Lin Feng's combat effectiveness is even more powerful. He is now completely a killing machine. He doesn't want the beast cores of bronze monsters even if he kills them. He will only put the beast cores of silver level monsters and above into the telescopic bag. The golden monster was also easy to deal with, and its combat power was off the charts. In less than 3 days, Lin Feng accumulated more than 5 million upgrade points.
Fuck, it's this guy again.
I just saw him facing 3 golden monsters alone the day before yesterday.
I didn't expect him to be alive.
Oh my god, he's now joined the monster herd and started a killing spree.
Who is he? What a freak. He looks only 16 or 17, how can he be so awesome? He's even a psychic. Wait, a psychic? Could it be the guy the Zhou family put a bounty on a few days ago? Now that you mention it, I remember it now. It seems quite similar.
Lin Feng was fighting and killing in the distance. On the high building was a team of warriors who were using telescopes to observe Lin Feng's every move. Frightened by Lin Feng, they remembered that Lin Feng was wanted, and the team members immediately dared not approach Lin Feng.
100 million yuan is not a small amount.
It is their income for 1 or 2 years, which is a lot. But Lin Feng is even more evil, so they dare not attack him, otherwise they may be wiped out.
The Golden Warrior is so terrifying. AA.
Lin Feng's Zilong spear stabbed out and passed over the backs of the 3 monsters. The 3 gold-level monsters died together and knelt on the ground. After letting out a scream, he died. After destroying the group of monsters, Lin Feng counted and found that he had killed about 5 golden monsters here.
It was a very good harvest.
However, his qi and blood consumption was also quite large, almost losing half of his physical strength. He immediately threw a qi and blood pill into his mouth and chewed it to replenish his physical strength.
He continued to kill.
On the 5th day, Lin Feng had almost massacred an entire B-level monster city, killing almost all of the golden monsters. The corpses of the silver monsters were also scattered all over the ground. If someone passes by here, they will be surprised that a city full of dangers has become a mass grave of monsters. This is too scary. At this moment, he was a killing machine. In order to become stronger, Lin Feng did everything he could, never resting for a moment, always staying in battle, and his upgrade points exceeded his expectations, reaching as many as 20 million.
It's about time to take a break and upgrade.
Lin Feng said, "System, help me upgrade my cultivation realm." Ding, received the command, improving the cultivation level. In the panel, Lin Feng's upgrade points are gradually decreasing, and his cultivation is constantly increasing. At the same time, at the edge of the city where Lin Feng was, a well-equipped team of 5 warriors was entering the city.
Boss, this monster city isn't normal. Where are all the monsters hiding? Hee, it must have been scared by us. With the momentum of our team, any monster that sees us will have to run away.
A tall man with a bald head and sunglasses said with a smile, and there were 2 women in black on both sides. Their eyes were very charming and attractive, but also very dangerous. When people see it, they will feel that it is like a rose with thorns, beautiful but dangerous.
The leader was a one-eyed man wearing a black leather coat. If anyone saw them, they would be scared and take a detour. Because these 5 people are from China's famous hunter team, called the Death Squad. The leader of the Death Squad is the one-eyed man in black, known as the One-Eyed Dragon. They are well-known warrior hunters in the international community. They are extremely brutal and never blink an eye when killing people. As long as they are paid enough, they will kill children, women and children.
Moreover, they appear and disappear like ghosts, so even some martial arts schools are helpless against them, which is really a headache. The One-Eyed Dragon glanced at the bald man and said, "Let's find out which golden warriors are here.
We'll track them down one by one. We must get rid of that kid today."
Okay, I like talented warriors the most, wow. The bald man took out a detector, and many red dots appeared on it within a radius of 10 kilometers.
Boss, we have the result. There is a golden warrior nearby. Let's go over and see if it's him. The Death Squad moved into action and began scanning the city.
At this time, Lin Feng's upgrade was almost complete, and his cultivation level was changing rapidly.
Gold 1 star.
Gold 2 stars.
Gold 3 stars.
Gold 4 stars.
Ding, upgrade completed.
Gold 4 stars. Lin Feng's cultivation level suddenly increased by 3 levels. At this moment, he suddenly became enlightened and felt it was extremely magical. However, what came with it was that all of his 20 million upgrade points were used up, not a single one left.
The consumption is too high.
Ha, gold 4 stars, this advancement speed is definitely the fastest in the world.
No one is faster than me.
As his cultivation level soared, Lin Feng's other attributes also underwent slight changes. For example, the basic speed has increased by more than 10 points. The strength has also been visibly enhanced, and the basic explosive power has increased by hundreds of thousands.
This growth is terrifying.
However, when Lin Feng thought about the explosive power of a 5-star gold warrior being 2 million, he no longer found it strange. Compared with this, my own strength of 700,000 is not very high.
It's time to go to the next monster city.
B-level cities are no longer suitable for me and will not be of much use in my improvement. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw that only the A-level monster city was the first choice target. It is said that there is a platinum monster over there, and Lin Feng can't wait to fight with the powerful monster. But at this moment, Lin Feng's expression became serious. Because he sensed danger. As his mental power was released, Lin Feng's brows became heavier. The next moment, a figure flashed in front of Lin Feng at a very fast speed. Not just one, but 5. When he noticed it, a huge blade had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, slashing straight down at him. Break! He responded quickly, and Zilong's golden spear shook out. With a shot of great explosive power, he knocked the visitor to the ground. Plop! The bald man flew out with a look of shock on his face. Bang! Over there was a big hole in the wall. Chapter 36: Killing the Golden Warrior with one shot. Damn it, I thought he was a strong enemy, but he turned out to be so vulnerable. I was scared to death. Lin Feng patted his chest and let out a breath. The bald man just now came with great momentum, but his strength seemed to be far inferior to his. Just one shot and he was done with. At this time, the bald man crawled out from the ruins, his smooth head was covered in blood and his face was full of anger. At the same time, the other 4 people finally arrived. This team consists of 3 men and 2 women, and the leader is obviously the one-eyed man in the middle. At this time, the one-eyed dragon glanced at Lin Feng, then at the photo, and said, "That's right, Lin Feng from Gaoliang City is worth 100 million. Oh, from what you said, you are here to hunt me?" Lin Feng smiled, and suddenly, his brows frowned. Because when he was trying to spy on the other party, his mental power was actually seen through by the other party. The one-eyed dragon sneered and said, "You are indeed a spiritualist. You are indeed a famous genius warrior in China. But you underestimated me." After these words were spoken, Lin Feng restrained his mental power and felt very heavy. The one-eyed man in front of him was definitely stronger than himself, and was very likely a warrior at the Platinum Realm. Don't be careless. Moreover, the other 4 people were all at the Gold Realm, similar to himself. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could defeat the 4 opponents one by one, but the current situation did not allow him to choose, because there were 5 others. Moreover, the bald man who was just shot away by him was not seriously injured. Oh my god. 5 of them are wearing B-rank combat uniforms. They can block my damage. Lin Feng realized that the other party's combat uniform was the same as his, also B-level. It's a bit difficult. Don't waste time talking to him, let's end this quickly. The one-eyed man said to the 4 people, "Don't underestimate this guy. He's as strong as you. All 4 of you attack him together, and I'll cut off his retreat." The one-eyed dragon is good at speed, so the most important thing is to block Lin Feng's way. "Hey, boss, don't worry, the hottie and I can kill this guy, let me get revenge." The bald man swung his sword again and slashed towards Lin Feng. Having learned from the lesson just now, he was very cautious this time and was ready for Lin Feng's attack at any time. Another hot girl in leather jacket was also wearing high heels and holding 2 sharp short spears, stabbing at Lin Feng. The other 2 stood aside with their arms crossed, not intending to take action. Bang! Seeing the bald man's sword coming at him, Lin Feng raised his sword to block it. Suddenly, there were 2 sounds of iron clashing, and sparks flew. "Well, your strength is good, but if that's all you have, I'm sorry." The bald man smiled slightly, and while he was speaking, the hot girl on the side had already rushed to Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng quickly pulled back Zilong's golden spear, placed it in front of him to block, and at the same time took 3 steps back to block the sharp assassination. However, the constant impact of the 2 forces put Lin Feng at a disadvantage. "Kill him, stop playing around." Behind him, the one-eyed man spoke coldly and decisively. The 2 men received the order, and the bald man drew his knife and slashed at Lin Feng's face. This knife made Lin Feng's hand holding the gun tremble slightly, and his arm hurt slightly. But Lin Feng was obviously not a fool. He knew that if he defended for too long, he would lose, so he turned around and stabbed and killed with a gun. The gun shoots out like a dragon, and one shot penetrates the soul. Swish! With this shot, his speed suddenly increased. The bald man wanted to dodge, but he was not as fast as Lin Feng. Swish! The golden gun penetrated the bald man's body and stabbed him in the heart. Even the combat uniform could not block the damage of this shot. The explosive power of Lin Feng's shot exceeded 1.5 million, which could be said to have brought out the highest attack bonus of the Divine Dragon Spear technique. No matter how good the combat uniform is, what does it matter? Bald. The one-eyed man and the other 2 were shocked, and at this moment, the hot girl noticed something was wrong. Lin Feng's explosive power was more than twice as strong as before, and he suddenly crushed the bald man. It was so weird. She subconsciously retreated, but Lin Feng caught up with her. With absolutely crushing speed, Lin Feng stabbed from behind with a gun.
The hot girl didn't even have time to react.
A look of horror appeared on her face, and then she was blown away.
2 people, die. A high-level gold warrior. Damn, the information is wrong. Doesn't it say he is only 1-star gold? The man in sunglasses cursed and said angrily, "Boss, you have to take action. He is a high-level gold player and is much stronger than us.
His spear skills are superb and he is very skilled. Baldy and the others are careless." The one-eyed dragon directly summoned a sword and pointed it at Lin Feng, saying, "Today, you will die 100 times. He stopped talking abruptly before he could finish because Lin Feng was gone.
Fuck, this guy ran away. How unsportsmanlike. Chase him. The one-eyed man stopped pretending and chased after Lin Feng.
The man in sunglasses also flashed his steps, took out a rocket launcher and fired at Lin Feng. In front, Lin Feng kept flashing. If he couldn't win, there was no point in pretending, so he quickly slipped away.
He wasn't so stupid as to just stand there and wait to die. The one-eyed dragon is a platinum realm warrior.
Lin Feng is not sure of defeating him, and he would be a fool not to run away. His mental power was released, and suddenly his body moved to the side, whoosh.
Boom.
A rocket hit the building next to it, causing one corner of the building to collapse.
Boom, boom, boom.
Next, the rocket passed by Lin Feng, turning everything in its path into ruins.
And the gunsmith. I'm so bummed.
It seems like he really cares about 100 million. After dodging for a while, Lin Feng still couldn't shake off the one-eyed dragon, so he said, "The Zhou family gave you 100 million to kill me.
I'll give you 200 million. Don't kill me, and help me kill the Zhou family, okay? You insult me with money?"
The one-eyed dragon's face became even uglier, and he felt that he had been greatly insulted.
Lin Feng asked with great anticipation, "Do you want to do it?
If you do, I'll give you a down payment and the rest in installments."
You are looking for death. Little did he know that the one-eyed man became even angrier.
They, the bounty hunters, have a rule that once a target is determined, it cannot be changed, let alone turned against.
Otherwise, he would be ostracized by fellow warriors and even be besieged by other financial backers. Be persistent in doing things. Then keep chasing me. You can't catch up with me anyway. Let's see who can last longer.
Seeing that the one-eyed dragon refused to agree, Lin Feng was too lazy to tease him anymore and sped away at the fastest speed.
The one-eyed dragon's endurance is also not bad.
He is worthy of being a platinum warrior.
His speed is almost on par with Lin Feng. Damn, how can this guy run so fast? Is he still human? Damn it, how can this guy run so fast? Is he still human?
At this time, Lin Feng in front and the one-eyed dragon behind him had the same thoughts, and both of them were complaining about each other. Finally, after running for nearly 4 hours, Lin Feng arrived at another monster city. Without thinking much, he ran to hide in a high-rise building.
Chapter 37 Huge Harvest. Damn it, that guy shouldn't catch up with me, right? If he keeps running, I'll really kneel down.
In a room in one of the buildings, Lin Feng sat down, gasping for air. He quickly took out a qi shui dan and threw it into his mouth, finally recovering some strength.
Oh no, this is the last qi and blood pill.
Only then did he notice that this was his last qi blood pill. While running just now, Lin Feng ate 2 of them so that he could maintain the highest speed. At a speed exceeding 300 ms, after 4 hours of running from one city to another, Lin Feng had no idea how far he had run. However, he had just sat down to rest when he felt danger again.
Damn it, it's happening again.
As soon as there was any movement, Lin Feng ran away without thinking. After all, the opponent is a platinum warrior, and Lin Feng cannot fight him head-on.
Boss, my 5 speed shoes are dead. Mine too.
The 2 warriors of the death squad said to the one-eyed dragon.
The one-eyed man stopped and took a breath. It's useless.
Although the boy ran faster than I expected, he has no energy left in this area.
Next, we'll wait to hunt him down. He's right in front of us. Let's go.
The 3 of them flashed away and soon saw Lin Feng's figure.
You're here so soon, you're still haunting me.
Lin Feng glanced behind him and ran away. Just like that, Lin Feng ran, and he ignored the fact that this was an A-level city, and he ignored the many golden-level monsters around him. Before he knew it, he arrived at the city center, and in front of him was a penguin building.
Wait, it seems like His sixth sense was released, and the next moment, a huge palm slapped towards him. Monster King. Almost immediately, Lin Feng sensed the breath of the monster and quickly dodged to the side as fast as he could. Boom! With a wave of his hand, all the houses behind Lin Feng were flattened. Roar! Only then did Lin Feng see clearly that behind the Penguin Building, a huge monster began to appear. This monster looks exactly like King Kong in the movie. It is over 30 meters tall and as big as a commercial airliner. It walked out of the Penguin Building with endless anger. It seemed as if it was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's invasion of its territory. At this time, the 3 members of the death squad who had been chasing Lin Feng closely also arrived here. They saw a huge black shadow coming towards them and a thick layer of gloom covering the earth. They all raised their eyes at the same time. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? What the hell is this thing? Are we intruding into its territory? If I'm not mistaken, it's the King Kong Ape King, the Beast King of the A-rank monster city. The 2 were startled, but the experienced one-eyed dragon remained calm. He said calmly, "This big guy has platinum strength. We'd better not mess with him." "Boss, look, there's a glowing sword on that building." "What is that?" The man in black and sunglasses pointed to the top of the Penguin Building and said. Everyone looked together, and sure enough, they saw a sword stuck diagonally in the crack of the cement. Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. "This sword is S level." "S level, damn, the price is over 1 billion, boss, how about we take the sword first?" "No, kill the person first, then take the sword." "I'm afraid not, boss, you see." The man in sunglasses pointed at the King Kong ape. At this moment, Lin Feng was hiding in a place where the King Kong ape could not see him, using his mental power to control a flying blade towards the King Kong ape. Phew! The shadow flying blade was extremely fast and hidden, and it directly pierced the body of the King Kong ape. At this moment, the King Kong ape felt pain and beat his chest in anger. Roar, roar, roar. He let out a violent roar, his anger ignited. His eyes were fixed on the one-eyed man and his 2 companions. Only then did the death squad members react. "Oh my god, this is a frame-up, this is terrible." As they were talking, the King Kong Ape King had already rushed towards the 3 people. His huge figure was like a god of war, which was intimidating. Goodbye, everyone. Lin Feng's body trembled, and he used his mental power to fly into the air and escaped from the scene. "Lin Feng, you are such a sinister person." The roar of the one-eyed dragon was heard from behind, and soon a battle broke out over there. With the help of the King Kong Ape King, Lin Feng successfully escaped the pursuit of the death squad. He sat down 50 miles away to rest. From time to time, bursts of explosions and fighting sounds were heard in the distance, and even the tremors reached Lin Feng. The slight vibrations were shocking. Finally, after about half an hour, the fighting stopped completely. A platinum-level King Kong Ape King would be difficult for even the death squad to deal with. I'll go see who wins. Lin Feng groped his way back carefully, every step being like walking on thin ice. Downtown, the Penguin Building has collapsed. The surroundings were in ruins, with broken buildings and pieces of debris everywhere, as if a typhoon had passed through, and the place was in a mess. On the ground, there were 3 figures lying, and the King Kong Ape King was dying not far away, obviously having lost his fighting ability. Huff, huff, huff. Not long after, the one-eyed dragon crawled up from the ground. He hurriedly took out a body-tempering pill from his pocket, then stumbled towards the sword in front of him. Finally got rid of this guy. Let me recover for half a month, then I'll kill him. The one-eyed dragon thought that it would be nice to get an S-level sword, which could be sold for at least 1 billion yuan. It's much more valuable than killing Lin Feng. And since both of his teammates were dead, he didn't have to give them a 10% share and could keep the spoils for himself. He reached out to grab the sword, but in the blink of an eye, a cold wind suddenly blew up from behind him. Not good. He turned around and saw 7 flying blades spinning towards him at high speed. Due to the serious injuries on his body, the one-eyed dragon was unable to react, and despair appeared in his pupils. Laugh. His head flew up under the flying blade and blood spurted out. The scene was extremely bloody. You didn't expect it, I'm back again. After Lin Feng killed the one-eyed dragon, he was ecstatic. I didn't expect that all this was within my expectations. The King Kong Ape King and the one-eyed dragon's gang fought each other to a draw, so he risked his life to come back and reap the benefits. So damn lucky. Ding, defeated the Platinum Warrior, upgrade points plus 600,000. 600,000, is that so fierce? Lin Feng was very happy.
It turned out that by defeating the opponent at a higher level, he could get several times the profit.
If Lin Feng was also in the platinum realm, it would probably be only tens of thousands.
He excitedly picked up the sword in front of him. Holding the sword in his hand, Lin Feng felt like he had 10 billion in his pocket.
Just pick up money.
By the way, King Kong Ape King is not dead yet.
I'll give him another blow.
Lin Feng also found that the King Kong Ape King was not dead, so he bravely went up and stabbed him a few more times, killing the King Kong Ape King completely. Ding, kill the platinum monster, upgrade points plus 500,000. Finally, Lin Feng looted all the belongings of the death squad before leaving the scene. I have to sigh, today is really a fruitful day, I can make money without even lying down. If the one-eyed dragon was not dead, he would be angered to death by Lin Feng after seeing the scene. The kingdom I built was taken away by someone like that. How hateful and shameless.
Chapter 38 Beast Tide erupts. In a room of a building in an A-level monster city,
Lin Feng sat down.
He looked at his harvest and couldn't hide his excitement.
He never dreamed that he would accidentally get so many good things while being chased today. If he hadn't used the King Kong Ape King, he would probably have been chased and killed. My stretch bag is almost full, but these ones still have plenty of capacity. Just now, Lin Feng took the one-eyed dragon's telescopic bag again.
Now, there is still time to kill the monster and fill the beast core first.
After putting away the S-class sword, Lin Feng started to go out and kill monsters. In this city of A-level monsters, there are silver-level monsters, but they are generally found in the suburbs.
The monsters that truly dominate this city are gold-level monsters.
In this city of monsters, Lin Feng can no longer walk around as he did before. After all, it was a golden-level monster, and it wasn't easy for him to kill one by one.
We have to defeat them one by one.
If more than 5 monsters attack Lin Feng together, it would be quite fatal. Lin Feng began to kill the golden monsters carefully, and only killed about 20 or 30 of them a day. In the next few days, Lin Feng became more and more proficient, gained valuable experience, and killed faster and faster. Just using his own shadow flying blade to attack is enough to kill instantly.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Gradually, Lin Feng killed more than 300 monsters in these few days.
This number is extremely horrifying.
If someone saw Lin Feng fighting alone, they would definitely be shocked. Spiritualists are indeed born with an advantage. Lin Feng hid in a tall building and controlled 7 flying blades towards the monsters on the street below.
Swish! Suddenly the monster's head was chopped off and flew out. Ding, defeated the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 11,000. It's almost full. Time to go back and sell these things.
After killing an armored centipede, Lin Feng looked at his several telescopic bags and said with satisfaction,
if you kill too many, you won't be able to catch them all and it will be a waste. It's better to keep them and come back next time.
He began his return journey and left the city of monsters. However, when Lin Feng just walked out of the monster city, a series of vibrating sounds suddenly sounded behind him.
Dong long long? What's going on?
Lin Feng turned around and suddenly saw a large group of monsters swarming towards this side from the other side of the city. The monsters were so densely packed, there were tens of thousands of them, causing a huge commotion, and the earth shook for a moment. The ferocious and violent monsters trampled the steel and concrete, flattening everything in their path like a typhoon. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng showed a strange look, and his expression was shocked. Fuck, the beast tide is coming. The beast tide, as the name suggests, is a group of monsters running madly.
The monster tide is very fierce.
If you are caught in it, even if you are not besieged, bitten to death and swallowed, you will be trampled to death. He used his mental power to sense it, and suddenly his face froze. Oh no, most of them are golden monsters.
It would be easy for them to kill me.
Lin Feng alone is undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it is impossible for him to resist the tide of monsters. If we don't send troops and warriors to suppress it, it will be impossible to stop it.
If the beast tide entered the human city, it would be a disaster. Ordinary humans would be killed and their families would be destroyed.
But Lin Feng no longer cared about so many things. The sudden outbreak of a beast tide was itself an extremely unusual thing.
He had to escape quickly.
Looking back, Lin Feng saw that many teams of warriors who were hunting monsters in the city were screaming.
It is estimated that many people did not have time to escape and were killed and eaten by monsters. There is really no trace of the body left.
Lin Feng began to flee for his life.
Boom, boom, boom. The tide of monsters behind him was getting closer and closer, less than 5 kilometers away.
At this time, Lin Feng saw several foreign warriors with blonde hair and green eyes flying towards him. They were wearing strange high-tech flying devices, suspended in the air, looking at the tide of beasts below. Lin Feng looked up and found that the other person was smiling at him. In mid-air, several men dressed in aristocratic attire looked down. One of them, a bearded man, said, "Lord Karl, we have caused a beast tide. If the Chinese authorities knew about this, would they condemn us?" The man in the middle, named Karl, smiled and said, "Humph, we'll just take the Gale Shield and leave. Even if the Chinese authorities find out it was us, what can they do to us? Back in the Western Alliance, it's still our Roth family's world. Lord Karl is wise. These Chinese ants are dead, so let them die. They are not worth mentioning at all. Our goal is the Gale Shield, hee hee." Several people in the sky nodded in agreement and laughed sinisterly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was running at full speed on the ground, happened to overhear the conversation between the few people using his mental power. Suddenly, his face became angry. It turns out that these few people caused the beast tide. Fuck, they really don't care about our lives. Just a few foreign warriors came to cause trouble, and they forced me to flee. Lin Feng was very angry, but the other party could afford a flying device, so he was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Because this kind of flying device is very expensive, the price of one such flying device is more than 5 billion. Only wealthy nobles can afford it. Moreover, Lin Feng just took a look and found that the opponent's strength was all above platinum. The group of platinum warriors was very terrifying. Lin Feng began to hide deliberately, trying not to be discovered. However, in the sky, a man named Rotkar still discovered Lin Feng's trace. "There's a little ant down there who's a psychic. He was spying on us just now. Lord Karl, do you want me to go down and destroy him?" "No need, take the wind shield and leave quickly." Rotkar shook his head, but suddenly, a group of black crows and flying monsters were attacking them in the sky. "Oh no, there's a flying monster, everyone beware." Rotkar's face changed drastically. Flying monsters evolve rapidly and are very rare. Therefore, their strength is at least above the gold realm, and generally at the platinum realm, and they are not easy to deal with. Even if they had 7 or 8 platinum warriors, they would have no chance of winning if they fought against some flying monsters in the sky. You can't fight head-on, you have to find a place to hide and fight while retreating. Jie. On the ground, Lin Feng used his speed to distance himself from the tide of monsters, but suddenly a beast's cry pierced the sky, attracting Lin Feng's attention. "Oh no! There are flying monsters coming. This is going to be serious." Flying monsters are not common, but they appeared today, which shows that the situation is very serious. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless anymore, and began to use his mental power to fly away. Because a flying monster behind him had noticed him and swooped down towards him. Chapter 39, The Gale Shield Worth 50 Billion. Once Lin Feng falls into the hands of a flying monster, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be difficult to guarantee his survival. Lin Feng used his mental power to start flying in the air. Whoosh whoosh. Strong winds were blowing around him, and a flying monster was chasing him relentlessly. It was even as big as a helicopter, and its pressure was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast. Lin Feng gathered all his strength and flew continuously, using almost the maximum speed to pull with the monster in the sky. "Ah! Master Karl, please leave." Not long after, screams were heard behind him. It should be those foreign platinum warriors being attacked. It sounds a bit miserable. You deserve to die. You came to our territory and harmed us for no reason. You deserved it. Lin Feng felt inexplicably comfortable. There is no sympathy. Jie. At this time, the huge thunder eagle suddenly approached Lin Feng, and its huge claws covered him, and Lin Feng was completely obscured by the black shadow. His eyes changed and he immediately dived down to reduce his flying speed. Call out. The thunder eagle missed its claws and became angry, launching a crazy attack on Lin Feng. Luckily, it's a young thunder eagle, only 2 or 3 meters long and wide. If it were a full-grown thunder eagle, I wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. Lin Feng was not helpless either. While flying, he used his mental power to control the shadow flying blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 flying blades stabbed towards the little thunder eagle, killing it in midair and knocking it off its feet. Ouch! The little thunder eagle let out a wail and then fell to the ground. Not long after, a voice rang out from Lin Feng's head, Ding, defeat the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 20,000. Flying monsters are stronger than ground monsters, so they have more upgrade points.
Finally done it, it was thrilling.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he relaxed his guard, he suddenly felt a chill on his back.
Jie!
An even more brutal and violent voice reached Lin Feng's ears. The huge Thunder Eagle stared at Lin Feng with its old eyes and made an unfriendly cry. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng saw the Thunder Eagle chasing him and flying towards him.
Oh my god, whoa! Speak of the devil! This is a full-grown Thunder Eagle. Wow! He was almost stunned. The combat power of an adult Thunder Eagle is generally at the platinum level.
Even if a warrior of the same level fought with it in the sky, he might not be able to escape alive. A flying monster, especially good at air combat. Now, Lin Feng killed its child, which obviously angered the adult Thunder Eagle. He started running frantically. But he found that the speed of the Thunder Eagle was not slower than his, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. At the critical moment, Lin Feng began to lower the flying altitude again, almost close to the ground, and finally flew into a mountain with dense jungle. If Lin Feng fights against the flying monster in the sky, he will surely die.
And if he enters the mountains, there will be many obstacles and the flying monster's vision will be blocked, making it definitely inconvenient to fly.
After entering the forest, Lin Feng quickly hid under a big rock, almost holding his breath and not daring to breathe.
Jie! Outside, the Thunder Eagle flew over Lin Feng's head, searching for human figures. It kept circling back and forth searching, but to no avail. Finally, hundreds of monsters flew over the sky, and huge black shadows emerged, like a group of fighter jets. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt that the danger had subsided and crawled out from under the rock. They're all heading towards the human city. I can't go back now. I have to go the other way.
Lin Feng flew again and left the scene, but the loss of his energy and blood was very serious. Lin Feng had been fighting with others these past few days, which consumed a lot of energy. The aerial chase just now had almost exhausted Lin Feng's physical strength. The tide of monsters below also came to an end. Finally, after flying dozens of kilometers, Lin Feng landed on another mountain.
Plop!
Lin Feng landed gently on the ground, not knowing that there was a hidden cave right in front of him. At the entrance of the cave, there were 2 human corpses and the corpse of a flying monster.
It seems like a battle just happened here. Fortunately, I came late, otherwise I would have been caught up in it.
No, the flying monster will definitely come back later.
I have to go in and hide.
Thinking so, Lin Feng walked into the cave. The cave is not too deep, nor too narrow, and there are no monsters inside, making it a suitable place for Lin Feng to settle down and hide.
Hey, there's something shining here. Let me see what it is.
As soon as Lin Feng sat down, he saw something flashing in the corner of the opposite wall, which was very dazzling. The bright light caught Lin Feng's attention. He walked over, dug up the soil, and finally dug out an oval object that looked like a skateboard. However, the quality of this thing seems to be very unusual.
It doesn't feel like it is made of steel. It doesn't look like stone or plastic, nor is it made of any alloy. That's weird. What is this? It looks amazing. I've never seen a skateboard like this before. After watching it for a while, Lin Feng muttered to himself, is this a skateboard or a shield? Why does it feel more like an ancient shield? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly froze for a moment and remembered something. Alright, I just heard those foreign warriors talking about coming to find the Gale Shield. Could this thing be the Gale Shield? Thinking of this, he immediately used his smartwatch to log into the warrior forum. On the forum, Lin Feng began to type in the 3-word Swift Wind Shield to search for related posts. The Gale Shield appeared 100 years ago. It was the personal weapon of the first Grandmaster, Simmons. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities and is known as the strongest shield on Earth. Many scientists and human warriors have studied it, but none of them have been able to determine the material used in the Gale Shield. Rumor has it that this shield isn't made on Earth, but most likely came from outer space. After Simmons' death, the whereabouts of the Gale Shield remain unknown. Rumor has it was lost in China.
There's even news that a Grandmaster offered 50 billion for the Gale Shield, but to no avail.
After reading several related posts, Lin Feng's eyes widened.
When he compared them with the photos, he was completely shocked. Because the shield in his hand is the Gale Shield in the photo. Fuck, I got a Gale Shield worth 50 billion?
Lin Feng was so excited that he could hardly speak. I guess those foreign warriors just now confirmed the exact location of the Gale Shield, so they lured the monsters away from this mountain. I didn't expect to encounter a flying monster. In the end, it was thanks to my luck that I, the European Emperor, was able to obtain this priceless treasure. Lin Feng was ecstatic. He observed it for a while, then took out his S-level sword and slashed at the Gale Shield. Bang! The S-level sword began to vibrate, and Lin Feng's arm felt numb. He found that the Gale Shield was really hard, too hard. Chapter 40, The Magic of the Wind Shield. He just chopped down with all his strength, but found that the wind shield was intact, and of course there was no crack on the sword. Instead, his arm was in pain. This is outrageous. Lin Feng is only a gold 4-star now, but the power of a gold 4-star can reach over 1.3 million. Just now, he had burst out with all his strength, and with the added power of the S-class longsword, his explosive power could be said to have surpassed the realm of a gold warrior, at least 2 million kilograms. But even if 4 million pounds of force were poured into the Gale Shield, it was of no use. This defense is so damn strong. You truly are worthy of being the world's #1 shield. I will take you in from now on. After the test, Lin Feng said with satisfaction, but then, something magical happened. Just as Lin Feng reached out to pick up the Gale Shield, the shield suddenly moved on its own. As if it had intelligence, it happily circled around Lin Feng like an obedient little puppy. Fuck, you can still understand what people are saying? This scene almost scared Lin Feng to death. After he said this, the Gale Shield seemed to understand and circled around Lin Feng's feet and hovered down. It seemed to be telling Lin Feng to step on it and carry Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately jumped onto the Gale Shield and began to use his telekinesis to control the flight of the Gale Shield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Gale Shield started, and suddenly, the speed was surging, as fast as the wind. It is more than 3 times faster than Lin Feng's previous flying speed. It almost reaches 1000 ms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Buzz, flying on the wind shield, Lin Feng's eardrums were almost broken. However, Lin Feng soon adapted to this flying speed, and his body's discomfort gradually eased. He also made a major discovery, that is, when controlling the Gale Shield, Lin Feng's mental power did not seem to be consumed much. Magic! So amazing! This discovery made Lin Feng overjoyed. It was almost zero consumption. Ha ha ha, my flying speed is catching up with the Grandmaster martial artist. Who else but me? Lin Feng was very confident. After getting the Gale Shield, his confidence suddenly increased and he started to head back home. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng caught up with the Beast Tide. At this time, Lin Feng began to control his way into the Beast Tide, holding Zilong's golden spear and killing the monsters. With the help of the Gale Shield, Lin Feng was like a fish in water and was not afraid of being overwhelmed by the tide of monsters. Ding, defeat the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 10,000. Ding, defeated the Golden Realm monster, upgrade points plus 9,500. Ding, ding. After half an hour, Lin Feng killed nearly 400 golden level monsters. He originally wanted to continue killing, but when he saw fighter jets flying from a distance, Lin Feng interrupted this idea. The army is coming. When the army comes to suppress the Beast Tide, there will definitely be warriors coming here to support. If Lin Feng stays here any longer, he will probably be exposed. He is now covered in treasures that are worth a fortune and cannot be exposed to the public. Controlling the Gale Shield, Lin Feng flew back towards Gaoliang City with a whoosh. Damn it, Carl missed. What happened? Did the Chinese authorities take action? Outside China. Western Alliance, far across the ocean. The Western Alliance, whose full name is the Western Alliance, is where warriors and humans from the West gather in one place to form an alliance to fight against monsters and seek survival. At this time, in a base city of the Western Alliance, in the Roth family, an elderly man in his 70s flew into a rage after checking the latest email. Next to him stood a tall man dressed in aristocratic clothes. The old man said, it wasn't the Chinese officials who took action. When Carl arrived at the target location, the Chinese officials hadn't arrived yet, but the Gale Shield was gone. Someone touched our things. Damn it! They were able to take our treasure right under Carl's nose. Could it be that a Grandmaster was involved? No, we're the only ones who know this. Besides, China's Grandmaster has been in the cave city all this time. He doesn't have time to meddle in other people's business. The tall man's eyelids twitched. This trip, the loss is over 500 billion. Fuck. 500 billion?
The old man sneered. You still underestimate the value of the Gale Shield. In my heart, it is a priceless treasure.
Not only did we lose the Gale Shield, but we also lost 7 platinum warriors. It's really not worth it.
The old man was furious after losing more than he gained. He ordered, send someone to Huaxia to investigate immediately.
They must find the person.
That's our property, and we must not let it fall into the hands of others.
Yes, Godfather.
Sweat broke out on the tall man's forehead. The Godfather was angry, and the consequences were serious. In China, Lin Feng returned to Gaoliang and went to the Warrior Mall to sell things as soon as possible.
His telescopic bag is now full. If you don't sell it, there will be no room for it.
Manager Lu was extremely polite when he saw Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you are here.
What have you gained this time? You can count it yourself and give me the bill after you finish counting.
Lin Feng threw 3 stretch bags on the ground, which scared Manager Lu.
So many golden beast cores? Oh my god, this is the King Kong Ape King's beast core.
Manager Lu was extremely shocked. In the silver and gold realms, others only occasionally harvested a few golden beast cores. As for Lin Feng, his first move was a golden beast core, and even the beast core of the platinum level King Kong Ape King.
This is a best-selling beast core all over the world.
Finally, after a rigorous inventory, Manager Lu held up the computer and said with a smile, Lin Feng, you are going to make a fortune this time. The total price of all these things is 1,115,933,100.
1 billion? After hearing the selling price, Lin Feng was shocked.
He had never expected that this beast core was so valuable. But after looking at it, there are tens of thousands of beast cores.
It is really unreasonable that it is not more than 1 billion.
That's right. I'll convert it for you and give you 1,116,000,000. However, I don't have that much cash right now. I need the alliance to transfer the money to you. Manager Lu was as polite as he could be. If he resold it, he could make at least 5 million. 5 million was a lot for an ordinary person like him.
Okay, then give it to me after you receive the payment. I'm leaving now.
Okay, take care. Not long after returning home, Lin Feng received a transfer of 1.116 billion.
A very large amount.
In fact, Lin Feng still had some unexpected items, such as an S-level sword and a Gale Shield, that he had not sold. He wanted to use these 2 items himself. He quickly logged into the Warrior Mall and began to repay the money he had borrowed last time. 20 or 30 million was not a lot of money for Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng checked the price of this S-level sword and found that the sword was called Lei Xiao sword, weighing about 10,000 pounds, and was suitable for warriors above the Grandmaster level.
The Thunder Sword is out of print.
If I were to sell it, I'd probably fetch around 3 billion. Other S-class weapons generally cost between 10 billion and 10 billion. I'd better stick with this sword so I don't have to buy another S-class weapon in the future. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to buy a martial arts book to increase the power of Lei Xiao.
It must be sword skills. Chapter 41 Spiritual Breakthrough, Brotherhood. With great interest, Lin Feng bought a martial arts book called Thunder Sword Technique.
The Thunder Sword Technique, a sword that strikes like thunder, when practiced to perfection, can increase the attack power by 300%.
Moreover, during the attack, 3 lightning bolts will be automatically attached, and each lightning bolt will cause 5% additional damage to the enemy.
After reading the introduction, Lin Feng thought it was awesome.
If he could master this thing, wouldn't it be like cheating?
The Thunder Sword Technique, priced at 500 million, was also created by the giant Lei, and its sales were equally dismal. But poor sales do not mean that the power is small. For example, the Gale Step technique makes Lin Feng's speed even better, making his escape much faster. With the remaining money, Lin Feng bought another 100 Qi blood pills, spending a total of 50 million.
Let's leave it at that for now. It's no problem for me to dominate Gaoliang City now.
Lin Feng was very satisfied and walked into the martial arts hall to practice in seclusion. The express delivery arrived in the afternoon, and Lin Feng began to practice the Thunder Sword Technique. Ding, it's detected that the host possesses sword skills.
Do you want to practice? Practice. Ding, practicing.
Familiar processes and familiar scenes began to enter Lin Feng's mind, helping Lin Feng absorb the moves of the Thunder Sword Technique. Soon, Lin Feng understood the true meaning of the Thunder Sword Technique.
Ding, the Thunder Sword Technique is complete, currently at the entry level. So fast, much faster than last time. He sighed and used the thunder sword technique on the tester. Out. Boom. As the sword was drawn, faint lightning shot out from the blade, and at the same time, it was as if thunder had exploded, and the entire sealed training room began to tremble. A loud noise erupted, and Lin Feng was shocked. He said with satisfaction, "Too strong." It was accompanied by a bolt of lightning. This sword blasted out more than 2 million powers. I made it. The number that appeared on the screen was 2,136,879 kilograms, which gave Lin Feng a big surprise. He began to accumulate blood and she frantically again, taking large blood pills. Gurgle, gurgle, Lin Feng stuffed the qi shui dan into his mouth as if it were free, and only stopped swallowing when his stomach felt burning. If someone was watching, they would probably be scared to death by Lin Feng's actions. Even a master warrior would not dare to eat the qi shui dan as a meal. If it cannot be digested, the person will be choked to death or die from a burst blood vessel. However, Lin Feng's physique is different. He has a system to assist digestion, so the more Lin Feng eats, the better. Moreover, Lin Feng's absorption ability is extremely strong. If other people's absorption ability is a big tank, Lin Feng's absorption ability is an ocean. Can take care of everything. There have been changes. I hope this breakthrough will make me stronger. He thought to himself, closed his eyes and began to meditate and practice. A day later, Lin Feng's eyes opened. The moment he opened his eyes, a bright black light flashed out, and Lin Feng's pupils were as bright as stars, very bright. Moreover, his skin became much whiter, and his whole temperament suddenly improved to a higher level, as if he had become a different person. Well, is it starting? Lin Feng's energy and blood were full, and his spiritual realm began to accumulate and explode. Silver 1 star. Silver 2 star. Silver 3 stars. Silver 4 stars. When it reaches silver 4 stars, it stops growing. Lin Feng exhaled, I'm only 2 realms away. It seems I still have to spend my upgrade points. He looked at his upgrade points and found that he still had 2.3 million. System, upgrade my spiritual realm. Ding, accept the command and start improving your spiritual realm. Silver 5 stars. Gold 1 star. Boom. With a violent explosion in his brain, Lin Feng's realm rose to gold 1 star, but his upgrade points were also completely used up. But Lin Feng doesn't care. After his spiritual realm is improved, his mental power will be strengthened. Using mental power to fight in the future is the right way. Can kill from a distance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped worrying about it. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 280 ms. Strength, 1,300,000 kilograms. Spiritual Realm, Gold Star 299950000000. Cultivation Level, Gold 4 stars 0100000000. Upgrade Points, 0. Martial Arts, Divine Dragon Spear Mastery, 01 million, Attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist Minor Success, 0400,000, Basic Attack plus 50%, Gale Footwork Minor Success, 0500,000, Basic Speed plus 40%, Thunder Sword Entry Level, 090,000, Attack plus 65%. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the attribute results displayed on the panel. After reaching 4 gold stars, his strength suddenly increased a lot. A punch at peak power could probably produce an explosion of 2 to 3 million. After he is promoted to a platinum warrior, he will try to use the S-level Lei Xiao sword as a weapon. After all, he is not very suitable to use Lei Xiao at the moment. As for the speed, Lin Feng simply ignored it. Now that he has the Gale Shield, as long as his blood is strong enough, his speed can directly soar to over 1,000. It's really as fast as drinking water. Without a master-level martial artist, there is no way you can see the taillights of your own car. After completing his training, Lin Feng came out of seclusion in the martial arts hall. At this time, a martial arts instructor came over and said, Lin Feng, Deacon Su has been looking for you for a long time, but he can't get in touch with you. Deacon Su is looking for me? Lin Feng thought for a moment and turned on his smart watch. There were several emails accumulated in it, all sent by Deacon Su. Lin Feng opened them one by one and watched them. Lin Feng, the World Rookie Challenge is about to start. Do you want to sign up? Let me know when you see me. Are you there? Where did the kid go? Is he missing? If you don't sign up now, you won't have a chance. Where are you, Lin Feng? The Chinese authorities asked me to invite you to participate in the competition. If you receive an invitation, please come to the Yenjing headquarters to find me. There were 3 consecutive messages, all about Deacon Su looking for Lin Feng. Another competition? Never mind, I'll go find out. After all, the officials have contacted me, so they probably have high expectations of me. Lin Feng did not set off immediately, but stayed at home for a day, chatted with his parents, and then tested Lin Xiaoyu's strength. Lin Feng was slightly shocked by Lin Xiaoyu's progress, because Lin Xiaoyu currently possessed the strength of a bronze 2-star warrior. Very good. Xiao Bai, what realm has my brother reached? After Lin Feng left, Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously. A voice came from the pendant on his chest. Damn it, your brother seems to be approaching the platinum realm. So fast? Didn't you say you would help me catch up with my brother in 3 months? What should I do now? Lin Xiaoyu was very anxious. She wanted to surpass her brother and show off. I only advanced 1 star in a week, but my brother advanced several stars. Don't worry, my dear. I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. We will surpass your brother. After all, I am the strongest person in the universe. Xiao Bai made a cold electronic sound. When Lin Feng went out, he happened to meet the peanut team and others returning, and Wang Dali also woke up. They made an appointment to meet in a private room in the restaurant to reminisce about the past. Damn, Lin Feng, what kind of medicine did you take to reach the Golden Realm? I've always said this kid has huge potential. A month and a half ago, he was just a fledgling, but now he can crush us. You are really good, kid. I envy the spiritual master. Don't forget us when you become successful in the future. He even won first place in the Chinese Newcomer Challenge. What a pervert. After seeing Lin Feng's realm, the 4 members of the peanut team couldn't help but be shocked and teased Lin Feng one by one. Ha, thank you brothers for taking me out to explore. I, Lin Feng, am definitely not an ungrateful person. A few people started eating and drinking, and after bragging, everyone went home. Finally, Lin Feng came to Wang Dali alone and said, Old Wang, here are 30 million. You can't go out for the next 6 months, but you can't fall behind in your cultivation, otherwise you will waste your best time. Buy some more pills to replenish your energy. Lin Feng, how can this be possible? 30 million is not a small amount. A hint of shock flashed in Wang Dali's eyes. You're also contributing to the team. Besides, I'm not short of money right now. Take it. That's it. I'm going to Yenjing now. Keep in touch. After handing the card to Lao Wang, Lin Feng left quickly. Wang Dali looked at Lin Feng's back, tears flashing in his eyes. Chapter 42, China's Hope, A Battle of Honor. 30 million is not a lot for Lin Feng, because he knows that spiritualists make money quickly and it is easy to earn 300 or 400 million in a month. But for a silver warrior like him, it was the profit of 2 trips. If he has no income for half a year, he will have no money to buy pills to maintain his current condition. You know, the best age for a warrior is between 20 and 30 years old, as this period is the fastest for improvement. If he neglects his training for half a year, his cultivation will fall behind others, and he will most likely not be able to become a gold-level warrior in the future. So the 30 million from Lin Feng is very important to him. In his heart, he already regarded Lin Feng as a brother. Yenjing. In the martial arts school headquarters building, Lin Feng met Deacon Su. In Deacon Su's office, there was a middle-aged man in official attire. The middle-aged man had a righteous look on his face. When he saw Lin Feng come in, he glanced at him lightly. Lin Feng didn't think much about it. He walked in and asked, Deacon Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Deacon Su stood up, and only then did Lin Feng realize that Deacon Su's legs were a little inconvenient and he was limping. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly asked, Deacon Su, what are you doing? Last time, I was ambushed overseas. The injuries I sustained will take another month to heal. Deacon Su said with a smile, his tone open and generous, it's nothing serious, don't worry. Let me introduce you. This is Commander Qin Zhanglong, an official 4-star general. 4-star warrior. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He had heard of the titles of generals in the army. A 5-star general was the most powerful. It was said that only a master could receive this honor. A 4-star general, on the other hand, has strength above platinum and can only be awarded the title after making outstanding military achievements. Lin Feng saluted, and Chen Zhanglong stood up leisurely and said, Lin Feng, I've been following you since you participated in the Chinese Newcomer Challenge last time. I didn't expect that you would break through again in such a short time. And, if I'm not mistaken, you are a golden warrior, right? I'm sorry to bother you, sir.
I have indeed entered the golden realm. Lin Feng did not deny it. As soon as he said this, Suyu took a deep breath, hissed, and stared at Lin Feng in disbelief.
Golden warrior, it's only been half a month, right? How come it's so easy for silver to surpass gold? Is there some cheat?
Ha, Lin Feng, you really are worthy of being the #1 genius in China.
To be honest, I came here today to discuss something with you. Commander Chen, if you have something to say, just say it.
I would like to invite you to represent China and participate in the Global Newcomer Challenge, also known as the Martial Arts Tournament.
Chen Zhenglong went straight to the point and said. Hearing this, Lin Feng paused and said, Global Newcomer Challenge? I'm all ears. After some explanation, Lin Feng understood that this was a Global Newcomer Challenge project.
Not only are there wilderness survival tests, but there are also arena competitions, with a death rate reaching a terrifying 20%. The mortality rate is extremely high, the assessment is extremely difficult, and this battle is the baptism of fire for new warriors. It is known as the Dragon Gate for warriors.
Seeing Lin Feng's interest, Chen Zhenglong patiently explained.
The final prize pool, the champion takes 3 billion, the runner-up takes 2 billion, and the third place takes 1 billion. I also want to tell you that China has been ranked last for 9 consecutive years, so this is a battle of dignity.
If it ranks last for 10 consecutive years, it will become a huge joke. Ranked last for 9 years? Lin Feng raised his head. How is that possible? Did I hear correctly?
Logically speaking, China is a vast country with abundant resources, many powerful warriors and geniuses, and there are countless outstanding warriors in the younger generation.
They are not worse than the foreign generation.
At the very least, they can get 7th or 8th place.
How can they be ranked at the bottom for consecutive times? Lin Feng, this is true.
Although there are many newcomers in China, many geniuses from Woda University are not willing to risk their lives to participate in such a high-risk competition. Su Ao said, the talented warriors trained by the government have more important tasks to perform, so the ones who went there in the past weren't the strongest ones. Chen Zhenglong continued, another reason is that China's new talents are too proud. In the past, some talented children of noble families went there and refused to cooperate with their teammates, which ended up killing them. Also, there are more and more psychics abroad now. Take the Western Alliance and the African Union for example. They discover a psychic every year.
If our people went there, we wouldn't be enough to fight them. I understand. I'll go and join.
Lin Feng suddenly made a decision. The two smiled at each other and nodded in surprise.
We feel relieved with you here.
With your strength, I think it won't be difficult for me to get first place.
Chen Zhenglong patted Lin Feng's shoulder with gratitude in his eyes. 3 days later, Lin Feng boarded the warship and flew abroad with Commander Chen Zhenglong.
On the plane, there were 4 other Chinese contestants, all of whom were over 20 years old. Lin Feng was the youngest and attracted the attention of the 4 people. However, there was only one person who seemed to be from an aristocratic family.
He sat alone and looked down on everyone. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to others.
The reason he participated in the competition was to win honor for his country.
As a Chinese warrior, how could he not bring glory to his country? On the battleship, Lin Feng originally thought that this was a matter of the warrior world and not many people should pay attention to it. Little did he know that just as he closed his eyes and tried to rest, he received a call from his parents. Xiao Feng, you went abroad to participate in that martial arts competition? Mom and Dad, how did you know?
Lin Feng was very surprised. His father Lin Dong said, all of China knows about this. 3 days ago, there was an official news release saying that the most outstanding and talented warrior in China would decide to participate in the Global Newcomer Challenge. I was wondering who that person was, and it turned out to be you. Lin Dong's tone became more and more agitated, and his mother Wang Xiaoyun also looked nervous. Xiao Feng, you must pay attention to safety, don't let anything happen to you.
I'm so famous?
Lin Feng didn't expect this, and then smiled. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll bring the championship trophy back to you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly went online to browse the news. Sure enough, his own news had been flooding the screen these days.
Can the most talented warrior in all of China, representing China, break the 9-year-old bottom-placed ranking?
The spokesperson for the Western Alliance, African Union, and Asian Union mocked, saying they would join forces to send China to its 10th consecutive defeat.
Lin Feng's identity is revealed.
He is the shining star of China and has attracted the attention of the martial arts world. Shocked. The Global Rookie Challenge will be broadcast live to the public. It's estimated that 1 billion people across China will watch online. Can we break the ice? The various news reports made Lin Feng feel that he had suddenly become the center of attention of the entire country. His face suddenly became slightly serious. It seemed that the whole world was looking forward to giving China a shameful gift. I carry the honor of China and everyone's expectations on my shoulders. This time, let me end my 9-game losing streak and lead China to the top. The warship landed in a base. After getting off the warship, Lin Feng and his friends saw warriors and contestants from many countries landing. These geniuses have blonde hair, green eyes, and black skin. There are even some Indians with afros. In short, they are all diverse and have their own style. Chapter 43, Imminent. The 5 Chinese players walked into the competition base. At this time, a foreign man dressed in officer's uniform came over and greeted Chen Zhenglong. Captain Chen, why didn't your partner come with you this year? Are you afraid of facing 10 consecutive defeats? Are you afraid of losing? He was the leader of the Western Alliance team. Chen Zhenglong smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, we came here to win the championship this year and we don't plan to be last." Ah, the Chinese team is indeed full of wild ideas. We, the African Union, will make your wish come true. At this time, another dark-skinned officer came over. One could tell at a glance that he was the officer of the African Union team. Today's African Union and Western Union are very powerful. In the previous generation, they may not be able to compare with China, but they are almost there. In the past 10 years, the development has been extremely rapid, and warriors from all walks of life have emerged one after another. It is truly a place full of talents, and it is likely to surpass China. Since they were at the peak of their popularity, they naturally spoke with confidence and did not take Chen Zhenglong seriously. It's still uncertain who will win. Chen Zhenglong smiled slightly. Lin Feng and others were also filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. It seems that people from all over the world are very jealous of China's martial arts and want to suppress it. It's so hateful. If it were in the past, Lin Feng would have no idea what the situation was like abroad. Now it seems that the competition among warriors is also very fierce. Especially when it rises to the national level, this sense of honor and responsibility becomes stronger and stronger. While the few of them were secretly fighting, another officer wearing Asian Alliance uniform arrived. Several officers from the Asian Alliance were quite polite and greeted Chen Zhenglong. "Hello, Chief Chen, long time no see." "Yes." Chen Zhenglong nodded. After talking for a while, the leader of the Asian Alliance suddenly said, "Chief Chen, your China is no longer the China of the past. The current martial arts situation has changed. If you don't join our Asian Alliance, it will be difficult for you to continue." "Haha, how do you know?" Chen Zhenglong sneered. In terms of territory and martial arts masters, China's territory is comparable to the Western Alliance and exceeds that of the African Union. The 2 giants of the human race are both in China. Among the top 10 martial arts schools in the world, China's Super Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School both occupy the top 2. Is Commander Chen too self-righteous? The mixed-race leader of the Asian Alliance chuckled. The previous generation was only powerful, but what about this generation? Are you sure that China can continue to develop without joining the Asian Alliance? In the past 10 years, the Western Alliance and the African Alliance have each trained more than 10 spiritualists, and our Asian Alliance even had 2 talented spiritualists this year. Meanwhile, you and China have been stagnant for 10 years. This time, we are all striving for first place. You know, we will not show mercy in the assessment, don't you understand? So what? Let's see the truth in the competition. The mixed race officer's attitude suddenly became unfriendly. Chen Zhenglong smiled in response and turned his gaze to Lin Feng. If nothing unexpected happens, the competition will start in the afternoon. Go to the base lounge and rest for a while. Then gather when you hear the call. Chen Zhenglong turned to Lin Feng and the others and said, "Our team leader has no right to enter the players' rest area, but we can see you on the live broadcast after the game. By the way, this assessment requires great emphasis on teamwork. We are a team, and Lin Feng is the captain of this competition." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and did not refuse. The other 3 all agreed and expressed that they had no objection. Only the disciple from the rich family did not express his opinion. He stood aside with his arms crossed, looking very arrogant. Before boarding the warship, Lin Feng looked at the team member's information and knew that the man was a disciple of a big family in Yanjing, named Lu Xiaolong.
Lu Xiaolong is not an ordinary son of a wealthy family. His grandfather, father and mother are all martial arts masters and enjoy a high reputation in China. They are much stronger than the Zhou family in Shanghai. However, he has a very arrogant personality. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In addition, he is gifted and has always been a standout among his peers, which leads to him hardly talking to others. In other words, among his peers, few can catch his eye. Now that he heard that Lin Feng was the team leader, the unyielding Lu Xiaolong naturally did not look happy. Seeing this, Chen Zhanglong said, "Lu Xiaolong, this is an order. During combat, you must focus on the team and cooperate with your teammates. Do you understand?"
I understand. But if he wants me to obey him, he has no right to order me around unless he's better than me. After Lu Xiaolong finished speaking, he crossed his arms and walked towards the lounge.
Chen Zhanglong shook his head. Disciples from big families were really too difficult to tame.
If his grandfather had not strongly recommended him to participate in the competition and win glory for the country, Chen Zhanglong would not have considered bringing him. At the same time, in China, it was late at night. It is time to go to bed, but many people in China do not go to sleep. Instead, they stay in front of the TV or turn on their smartwatches to wait for the live broadcast.
The live broadcast will start in an hour.
I heard that our new Chinese players this year are very good and have a chance to win the championship.
That guy named Lin Feng is said to be a spiritualist. Not long ago, the Zhou family in Magic City even put a bounty on him.
I didn't expect him to be competing abroad now. He's really impressive. This grand gathering of geniuses only happens once a year.
You have to watch it.
If we lose again, it will be our 10th consecutive loss.
Damn.
I'm going to watch the game tonight even if I have to stay up all night.
Well done to the Chinese warriors.
People all over the country were paying attention to this global event, and Gaoliang City was particularly enthusiastic about it. Many people spontaneously ran to the streets to watch the big screen, waiting for the start of the game. Lin Feng is our role model in Gaoliang City. He is the most gifted genius in all of China.
I believe he will win. Lin Feng is awesome. 666.
Lin Feng's parents and Lin Xiaoyu were also watching nervously at home. Wang Xiaoyun said worriedly, "So many people are pinning their hopes on our son.
Do you think Xiaofeng is under a lot of pressure?"
It is an honor for our Lin family that Xiaofeng has won glory for our country.
Even if he loses, it is still an honor. I believe Xiaofeng will not lose. He has been strong since he was young. Mom and Dad, don't worry.
My brother is very, very strong. Participating in this kind of competition is like a dimensionality reduction attack.
He won't lose.
Lin Xiaoyu explained, "My brother is also a very powerful psychic.
I didn't know this before, but now I know.
It's hard for him to lose." The highest level base of the Chinese military. This place is heavily guarded, and is filled with various automatic scanning infrared rays. It is the place where all the Chinese military leaders hold meetings. Those who can enter here are all well-known and famous officials, and they have a high status. At this moment, in the meeting hall, a white-haired old man with 5 golden stars on his shoulders sat at the head of the meeting and said to the 7 or 8 officers below, "Everyone, bad news has come from the catacombs. Yesterday, the underground cave opened another city. We lost 70,000 soldiers in a row, and lost 12 masters in one battle.
And this isn't the worst.
The most fatal thing is that research has revealed that a subterranean cave may also be opened in Jiangnan province. In the coming days, we must be prepared for an all-out attack." Chapter 44 Dignity Issues. When the officers below heard this, they all looked horrified and their expressions became serious.
3 entrances to the underground caves have already been opened within our territory.
If more underground caves appear, it will be a huge test for us.
If we rely solely on our military, it's impossible to suppress the creatures in the cave. What should we do?
Yes, in addition to the creatures in the cave, the monsters outside have also been more active in recent years.
I'm afraid we're about to face an unprecedented disaster.
Everyone looked at each other helplessly. The white-haired old man said, "Next month, I will personally go down to the cave. If you can't contact me inside, all decisions made above will be handed over to you all for joint responsibility."
Commander-in-Chief, how can this be possible?
You are our pillar.
What if? It's nothing to worry about. Lu and Lei are both in seclusion right now. We must defend the cave until they come out.
The white-haired old man's eyes were firm. In a few days, a grandmaster will arrive to support us.
There is no need to panic. Let's take it one step at a time. Everyone nodded. This was the only way.
For them, the biggest threat is not the monsters on the ground, but the creatures in the cave.
Those terrifying existences have plagued society for decades.
If the authorities had not blocked the news, the entire human society would have been in chaos.
People will panic.
Ximing, the base for the Global Newcomer Challenge. At this time, Lin Feng and others were sitting in a special lounge waiting for notification of the competition. My name is Zhang Feng, and this is my younger brother Zhang Lin.
Lin Feng, I've heard of you.
You joined the Super Martial Arts School and are the most powerful newcomer this year. At this time, two young men with similar looks came over from the Huaxia team to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng also smiled and became humble. Several people began to get to know each other and understand each other's playing style. Through conversation, everyone got to know each other a little. The other girl was named Kong Feifei, from Jiangbei province.
She was very beautiful and easygoing. By the way, Lu Zilong, what are you good at?
The first round will be a ring match, let's discuss it first.
You guys are just a bunch of mediocre people. You're not qualified to be compared with me. You're just a drag.
Zhang Feng tried to make peace with Lu Zilong, but was humiliated by Lu Zilong. Just take your time to discuss it.
Don't bring me into this.
Lu Zilong responded coldly and walked out of the lounge on his own, never looking at Lin Feng and the others.
TSK, this is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? So what if he comes from a famous family?
Lin Feng is a psychic master, and he's not as arrogant as him.
Kong Feifei spoke up for everyone.
Lin Feng was also a little unhappy with him because he didn't value teamwork. At worst, he would just let him act alone later.
But not long after, a burst of booing was heard outside. What happened? Go out and take a look. Lin Feng and his friends walked out of the rest area and saw a fight in the corridor.
One of them was pinned to the ground by a young man and punched and kicked, with no ability to fight back. When they took a closer look, they were shocked, because the person who was beaten was Lu Zilong, who had just left.
You dare to hit me?
After being slapped, Lu Zilong couldn't help but want to fight back, but the other party was much stronger than him. He only has the strength of Silver 2-star, but the foreign man in front of him is Silver 4-star, which is very powerful. He was no match for his opponent at all. After a few moves, he was knocked to the ground and stepped on by someone. Hit him, hit him. The Chinese players really don't know how to live or die.
How dare you go against our James? You really don't know what's good for you. James is the captain of our Western Alliance second team.
TSK, boy, are you convinced?
If not, stand up and fight me again. The big guy James slapped Lu Zilong again. With a snap, Lu Zilong's face looked strange. He didn't dare fight back.
This was the first time he encountered such a ruthless character. He just bumped into the other person and was pinned to the ground and beaten up.
It was really not worth it. Look, the little guy from China doesn't even dare to fight back. Ha, what a weakling.
Lu Zilong became the object of everyone's ridicule, and laughter broke out for a while.
Lu Zilong, who was knocked down, felt ashamed and extremely embarrassed. I really lost all my face.
Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others were unhappy.
He said, that's enough. He is the weakest among us. You are using the strongest to bully the weakest. Do you have the nerve to do that?
When Lu Zilong saw Lin Feng coming, his eyes suddenly froze, as if he had seen a savior.
Boy, you want to help him? James's eyes fell on Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled slightly. I don't help losers, but you bully a loser. Don't use the reputation of our China to slander him.
Ha, your Chinese team is all useless. Is there anything wrong with what I said?
James didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all and humiliated him directly to his face, but he had just said it. The next moment, a fist hit James's abdomen.
Bang! James didn't even have time to react before he flew out like a pig and fainted.
What? When everyone saw the scene, they were stunned and stared at Lin Feng in surprise. Oh my god, James is a Silver 4-star warrior, but he was killed with one punch.
Who is this guy?
He has such a powerful strength. Not only were the other team members whispering to each other, but even Zhang Feng and the others behind him were dumbfounded. His eyes were sharp and he felt it was incredible.
Without caring about other people's looks, Lin Feng glanced around and said, "If I hear anyone slandering China again, I will make you all lie prone on the ground like dead dogs. Do you understand? Let's go." Lin Feng led his men back like this, and the other warrior teams all looked grim. The warriors of China are too arrogant. If our Western Alliance Team 1 players hadn't arrived yet, how could he have gotten the chance to act so arrogantly? We'll beat him down in the first arena match later. Some Western Alliance players are still not convinced and are talking after the fact. The others also nodded. There were 3 teams from the Western Alliance participating in the competition, and the strongest group had not arrived yet, otherwise it would not be the turn of the Chinese team to come to the fore. In the lounge, after Lin Feng and others came back, Lu Zilong also came back, but the expression he showed when he looked at Lin Feng and others was much more respectful. He stepped forward and said flatteringly, "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I was so grateful to you just now, otherwise I would have been in trouble." You're wrong. I'm not trying to help you, but for the reputation of our country. Lin Feng said coldly, "You were so awesome just now, how come you didn't dare to fight back after being beaten? For someone like you, calling you trash is a compliment. Don't take yourself too seriously." "That's right, Lu Zilong, you only bring shame to our Chinese team. He was just ignoring us." "Humph, I thought he was so powerful as a descendant of a famous family, but it turns out he's just a coward." Several people started to criticize Lu Zilong, forcing him to lower his head. "All contestants, please gather at the ring. The ring match will begin in 1 minute." At this moment, the radio in the base sounded, and the game was about to begin. Chapter 45, that's it, everyone is dumbfounded. Base Arena. This place is very big as a football field. In the middle, a ring made of special materials has been built. There are cameras all around the arena, and these cameras are specially used for global live broadcasts. At this moment, many people all over the world are watching this game. Look, the game is about to start. Oh my god, why does the Western Alliance have so many players? There are 3 or 4 teams. The same goes for the African Union. And why is the Asian Union led by India? We in China only have a small team. It's very risky. No more words, I support our Chinese team. In the square of Gaoliang City, when Lin Feng and others appeared, they immediately attracted cheers from everyone and became the center of attention. In the officers' lounge in the joint base of the competition, Chen Zhanglong looked up at the screen with a solemn expression. "If we come last again this time, it will be a complete disgrace." From then on, it was confirmed that China would go downhill. It seems like a lot of people are watching us. Lin Feng just beat up the guys from the Western Alliance. They will definitely retaliate against us. What are you afraid of? Just fight him and it's over. Lu Zilong, don't get too close to me, otherwise people will think I'm very familiar with you. Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Zilong was marginalized and Lin Feng took the lead, attracting the attention of other alliance players. They all felt many hateful gazes directed at them, but Lin Feng didn't care. He came here to win the championship, not to please others. Whoever doesn't obey will be beaten into submission. The rules of the competition are very simple. A random draw will be conducted shortly, dividing the teams into the first, second, and third groups. A voice announced the rules of the competition. Each team will play against each other once. The winner will take first place in their group. The more wins, the more points they earn. The specific rules are as follows. After the explanation, everyone understood the rules. That is, each team acts as a whole and sends out players to play against players from other teams in the same group. They can take turns playing in a round-robin format, or one person can play all 15 games. In short, after playing 15 games with the 3 teams in the same group, the team with more wins will be the first in the group. Lin Feng and his team were assigned to the first group. In addition to their Chinese team, the first group also included the Western Alliance Team 2, the African Alliance Team 1, and the Asian Alliance Team 1. The first match is between the Chinese team and the African Union team. Please each side send 1 player to compete. A host came out and spoke to the crowd. Here, Zhang Lin asked about the Chinese team. The African Union team is the strongest. I've seen their information. They have 1 silver 5-star, 1 silver 4-star, and the other 3 are all silver 3-star. By the way, Lin Feng, what realm are you in? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very likely a silver 5-star, but the current battle was a team battle. If they relied entirely on Lin Feng, it would obviously be unrealistic. They were all a little nervous.
They were all in the silver realm, but the opponent's overall strength was stronger than theirs. They had to discuss it carefully, and the best way would be to use the Tianji horse racing method to fight against them.
As for me, it's about the same,
Lin Feng said with a smile.
At this time, an African Union contestant had already walked onto the stage. As soon as he came on stage, he said to Lin Feng, "What are the Chinese people still talking about? Are they discussing how to swim back if they lose? Hurry up and get someone up here so we can finish the game." Ha ha ha.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room burst into laughter.
Everyone started laughing. The African Union player is called Arat, a 5-star silver player, very strong, and a psychic.
If Arat appears, he will probably destroy an entire team by himself.
That's so humiliating.
In a one-on-one fight, it was estimated that the Chinese players were really no match for him, and everyone was waiting to see the Chinese team make a fool of themselves.
It's too bullying. That's right, this guy is used to being arrogant. So what if he's a psychic? Can he really beat 5 people in a row? Go up and kill him.
In China, in front of the big screen, countless people were indignant, waiting for the Chinese players to go up and deal with the African guys. Lin Feng was originally quite calm, but when he heard someone shouting on the stage, he instantly became unhappy. He said to Zhang Feng and others, "Let me do it.
I can't stand it anymore.
You just watch." After saying that, Lin Feng walked onto the stage.
"Hey, this guy is dead.
He was the one who defeated James just now.
Let's see how he dies this time."
The contestants from the Western Alliance were gloating and waiting to see Lin Feng being defeated and thrown off the stage.
However, as soon as the battle started, Arat's expression changed drastically before he even made a move.
Because Lin Feng had already come in front of him and punched him.
So fast?
Arat was secretly shocked and quickly used his mental power to control a shield to block in front of him. In the competition, any weapons can be used. It is a completely open competition with no restrictions.
But in front of Lin Feng, all shields are fake.
He punched out with a powerful punch.
Bang!
With one punch, the shield shattered, and Arat flew out like a kite with a broken string. The crowd only heard a loud noise, and then there was only one person left on the stage.
That is, Lin Feng. Defeat? Holy shit, what just happened? So fast, what kind of speed is this?
This guy is known for his speed, too fast. Not only is he fast, he just blew up the C-class defensive shield with one punch. Look and see if Haruto is dead. The crowd's mouths grew so big that they could almost fit 3 eggs.
Everyone was really shocked by Lin Feng's attack. Even the shield couldn't block it. What kind of monster is this? Psychic Master? Leader of the African Union? That's it?
After the fight, Lin Feng glanced at Arat, who had fallen to the ground below with a look of extreme disdain. "Why do you African Union people only produce trash?
Who will be the next trash? Come up." He hooked his finger at the players from the AU team, making the AU players furious. Arrogant. Lin Feng, so arrogant.
In the lounge, Chen Zhenglong was also stunned and shocked by Lin Feng's skills. Although they were both spiritual masters, Lin Feng killed the other person in seconds.
This was definitely not normal. In contrast, in other lounges, the AU leaders all looked horrified, as if they were facing a great enemy.
Everyone seemed to be petrified, and the bread in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. Lin Feng is so awesome, 666.
This is the style of a Chinese warrior. Damn him, Lin Feng. Ha, they can't laugh anymore, right?
Lin Feng is the strongest genius I have ever seen. After seeing this scene, everyone in China felt relieved and excited.
Lin Feng's teammates were all stunned, each of them staring in amazement.
The game continued, and the African Union players came up again, but they were all knocked away by Lin Feng's punch, without any ability to fight back. After one round, Lin Feng single-handedly defeated an African Union team. This made the other teams dumbfounded.
Chapter 46, Come up and fight if you don't accept it. What the hell is this? That's incredible. He defeated an entire African Union team by himself?
The AU team is ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength, and they have a spiritualist like Arat at their helm. How could they be defeated like this? Lin Feng is too powerful. We will face the Chinese team soon. What should we do?
What are you afraid of? He just finished 5 games. His stamina is a problem. I don't believe he still has the energy to fight.
The first group of teams were extremely nervous and were already in a panic. At this moment, the Chinese team that Lin Feng was in also gained 5 points.
Next up is Asian Alliance Team 3 versus Western Alliance Team 2. Please prepare both teams.
Also, please ask the Chinese team and African Alliance Team 1 to take a break and prepare for the next round. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Lin Feng stepped down and saw Zhang Feng, Hong Feifei and others with wide open eyes in disbelief.
Lin Feng, you are too awesome. You didn't even give us a chance to show our abilities.
Zhang Feng complained. Lin Feng laughed, since we are fighting, there is no reason for us to lose.
We must win the battle.
We still have to face 2 teams, so we can't be careless.
That's right. Winning a game only gives you 1 point. It won't be a problem for you to get 15 points. Zhang Lin praised Lin Feng, while Lu Zilong was ignored. The situation is a bit awkward.
Before, he expressed his disdain to associate with Lin Feng and others, but now Lin Feng's performance has completely conquered the team of warriors here, and he is much stronger than Lu Zilong.
Lu Zilong tried to show off but was ridiculed instead.
He wished he could find a hole to crawl into.
He became a marginal figure in the Huaxia team.
It made no difference whether he was there or not. It could be said that he was a complete waste. Half an hour later, the other 2 teams finished their matches. After a brief break, the Chinese team faced the Western Alliance Team 2 again. James is the captain of the Western Alliance Team 2, but he doesn't dare to be the first to go on stage because the player sent by China is still Lin Feng. He had just been taught a lesson by Lin Feng in the base, so how could he have the courage to go on stage? In the end, Lin Feng easily crushed the Western Alliance Team 2. In the last game, Lin Feng faced James and directly defeated him.
Click.
With one punch, the explosive punch increased the attack power by 50%, and the force of more than 2 million kilograms fell, and James was beaten to pieces and fell to the ground unconscious.
Does the Huaxia team have a good face now?
After challenging the Western Alliance Team 2, Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked around with great contempt. The teams from other groups were very angry when they saw Lin Feng like this, and they wanted to rush onto the stage to beat Lin Feng up.
Damn the Huaxia team, this guy is too arrogant.
He was beaten by us in previous competitions, but he's so arrogant this year. After tomorrow's wilderness survival competition, I'm going to destroy him with my own hands.
He's just an ignorant ant. In front of me in Dolby, no matter how fast he is, what good does it matter?
A handsome man looked at Lin Feng on the stage and shook his head repeatedly.
Aruto is the weakest psychic. Even I can easily destroy him.
This Chinese kid on the stage won't be able to jump around for long. When some people heard this, they all looked at the man. If someone else said this, everyone would definitely laugh at him for being self-righteous and overestimating his own abilities. But it's not surprising that these words came from this handsome man, because he is Ross. Ross, the best newcomer of the Western Alliance this year, is a 5-star silver psychic.
He once killed 2 golden-level monsters alone, shocking the Western Alliance.
If he were to take action in the monster jungle tomorrow, Lin Feng and the Huaxia team would definitely die. Oh, there are still people who are dissatisfied. Hearing someone shouting below, Lin Feng smiled slightly, and then took out his anger on Team 3 of the Asian Alliance.
Bang bang bang.
These players from the Asian Alliance were from the 3rd echelon, so they were not very strong. The strongest one was only silver 4-star, and was knocked down by Lin Feng with 2 punches. After 5 matches, Lin Feng emerged victorious again without a scratch. He then kicked an Indian player wearing a tall hat and lashed out, "Whoever disobeys will face the same fate.
If you have the guts, come and defeat me, not me defeating you. Otherwise, just shut up. It's not a glorious thing to be furious."
After saying that, Lin Feng walked down from the ring. Lin Feng won all 15 matches.
But Lin Feng's opponent was in a miserable state.
Several people were seriously injured, and it is a question whether they can participate in tomorrow's survival competition. Lin Feng is ruthless when he takes action. Only when you are strong will others be afraid of you.
If you are kind, others will think you are easy to bully, so you must be ruthless.
Lin Feng just eliminated several players to give them a warning.
My brother is so awesome, yeah, it makes me feel better.
Xiao Feng's players are all very average, but he actually won 15 games in a row.
Ha, good boy, you are worthy of being my son, Lin Dong.
At Lin Feng's home, the whole family was happy for Lin Feng and cheered. In the girls' dormitory of Wuhan University in Shanghai, Xia Xiaoling watched the live broadcast nervously. When Lin Feng won, she finally smiled sweetly.
Meanwhile, Zhang Lang was also watching the event.
Lin Feng is truly amazing, but as his brother, I can't fall behind and embarrass him. After saying that, Zhang Lang walked into the training room, sweating profusely and training selflessly. The competition lasted until dusk in the afternoon, and the highest-ranked team was the Chinese team. The most representative figure of the Chinese team is none other than Lin Feng. He went into battle alone and never lost, which was extremely terrifying. It can be said that one person carried the Chinese team on his shoulders.
There are two other warriors similar to Lin Feng. They are Doobie and Ross from the Western Alliance team. The two men are extremely talented.
Although they don't have the instant kill pleasure of Lin Feng, they can still beat their opponents to a pulp when standing on the stage. Moreover, both of them are psychics who can control weapons in combat, which is quite amazing. However, this kind of shock only happens to other players. Lin Feng took a look and felt bored and dozed off. The other party's mental power is too weak, probably only at the bronze 1-star or 2-star level. To Lin Feng, he poses no threat at all.
As long as you want, you can defeat the opponent at any time.
The game ended and each team returned to their respective bases. As soon as Lin Feng and the others came back, they immediately received a call from Chun Zhenglong. Lin Feng, you guys did a great job, haha. You've already accumulated 15 points, which almost guarantees that we won't be at the bottom of the table this time. With a little more effort tomorrow, we can get into the top 3, or even win the championship.
Come on. Yeah.
Lin Feng and others nodded.
Now, it is indeed not too early to be happy.
Although there is little chance of them finishing last, their goal is to win the championship.
Tomorrow's wilderness survival competition will be even more difficult.
At night, the Alliance began to send the rules and videos of tomorrow's competition to the players of each warrior team.
That's too cruel. Marking monsters at various locations in the monster forest and then asking all of us players to kill them?
Each bronze beast core is worth 1 point, each silver beast core is worth 2 points, and each gold beast core is worth 3 points. Beast cores obtained by killing monsters unrelated to the competition will not be counted towards your points and are therefore invalid. Chapter 47 Survival Challenge, full of schemes.
Nothing happened that night.
Early the next morning, all the contestants were taken to the warship and then dropped from the air. The place of release is naturally the monster jungle. Monsters roam the forest, there are countless towering trees, and the peaks are green and winding.
Various ferocious monsters live in it.
It is the location of all previous competitions.
The competition lasts only 24 hours.
The team that earns the most points, combined with the points from the tournament, will be the champion.
Warm reminder, if you fall into the monster forest, your life will be in danger. Please pay attention, contestants.
Good luck. The broadcast sounded, and teams were deployed to various places one by one.
The Chinese team that Lin Feng was in was deployed on a mountain on the southwest side.
Roar! As soon as the 5 people landed, before they had time to see the surrounding situation clearly, they encountered a 3-meter-tall and ferocious bear rushing towards them. Lin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and stabbed it dead with a light shot. Swish! The violent bear weighing more than 10 tons was killed by Lin Feng with one shot, and blood gushed out.
Lin Feng, you are too fast, aren't you?
Zhang Feng praised repeatedly.
Lin Feng's reaction was unparalleled.
This violent bear was only at the silver 3-star level, but it couldn't even withstand his shot.
If it were them, it would definitely take some time to eliminate them. Ha, everyone check your smartwatches. The monsters will spawn soon. Get ready to kill them.
Lin Feng said to everyone, don't fall behind, otherwise the consequences of being alone will be terrible. The previous videos have introduced that people can be killed at will here, so be careful.
Receive. Receive. Several people nodded.
Lu Zilong was in an extremely awkward position and could only follow behind everyone, but he was not welcomed either.
After a while, a red dot appeared on everyone's electronic watch. The monsters have respawned.
There are 4 silver monsters, 50 miles ahead. Let's go there quickly. When everyone saw the red, they naturally knew that it was an officially marked monster beast, and they needed to kill it, obtain the beast core, and accumulate points. The Chinese team quickened their pace, but the journey was not smooth.
They encountered many monsters. Unfortunately, the monsters were weak and were almost killed instantly by Lin Feng.
When Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the scene, the 4 monsters were lying on the ground resting. They are 4 cracked tigers. You guys stand guard and alert me immediately if anything happens.
I will kill them myself.
Lin Feng turned into a flash of lightning and flashed out directly. With the magic gun in his hand, he stabbed and killed a sleeping cracked tiger with one shot. Roar! The cracked tiger screamed and bled to death. The other 3 cracked tigers heard the noise and quickly stood up and rushed towards the humans in front of them to bite them. Lin Feng's steps were light and agile. In a moment, the spear shook, and he took down the 3 cracked tigers in no time. Facing the silver-level monster, Lin Feng was just like drinking water. Don't forget, he is now in the Golden Realm.
Isn't it a dimensionality reduction attack if he comes to participate in this kind of competition?
Wow, Lin Feng, you have such skills, such speed.
We are all shocked by you. Who are you? Can you hide your identity?
Great. I took care of 4 cracked tigers by myself.
Lin Feng, take my knee away.
The Chinese teen was once again deeply shocked.
There were no words that could describe Lin Feng's evilness. It's really an easy win.
None of them put in much effort. At this moment, Lin Feng's ears moved slightly, his eyes fixed on the dark bushes, and he shouted, "Come out, don't hide." Sure enough, there was a small team hiding in the grass, very secretly. If Lin Feng hadn't discovered them, the other members of the Huaxia team would have had no idea that there was already an ambush here. Several people secretly cited Lin Feng's super strong awareness and quickly became alert. At this time, the warrior team discovered by Lin Feng all said politely, "We have no intention of conflicting with you. Now that the monster has been killed by you, the beast core is also yours."
That's the best.
Lin Feng sneered, took the beast core, and continued to head towards the next refresh point.
Several red dots appeared on the watch.
Lin Feng and others rode at full speed and killed more than 10 monsters. At the 4th refresh point, under the huge waterfall and deep lake, Lin Feng and others came here and found that this place had already been occupied by someone in advance.
They are players from the African Union Team 2 and the Asian Union Team 1. What should we do? Hong Feifei and others looked at Lin Feng.
However, according to the situation, the monster is in the water, and obviously no one from the 2 teams that arrived here has gone down to kill it. Lin Feng said calmly, "Whoever has the ability to kill the monster will own it, and we will take it too." In order to ensure that he wins the championship without any mistakes, Lin Feng doesn't want to miss any points. They also came to the lake, and at this time, the players from the African Union Team 2 and the Asian Union Team 1 all looked over. Someone from the African Union Team spoke up, "We were the first to arrive here, so the monsters should give way to us.
I advise everyone to abide by the rules and not seek trouble. In that case, we'll give this place to you and let's go."
The captain of the Asian Alliance team smiled slightly, and then he actually left. At this time, only Lin Feng and the AU team were left here. Lin Feng ignored them and jumped directly into the lake, ready to kill the monster.
Looking for death?
The AU team leader was not to be outdone and dived into the water, while the others started fighting on the shore. Below, as soon as Lin Feng fell into the water, he encountered several giant crocodiles with scarlet eyes. The giant crocodile is close to silver 4-star in strength and is a ferocious monster with a bite force of up to 1 million pounds.
If you get bitten, there's no way you can break free.
Before Lin Feng could make a move, he realized that someone was chasing him from behind. The captain of the African Union team came towards Lin Feng with a huge axe in his hand. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. He directly used his mental power to control the flying shadow blade and ruthlessly wiped out the captain of the African Union Team 2. Gurgle gurgle. Blood flowed from his neck, quickly dyeing the water red. When the giant crocodile smelled the scent of blood, 5 or 6 of them immediately came out and ran towards Lin Feng frantically, moving out in full force.
Just in time.
Lin Feng held Zilong's golden spear in his hand, thrust it hard, and strangled the creature madly under the water. In less than a minute, all 6 giant crocodiles were killed by Lin Feng, and the entire lake surface turned bright red.
TSK, your team leader has been killed by our boss. Yuans of China, prepare to die.
The members of the AU Team 2 looked fierce and said with vicious eyes. At this moment, the Asian Alliance team that had just left suddenly returned, looked at everyone with a smile, and said, "That's perfect.
You both suffered losses, and we are the ones who benefited. Thank you for giving us such a great gift." Chapter 48 Too many enemies. Don't you say that you don't interfere with other people's business?
When the members of the AU Team 2 saw the other side turning back, their eyes suddenly trembled, and Zhang Feng and the others also thought that something was wrong. They were already at a disadvantage, and after fighting with the African Union players, everyone was injured. Lu Zilong was beaten so badly that he could hardly lift his head.
Now, Zhang Yaojin appears out of nowhere. How can we deal with him? This is Team 1 of the Asian Alliance.
There is a psychic among them, and it is the strongest team in the Asian Alliance.
Several people felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. TSK, this is a competition. Little brats, you can use any means to accumulate points. We are all adults, you can't be so naive, right? The captain of the Asian Alliance team was a tall man. He walked out of the crowd and said to the members of the African Alliance team too, after you kill the Chinese team, if you voluntarily give up, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel and ruthless. After these words were spoken, Zhang Feng, Zhang Lin and Hong Feifei's faces twitched slightly. The other party actually used a knife to kill someone. So cruel. Okay, we promise to destroy the Chinese team as long as you leave us alive. The teammates of the AU team too started running towards Zhang Feng and the others. Just when they were at their wits' end, suddenly there was a loud bang in the lake. The next moment, a figure flew out from the water. Lin Feng didn't get wet at all, turned into a shadow, and flashed towards the members of the African Union team too. I wanted to let you go, but you insisted on seeking your own death. Zilong's golden spear floated out like a spirit snake, and the huge explosive force rushed directly towards one person. The man looked terrified and quickly drew his sword, trying to resist. It's a pity that the gap between him and Lin Feng is like the difference between heaven and earth. A shot was fired and blood splattered. Laugh. Kill with one shot. Then the members of the AU team too prepared to escape, but unfortunately, under Lin Feng's swift footwork, how could they escape? Their speed is not even on the same level. In just 10 seconds, 3 figures fell to the ground, and the team was wiped out. Lin Feng is back. Very good. Zhang Feng and others felt relieved. When they saw Lin Feng, they smiled as if they had seen a life-saving straw. The members of the Asian Alliance Team 1 were just the opposite. When they saw Lin Feng, all 5 of them were stunned. Lin Feng killed 4 people by himself, including the African Union team leader in the water, which means he wiped out an entire team. Hiss! A chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and their whole bodies were shivering. The next moment, Lin Feng walked towards the members of the Asian Alliance Team 1, and they quickly retreated. The team leader said, "Friends of China, we have no ill will towards you. Everything here is yours. We will leave now." Leave? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Just now you forced the AU Team 2 to kill my teammates. Now you want to leave like this? Do you think we are fools? Don't let them go, Lin Feng. They are treacherous guys and are trying to play tricks on us. That's right, if it weren't for you, we might have been killed by them. They are not good people. Zhang Feng and others came over and said. The members of the Asian Alliance team frowned, and suddenly, the team leader drew his sword and slashed at Lin Feng's forehead. The speed was extremely fast, and he used his mental power to control the sword to assassinate Lin Feng. You're still a little naive to play tricks on me. It turned out that Lin Feng had been prepared. Before the opponent could make a move, his shadow-flying blade had already flown out and penetrated into the opponent's body like lightning. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The 5 of them were killed by the shadow-flying blades at the same time. Their combat uniforms were all damaged and could not withstand the sharp shadow-flying blades. Before he could even start, he was wiped out. Abnormal. Lu Zilong was so impressed by Lin Feng that he wanted to kneel down and worship him. One person wiped out an entire team. How terrifying. Moreover, the other party also has a psychic master, but in front of Lin Feng, he is like a puppy and can only be crushed. It's really like a king mixed in with a bronze player, killing as many people as he wants. Let's clean up the battlefield and then head to the next refresh point. After Lin Feng said that, several people began to search for each other's weapons and beast cores, and then left the scene. Damn it, they killed our team. This boy is ruthless. China has gone too far. Damn it, we have to work together to stop their bullying behavior. In the Commander's Lounge, the commanders of the African Union and the Asian Union and others began to gather together to discuss the plan to attack the Chinese team. Lin Feng killed their talented player, which was a heavy blow to them. You know, it takes huge resources and effort to cultivate a genius. As for the spiritual master, it cost hundreds of billions, which can be said to be a priceless treasure. And Lin Feng killed all their geniuses in one breath, and wiped out the entire team without letting anyone go. This is really arrogant. The following refresh points were firmly occupied by Lin Feng and his team, and they almost never encountered other teams.
But the quieter it is, the more likely something big is happening. Everyone be careful, I have a bad feeling. Zhang Feng was on guard and no one dared to relax for a moment. After a few hours, new monsters spawned and the Chinese team headed towards the marked location. This is a huge cliff. When Lin Feng and his friends arrived here, they found that several monsters had been killed.
I came too late and missed the hunt. Another team of warriors got there first. How disappointing.
Lin Feng and the others shook their heads, but at this moment, Lin Feng's mental power was released and he suddenly said, "Someone is coming." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a team of warriors appeared behind them.
Western Alliance Team 1. No, there are people on both sides.
It seems that today, I am going to be surrounded by dumplings. A few people looked around and saw that there were two more teams surrounding them. Asian League second team, African League third team, Western League first team.
There are 3 small teams in total. Hey, surprise? Unexpected?
Ross, Dolby and others walked over with a smile, and a burst of energy and blood burst out, showing that they were not friendly.
Team Huaxia, you are too arrogant and look down on everyone. All of you must stay here today. Don't even think about leaving. We in the African Union will not tolerate bullying. If you want to blame someone, blame your Chinese team for going too far. Hand over your beast core, and we'll give you a quick death.
Zhang Feng and the others were pale, but Lin Feng looked calm.
He smiled faintly and said, "Are you guys going to fight alone, or together? Ha, you are so arrogant. Death is just around the corner, aren't you afraid of it?" Ross looked angry. "You've already said that I'm about to die. What's the point of being afraid?"
Lin Feng said, "Besides, I'm just a piece of dirt.
I don't have the qualifications to be afraid of you." Chapter 49, Team Wipeout. You said we are dirt chickens and clay dogs? Hearing these words coming out of Lin Feng's mouth, Ross was furious.
He was a dignified spiritualist and the most talented player in the Western Alliance this year.
How could he have been slandered like this?
Normally, everyone who saw him would be respectful, but now, someone was openly humiliating him.
Ross was furious.
Lin Feng shook his head. "No, don't misunderstand me. I'm saying that you are just a piece of shit, and the others are just rotten fish and shrimp at best.
Don't think too highly of you. Lin Feng, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? You're so arrogant."
Another talented contestant, Duby, also had a gloomy expression. As soon as these words were spoken, several people burst out with bursts of energy and blood, and rushed straight towards Lin Feng.
Do I need to be polite to a piece of trash?
After the words fell, Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Feng and the others and said, "Take it easy on yourselves.
I'll go up and fight them one-on-one." One-on-one?
Zhang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "Lin Feng, there are more than a dozen of them."
That's right. I'm going to fight a group of them alone. You just need to stand back. It's hard for me to protect you when I fight.
After saying that, Lin Feng rushed out like lightning, at an incredible speed. But Zhang Feng and others behind him were stunned. This Lin Feng is so impulsive. Be careful, he's very fast. Well, I'll use my mental power, he shouldn't dare to do anything rash. Ross and Dolby looked at each other, and both of them flashed out. The next moment, a battle broke out on the field.
Bang!
The two men had just started, and in less than a cup of tea, the two figures were blasted back in a mess. Everyone took a closer look and was stunned, because Ross and Dolby had been beaten to the ground and were coughing non-stop.
Blood gushed out like a fountain. He is in the Golden Realm.
Ross pointed at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with fear.
He covered his chest and was so angry that he couldn't speak.
Dolby, on the other hand, looked regretful and said in shock, "Not only that, he's also a spiritualist, his dual realm is even higher than ours."
Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's body was shocked and they started shaking and trembling.
Isn't it too late to find out now?
Lin Feng said with a smile that just now he had completely crushed the two of them in terms of speed and strength. What a genius, he is vulnerable in front of him. The explosive punch was launched with a force of over 4 million pounds.
How could these silver boys withstand it?
At this moment, Ross and Dolby could only be beaten and did not dare to look up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the two of them step by step. Seeing this, the others looked at each other, and finally slowly retreated. No one dared to stop him.
You bunch of useless people, cowards, stop him now. Come quickly, you coward.
You're bringing shame to our Western Alliance. Seeing Lin Feng coming over, Ross and Dolby were dumbfounded and scolded their young teammates from the Western Alliance. At the critical moment, their teammates were so scared that they didn't dare to take action.
It was so embarrassing. When Lin Feng arrived, Ross suddenly became furious.
He then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have been your enemy. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I swear, there will never be a next time. Please spare me."
This action confused Dubby, who was standing next to him.
How could a man from the Western Alliance be spineless?
Ross, you're truly a disgrace to the Western Alliance. You actually begged for mercy first. With a similar thud, Dolby also kowtowed and begged for mercy, and I admit my mistake. Lin Feng, you're a worthy opponent. If you spare me, I'll give you the beast core.
Everyone, why Tay? This? Say the harshest words and confess the most cowardly crime? This is so fucking. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Is this the true face of the Western Alliance? Are you also worthy enough to be a warrior? A warrior should be able to ride the wind and waves and have his own backbone.
Instead of kneeling down and begging for mercy without dignity and living in misery when faced with threats. In this way, it is destined to be difficult to become a master. You have to know that those masters have gone through many hardships, and their minds have reached a state of perfection, making them indestructible. Ross and Dobby, as dignified spiritualists, gave up their dignity and begged for mercy, which was really a disgrace to the name of warriors. But it's normal if you think about it. Most warriors are ordinary warriors, they are human beings with flesh and blood.
Since we are human beings, we are afraid of death.
Those who are truly not afraid of death are those with firm wills, and only such people can achieve great things. The reason why ordinary warriors are ordinary is because their minds are unstable.
Lin Feng, we admit defeat. I'll give you the beast core. Please let us go. We will give up voluntarily.
Ross stared at Lin Feng with pleading eyes.
However, how could Lin Feng give them a chance?
He said coldly, "I gave you a chance in the ring before, but you still want to provoke us again and again.
Forget it now. How can I let go of all the previous humiliations against China's reputation? If I forgive you, I will be a sinner of China. I cannot represent the country to forgive these shameless people."
There was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. "Since you have humiliated my country, you must be prepared to pay the price.
China is not something that can be slandered by just any cat or dog."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out a spear, Zilong golden spear, and stabbed out.
Laugh.
Ross's face was filled with horror as he stepped back, but he couldn't withstand Lin Feng's swift attack. A bullet pierced Ross's heart and sent him flying backwards.
Oh my god.
Doobie was so frightened that he stood up and ran away immediately. Seeing this, the others also scattered like birds and beasts. Lin Feng is so ruthless and so fast. In the Golden Realm, they were simply not strong enough to resist. Even if they all attacked together, it would be like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and they would only end up dying. The next moment, Doobie felt a chill on his back, and a cold spear pierced his heart directly from behind. He could see the bloody blade of the gun, its sharp edge exposed.
Spiritual master? You are too weak.
After killing Doobie, Lin Feng shook his head.
He lamented that he was the only one who could defeat the enemy. Lin Feng, what should we do now that they're gone? The rest of the people had already walked far away. Zhang Feng and others looked at Lin Feng, wondering whether to chase them or not.
Lin Feng smiled and said, "Just clean up the battlefield. No one else can escape from my grasp." He said this, then turned into a shadow and scanned with his mental power. Soon, screams were heard from all directions. Lin Feng's shadow-flying blade killed people invisibly, and some people didn't even know how they died.
Because the second Wilderness Survival Challenge was too bloody, it was not broadcast live to the public and ordinary people could not see it. Only the leaders from various alliances in the lounge had the opportunity to see it.
When the leaders of the African Union, the Asian Union and the Western Union saw the scene, they all jumped up from the sofa. "He killed our contestant." No, Ross and Dolby were also killed instantly by him.
Oh my god, this guy. How could a warrior in the Golden Realm be a spiritualist? Fuck, cancel the match.
A group of officers shouted wildly. These dead people were all geniuses trained by their various alliances.
Now, they were all wiped out by Lin Feng. Chapter 50 Madman Lin Feng. That's not all.
After they wiped out 3 teams in one go and collected all the beast cores, Lin Feng continued,
this has confirmed that we are first. But there are still a few teams on the other side that are very arrogant. I think we need to teach them a lesson, otherwise these alliances will think that China is easy to bully. Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Hong Feifei looked at Lin Feng and asked.
Lin Feng smiled lightly and asked them to apologize. After saying that, Lin Feng turned into a black shadow, flashed away, and began to look for other teams of warriors. At this time, the members of the Western Alliance Team 3 were hunting monsters. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them.
There are enemies.
The 5 people reacted extremely quickly and subconsciously began to retreat, and the venomous spider that they were entangled with was freed and tried to escape. At this moment, the golden spear came out, pierced the entire spider, and was lifted up and hung in the air. Lin Feng took the beast core like this, and then smiled faintly. Thank you all for giving me the venom spider.
It's you? Lin Feng, what do you want? The captain of the Western Alliance's third team looked at Lin Feng and asked, can't you see we're hunting monsters? What do you mean by coming here to rob us?
The prey should have belonged to them, but Lin Feng interfered, and everyone was angry.
Several people were very unhappy, their faces slightly tense, but Lin Feng said nonchalantly, what do you mean by asking me?
Then I will tell you now why I came here. After he said these harsh words, he suddenly rushed towards the captain of the Western Alliance at a very fast speed.
The captain of the Western Alliance team was shocked.
He had never seen such a fast speed. He was ready to take out his weapon to deal with Lin Feng, but before he put his hand into his pocket, he was suddenly lifted up. Lin Feng grabbed the captain of the Western Alliance team by the neck. He lifted him up with one hand, isolating his throat from the air, and his face turned ashen.
Now, do you know what I'm here for?
Lin Feng asked with a chuckle, and the other people quickly gathered around, but facing Lin Feng, they didn't dare to take action. Lin Feng, so strong, so strong. They could see that Lin Feng dared to come alone because he had the confidence. The 4 of them stood aside, not daring to make any small movements. The team leader said with difficulty, what are you going to do? Let me go.
Let you go? That's fine.
You admit your mistake to Hua Xia in front of the camera and then automatically give up. Lin Feng pointed at the flying camera bee in the sky and said, otherwise, your fate will be death.
Die.
The voice was extremely cold and indifferent.
It makes everyone shudder.
At this time, the team leader was released by Lin Feng and thrown to the ground with a plop.
He coughed, but ultimately didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng's words, and cowed out in front of the camera, we were wrong, we shouldn't have humiliated China.
We are cowards.
Well, you're very obedient. Hand over the beast core and get out.
Lin Feng shouted coldly, and the 5 people quickly handed over their belongings and automatically pressed the button to give up. At this moment, such a scene reappeared in various places in the monster jungle. Those who refused to obey were shot to death by Lin Feng, and their heads were hung on trees for public display. At this point, no one dared to resist, and all the contestants were beaten by Lin Feng.
I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This boy is brutal and ruthless. Not only does he kill innocent people, he also insults the name of our Western Alliance. When he gets out, I will definitely teach him a lesson. That's right, Huaxia's Lin Feng is the most shameless player I have ever seen. The Chinese side must give us an explanation.
Various criticisms arose, and Lin Feng's actions caused dissatisfaction among the base commander. After a few hours, the competition finally ended. As expected, the Chinese team led by Lin Feng became the champion of this competition. I declare that the champion of this competition is the Huaxia team, and the MVP of this competition is Lin Feng. In the base, all the surviving players gathered together, and the Chinese team naturally occupied the C position. Players from other alliances could only feel awe and shame. He almost didn't dare to look at Lin Feng and the others. They were tortured terribly by Lin Feng inside. Some ruthless characters were killed by Lin Feng alone. Lin Feng is simply a killing machine, so scary. When the results came out, Lin Feng and the others smiled lightly.
Yeah, we won. Huaxia is finally not at the bottom. Lin Feng, you are truly our Huaxia's hero. Ha ha ha, we won without any effort. If it weren't for Lin Feng, we might not have made it out alive.
Lin Feng, you truly deserve the title of MVP. The 2 brothers Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin, as well as Hong Feifei, kept cheering around Lin Feng. They are attracting much attention and are coming to participate in the competition with the heavy responsibility of reviving the young generation of China, so the pressure is enormous. When they arrived at the base, they found that their level was only mid-level at best, and there was still a big gap between them and the players in other alliance teams. If Lin Feng hadn't appeared out of nowhere and given them a surprise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. Now, instead of being last in the last place after 10 consecutive years, they won the championship in a crushing manner. They finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This championship is worth a fortune. No amount of money can buy it.
The most tempting thing is that they can get a championship prize of 3 billion.
3 billion is a huge amount of money for young people in their teens and 20s. After returning, I will definitely bring honor to my family. The two brothers Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin were in tears. Hong Feifei also hugged Lin Feng and cheered. Only Lu Zilong was extremely embarrassed.
He didn't contribute much throughout the whole process, and didn't even have the chance to clean up the battlefield. It can be said that he was isolated from the Chinese team. If it weren't for the Chinese team, they would not have been able to survive. Even after winning the championship, he still has no sense of presence. This proud young master came to participate in this competition and was hit hard. Wait, the Huaxia team isn't taking the competition for granted and is killing innocent people. I suggest they be disqualified from this competition.
At this moment, the leaders of each alliance walked in.
Chen Zhanglong also stepped onto the field and said righteously, "You are so shameless. In previous competitions, there have been deaths and injuries. Our Chinese team has people who are disabled almost every year.
How can you not say that you are ruthless?
This time, our Chinese team won the game based on their strength, and you stood up to protest.
How shameless. Is this the Western Alliance, African Alliance, and Asian Alliance?
Ha, Commander Chen, you, Lin Feng, killed nearly 10 of us, and you did it on purpose.
Is this kind of behavior worth promoting?" The Western Alliance leader was dissatisfied.
At this moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly. The competition does not stipulate that killing is not allowed. On the contrary, it encourages us to compete and use all means to obtain beast cores.
I am making reasonable use of the competition rules. Is this wrong?
On the contrary, these useless players you sent are all so numerous that they can't beat me alone.
Aren't you ashamed?
If I were so incompetent, I would have crawled into a hole in the ground long ago.
How could I have the nerve to stand here?
And this group of your so-called geniuses are nothing but a bunch of trash in front of me. What kind of alliance you have, you produce what kind of trash.
This is the Western Alliance?
I'm telling you, if you don't agree, just ask them to come out and fight me.
I can beat 100 of them alone, and the loser will die. Do you dare?
I, Lin Feng, am here. Anyone who dares to disobey me, come out and fight me. Lin Feng spoke arrogantly to the crowd, completely ignoring the leaders of the various alliances. Suddenly, a domineering aura emanated from Lin Feng, and the faces of all the contestants present turned pale without exception.
Chapter 51, The Light of China, A Battle of Dignity.
There are dozens of players below, all of whom are new talents from all over the world. They usually stand out in their respective leagues, are regarded as the future of the league, and have countless fans. But today, when facing Lin Feng, no one dared to refute.
This is because Lin Feng's performance just now was too evil.
He started killing people as soon as they disagreed with him.
This is something they cannot afford. If you want to show off, you will have to pay the price with your life.
The loser dies.
Who dares to speak?
Lin Feng not only suppressed these young geniuses, but also humiliated all the major alliances, making the other leaders furious.
An officer pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Boy, you actually said we are a useless alliance? Do you know what you are talking about?"
Whether it is the Western Alliance, the African Union, or the Asian Alliance, they are all formed by the combination of various countries in the period of one superpower in many strong countries. They have countless warriors and are very advanced in technology.
Now that they are being humiliated by a Chinese boy, how can they tolerate it?
Lin Feng said calmly with a smile, "Of course I know what I said.
But if your ears don't work well, then I'll say it again. Listen carefully to me.
What kind of alliance you have will cultivate what kind of trash you have.
Do you understand me this time?" Boom! As soon as these words came out, everyone erupted in anger. "Lin Feng, you are looking for death. You arrogant kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you will be so arrogant. The Chinese are so arrogant. Destroy him and give him a hard time. China is going too far."
For a moment, the crowd was excited and threatened to rush over to Lin Feng and make him pay the price he deserved. However, the next moment, Lin Feng, the person involved, did not retreat.
Instead, he took a step forward and said with a faint smile, "You have no idea what kind of existence you are talking to." What? Now that the younger one can't win, you let the older one take action? Do you really think I'm a Chinese with no one?
It's being broadcast live now, with viewers all over the world watching. If you dare, come at me and see what you gold and platinum guys are capable of. After these words were spoken, everyone restrained themselves, but their expressions were as ugly as they could be. They knew that the awards ceremony was broadcast live around the world and the matter could not be made a big deal. It would be too shameless for them to attack a newcomer. It would make people feel that their victory was unfair and bring disgrace to the reputation of their respective alliances. What's more, there have been conflicts in previous events like this, but they never resulted in physical violence. Otherwise, once dissatisfaction is aroused on both sides, it is very likely to cause a war. If you offend China, the alliance will have to deal with it personally, and if the situation gets out of hand, you will be held responsible. Humph, how can we, the great China, be humiliated by you? Today I will teach you a lesson. If you are arrogant next time, I will kill you until you are 9 times dead. Lin Feng's domineering aura made Chen Zhenlong admire him immensely. This boy truly defended the dignity of China. Lin Feng is too fat, so bold. Comfortable, I feel relieved. The Chinese team members showed a sense of relief. They took up the banner of dignity of the motherland. Not convinced? Then come up and fight Lin Feng. At the same time, throughout China, countless people saw this scene and cheered in unison. Countless people danced with joy, feeling that they had let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng is invincible. 666, brothers, put the word Nyobi on the public screen. Our Chinese team is so powerful that we have to deal with these wimps. TSK, the other alliances were mocking us before the game, but now we've been beaten to a pulp by Lin Feng. It feels so good. Why aren't we jumping around anymore? I have no regrets about joining China. There are millions of Chinese men, and anyone can be a match for them. China is mighty. Not only were ordinary people in tears, but even in Lin Feng's home, Lin Feng's parents cried with pride when they saw the award ceremony. This kid has my style. In the face of national justice, he did not yield and was not intimidated by these strong men. He saved his dignity. I didn't see that Xiaofeng also has a side that can bring glory to the country. Is this the responsibility of a warrior? Xiaofeng didn't let me down. Xiaofeng has grown up. Yeah, brother is awesome, but one day I want to be like him. I want to be really strong. Lin Xiaoyu gestured yes towards the live broadcast screen. At this time, in various martial arts halls, many martial artists were watching the live broadcast. At the Thunder Martial Arts School, a white-haired old man looked at the youth in the picture, who looked high-spirited, and couldn't help but sigh. China has indeed fallen behind in the past 9 years. But I believe that from now on, Lin Feng will become an important part. Deputy Director, this person was poached by the Super Martial Arts School. It's our loss. The old man's assistant sighed. As long as he is loyal to China, that's enough. The original intention of Thunder Martial Arts School is not to compete with Super Martial Arts Schools for the first place, but to shoulder the responsibility of a warrior. The old man's eyes sparkled. This is the mission of a warrior. I bet that within 3 years, Lin Feng will become a world-famous warrior, because he is extraordinary. 3 years? The young assistant couldn't help but gasp. By then, he'll only be around 20 years old. The news of Lin Feng's victory spread all over the world. China was jubilant and immersed in a festive atmosphere. As for the other alliance bases, they were filled with disappointment and regret. Countless people angrily gave Lin Feng the middle finger on the screen. China not only avoided 10 consecutive defeats, but returned to the pinnacle of glory. Moreover, they completely suppressed other alliances and killed several spiritual masters. Lin Feng has become somewhat famous around the world. During the Chinese Day, at noon, a warship landed at Yanjing Airport. At this moment, the airport was already packed with people, and the streets were deserted. Countless people came spontaneously to welcome the Chinese team, including many powerful warriors. There are so many people here, I'm a little nervous. Before getting off the warship, Zhang Lin saw countless heads and heard a lot of noisy sounds, and he immediately became excited. It's really good to be treated well for bringing glory to the country. What's there to be nervous about? We almost won without any effort this time. We just followed Lin Feng to pick up the loose ends. Lin Feng isn't nervous at all. Zhang Feng smiled brightly, but Lin Feng was very calm, without any disturbance, as if he was used to it.
The Chinese team is mighty.
Winning the championship, the light of youth, well deserved. Lin Feng, I love you, I want to give birth to a child for you. When everyone got off the plane, the crowd's cheers and enthusiasm were even louder than expected. Chen Zhanglong and others waved, and Lin Feng stood in front, accepting everyone's worship. At this moment, a powerful figure approached, accompanied by bodyguards. Commander Chen, thank you for leading the Chinese team to regain the championship of this event.
On behalf of Yanjing and China, I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you all for your hard work, contestants. Deng Fei said with a smile, his eyes full of excitement. Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he saw this person.
The governor of Yanjing actually came to greet him in person.
So, I still have some face.
Chapter 52, Promotion to Deacon.
You must know that the governor of Yanjing is a master of the world. Grandmaster, it is impossible for us to meet each other on ordinary days, but today he came specially to greet them.
What an honor it is.
However, Deng Fei was also low-key enough, so he was able to conceal his identity just now. Otherwise, when the common people saw the master, they would definitely flock to him. The protagonists today are Lin Feng and his friends, and he doesn't want to steal the limelight. Serving our country is what we should do, Chen Zhanglong said with a smile. The greatest credit goes to the players participating in this competition. As he said this, he pushed Lin Feng up. Seeing Lin Feng, Deng Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and then praised him endlessly. Well, yes, Lin Feng is indeed gifted, the future is yours.
When I was as young as you, I didn't have this ability, ha. Governor, you are too kind. It is all thanks to the team. I am just the icing on the cake.
Lin Feng was very humble. Wherever they went, they were met with cheers. At this time, an old man in tang suit, accompanied by several people, walked towards Lin Feng and others. When Chen Zhanglong saw the old man, he also became respectful. Mr. Lu, you are here too. Well, congratulations, Commander Chen, you guys did a great job. Old Lu said with a smile. It turned out that Old Lu was the main commander in the fight against the monsters. Later, he became a master and went to the cave to suppress the creatures inside. 10 years ago, his legs were disabled and he was ill, so he had to retire. He lived out his life in Yanjing, was highly respected and enjoyed hero treatment. Lu Zilong, who was competing in the competition with Lin Feng and others this time, is the grandson of Old Lu. Mr. Lu came to welcome his grandson. Old Lu straightened his back, walked up to his grandson, and said with a hearty smile, Zilong, you have lived up to my expectations of you.
You finally won the championship. You are now China's little hero.
However, Lu Zilong had a gloomy face and said nothing.
Seeing this, Mr. Lu asked, what's wrong? Are you injured? Grandpa,
Lu Zilong hesitated to speak, a trace of guilt appearing on his face. In fact, he didn't get along well with teammates such as Lin Feng on this trip. Moreover, because he was arrogant and looked down on others, he was taught a lesson. In the end, it was Lin Feng who saved his dignity. When it came to the main competition, Lu Zilong was completely an outsider. It can be said that this time the Chinese team's victory had nothing to do with him. But now, being greeted by tens of thousands of people made Lu Zilong feel uncomfortable. It turns out that I was too arrogant before and looked down on everyone, but now the situation is just the opposite. He only has the treatment he has today because of Lin Feng and the others. In other words, one's virtue is not worthy of the position. In addition, before the expedition, the family had always had high expectations for Lu Zilong. Under such circumstances, Lu Zilong felt ashamed.
Finally, Lu Zilong gritted his teeth, raised his head and said, Grandpa, I've decided. I want to join the army. You want to join the army?
A look of surprise flashed across Lu Lao and the others. You must know that joining the army is a very dangerous thing. In this environment, you never know when a war between humans and monsters will break out, and your life is in danger at any time. But the grandson who had always been spoiled threatened to join the army after returning from the competition.
What was going on? Grandpa, I've decided. I want to serve my country. Lu Zilong's face was firm.
In the past, I was too blinded by one thing and too arrogant to know that there is a world beyond the world. And now, I want to truly train myself.
I want to become an outstanding warrior.
Ah, good,
my grandson has finally grown up.
Hearing this, Old Lu laughed heartily. Zilong, you have not brought shame to me. If you join the army, I will support you 100,000 times. Lin Feng and the others paused after hearing this. He then walked over, patted Lu Zilong on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on completing your redemption. If you never recover from this, I will look down on you. You are still a man, Lu Zilong, you are qualified to be my friend. Fight like a man, come on bro." Zhang Feng, Zhang Lin, and the other two also came over to congratulate Lu Zilong. Lu Zilong really made them look at him with admiration. A person's temporary failure does not mean losing. On the contrary, if he loses his fighting spirit from then on, then he will be completely defeated. Warriors, ride the wind and waves. At this moment, Western Alliance. Among the Roth family. The top leaders of the Roth family are watching the video footage of the Global Rookie Challenge. After that, Carl stood up from his chair and pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Godfather, it was this guy who appeared at the scene. I guess there's a 90% chance that the Gale shield has fallen into his hands." "Are you sure it was him?" Godfather Roth narrowed his eyes slightly, and Carl nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will definitely not be wrong. He is a spiritualist. I was careless that day. Also, I just had someone analyze his footprints in the monster forest. They're exactly the same as the footprints in the Huaxia cave. The Gale shield must be in his hands." Hearing this, everyone became angry. Finally, Father Roth said, "Send someone to kill him. The prerequisite is to get the Gale shield." "Kill him? Godfather, this. Don't worry. Just have someone do it cleanly. The prerequisite is that they must bring back the Gale shield. Do you understand?" Godfather Roth took out a cigar and lit it. "If that doesn't work, go to the Hunter Association and find someone to do it." "I understand." Carl agreed and walked out. Killing Lin Feng is very risky, but the Gale shield is a priceless treasure and even more tempting. Gaoliang City, Lin Feng is back. However, he was extremely low-key and did not reveal his whereabouts. Now, the streets and alleys of Gaoliang City are all posted with Lin Feng's portraits and news of Lin Feng's victory. It can be said that Lin Feng is now an absolute celebrity in Gaoliang City. As for the 3 billion bonus, the Chinese team has already divided it up. 600 million per person, just enough to be divided up. Originally, Lu Zilong refused to accept the prize, but Lin Feng and others insisted on giving him a share. After all, he was a team member. As long as you show up, you will get it. In addition, the Super Martial Arts School rewarded Lin Feng with 50 million yuan. During this trip, Lin Feng obtained a huge sum of more than 650 million yuan. In addition to money, there are other scattered rewards, including 20 chi blood pills, 30 body tempering pills, and several sets of sea-level combat uniforms. In short, Lin Feng can now live a worry-free life. Lin Feng, headquarters has decided to officially appoint you as the deacon of the Super Martial Arts School. You can come to the headquarters to work, or you can work remotely from home. You will get greater discounts when you buy things in the future. When our deputy director returns, we will announce it to the world. Lin Feng, just wait to receive the worship of thousands of people, haha. As soon as he got home and sat down, Sueo called, which surprised Lin Feng. The Super Martial Arts School actually let him take the position of deacon and promoted him again. Chapter 53 Zhang Lang is in trouble. Lin Feng didn't think much about the promotion. He knew best what position he held in the Super Martial Arts School. The Super Rookie King is good enough in the whole world. He doesn't care much about personal honor, and it doesn't really matter what position he holds. When Lin Feng returned home in the evening, he surprised Lin Dong, Wang Xiaoyun, and Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Dong, who had not touched alcohol for 30 or 40 years, even bought some wine to celebrate. "Son, you really haven't brought shame to our Lin family. Today, my boss even came to ask about my well-being and said that you are a hero of China and Gaoliang City, haha. Also, your dad got a promotion too. He was transferred directly to the security department as the head of security. He said that with your reputation, no one would dare to cause trouble for a long time." Wang Xiaoyun also talked a lot, and her parents were in tears and felt very proud. Lin Feng smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "Mom and Dad, your son will be even better in the future. You guys, just wait to be praised." "Brother, what realm are you at now?" the little girl asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. His eyes were rolling around, and he seemed a little impatient. Lin Feng pretended to be modest and said, "Almost, close to the Platinum realm." "I'll go." "Platinum?" The chicken leg in the little girl's hand suddenly didn't taste good anymore. You know, she has been practicing like crazy these days, and originally thought that she could narrow the gap with her brother, but she didn't know that her brother was about to reach the platinum realm. If Lin Xiaoyu hadn't heard it with her own eyes, she might not have believed it. The platinum warrior can be considered a strong man all over the world. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng took Lin Xiaoyu to the martial arts gym for testing and to review Lin Xiaoyu's achievements over the past few days. The little girl walked to the strength tester, performed the preparatory movements in an orderly manner, and then punched out with a force of more than 1,800. Close to bronze 2-star? Lin Feng thought to himself in disbelief. He glanced at his sister. This little girl must have some unspeakable secret. You know, it is impossible for a normal person to be so good in high school. It should be noted that some extremely gifted geniuses have to wait until they are 18 or 19 years old to become warriors. Those who can break through to bronze 2-star and 3-star levels during college are already among the best warriors. And now, Lin Xiaoyu is only 14 years old, but she can punch out with a force of 1,800. Definitely not easy. Brother, am I really that great? Come on, praise me. Lin Xiaoyu pestered Lin Feng pitifully. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your strength is too weak. You need to practice more. Don't be lazy in the future. I'll give you some pointers in the next few days." These days, in addition to staying at home with his parents, Lin Feng goes to the martial arts gym to guide Lin Xiaoyu in her training. Moreover, many pills were given to Lin Xiaoyu as if they were free, and she was adequately supplemented with various nutrients. 3 days later, Lin Xiaoyu reached the critical point of breakthrough. Almost, not far from a breakthrough. One day, Lin Feng went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and was about to go home when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked back and saw that it was Zhang Lang's parents, so he greeted them, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, hello." However, Lin Feng noticed that Zhang's father and mother looked a little uncomfortable. They looked at each other as if they had something to say. Lin Feng asked, "Uncle and Aunt, what's wrong? If you have anything, just tell me." Finally, Aunt Zhang suddenly bowed to Lin Feng and said in a tearful voice, "Lin Feng, Oolong's friend told me last night that he had an accident in the Magic City, and now we can't contact him. Lin Feng, you are a warrior now, can you help me find out what happened to Oolong? I beg you." "Auntie, that's not possible. You get up first." Lin Feng quickly helped Zhang Lang's mother up. A mother worries about her son even when he is far away. Something happened to Zhang Lang. It seems that Zhang Lang's parents have not been able to sleep well these days. He nodded and said, "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. Lang and I are brothers. Leave this matter to me." Okay, thank you very much, Lin Feng, thank you. Thanks to you, Lin Feng, thank you. Zhang's father and mother thanked Lin Feng with tears in their eyes, but Lin Feng quickly said it was not necessary. In the past, Lin Feng had received a lot of help from Zhang Lang, and they were like brothers. Could he just stand by and watch when his brother was in trouble? After buying vegetables and returning home, Lin Feng went straight to the Magic City. Half an hour later, the passenger warship landed in the Magic City. At the same time, in a ward of a warrior hospital, Zhang Lang lay on the bed, looking at the afterglow of the sunset outside the window. A ray of sunset shone on his face, making him look a little haggard. There was only an injury report about Zhang Lang written on the hospital bed. He had comminuted fractures all over his body and would not be able to walk again for at least 2 years. My life is already wasted. It's a pity that I feel sorry for my parents, and Lin Feng and the others. Zhang Lang was filled with melancholy. Carrying the hopes of his entire family, he aspired to become a warrior and went to the Magic City to study. There is a world in my heart. But an accident happened a few days ago, cutting short his journey to martial arts. After trying for so long, it was ultimately hopeless. One can imagine how lonely Zhang Lang was. Moreover, he kept this a secret from his parents in order not to make them sad and worried. "Mom, Dad, brother, I'm sorry." A hint of death flashed in Zhang Lang's eyes. Suddenly, at this moment, a familiar breath made Zhang Lang's heart tremble. Lang. When he turned around, a figure appeared in front of him. His most familiar figure. Lin Feng, what are you?" At this moment, Zhang Lang's tearful eyes began to blur. When he was alone and lonely in a foreign land, his best brother appeared before him as if in a dream. "Brother, I'm here." Lin Feng walked over and asked, "How are you?" Lin Feng, I'm afraid there's no hope of becoming a warrior in this lifetime." When Zhang Lang said this, he lowered his head, looking very lost. Lin Feng patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder, feeling slightly bitter in his heart.
Afterwards, Zhang Lang told Lin Feng everything in detail.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng burst into anger.
Zhou family? Well, they asked me to call you to come to the Magic City, saying they wanted to capture you alive. I didn't do what they wanted, so they crippled me.
Zhang Lang said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you must be careful of them. The old man of the Zhou family is a master, but he is not at the Zhou family now.
He may have brought people to intercept you.
Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, they can't do anything to me.
Just focus on recovering from your injuries. I'll pay for your medical expenses.
All of this started with me, so I should be the one to end it.
I'll come see you tomorrow.
After saying that, Lin Feng rushed out of the door. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky above the demon city. Not long after, a figure appeared from the Zhou family in the Magic City, and murderous aura enveloped the entire Dongpu area. At that moment, all the members of the Zhou family came out.
Chapter 54, Destroying the Zhou Family. Master Zhou, come out and die. This figure was suspended in the air, with a loud voice and full of anger.
In the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Tatian heard someone calling, so he frowned and walked out. When he saw Lin Feng's figure, a name quickly flashed through his mind.
Are you Lin Feng?
He glared, Lin Feng, our Zhou family is looking for you, but we didn't expect you to fall into our trap. At the same time, two foreign men stood up beside Zhou Tatian.
Zhou Tatian said, You too, this man is Lin Feng, the one your Roth family is looking for.
Ha, thank you Mr. Zhou for your help in bringing this kid here. On behalf of the Roth family, I would like to thank you, the Zhou family. One person said in stifled Chinese. At this moment, the eyes of the two foreign men fell on Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something and said angrily, I didn't expect your Zhou family to be so despicable.
As the saying goes, misfortune should not extend to family members, but you collude with foreigners to harm my friend? Today, I want your Zhou family to pay the price. Ha, Lin Feng, you're still so arrogant even when you're about to die?
A strong man from the Roth family walked towards Lin Feng and said, Hand over the Gale Shield, or I will kill you.
You are looking for death.
Seeing the other party take action, Lin Feng did not delay and suddenly punched the man.
Boom!
In an instant, the two fists collided with each other, and Lin Feng's power was doubled, and the explosive punch blasted out a force of more than 4 million. There was a loud bang, and the two men retreated slightly. A look of deep surprise flashed across the warrior's face.
Aren't you only at the Gold Realm? How could you possibly withstand my punch? Stop the fucking bullshit.
Lin Feng used the Gale Step technique, and his speed reached the extreme, boom boom. The two punches came out in a flash, and in an instant, the Platinum Warrior couldn't resist and fell into a passive state. Seeing this, another warrior also joined the battle to deal with Lin Feng. He chopped down at Lin Feng with a big knife in his hand. With this casual strike, he unleashed a force of over 5 million pounds.
Do you like sneak attacks so much?
Lin Feng summoned Zilong's golden spear and swung it hard.
Bang!
The sound of iron clashing was heard, and the Platinum Warrior's hands began to tremble, making a buzzing sound.
A level weapons. You are only at the Gold Realm, how is that possible?
He found it incredible, as a level weapons could usually only be wielded by warriors above the Platinum Realm.
But Lin Feng has repeatedly subverted their imagination.
His shock was not over yet, as Lin Feng then used the Divine Dragon Spear technique, the angle and power of which were extremely strange, which actually put him at a disadvantage. A fight broke out among the three of them, and Lin Feng fired a shot, directly increasing his attack by 80%. He has already mastered the use of this shooting technique. Every shot took a life, and Lin Feng also used the Gale Shield to assist in the battle. His current speed is an advantage, reaching more than 1,000 meters per second. He can run near or far, and beat the two Platinum Warriors to a pulp.
However, the Platinum Warrior was no pushover.
He could not hit Lin Feng in terms of offense, but his defense was quite good and he blocked many of Lin Feng's killing moves. Damn it, this guy has a wind shield, we can't hurt him at all.
It's too fast. The intelligence is wrong.
This guy has completely mastered the Gale Shield, and his strength is no less than our Platinum Warriors.
What kind of monster is he?
The two looked at each other and felt like backing off. On this side, after Lin Feng's shot failed, he put away Zilong's golden spear, then took out Lei Xiao and continued to chop at the two men. As the sword came out, thunder exploded, bang. A huge explosion sounded, and two figures flashed, one of them holding a knife in front of him to block. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared on the sword blade and bombarded him, making him look desperate. Finally, the Platinum Warrior screamed, and was electrocuted and flew out, falling to the ground. His hands were covered in blood and kept shaking, as if he had Alzheimer's disease. The knife was also cut into 2 pieces. When his companions saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This fucking sword comes with lightning? Moreover, the force just now was extremely strong. This sword is actually an S-level treasure. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong, we underestimated you. The remaining Platinum Warriors had gloomy expressions, while Zhou Tadian and other members of the Zhou family had trembling eyes. This guy Lin Feng actually defeated a Platinum Warrior? That's not all. Before everyone could react, Lin Feng controlled the Gale Shield and suddenly appeared behind the Platinum Warrior. Die! A sword fell and thunder exploded. Boom! The Platinum Warrior flew backwards like a kite and died instantly. Lin Feng had no mercy and had to use Lei Xiao. Finally, he became ruthless and 2 sword sounds were heard, and the 2 men died at the same time. Kill! He killed 2 Platinum Warriors. How is this possible? No. Oh my god, Grandpa is not here, what should we do? After Lin Feng killed the 2 people who were still breathing with 1 sword, he turned his attention to Zhou Tadian. He moved his feet, and the next moment, Lin Feng came in front of Zhou Tadian, dancing with the thunder sword technique, and a sword struck like thunder. Everyone, get out of the way! Zhou Tadian shouted, his feet trembled, and he left the spot before the sword fell. Boom! Suddenly, the Zhou family mansion was split into 2 halves by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng, you hurt innocent people, didn't you? Bullshit! Lin Feng punched the Zhou family mansion like a mad beast. At this moment, how could the Zhou family's building withstand it? It collapsed with a loud bang and turned into ruins. On this side, Zhou Tadian made his hands into claws and grabbed towards Lin Feng. His claws were as strong as steel and iron. If he was hit, Lin Feng would have to pay a huge price. What a pity, Lin Feng, will he succeed? His reaction was extremely quick, and he chopped down with his sword. Zhou Tadian was stunned and quickly retreated 3 points. Boom! The visible lightning shocked Zhou Tadian so much that he couldn't calm down for a long time. This sword technique is too powerful. There's no way to get close. Moreover, Lin Feng has the Gale Shield in his hand, so it is extremely difficult to touch Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng did not give Zhou Tadian any chance and rushed towards him. Zhou Tadian was alone and weak and had no way to resist. After just a few moves, I was exhausted both physically and mentally. He is a Platinum Warrior, but his chi and blood power is too weak, while Lin Feng is like a god of war who never gets tired. He attacks continuously without even taking a break. In the end, Zhou Tadian was careless and was tragically assassinated by Lin Feng's shadow flying blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 flying blades pierced Zhou Tadian's body. Even if Zhou Tadian had 9 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. Master. Husband. The moment Zhou Tadian fell, countless members of the Zhou family, young and old, were filled with despair. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped on Zhou Tadian's body and said, "Tell your old immortal master that it was me, Lin Feng, who killed him. If you are not satisfied, come to Gaoliang to find me anytime. I'm going to let you go today. If my friends and family suffer any harm, I will kill everyone in your Zhou family. Remember this. I don't want to say it a second time." After saying that, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield and left the sky above Dongpu. Soon, the Zhou family attracted the attention of the entire demon city. The Zhou family was razed to the ground by a strong man, and the head of the Zhou family died. Chapter 55, The Rice is Cooked. In Shanghai, within 30 minutes, countless media reporters arrived outside the Zhou family's house, reporting on various issues. This news, like a tornado, quickly swept across the entire Magic City and even caused a huge sensation throughout China. The Zhou family has offended someone, and the head of the family has been killed. Mr. Zhou will definitely go crazy when he comes back. Yes, there are witnesses who say that the person who destroyed the Zhou family was Lin Feng, but I don't know if it's true or not. Really? Lin Feng can defeat a Platinum Warrior? No way? The news is confirmed. Someone saw Lin Feng riding a shield-like flying vehicle towards the Zhou family. He not only killed the Zhou family's patriarch, but also killed 2 foreign warriors before that. Both of them were Platinum Warriors. Hiss, so scary? It seems that although Lin Feng is young, he is not someone who can be easily angered.
The Zhou family is in big trouble. Waves of discussion spread out, and almost everyone in the Magic City knew about it.
The Zhou family offended Lin Feng and was brutally razed to the ground by Lin Feng.
The head of the family was beheaded and a warning was issued.
Fortunately, Lin Feng did not kill the Zhou family, otherwise the whole of China would be shocked. The reason why Lin Feng chose to let go of the other members of the Zhou family was that he still had a trace of moral bottom line in his heart.
The disaster will not affect his family members.
The head of the Zhou family will bear the consequences of his orders alone. If he killed all the women and children of the Zhou family, he would be a murderer.
Besides, China is not a place without laws, and warriors are not lawless. If you go too far, it will attract the attention of the Investigation Bureau and the authorities.
At that time, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if Mr. Zhou comes back and causes trouble for his family, then the cycle of revenge will never end. Therefore, Lin Feng only killed Zhou Tadian. If Mr. Zhou was still not convinced, he would fight him again. At this moment, in the Key College of Wuhan University in Shanghai, many students are still discussing the news they just saw.
Wow, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so ruthless. It seems he is not someone you can easily mess with. He achieved Platinum Warrior status at such a young age. Who could stand up to him?
Even the Zhou family was overthrown.
It's said that our vice president personally visited and invited him. If he joins our WUDA, wouldn't our Mowu University become the most famous WUDA university in China, and even the world? A female classmate looked at Lin Feng's photo and her heart became heart-shaped.
At this moment, in the independent girls' dormitory, a girl with a ponytail and wearing stockings was lying on the railing. Xia Xiaoling held her chin with both hands, her eyes empty, sometimes with a bit of worry and urgency. I can't get through again, Lin Feng should be fine. She glanced at her smartwatch and saw that there was no response to the call she made, so she couldn't help but sigh. No, I have to go and see, in case he is injured. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Just when Xia Xiaoling was about to go out to Dongpu district, suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Xia Xiaoling. Seeing this person, Xia Xiaoling's eyes flashed with surprise, and she almost shouted out, "Ah, Lin Feng, is it really you? Hi, Xiaoling, long time no see." The person who came was Lin Feng. After killing Zhou Tadian, he controlled the Gale Shield and rushed straight towards WUDA.
Using mental power, he found Xia Xiaoling's location.
Lin Feng, come in quickly. Xia Xiaoling said this, and Lin Feng entered the dormitory.
Fortunately, this was Xia Xiaoling's private dormitory. As soon as Lin Feng came in, Xia Xiaoling asked nervously, "Are you okay? I saw the news and heard that you went to Zhou's house." "Huh? It's on the headlines so soon?"
Lin Feng was a little surprised.
"I did go to the Zhou family to seek justice.
They touched my friend, and I made them pay the price. But I believe that the Zhou family will most likely send people to capture me, and the airport should also be sealed off."
Lin Feng threatened Xia Xiaoling, and Xia Xiaoling immediately shuddered. Then, what should we do?" "Don't worry, I'm just kidding."
Lin Feng smiled faintly, and seeing Xia Xiaoling's worried look, he asked,
"Are you so nervous about me?" "Of course I'm worried about you. You've offended the Grandmaster."
Xia Xiaoling hesitated, a blush appearing on her face. Lin Feng thought about it and said, "If I'm wanted by the whole city of Magic City tonight, I'll have nowhere to go."
You can stay here. They probably won't enter WUDA." Xia Xiaoling's voice was like a dream talk.
Wuhan University is a sacred place and is protected by the government.
Even the Zhou family cannot enter WUDA to cause trouble. After all, WUDA's strength is not bad.
Lin Feng agreed immediately, okay. So, the sky gradually darkened, and Lin Feng and Xia Xiaoling lived together for the first time. Both of them were slightly nervous, even at a loss. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up and found that Xia Xiaoling had already prepared breakfast.
"You're awake. Do you want to go back today?" Xia Xiaoling asked shyly. "Well, I'm going back to Gaoliang City. I still have some things to do."
Lin Feng nodded and said, "By the way, Xiaoling, this is the Qi Shuidan I bought.
You can use it for cultivation.
You have reached the threshold of a warrior now, and I guess you are not far from a breakthrough. Take good care of yourself."
"Well, then you should leave quickly. Some friends will come to see me soon. It will be bad if others see us."
Lin Feng had no choice but to leave. He was speechless about what happened last night. Xia Xiaoling placed her hands on her chest, feeling slightly warm in her heart and a sweet smile on her face. At the warrior hospital, Lin Feng came to Zhang Lang's ward.
When he saw him appear, Zhang Lang almost jumped out of bed. Lin Feng, you killed the head of the Zhou family? Well, I just taught them a lesson. They won't dare to touch you anymore. So what are you going to do? Don't worry about me. I'm now the deacon of a super martial arts gym. If the Zhou family wants to touch me, it won't be that easy. If they dare to come, I will wipe out their entire family. Hearing this, Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief.
Now that Lin Feng had become the deacon of the martial arts gym, he had a powerful backer. The Zhou family is indeed not qualified to challenge the super martial arts school. Just rest and recover. When I get back, I'll have the doctors at the super martial arts school treat you. They'll definitely make you better. Lin Feng, you gave me a new life, and I owe you too much. Zhang Lang was speechless with gratitude and didn't know what to say. Lin Feng was so good to him, even better than his own brother. If it weren't for Lin Feng, he might have considered ending his life. We are brothers. I won't forget you just because I'm successful. Lin Feng comforted softly. After returning, Lin Feng went directly to Yanjing, the headquarters of the super martial arts school. Deacon Su, is there any medicine that can cure a warrior's disability? You can try buying a few rejuvenation pills, which can regenerate bone marrow, but they're a bit expensive. How much? Lin Feng asked in the office. Deacon Su thought for a moment and held up a finger. 10 billion per piece. Chapter 56, Meeting the Town Commander, Mysterious Cave. 10 billion. When Deacon Su told him the price, Lin Feng was a little confused. 10 billion is not a lot for him at the moment, but it is definitely not a small amount. Deacon Su said, the rejuvenating body tempering pill is the most advanced medicine in the world. It can regenerate bone marrow and regenerate bones. Even those with broken bones can recover within a week. You said your friend is nearly crippled, so this kind of elixir is perfect for him. It's a pity that this kind of elixir isn't something you can buy just because you want it. The rejuvenating body tempering pill has the miraculous effect of rejuvenating the body. In addition to various precious herbs, it also requires special energy substances to be refined. This substance can only be found in the bottom of the cave. Cave? Lin Feng was puzzled. What kind of place is that? A magical place, a place you don't understand. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. Lin Feng looked up and saw a bearded man wearing a super martial arts cloak striding in. He had a very strong energy and blood in his body. Grandmaster. Lin Feng thought to himself at that moment. The strength of this middle-aged man is at least that of a grandmaster. Greetings, His Excellency the Town Commander. When Deacon Su saw this person, he immediately took the initiative to salute. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. Town Commander. Boom. At that moment, Lin Feng also bowed slightly. Hello, General. Well, you're welcome, Lin Feng. You want to buy the rejuvenation and body tempering pill, right? Town Commander Lu Nanfeng asked softly, as if he and Lin Feng were old acquaintances. If you want to buy one, I happen to know a friend who works at a biotech company. I can find one for you. Thank you, General, but I currently... Lin Feng was a little embarrassed and was about to say that he didn't have enough money. Little did he know that Lu Nanfeng saw through Lin Feng and laughed. It's okay, you can use it first and return it to the martial arts school when you have money. Thank you, General. Lin Feng is very grateful. Lin Feng did not refuse. At present, Lang needed the rejuvenation pill, and it was worth spending any money. Brotherhood is priceless. Lin Feng looked at Lu Nanfeng with eyes full of gratitude, while his heart was trembling wildly. The town commander is one of the most capable people in each martial arts school. He had heard that each martial arts school has a group of founders who follow the schoolmaster to conquer the world. These people are true martial artists with strength that goes beyond common sense. As far as Lin Feng knows, there are only 4 commanders in the Super Martial Arts Hall. They are rarely seen all year round and are very mysterious. Now, a town general suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. It would be a lie for Lin Feng to say that he was not excited. Similarly, Lu Nanfeng was also sizing up Lin Feng. He seemed to see through him and said with a smile, well, not bad, you're at the Golden Realm at the age of 16. Besides, you're also a spiritual master. What makes us even more proud is that you have the Gale Shield in your hands. Lin Feng, I have to say that you are truly a rare genius in the Super Martial Arts School. He really values Lin Feng very much. A 16-year-old spiritual master has the ability to get the Gale Shield, which even platinum warriors don't have.
You are too kind, General.
Lin Feng clasped his fists and said modestly. Ha, the disciple surpasses the master. Lin Feng, I believe you will not let the super martial arts school down. Lu Nanfeng said, from today on, you will be the youngest deacon in the history of the super martial arts school. As for that old man from the Zhou family in the Magic City, he won't dare to touch you or your friends again.
You can rest assured.
Lin Feng's face was filled with joy and he nodded.
Next, Lin Feng asked Lu Nanfeng some questions about the Roth family and the underground cave. The Roth family is currently the world's largest family, and its influence in the Western Alliance is unparalleled.
Lu Nanfeng sat down and took a sip of coffee.
But you don't have to worry too much.
We at Super Martial Arts School are no pushovers. The Gale Shield was an accidental find for you, so they can't snatch it away from you.
As long as you are in China, you are safe.
As for the catacombs, it's a new world.
New world?
Yes, the creatures in there are very mysterious. Currently, the greatest threat to humanity is the creatures in the underground caves. Lu Nanfeng said to himself, I came off this time to assist the government in recruiting human warriors and to join forces with other martial arts schools to enter the underground caves and explore.
To be precise, the word suppression is more appropriate. Do we need warriors to suppress it?
Lin Feng was even more curious.
The town commander was a figure above the grandmaster, but facing the creatures in the cave, he couldn't even deal with it? So what kind of terrifying existence is inside?
There have been a lot of unusual movements in the cave recently.
Lin Feng, what you know now is just the tip of the iceberg.
Once you become stronger, you'll naturally have the chance to go down and see for yourself. However, the situation is getting worse by the day, so it's hard to say whether or not you'll be able to wait for that day.
Lu Nanfeng's expression suddenly grew solemn.
In short, the current situation is not optimistic. According to the museum owner's prediction, China will soon face a major disaster, unless something unexpected happens.
Great calamity. Well, if you can improve, do your best to raise your cultivation.
Lu Nanfeng said calmly, then looked at Su Ao, Deacon Su, notify all martial artists above the Platinum Realm in the Martial Arts Hall to gather at the official Alliance base tomorrow night.
Yes. A solemn look flashed across Su Ao's face. The town general personally brought back warriors above Platinum from the cave.
It seemed that something big was really going to happen. The next day, the news that Lin Feng became the deacon of the Super Martial Arts Gym was announced worldwide. It caused a huge response in China. At this moment, the Chinese martial arts world is facing a huge crisis. Almost all the warriors above the platinum level in China have returned to their respective martial arts halls to gather.
Even the presidents and senior officials of major universities have disappeared and are hard to find.
Lin Feng returned to Gaoliang City.
Today was his 17th birthday. In the evening, the family had a simple celebration.
Afterwards, Lin Feng suddenly had an ominous premonition. Mom and Dad, don't go to work tomorrow.
I'll teach you martial arts. Practice martial arts?
Lin Feng's parents looked at him in disbelief, as if they had heard something wrong. Lin Feng said, that's right, practicing martial arts can strengthen your body, and there are many benefits to becoming a warrior.
When I'm not around, you can protect yourselves. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you asking whether I'm here or not? Wang Xiaoyun complained.
Finally, after Lin Feng's constant persuasion, the two decided to practice martial arts. On the same day, Lin Feng received a call from Zhang Lang, saying that he had received the rejuvenation pill that someone had brought over last night, and he could walk today.
That's good. Those Qi blood pills are 500,000 each. Come on, brother. Pay me back when you make money in the future. Lin Feng joked.
The next day, he began to teach his parents martial arts. Although his talent was average, he had Lin Feng's personal instruction and the help of elixirs. Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun were able to perform basic training very quickly. 3 days later, Lin Xiaoyu brought good news that he had broken through to bronze 2-star in the martial arts gym.
Xiao Bai, how long will it take me to become a silver warrior? Lin Xiaoyu hid in the martial arts hall and talked to the pendant on her chest.
An ethereal voice came from inside, young master, according to my observation, you will be able to enter the silver realm in 3 months at the latest. And after my injuries gradually recover, you will definitely surpass your brother in a short time.
Chapter 57 S Level Disaster. Xiao Bai, you have to get better soon. I'm waiting for you to help me take off. Hee, my dear, don't worry. When I fully recover, your brother will look upon you with new eyes. He will definitely kneel down and offer his respect to you.
The voice from the pendant carried a hint of pride, and Lin Xiaoyu was also quite excited. When the day comes when I surpass my brother, he will definitely be stunned. His parents' cultivation gradually got on track, and Lin Feng could only buy the lowest grade elixirs for his parents to use to assist in their cultivation. Just like that, after everything was on track, Lin Feng received a call from Su Ao.
Deacon Su, what's wrong?
Su Ao looked very anxious. Lin Feng, please come to the headquarters quickly.
Good.
Lin Feng directly controlled the Gale Shield and headed towards the Yanjing headquarters.
10 minutes later, Yanjing headquarters. It was almost the top floor.
Lin Feng stepped into it.
Here was a very unusual training room. Su Ao took Lin Feng through multiple identity verifications before they could enter. Deacon Su, what do you want from me?
Lin Feng, I will be going down to the catacombs tomorrow. All the warriors above the platinum level in the Super Martial Arts Gym will also be entering the catacombs. The Super Martial Arts Gym will be temporarily in your care.
Su Ao didn't want to waste any more time talking.
You must do your best to cooperate with the authorities. Our museum owner predicts that something big will happen in the next few days.
No matter what happens, don't panic. Everything was so sudden and unexpected.
Lin Feng paused and finally nodded, okay. Also, the town commander instructed me to open the energy training room for you to absorb. The energy substances here are very rich and very suitable for martial artists above the Grandmaster level to absorb. Although you haven't reached the Grandmaster level, the town commander may have opened it to you because you are a spiritualist.
So absorb as much of the energy as you can.
Su Ao used facial scanning to open something that looked like a space capsule and also like a steamer, which emitted a red glow. Lin Feng only felt the incomparable mystery.
Okay, thank you Deacon Su for conveying this. Lin Feng was not polite either. He knew that this was a good thing. He walked in and closed the door.
The first feeling he had when he entered the energy training room was coolness and coolness. As if bathed in a spring breeze, the cells and blood vessels in the body seemed to become more active. He closed his eyes and began to absorb these energy substances. After a while, Lin Feng felt something, his body began to become hot, and warm currents surged in his meridians.
This feeling is so magical.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a while, Lin Feng was like a mobile phone, constantly charging and absorbing the red energy. Ding, absorbing the energy of the defective red crystal material, upgrade points plus 10,000. Ding, absorbing the energy of the defective red crystal material, upgrade points plus 19,000.
Defective red crystal energy?
A prompt appeared in Lin Feng's system, making his eyes freeze.
What kind of energy is this?
He has never even heard of it. He opened his eyes and took a quick look, and saw 3 half-broken red crystals embedded under the floor of the training cabin. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire training chamber is built around these crystals, and the energy is emitted from these 3 defective crystals. It's amazing that such a small energy crystal can contain such rich energy. Lin Feng said in disbelief.
He was absorbing it every minute and every second. This speed is extremely fast. At the same time, Western Alliance. The Roth family. Damn trash, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Godfather Roth was very angry.
He slammed the table, and suddenly all the platinum warriors in the hall were almost suffocated. I told you to ensure that everything is foolproof, but you keep failing.
Did I train you just to eat and do nothing?
Godfather Roth said angrily. A voice came from below, eat people, eat souls, eat all.
Bang!
Before the man could finish his words, he was slapped away by Godfather Roth. Don't try to act like a joke in front of me, or you won't be able to come back.
From now on, no one can alert the enemy. Wait until Roy comes back before taking any action. The discussion immediately started. Is Lord Roy coming back? Great! Lord Roy has returned from the catacombs. We will definitely not fail again. The Roth family is about to regain its glory.
Roy is not only a very famous name in the Roth family, but also a very influential figure in the entire Western Alliance. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of surprises Lord Roy will bring them when he returns this time. In China, at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The ordinary people of China have already fallen asleep. What they don't know is that a catastrophe is quietly approaching. At this moment in the Chinese military base, four commanders with 5 stars on their shoulders sat together, watching a picture. In the picture, countless monsters were heading south from the northwest. Their speed was not very fast, and they seemed to be gathering. This incident happened suddenly. It is estimated that within 3 days, the beast tide will move south and directly into Jiangnan province. At that time, the 300 million people in Jiangnan will be invaded. And if the beast tide cannot be suppressed, in addition to Jiangnan province, the Demon City, Zhongchuan and other provinces and cities will also fall. By then, China will be truly finished. Several people looked extremely solemn. A relatively young, handsome commander looked at the people in another picture and said, "Governor Sure, what level of beast tide has the higher-ups determined this time?" To be honest, it's S level. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 people present suddenly trembled violently, and their faces turned pale. This is an S-level beast tide, comparable to the beast tide during the cataclysm. Since humans established the new order, we in China have never experienced a beast tide of this level. Now our 2 great human giants in China are in seclusion, and the masters from the major martial arts schools have already entered the cave to shed blood. We can only suppress them with our own manpower. At this moment, several officers spoke up, and finally one of them stood up and said, "I suggest that we immediately call for conscription to prepare for the worst-case scenario." The other 3 officers nodded in agreement. This is the only way. We don't know how many soldiers will be sacrificed this time. The commander-in-chief is gone, so we can't retreat. One day later, at the Super Martial Arts School headquarters, Lin Feng's absorption was also coming to an end. His whole body trembled, and the moment he opened his eyes, a white light shot out from his eyes. Very bright, and become bright and energetic. At this moment, he took a look at the attribute panel. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 380 ms. Strength, 2,660,000 kilograms. Spiritual realm, silver 5-star 299950000000. Cultivation level, gold 5 stars 0100000000. Upgrade points, 2398230. Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Mastery, 01 million, attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist minor success, 0400,000, basic attack plus 50%, Gale Footwork minor success, 0500,000, basic speed plus 40%, Thunder Sword entry level, 090,000, attack plus 65%. 23 million upgrade points. This is the most ever. I never thought such a small crystal could provide so much energy. If we kill monsters outside, it will probably take several months to collect them. What kind of crystal is this? He muttered to himself, time to upgrade. Chapter 58 Card Realm Improvement. I'm only at the gold 5-star level now, but using various martial arts and bursting out all my strength is enough to kill a platinum realm warrior. Also, according to the system, if you kill a warrior or monster stronger than yourself, your upgrade points will increase exponentially. Lin Feng analyzed carefully. After I upgraded to the platinum realm, I became even stronger. In the future, when I kill monsters and warriors of the same realm, the upgrade points will be much lower. I don't know how many upgrade points I will need for the next upgrade. Why not just raise your spiritual realm first instead of your realm? System, upgrade my spiritual realm. First, spend 10 million upgrade points to upgrade. He spoke to the system, and the system responded, ding, receiving the command, upgrading the spiritual realm. Ding, the spiritual realm is upgrading. Silver 5 stars. Gold 1 star. Gold 2 stars. Gold 3 stars. Gold 4 stars. Lin Feng's spiritual realm quickly broke through the golden realm, and his blood and energy became even stronger. His body trembled slightly, as if he had entered a new spiritual world. With a little perception of his mind power, he could see everything within a radius of 5 kilometers. With every major realm I cross, my mental power will become stronger, and the power of killing skills like Shadow Flying Blade will be greatly enhanced. It seems that the effect of mental power is becoming more and more powerful. He sighed. It was a good deal to upgrade to gold 4 star with only 10 million. System, upgrade my extreme explosive fist to perfection. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. After a while, Lin Feng's upgrade points were constantly deducted and weakened. In the end, he spent nearly 6 million upgrade points to upgrade the extreme explosive fist to the peak level. Ding, the extreme explosive fist has been mastered, basic attack power plus 80%. Ding, the extreme explosive fist has been mastered, basic attack power plus 150%. Ding, the extreme explosive fist has been perfected, basic attack power plus 300%.
Increase basic attack power by 300%.
When this result came out, even Lin Feng himself was a little surprised and felt a little panicked. As expected of a boxing technique created by a giant of the human race, Lin Feng's basic attack power has now been directly raised to 7,980,000.
The combat power of a platinum warrior is generally between 2 and 10 million.
Those with a combat power exceeding 10 million can be certified as grandmasters. My current basic combat power has reached around platinum 4 stars. He muttered to himself that he still had no intention of improving his cultivation level, but said with a cheerful expression, "System, use the remaining upgrade points to help me improve my Thunder Sword technique."
Ding, receiving the command, upgrading.
After a while, Lin Feng's Thunder Sword technique was upgraded from entry level to minor success, and then to major success.
Finally, it reaches the level of mastery and no longer improves. Because there are not enough upgrade points, only about 1.7 million.
In order to advance the Thunder Sword technique from the mastery realm to perfection, at least 3 million upgrade points are required. The total upgrade points spent on this realm are more than the previous upgrade points.
It's unbearable.
Ding, the Thunder Sword technique has been mastered. Using this sword technique increases attack power by 280%. From now on, when you use the Thunder Sword, you can unleash 280% of its attack power. However, the limitation lies in using a sword. If you use other weapons, you won't be able to achieve such a high burst.
Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied.
At this moment, Lin Feng took a look at the Gale Step and had no plans to upgrade it for the time being. With the Gale Shield in hand and using mental power to control it, this speed can completely surpass that of a Grandmaster. There is no need to spend upgrade points to increase your speed. Ding, it has been detected that the Shenlong Spear technique is no longer suitable for the host.
It is recommended to disassemble it. Disassembly will gain 500,000 upgrade points. Ha! Lin Feng looked bewildered. This thing can be decomposed? He looked at the Zilong golden spear in his hand and thought that it was indeed not suitable to use at the moment. His strength in all aspects has reached the platinum level. The range of use of Zilong's golden gun is gold and platinum.
According to his own upgrade speed, he will not be able to use this gun skill for long.
Break it down.
After careful consideration, Lin Feng still followed the system's prompts to decompose it. Ding, the Divine Dragon Spear technique has been completely decomposed. Currently, only the spear technique knowledge learned by the host is retained.
This spear technique cannot be improved.
Fortunately, the Divine Dragon Spear technique I learned previously is still at the mastery level. It's just that I can improve it later, so it's not too bad. It turned out that the Divine Dragon Spear technique that Lin Feng had learned was not erased, which made Lin Feng feel it was worth it. At this time, he had an extra 500,000 upgrade points. He took a look and immediately used them to upgrade his spiritual realm.
Because the spiritual realm is just a little bit short.
In the end, Lin Feng's spiritual realm was elevated to the 5th star of the Golden Realm, on par with his own cultivation realm.
Panel.
Lin Feng summoned the attribute panel.
Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 410 ms.
Strength, 3,100,000 kilograms. Spiritual realm, gold 5 stars 0200000000.
Cultivation level, platinum 1 star 010 million. Upgrade points, 168071.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Mastery Realm, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist Perfection Realm, basic attack plus 300%, Gale Footwork Minor Success Realm, 500,000, basic speed plus 40%, Thundersword Mastery Realm, 3 million, attack plus 280%. My basic attack power has reached 3.1 million. With the maximum power of the Extreme Explosive Fist, I can blast out a combat power of 9.3 million, which is infinitely close to that of a Grandmaster. As for the Thunder Sword technique, it can unleash a combat power of 8.68 million, and comes with 3 lightning bolts, each of which increases damage by 5%. It's not weaker than the Extreme Explosion Fist technique at all. Lin Feng thought about it and had to say that this time his upgrade was at the perfect level. At the Gold Realm, with a full strength attack, he is already close to being a Grandmaster, and is completely fearless of the Platinum Realm. With the help of the Gale Shield, even a Grandmaster can't do anything to Lin Feng. The energy contained in these 3 defective crystals is really too great.
It's a pity that I have already absorbed all the energy. Otherwise, I could have stayed here for a few more days.
Lin Feng glanced sideways and saw that the red crystal had dimmed and lost its color and luster. Lin Feng was very interested in this red crystal.
He planned to dig it out for cultivation in the future.
It would be 10 times more cost-effective than killing monsters.
Deacon Lin, the commander is looking for you.
Lin Feng walked out of the training room, and at this moment, a young figure in military uniform walked in front of Lin Feng.
This man had a straight posture and was extraordinarily handsome.
Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the 4 stars on his shoulders. Because a 4-star officer represents a senior commander of the military. It is said that there are only 4 officers in China who have 4 stars. The Supreme Commander wears 5 stars on his shoulders.
You are Deacon Lin Feng, right? Hello, I am Yi Nantian from the military.
The young man in his 30s extended his hand with extraordinary courtesy.
Hearing this name, Lin Feng couldn't help but pause. Commander Yi Nantian, one of the 4 generals of the military.
It is said that he is the son of Yi Qingshan, the Supreme Commander of the military. He became a Grandmaster at the age of 28 and was the #1 genius in China at that time. I didn't expect Yi Nantian to come to see me.
Something big must have happened. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Commander Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Nantian nodded slightly and said solemnly, this is a long story, let's sit down and talk. Chapter 59, National Recruitment. What, an S-level beast tide?
In the office, Lin Feng's face darkened when he heard Yi Nantian's words. On weekdays, small beast tides would make the news and would require warriors to suppress them. A sea-level beast tide is enough to attract the attention of the military, and at least 100,000 or more soldiers will be sent to resist the beast tide in order to suppress it. To put it bluntly, the S-level beast tide is almost as fierce as the early stage of the cataclysm. Moreover, in the early stages of the catastrophe, the monsters had not yet mutated into their full form, and their combat power was not as fierce and powerful as it is today, making it much easier to resist them. Now that a new global order has been established, if a wave of monsters breaks out, Lin Feng dare not imagine what the world will become.
Yi Nantian said solemnly, once the beast tide breaks through the defensive city, it will head south and head straight for Jiangnan province. By then, at least 300 million people will suffer. I came here hoping that the Super Martial Arts School can provide some manpower to help fight the beast tide. In addition to warriors, we will also recruit soldiers from outside. We plan to recruit 5 million soldiers to provide logistical support. They will not need to go to the battlefield to face the monsters directly unless it is absolutely necessary. Yi Nantian's every word was filled with sincerity. Of course, if the situation worsens and becomes uncontrollable, the only way to pay is to sacrifice human lives. As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, as if he couldn't bear the cruel fact. Provide manpower?
Lin Feng said without hesitation, don't worry, Commander Yi. Although the top management of the Martial Arts Hall is not here now, I, Lin Feng, as the deacon of the Martial Arts Hall, have the right to make decisions for the Martial Arts Hall. When the country is in trouble, every citizen has a responsibility. As warriors, we should stand up and resist the beast tide. I will immediately summon the warriors of the Super Martial Arts School to go to the official front and obey your command. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Nantian couldn't help but raise his head, as if he didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily. Okay, with your Super Martial Arts School taking the lead, I believe other martial arts schools will not refuse.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you on behalf of China.
Yi Nantian bowed sincerely, and Lin Feng said it was impossible. Also, we released a conscription announcement last night, but the effect was mediocre. Lin Feng, if you can also take the lead. Yi Nantian said, the influence of warriors in some aspects is greater than that of the official.
Please. That's no problem.
Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. After seeing Yi Nantian off, someone from the Super Martial Arts School stepped forward and said, Deacon Lin, our platinum-level warriors and above have already entered the caverns. If we rush the other members to resist the beast tide, any losses will severely damage the martial arts school. It's a huge blow to our strength. Lin Feng shook his head and said, it is the mission of a warrior to protect his country.
My order has been issued.
All Chinese members of the Martial Arts Hall must return to participate in the fight against the monster tide. Anyone who refuses to return will be expelled from the martial arts school. I don't care what excuses they give. The Super Martial Arts School doesn't accept cowards, let alone those who have abandoned their own country. Upon hearing this, the executor's face flashed with fear, and he said, "I'll do it immediately." Lin Feng is even more iron-fisted than he imagined, so tough. At the same time, the Chinese government announced that it would recruit 10 million soldiers from all over China, hoping that Chinese men would actively join the army. For a time, this news, like a nuclear bomb, caused a huge sensation around the world. In order to fight against the impending S-level beast tide, China has recruited 10 million soldiers.
The situation is critical. I think the news about China's conscription is nonsense. How can they recruit 10 million soldiers in just 3 days? The Chinese leadership is too confident in their own people.
According to the Western Alliance Daily, experts have analyzed that if a beast tide breaks out, not only will China be unable to complete its conscription mission, but the country's national strength will also be severely damaged. No country can recruit 10 million soldiers in such a short period of time.
This is no ordinary number.
Asian Alliance breaking news, our station reports that China has been making wild claims about nationwide conscription, but the actual progress is slow and they appear to be exaggerating.
By then, this conscription will become a global joke, and China will be slapped in the face. As expected, the Chinese conscription issue attracted mostly slander and ridicule.
Around the world, not many alliances and countries believe that China can recruit 10 million soldiers within 3 days.
Because the number is simply too huge.
10 million is more than the total population of some countries combined. In the face of ridicule and sarcasm, Chinese officials did not care. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield and headed towards Jiangnan Province.
Jiangnan Province, Jinling City.
This is the capital city of Jiangnan Province, which is 10 times more prosperous than Lin Feng's hometown, Daliang City. It is a big city with a population of over 10 million.
Once the official conscription mission was announced, conscription registration points were set up across the country. The cities in Jiangnan Province are no exception.
Many conscription registration points have been set up in the center of Jinling City.
Occasionally there are people queuing, but not many.
TSK, you skinny little brat, you want to recruit soldiers?
Do you know what you are facing? It's a monster.
In the square, a few young gangsters taunted a young man who had come to recruit soldiers, saying, "Let the warriors handle the fight against the monsters.
Why should we ordinary people get involved? Besides, you can't even beat me. Wouldn't joining the army be a hindrance?
You idiot, you're wasting your life.
You're out of your mind." That's right, joining the army puts your life in danger at any time.
I don't think these idiots even know what a beast tide is. Some people who came to register were ridiculed, but no one at the scene dared to refute the two people. Because these two people were students of the martial arts school before, and although they were kicked out later, they still had some foundation, so no one dared to mess with them.
You joined the army, but I don't think you even know how you died.
Yet you try to imitate others and charge forward.
I think you're out of your mind.
Seeing that the thin boy in front of him was still queuing, the gangsters became even more unscrupulous. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure fell from the sky.
Look, a warrior is coming. Wow, that's fast.
As soon as the crowd stopped talking, a young figure appeared in the square. Lin Feng glanced at the troublemakers and said coldly, "You are useless things. When the country is in trouble, every citizen has a responsibility.
At least he's proven himself to be a man with his actions, and you too? You think it's glorious to mock him behind his back?"
Lin Feng pinched the two of them with one hand. "Not only do you not contribute to the country, but you are also making trouble here.
If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think your behavior is so impressive?" Bang!
He threw the two men violently, and they immediately flew backwards, hitting the ground and causing it to crack. The two men covered their bodies and screamed. Obviously several bones were broken.
"Everyone, I'm Lin Feng. I've signed up to fight against the beast tide.
I'll be leading our warriors into battle and protecting your safety." At this time, Lin Feng said to the crowd, "Please rest assured, no matter what happens, it is the warriors and soldiers in the army who will bear it.
This is the faith of warriors and soldiers. A coward like this isn't worthy of being a man."
The two of them are worse than dogs. If everyone is as fearful as they are, China will be left without support, the country will cease to be a country, and the families will cease to be families.
The target of this wave of monsters is Jiangnan Province.
Lin Feng's voice was loud and clear, with a hint of indignation. Now the country is mobilizing the entire nation to protect our Jiangnan Province.
As people from Jiangnan Province, how can we remain indifferent? Let us take action to protect our homeland. Chapter 60, Battle breaks out. Lin Feng? Is he Lin Feng? Oh my god, I met my idol. It's really Lin Feng, the same Lin Feng who helped our Chinese team win the Rookie Challenge last time. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Lin Feng. All kinds of admiring and envious eyes were cast at Lin Feng, with great respect. Lin Feng is right. A man should defend his country. I must join the army. I also want to join the army to defend Jiangnan, defend China, and defend my home. Hurry up and sign up, otherwise the quota will be full. Soon, more and more people gathered in the square and began to sign up enthusiastically. Suddenly, the entire Jinling city was swept by a wave of signing up to join the army. Countless people of appropriate age walked to the registration points and began to join the army. In an ordinary university dormitory, a boy saw the news about the military recruitment. He put down his mouse and said to his roommates, "Hey guys, have you seen the news about the recruitment? Do you have any thoughts? No way, really, conscription? Then what are you considering? It's an emergency conscription. It should be to resist the beast tide. I have to join the army. Wait for me, mouse, together. Walk." Many college students began to sign up outside of school. They were college students, but they also had a dream of joining the army. As the saying goes, you will regret being a soldier for a while, but you will regret not being a soldier for a lifetime. Who doesn't want to have an unforgettable experience in their life? Mom, ever since Dad died, you've been the pillar of the family. You raised me and helped me graduate from college. I have a stable job now. A young man in his late 20s from an ordinary family said, "Since I was little, I've wanted to be like my father and become a soldier, but I missed that opportunity. Now that the country has relaxed the conditions, anyone between the ages of 18 and 32 can join the army, so I want to seize this opportunity and fulfill my wish." The young man is 1.8 meters tall. After graduating from university, he had a stable job and took on the burden of the family on his shoulders. He was already the pillar of the family, but when he heard the news of conscription, his blood immediately boiled and he said to his mother. The woman nodded when she heard her son's words, "Well, son, you are as great as your father. Go." The young man's eyes were blurred with tears. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, then ran out of the door. Once selected, soldiers will set off immediately without a chance to say goodbye. He is ready to join the military and serve his country at any time. Looking at the tall figure, the woman hid behind the door, tears streaming down her old eyes. "Aliang, our son has grown up, look how much he looks like you." In Daliang City, millions of men took to the streets today, forming long queues, and all registration points were packed. I must join the army and become the pride of Gaoliang like Lin Feng. Ha, I've been chosen, Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Lin Feng has called for it, and now the whole country is vying for it. We in Gaoliang City cannot lose face. Gaoliang men are mighty. Armored vehicles transported the selected people to the airport. One warship after another took off, carrying these new recruits to the military base. Alright, Gaoliang City's conscription quota is full. Everyone, please go back. Oh my god, it's only been less than half an hour and it's already full? I want to go, sir, look at me, look at me. Are you kidding me? Erden was selected, so why shouldn't I be eligible? I want to join the army. Soon, when the staff announced that the quota was full, it caused a lot of discussion. Some people are extremely disappointed. They are full of passion to serve the country, but they have no chance. It's so uncomfortable. Not only Gaoliang City, but other cities have also begun to announce that there are enough conscription quotas. In the afternoon, China announced that the conscription mission had been completed. When this news was released, everyone in the world was shocked. How is this possible? Is Huaxia fabricating this? Send a special reporter to take a look. I don't believe Huaxia can complete this mission. In less than half a day, they're already recruiting 10 million soldiers? What a joke! The African Union has a population of 1 billion, and recruiting 2 million soldiers would take at least a month. How can China do that? This must be fake news. China tends to exaggerate, and in my opinion, it's just fake. Many reporters rushed to China to broadcast the event live around the world. As armored vehicles transported new recruits and warships sped across the sky, they finally quieted down. All the large military bases in China were rarely open to the public. The cameras showed them crowded with new recruits who had not yet changed into their uniforms. Oh my god, this is true. There are too many Chinese people, and it seems that many people are dissatisfied because they were not selected. This is terrifying.
There are more than 10 million people here. I estimate there must be hundreds of millions of ordinary people running for election.
What are they doing this for? Don't they know that war will kill people?
While major foreign alliances were astonished, in China, a super martial arts gym announced that its Chinese members would go to the battlefield with all their strength to fight against the monsters. All Chinese members of the Thunder Martial Arts School must report to the military base before tomorrow afternoon. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School plans to organize 5,000 warriors to join the battle and stop the beast tide. The Menglong Martial Arts School promises to spare no effort in assisting the military in eradicating the monsters, even if it means being deployed to the front lines. Each martial arts school issued its own announcement, and all Chinese people were excited and overwhelmed after hearing it. Mom and Dad, this battle against the beast tide may take some time, so you can just practice in the martial arts gym. Lin Feng returned home and said to his parents.
The two elders nodded. This was the mission of a warrior and they were used to it.
If Lin Feng retreats because of this, it would be a disgrace to the name of a warrior. Xiaoyu, you should also try your best to improve your realm.
Don't go with me to the beast tide this time. If anything unexpected happens, you can stay in Gaoliang City to protect the people here.
Okay, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu nodded sensibly. Brother, you have to be careful.
Don't worry, I, your brother, am invincible.
2 days later, the beast tide officially broke out, and a total of 30,000 warriors and quasi-warriors from major martial arts schools in China came to support. Including the military's own warriors, there are about 40,000 people. As for ordinary soldiers, 5 million of them have been prepared and are ready to go in various military bases. Warships are landing from overhead, and well-equipped soldiers are gathering in an orderly manner in the square.
Boom, boom, boom.
About 500 kilometers away, a battle had broken out, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long-range artillery shells whizzed past from the sky, and huge fireworks flashed. At this moment, Lin Feng and others arrived here.
Chapter 61, The Beast Tide Arrives, the killing begins. Captain Yi, has the battle already broken out?
Lin Feng came flying over riding the Gale Shield, looking handsome and wearing a B-level combat uniform, which made him look quite handsome at night. When the stewards of many martial arts schools saw Lin Feng, they all stared at him. I didn't expect the deacon of a super martial arts gym to be so young.
It's true that heroes emerge from youth. The disciple is better than the master.
It would have been great if he had joined our Thunder Martial Arts School. Lin Feng, on behalf of Menglong Martial Arts School, I welcome you. The representatives of their respective martial arts schools were all very polite to Lin Feng. After all, they had already heard of Lin Feng's name. He had become famous many times at such a young age. And the shield he is standing on now is the very famous Gale Shield.
How can someone who can control the Gale Shield be a mediocre person?
In the martial arts world, people still respect talented people who are truly capable. At this time, Yi Nantian nodded. Well, the battle has broken out 500 miles away, and the soldiers on the front line are already resisting. Please help.
You're welcome. When faced with a disaster, we warriors should be the first to go.
Lin Feng clasped his fists towards the others and said, Seniors, I'll go ahead.
Commanding the warriors will be left to you.
After saying that, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield and flashed forward like a streak of light. At this moment, 500 kilometers away from the defense city, dense swarms of monsters were rushing over. There are flying creatures, burrowing creatures, and all kinds of crawling creatures.
They are all kinds of creatures. A. Woo woo woo. Roar, roar, roar. Knock, knock. The roars of various monsters and the trembling of the earth rang out.
100 high-speed tanks were deployed in front of the battle.
A commander shouted, Brothers, destroy the monsters. Don't let them get close to the defensive city. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Boom.
The flaming shells were fired at the same time, like fireballs, lighting up the sky. When the shells hit the monsters, the surging monsters in the front row instantly caught fire, and some were blown to pieces on the spot. These soldiers driving high-speed tanks sat in the cab, looking at the monsters outside that were like ants, and their scalps tingled. They had participated in many battles, but this was the first time they faced so many monsters. Based on this number, there are at least 100,000 monsters in this attack, and most of them are above the Silver Realm.
Let's fight. We can't retreat and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Fire.
Skirmishers, get ready, Blue Fox, get your rapid-fire laser rifles.
The commander continued to give orders.
After a round of tank bombing, the monsters charging in the front row had their skin torn and flesh exposed, and blood splattered.
Another soldier took out the Blue Fox laser gun. This laser gun has extremely strong lethality and can easily penetrate steel and concrete.
It was specially developed to fight against monsters.
Dat Ada. Alloy bullets were loaded, and hundreds of Blue Fox laser guns were firing continuously.
The shooting speed was comparable to that of a Gatling gun. Many monsters were pierced through, and their huge bodies flew backwards, which was very domineering.
Roar!
However, the tide of monsters was too fierce, and the soldiers began to retreat. After holding out for less than 2 minutes, the tanks were destroyed, and the monsters rushed into the trenches, wreaking havoc crazily.
Swish! Ah!
The sound of human screaming rang out, and gradually, the monsters gained the upper hand.
Ordinary warriors still seem insignificant when facing these hordes of monsters. After all, our abilities are limited. We can only suppress them with firepower. Kill! Gunners, stand up and cover the retreat.
At this time, 7 or 8 continuous rocket launchers were transported out, firing shells crazily, and each shot shook the earth.
Bang!
A huge hole over 100 meters in diameter was blown out on the ground, which was extremely terrifying. But the monsters became more and more crazy as the battle went on.
They could not be stopped in the dark night.
They rushed forward madly, killing people among the crowd and overturned countless tanks and armored vehicles.
Even many human warriors were killed. Only endless screams were heard, echoing through the night sky. Hold on a little longer, we must hold this place until reinforcements arrive. Bang!
At this moment, a silver-level monster broke through the tank defense line and came towards the commander. The commander drew his sword and swung it, instantly chopping the monster in front of him to pieces. At this moment, the defense line completely collapsed, and more than 10,000 soldiers were killed or wounded. Shaolin, go quickly and give this to my mother. At this moment, a soldier was crushed by a tank and his lower body was almost unable to move. He took off the necklace on his chest and gave it to the soldier who came to rescue him.
The soldier named Xiaolin said, "Brother Wang, I won't leave. I want to take you back. Go away, idiot, you will die."
Brother Wang pushed Xiaolin aside with force. At this moment, a monster had discovered the two of them, and its bloody mouth bit Brother Wang under the tank. Shaolin yelled at the top of his lungs, "No, Brother Wang." He and Brother Wang are fellow villagers from the same city. They have both been in the army for 5 years and are old friends. Their friendship is so good.
But just now, Brother Wang was crushed by a tank in order to save Xiaolin.
It can be said that he exchanged his life for his. Seeing that Brother Wang was about to be swallowed, Xiaolin couldn't help but shed tears. At the same time, a figure fell from the sky, saw the scene, and threw a punch directly.
Bang! The monster exploded instantly, its huge body flew out and died. Yes, it's a warrior. The warriors are coming.
Brother Wang opened his eyes, saw that he was safe and sound, and began to smile.
Xiaolin also looked surprised and relieved.
After taking a look at the two of them, Lin Feng picked up the tank with his hands and rescued Brother Wang.
He said, "You've worked hard. Let us take over here. Thank you for saving me."
Brother Wang was grateful and then retreated with Xiaolin. At this moment, in the distance, figures of warriors flashed over one after another. At the same time, blue warships were flying across the sky, bombarding the earth with all kinds of artillery shells, bombarding the monsters.
Kill!
Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all.
A wolverine pounced on him.
He swung his sword and chopped it hard.
Laugh! A woo!
The sword flashed, and Wolverine was chopped into 2 pieces like a dead dog.
These low-end monsters were nothing to Lin Feng.
With 1 sword and 1 monster, Lin Feng charged into the beast tide and began the brutal slaughter. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Ding, kill the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 100.
Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 700.
Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 900.
Every time Lin Feng's sword falls, it can kill a group of monsters. It can be said that 1 sword can kill 999 monsters, or even more exaggerated.
Warriors are really powerful. Going into a herd of beasts and killing them all by oneself is so fierce. He is Lin Feng, China's #1 genius. Thanks to him for coming.
Yeah, let's cover him with firepower, brothers,
don't let up, fire. Other warriors also arrived, entered the battlefield, and fought with the monsters. Chapter 62, China has many men. Since most of the strong men from various martial arts schools have already entered the underground cave, the strength of these warriors who have come here is definitely not very strong. Tens of thousands of warriors charged into the beast herd, but facing 70 to 80,000 monsters, they still seemed not enough. Only some warriors above the gold realm are relatively ferocious and can kill 3 or 4 monsters in a short period of time. It can be said that the monsters are not easy to deal with and it is still very difficult. At this time, only Lin Feng could keep killing. Once his S-level sword chopped down, no matter what level of monster it would howl. At the same time, Lin Feng used his mental power to control his shadow flying blades. The 7 flying blades rotated among the group of monsters like killing machines. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Awoo! Awoo! A large number of monsters fell to the ground, and many of them were directly cut into pieces by the shadow flying blades. It was very bloody. There were also human warriors whose bodies were torn apart and their internal organs were divided up by monsters, which was extremely cruel. Kill! The battle was fierce. At this moment, a huge warship flew over in the sky, extending 2 energy pulse cannons. Gathering energy. Emission. Boom! 2 red rays of light shot towards the dark group of monsters. In an instant, a large number of monsters were killed or injured, and hundreds of monsters were instantly blown into minced meat. The ground also vibrated violently, and everyone's ears began to buzz, feeling extremely shocked. It's a small energy pulse cannon. Great, the energy pulse cannon is deployed. If the energy pulse cannons can't stop the monster tide, it's very likely that nuclear weapons will have to be used. But once nuclear weapons are used, the entire Northwest will be unable to develop. Chirp chirp. Boom, boom, boom. The bombing and whistling sounds of various weapons rang out, dust flew up, and the monsters were blown into pieces, leaving no trace. This energy pulse cannon is as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. And there is no pollution. The only drawback is that it requires pulse energy and can only be fired once every 30 seconds. 100,000 demon beasts? Leave it to me. Lin Feng did not retreat at all. He continued to enter the group of monsters and kill them. After several hours, the tide of monsters was finally almost wiped out, with only a few left. However, the defensive line had long been incomplete, the battlefield was filled with smoke, and it was in an extremely messy state. Ding, kill the golden monster, upgrade points plus 9,300. Ding, killed the silver monster, level up points plus 1,103. Ding, kill the silver monster. Ding, kill the silver monster. Voices kept ringing in Lin Feng's mind, but he simply stopped listening. He was only focused on killing and completely forgot about his fatigue. With the Gale Shield in his hand, Lin Feng didn't worry about his physical strength at all. He flew quickly in the sky, and everyone fell down wherever he passed. Those monsters fell down like dominoes, and the defeat was like a landslide. It was not until 4 or 5 in the morning, when it was already dawn, that the battle finally stopped. All the 100,000 monsters on the battlefield were annihilated. And Lin Feng also flew back from a distance. Ho, finally done. Lin Feng, you are too powerful. We old guys can't keep up with your pace at all. I saw you chasing after the monsters and killing them. Lin Feng, what level of strength have you reached? The seniors from other martial arts schools were paying attention to Lin Feng's performance last night and found that it was effortless for Lin Feng to kill the monster. Everyone was suspicious of Lin Feng's realm. Lin Feng wiped the blood off his cheek and smiled faintly, just the gold realm, not very strong. Fuck you. He killed at least 10,000 monsters by himself. Isn't that impressive? An old man was almost frightened by Lin Feng's words. The young people nowadays are really too fierce. It's really unethical. In fact, this tide of monsters is a fierce battle for others. But for Lin Feng, it was a feast for making money. One sword, one kid. Lin Feng gained more than 15 million upgrade points in one night. To be honest, he was quite surprised by this result. I didn't expect that killing these little trash could accumulate into so many. Thank you all for your support. The monster tide has retreated for now. I think we can lift the alarm tomorrow. Yi Nantian appeared on the battlefield and thanked the crowd. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the final count, more than 700 warriors were killed and more than 20,000 warriors were injured.
This battle was extremely brutal. As for the soldiers, the loss was also 40,000 to 50,000, and the loss of armored vehicles and tanks exceeded 500. There were also warships and fighter jets specialized in airstrikes, which suffered considerable losses. This loss was expected. All the warriors and soldiers have made contributions to humanity, and we will remember you all. Yi Nantian said to the crowd, and suddenly at this moment, an alarm sounded in the distance. Report to Commander Yi, there is an unusual movement in the monster forest 3,000 miles away, and a large number of monsters are heading this way.
Approximately how many are there? Yi Nantian asked hurriedly.
The voice on the phone was trembling. After a while, he replied, big, about 1 million.
What? Boom. Upon hearing this number, Yi Nantian's face darkened.
The other warriors and soldiers present also had twitching expressions and frowned deeply.
1 million monsters, what does that mean? They couldn't believe it.
Even if the monster stood there for them to kill, it would take 3 days and 3 nights.
People get tired.
After a big battle last night, everyone fought for more than 8 hours straight, which was more tiring than working people.
Not to mention the physical and mental exhaustion of the soldiers.
Even warriors who were stronger than ordinary people were unable to withstand the attack, and a large number of them were injured. If this war breaks out again, it will definitely cause huge losses.
This time, it is estimated that it will fall.
Everyone looked as pale as death, and could hardly come up with any solution. Yi Nantian turned on his watch and made a phone call. Commanders, a new wave of monsters has broken out.
The defensive city is very likely to fall. I regret to tell you that we have to be prepared to implement Plan B.
In the picture, the other 3 officers looked solemn and said nothing. Some of them held their heads and some grabbed their hair, seeming very unwilling.
Commander Yi, what is Plan B?
The deacon of the Thunder Martial Arts School stepped forward and asked.
Yi Nantian shook his head and sighed. Give up Jiangnan. What? No, that's absolutely not possible.
The steward of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School waved his hands repeatedly. Jiangnan has a population of hundreds of millions. If we give up, rivers of blood will flow, and the ground will be littered with corpses.
Why don't we transport the population out?
If we use warships and passenger planes for transportation, it will take at least 5 days.
At the current speed of the monsters, they will move south and enter Jiangnan province in about 10 hours.
Yi Nantian's face was gloomy. I'm sorry, but before that, even if I die, I will hold back the tide of monsters. The order from above is that even if we die, we must buy time for the people of Jiangnan province to escape.
Everyone lowered their heads.
Unless the powerful warriors in the cave came out, they would not be able to stop the tide of 1 million monsters.
Today, there is no hope.
Yi Nantian glanced at Lin Feng and the others and said, warriors are the future of the country, and you are the hope of the human race.
You have all done your best.
I hope you will pursue stronger martial arts in the future and continue to protect humanity. He walked up to the city wall, stepped on the alloy floor, and said to the crowd below, listen up, 5 million warriors of the city of defense.
Human warriors are the hope of mankind. The tide of monsters is coming with great force. Our mission is to cover the warriors' retreat and preserve hope for China. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. The 5 million soldiers below shouted loudly, shaking the heavens and the earth. We are Chinese warriors. What is our mission? Defend our country. Yi Nantian's voice was vast. Do Chinese men dare to fight? War. War. War.
The warriors below were in uniform, standing straight, and each soldier's face was full of determination. They were ready to sacrifice. There is not a single cowardly Chinese man. Chapter 63 Leading the Way, a Breakthrough.
Tonight, 5 million soldiers will rush to the front line to fight a prehistoric battle. Everyone's bullets are loaded.
Hundreds of warships, with their lights on, were at the base. Destroyer-class fighters, laser tanks, energy pulse cannons, and a variety of high-tech weapons have all been integrated and ready. Everything will be thrown into the battlefield, and blood will be used to buy time for mankind. Everyone could see the determination on each other's faces. Upon hearing this, tens of thousands of warriors were deeply surprised. It is said that warriors are brave and fearless, and are the pillars of the human race. But these ordinary warriors are the greatest. They know they are weak, but they are fearless. Instead of choosing to escape or retreat, he gave them time to leave. Everyone had a lonely look on their face. At this time, Lin Feng came out and said, everyone, I, Lin Feng, have never been afraid of monsters.
I believe we will definitely win this battle. Warriors, I am always with you. We will fight together until the last moment.
He shouted at the warriors, as warriors, if we leave at this moment, it would be truly beneath our dignity.
Death isn't scary, what's scary is a cowardly death.
Furthermore, I promise that this time, I will personally turn the tide and suppress the beasts.
You all just need to give me a little help. Of course, I won't force anyone to leave.
Lin Feng's eyes were extremely firm, his voice was like a bell, and his expression was calm and composed, unchanged for thousands of years.
It seems that with him around, everything can be assured. Many warriors looked over, and some secretly retreated.
These ordinary warriors had limited strength, and they could not do much in the face of a tide of millions of beasts. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and said, "Lin Feng, I support you.
I will fight hand in hand with you.
Brother, we all support you.
No matter what happens, our Peanuts team is a team."
Looking towards the four figures, Lin Feng saw four familiar people. They were Li Wu, Mu Qing, the Gunner and Wang Dali, who had not yet recovered from his injury.
They all came dragging one arm.
In fact, the four of them had already agreed to participate in this battle when the official call came.
Old Wang, Brother Wu, Sister Mu Qing, and Apo, you guys. Lin Feng smiled slightly, unable to express his feelings. Ha, we are brothers, and how can a super martial arts gym be embarrassed? If this gets out, how can we survive?
Li Wu walked over and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words.
Brother, I always support you in your most critical moments. Super Dojo, we will not retreat, we will stand with 5 million warriors. Thunder Martial Arts School, listen to my command, we will definitely be able to leave. Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, even if you die, you must hold on for me. I can't afford to lose this man. Voices rang out one after another, and the blood boiled.
At this moment, Lin Feng was also unambiguous.
He said to the system, upgrade my realm immediately, the sooner the better. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. After a while, changes began to occur on Lin Feng's body. The originally calm atmosphere suddenly became unusual.
A vast energy rushed straight into the sky, and at this moment his body seemed to have gained 10 times its weight again.
Gold 5 stars. Platinum 1 star. Boom. When he broke through, the entire defensive city was in an uproar.
The surging and shocking momentum was like a flood or a beast, making everyone look over at the same time.
He broke through.
Lin Feng actually chose to break through at this time.
What, Lin Feng has entered the Platinum Realm?
Representatives from all the major martial arts schools, as well as Yi Nantian and the others, all had expressions of horror on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Having just experienced a great battle, and despite being physically and mentally exhausted, he was still able to break through to the Platinum Realm.
This is so terrifying. Even Yi Nantian's heart twitched violently.
Lin Feng was indeed the most evil genius he had chosen.
He also understood Lin Feng's intention of breaking through in front of everyone. That is to give everyone a shot of adrenaline.
Not only that, after Lin Feng reached Platinum, he entered 1 star and was directly promoted to Platinum 2 stars before he stopped breaking through. At this moment, his eyes burst into a white light. Originally, I wanted to get stuck in the realm, but now, the situation no longer allows me to do so. Lin Feng must break through the Platinum level and raise his basic combat power to more than 10 million, so that he can unleash the strongest combat power.
Although this will consume more blood and energy. But for now, we can only try our best to save the situation. Moreover, this greatly inspired everyone's determination. Everyone, I have broken through the Platinum Realm. Follow me and let us annihilate the monster.
Lin Feng shouted to the crowd, the battle has no end, kill. After saying that, Lin Feng stepped on the Gale Shield, transformed into a black figure, and shuttled towards the morning light.
He is like the morning light, giving people a sense of security and new hope.
As the sun rose, warships took off from the base one after another, and hundreds of fighter planes flew over the sky, making a whistling sound. On the ground, tanks, armored vehicles, and various land weapons moved forward to meet the battle. Yi Nantian, the martial arts master, led the warriors to welcome the tide of millions of beasts. At the same time, live broadcasts were carried out across the country.
It's terrifying.
1 million monsters are so powerful, their fighting power is even more terrifying than 1 million warriors.
Is Jiangnan about to fall? I don't want to die.
The military has already sent warships.
I don't know when it will be our turn to leave. Look, they haven't given up. There are warriors flying in the sky. Yes, it's Lin Feng. What is Lin Feng going to do? He seems to be heading towards the tide of monsters. The warriors haven't retreated, the soldiers haven't left, they're still going to fight.
Not only China, but also alliances around the world could not help but hold their breath after seeing the actions of Chinese warriors and soldiers. You know, it is not so easy to suppress a tide of millions of beasts. Now, China, in the absence of powerful warriors, has resolutely chosen to fight back. What courage this takes!
Brother! In Gaoliang City, in the Super Martial Arts Hall, Lin Xiaoyu was watching the live broadcast and was so shocked that she couldn't make any sound.
She had no choice but to close her eyes and pray silently that her brother could escape danger and emerge as a butterfly. At the same time, at Wuhan University in Shanghai, Zhang Lang looked at the screen with a frozen expression. On the other side, Xia Xiaoling had tears in her eyes and was extremely worried.
This is his boyfriend, who is fearless and carries the hope of Jiangnan.
Soon, in the picture, Lin Feng came thousands of miles away and started killing.
Kill! This was a plane.
Lin Feng jumped down, stepped on the gale shield, and swung his sword.
Dozens of monsters were cut in half.
Lin Feng started the battle.
Chapter 64, Killing Spree. Ding, kill the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 100. Ding, kill the bronze monster, upgrade points plus 200.
Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 350. Lin Feng discovered that after he broke through the platinum realm, killing monsters became much easier.
But the gains from upgrading points have also been reduced a lot. This is the disadvantage of upgrading to the platinum realm.
If he had been stuck in the gold realm, he could gain an extra 100 or 200 upgrade points by killing a monster.
Dog system.
Lin Feng cursed inwardly. However, Lin Feng can now easily exert a combat power of 3 to 4 million with a single strike, and one sword strike can almost kill several monsters. There are many bronze and silver monsters, but they can't withstand a beating.
The defense is too weak. Soon, another figure came flying in the air.
Yinantian charged into the beast tide and punched out. The sound of the explosion shook the sky and the earth.
Bang! With one punch from the Grandmaster, hundreds of monsters exploded and died. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but pause slightly and said, "Commander Yi, you don't use weapons?
This guy is really fierce when fighting with his bare hands.
It's faster to use bare hands."
While Yinantian was speaking, a two-headed black panther came to bite him. He punched out, and there was a flash of light on his fist, which was very scary.
Instantly blast the attacking monster.
The two of them continued to kill in front of the tide of monsters.
It's a pity that they couldn't stop too many monsters. After all, there were too many of them.
Soon, warships and fighter jets arrived at the battlefield, and rocket launchers and various missiles bombarded the ground, causing continuous explosions.
Some monsters were blown to pieces. Boom, boom, boom.
Countless shells fell densely, and fighter jets were flying all over the sky.
The entire ground became a sea of fire. There is also an energy pulse cannon that erupts directly like a volcano. Boom!
A pulse of energy burst out and shot directly from several kilometers away, like a laser, opening a path of light. The beast tide in the avenue was completely destroyed, and not a single corpse was left.
But there were also some extremely defensive monsters that broke out from the hail of bullets and headed straight for the defensive city. Brothers, the monster is coming, quick, suppress it with fire.
Air support, call for air support. Warriors, prepare. First, there was a barrage of firepower and artillery shells. Fighter planes and warships from other military bases came to support them from the sky. Those shells poured down like heavy rain.
Boom! Bang! Don long long.
Various explosions resounded through the sky. In the end, the monsters and warriors fought together, and tens of thousands of warriors rushed into the monsters and fought all kinds of battles. In the center of the monster tide, Lin Feng and Yinantian were killing to the extreme. Kill! Lin Feng controlled the shadow flying blade, transforming into a killing machine, constantly harvesting the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
A whoa! Roar! Ouch!
The shadow blades whirled past like a meat grinder, shredding all the monsters within 100 meters into pieces.
So scary!
Lin Feng continued to slash with the thunder sword technique. Thunder exploded in the sky, and with one sword strike, hundreds of monsters fell.
How come this kid's speed is faster than mine?
Yi Nantian deliberately glanced at Lin Feng and was almost scared.
Lin Feng's strength is not weaker than his own at all.
You must know that the power of a platinum warrior is between 2 million and 10 million. Lin Feng had just broken through to platinum 2-star, and had a power of only 4 million at most. But now, when he swung his sword, he could exert a force of at least 4 million.
This is very scary. Moreover, every punch Lin Feng threw was an extremely explosive punch.
One punch could cause the earth to tremble and directly kill a large number of monsters. This power must be more than 5 million, even tens of millions are involved.
Yi Nantian said that he couldn't understand Lin Feng. Commander Yi, I leave this place to you. There are still hundreds of thousands of monsters behind us.
The outbreak of these beast tides is not accidental. Lin Feng killed 20 monsters with one sword and said to Yi Nantian.
Yi Nantian asked, "What do you want to say?"
To capture the enemy, you must first capture the leader.
If the enemy's beast leader is not killed, then the beast tide will be impossible to extinguish.
Even if you and I fight here for 3 days and 3 nights, we may not be able to kill them all.
By then, the defense line will be broken, and Jiangnan province will fall.
Lin Feng looked into the distance, sensed it, and then said, I can sense the presence of a huge monster 100 miles away.
Lin Feng, do you want to kill the Beast King?
After seeing Lin Feng's thoughts, Yi Nantian immediately said, no, it's too dangerous.
You may not be able to do it alone. Believe me, there's no other way at the moment. I have to go.
Lin Feng said, you block this place.
I'll kill the Beast King. Please.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he ascended to the sky on the spot and stepped on the windshield and headed towards the distance. He looked at the endless tide of monsters and felt a little heavy-hearted.
There were too many of them, really too many.
There are millions of beasts, most of which are silver level. Once they rush into the city, no matter how many warriors there are, they cannot stop them.
And ordinary people, let alone.
By then, his family, his sister, his friends and ordinary people will only become food in the monster's stomach.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 shadow flying blades followed Lin Feng's figure.
Wherever they passed, monsters fell down one after another, as fast as a machine cutting down trees. In less than a minute, Lin Feng's accumulated upgrade points had reached 10 million.
Huff, huff, huff.
Lin Feng was also a little tired, so he quickly took out a qi and blood pill and put it into his mouth to replenish his qi and blood. Luckily, my spiritual realm has been elevated to gold 5-star. If I had remained at the silver realm, I would only have been able to sustain the battle for a few more hours at most. No matter what, there are still a lot of qi shuedan left, I'll kill them first as a token of respect. While galloping in the sky, suddenly, Lin Feng frowned tightly, and the next moment, he turned around and returned.
Gold-level demon beasts, are these beast generals?
He sensed the breath of the golden monster and his eyes quickly locked onto a huge monster that was tens of meters tall. This monster has the body of a Tyrannosaurus rex, but the head of a lion, and its teeth are very long and sharp, making it look extremely violent.
Kill!
Lin Feng's sword fell, and with a loud thunderous sound, the golden-level monster that was running wildly was instantly killed, and its head flew out.
Ouch! Roar!
After Lin Feng killed this golden-level monster, as expected, the monsters around him all looked at Lin Feng and bared their fangs and claws at him.
Unfortunately, they couldn't fly and had no way to deal with Lin Feng. Sure enough, my guess was correct. There are many gold-level beast generals in the monster tide. It seems that the monster's intelligence is getting stronger and stronger.
Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Once the golden-level monsters entered the battlefield, human warriors would have a hard time.
I can't care about that anymore.
Killing the Beast King is the most important thing. Lin Feng turned into a black shadow and continued to move forward. At the same time, Chinese officials continued to recruit warriors to fight on the front lines.
Chapter 65 Dog-Headed Beast King.
The battle ahead is urgent and warriors are urgently needed to suppress it.
Please actively participate in the battle. There are nearly 100,000 warriors in China.
In addition to the warriors who have joined martial arts schools and students of martial arts universities, there are also many other independent martial artists. It's just that his presence is not so strong normally. Not coming out for activities doesn't mean they don't exist. At this moment, all the independent martial artists in China received the news of the call up, and soon there were martial artists who participated and expressed their willingness to join the battle. Once Jiangnan province falls, the next step will be the turn of other provinces. Therefore, even if the whole country is mobilized, Jiangnan cannot be lost.
They will do anything.
In the monster battlefield, the monsters have entered the warriors' ranks and are fighting each other. The number of these monsters that were able to break through after being bombarded by artillery shells and other fire attacks has been greatly reduced.
It can be resisted for a while.
Lin Feng, like a meteor, swept across the sky, and finally, he arrived 100 miles away. The moment he arrived, he saw a monster with a human body and a dog's head, commanding the army and calmly attacking the human race.
Is this the beast?
Lin Feng thought, but he didn't know that the monster on the ground, which was more than 100 meters tall and as big as a high-rise building, also noticed Lin Feng. Looking down from above, it looks like a towering tree, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It is undoubtedly the most powerful monster among all the monsters.
He.
When the dog-headed monster saw humans in the sky, it immediately made a terrifying sound and stared at Lin Feng with its terrifying eyes. This kind of sound is like a sound coming from the abyss, and most people's scalps will tingle when they hear it.
You little bastard, you are just a platinum, how can you have the confidence to attack the human base?
Lin Feng shouted softly, his steps trembling, and rushed towards the dog-headed monster.
The source of this disaster must be killed.
The S-level sword chopped down at the monster with a human body and a dog head, and thunder exploded. Seeing this, the dog-headed man put his hands in front of him to block it.
Bang! Boom! At this moment, Lin Feng's arms began to tremble slightly, and Doghead took a few steps back.
His huge body moved abnormally like an earthquake, and even many of the monsters at his feet were trampled to death by him.
What a powerful defense! It can actually withstand my attack?
Lin Feng raised his eyes with a look of surprise, and the dog-headed monster did the same, making a hoarse sound, as if condemning Lin Feng for having no martial ethics and starting a fight at the slightest disagreement.
How hateful! Kill again! Boom!
Lin Feng's thunder exploded, and Lei Zhao's power exploded to the extreme. He killed with one sword, and thunder rolled. His explosive power directly reached 280%. With a force of more than 10 million, he smashed down into the sky. The dog-headed monster once again resisted with his bare hands, but the result this time was already very serious. Lin Feng cut off both of its arms and it screamed in pain.
He.
In anger, the dog-headed monster suddenly opened its mouth and spewed green venom at Lin Feng.
TSK.
Lin Feng was as light as a swallow and as fast as the wind. He dodged the attack cleverly with a slight flash. The venom that was missed fell to the ground and hit hundreds of monsters, causing a hissing corrosive sound.
What a terrifying corrosive force!
In a short while, the monster that was so ferocious a second ago stopped struggling and turned into a pile of bones. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly.
This kind of venom is no less lethal than magma. If I get a little bit stuck, I'll probably be doomed.
It seems that besides spraying venom, you have no other skills.
If that's the case, why don't you surrender? Seeing through the dog-headed monster's killing move, what does it matter even if it is huge? You will only get beaten.
The gale shield kept spinning. Lin Feng went around the back of the dog-headed monster and chopped it down with a sword.
Bang!
There was a loud noise from the back of the dog-headed monster, as if a dam had broken, and blood flowed out from its back. At the same time, the dog-headed monster could only scream in pain. It could not catch up with Lin Feng's speed at all. It was like a cow bitten by a fly, and there was nothing it could do to Lin Feng.
Bang bang bang!
The thunder sword technique was used in various ways. After about 10 strikes, the dog-headed monster finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground with wounds all over its body. It struggled in pain, its eyes fixed on the human in the sky, and venom erupted from its mouth unscrupulously like a volcanic eruption. It was a pity that Lin Feng's speed was too fast. We're almost at Grandma S' house. The doghead's venom dragged similar monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer into the sea of fire.
Thousands of monsters were accidentally injured by it and died on the spot.
Lin Feng did not waste any more time. He seized the opportunity and swooped down, chopping off the head of the dog-headed monster with one sword. The huge head, like a huge rock, broke away from the dog's neck and rolled down to the plain. At this moment, countless monsters were wailing and screaming.
Awoo. Roar, roar, roar.
The monsters closest to the dog's head all howled towards the sky, as if conveying a signal that only monsters could understand. Ding, killed the platinum monster, upgrade points plus 500,000.
Only 500,000, too little.
Lin Feng was not very satisfied with this upgrade point. If he had stuck in the golden realm, he could have gotten at least 2 million upgrade points now.
Unfortunately, there is no if. Without improving his realm, his blood and basic combat effectiveness cannot be improved, and Lin Feng will not be able to fight for a long time. However, Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed with the combat effectiveness of the dog-headed monster. He thought it would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect the dog-head's strength was only about Platinum 2-star. Lin Feng got it done with almost no effort. The other monsters are also valuable experience. We can't let them all get away. After Lin Feng killed the dog-headed monster, he turned his attention to other monsters, chasing them with a sword, and began an inhumane killing feast. When those monsters saw Lin Feng, they fled in panic as fast as they could, as if they had seen a ghost. On the other side of the defensive city, human warriors were already engaged in a battle with the monsters. The monster army was at the gates of the city, and all kinds of artillery bombardments could not stop the monsters' advance. The situation is getting worse and worse. Even the human warships were smashed down by monsters holding huge rocks, and some ordinary soldiers had already died. Wave after wave of warriors rushed in from behind, wielding lasers and firing frantically. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the smell of blood spread in the air. The warriors gradually lost their strength and began to die. The situation is getting worse and worse. In less than 10 minutes, our defensive city will be completely lost. By then, Jiangnan will be finished. Go ahead, even if you have to die, don't let these monsters set foot in Jiangnan. The soldiers threw themselves into the battle frantically, charging with guns in hand, when a gigantic monster stepped on them, and the blood of the human soldiers just splattered everywhere. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, we were about to lose. We tried our best. Li Wu, Mu Qing and the others were covered in wounds, with almost no clean spot on their bodies. They watched the monsters crashing into the alloy gate of the defensive city with despair in their eyes. Suddenly, at this moment, all the monsters stopped attacking. They looked up at the sky and howled in unison. Oh woo woo! Roar, roar, roar! Sizzle, sizzle! After howling, these monsters unexpectedly turned around and headed back. Chapter 66 Crazy Killing. Is the monster having a seizure? What happened? Is this a signal? Everyone, don't let your guard down. Kill them. The human warriors and soldiers were stunned for half a second, then joined the battle and directly killed these ferocious monsters that were howling to the sky. At this moment, all the monsters turned around and returned at high speed, like ants on a hot pan. Everyone was stunned. That damn beast actually retreated? Why did the monster tide suddenly retreat? Could it be? Some people secretly speculated in their hearts, but since the monsters retreated, it was a good thing. It's better than fighting to the death. After a while, Yi Nantian also noticed the unusual movements of the monster beast. He was overjoyed. Could it be that Lin Feng killed the Beast King? That's great. He really did it. Feeling very emotional, Yi Nantian was extremely excited and hurried forward. The Grandmaster, because his blood and energy power is dozens of times higher than that of a platinum warrior, can fly in the air. So Yi Nantian was not worried about being surrounded by monsters. He flew about 100 miles and saw a plain where countless monsters had formed a vortex. These monsters, 100,000, 200,000. Even Yi Nantian couldn't count how many there were. What's going on? If I fall in, I'll be half dead, if not dead. Why would the monster do this? As he took a closer look, his expression suddenly froze. Lin Feng? In the center of the vortex, there was a figure playing with the clouds and the sun. The person in the center was none other than Lin Feng. He also saw that not far from Lin Feng, a huge monster with a human body and a dog head was lying on the ground like a salted fish. Countless monsters howled around the monster, as if they were wailing. The Beast King was really killed by Lin Feng. When Yi Nantian saw this scene, his steps trembled and he approached the terrifying vortex of monsters. About 100 meters high, Yi Nantian stopped. He found Lin Feng killing monsters, killing dozens of them with one sword. A lot. Lin Feng. Yi Nantian immediately thought to himself that something was wrong. Lin Feng was trapped by the monster. The monster used human wave tactics to harass Lin Feng. If he was not careful, Lin Feng would die miserably. He was about to go down to help, but at this moment Lin Feng also saw Yi Nantian and waved his hand, saying, "No need to come down. Now that they have lost their backbone, they are attacking me frantically. I'm attracting firepower. If I go out, these monsters will vent their anger on others." Understood. Yi Nantian instantly understood what Lin Feng meant.
Lin Feng killed the Beast King, which aroused the anger of the monsters and attracted them to attack him.
Use this to rescue the defended city.
But you will die,
Yi Nantian said with reluctance.
If Lin Feng continued like this, once his physical strength was exhausted, he would become food for the monsters.
This idea is very dangerous. Don't worry about me, I can hold on.
Lin Feng said, you can let the warships carry out long-range attacks. The monsters are going crazy now, and they won't kill anyone.
Just use fighter jets to bomb them. Okay, hold on. Tell me if you can't bear it anymore. Yi Nantian returned immediately.
Ding, kill the silver monster, upgrade points plus 200. Ding, kill the golden realm monster to level up plus 1000 points.
Bite. Lin Feng can do it almost every second. He is enjoying it so much that how can he bear to leave?
After sending Yi Nantian away, Lin Feng continued to kill, and his harvesting speed was extremely fast.
After all, with the help of mental power and an S-level sword in hand, no matter how many monsters there are, what does it matter?
When Lin Feng killed the monster in the monster vortex, the hearts of all the warriors and soldiers were gripped. Lin Feng, he actually chose to use this method to attract firepower for us.
There's nothing we can do so far.
I hope the battleships and fighter jets can help.
Look, the picture is out, Lin Feng, he's so fierce.
At the same time, a flying camera quickly captured Lin Feng's image and began to film Lin Feng's every move from all directions. Lin Feng rushed into the beast tide and blocked hundreds of thousands of monsters with his own strength.
A sword like thunder, bloody killing the world.
I don't know how much longer Lin Feng can hold out.
Let's quickly rearrange our defenses and get everyone in position to prevent the situation from getting out of control.
Yes, hurry up, carry the wounded back, and call the warship to prepare to fire. People started to get busy, so that they could take over the situation in case anything happened to Lin Feng.
Too cruel, Lin Feng, too cruel. Brother, come on. If it weren't for Lin Feng, we might have already perished. Brother, you have to hold on.
Li Wu, Mu Qing and other members of the Peanut team held their breath and dared not breathe. In the picture, Lin Feng is weak and alone, but he swings his sword wildly to kill. Even a master cannot fight at such a high frequency.
Lin Feng upheld the dignity of the warriors and the hope of the defensive city.
But for the people of China, he has become the pillar of Jiangnan province.
Look, we are not defeated.
The monsters are all heading towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed the Beast King, and it seems that he attracted all the monsters to attack him.
Oh my god, there are too many of them.
Come on, Lin Feng, you must not fall. People all over the country are paying attention to the latest news on the battlefield, and everyone is watching Lin Feng's actions in front of the screen. Although he has a thin body, he is strong and powerful. This young boy carries the hope of Jiangnan province. Brother, mom and dad, look, my brother is still resisting. Xiao Feng, how could Xiao Feng?
Hey, Xiao Feng. Lin Xiaoyu pointed at Lin Feng without blinking, while Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoyun lowered their heads, tears almost streaming down their cheeks.
They thought that it would be much easier for Lin Feng to go to participate in the battle, but who could have imagined that their son would be so lonely on the battlefield? Lin Feng fought alone, which made the two elders feel anxious and unable to let go. Countless people spontaneously walked to the streets to watch Lin Feng kill the monster. Everyone was silent and prayed that Lin Feng could hold on. At the official base, countless officers and soldiers were eager to go to the battlefield themselves and kill the monsters, but unfortunately they had important tasks to attend to and could only watch Lin Feng kill. The latest news is that in order to delay time, Lin Feng chose to enter the group of monsters to attract their attacks. So far, experts estimate that Lin Feng has killed more than 100,000 monsters. Lin Feng is still going on, he didn't fall down. Even the reporters couldn't help but choke up when they saw the scenes from the front line. In the center of the vortex, Lin Feng was like a madman, killing crazily.
Come, kill as many as you can.
Just fuck me, huh? Come on. He never stopped, and when he felt his strength decline, he immediately threw a Qi Shui Dan into his mouth. 3 hours later, the corpses of the monsters around Lin Feng had piled up into a mountain. He continued to move to another place and provoked the monster again, killing it so that the scene became a river of blood.
Chapter 67, Incredible Victory.
The plain turned into a sea of blood. The group of monsters turned into minced meat. Lin Feng, wherever he passed, everything was flattened. The terrifying power of thunder killed hundreds of monsters with one sword, no matter whether they were silver or gold level, they could not withstand Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's strength is almost that of a grandmaster, so coming here is equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. Moreover, he seemed to be cheating, constantly taking Qi Shui Dan to replenish his physical strength and stabilize his condition.
This is the most perverted thing.
Fuck, Lin Feng has been killing for 5 hours.
So powerful.
Battleships and fighter planes can only kill tens of thousands of monsters, but Lin Feng can kill them continuously for 5 hours.
What kind of madman is he? I underestimated my brother.
Not only does he not have body odor, he's also a true champion. Li Wu and others were almost scared by Lin Feng.
Is this guy still human?
They watched Lin Feng perform amazingly time and time again, breaking their impressions time and time again. This Lin Feng is definitely the most evil genius they have ever seen.
There will never be another one.
Lin Feng is indeed the pride of China.
He will definitely become the 5th giant of the human race. 666, Lin Feng is awesome.
He was so ruthless in killing monsters.
It was easier than eating.
I really can't imagine how Lin Feng persisted.
I'm convinced.
For a time, all the people in China, at home and abroad who were paying attention to this beast-tide battle shook their heads and admired Lin Feng very much. There were also many warriors with gloomy eyes, who seemed to be deeply worried about Lin Feng. It seemed as if it would not allow Lin Feng to rise.
Among them, Godfather Roth was watching the live broadcast.
When he saw the news report, he became more and more angry. The wrinkles on his face could kill a mosquito when he was angry, damn it. If this kid is not eliminated, I will not be able to sleep or eat in peace.
Lin Feng, I will definitely make you pay the price.
If you were to ask who dislikes Lin Feng the most, it would be Godfather Roth. Not only did Lin Feng snatch away the Gale Shield that should have belonged to him, he also killed their Platinum Warrior. Now, his talent is so extraordinary that he is abnormally powerful.
Once Lin Feng rises, will he let them go?
Therefore, Godfather Roth was determined to kill. As long as his most outstanding son Roy came back, Lin Feng would be dead. In the monster battlefield, after taking more than 10 Qi Shui Dan in a row, Lin Feng has achieved an astonishing killing ability. He persisted for more than 10 hours, from morning to afternoon. Until a ray of dusk shone on Lin Feng, Lin Feng's hands began to tremble slightly.
Come on. Roar.
The 3 iron-armored saw-toothed beasts opened and closed their mouths, wantonly hunting Lin Feng, but were killed by Lin Feng with one sword. At this moment, his mind moved slightly, and he found that there was a small iron-armored sawtooth beast attacking him from behind. Lin Feng turned around and slashed his sword to send it to hell.
A family should be together.
After the sword strike, Lin Feng suddenly froze in place, motionless. Seeing an opportunity, the other monsters immediately rushed over like a tide. However, at this moment, Lin Feng smiled, because just now, his spiritual realm had broken through in the battle. He did not use upgrade points to break through, but broke through naturally.
In an instant, Lin Feng's spiritual realm broke through the Platinum Realm and entered a new height.
You came just in time, it's great. Lin Feng was overjoyed, not a bit tired at all. I love giving away heads the most, come on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With one sword strike, Lin Feng flattened the area within 1,000 meters, like a typhoon passing through, instantly killing thousands of monsters. At this time, Yi Nantian appeared in the air, looking down at Lin Feng with an expression of extreme shock. This Lin Feng is not fighting at all, it's a one-sided massacre. This bloody energy, this strength, this speed. Not inferior to him as a master. What a terrifying genius. Finally, the 5th batch of support arrived. After more than 10 rounds of powerful bombardment, the millions of monsters could be seen to be defeated. Finally, several hours passed, and when it was completely dark, out of the million monsters, less than 50,000 were left. The vast plain was filled with the corpses of monsters. In the big pit, there were pits filled with blood. From time to time, there were monsters that were not completely dead struggling in the pile, and then they were stabbed a few times by the warriors who came to support them.
There are less than 5% of monsters left. Lin Feng did it.
Great, Lin Feng is so powerful, Lin Feng is our savior. Lin Feng successfully resisted the beast tide, achieved the unthinkable, and challenged the impossible. He is history, a legend. With Lin Feng's rise, China will gain more say. On the battlefield, after Lin Feng killed several remaining monsters, he lay exhausted in the blood.
He looked at the night sky, his eyes feeling heavy. Hoo.
Lin Feng closed his eyes and could clearly hear his own breathing. He had some injuries on his body, but they were not fatal.
My upgrade points are over 90 million. I lost 3 or 4 times that much. Otherwise, I could have become a grandmaster right now, right? After taking a look at the attribute panel, he complained and felt sorry. Today, it can be said that he had made a great harvest. Nearly 100 million upgrade points were enough for Lin Feng to level up several times. But the only regret is that if you are stuck in the Golden Realm, you can get at least hundreds of millions of upgrade points by killing millions of monsters, and directly reach the peak of your life. Is there any need to celebrate here with tears? Just when he was about to collect the beast cores, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Because he discovered that none of these monsters had beast cores. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel like 10,000 alpaca horses were running through his mind, and he was completely confused. At this moment, Yinantian came over, saw through Lin Feng's doubts, and said, "Lin Feng, don't worry about the beast core. Before every wave of monster beasts, the monster beasts will automatically destroy their own beast cores. The purpose is to prevent humans from killing them and picking up the beast cores to refine pills." I see. Lin Feng sighed, and Yinantian asked, "Are you okay?" "Fine." "Haha, Lin Feng, you really surprised me. Do you know that you are the strongest genius I have ever seen?" Yinantian patted Lin Feng's shoulder and became emotional. "You saved the lives of millions of soldiers, you saved Jiangnan province, I thank you on behalf of China." Lin Feng smiled lightly, and then shocking cheers were heard in the distance. At this moment, in Gaoliang City, everyone was watching the live broadcast, and they all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Feng complete the killing in an incredible way. Then, everyone cheered and shouted at the same time. The entire Jiangnan province was in an uproar overnight, with people rushing to tell each other the news and cheering. They truly escaped death. This time, it was too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Feng, their lives might have ended forever. Lin Feng is mighty. Lin Feng is my idol and our benefactor. Ha, we won. Lin Feng killed nearly 1 million monsters by himself. That's amazing. If he were to switch to writing novels, I would definitely give him gifts and urge him to update. The crowd was so excited that they couldn't help but cheer for this hard-earned victory. At Lin Feng's home, Lin Feng's parents burst into tears and hugged each other tightly, and the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. "Mom and Dad, there are underage children here. Is it really okay for you to hold them together like this?" Lin Xiaoyu's shy voice came from behind. Chapter 68, The Mystery of the Caverns. All of China is celebrating Lin Feng's victory. At the same time, countless people found it unbelievable. He really did it. What others thought was impossible to accomplish, Lin Feng proved with practical actions. By persisting in the frenzied battle for a whole day, Lin Feng overturned mankind's impression of warriors. What kind of strong man is he? At this moment, countless organizations and big families in the martial arts world are studying Lin Feng's video. However, it is impossible to draw a conclusion as to why Lin Feng surpasses and creates limits again and again. He, alone, blocked the tide of millions of monsters and turned the tide. Lin Feng saved the collapsing building and turned the tide. At this moment, his name spread throughout the world. However, although the battle was won, but the human race still paid a huge price. This time, the invasion of the monster tide caused the sacrifice of more than 3,000 warriors, and more than 30,000 warriors were injured. They rushed to the front line and bore the brunt of the attack, so naturally they could not escape death. Only a few thousand relatively strong warriors could survive. All major martial arts schools suffered heavy losses. The casualties among ordinary soldiers were nearly 500,000, which was an even more terrifying number. Looking around, the outside of the defensive city was densely packed with people. Corpses, mutilated ones, one-armed ones, broken limbs. The internal organs were exposed. In short, there were all kinds of tragic situations. Dozens of fighter jets were lost, and tanks, armored vehicles, assault vehicles, land combat vehicles, etc. were also destroyed to varying degrees. The losses in the first battle were too heavy. People could not be happy. All the soldiers and warriors took off their hats and observed a moment of silence for the sacrificed soldiers. The sky is gloomy today, like the mood after a war, and everyone is silent. Lin Feng returned to the Super Martial Arts Hall and sat on the sofa. After such a big battle, it was impossible for him to say that he was not tired. If it weren't for the support of the Great Qi blood pill, coupled with his later spiritual breakthrough, Lin Feng would probably have overdrawn his body and fallen in the tide of monsters. It turns out that when my mental strength approaches its limit, it will break through. This is equivalent to the explosion of my potential.
Lin Feng whispered softly, the situation is still unstable. System, use all your upgrade points to help me upgrade my cultivation realm.
Ding, accepting the command. Lin Feng began to pay attention to the changes in his body. With every breakthrough in the past, Lin Feng would sweep away all the fatigue in his body. This time is no exception.
His realm began to soar suddenly, but Lin Feng remained motionless.
Platinum 2 stars. Platinum 3 stars. Platinum 4 stars.
After advancing 3 levels in a row, Lin Feng's upgrade points were completely exhausted.
In the Platinum realm, every advancement to a higher level requires tens of millions of upgrade points. I'm currently at Platinum 5 star, and I don't know how long it will take. It's really getting harder and harder to break through. It seems that cheating isn't that easy either.
Lin Feng murmured to himself, and he suddenly felt a little impressed by those master warriors. He was cheating, and everything on the road of martial arts was difficult, which seemed extremely difficult. And those guys didn't die, but were able to become grandmasters.
What kind of talent does it take to achieve such talent?
Especially Yi Nantian, who is about 40 years old and has already been promoted to a grandmaster.
His martial arts talent is truly terrifying.
Lin Feng wondered if he was also cheating. Without thinking about it anymore, after Lin Feng was promoted to the Platinum 4-star realm, he couldn't wait to summon out his attribute panel.
Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 450 ms. Strength, 8 million kilograms. Spiritual realm, Platinum 1 star 050 million.
Cultivation level, Platinum 4 stars 029660000. Upgrade points, 270,000. Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear Mastery Realm, cannot be upgraded. Attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist Perfection Realm, Basic Attack plus 300%, Gale Footwork Minor Success Realm, 500,000, Basic Speed plus 40%, Thundersword Mastery Realm, 3 million, Attack plus 280%. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked at his own strength. It is said that above the Platinum realm, every breakthrough to a smaller realm will increase combat power by 2 million. A 5-star Platinum player can produce a force of about 8 to 9 million.
If a punch can easily exceed 10 million, then that is the Grandmaster realm that everyone dreams of.
Lin Feng's basic combat power has reached 8 million. If this power is fully unleashed, it will reach the power of a master.
Lin Feng felt terrified when he thought about it.
His realm is not that of a grandmaster, but his strength has already surpassed that of a grandmaster. The beast tide has retreated, and my mission is complete.
It's time to go home and rest for a few days. My parents must be very worried about me, right?
Lin Feng was thinking about this when he suddenly received a video call from Yi Nantian. Lin Feng, I have to tell you some bad news.
Yi Nantian's face was gloomy on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng felt a flicker of uneasiness in his heart and asked, Commander Yi, what's the matter? This monster tide is still not over.
The million-strong beast tide is only the main force. Yi Nantian's voice trembled, as if he was describing something terrifying. Our scientists have predicted that many monsters have suddenly emerged in the Monster Mountain range, and they are preparing to launch a second attack. In other words, the victory we achieved yesterday was only the first stage of victory.
What? Lin Feng stood up. Is there going to be another beast tide? Well, I don't think you're too interested in knowing the reason, because it's top secret.
Yi Nantian shook his head and said with a wry smile, this is about some unknown secrets of the human race, and also about the life and death of all human beings. However, since you are a warrior and you led the victory in the first stage, your status is special, so I can tell you clearly that it is Jiangnan province, and they are preparing to open a new cave.
Cave.
Lin Feng was very confused. Both Deacon Su and Lu Nanfeng, one of the commanders of the Super Martial Arts Gym, had mentioned the word underground cave.
However, Lin Feng didn't know what the cave was, and what kind of creatures existed inside it.
Yi Nantian said, the creatures in the underground cave are 10,000 times more terrifying than these monsters. All the Platinum Warriors and Grandmaster Warriors of China have entered the underground cave with the purpose of suppressing the new humans inside.
Once a new entrance to the catacombs is opened, it will be a real headache. Each entrance will require several Grandmasters and dozens of Platinum Warriors to guard it. Just imagine how terrifying the things inside are. Can you imagine it?
If a creature from a certain cave were to escape, all of us humans, whether in China, the Western Alliance, or other alliance bases, would suffer a devastating disaster.
So terrifying?
It seems they are indeed difficult to deal with.
Lin Feng was a little surprised and asked, But why are the monsters on the ground rushing to enter the cave at all costs? Since the creatures in the cave are so terrifying, wouldn't it be asking for death if the monsters went in? Because monsters also seek to mutate.
Yi Nanshan's expression was extremely serious. There are many special substances in it. Among them, an energy substance called red energy crystal has been excavated and can provide humans with a very considerable amount of energy. If you obtain an ordinary monster beast, you can directly mutate it into a Grandmaster level monster beast and undergo a second mutation.
Red energy crystal?
Lin Feng was suddenly stunned.
He had absorbed it a while ago. That thing was a top-notch good thing.
Chapter 69 Monster Mountain Range, Greater Crisis.
After Yi Nantian's patient explanation, Lin Feng finally understood that the monsters launched the attack in order to attack the cave. Once you enter the underground cave, you will undergo a second evolution, which is equivalent to a human warrior going directly from bronze to Grandmaster.
Not to mention monsters, even if ordinary people knew about it, they would probably risk their lives to sneak in. Previously, the authorities did not make the matter of the cave public, and this was the reason. The underground cave is more dangerous and cruel than the monsters. If it spreads out, all of humanity will fall into panic, and it will be difficult for society to maintain stability.
Some secrets really cannot be leaked. It seems that the pressure from the upper level is much greater than that from a warrior like Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, we have decided to send warriors into the monster forest to kill the monsters and prevent them from forming a beast tide.
That's right, I thought so too.
Otherwise, once the beast tide forms, it will be even more difficult for us to resist. Lin Feng said that there are many warriors in China, but they are also lives.
If you can reduce losses, try to reduce them as much as possible.
Moreover, fighter jets, warships, etc. cost a lot of money to build, so save as much as possible. Commander Yi, send me the location of the Monster Mountain Range. I'll go explore the route ahead of time. If the situation is feasible, I'll let the warrior team enter.
Okay, Lin Feng, we will never forget your contribution to our country. When the situation improves, we will give you the highest reward in honor.
Yi Nantian said excitedly that having warriors like Lin Feng who serve the country and the people stand up has indeed solved many problems. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng is a hero of China. After purchasing a large number of Qi blood pills, Lin Feng spent another 100 million to buy a set of A-level combat uniform. The previous set of B-level combat uniform had been damaged by 80% in the battle. Wearing it again would not only fail to provide any defensive effect, but would also make Lin Feng lose face.
How can a platinum warrior survive if he doesn't dress decently?
Stepping on the wind shield, Lin Feng whizzed past the base and headed towards the forest in the distance. On the way, Lin Feng did not forget to call his family to report his safety. By the way, I wanted to show off to Lin Xiaoyu that I, your brother, was on TV and was even more impressive than Kuan Kuan.
Western Alliance, Roth family. Today, the members of the Roth family are extremely happy.
All the senior executives sat in the conference room, as if waiting for something. Godfather Roth lowered his eyes and looked at the door. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a suit slowly walked in from outside.
His steps were like an emperor, and his domineering aura could not be concealed in his every move.
Father, I'm back. As soon as he came in, he bowed slightly to Godfather Roth. Godfather Roth nodded, then smiled with appreciation and said, "Well, Roy, your strength seems to have become stronger again. Father, I have obtained some energy substances in the underground cave.
In less than 3 months, I will be able to break through to the transformation realm. By then, I will become the 3rd transformation realm Grandmaster in the Western Alliance." Boom!
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the family showed joy.
Roy's strength was growing so fast.
You know, Roy is only 45 years old this year, but he is close to perfection.
This talent is rarely seen in a century.
Looking around the world, only Yi Nantian, the military god of China, can be compared with him.
Very good, Roy. The Gale Shield has appeared in China. Godfather Roth took out a photo. This kid is called Lin Feng.
His strength is around the platinum realm, but he is very terrifying. You have to be careful. Kill him and obtain the wind shield.
It will give you more power in the cave and make you more powerful.
Kid, I get it.
A mere platinum can be destroyed with ease.
Roy did not take Lin Feng seriously. He did not know that Lin Feng had just defeated a million beast tidal waves a few days ago and created a new limit for warriors by himself. When Roy left, Godfather Roth looked at him with contempt. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, it's not yours, you can't keep it no matter what. One day later, Monster Mountain Range. Lin Feng came here riding the Gale Shield.
The Monster Mountain Range is where monsters live. The monsters here are huge and countless in number.
There are hundreds of times more monsters than all the monsters in the Monster City combined, and they are extremely ferocious. This mountain range has dense forests and towering peaks. Looking around, it is all black and green.
Even the hottest sun at noon cannot shine into it. Gloomy, dark, and cold.
This was Lin Feng's first feeling when he came here.
Ordinary warriors dare not enter the monster forest.
After all, there are too many uncertainties here. If there is no mental support, it is better not to rush in.
As soon as he landed, he heard the roar of an animal.
When he turned around, he saw a huge, soft creature raising its head behind him, making a hissing sound.
Octopus python.
Lin Feng recognized this giant python, the eight-clawed python. This creature had already developed sharp and powerful claws during its first evolution.
If it evolves a second time, it might turn into a real dragon.
The long snake spit out its tongue, and its huge tongue came towards Lin Feng to swallow him. In front of it, human beings are very small, too small. But Lin Feng was not a good guy who was easy to bully. He swung his sword and a domineering and wild force burst out from the blade. Swish! With just one sword strike, the eight-clawed python was torn into two halves.
Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention. He no longer cared about the golden beast core and just walked away.
After a while, he heard the sound of gaining upgrade points in his mind. Afterwards, the Gale Shield continued to shuttle through the jungle, and Lin Feng encountered more and more monsters, some of which were in groups of 3 or 5.
Some, in dozens or hundreds, were waiting in silence for the Beast King's orders.
Lin Feng did not give anyone a chance. Wherever the Gale Shield passed, it became a ruin, and a clear path was soon opened out of the forest. Along the way, there were piles of corpses. The monsters before they are fully formed are not enough for Lin Feng to kill, so they are equivalent to giving Lin Feng a chance to practice. In half a day, Lin Feng collected 7 million upgrade points.
The harvest is not small.
At the same time, danger quietly approached. A figure appeared on the side of the Monster Mountain Range, took a look, and then walked in with a swagger. This person was none other than Roy from the Western Alliance. He came here to kill Lin Feng, the ungrateful Chinese genius. The speed of the Gale Shield was as fast as the wind. The stronger Lin Feng's mental power was, the faster the Gale Shield was. He was now moving at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Finally, after another day, Lin Feng collected 30 million upgrade points on the morning of the next day.
It's still not enough. There aren't enough golden monsters in the Monster Mountain Range. It's not even as good as the Beast Tide.
Lin Feng shook his head and complained. At this moment, his body suddenly stiffened and his brows furrowed deeply.
Boom! Because there is a dangerous aura behind him.
A figure raised his fist and attacked from behind. Lin Feng's steps trembled slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. The huge tree next to him was blown up by his punch and uprooted. Interesting, he is indeed the #1 genius in China and the deacon of a super martial arts gym. When Lin Feng turned around, a foreign man came into his sight. Roy smiled slightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Seeing this man, Lin Feng was shocked.
Because he didn't even notice the other person's breath just now.
What a scary guy. At that moment, Lin Feng had a bad idea.
This was a strong enemy, an extremely strong enemy. Chapter 70 Grandmaster Level Showdown. I didn't expect that my mental power could not detect the other party's existence.
Lin Feng was very surprised.
He is a psychic master. What means does the other party have to approach him from behind without him noticing?
Lin Feng, hand over the Gale Shield, and I'll give you a quick death. Roy had a smile on his face, as if he treated Lin Feng as a pet that he could kill at any time, without any defense at all. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you already have one foot in the coffin, and you still tell such a brainless joke.
Do you want to make me die of laughter and inherit my debts? Look at what you're saying.
If I hand it over, I'll die.
If I don't, I'll die too.
So why should I give it to you for free?
You're just such a brainless clown, telling all sorts of bad jokes. Boy, it seems you don't have any ideological awareness. Do you know that I am?
Roy stopped talking mid-sentence. Because Lin Feng actually took the initiative to attack, and slashed at Roy with his sword. Roy raised his hand to block, and in an instant, there was a loud bang, and the two figures retreated together. The glove in Roy's hand suddenly cracked. He took a look and showed an incredible expression. An S-level sword is comparable to the power of a master. You are a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Lin Feng, you are not simple. Lin Feng didn't waste time talking to him. It was just a fight, so why would he waste time talking? Those who talk nonsense are all villains. They are quick to show off and die quickly. Roy moved his feet, and as he ran, the ground made a thudding sound, and his footprints sank deep into the ground one by one. A violent aura of power enveloped Lin Feng. Oh no, it's a grandmaster. Lin Feng thought to himself that it was not good. The other party was a grandmaster. The power of the grandmaster is so strong that the force that overflows during the battle is enough to destroy the earth. He gripped the Leixiao sword tightly, and when Roy attacked with his bare hands, he also swung his own sword, using the Jinglei sword technique, a thunderous sword. Boom! Bang! The two men collided again. Lin Feng's arm shook, and the tiger's mouth cracked instantly. The opponent's strength was so strong. For the first time, he felt the grandmaster's terror. It seems that fighting a grandmaster one-on-one is not feasible, and I can't win. Boy, are you scared now? As if seeing through Lin Feng's inner thoughts, Roy sped up and turned into a phantom that flashed over. A punch hit Lin Feng's face directly. Lin Feng's body flashed, and he thought he could dodge the punch, but he didn't know that Roy's speed was exactly the same as his. Fast as lightning. Not good. Lin Feng looked shocked and quickly raised his sword to chop and block. Bang! With a sound of iron, Lin Feng's body exploded backward and hit a big tree hard. Bang bang bang! Even the towering primitive trees could not withstand this force. After knocking down more than 10 trees in a row, Lin Feng finally stopped. Ahem! He just felt a little stuffy in his chest. The opponent's power was too overbearing. If it weren't for the A-level combat suit, Lin Feng would have been injured. Now, relying on his physical fitness and combat suit, he has removed 90% of the opponent's strength, and fortunately he is unharmed. Ha! Seeing that Lin Feng could still stand up normally, Roy's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy is definitely not normal. He is a master who is close to the realm of perfection. The strength he exerts casually is between 20 million and 40 million. How can an ordinary platinum warrior block his attack? It doesn't make sense. While he was thinking, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He raised his sword and rushed forward, chopping off Roy's head. He stepped on the wind shield and reached the fastest speed. Court death? Seeing that Lin Feng still dared to take the initiative to attack, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. When Lin Feng's sword fell, he blocked it with his bare hands. However, how could he understand Lin Feng's thoughts? The thunder sword technique exploded to its extreme. On the basis of the original strength, Lin Feng increased his strength by 280%. Boom! The moment the thunder sounded, Roy's originally calm face trembled violently because he felt the coming vast power. Block! Boom! This time, it was Roy's turn to fly out. His arm made a crackling sound. It was obvious that the bones from his arm to his shoulder were broken. The power of Lin Feng's sword just now, after being amplified, reached more than 22 million. This was his strongest attack. As a master, Roy blocked the sword and survived. Damn, this guy is really lucky. It's terrifying when you think about it, the Grandmaster's defense is so strong. Boy, I have to say that you've made me change my opinion of you. Shen, his face was very gloomy. Roy's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng, a warrior of only platinum level, actually broke his arm. A surge of energy burst out from Roy. He was angry, and the next moment, he flashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare to delay either. He picked up his sword and attacked, unleashing the strongest force with every strike. Boom boom boom. The two men exchanged fists and feet, and every corner of the east, south, west and north was flattened. In the Monster Mountain range, countless monsters were frightened and fled in fear. The once lush and tall jungles have now become barren. Every time a piece of forest falls, an explosion will be heard nearby. If this battle took place in a city, most of the city would probably be destroyed. Lin Feng is not a grandmaster, but he is very close to it. Roy was infinitely close to perfection, and the battle between the two was extremely destructive. Extreme Explosive Fist. Tian Luo Violent Fist. Bang! The two men's fists collided with each other. Lin Feng's Leixiao was no longer effective, so he used the Extreme Explosive Fist, but the opponent was also good at boxing. The two fists collided, and the next moment, an invisible force erupted around the two men, causing the surrounding ground to explode one after another. Boom! The entire ground was like 1,000 mines buried there, all exploding at the same time, making a deafening sound. The two flew out again. This time, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart and blood spurted out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Roy's expression was surprised and horrified. He looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. This boy must die. After the battle, Lin Feng's energy and blood were consumed very quickly. He had just been hit with more than 10 punches in a row, and each punch was the strongest amplification of the extreme explosive divine fist. 25 million forces surged out, and even a cow would be exhausted to death. Moreover, he saw that Roy's face did not look very serious and his breathing was still steady. What kind of master was he? A little strong. Today, I met a real opponent. Boy, you're exhausted, aren't you? I don't know what amplified martial arts you used, but you can't hold out for more than a few moves in front of me. Say your last words. Lin Feng's martial arts are very extraordinary, and the amplification power is incredible. Roy noticed Lin Feng's tired situation, so he smiled with contempt. My last words are for you to give me a way out. Will you help me realize it? Lin Feng said seriously. Okay, then I'll pretend you never said that. Roy didn't waste time talking to Lin Feng, so as to avoid any more trouble, and rushed directly towards Lin Feng. I won't run away even if I can't beat you. Look at what you said, I seem to be stupid. Lin Feng was startled at this moment. Damn, he almost forgot that he had the wind shield. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. He jumped onto the gale shield and flew away at a rapid speed. Roy, who had punched in the air behind him, saw this scene and was stunned for a moment, then his lungs almost exploded with anger. Chapter 71 The True Beast King, Mysterious Treasure. He had seen Lin Feng's incredible strength and talent in martial arts, but he had never expected Lin Feng to be so shameless. But in Roy's eyes, Lin Feng could not escape from his control. He is very confident. Whoosh! Lin Feng, standing on the gale shield, flew in various places in the Monster Mountain range, while Roy was chasing him closely behind him. At this time, Lin Feng wanted to speed up, but suddenly found that something was wrong with him. Big problem. My spiritual power. Lin Feng wanted to use his mental power to speed up the gale shield, but his mental power was fading. This is so abnormal. Lin Feng never thought that his mental power would be ineffective? It's not that it's ineffective, it's just about 1/3 slower than before. It's impossible to do 1 kilometer per second. As a master, Roy was like a mad beast, following behind Lin Feng and roaring madly. Damn it! What on earth did he do to me? Why is my mental power being suppressed? Lin Feng suspected that Roy had used some means on him, which prevented him from flying at the highest speed. In this way, it would be difficult for him to escape the other party's pursuit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Two figures were shuttling and flashing. After flying for nearly an hour, they passed over a huge lake. The lake was covered with thick white fog and visibility was very low. Two figures passed by, as if two speedboats were drifting one after the other in the water, creating rolling waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng tried to release his thoughts, and then his expression turned pale. Gurgle gurgle. The water in the entire lake began to boil inexplicably, and the two of them stopped at the same time. There was no more running and chasing. Because the surface of the lake moved unusually. At the same time, an invisible, inexplicable aura of terror pounced on the two of them. This breath is extremely surging and penetrating. Not only was Lin Feng's face pale, but Roy also had a frown on his face. He stared straight ahead, and in an instant, a pair of eyes emitting purple light appeared in the thick fog. Bang! As the lake rippled and the waves flew into the sky, the two men saw a giant silver snake with scales on its body blocking their way. The moment he appeared, he almost caused a sensation in the entire lake. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, and Roy was also annoyed and quickly retreated to the side. This giant snake had silver armor on its body and a pair of snake eyes like the abyss, shooting directly at the two of them, making Lin Feng shiver uncontrollably. Beast King! Roy's expression began to tremble. He could clearly sense that the aura of this giant snake, which was hundreds of meters long, was similar to his. Very strong. A master-level monster is the true king of beasts. It's all right now, let's chase it, we've met a big guy. Lin Feng said, I won't argue with you anymore, you can handle this. Goodbye. As he spoke,
he quickly slipped away, and Roy cursed and tried to chase after him. However, Roy did not chase Lin Feng immediately. Instead, he looked at the giant snake's forehead, where there was something emitting red light. He took a closer look and his eyes immediately lit up with joy. So that's how it is, there is a treasure here, I didn't expect it. You beast, there's a price to pay for blocking my way, so I'll just reluctantly accept your things. In his eyes, this thing that sparkles with red luster is much more valuable than Lin Feng. Lin Feng can kill it at any time, but once the monster escapes, it will be difficult to find it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Roy doesn't want to miss it. So, Roy flashed towards the giant snake. Sizzle! The giant snake stretched out its tongue and bit Roy. In this way, the Beast King who commands the world started fighting with the humans who invaded his territory. On this side, Lin Feng cleverly escaped a long distance and found that Roy did not chase him. With Roy's speed, escaping from the Beast King would be a piece of cake. Why didn't he chase me? It's not normal. Lin Feng feels something is wrong. The value of the Gale Shield was more than 50 billion, and the purpose of Roy's trip was to get the Gale Shield. Now that he had escaped, Roy did not chase him. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Lin Feng would feel uncomfortable if he wasn't beaten for a day. After a while, Lin Feng saw that all the monsters in the Monster Mountain range seemed to be heading towards the direction of the big lake just now. Pilgrimage of all beasts. The giant snake is the king of beasts in the Monster Mountain range. The king gave orders and summoned his people to go. That idiot must be arguing with the Beast King. Lin Feng guessed, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt something was wrong. No, he wouldn't stay there for no reason. There must be some benefit. No, I have to go back. Wait, my mental power has returned to normal? Lin Feng discovered that his mental power had recovered and he could run 1,000 meters per second. Damn it, at this point, he concluded that there must be something strange on Roy's body that could interfere with his mental power. Once Lin Feng leaves a certain range, he will no longer be disturbed by that thing. Lin Feng was walking on thin ice and began to sneak back. From a few kilometers away, Lin Feng began to observe, and sure enough, his guess was correct. Roy was fighting with the giant snake, and tens of thousands of monsters gathered below to join the battle. There were bursts of fierce fighting sounds coming from the distance. Fight, just fight. The more excited you fight, the happier I am. Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all. The giant snake was at the Grandmaster level. It was obviously impossible for Roy to kill the Beast King without any effort. Here, Roy the giant snake's battle was coming to an end. He unleashed a punch, causing an explosion. The violent force hit the silver scales, and pieces of the scales were shaken off. Sizzle! The giant snake was writhing in the lake, its blood dyeing the surface red, and it seemed to be in great pain. It underestimated the human in front of it, whose strength was close to that of a master in the realm of transformation. It turned out that he should not be provoked. You beast, where are you running to? Seeing the giant snake diving into the water, Roy chased it without hesitation and entered the water surface. Soon, a miserable animal cry came from the bottom of the lake. In the lake, Roy was holding a crystal emitting red luster in his hand with a smiling expression. Haha, I finally got it. Once I absorb this piece, it will take some time for me to completely break through and become a grandmaster of the transformation realm. However, before he could get excited, suddenly, from the bottom of the dark lake, a much larger figure swam towards him at high speed. Another one? Roy sensed danger and quickly flew towards the water surface. In his current state, he is definitely unable to deal with a giant snake king, so he can only leave the lake first. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that there was no movement, so he walked slowly to the sky above the deep lake. When Roy came out of the water, Lin Feng was slightly startled, and then punched him without saying a word. The extremely explosive Divine Fist has a power exceeding 30 million. Lin Feng, you! Roy had no time to defend himself and fell into the water. The next moment, a giant snake quickly wrapped around Roy's body and dived into the water. Lin Feng, I was so scared. I didn't expect this guy was still alive. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. In the water, Roy thought to himself, Lin Feng, you sinister villain, I will never forgive you. He had just fought a great battle and had finally gotten the treasure he had been pursuing day and night with great effort, but he didn't expect to be ambushed by Lin Feng as soon as he came out. Roy felt so aggrieved. Chapter 72, Treasure Obtained, the King of Picking Up Bargains. In the pitch-black water, Roy couldn't see his hand in front of him. He was entangled with the giant snake, and a huge wave was rolled up.
He discovered that this giant snake was even more ferocious than the previous one, and its power was too explosive.
Get out of here!
Roy burst out with all his strength, forcibly broke the giant snake's huge body apart and escaped from it.
But the giant snake was not a pushover.
The master-level giant snake was domineering and crazy, constantly attacking Roy, not giving Roy any chance to escape. Its wife was killed by humans, and it must take revenge.
It will not let this tiny human in front of it go no matter what.
On the lake, Lin Feng just watched the turbulent water quietly, observing from the sidelines.
Mind your own business. You can hit me as much as you want, I treat you like a muggle.
He just needs to watch the show. Even though Roy is very strong, he will probably be badly wounded when facing two giant snake beast kings, even if he can escape from them. Then Lin Feng will seize the opportunity to give him a fatal blow and help others.
Fuck, how can they fight so fiercely?
I didn't expect this guy to be so capable.
TSK, take 2 Chi Shui Dan to replenish my strength first.
There were bursts of fighting sounds coming from below, the entire lake was shaking, the earth was trembling, and countless monsters at the lakeside raised their heads and howled, as if cheering for their beast king. Lin Feng slowly threw 2 Chi Shui Dan into his mouth. The battle with Roy just now was not easy, and he was already seriously injured.
You need some nutrition.
In this way, Lin Feng watched for about 5 or 6 minutes, and the noise below gradually became smaller. At this time, Lin Feng bravely jumped into the lake.
Gurgle gurgle.
Lin Feng sneaked quickly, releasing his mental power. 100 meters below, at the bottom of the lake, he saw the giant snake devouring Roy. Part of the giant snake's skin was broken, and blood was gushing out like crazy.
Amazing! He was able to penetrate the body of a Grandmaster-level giant snake.
I have to say this guy's fighting ability is really tenacious.
But what's the point? Lin Feng is the final winner.
He got another great bargain.
With a flash of his body, Lin Feng approached Roy and the giant snake.
Just as he was about to take action, Roy suddenly opened his eyes.
Lin Feng, I will kill you.
And when Roy attacked Lin Feng, the injured giant snake opened its huge mouth and sucked Roy in like a whirlpool.
No!
At the last moment, Roy pressed a button and said, Chinese Monster Mountain Range.
Red Energy Crystal.
Before he could finish his words, he had already entered the belly of the monster and was completely devoured. There was no more movement, and Lin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. The Gale Shield was also moving quickly in the water and quickly left the whirlpool area. When the giant snake saw that there were still humans moving under its nose, it let out an angry roar, and a crackling sound like sonar rang out.
Ouch!
Lin Feng felt like his ears were about to burst.
What a terrifying beast king!
Even in this state, he can still eat a master.
Isn't his vitality too strong?
However, although the giant snake roared at Lin Feng, it did not attack Lin Feng immediately. Instead, it turned around and continued to sneak away towards the deeper dark water. Lin Feng felt a little strange.
The giant snake ran away?
He thought about it and said, it turns out it's scared.
The giant snake ran away. It must have been seriously injured and didn't want to get entangled with Lin Feng.
In this case, Lin Feng, how could he miss this opportunity? He immediately took advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the giant snake, not wanting to let this beast king escape. Otherwise, once the injuries recover, they will organize and launch a second beast tide, and the situation will be even more serious.
Kill it while it's sick.
As the giant snake bled profusely, its speed gradually slowed down. Within a minute, Lin Feng had caught up to it and slashed it with Lei Zhao's sword.
Bang!
Thunder roared out of nowhere, the sound of sword exploded, and the giant snake was hit hard. In pain, its slender body kept rolling and tumbling, like a naughty child, very restless. Seeing that his attack was effective, Lin Feng couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise across his face, and continued to chase and kill the giant snake.
Each sword strike unleashed an extreme force.
After 7 or 8 strikes, the giant snake finally fell into a stone cave in a sacred lake. This stone cave is extremely dark and as cold as ice, emitting a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. But for a young man like Lin Feng who is skilled and courageous, there is nothing to be afraid of as long as there are benefits. He followed in and found that the giant snake was dying, its skin torn and flesh exposed, its deep eyes slowly narrowed, and there was no movement. Ding, killed a Grandmaster level monster, upgrade points plus 15 million.
15 million has arrived. So many?
Lin Feng was complacent. 15 million upgrade points were equivalent to him killing hundreds of thousands of ordinary monsters. the Beast King is worthy of being the Beast King. His death made such a great contribution. Lin Feng really got a great bargain. Lin Feng broke open the Beast King's abdomen and took out the beast core. Oh right, that guy probably hasn't digested it yet. Let's get him out and see if there's anything valuable in it. He began to break open the giant Snake King's stomach. As he expected, Roy's body was covered with stomach acid and had not yet melted. Lin Feng searched for a while, but finally found only a golden box. You're so poor, yet you have the nerve to call yourself a master? Forget it, I'll take it first. After putting the box into his pocket, Lin Feng was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a pile of things sparkling under his feet. Red light. Lin Feng took a closer look, and the next moment, he was ecstatic. Shit, red energy crystal. This small pile of things emitting a red glow is actually red energy crystal. Just like what he absorbed in the martial arts gym, the energy is very rich. Lin Feng collected them all without saying a word, and simply counted them. There were 6 pieces in total. After succeeding, Lin Feng did not linger any longer. He rushed out of the water and returned to the shore. He found a quiet place. 6 broken pieces of red energy crystals, great. This kind of thing is a treasure given by God. Lin Feng was extremely excited and opened the golden box he found from Roy. It was discovered that there was also a broken red energy crystal inside. At this point, Lin Feng understood that the reason these 2 giant snakes could become Beast Kings was because they absorbed the energy of the red energy crystal. This is a blessed land, worthy of being called the Monster Mountain Range, to have such treasures. Hey, what is this tiny particle? Lin Feng picked up a particle the size of sand from the golden box and observed it carefully. His expression suddenly became strange, because when he took out this thing, his mental strength was actually weakened a lot. So this little thing is the culprit that caused my misfortune. It's amazing. I have to keep this kind of thing that harms the world. It would be bad if it leaked out. Lin Feng put it into his pocket with all his strength, and then began to refine the red energy crystal. This time, he really made a fortune. Not only did he kill the Beast King by accident, but he also obtained 7 red energy crystals. Once he succeeded in refining them, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. Chapter 73 Second Disaster. Western Alliance, Roth family. Godfather Roth and others were waiting for news. Everyone was looking forward to it, waiting for Roy to return with the Gale Shield to see its splendor. After a while, Roy's voice came from his godfather's email, Chinese Monster Mountain Range, Red Energy Crystal. Ha? Red Energy Crystal? When everyone heard the fragmented voice, they looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Red energy crystal, isn't that something that's only produced in the cave? Why would Lord Roy suddenly say this? Godfather Roth's heart skipped a beat, and he said happily, Roy must have found something good. He quickly dialed Roy's video call, but no one answered for a long time and he didn't get the response he expected. Suddenly, he changed his mind, and then it was as if a light bulb had turned on him, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. I understand, Roy must have found the red energy crystal, and now we need to go and help dig it out. You guys, hurry up and leave. Don't delay this matter. Contact Roy when you get there. Don't reveal his whereabouts and identity, or you'll attract the attention of the Chinese authorities. Yes. It's great to have the red energy crystal. We have no choice but to fulfill our mission. 6 or 7 platinum warriors set out excitedly, their destination, China. One day later, a group of platinum warriors appeared in the Chinese monster forest. The designated location conveyed by Roy. However, they were dumbfounded. A disfigured corpse was floating in the lake. Yes, it's Lord Roy. When a group of platinum warriors saw the corpse, their faces twitched and their bodies shuddered. Lord Roy is dead. What happened? What happened? Lord Roy, he didn't die at the hands of Lin Feng, did he? The few people did not dare to hide it and immediately informed Godfather Roth of Roy's death. Over there, Godfather Roth was drinking coffee. Upon hearing the news, he immediately dropped the coffee in his hand to the ground. Clang. What? What did you say? My son, dead? He was stunned for a minute, and finally roared, Kill that brat for me, you must kill him, otherwise you won't be able to come back. The platinum warriors of the Roth family felt the anger of Godfather Roth, and each of them felt a chill in their body. If Godfather Roth gets angry, the consequences will be serious. Now, things are getting serious. Everyone was frowning, wondering what to do. If Lin Feng can kill Lord Roy, it means that Lin Feng's strength has reached the level of a grandmaster.
Grandmaster, who dares to touch you? What's the difference between this and asking to die?
Just when everyone was feeling unsure and pacing back and forth, suddenly, a huge beast roar was heard from the top of a mountain.
Woo woo woo.
This voice was a little ethereal, like a ghost from the abyss, extremely terrifying.
Yes, it's a grandmaster level monster. Everyone was shocked. This aura was too powerful.
It was so powerful that it went straight into everyone's heart. It would be strange if it wasn't the Beast King. 100% the Beast King. Alright, let's anger the Beast King on the mountain, and then let it go looking for that kid Lin Feng, so that we can kill him with a borrowed knife.
Good idea.
Otherwise, if we meet Lin Feng directly, we will only end up dying.
It's better to sit back and reap the benefits.
The 7 platinum warriors came to the sky above the mountain. There must be some terrible Beast King living underground. One person held a blue rocket launched like thermal weapon and fired at the mountain.
Boom! In an instant, half of the mountain was cracked by the bombing.
Everyone looked down, and when the smoke cleared, they saw a monster with a human body and a bull's head sleeping inside. The demon beast, disturbed, suddenly opened its eyes, shooting a terrifying glare into the sky as it uttered an ancient cry, "Damn human, how dare you disturb my rest!"
Ho ho ho!
The 7 platinum warriors were stunned when they saw this enormous monster.
One of them said in a trembling voice, "Yes, yes, it's the bull demon." Bull demon. This kind of monster is from the Cataclysm period.
Only more than 10 of them have been discovered in history, and each one is a master-level existence.
Now, a bull demon has awakened. Great! Lin Feng is definitely dead now. Let's go! Instead of being afraid, they left immediately.
After all, Bull Demon was not in the Western Alliance, so it had nothing to do with them.
As long as Lin Feng can be killed, it will be enough.
In the mountains, the sleeping Bull Demon woke up and stood up like an ancient beast.
Its body was as big as a mountain.
It is even more majestic than the mountains. The Bull Demon glanced at the monster mountain range, then his gaze fell on the lake. He said, "Since your Beast King is dead, let me lead you in attacking the human city." If someone heard what Bull Demon said, they would be scared to death.
A master-level monster could actually speak.
In fact, this situation is not surprising.
Many monsters are intelligent and their IQ is comparable to that of humans. Soon, the entire monster mountain range began to boil. A woo oh woo. A. Roar, roar, roar. Countless monsters began to make a pilgrimage, surrendered to the new king, and followed the Bull Demon towards the distant human city. They all wanted to go to the place their hearts called to them, which was naturally Jiangnan province. China, military base.
At this moment, 4-star officers saw the scene and immediately mobilized the defense.
Quick, look, what is that? The beast tide, it's a new beast tide. Oh no! A beast tide is rising. What's going on? What's going on? That's impossible. According to our predictions, it will take at least a month for the monsters to gather. How can we go against their common sense and habits now? Oh no! Quick, sound the S-level alarm.
In the base, officers were issuing orders in a panic. Yi Nantian felt extremely heavy-hearted, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He tried to contact Lin Feng, but he couldn't get through. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Could it be that Lin Feng? No, that's not the case. Lin Feng is very agile. It's impossible for him to fail in the monster mountain range. He shook his head and dismissed this immature idea. If Lin Feng fails, it means that China has lost a super genius. But the monsters in front of us are raising a new tide of beasts, and Lin Feng is nowhere to be found, which makes people think of the worst. In less than half a day, the tide of monsters had approached the defensive city, and all the martial arts schools in China were extremely nervous.
We just finished a wave of battle, and now another one is coming. What should we do?
All members of the Thunder Martial Arts School, follow me and charge over to support us.
A wave of demonic beasts has erupted again.
Officials request support from all warriors in society.
Announcement once again, a wave of demonic beasts has suddenly erupted.
In the camera, a horde of monsters is coming with great force. In the middle of millions of monsters, a huge monster that is as big as the sky is striding towards it.
It has the body of an ox and the head of a bull, like an ancient demon, making people pale when they see it. This monster is actually a master monster.
It is much stronger than the last platinum dog-headed beast king. At this moment, Lin Feng was meditating and refining in a remote cave in the monster forest. He had his eyes tightly closed, unaware of any movement or sound, as if he had entered a deserted place, undisturbed by the outside world.
Chapter 74, War of Destruction.
Ding, absorbing the defective red energy crystal, upgrade points plus 20,000. Ding, absorbing the defective red energy crystal, upgrade points plus 37,236.
Bite.
Lin Feng absorbed strands of energy into his body crazily, and his face became more and more greedy.
7 red energy crystals, how cool could it be?
As he absorbed the energy tirelessly, Lin Feng's injuries began to recover automatically, and some wounds from the battle slowly healed.
He was shocked by this. This thing could heal wounds? Isn't it too strong?
Moreover, Lin Feng's body began to gain weight, as if many iron factor atoms were growing in his flesh and blood, constantly filling his flesh and blood, and his hands and feet became extremely heavy. At the human base, tens of thousands of warriors rushed to the battlefield to provide support, while a war had already broken out in the defensive city built by the military. Thousands of warships and fighter jets continuously dropped ammunition over the army of monsters, and the entire plain turned into a sea of fire. Millions of soldiers gathered again and tried to stop them with various fire weapons, but unfortunately, under the leadership of the Bull Demon King, these monsters were as ferocious as they could be. Soon, the first batch of soldiers and warships sent to annihilate the monsters were devoured and defeated by the monsters.
Bang! Roar! Ahawk!
The sounds of monsters, fighting, and screams all appeared vividly on the screen. When countless ordinary people saw the scene, their faces turned pale. They had just won the first stage. But what followed was the attack of the second wave of monsters.
It's heaven one second and hell the next. Everyone was in despair. Even the base had already dispatched warships to Jiangnan province to begin transporting the people away. Are we going to lose? It's very likely. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have issued a notice asking us to evacuate Jiangnan province. Alas, it seems that the monsters are unstoppable. The warriors have done their best.
The crowd was disappointed and began to pack their luggage one by one, waiting to be picked up by the warship. In Gaoliang City, whether it was Lin Feng's parents, Lin Xiaoyu, or other ordinary people, they were all in panic.
The monster has struck back again. Many warriors have already died. Now, what can we do to resist it?
Many official warships have also been damaged.
We can only pray.
Lin Feng is nowhere to be seen either.
Perhaps his injuries haven't fully recovered and he needs to go recuperate.
Without him, the front line won't be able to hold on. At this moment in the live broadcast, the battle was extremely fierce. A large number of soldiers rushed in with laser guns, and then had their bodies torn apart and thrown out. In short, it's extremely cruel. In less than half a day, more than 100,000 soldiers were killed, and the warriors were defeated and retreated from the front line. The deacon of the Thunder Martial Arts School said, "It's no use. This bull demon is invincible. These monsters are too powerful. We don't have enough manpower." Just now he tried to get close to Bull Demon, but he couldn't even get close and was brushed out.
He almost lost his life.
The representatives of the major martial arts schools and all the warriors had gloomy faces, indicating that they were helpless. They really tried their best.
If the war continues, the casualties will be even more severe, and even the warriors may be exterminated.
A day later, the defensive city was officially breached, 300,000 soldiers were killed, and land weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles were basically gone without return. The Alloy Defense City was invaded by a horde of monsters. The next morning, 20 warships were lost, all shot down by the Bull Demon.
The second defensive city continued to fall.
Soon after, the third, fourth, and fifth towers all fell, resulting in countless casualties. Sir, if this continues, Jiangnan province will be truly invaded in less than half a day.
Think of a solution quickly.
A warrior said to Yi Nantian, who had just returned from the battlefield, covered in blood. He said, "The only way is to go into the cave to call for help, but the environment in the cave is even worse and more serious.
I'm not sure I can bring anyone back to support me."
The crowd was silent. The millions of soldiers in the base were ready to die and prepared to sacrifice themselves. In just 1.5 days, they had already lost 500,000 or 600,000 brothers and comrades. The monsters came in waves, becoming more and more powerful as the battle went on.
They were really at their wits' end.
What awaits them is death, or escape. Here, after a day and a night, Lin Feng finally refined all 7 defective red energy crystals. At this moment, he stood up and stepped lightly, and found that the ground had become extremely fragile, as if he was stepping on plastic, making a crackling sound.
My weight is at least 1,000 kilograms. I never thought this thing would have this benefit.
It has improved my physical fitness to a higher level, ha. Lin Feng couldn't hide the joy in his heart. When he looked at the attribute panel again, he was suddenly shocked. After refining 7 pieces of red energy crystals, the upgrade point value in Lin Feng's upgrade point column is now more than 400 million.
Hiss, that's a bit fierce. 400 million upgrade points.
Without wasting any time, Lin Feng was overjoyed and said excitedly, "System, help me break through to the Grandmaster level."
Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. Less than a cup of tea later, the system announced, "Ding, upgrade completed." Lin Feng's realm began to break through imperceptibly.
First, the combat effectiveness soared wildly.
9 million. 10 million. 20 million.
In the combat power column, the improvement speed is really faster than the hurdles. The rapid changes made Lin Feng seem a little caught off guard.
The final realm also broke through from Platinum 5 stars directly to Grandmaster. Boom!
The entire towering mountain shook violently, the leaves of the trees fell to the ground, the white clouds in the sky trembled, and the surroundings were shaking continuously. The huge force of blood and energy enveloped the mountain, and it seemed that everything inside was filled with the master's intention. Lin Feng's body continued to grow stronger, heavier and heavier, and his body weight increased from 1,000 kilograms to 2,000 kilograms.
Moreover, there are signs of improvement.
Once he broke through the Grandmaster level, Lin Feng caused the earth to tremble, as if celebrating the emergence of another Grandmaster in the human race. The Grandmaster is powerful, and heaven and earth are blessed. When Lin Feng looked back at his combat power, he found that it had stopped at 20 million kilograms.
20 million kg. You must know that if the combat power exceeds 10 million, you will be a master. Now, he is comparable to 2 masters. Lin Feng was in a very good mood and couldn't help laughing. Ah, good. However, after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, in addition to the great changes in Lin Feng's physical fitness, the consumption of upgrade points was no joke.
Just doing that just now cost him 300 million upgrade points.
Money is spent like water.
Lin Feng didn't feel any pain and continued, "System, help me upgrade the Thunder Sword technique to perfection, and then use all of it to improve my spiritual realm."
Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. Ding, the Thunder Sword skill upgrade is complete.
It is currently at the perfect stage, increasing attack power by 360%.
It also comes with 3 lightning bolts, each of which increases attack power by 5%. Ding, the spiritual realm is upgrading.
Chapter 75, A Close Call, a One-on-One Challenge.
Platinum 2 star. Platinum 3 stars. Platinum 4 stars.
Ding, insufficient upgrade points, upgrade stopped. By the time the upgrade points were exhausted, Lin Feng's spiritual realm remained at Platinum 4 stars. He tried it and now he could control everything here at will. Hundreds of towering trees were pulled up by Lin Feng using his mental power and floated in the air.
It's like a mountain forest in the sky, very magical.
With a look of joy, Lin Feng took a look at the attribute panel.
Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 500 ms. Strength, 20 million kilograms. Storage space, expanding.
Spiritual realm, Platinum 4 stars 010000000000. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 050000000000.
Upgrade points, 0.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear mastery level, cannot be upgraded. Attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist perfection level, basic attack plus 300%, Gale Footwork minor success level, 0500,000, basic speed plus 40%, Thunder Swordsmanship perfection level, Kendo attack plus 380%.
Lin Feng? Storage space? What the hell is that?
Instead of asking the system, Lin Feng thought to himself. Based on his many years of experience in reading novels, this kind of thing must be a space that can store many things. With this kind of space, there is no need to bring any stretch bags or anything like that.
Yeah.
The clever Lin Feng nodded, that must be the case. He raised his head and walked out of the cave, only to find it unusually quiet outside. There was no trace or sound of the monster.
Ha! So many missed calls?
Lin Feng opened the latest email from Yantian. Lin Feng, a wave of monsters has erupted, and the true Beast King has emerged.
Are you okay?
Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he continued to read the second letter, which was sent by Lin Xiaoyu.
Brother, where are you? Are you okay? Please say something. The monster is about to destroy Jiangnan. What? The beast tide has broken out again?
Lin Feng looked up into the distance. Without any thought, he flew directly towards the defensive city on the Gale Shield. Amid the endless sounds of battle and the roars of beasts, the defensive cities were broken one after another. These alloy defense walls, built at great expense by the Chinese government, can withstand ordinary monsters, but they are insignificant when facing an army of millions. Especially the Beast King Bull Demon, who was filled with murderous intent after waking up, and had killed dozens of gold-level warriors with his own hands. Dozens of warships and Dongfeng fighter jets were also torn to pieces by it. The Grandmaster Beast King can fly 1,000 meters into the sky with one leap, and even reach up to the sky to grab the moon.
It is so terrifying.
The Chinese warriors were in danger. In the official base, their faces were as pale as paper, without any blood. They almost dared not look at these scenes anymore. The brutal massacre continued. After the monsters invaded the defensive city, they started killing and destroying everything. Those warriors who didn't have time to retreat were bitten and devoured madly. The earth is stained with blood.
It's horrible. Jiangnan province is doomed. Alas, where are the other warriors? Why haven't they come out? Doesn't our country take these beast tides seriously? Don't we say we still have many masters? Across the country, people are asking questions in fear. There are many masters in China, and countless famous ones. Why don't they stand up now? Instead, they relied on ordinary soldiers to sacrifice their lives. This was too cruel and brutal.
It would be useless for ordinary soldiers to go there.
In fact, ordinary people would not know the existence of the cave, otherwise they would not think so. 700 kilometers away from Jiangnan province, the last defensive city stands here.
This defensive city is equipped with 7 or 8 intermediate energy pulse cannons, which are constantly emitting energy rays. The blue light crosses the sky and instantly kills thousands of monsters. The battleship fleet and fighter jets flew out with their firepower at maximum. Lasers filled the sky, the earth exploded, and the monsters were as chaotic as ants on a hot pan.
Bang bang bang.
One after another, the monsters exploded, their internal organs flying everywhere, but they did not stop and continued to attack the last defensive city frantically. After taking down this city, you can go straight down to the south of the Yangtze River, occupy the human city and wait for the call from the underground cave. These monsters had already made plans and were attacking humans like crazy. Jiangnan has evacuated 2/3 of its population, and a large number of people are still waiting to be evacuated. Our warships are in urgent need of support. Use all flight resources to pick up the civilians.
We must not let them be attacked by monsters.
Sir, the higher-ups have given us a suggestion. If things get out of hand and the situation gets out of control, we'll launch the South Wind series of skyrockets. No, the South Wind sky bomb is too destructive.
Jiangnan province will also be affected.
By then, the radioactive radiation and pollution will be extremely strong, and recovery will be impossible within 100 years.
Yi Nantian shook his head and rejected the above suggestion for the first time.
It should be noted that the predecessor of the Nanfeng skyrocket was a modification of the Dongfeng series. Its lethality was increased more than 10 times based on the Dongfeng. Once the Nanfeng skyrocket was launched, the impact would be huge.
It is estimated that more than half of Jiangnan province will be destroyed and will be uninhabitable within 100 years. At this moment, the bull demon had already approached the defensive city.
Yi Nantian looked at the soldiers who kept dying and suddenly said, "Everyone, it's too late to withdraw from the defensive city now. Everyone has to die, some are lighter than a feather, some are heavier than Mount Tai. Even if I die today, I, Yi Nantian, will have no regrets. All the heroic warriors, take up your weapons and fight these beasts.
Let us fight." 3 million soldiers roared in indignation, and were determined to sacrifice their lives for their country.
As long as I can buy time for the people to escape, I will have no regrets even if I sacrifice my life. Soon, the army of monsters was 10 miles away. Through the thick defensive wall, everyone could hear the deafening roar and the shaking of the earth. There was a hint of tension and panic on everyone's face. But more of it is perseverance.
Goodbye, officers and comrades.
At the base headquarters, the 3 4-star officers watched Yi Nantian say goodbye in silence. All the staff fell silent.
Countless ordinary people stared at the screen, almost stopping breathing. 3 million soldiers will pay the price with their lives.
Commander Yi, whom they were familiar with, took the lead.
The greatest heroes served their country and their people. Just as everyone was getting ready for battle, bursts of thunder suddenly came from afar. Boom, boom, boom.
Immediately afterwards, the howling of monsters was heard.
Yinantian stepped onto the city wall and saw in his hazy vision a figure holding a long sword, blocking the tide of beasts. With one sword strike, all the beasts explode.
When countless monsters saw this human blocking their way, they suddenly became irritable and attacked Linfeng all at once. There were long claws cutting, giant palms flattening, and huge beast fists smashing from the air.
Roll!
Linfeng shouted, and the power of the master burst out. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and all the monsters were chopped away by his sword.
Some of the monsters that jumped over were cut off in mid-air.
In less than a minute, Linfeng killed more than 50,000 monsters.
The killing speed was extremely fast.
The support of Shadow Blade allows him to do whatever he wants on the battlefield.
Woo woo!
At this moment, the bull demon noticed Linfeng, a human, and made two sounds like a ship's whistle. Then, all the monsters began to retreat and voluntarily gave up both sides. And the bull demon strode forward amidst the surrounding of thousands of beasts.
One-on-one. Chapter 76, Battle Against the Bull Demon.
The bull demon was several dozen feet tall, with long, fluffy, light yellow hair all over his body, looking like an unintelligent savage.
And his eye-catching bull head reveals the name of this monster, the bull demon of the cataclysm. It's Linfeng. Linfeng is back. Great! Linfeng is about to duel with the bull demon. Everyone, come and watch.
When Linfeng appeared in front of the millions of beasts and in the picture, Yinantian and other warriors were all shocked, and their expressions finally relaxed a little.
Humble human, you shouldn't block my way.
The bull demon made a gloomy voice, and when he opened his mouth, it was like a ship's whistle, so vast and majestic.
Bull demon? Grandmaster level?
Linfeng didn't feel surprised as his eyes quickly scanned the bull demon. This kind of bull demon, if it is not at the Grandmaster level, cannot command millions of monsters. Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice my army of millions of monsters.
Roar! Nyoemo roared towards the sky, and several fighter jets circling above were directly shattered into pieces.
For a moment, all the fighter jets dared not step into this range again. The other monsters also consciously retreated behind the bull demon, as if they were obeying the orders of the Beast King.
Come! Linfeng was not polite either.
He drew his sword and rushed towards the bull demon. At this moment, the bull demon took a deep breath, and when Linfeng came to kill him with a sword, he suddenly spit out energy.
Whoosh whoosh.
In an instant, endless strong winds howled, and the powerful impact force was like a building, hitting Linfeng.
So strong.
Linfeng's expression was slightly stiff, his sword trembled, and the sound of thunder exploded.
Boom!
The long sword broke through the extremely powerful wind, went straight in, and came to the front of the bull demon like a hot knife through butter.
Just as he was about to succeed, Nyomo's reaction was faster than expected.
He raised his arms, which were as old and tough as those in the deep mountains and forests, and punched Linfeng's sword with his huge fist.
Boom! A sonic boom sounded between the two of them.
Linfeng's arm spun slightly, and Nyomo's expression couldn't help but twitch and became solemn. It deliberately glanced at its fist with its peripheral vision and found that a wound had appeared and blood was gushing out of it. Linfeng seemed particularly calm, still looking relaxed.
Roar!
The bull demon was furious, beating his chest and stamping his feet, then punching Linfeng continuously with his fists.
Bang bang bang!
In front of this towering bull demon, Linfeng was like a mosquito, small but extremely agile. He flashed quickly, and the wind shield underneath kept him unharmed.
Dexterous and fast. Almost reaching the extreme.
Every punch of the bull demon missed and hit the ground, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and dust to fly. After dozens of moves, Linfeng did not hesitate. He went around the bull demon's head, unleashed the thunder sword technique, and launched a fierce attack.
The bull demon was quite agile.
As soon as he noticed Linfeng's whereabouts, he immediately used his defense. He opened his mouth and an extremely violent air shock wave ejected from his mouth, trying to blow Linfeng away.
Die!
Linfeng's Lei Xiao caused rolling thunder sounds, and the violent power piled up layer by layer, like a tide, in a crazy confrontation.
Boom, boom, boom.
When the Thunder Sword technique confronted the Bull Demon's shock wave, the entire sky was in turmoil. The white clouds shifted, the ground cracked, and two extremely powerful forces collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Swish, swish. However, the three lightning bolts that came with the Thunder Sword technique were also quite powerful. They penetrated the shock wave and hit the Bull Demon directly in the face. The next moment, three wounds appeared on the Bull Demon's face at a speed visible to the naked eye, several blood arrows flew out, and a terrible scream was heard.
Woo woo. Mad. Nyoemo went completely crazy and started a fierce battle with Lin Feng.
Lin Feng continued to attack, using his sword and shadow blades to attack from both sides, leaving the Bull Demon with almost no chance to fight back. This scene made Ji Nantian and others tremble physically and mentally. He said with a look of horror, Lin Feng has already entered the Grandmaster stage.
What? It's only been a few days. Didn't he just break through the Platinum Realm a few days ago? How could he reach Grandmaster level so quickly? Commander Yi, are you seeing things?
The members of the Thunder Martial Arts School and several other deacons all looked over and expressed surprise. They looked incredulous.
Yes, I'm definitely not wrong.
With eyes full of admiration, Yinantian said excitedly, his aura is unique to a Grandmaster. Besides, think about it, if Lin Feng didn't have the strength of a Grandmaster, how could he resist the Bull Demon alone?
Everyone nodded repeatedly, feeling that it made sense. Lin Feng was indeed suppressing Nyoemo.
In the battle between man and beast, Lin Feng had the upper hand.
And it seems very easy. Everyone became more and more curious about Lin Feng. Everyone was looking at the big screen in the Alloy City. Countless soldiers were cheering for Lin Feng and clenching their fists.
A hope that had not been seen for a long time appeared on their faces.
And all over the country, countless people were watching Lin Feng's every move.
Lin Feng, fighting the Beast King fiercely.
Lin Xiaoyu's family held their breath and watched Lin Feng quietly block the tide of beasts.
Seeing his figure waving, they felt as if they were there themselves. The flame of hope was rekindled. On this side of the battlefield, Lin Feng and Nyoemo have been fighting for 7 or 8 minutes, and each of their swords is extremely explosive.
Die!
The long sword flew out like a spirit snake, reaching its extreme speed. It was swung wildly with a calm sword intent.
The Bull Demon was knocked down by one sword.
At this moment, a huge pit appeared on the ground and the Bull Demon fell to the ground. If you look closely, you will find that there are countless wounds on its body that are bleeding. But Lin Feng was unharmed.
Roar!
The giant beast roared, grabbed a small hill and smashed it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged easily in an instant. His speed was too fast.
Ha, you deserve to die too. Lin Feng did not delay any longer. This Bull Demon was far from being his opponent.
There was no need to play with him. After a burst of thunder, the Bull Demon began to struggle again, and Lin Feng took advantage of the opportunity and attacked it in various ways. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword rose and fell, blood splattered, and finally Lin Feng leaped into the air, raised his fist heavily, and aimed at the Bull Demon's head.
Extreme Explosive Fist.
The extremely explosive Divine Fist, an extreme explosion, carries a force of 60 million pounds, smashing down from the air.
Boom! Nyoemo subconsciously raised his hands to protect his head, but unfortunately it was of no use.
When one punch landed, the earth within a radius of 10 miles shook and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked.
Roar!
The Bull Demon let out a final wail, and finally his head shattered like porcelain, unable to regenerate. Lin Feng blew up the Bull Demon with one punch.
Dong! The echo was so loud that it spread directly to the defensive city.
At this moment, 3 million soldiers stood up and cheered in celebration. Chapter 77 The Murderer Behind the Scenes, Killing.
Lin Feng won. Killed the Bull Demon. Unbelievable.
Well done, Lin Feng actually won. He killed the Bull Demon and saved us.
Ha, Lin Feng is so amazing.
In my heart, he is already on par with the giants of the human race. You are worthy of being the deacon of my super martial arts gym. Lin Feng can take over as the gym leader in the future. Many people hugged each other excitedly and shed tears. There are also members of super martial arts schools who compare Lin Feng with giants and praise him highly. Everyone believes that Lin Feng can grow into a giant in the future.
Defend the human race.
This scene was spread across the country through flying camera bees. Many people were so excited that they were once again impressed by Lin Feng's incredible performance. They could no longer describe the shock in their hearts.
Everything is in those rolling tears.
On the battlefield, although Lin Feng killed the bull demon, his battle was not over yet. Ding killed a Grandmaster level monster, upgrade points plus 600,000. 600,000 upgrade points are a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng and are not worth mentioning. The strength of this bull demon is definitely above that of the giant snake beast king.
Logically speaking, it should have many more upgrade points than the giant snake.
But when Lin Feng killed the giant snake, he was only in the platinum realm, but now, he is in the Grandmaster realm, so his gains are naturally much less. Without paying attention to these things, Lin Feng set his sights on those leaderless monsters and started a massacre.
Although there aren't many upgrade points, it's better than nothing. If I don't kill you all, do you think humans are easy to bully?
In order to avoid future troubles, Lin Feng began killing.
With one swipe of the sword, thousands of monsters exploded and died at the same time.
As his spiritual realm improved, the power of the shadow flying blade also increased.
In less than 10 seconds, tens of thousands of monsters fell.
These monsters were a mob. Now that the bull demon king was dead, they lost their backbone and began to flee frantically, without any intention of attacking at all.
Without a leader, we are just a group of ants. TSK, TSK, TSK.
Lin Feng turned into a harvester, flying fast and killing fast, leaving the monsters nowhere to escape. In 10 minutes, he had eliminated hundreds of thousands of monsters.
This scene stunned everyone. What a monster! So perverted.
The last time Lin Feng faced millions of monsters, the odds were 40-60, and it was very difficult to kill them. But just a week or so later, faced with the same situation again, the outcome was completely different.
After becoming a Grandmaster, Lin Feng is so strong, so strong.
In 20 minutes, millions of monsters were unable to escape and were all killed. Once again, the corpses of monsters were scattered all over the earth. This time, the only option is to burn it with fire. Otherwise it would be too troublesome to clean up. There was sweat on his forehead. It was not easy for Lin Feng to kill millions of monsters. He consumed a lot of qi and blood, and only after taking a few qi and blood pills did his complexion look better. At this time, he returned to the defensive city.
Lin Feng, have you become a Grandmaster? As soon as he came back, Yi Nantian asked impatiently.
Everyone looked at Lin Feng intently, wanting to know the answer. Well, to be honest, I have indeed entered the Grandmaster stage. After thinking about it, Lin Feng replied.
At the Grandmaster level, there is nothing to hide.
Hiss, too fast, Lin Feng, you are too fast.
Yes, Lin Feng, you are the fastest man I have ever seen. The speed of your breakthrough is too terrifying, isn't it? Even I have to look at you with new eyes.
Yi Nantian admitted that he was not as good as you, but said with a little joy, but your becoming a master is also a blessing for our China.
One more master is always better than one more enemy.
Lin Feng's strength is unfathomable, and he will definitely achieve great things in the future.
How much did we lose in this beast tide?
At this time, Lin Feng asked curiously. He had just rushed here and found that many newly built defensive cities had been destroyed. The bodies of many soldiers and warriors were lying on the ground, looking somewhat miserable. Speaking of this, Yi Nantian lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "We sent out 11 divisions and 3 Air Force battalions, but none of them returned. Almost 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers died in these 2 days of fighting. Moreover, there were 23,000 warriors who came to support us this time, and more than 1,000 warriors were sacrificed, and most of the others were injured." At this point, all the soldiers present stood at attention and saluted into the distance, as if bidding farewell to their brothers and comrades who had died in battle. The warriors were also in poor condition, with many of them missing limbs or having limbs. It would take at least a year or two for them to recover. Hearing this horrifying number, Lin Feng felt a little guilty. I was careless. I thought everything would be fine after killing the Beast King, but I didn't expect another Beast King to appear. No, Lin Feng, I think this is a man-made beast tide. Yi Nantian's watch played a projection screen. In the picture, 7 foreign warriors wearing flight combat uniforms flew out of the monster mountain range. They looked rat-like and seemed to be very cautious, as if they were afraid that others would discover their whereabouts. Not long after they emerged from the monster mountain range, news of a rising tide of beasts arrived from the front. I believe they have something to do with this incident. Yi Nantian was suspicious and sighed. It's a pity that they brought professional jamming equipment with them. The flying camera bees couldn't capture their information, otherwise we would have definitely caught them. But after the satellite data comes out,
I think I will definitely recognize their identities. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng's expression was angry. Foreigners? So that's it, it's them. At this moment, a name flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The Roth family. Roy is from the Roth family, and he pressed his signal before he died. That's right, it must have been them. After figuring it out, Lin Feng's heart erupted with terrible anger. He said to Yi Nantian, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to go do something and drag the murderer out. Lin Feng, where are you going? Seeing Lin Feng flying away in a hurry, Yi Nantian asked behind him. Finally, a word came, revenge. Revenge. Lin Feng's target is the Western Alliance and the Roth family. The Roth family actually indirectly killed so many Chinese soldiers. Lin Feng must destroy them. At the same time, at Roth Manor, Godfather Roth looked at the unrecognizable body lying in the coffin and burst into tears. My dear Roy, my dear child. You have always been my pride. Now you have died in China for the Roth family. God will bless you. Godfather Roth, who had seen countless storms and waves, could not bear the pain of losing his son at this moment. He shouted to the distance with a rage, Lin Feng, I will tear you into pieces. What he didn't know was that a figure was also flying towards him at high speed from the distant east. The figure passed through the white clouds and passed by many warships, leaving behind a long cloud path and a murderous sound wave, which stunned countless people. Chapter 78, Bloodbath of the Roth Family. Western Alliance. Air Defense Base. Several officials responsible for sky defense are conducting routine observations using telescopes on the ground. Suddenly, a streak of light flew directly over the base, bringing with it a strong and piercing whistling sound. Huff! When the staff of the entire base heard this cracking sound, they were all shocked and covered their ears with their hands to prevent their eardrums from being ruptured. A powerful person is invading. Damn it, who on earth is so bold as to issue a warning immediately? An officer in charge looked up in anger, and soon ultrasonic waves were transmitted to the sky. Listen up, people above. This is Western Alliance territory. You have violated Western Alliance airspace. Please return immediately and evacuate the Western Alliance. Warning, warning, say it again. In the sky, the person flying at high speed was not an ordinary person, but the aggressive Lin Feng. Hearing the warning, Lin Feng ignored it. He was now furious. Whoever came to stop him would die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After his spiritual realm was raised to platinum, Lin Feng's speed has now reached the extreme, directly surpassing the speed of sound by several times. If he were not wearing combat uniform, it is very likely that all his clothes would catch fire due to atmospheric friction. He was like a shooting star, heading towards a marked direction. Roth family. After losing Roy, the successor of the Roth family was in a bleak state. The atmosphere today is particularly solemn and heavy. I didn't expect that even Lord Roy was murdered. What capable people are there in China? They say the land is vast and rich in resources, but it's not so vast that even a grandmaster close to the transcendent realm can't escape its entanglement, right? Who knows? Anyway, that kid named Lin Feng will definitely be punished by our godfather Roth himself. Then we'll see him kneeling down and begging for mercy. At this time, two golden warriors from the Roth family were chatting idly. One of them was smoking a cigar, his expression somewhat indignant. Huaxia has become increasingly arrogant over the years, repeatedly opposing our Western Alliance. And Lin Feng is said to have killed several of our spiritualists at the global newcomer competition. What's the point of being arrogant? I bet he won't survive this month. When Godfather Roth decides to kill him, his wrath will be more than a young boy like him can bear. The two were arguing with each other when suddenly, a streak of light streaked across the sky, making a whooshing sound. This sound made the two of them look up curiously at the same time. This figure is like a high-speed battleship, resonating with heaven and earth, and is awe-inspiring. When the two were about to ask who it was, they didn't expect a stream of light to fall towards them. Lin Feng stepped on the gale shield and landed outside the gate of Roth Manor with a bang. All the trees, flowers and plants within 100 meters radius were broken and crawled due to the atmospheric pressure. Who are you? The two golden warriors saw someone suddenly approaching and immediately became alert. They shouted, "This is the Roth family. No warrior is allowed to set foot here without the invitation of the Godfather. Get out!" Although the world is dominated by warriors, the Roth family's strength is well known throughout the Western Alliance. If a warrior dares to break in without permission, he is seeking death. Where is Godfather Roth? Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked in with his hands behind his back. Don't you understand what people are saying?
Seeing Lin Feng not stopping, a man shouted angrily and rushed towards Lin Feng. Breaking into the Roth family is a sign of madness and must be punished. The next moment, Lin Feng swung his fist, boom. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Warrior was knocked flying and hit a wall hard. The whole wall shattered. The Golden Warrior's chest was sunken and a deep fist mark was imprinted there. His death was horrible. With one punch, the Golden Warrior was killed. Hiss. The remaining Golden Warriors saw this scene, their eyes trembled slightly, and asked, "Who are you?" "Listen carefully, I'm Lin Feng, do you know me?" Lin Feng walked over with his hands behind his back. "Oh, your name is Lin Feng, then everything is fine." The man turned and left. "I will report to the head of the family right away, please wait a moment." As he finished speaking, he felt a murderous aura behind him, and before he could turn around, he was knocked away by a huge fist. Bang! Likewise, he flew backward like a sandbag. Before dying, he struggled a bit and said, "I was careless. I didn't dodge." In fact, in Lin Feng's eyes, these Golden Warriors are like ants and are not worthy of his attention. He walked into the Roth manor with his hands behind his back. When many people in the Roth family saw the man with oriental appearance and the age of a young boy, a name immediately came to their mind. Who is it that dares to break into my Roth family? Lin Feng, he is Lin Feng. Lin Feng is here, damn it, kill him quickly. Immediately, dozens of warriors gathered around, and some quickly left to report to Godfather Roth. I have to say that the strength of the Roth family is really not weak. There are more than 20 warriors above platinum level. The number of gold, silver, and bronze warriors added together exceeds 100. Such an existence would be a behemoth no matter where it is. No wonder the Roth family had the courage to attack Lin Feng. Since we're all here, let's die together. Lin Feng turned into a shadow with his bare hands and charged into the crowd. Bang bang bang. A punch with a force of tens of millions, a domineering and wild power, made these platinum and gold boys unable to resist. Without using the extremely explosive fist technique, he could easily kill a platinum warrior with just one punch. When Lin Feng released his internal energy, it was so terrifying that it shook the sky and the earth, like 10 tigers released from their cages. The pressure instantly killed a group of warriors. Boom boom boom. Various figures flew around, and all the warriors hit by Lin Feng exploded and died. The fate of the Roth family members is like blowing up a balloon, it's hard to survive. What the hell is this? Run. He is the Grandmaster. Retreat quickly, please Godfather. In less than half a minute, Lin Feng killed more than 50 warriors in seconds, including all platinum warriors. Seeing Lin Feng killing people as easily as killing chickens, these small characters dared not to be stubborn anymore. They immediately lost their composure and fled in all directions. I want to leave, is that possible? When Lin Feng thought of the lives of hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers, he couldn't help but feel murderous. Shadow blades shot out from behind, hissing. A crisp penetrating sound was heard, and hundreds of heads flew up in every corner of Roth Manor and then fell to the ground. And those headless corpses were like fountains, gushing blood, turning the entire Roth Manor into blood red. At this time, there were several women and elderly people huddled aside. Lin Feng looked over and saw several of them sitting on the ground in shock with a thud. Stop! Just as Lin Feng was about to kill them all, a vicissitudes and magnetic old voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 79, Grandmaster Battle. Godfather Roth, who was wearing a coat, kept scanning around with his eyes. When he saw many warriors of the Roth family being killed, his eyes almost spitted fire. He glared at him and shouted, "Lin Feng, my grandson has nothing to do with this matter, don't kill innocent people." Oh? Old fox, you finally came out? How could Lin Feng let go of any member of the Roth family? He controlled the shadow-flying blade and struck with lightning. Swish! Several people huddled in the corner all died. At this moment, Godfather Roth was completely furious. After all, this was his grandson, his only grandson. Today, he was killed in front of me. I felt so much hatred. Godfather Roth took out a huge axe without saying a word and rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom! The giant axe is extremely powerful and is made of special materials. It was obtained when he entered the cave when he was young. At least, they are all above SS level and are real treasures. Godfather Roth, who had the body of a master, used all his strength and chopped down with an axe, bringing endless pressure to Lin Feng's head. Roll! Lin Feng was not merciful either. The lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers could not be lost in vain. He summoned Lei Xiao, causing a loud thunderclap. Bang! The giant axe and the long sword collided, and in an instant all the surrounding houses were cracked by the pressure and collapsed. One sword was used to cancel it out. Lin Feng gently spun his hand, raised the tip of the sword, and struck out another terrifying sword. Godfather Roth frowned, and with a huge axe in hand, he made a desperate move and slashed out a black light, heading straight for Lin Feng. Boom! The vast power split apart at the touch, and Godfather Roth's figure retreated violently, and he raised his head in disbelief. Lin Feng's strength is so strong, too strong. On this side, Lin Feng stood motionless. No matter how fancy you tried, what could it matter? In the face of absolute power, all fancy moves were in vain. The Thunder Sword technique he had just used had only used 100% of its amplification power. Don't forget, its maximum increase can reach 300%. It seems that you have achieved the status of Grandmaster. My son's death must be due to you. Godfather Roth said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, determined to kill. Lin Feng's eyes were icy. If you want to die, then die. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Today I will use your blood to sacrifice the souls of my 600,000 Chinese soldiers. Arrogant. The two broke out into fighting again, bang bang bang. All kinds of ferocious forces erupted in the space. Soon, the entire Roth Manor was destroyed and all the reinforced concrete buildings were flattened. The tiger roars and sinks the boat. Roar! The roar of a tiger resounded through the sky. Godfather Roth swung his giant axe, and a black tiger attacked Lin Feng's soul, which made Lin Feng stunned for a moment. The mental power suddenly spread out. Lin Feng dispelled the phantom, Lei Xiao attracted the thunder, Lin Feng swung out the sword, and thunder exploded. The peak amplification force pushed Lin Feng's strength to more than 60 million. The ultimate amplification was without reservation. Boom! When their respective powers collided, at that moment, the entire Roth Manor was razed to the ground by the invisible shock wave, and all the survivors inside were killed. No one could withstand this horrific blow. The Grandmaster's power was so violent that the area within a few miles was in ruins, as if it had been hit by more than 20 typhoons. Any living creature was destroyed, and it was a ruthless killing. Puff! In the powerful explosion, Godfather Roth felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were in severe pain. It's too powerful. Lin Feng's power is too powerful. Logically speaking, as both were grandmasters, they should have been able to fight each other, but his all-out attack just now was still no match for Lin Feng. He is far inferior to Lin Feng. His energy and blood began to decline, and his body was also injured. But looking at Lin Feng again, he was not only unharmed, but even floating in the air with a high spirit. Lin Feng stared at Godfather Roth with a pair of cold eyes, murderous intent in his eyes. Just as Lin Feng was about to send Godfather Roth to the west, the next moment, Godfather Roth turned around and ran away. If you don't run, you'll lose your life. Godfather Roth has experienced many battles and was always invincible in the past. Now he has fallen to the point of being chased and beaten by a teenager. It is so frustrating. Escape? Can you escape? Lin Feng took a step forward, and the Gale Shield understood what he meant and chased after him with Lin Feng in its arms. Godfather Roth is not slow, and is an amazing existence in the martial arts world, but in front of the Gale Shield, he is undoubtedly slow. Die! Lin Feng slashed at Godfather Roth's back with a sword, but Godfather Roth turned around and blocked it with a huge axe. Bang! He flew several kilometers away. In this way, Lin Feng chased and killed Godfather Roth, and buildings kept collapsing in the downtown area of the Western Alliance. Bang bang bang! During the chase scene between the two masters, these tall buildings were like mud, exploding one after another. It was like explosives bombing a city, very creepy. Countless civilians who were shopping ran away and hid in the safe underground shelters. The Grandmaster's battle is truly formidable. I never thought that Godfather Roth would end up like this. Who is chasing him? It seems like they are from the east. They are too powerful. The Grandmaster's battles destroyed the world, and it is us ordinary people who suffered. Hurry up and get the officials to stop this fight, or we'll never have peace. Many people looked at the camera screen with fear. In the end, Godfather Roth, who had consumed a lot of blood and energy, was no longer able to fly.
After being exhausted physically and mentally, he fell heavily from the air after receiving Lin Feng's sword. Bang! A huge hole over 100 meters wide was smashed into the concrete ground, and Godfather Roth was instantly buried under the rubble. At this time, Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. He chased after him in an instant and lifted Godfather Roth out of the pit with one hand. This is the price you pay for angering me. Bang! He grabbed Godfather Roth's head and smashed it hard on the ground. Suddenly, Godfather Roth felt dizzy and his eyes flickered. How will you repay 600,000 wronged souls? Bang! He smashed his head hard to the ground again, causing the ground to crack. Godfather Roth had no power to fight back, but in his heart, he felt extremely humiliated. Lin Feng actually made him, a master of a realm, kneel down and kowtow. Humiliation, it was simply the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. So embarrassing. All dignity is lost. You old idiot, are you still not convinced? Bang, bang, bang. After hitting him dozens of times in a row, Godfather Roth's head was finally smashed to pieces, almost beyond recognition, and then Lin Feng threw him aside. The liberated Godfather Roth was already dead and had been beaten to death. This master who was feared throughout the Western Alliance and famous all over the world was found dead on the street today. Tragic death at the hands of Lin Feng. After killing Godfather Roth, Lin Feng did not leave the Western Alliance immediately, but returned to Roth Manor to search for good things. Chapter 80 Unstoppable. Ding defeated the Grandmaster enemy, upgrade points plus 450,000. During the flight, Lin Feng inadvertently heard the sound of harvest in his head. Together with the bunch of platinum and gold warriors he had just killed, Lin Feng obtained more than 1 million upgrade points on this trip. Of course, 1 million is a small sum for him now. Not even as good as fingernail dust. Solar energy also adds upgrade points to Lin Feng, but it is much less and almost negligible. There are only a few dozen points in an hour. If you want to rely on solar energy to upgrade, you probably won't be able to see it until the day Lin Feng is buried. With his head shaking slightly, Lin Feng returned to Roth Manor. His mental power was released, and strands of mental energy began to scan. Lin Feng discovered some warriors' equipment, mostly combat uniforms and C-level and B-level weapons. For a century-old family with deep roots like this, it is inevitable that there will be a basement. Lin Feng dug through the rubble and entered the basement. In the basement, there were many famous wines, each bottle costing hundreds of thousands of US dollars, but Lin Feng was not interested in the wine and smashed them all with one punch. What interested him most were the qi blood pills, ordinary qi blood pills, body tempering pills and other pills, of which there were more than 5,000. The Roth family is indeed rich. All the pills added together are worth at least billions. There's also the Platinum Monster's Beast Core. These things are going to be taken by someone if they're just left here, so you might as well replenish them for me. After the search was complete, a prompt suddenly appeared on Lin Feng's attribute panel. You can use 2 million upgrade points to unlock the storage space. Lin Feng opened the storage space without hesitation and followed the prompts. Ding, the storage space has been opened, deducting 2 million upgrade points. Storage space, where things can be stored. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect that this thing could actually be opened. After opening it, he found that it was a space of about 500 square meters, which could hold a lot of things. Lin Feng put all the valuable and useful things in the basement into the storage space. However, when Lin Feng came out of the basement, several low-altitude fighter jets appeared above his head. These fighter jets are of new type and are almost the most powerful of their kind in the world. With firepower strikes, they can instantly kill silver monsters. Listen up, Chinese warriors below. We are from the Western Alliance Air Defense Security Department. Please immediately lay down your weapons and surrender, or we will attack you with firepower. On the fighter plane, a warrior wearing the uniform of the Western Alliance Army issued a warning to Lin Feng below, saying that Lin Feng had just invaded their airspace and was now chasing him. In terms of efficiency, it can be said that it is not slow. However, not long after the warning sounded, a black flying blade suddenly shot out. Bang! A low-altitude fighter jet suddenly exploded without any warning and crashed, killing and injuring dozens of people. Seeing this scene, the other members on the fighter planes were terrified. Their faces kept changing and gradually turned pale. Damn, this guy is strong, shoot. Ta. Laser bullets emitting blue flames penetrated the ruins and shot directly at Lin Feng. The laser beams, at 500 rounds per second, made it impossible to breathe. What a hassle.
Lin Feng didn't want to deal with these soldiers at first, but since they provoked him, there was no need to be polite. The wind shield acts as a shield in front of him, boom boom boom. Countless laser beams hit the gale shield, making a sound like beating a drum. The laser beams, like a violent storm, could not hurt Lin Feng at all. Rockets, quickly blow him up with rockets. The commander was furious and bombarded Lin Feng with hundreds of rockets at the same time, but they were still blocked by Lin Feng's gale shield. Boom, boom, boom. After several rounds of bombing, Lin Feng was spotless. At this moment, everyone trembled in shock, and a bad thought arose in their minds. A bunch of ants. The shadow blade flew out of his hand, and Lin Feng turned and left without looking back. Soon, several screams and explosions were heard behind him, and finally the 5 low-altitude fighter planes all exploded and crashed, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Shiming, a busy city. Lin Feng returned here, took a look at the axe in Godfather Roth's hand, and then put it in his pocket. At this time, the crowd was watching around. When they saw Lin Feng coming out, they were so scared that they hid themselves, not daring to face the big devil Lin Feng. It was too cruel. Lin Feng killed Godfather Roth until he was covered in blood. Now that his body was still warm, he came to take away his weapons. Aren't Chinese warriors too powerful? After obtaining the weapon, Lin Feng did not linger at all and flew away at supersonic speed. Western Alliance Air Defense Center. On the way Lin Feng broke in, they had already deployed dozens of fighter jets and hundreds of tracking missiles, ready to intercept Lin Feng and try him. And when Lin Feng killed Godfather Roth and flattened the Roth family, the 3-star commander of the Air Defense Center suddenly ordered, all fighters return and leave the sky immediately. Remove all the homing missiles, quickly. An ace pilot asked in confusion from his fighter jet, "Sir, why?" This pilot has experienced dozens of wars and has an incomparable understanding of fighter jets. He is confident that this lineup can stop the invading warriors. Now that the defense line has been set up, why did the commander order a retreat? All fighter pilots were puzzled. Because he killed Godfather Roth, wiped out the Roth family, and even annihilated the fighter squadron we sent to investigate. We are no match for him, he's a grandmaster. The Samsung officer shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quickly retreat! Don't attack him!" However, as soon as these words were conveyed, Lin Feng had already flown here from the distant sky. He saw many fighter jets blocking his way, so he waved his hand and Lei Shao appeared in his hand. Boom! The long sword attracted thunder, and 3 additional lightning bolts burst out and bombarded the fighter plane. At this moment, the ace pilot was the first to be hit. He was frightened and his eyes widened. The next second, nearly 100 fighter jets exploded at the same time, like a fire in a camp, and were all wiped out by Lin Feng alone. Who can stop the might of the Grandmaster? It's over, it's over. The 3-star commander was sweating profusely. It was not worth it to lose nearly 100 fighter jets in one go. Like an ant. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and continued to move forward. Finally, he flew out of the Western Alliance without any pressure. Half an hour later, major media websites around the world were flooded with news. The latest news is that the Roth family, one of the top 3 families in the Western Alliance, was tragically wiped out half an hour ago. All 264 members of the family were killed. A Chinese warrior lonesomely entered the Western Alliance and beheaded Godfather Roth in the middle of a busy city. The footage went viral, sparking public outrage. Shock. The famous Grandmaster Roth fought fiercely against the Chinese newcomer Wang Linfeng and was brutally killed, his body lying on the street. Western Alliance officials have already sent personnel to investigate and condemned the violent fighting in the city, stating that they will bring the perpetrators to justice. At this time, Lin Feng had returned to the Super Martial Arts Hall and was sitting on the sofa counting the spoils. If he hadn't been so heavy-handed and destroyed all the anti-aircraft fighters, Lin Feng would have wanted to bring back a few fighters to play with, and sell them for a high price. Chapter 81 Global Attention, High-Profile Super Martial Arts School. The news that Lin Feng single-handedly broke into the Western Alliance and wiped out the entire Roth family spread throughout the alliances like a plague. Whether it is the Western Union, the African Union, or the Asian Union, almost all people are shocked by this incident. Who in the world doesn't know the power of the Roth family? He is just like the Buffett family before the catastrophe, very famous and with influence all over the world. Godfather Roth is an old master, and his son is also a rising new master. If nothing unexpected happens, the Roth family will become the largest family in the world within 10 years. But now, it's gone, everything is gone. The Roth family was wiped out by the newcomer Wang Linfeng, leaving no one alive.
Everyone was thinking deeply about why the Roth family had offended Lin Feng and was tragically exterminated.
At the same time, countless people had new opinions about Lin Feng, the terrifying new king.
He is no longer a newcomer.
But he is a master warrior who is famous throughout the world. Warriors all over the world know that Lin Feng killed Godfather Roth, and his strength is definitely at the Grandmaster level.
Even stronger than the average Grandmaster.
I didn't expect that in just 2 months, he transformed from the Gold Realm to a Grandmaster.
This speed of improvement is simply incredible. Yes, this man is too powerful.
Fortunately, we did not break off relations with him, nor did we completely offend China.
Otherwise, it would be our Asian alliance that would suffer now.
It's said that China hasn't produced any promising young people in the past 10 years, but Lin Feng alone is enough to crush all the warriors in the world in the past 30 years.
The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Be more polite to China from now on. We will restrain ourselves.
Senior executives around the world were discussing the matter and were shocked by Lin Feng's actions.
Such a powerful warrior must be guarded against.
If they accidentally offended him, given Lin Feng's vengeful character, he might come and kill their entire family one day. At the same time, Western Alliance, Advanced Base.
A high-level meeting is being held in the evening. Damn it, damn it.
A 4-star officer slammed his hand on the table and said, "Damn Lin Feng, a mere young Chinese boy can come and go freely in our Western Alliance.
Do you still take us seriously? Spread the word."
Lin Feng's actions this time have seriously infringed upon the interests of the Western Alliance.
We will make him pay the price. Captain Kevin is right. The Roth family is an important pillar of the Western Alliance.
We can't just let these Chinese warriors kill them for no reason.
We must seek justice. I agree with Chief Kevin's opinion.
We should hold a press conference immediately to put pressure on the Chinese side and force them to hand over the person. All the superiors immediately reached a unanimous agreement, saying that Lin Feng should pay the price. Their Western Alliance has always been the center of the world, and whether in technology or martial arts, it is superior to other alliances.
China, how dare you go against them? Not to mention that the Roth family is full of talents and plays a significant role in the Western Alliance.
Even if Lin Feng broke into the Western Alliance without permission and destroyed hundreds of their fighter jets, it would be enough to arouse public indignation.
Lin Feng can't be let go.
The next day, the Western Alliance released news, asking China to hand over people. Lin Feng didn't watch the news, he returned to Gaoliang City. As soon as Lin Feng came back, the people of Gaoliang City immediately lined up to welcome him. The scene was huge crowds of people and the streets were deserted. This made Lin Feng a little flattered. He didn't know he was so prestigious.
Lin Feng, you are the pride of China.
Lin Feng, you are so awesome. I saw on the news that you not only stopped the new wave of beasts, but also wiped out the Roth family.
Lin Feng, you are our great benefactor.
Many people cheered and shouted, but Lin Feng was used to it. He simply dealt with it and then returned home. At home, as soon as Lin Feng came back, his parents came forward to greet him.
Wang Xiaoyun hugged Lin Feng tightly, her voice choked with sobs. "Son, why did you make such a big fuss? Mom was almost worried to death about you. Mom, your son is now invincible. No one can hurt me."
Lin Feng boasted, "Don't worry, your son is now a legendary master, hee hee."
"Really, son, you are really a master?"
Wang Xiaoyun was surprised, and Lin Dong also looked eager. Lin Xiaoyu stood aside with a dazed look on her face, her big eyes staring at Lin Feng. "Of course, with my grandmaster's strength, I can do anything." Lin Feng said this to reassure his parents. The two elders chatted for a while before they felt relieved. They were also practicing martial arts and knew that the grandmaster was the strongest being in the world, so they were not worried about Lin Feng.
"By the way, Xiaoyu, has your current realm improved?"
Lin Feng touched Lin Xiaoyu's little head and asked. The little girl nodded, but she was not happy. "Yeah, brother, I am already bronze 3 stars.
"Oh, that's not bad."
Lin Feng took a look and smiled softly. After scanning with his mental power, he found that Lin Xiaoyu was not lying.
This little girl is improving really fast.
Although he is not as good as me who cheats, he is still a monster in the martial arts world.
She is only 14 years old and is barely in the first year of high school.
Tomorrow we will go to the martial arts gym to practice, and I will test your training results." Lin Feng said that and went back to his room. Lin Xiaoyu stayed where she was, and said bitterly, "Xiaobai, didn't you say that after your injury heals, I'll be able to surpass my brother soon?" Look, my brother is already a grandmaster now, and he was only at the platinum level the last time he came back.
Do I still have a chance to surpass my brother? Ahem, well, young lady. I've just recovered from my injuries. Don't worry, your talent is no worse than your brother's.
An electronic voice comforted Lin Xiaoyu from the pendant.
In a few days, he will definitely look at you with new eyes. There is nothing in this world stronger than me.
I can help you become a rising star in the martial arts world. I guarantee that within 6 months you will surpass your brother.
Last time it was 3 months, this time it was 6 months, next time will it be 12 months? Lin Xiaoyu muttered.
Xiaobai quickly said, how is that possible?
I'm a man of my word. Just wait and see. Your brother is really not that strong.
In my world, even a dog raised by my servants is better than him.
Another day passed, and Super Martial Arts School responded to Western Alliance's remarks.
If Lin Feng can destroy one Roth family, he can destroy a second Roth family. Welcome to Target the Super Martial Arts Hall.
Wai Tay.
Lin Feng woke up and saw the Super Martial Arts School announcement.
He was stunned. Oh my god, I didn't post the news. Who posted it? Is it really okay to make me so high profile?
When he checked, he found out that it was posted by the town commander Lu Nanfeng.
Lu Nanfeng actually came back and was still so domineering.
He really deserved to be the town commander. Lin Feng was full of admiration in his heart. This was the big boss, much more high profile than him. The Super Martial Arts School came to his aid, and it was not in vain that they relied on him.
A few days ago, Lin Feng was training Lin Xiaoyu when he suddenly received a call from Lu Nanfeng. Lin Feng, are you interested in going to the border island? General Lu, what's going on? Lin Feng asked. Lu Nanfeng replied calmly, I can't hide anything from you. Ruins have appeared over there. I think a cave is about to be opened.
If we hurry over there, we should be able to dig up some treasures.
Treasure?
Hearing that there was something good, Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll meet up at the headquarters later. Lin Feng has checked the relevant information.
On the eve of the opening of the cave, a large number of treasures will emerge. If you are lucky, you can get various weapons.
It is a good opportunity to hunt for treasure. This time, Lin Feng was looking forward to getting more. After all, his Lei Xiao is only S level, which is seriously unable to keep up with his abilities, and his weapons need to be updated.
Chapter 82 Treasure Hunt Conflict.
Lin Feng, you don't have to rush.
No one has dug out the treasure yet.
Let's wait for others to check if there is any danger and then set off again after a few days. On the other end of the video, Lu Nanfeng smiled and said, before the cave is opened, there is still the possibility of fatal danger.
We don't need to take any risks.
The commander is indeed cunning and shrewd. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, then suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately corrected himself. No, it's shrewd and calculating, or no, it's foresight and foresight.
Lu Nanfeng, oh.
Since they did not set off immediately, Lin Feng bought a book on Gale steps for Lin Xiaoyu to practice. With all the encouragement over the past few days, the little girl learned quite quickly. In less than 2 days, I had memorized the basic steps and was able to perform the most basic steps.
Speed 56 meters per second, strength 3200. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's test results, Lin Feng was not very satisfied. He said in the tone of an elder, you are the worst class of disciples I have ever taught. You are already at bronze 3 stars, how come you are doing it like a piece of cake? Look at other warriors, who isn't better than you? I'm your brother, a grandmaster. If others knew that a grandmaster's sister had mediocre talent, where would I put my face? Brother, let's not talk about me for now. Who in the entire martial arts hall under the age of 20 is better than me?
Lin Xiaoyu refused to accept being lectured and retorted righteously, besides, our parents are already old and they're not as good as me.
Why don't you talk about them? This is an exception.
Lin Feng touched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. This little girl doesn't learn the good things, but only studies the fine ones, and she will refute herself.
It's really becoming more and more worrying.
Anyway, you should practice well these days and don't be lazy. When I come back next time, you must practice your Gale step to 30% of the progress. Also, feel free to take any pills you want, don't be stingy. I'm your brother and I'm very rich now, so just be generous with them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng took out a set of C-class combat uniforms that he had looted from the Roth family and handed them to Lin Xiaoyu, saying, "This is a brand new combat uniform given to me by a foreign friend. I won't be using it, so take it and get used to it." Combat uniforms can be set in various modes. In training mode, they will become heavy, which is very suitable for warriors. Lin Xiaoyu can no longer perform these basic exercises, it's time to increase the difficulty. Otherwise, growth will be too slow. The next day, Lin Feng came to the Alliance Mall and sold dozens of combat uniforms obtained from the Roth family and various weapons used by Platinum and Gold warriors. Most of them are between Class B and Class C. Since they are second-hand, the price will not be too high. Here's a total of 1.8 billion. What do you think? Manager Lu received Lin Feng with a smile and did not dare to do anything to deceive him. Lin Feng is no longer the little genius he used to be. He single-handedly destroyed the Roth family and killed the master. He is a world-renowned warrior, and everyone who meets him has to be humble to him. Especially businessmen like Manager Lu should be more respectful to Lin Feng. Okay, transfer the money to my account. Lin Feng was too lazy to look at it. He had no interest in money now. Money is just a number to him. After selling everything he needed to sell, Lin Feng came to the headquarters of the Yinjing Martial Arts School. When Lu Nanfeng saw Lin Feng, he kept looking at him, as if he didn't know Lin Feng and wanted to look at him all over. Being stared at like this, Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable and said with a little caution, "General Lu, you looking at me like this makes me a little nervous. I am still a virgin." "Lin Feng, I came back the day before yesterday and heard that you had already achieved Grandmaster status." Lu Nanfeng said in high spirits, "I didn't expect that they really weren't lying to me. You really have reached the Grandmaster level. Boy, your breakthrough is too fast, isn't it?" He also suspected that Lin Feng had some unspeakable secret, but he did not ask further. Lin Feng said modestly, "It's just like that, just like that, just like that. By the way, General Lu, why did you suddenly come back from the catacombs? Have you finished the following matters? It is said that the situation in the cave is very serious, and even the beast tide cannot be spared to send strong men back to suppress it. So now, how can General Lu Jin have time to come back?" Lin Feng was half doubtful, and Lu Nanfeng said, "I'm feeling a bit better. I came back this time specifically to go treasure hunting with you. Also, the master should be waking up soon, so he came back to greet me." The owner of the martial arts gym has come out of seclusion? Lin Feng was slightly delighted. He had an immense desire to be the owner of the super martial arts gym. This person is the strongest giant of the human race, and he has never seen him in person so far. "Okay, let's go. Sueo and the others are still waiting for us over there. Today is the perfect time to set off." Finally, the two of them prepared themselves and headed towards the marked location. Their destination was an island group called Qiandazu. Thousand Islands, located between China and the Asian Alliance, is an archipelago on the border of China. The two men flew over it at high speed, like two thunder battleships. Not long after leaving China, the two arrived above the Thousand Islands. Looking down, they could see hundreds of islands. Apart from the island, there is the blue sea. This way. Finally, the two landed on the first island, which is also the largest island in the Thousand Islands. As soon as the two came down, Sueo and other members of the Super Martial Arts School came to join them. There were about 10 people in the group. Lu Nanfeng got straight to the point and asked, "Deacon Su, how's the exploration going? Have you gained anything?" Sueo shook his head slightly and complained, "Alas, many people from other alliances have come in the past few days. Not only have grandmasters arrived, but even grandmasters have been dispatched. We found nothing. The African Union and the Western Union reportedly gained several red energy crystals." Speaking of the red energy crystal being taken away by the people from the Western Alliance, Sueo and the others felt a little regretful. "It's okay. It's not too late for us to leave now." Lu Nanfeng said. At this time, two groups of warriors suddenly came towards them. "Hey, isn't this Master Lu from the Super Martial Arts School? What a coincidence." The person who spoke was wearing a black cloak with the Western Alliance logo printed on it. He was obviously a person of status. Lu Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, "Master Turner, if you from the Western Alliance can come, why can't we?" The masters knew each other and had met in the cave, so they were acquainted with each other. "Oh, that's not what I meant. Master Lu, please don't misunderstand me," Turner said with a smile, "but we have joined forces with our friends from the African Alliance.
If we dig up all the treasures, you can't blame us. As soon as these words came out, a dark-skinned guy came out and said sarcastically, "I've seen you Chinese warriors come here for 3 days, and you can't even find a hair. Why do you only send incompetent people? Can't you send someone useful? Are all super martial arts schools like this?" When he said this, Deacon Su and the others immediately looked unhappy. They were actually being mocked. Hearing this, Lin Feng said calmly, "I advise you to swallow the fart you just let out, otherwise you will suffer the consequences." Do you believe it? These words, with a hint of cold questioning, attracted the attention of everyone in the African Union and the Western Union. Chapter 83: Crazy Harvesting Speed. For a moment, both groups looked over. The muscular middle-aged black man who spoke asked Lin Feng, "Boy, why are you butting in when adults are talking? Do you know who I am?" This is Grandmaster Embiid." "Boy, you are the first person who dares to speak to Grandmaster Embiid like this." Grandmaster Turner sneered with his arms crossed, his eyes wandering over Lin Feng. Lin Feng scoffed and said coldly, "I don't care who you are, my name is Lin Feng. If you don't accept it, come and fight me." Arrogant. Lin Feng, so arrogant. As soon as he said this, everyone from the African Union and the Western Union looked at each other with anger on their faces. Turner was not in a hurry and said with a smile, "Oh, so you are Lin Feng. I heard that you stole the limelight when we were not around. By the way, everyone says you're the leader of China's new generation. If you can take some concrete action during these few days of treasure hunting, don't let your efforts go to waste and return empty-handed." Kid, watch your words. You're only qualified to be a boss. Didn't anyone tell you to give up the three-pointer when facing a master? Embiid warned Lin Feng. In the end, the two groups restrained themselves and did not fight. After all, everyone is here to look for treasure, so there is no need to fight to the death. It would be bad if someone with bad intentions took advantage of you. Moreover, there are several spiritual masters in the African Union and the Western Union who are determined to find treasures. The Chinese warriors will come empty-handed this time, and they can show off in front of them later. To piss off the warriors of China. Don't pay attention to them. Let's go and look for the red energy crystal. Lu Nanfeng said to everyone, and everyone began to search for the red energy crystal in teams of 3. I'm a psychic. I'll scan it quickly. Contact me if you need any help. Lin Feng has a special identity, so he rides on the Gale Shield and circles around the island. Here S1. Sure enough, Lin Feng's mental power can now cover an area of 10 miles. Soon, he sensed that there was treasure underground and began to dig. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Feng was drilling underground at an extremely fast speed. After a while, about 300 meters underground, Lin Feng dug up a defective red energy crystal. Wow, red energy crystal, great stuff. Lin Feng put it into the storage space and continued digging. After a while, Lin Feng searched the entire island. He did not find any more red energy crystals. He did find a few other weapons, but they were not worth much. Most of them are between B and C levels, and should be left behind by warriors fighting in the early days of the cataclysm. This island has already been reached by the African Union and the Western Union. I can only pick up the missing pieces. No, I have to scan the islands they haven't set foot on. That way I can get ahead of them. Lin Feng did not stay any longer and continued to head towards the second island. On the second island, he also found a red energy crystal, but it was still incomplete. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Lin Feng was very fast and the scanning area was very large. In less than 10 minutes, he searched a small island and harvested several red energy crystals. Fuck, how come this guy's flying speed is so fast? And he seems to be a psychic as well. What's the point of being quick? His mental power is weak, so what can he find out? It's just a waste of time. Useless efforts are worthless. We brought 4 mentalists with us. Can he be more powerful than us? Some people scoffed, but the next moment, the man from the Western Alliance's pupils suddenly shrank. No, look, he seems to have dug out a red energy crystal. Tisk, it's just one. Why are you being so arrogant? It's just bad luck. A few people were stubborn and still thought that Lin Feng's ability to find the red energy crystal was a matter of luck. Lin Feng was too lazy to deal with these guys. There was no need to waste time on them. His goal is to dig for treasure. General Liu, there's a red energy crystal about 3 kilometers to your left. Go over and take a look. Deacon Sue, there's a missile at 96.45. Hurry and make a move before they get there first.
Lin Feng scanned with his mind, and when he found some that were farther away, he notified his teammates to dig and not give others any chance. Lin Feng, your sense of smell is so sensitive, it really is there, I dug it up.
Haha, Lin Feng, you are indeed a psychic.
You were able to scan it from such a distance.
That's great. Soon Lin Feng received feedback from his teammates.
In this way, with mutual cooperation, Lin Feng continued to dig up red energy crystals. By releasing his thoughts, almost no treasure could escape from his palm.
Fuck, there are more than 10 of them here, I'm going to make a fortune.
On one of the islands, Lin Feng dug out 12 red energy crystals at once and was immediately excited. In the past few days, Lin Feng has dug the soil to a total depth of hundreds of kilometers. In the end, he swept through hundreds of islands large and small, and he directly harvested 135 red energy crystals.
That's a lot. I'm rich.
After taking a look at the amount stored in the storage space, Lin Feng smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. I have to say, this is really a treasure land. A piece of red energy crystal is enough for him to absorb for half a day.
With just over 100 yuan, Lin Feng couldn't imagine how much profit he would make.
If one could only use one word to describe Lin Feng's current mood, it would be overjoyed, unexpected. General Liu, I've searched all the islands. I think I've dug up all the red energy crystals.
Okay, let's gather.
The people from the Super Martial Arts School gathered at the first island. Lu Nanfeng said to everyone, we have dug up 4 pieces in total.
How are the other teams doing? I have 3. We're both 2.
The few people didn't get much, the 4 teams together only got 11 pieces. Many of them were only dug out with Lin Feng's guidance.
If it weren't for Lin Feng's voice transmission, they might really get nothing. It is really too difficult for ordinary people to dig.
Don't panic, I have 132 pieces here. Seeing that everyone looked lost, Lin Feng took out a pile of red energy crystals. Suddenly, Lu Nanfeng, Su Ao and others widened their eyes, all looking shocked.
Lin Feng, this is too much, isn't it?
Over $100, damn, Lin Feng, you're awesome.
Are you doing wholesale? Several people were full of admiration for Lin Feng. He was indeed the most outstanding spiritual master.
He had harvested so many things.
It was so scary.
At this moment, warriors from the African and Western alliances stepped out from behind them. Turner and Embiid said with envy, everyone, we discovered this first. We should split the spoils 50-50. We've found a total of 20 red energy crystals.
How much have you Chinese found? Give it out. It's fairest to give it per capita.
Equally divided per capita?
Lu Nanfeng frowned slightly, while Lin Feng simply waved his hand and said, have you gone crazy from burrowing underground these past few days?
Bullshit. We need to share the red crystals we harvested with you.
Who do you think you are?
Lin Feng found it hilarious. They had to share the crystals they had dug with great effort with these guys equally. They were definitely looking for trouble.
Chapter 84. Any other requests? Turner stared greedily at the red energy crystal in Lin Feng's hand and swallowed his saliva.
You know, they have put in a lot of effort these days, but haven't dug up many red crystals. However, Lin Feng has reaped rewards right under their noses many times, which really made them envious. Now it is time to get a share of the pie, and they also want to get some soup. After all, they are numerous and confident in their own strength.
Hey, don't be so absolute. Lin Feng's temper did not make Turner lose control.
He said, don't forget, this is the border of China. If nothing unexpected happens, the new cave will open here.
If we add some power to the cave in advance, guess what will happen? Master Turner is absolutely right.
If the red energy crystals aren't divided equally, I wouldn't mind using some tricks to open the cave ahead of time. The Black Master, Embiid, folded his arms and sneered. By then, you will be the first to bear the catacombs creatures. It will have nothing to do with us.
However, with so many Chinese warriors, you should be able to resist, right? How about we open it now and try?
There was a hint of threat in his words.
If you don't want to divide it equally, you have to open the cave here in advance. Coincidentally, this is China's border island, the closest to China.
Once the new cave is opened, China will definitely have to send strong men to suppress it, otherwise China will face a huge crisis.
A threat, a naked threat. Embiid and Turner's mouths twisted, and they became complacent. Su Ao and Lu Nanfeng's expressions froze slightly. Equally divided? There are 50 or 60 people on the other side. If the red energy crystal is divided equally, there will be nothing left. The other party is robbing openly. Hateful. The warriors of the super martial arts gym suddenly felt uncomfortable, and anger accumulated in their hearts. Hey, how about you guys make a decision quickly? Seeing that Lu Nanfeng and the others didn't react, Embiid stepped forward and said with a smile, General Lu, you are the commander of the super martial arts school. If you don't come out and take charge, things will be very difficult to handle. Hearing this, Lu Nanfeng clenched his fists but did not take action. In addition to Embiid and Turner, the other party also had a grandmaster. There are also 4 platinum-level psychics present, plus Turner is also the commander of the Western Alliance, and both he and he are at the grandmaster level of the transformation realm. The opponent's overall strength is stronger than theirs, so he cannot take action. Otherwise we will be in big trouble. Difficult? However, just as Embiid finished speaking, a figure swooped down and said, then I think we should just give up. An angry voice sounded, and Lin Feng instantly came in front of Embiid and punched him directly. You. Embiid, who was still feeling complacent a second ago, suddenly froze when he saw Lin Feng attacking him. He didn't expect that this kid was so fast. Before he could react, he was knocked away by Lin Feng's punch the next second. Bang! The black figure flew dozens of meters away. At this time, Embiid woke up from the air and was about to speak, but the next second, Lin Feng appeared behind him strangely. Damn you, I've been putting up with you for so long. Lin Feng's explosive divine fist piled up the explosive power to the extreme, with a force of over 50 million, and hit Embiid's back fiercely. Defense! In a panic, Embiid could only use the Grandmaster's defense, but unfortunately he underestimated Lin Feng's strength. The surging fist wind knocked Embiid to the ground, and all his defenses were shattered. The power of the Master was completely defeated, and Embiid collapsed and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Embiid lay in it like a dead dog, motionless. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. So fierce, Lin Feng is so fierce. He unexpectedly punched Embiid several times, leaving Embiid with no chance to fight back. The speed of this attack is so fast, comparable to the state of transformation. You must know that Embiid is a master in the world. What kind of person is a master? He can reach the moon and the sky and step on the mountains and rivers. He is a top martial artist. Such great power cannot be insulted by mortals. But now, there is no sign of Embiid still having any dignity. In front of Lin Feng, he is just like a child facing an adult, so weak that it is disgraceful. Lin Feng, you dare! Here, Turner and several people from the African Union and the Western Alliance all looked over. A master was eager to try, and several auras burst out at the same time, ready to attack Lin Feng. Whoever dares to give it a try, will I, Lu, lose face? At this moment, Lu Nanfeng was unwilling to be outdone, and the aura of a master in the state of transformation burst out from his body. In an instant, the two masters of the transformation realm confronted each other in space, and sonic booms sounded all around. Turner's face trembled slightly, and his expression became ugly. Here, Lin Feng walked slowly into the big pit under the gaze of everyone. Embiid was worthy of being a master. He suffered a critical hit with a force of tens of millions, but he was still alive and well and was not too injured. Lin Feng lifted Embiid with one hand, grabbed his neck and held him in the air, saying lightly, "Arrogant, weren't you very arrogant just now? Do you know that I have wanted to beat you for a long time, little thing? Jump for me, jump, why don't you jump?" Embiid's face turned cold and pale. Lin Feng's strength is much stronger than his. How could this guy surpass him by so much? Embiid was extremely surprised and couldn't figure it out. His head was dizzy at the moment. In his opinion, Lin Feng's strength has reached the highest level. This guy is hiding too deeply. Embiid's face flushed red, and his veins bulged. He had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng and felt very uncomfortable. Turner saw this and shouted, "Lin Feng, let Embiid go." "Oh, let him go, okay." Lin Feng smiled lightly, then grabbed Embiid's head and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! The ground where Lin Feng was standing was shattered into pieces. Embiid's head was buzzing and he was almost knocked unconscious. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly and said, "I'll release the person. Do you seniors have any strange requests?" Although Lin Feng's action seemed very casual, he used a 300% increase in strength.
With a force of 60 million, the fact that Embiid's head didn't explode was considered the ninth miracle in the world. This guy is really an iron-headed kid, Lin Feng thought secretly.
Lin Feng, stop it right there, is that enough?
Both Turner and the African Union strong men, seeing that Lin Feng was getting worse, immediately started to accuse him.
You asked me to let him go, and I did as you asked. What else do you want?
Ignoring the angry looks from Turner and the others, Lin Feng said with a smile, I heard you have many grandmasters.
Is this all? Grandmaster, that's it? That's it? Lin Feng laughed as he trampled Embiid's face back and forth with his feet.
The ground instantly collapsed several meters. Embiid felt despair and cursed Lin Feng 10,000 times in his heart.
This guy is torturing him. So cruel. At this time, a bag fell out of Embiid's body.
Lin Feng picked it up and looked at it. He found 6 red energy crystals. He took them out and looked at them.
You said you want to split it equally, then split it equally. I don't have any objection. These 6 red energy crystals are a gift for me.
Turner and others were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Feng put their red energy crystal into his pocket.
By the way, you guys can just stay here and split it up. Our super martial arts school won't participate.
After all, it's not worth it to split it up for $1 or a half. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Embiid had been beaten to the point where he couldn't get up, and he also got 6 red crystals, so there was no need to worry about it anymore.
Who makes him a generous person? Chapter 85, The Birth of a Giant. Lin Feng, you are so arrogant.
How dare you steal our red crystal?
Here, the strong men from the African Union and the Western Union were unhappy.
Lin Feng, this guy, took Embiid's red energy crystal in front of him and said it in a high-sounding way, looking very aggrieved.
This guy is so shameless. Hey, this is your grammatical mistake. How can you say it's a matter of scholars snatching?
Lin Feng explained, you were the ones who said we'd split it equally at the beginning.
Now that we're not participating, isn't that saving you a lot? You're not going to strongly demand that we stay and split your red energy crystals with you equally, are you? No way? No way? How can that be so embarrassing? What do you mean by sharing it equally among us? It means sharing it equally among everyone. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You.
Turner was about to burst a blood vessel in anger. I have never seen a newcomer as arrogant as you. Lin Feng, you have violated the rules of the Grandmaster realm.
Well, you've seen it now.
Lin Feng said with an indifferent attitude, spreading his hands, if you don't agree, you can come and beat me up.
I'm not that strong, really.
It would be better to call a few more masters and spiritualists to beat me up.
I'm itching for trouble. Come on. You. Seeing Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering look, Turner was furious.
He had no words to say to Lin Feng.
This guy was too smooth talking.
Moreover, his strength is definitely above that of an ordinary grandmaster, and he is very likely even a grandmaster of the transformation realm.
It is very scary to think about it this way. They cannot be fooled by Lin Feng.
If they act rashly, the consequences will be difficult to bear.
Master of the African Union, is this all you have?
Go back and ask a few black guys to carry the coffin, and don't embarrass yourself by coming out here. Finally, Lin Feng spat at Embiid, and with a poo sound, he swaggered back to Lu Nanfeng. At this time, Lu Nanfeng and others just felt relaxed. Lin Feng's impulse just now was really fucking satisfying. He actually defeated Embiid in seconds. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with admiration and had a more mysterious impression of him. I don't know how this guy practiced, his strength is really hard to guess.
Grandmaster Turner, we'll be leaving first. We won't be accompanying you any longer.
Lu Nanfeng smiled at Turner and said, you guys stay here and divide the spoils equally. We didn't gain much, so we don't have the face to stay here. Come to our super martial arts school for tea when you have time.
Turner felt completely humiliated.
At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and said, Senior, remember this next time.
If you want to threaten me, you'd better know your own strengths before you act. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences.
Also, don't let me run into you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Lu Nanfeng, Lin Feng and others boarded the warship that had been prepared long ago and left Shandao Island. Turner and the others stared at the Chinese warship setting sail with anger, feeling as uncomfortable and aggrieved as they could be. They were numerous and wanted to take this opportunity to mock China, but they never expected to be tricked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng defeated Embiid in seconds without saying a word, showing his absolute strength and humiliating Embiid in person.
This guy is not someone you can easily mess with. Impulsive and cruel.
Embiid was helped up from the pit, his face filled with resentment. Lin Feng, I will never forgive you. After we go back and wait for my brother to come back, we will go to China to seek justice. Turner's eyes were full of murderous intent.
Today, he and Lin Feng have completely become enemies.
When his brother who has reached the state of transformation comes back, that will be the day when Lin Feng pays the price. By then, even the Super Martial Arts School will not be able to help Lin Feng. After returning to the Super Martial Arts Hall, Lin Feng and others began to distribute the spoils of this treasure hunt.
Lin Feng, you are the main force.
Almost all the red energy crystals were dug by you.
You take the lion's share, 90%.
Lu Nanfeng stated the distribution plan, the rest will be divided equally among us. Hearing Lu Nanfeng's words, Lin Feng was a little surprised, 90%.
That is 128 yuan.
Lin Feng enjoyed 128 yuan for himself. To be honest, this allocated share was a bit beyond his expectations. He originally thought that getting 70% would be good enough, but Lu Nanfeng promised to give him 90% directly. In the end, Lin Feng did not refuse and accepted the 128 red energy crystals. After all, he really needed the red energy crystals to improve his strength. The remaining 15 pieces were divided among the other 11 people, almost one piece per person. Everyone could still accept this harvest. Normally, only the masters were qualified to use the red energy crystals in the martial arts hall. And now, the Platinum Warrior has also obtained it, which is a good thing. Just after distributing the red energy crystals, Lu Nanfeng's brows suddenly frowned. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Could it be that Turner dared to bring people to the Super Martial Arts School headquarters? The next moment, Lu Nanfeng showed a hint of surprise and said, the master has come out of seclusion. Let's go, Lin Feng, let's go and welcome the master.
Master?
Lin Feng and the others were all deeply surprised.
Is this long-famous legendary figure finally going to wake up and be born?
Then, Lin Feng followed Lu Nanfeng and flew into the air, arriving at a deep mountain with winding slopes. On the top of the mountain, a human-built base can be clearly seen. Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng landed in front of the base, which seemed somewhat quiet and desolate. Rarely visited by people. Lu Nanfeng said, "This is the private base of the giant.
Ordinary people cannot set foot here.
Only a few people from our Super Martial Arts Gym are qualified to come here." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Not long after, a huge breath suddenly spread out from the base. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees all bent down instantly, the wind howled, and the clouds spread. So strong. Lin Feng murmured to himself. This aura was even more terrifying and stronger than that of a grandmaster in the transformation realm. Just as Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, the gate of the base opened and a middle-aged man wearing a red cloak from the Super Martial Arts School walked out. He was in high spirits, his brows showed his dominance, and his every move carried a hint of irresistible pressure. It was as if he was the king of heaven and earth.
A giant is born. Welcome Master Wugwan out of seclusion.
Seeing this person, Lu Nanfeng hurriedly bowed slightly with an excited look on his face, and Lin Feng also clasped his fists and bowed. This person is the giant of the human race, the owner of a super martial arts gym, Lu Mubai. Behind Lu Mubai, there was a middle-aged man in a purple cloak.
The man's eyes were like dried-up lightning, and he exuded a domineering aura. Although he was not as imposing as Lu Mubai, he was equally not to be ignored.
Congratulations to Giant Xiao for coming out of seclusion.
Lu Nanfeng saluted Xiao Quanglei behind him again.
Hearing this name, Lin Feng was stunned.
Two giants, coming out together? Lu Mubai, Xiao Quanglei.
These two people are both giants of the human race in China. Xiao Quanglei is the chief master of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Unexpectedly, today, Lin Feng got to see the two giants.
I am so lucky. Chapter 86, Giant's Reputation.
When Lin Feng was very young, still a child, he had heard rumors about the human giants. Know that the human giants are the backbone of the human race and the most powerful warriors in the world. A true legend living in the world. When Lin Feng saw the two giants Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei today, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat.
The world is not deceiving me. These two giants are really strong.
It seemed unfathomable, making Lin Feng feel insignificant. He stood in front of the two giants, like the bright moon and the firefly, neither of them could compete with the other. A feeling of inferiority arises spontaneously from within my heart. Looking at Lu Nanfeng again, his attitude was lowered a bit, as if he had immense respect for the human giant, a respect that came from the heart.
Well, General Lu, you're welcome. Lu Mubai looked to be only about 40 years old. He had a gentle personality. He turned to Xiao Quanglei behind him and said, "Brother Xiao, have you finished refining the 300 defective crystals?" "Well, thanks to Brother Lu for your guidance, I was able to refine 300 red crystals within a year."
"Ha, my strength has more than doubled now." Xiao Quanglei smiled brightly, giving people a generous feeling. For Lin Feng, this does not mean he has to act like a giant at all.
At this moment, Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei both noticed Lin Feng.
Suddenly, they were both stunned.
Lu Mubai asked, "Who is this?"
"Master, this is Lin Feng, our super martial arts school's newest disciple this year." Lu Nanfeng introduced Lin Feng with a hint of pleasure. Lin Feng is a genius that only appears once in a century.
"Yeah, I see."
Lu Mubai's eyes shifted slightly, and he was somewhat satisfied. To be able to achieve Grandmaster status at this age is truly remarkable.
Even Brother Xiao and I don't have this talent. How strange.
Xiao Quanglei looked at Lin Feng, unable to conceal his surprise. "Young man, this is the first time I've seen such talent as yours."
"Thank you two giants for your praise. It's all just luck."
Lin Feng still has a long way to go. Lin Feng said modestly and did not become proud of it.
"Ha, let's go back first, Lin Feng, I want to see your true talent." Lu Mubai laughed and admired Lin Feng even more.
A super genius like Lin Feng is more than 10 times more powerful than when they were young.
This kid's future will definitely not be mediocre. Must be cultivated well.
"Brother Lu, I'm going back to the martial arts hall first to take care of some things." After Xiao Quanglei said goodbye, he jumped directly and flew towards the sky like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon very quickly. Lin Feng was stunned by this.
He was indeed a giant.
His flying speed was comparable to the fastest speed of his gale shield, not inferior to his at all.
So scary. Lu Mubai did the same thing next.
His body crossed the void and transformed into a stream of light, flying like a shooting star. If Lu Mubai had not deliberately slowed down, Lu Nanfeng would not have been able to keep up with the pace. Lin Feng's speed was also very fast, and the blessing of the gale shield was somewhat unexpected for Lu Mubai. In less than a few minutes, the three returned to the Super Martial Arts School. Congratulations to the master for coming out of seclusion.
At this moment, hundreds of warriors at the headquarters saluted Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai nodded slightly and entered the office.
"Lin Feng, I heard that you have obtained a large amount of red energy crystals. I will lend you my private training room for training." As soon as he came back, Lu Mubai said with a smile, and Lin Feng felt slightly happy. The owner of the museum was not as majestic, cold and lonely as he had imagined. Instead, he was extremely friendly to him.
"Thank you, master."
Then, Lin Feng asked some more questions about the cave and the red energy crystal. It turns out that the red energy crystal is a product from the cave. It is a special energy substance that can provide warriors with a large amount of energy. Countless warriors entered the cave just to obtain red crystals and various resources. Most of the red crystals on the ground are left over from the cataclysm, and they've already been searched for. Lu Mubai said in a deep voice, "I came out of seclusion this time just to take you to the cave to take a walk and experience the environment of the cave."
"By the way, Lin Feng, you are still a spiritualist, right?" "Master, I am a spiritual master." Lu Mubai looked up and Lin Feng nodded without hiding anything.
"That's perfect. Try to absorb as much energy as you can from the crystal. It's also best to increase your mental strength as much as possible. The catacombs are incredibly magical, and without a strong mental strength, it's going to be difficult to survive."
Lu Mubai instructed, "We will set out into the cave in a week."
Good. Lin Feng was extremely excited. He could finally see the legendary cave. Carrying more than 100 pieces of red crystals, Lin Feng walked into the training room made of special materials. He began to absorb the energy within the red crystal, enveloping it in waves, tempering his body.
At the same time, in China's border airspace,
hundreds of warriors were flying in the sky, densely packed and forming a black mass, like migrating birds. The enormous pressure made the entire Chinese border feel stressed. If anyone gets close to this group of people, they will be shocked. Because this group of people represents the highest level of the martial arts world of the Western Alliance and the African Alliance.
Here, there are a total of 6 masters and 25 platinum warriors flying. Brother, that guy from the Super Dojo not only stole our red energy crystal, but also said that we have no one in the Western Alliance. You must seek justice for us. While flying, Turner said to the man in black in front of him. The man in black had a gloomy look in his eyes, as cold as a black mamba snake, and looked extremely sinister and ferocious. This person is the boss of their Western Alliance, the very famous Grandmaster Transformation Grandmaster Tranfu in the Grandmaster world. He is also the oldest master of the realm of transformation in the Western Alliance. Looking around the world, few people are not afraid of him. Humph, a mere commander of a super martial arts gym bullied you like this. You've really made a fool of the reputation of our Western Alliance. Tranfu snorted coldly, and several people lowered their heads like quails, not daring to refute. Turner thought that he would make this kid Lin Feng pay the price later. He would humiliate Lin Feng in front of the whole of China to avenge Qiandazu. Suddenly at this moment, a voice came into Tranfu's ears. Brother Tranfu, come back quickly, the Chinese giant has awakened. What? Tranford slammed on the brakes and stopped mid-air. As soon as he saw the message from his friend, he turned around and headed home. The weather is not suitable for entering China today. Let's go. Brother, what's wrong? Turner looked at Tranford with confusion. You still want revenge? Giant Lu and Giant Xiao have already come out of seclusion. You want to kill me? And you still want revenge? Get your head back. Tranfu yelled, turned around and fled quickly, cold sweat constantly appearing on his forehead. When the others heard this, they were immediately horrified and their bodies were shaking. The giant has awakened. No one dared to stay any longer and follow Trump away one by one. If the giant wakes up and they go, it would be like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and they would only end up dying. You have to know that these are world-class strongmen, who can blow them from the Yangtze River to the Amazon River with just one slap. As majestic as the group came, they ran away in a miserable state, without any hesitation. Chapter 87, Spirit-Breaking Grandmaster, Controlling Thunder and Lightning. In the practice room, Lin Feng sat on the ground. This was the third day since he came in. 126 red energy crystals were placed in front of him. Strands of energy continuously escaped into his body and were greedily absorbed by Lin Feng. These red energies flow freely and are tempered in Lin Feng's body, tirelessly strengthening Lin Feng's cell molecules. Chi-chi-chi-chi. This crazy absorption speed is maintained every minute and every second. If someone sees the scene, they will definitely be scared to pee their pants on the spot. Because Lin Feng's absorption speed is really too incredible. Almost half of the red crystals piled in front of him had lost their luster and become dull. Obviously, the small half of the red crystal has been absorbed and become a defective piece. Lin Feng's heart was as calm as water, and he practiced hard. After practicing for days and nights, on the 7th day, as Lin Feng's body shook slightly, the last piece of crystal in the pile of red crystals, which was emitting a faint luster, finally became waste. This also declared that Lin Feng had officially completed this training, and all 126 red crystals had been refined. Finished? After realizing that there was no movement, Lin Feng opened his eyes and felt refreshed all over, as if he had eaten mint candy. This feeling is indescribable. Lin Feng looked at his attribute panel and discovered that his upgrade points had reached a terrifying 3 billion. 3 billion, I made it. Lin Feng almost vomited blood. Isn't this too much? It's no surprise that when I was at Platinum, I earned over 400 million upgrade points using only 7 red crystals. It is now more than 100 yuan, which has been reduced a lot after being absorbed at the Grandmaster level, but 3 billion is also reasonable. By the way, let's raise our spiritual realm first. After all, the owner said we need to go down to the cave, so spiritual realm is very important. Lin Feng said to the system, upgrade my spiritual realm to the Grandmaster realm. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. The order was given, and the next second Lin Feng's spiritual realm slowly rose like flowing water. Platinum 5 stars. Grandmaster. Boom. When he broke through to the Grandmaster level, Lin Feng's head began to buzz, as if a balloon was exploding next to his ear, which was very harsh. Could it be that my head is damaged? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried when an accident happened suddenly. It didn't matter if other parts of his body were damaged, but if his head was damaged, he would be finished. But after just half a minute of this sound, Lin Feng's state of mind became clear, and all other negative feelings were swept away. A pair of eyes are like golden eyes, very bright. It seems that nothing can escape his eyes. Moreover, he could see everything within more than 10 kilometers of the headquarters building.
If Lin Feng's mental power was a small pond before, then after becoming a grandmaster, his mental power was a vast ocean. It can gather all the information and make everything within a radius of more than 10 kilometers unable to escape. This is the true strength of a spiritualist. Lin Feng even felt that as long as he wanted, he could use his mental power to lift a 50 or 60-story building into the air. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, Lin Feng spent quite a lot of upgrade points.
He had spent nearly 2 billion upgrade points to advance 2 levels in a row. There are still 1.1 billion upgrade points left on the attribute panel.
I have to say that the spiritual realm is really much more difficult than the cultivation realm. When I think about upgrading to the Grandmaster level in the future, I wonder how many billions of upgrade points it will cost. Lin Feng shook his head. Just when he was lamenting that he was penniless, a voice made him stunned. Ding, it's detected that the spiritual realm has reached the passing line and has obtained the lightning attribute.
Do you want to awaken the lightning attribute? Lightning attribute? What the hell is this?
Hearing the system suddenly blurt out such a sentence, Lin Feng immediately became puzzled.
But I didn't think much about it. The lightning attribute is probably a good thing. Wake up. Awakening the lightning attribute will require deducting 1 billion upgrade points. Do you want to deduct them? Deduct.
Lin Feng gritted his teeth and awakened without any hesitation.
Ding, the lightning attribute is awakening. Ding, the lightning attribute has awakened.
After he finished speaking, Lin Feng's body made crackling sounds, as if he was now the Lightning King Yang, and had the ability to control lightning at any time.
Sizzle sizzle.
Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and with a thought, a ball of blue lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. The real lightning visible to the naked eye made Lin Feng laugh. Ha, I didn't expect that I have already controlled the power of lightning. He quickly looked at his attribute panel.
Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 500 ms. Strength, 20 million kilograms.
Storage space, small space. Spiritual realm, Grandmaster 05000000000. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 05000000000. Upgrade point, 169000711.
Attribute, Thunder low level, explosive power plus 400%.
Martial arts, Divine Dragon Spear mastery level, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%, Extreme Explosion Fist perfection level, basic attack plus 300%, Gale footwork minor success level, 500,000, basic speed plus 40%, Thunder swordsmanship perfection level, Kendo attack plus 380%. 400% explosive power. Lin Feng was stunned.
Is the lightning attribute so overbearing? Wouldn't it be possible to unleash a force of 80 million with one strike? Moreover, lightning is not a physical attack. As long as you have a conductor, it can be transmitted. If you are not careful, it can kill you with electricity. This is equivalent to a large-scale attack.
Best for group fights. Lin Feng tried it and condensed a bolt of lightning in his palm.
Looking at the blue lightning, he had the urge to throw it away.
But he finally restrained himself. If the headquarters building is destroyed, he will be in trouble. After almost getting everything done, Lin Feng had no more upgrade points to upgrade his cultivation level, so he came out of seclusion.
Outside, Lu Mubai and others happened to be in the office.
Seeing Lin Feng coming out of the training room, they asked, "Lin Feng, your timing is so accurate.
Today is exactly the 7th day.
By the way, your red crystal has absorbed a few pieces.
There's no rush to keep the rest for later. The energy of this kind of thing is always there anyway.
Your more than 100 pieces can conservatively be used for 2 to 3 years. Considering that Lin Feng is a spiritual master, his absorption speed may be faster than that of ordinary warriors, so Lu Mubai believes that Lin Feng can complete the absorption within 3 years.
3 to 5 years?
Master, I have absorbed all of my red crystals in the past few days. Lin Feng said sincerely.
What? Lu Mubai, Lu Nanfeng, and the others all stood up from their chairs, looking at strangers with excitement and asking, Lin Feng, are you kidding? You said you've refined over 100 red crystals, have they all been refined? Well, it's all here.
Seeing that several people looked surprised and unconvinced, Lin Feng took out the dull red crystal and placed it in front of them. This time, Lu Mubai and others were completely stunned. Even a giant like him needed more than a year to refine 100 pieces of red crystals. Lin Feng only took 7 days to accomplish it. What a terrifying existence his body is.
Lu Mubai looked at Lin Feng with suspicion, finding it unbelievable.
After all, he still underestimated this newly joined super genius. He had a firm idea in his heart that in the future, Lin Feng would definitely surpass himself in lay. One can even reach the level of those old monsters in the underground cave and carry the banner of the human race.
Chapter 88, First Entering the Caverns.
There was no excessive shock, as Lin Feng had given them so many surprises. Everyone no longer knew how to face this surprising shock.
We're about to go down into the cave, Lin Feng, do you need to prepare anything?
I'm ready. Lin Feng has storage space. He took a lot of pills from the Roth family last time, which should be enough. A warrior of his level doesn't need to eat at all, so he doesn't need to bring any food.
Okay, everyone, let's go.
Four figures flashed across the sky, and Lin Feng followed Lu Mubai to a heavily guarded base outside Yanjing. All the buildings in this base are made of alloy and use the most advanced modern patrol system for the highest level of defense.
Before entering, you need to verify your identity.
At the entrance of the base, you will be scanned by infrared and your identity will be identified before you are allowed in. The reason why the authorities did this was to prevent ordinary people from sneaking in and then leaking information about the cave to the outside world. Of course, a giant like Lu Mubai does not need to be scanned, and no one dares to impersonate him. Walking in the passage filled with laser guns, Lin Feng felt a little excited, but more of anticipation. It is said that the cave is extremely dangerous, and no one knows what is inside. This cave was discovered only 2 years ago.
We humans have temporarily controlled the entrance and exit, but we haven't completely taken control.
Our goal this time is to try our best to capture the city in this cave. As Lu Mubai walked, he said, Lin Feng, once you enter, don't trust any other warriors except those you are familiar with, especially those from abroad.
It's best not to have any interactions with them. The environment inside is not like the outside world.
People's hearts are hard to predict.
Lu Mubai spoke seriously.
A screen appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Lu Mubai continued, the appearance of the people in the underground cave is similar to ours, but there is one difference, their blood is blue.
The language will also be different, and there are many strong ones who are more ferocious than humans. You must be careful and avoid being careless or underestimating the enemy. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he understood, and became more and more interested in the cave.
Also, once you enter the cave, all firearms will be ineffective. Guns, bombs, etc. will be unusable. So magical? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It's just so magical. Lu Mubai smiled faintly, there are even more magical things. Once you go in, you will understand.
Before you put it into practice, no matter how much I say, it will be useless.
Lin Feng nodded secretly, this was the truth.
Finally, after more than a minute, they finally reached the end of the passage.
At the end, 2 rows of armed soldiers stood in front of a high-tech alloy door, on high alert.
Lin Feng deliberately swept around and found that these soldiers were actually warriors.
It seems that the authorities really attach great importance to the cave. I've seen the giant.
When these soldiers saw Lu Mubai, a look of admiration flashed across their faces. Then they took out a card and swiped it to open the alloy door. The alloy door slowly opened, and inside was something like a teleportation array.
Stand on it,
Lu Mubai said, and stepped onto the platform himself.
Lin Feng followed.
After the 4 of them got on, Lu Nanfeng took out a broken red crystal and placed it in the groove in front of the platform.
Transmitting. Boom, boom, boom.
Lin Feng only felt his eyes turn white, and his body seemed to be in a tornado, with the world spinning around. However, this situation did not last long, and the 4 of them appeared in an underground world.
This world is like the ancient world.
Lin Feng and the others seem to be in a relatively flat wilderness, and the sky is gray and there is no sun.
There is sky here?
Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised.
Isn't this a cave? How come it feels like traveling through time? This is too amazing. What's the big deal? This is a cave world, not a basement. You need to understand the difference between the two, Lu Mubai said.
At this time, a group of figures walked towards this side. Brother, we've discovered several new energy sources.
Shall we go grab them?
The visitors were none other than Xiao Quanglei and the experts from the Thunder Martial Arts School. There are several of them, all of whom are masters.
This lineup, if placed outside, is enough to move sideways.
And in the underground cave, there are so many masters gathered together.
Okay, I'm just in need of red crystal. Lu Mubai nodded and looked at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, your strength is not weak, there is no need to go with us, just follow Lu Jin and the others to City 11 to hunt in the wild. Brother Xiao, let's split into two groups. Lu Mubai and Xiao Kuanglei, each leading several powerful men, left the place.
At this time, Lu Nanfeng took Lin Feng to city number 11. On the way, Lin Feng found that the flying speed had slowed down a lot, as if he was swimming in the water, which made him surprised.
Lu Nanfeng said, "Don't fly.
Flying here consumes a lot of energy, almost 3 times as much as outside." Lin Feng nodded, that's indeed the case. On the way, we found out that the cities in the cave are all named with numbers because they are easier to remember.
After walking for nearly 30 minutes, Lin Feng and his companions finally arrived at city number 11.
It was just like an ancient city, built of thick bricks and 20 meters high.
On top of the city walls, there are Chinese warriors guarding them, some even wearing swords.
Full of ritual sense.
I'll ask them to open the door.
Lu Nanfeng was about to speak when the door suddenly opened and 8 warriors walked out.
General Lu? Master Shen, where are you going?
Lu Nanfeng looked at the old man in the lead and said. The old man who was talking to Lu Nanfeng looked to be in his 70s or 80s, with gray hair on his temples.
However, he was extremely energetic and did not look like an old man at all.
Instead, he had the majesty that only a master could have. Shin Baiyang said, "We've spotted a cave warrior in the barren mountains west of city number 13.
We're rushing to support him. General Lu, would you like to come with us? We can split the red crystal equally."
Okay.
Lu Nanfeng did not refuse.
They were all old acquaintances and would definitely help if they were in trouble.
And you can also get dividends from the crystals, so it's not a bad thing. By the way, this young man is coming down to the catacombs for the first time, right? Is he up to it? Master Shen, he's even better than me.
He'll have to do it no matter how hard he tries. Lu Nanfeng said with a smile.
At this time, a platinum warrior beside Shin Baiyang said, "TSK, which of these newcomers didn't get scared to death in their first battle? Just don't hold us back later." Alright, stop talking. We're all from China, so let's go together. We can also show him the world and gain some experience.
After Shin Baiyang said this, everyone felt it was not easy to exclude Lin Feng openly, so they set off together.
But Lin Feng didn't mind. There was no need to make things awkward right away. Soon, they arrived at the barren hills of city number 13. This was a dead forest, and when they arrived, a battle was breaking out inside. Go support.
Hearing the sounds of fighting, Shin Baiyang, Lu Nanfeng and others walked in quickly. Lin Feng took a look and found that a human warrior was directly knocked dozens of meters away by a punch from the tall warrior, and his body exploded and died on the spot. It seems that the other side has a lot of strong people.
Lin Feng couldn't help but be amazed.
The next moment, a figure rushed in front of Lin Feng.
The figure was almost indistinguishable from a human. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he started chattering, "Curry, are you anxious? Lin Feng, Gigi, Smekta? Other side?"
Due to the language barrier, the other party immediately recognized Lin Feng as a human warrior. His hand turned into a sharp knife and stabbed towards Lin Feng, muttering, "Kuri Kakasa."
Fuck, I don't know what you are talking about.
Lin Feng didn't waste time talking to him. He punched out and knocked the man away before he could touch him.
Bang.
Ding, kill the golden warrior, upgrade points plus 1000.
Chapter 89, Tragic Ambush.
The golden warriors in these caves are quite powerful. But if you kill it with one strike, the upgrade points are just so-so, similar to the monsters in the outside world. Lin Feng was a little disappointed, as he had originally thought he would have a great harvest. Over there, the two groups were already fighting in a mess. The fight was so fierce that people kept falling to the ground.
Shen Baiyang and Lu Nanfeng were indeed masters.
They quickly gained the upper hand in the killing battlefield, controlling the situation as if they were in an empty space.
Korikakasa. Lin Feng was watching the battle.
Suddenly, several humans in the cave seemed to have discovered Lin Feng, and 7 or 8 warriors rushed towards him together. These warriors, with long swords in hand, were extremely fast. They rushed to Lin Feng's side in an instant and chopped down with the swords that were dozens of meters long without any hesitation.
Korikakasa.
Lin Feng also learned a sentence in a similar way. Naturally, he would not surrender. He released his mental power and 7 shadow flying blades came out at the same time, spinning and killing. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Before those swords fell, a group of cave warriors were killed, their hearts torn and strangled to the ground, like sashimi. Ding, kill the silver warrior, upgrade points plus 300. Ding, kill the silver warrior. Silver warrior. Lin Feng vomited, his opponent was getting weaker and weaker. Looking around again, on the other side of the battlefield, the other side also had a lot of platinum warriors in charge. They were ferocious and vicious, and killed several human warriors. If Lu Nanfeng and Xin Baiyang had not come to support them, the human warriors of the original 13 cities would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Feng was not a person who just wanted to sit there and do nothing. When he joined the battle, he quickly wiped out these cave warriors. 7 or 8 platinum warriors were dismembered by Lu Nanfeng and Xin Baiyang, and the crisis was resolved. Quick, search them to see how many red crystals they have. After killing everyone was too lazy to rest and started cleaning up the battlefield. There are 9 red crystals in total. After the last round of sweep, 9 red crystals were obtained. At this time, a platinum warrior from 13 cities said, "Master Xin, General Lu, thank you for coming, otherwise we would have been in trouble this time." The few remaining people said with lingering fear, and at the same time expressed their gratitude to Xin Baiyang, Lu Nanfeng, and others. Xin Baiyang and the others were also very realistic. They said, "We'll take 60% of the red crystals, and you can take 40%. Is that okay with you?" Of course, I have no objection. The platinum warrior said yes, they were in the cave just for the resources, and in this kind of situation, you can't say others are realistic or something. Without resources, most people are too lazy to help you, unless they are very good friends. A platinum warrior standing next to Grandmaster Xin, who had some complaints about Lin Feng before leaving, glanced at Lin Feng, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Feng's white mixed with red crystal. A newcomer like Lin Feng actually got dividends on his first visit. He is so capable. But he didn't express what he was going to say. But at this moment, Lin Feng frowned fiercely because he sensed a dangerous aura. He suddenly said, "Oh no, there's a strong enemy." "Tisk, where are the strong enemies? We killed all the powerful ones just now, and you are just watching from the side." The platinum warrior finally found an opportunity to challenge Lin Feng, and sneered with his arms crossed. However, before he could finish his words, the sound of footsteps could be heard all around him, dong dong dong. The next moment, hundreds of cave warriors rushed out from all directions and gradually formed an encirclement around Lin Feng and others. Lu Nanfeng and Xin Baiyang both stared at each other subconsciously. Suddenly, Xin Baiyang's face twitched and he said, "Oh no. The other party has a master of the transformation realm. Not only that, there are at least 4 more grandmasters. They planned this all along, and we've fallen into their trap." Lu Nanfeng also gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that the other party would ambush them here. Looking at the warriors on the human side, except for Lu Nanfeng and Xin Baiyang, the others are only at the platinum and gold realms. Of course, Lin Feng is also a dual core master, but no one knows it except Lu Nanfeng. For a moment, more than 10 human warriors were a little panicked, feeling that a disaster was about to happen. The fact that the other party was able to surround them showed that they were well prepared and had dispatched a grandmaster of the transformation realm, which was rare in a small underground city like this. Lin Feng was not too nervous. The warriors in the cave were no different from human warriors except that their defense was stronger than that of human warriors. With his strength, he should be able to win easily. Korikakasa. At this time, among the warriors in the cave, a master of the state of transformation, dressed in military officer-like clothes, gave orders to his men. With one order, hundreds of warriors launched an offensive against the human warriors. It's over. I have to explain everything here. What bad luck! I shouldn't have come if I had known. What's the point of saying this? The most important thing is to find a way to fight our way out. The others were in a panic, but Xin Baiyang remained calm. He glanced at Lu Nanfeng and said, "General Lu, I'll leave the transformation realm to you. I'll kill the rest. I'll take as many as I can." "Good." Lu Nanfeng nodded. At this time, the 2 groups of warriors had already broken out into a fight. A general-level master of the state of transformation took the initiative to harass Lu Nanfeng and seemed to be able to sense Lu Nanfeng's state of transformation aura. The others also fought on their own, with Xin Baiyang fighting against a grandmaster. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't want to watch the show anymore. If he watched any longer, he estimated that the human warriors would be wiped out. Kill. He summoned his Lei Xiao, and just then several warriors with mixed gold and platinum elements swarmed in front of him.
These cave warriors were too ferocious and stabbed Lin Feng in the face. Lin Feng swept his sword with a loud thunder-like sound, bang. In an instant, these 7 or 8 cave warriors were killed and fell to the ground, dead. The other cave warriors noticed that Lin Feng was very powerful, and they all looked over. Soon, 5 platinum warriors joined forces to kill him. The other side knew how to kill the powerful generals first. Curry, you're so anxious. Ku, you head. The other party was shouting something, but Lin Feng couldn't understand it at all. Once Lei Xiao appeared, he was swept by the thunder sword technique. How could he be safe? As the sword fell, 5 figures flew away and were killed into several pieces on the spot. The blue blood splattered on the ground like paint, which surprised Lin Feng a little. He is really a blue-blooded person. Oh my god. So fierce? The other human warriors who were fighting hard were shocked when they saw Lin Feng's killing move. Especially the platinum warrior who looked down on Lin Feng just now was almost scared to death. Lin Feng actually killed the platinum warrior in 1 second with one sword. This guy is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. On this side, after the cave warriors discovered Lin Feng's evildoer, they finally took it seriously. After the 2 masters killed 5 or 6 human warriors, they finally rushed towards Lin Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying burst of chi and blood power shocked the crowd. Xin Baiyang, who was fighting a grandmaster, saw this and raised his eyebrows. Kid, run if you don't want to die. Being entangled by the opponent's grandmaster, there is probably not much hope of running away. However, instead of running away, Lin Feng took a step forward and rushed towards the 2 cave master warriors. Chapter 90, Killing 3 Grandmasters in a Row. Run? In Lin Feng's dictionary, there is no word escape since he was born. The 2 masters are both delicacies and upgrade points for Lin Feng. He is so excited now. The 2 masters of the underground cave came together and took Lin Feng very seriously. The blood and energy burst out and were very oppressive. A man's fist was flying, hitting Lin Feng's face directly. The visible pressure made Lin Feng's eyes flash. Extreme explosive fist. He didn't waste any time and blasted out with his explosive fist. The 2 fists collided with each other, and in an instant, both of them were sent flying backwards. Such a strong blood power. Lin Feng was horrified. The opponent's blood and energy were too strong. It's actually several times more than the warriors outside. The cave warriors are indeed not easy to deal with. Before Lin Feng could think too much, a vague figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was another master who came to kill him. This man, holding a white spear, unexpectedly appeared behind Lin Feng and stabbed him with an extremely fast speed. Just when he thought he had succeeded, a shield suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Boom! The spear pierced the shield, but was unable to penetrate and was blocked. Curry reached tiles. The Grandmaster was obviously shocked. How could there be a weapon that could withstand the Grandmaster's attack? Unbelievable. He seemed angry and stabbed Lin Feng with his spear again. Lin Feng was no fool. He had already reacted and summoned Zilong's golden spear. He said calmly, "Are you qualified to play with me?" As Zilong swung out his golden spear, the 2 blades collided with each other, sparks flying everywhere. Suddenly, clanging sounds were heard, and Lin Feng unleashed the divine dragon spear technique to its extreme. The 80% attack increase was enough to cause trouble to the opponent. Whoosh! A gun shadow broke through the opponent's gun with great force and went straight to the enemy's death. The master warrior's eyes trembled, and he quickly dropped his gun and fled, quickly retreating to the side and leaving the danger area. Want to escape? Is it possible? Just when Lin Feng was about to press on with his victory, the next moment, a vast fist force came crashing down again, at a speed as fast as lightning. Court death. Lin Feng turned the tip of Zilong's golden spear, and a murderous aura piled up, and the sharp blade collided with his fist. Bang! However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that his Zilong golden spear was actually blown up by a punch. However, even though it exploded, it still caused considerable trouble to the opponent. Dark blue bloodstains appeared on the Grandmaster's fist, the wound was torn open, and his expression was filled with pain. Curry! But shut up! The master was about to get furious, but Lin Feng ignored his nonsense, his footsteps trembled, and he appeared in front of him at an even more bizarre speed. The extremely explosive fist struck down without any mercy. The opponent quickly raised his palm to deal with it. After a clash of fists and palms, a figure flew backwards fiercely. Boom! At this moment, the mountaintop where the dead forest stood was flattened by him, causing quite a shock.
Lin Feng did not give him any chance to fight back.
He took advantage of the opportunity, appeared in front of him in a second, and hit him with his fist.
Bang bang bang.
So this is the picture. Lin Feng held down the cave master warrior and beat him madly.
The opponent had no power to fight back.
This scene stunned all the warriors in the cave.
Are human warriors so powerful? It's a little beyond their imagination. Boom boom boom.
On the other side, Lu Nanfeng was fighting with the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm in the sky.
The fight was fierce.
Deafening explosions resounded through the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Staying down there, everyone could feel the terrifying energy and blood power spreading and impacting their hearts. Similarly, the battle between Xin Baiyan and another cave master also entered a fierce stage. The two fought back and forth, and no one else could intervene. After Lin Feng crippled a Grandmaster of the Underworld Cave, another Grandmaster who had been defeated by him came up again, seemingly intending to rescue him. But at this time, Lin Feng had completely exploded. He stepped on the Gale Shield and jumped in front of the Grandmaster. He chopped down the sword fiercely, carrying the power of thunder to kill the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster was horrified. He had never expected that the human warriors could be so fast and actually surpassed them by a lot. Having lost his weapon, he could only resist with his bare hands. He swung his fist and a pale yellow light appeared in front of his arm, trying to counter Lin Feng's sword with his bare hands.
Break! With a loud shout, surging power came like a tide, overwhelming the master.
In just a moment, his arms were cut in half by the sharp blade like carrots, with a crisp plop sound.
Ah!
Suddenly, even the most ruthless master of the cave could not help but scream. Like a dog that had lost its home, he lost his fighting spirit and retreated dozens of feet.
However, how could Lin Feng give him a chance to survive?
The Gale Shield caught up with him in seconds, and the Thunder Sword slashed again.
Laugh!
The Grandmaster of the Underworld Cave, who had handed his back to Lin Feng, was split in half by this sword. He was split in two from head to crotch, and died with his eyes open. Ding, killed the Grandmaster warrior, upgrade points plus 600,000.
The kills are quick, and the harvest is quick too.
Lin Feng returned to the hilltop and stabbed the not yet dead Grandmaster of the underground cave several times with his sword before he earned the upgrade point. Ding, killed the Grandmaster warrior, upgrade points plus 700,000.
One is 600,000, the other is 700,000. Actually, it's not a small amount.
After all, Lin Feng is now a dual-core Grandmaster, and his on-paper strength is much stronger than these ordinary Grandmasters. When the other cave warriors discovered that the two masters were killed by the same person, they instantly became discouraged and their fighting spirit dropped. Lin Feng continued to charge into the group of warriors, killing one kid with one sword.
In less than a minute, nearly 70 or 80 gold and platinum warriors died under his sword.
This frightened the human warriors, and their hearts began to twitch violently, not knowing what to say.
Everyone looked at Lin Feng with great admiration.
After being rescued, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. The battle there had ended.
After a loud bang, a figure fell from the sky. Bang!
The moment he landed, the ground cracked open, creating a hole as if from a heavy piece of iron. Lin Feng took a look and fortunately it was not Lu Nanfeng who landed on the ground, but the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm in the underground cave. At this time, Lu Nanfeng's blood and energy were extremely depleted, and his face was a little pale.
It was obvious that this battle was not easy. On the opposite side, Xin Baiyan and the last cave master were evenly matched.
Seeing this, Lin Feng joined the battle and found the right opportunity to pierce the opponent's heart with a sword from behind. Ding, killed a Grandmaster warrior, upgrade points plus 650,000.
In the end, this battle ended without any danger.
Lin Feng killed 3 masters and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention.
Lin Feng, you are so amazing.
I didn't expect you to become a Grandmaster at such a young age. Xin Baiyan was extremely grateful to Lin Feng.
I really admire you so much.
Senior Lin Feng, I was blind before and offended you.
Please forgive me and don't take offense.
At this time, the Platinum Warrior who had previously looked down on Lin Feng hurriedly bowed and apologized, respectfully calling Lin Feng Senior, looking very nervous and respectful.
Chapter 91, Siege.
You must know that in the martial arts, the one who is accomplished is the teacher. Although Lin Feng is only about 17 or 18 years old and is still a teenager, anyone who can become a master at this age is definitely not an extraordinary person. Looking around the world, they are all unique super geniuses. No, once you reach the Grandmaster level, you can already be described as a super strong person. He dealt with 2 masters alone and killed them easily, and then wiped out a large number of gold and platinum warriors. If Lin Feng had not stepped forward, most of them would have been in danger of their lives and might have died here.
Forget it, you are not qualified for me to care about you.
Lin Feng did not pursue the matter.
Ignorance is not a crime. These little ants did not do it on purpose.
If he were to care about it, it would make Lin Feng seem too petty.
A master's magnanimity cannot be too small. Lu Nanfeng also smiled and praised Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are really amazing.
Ha, this is the first time I've seen your strength, and it really surprised me.
Ha, General, you are too kind.
Lin Feng said modestly. In this battle, more than 10 warriors died, which was quite tragic. Some platinum warriors were besieged and killed, which made Lin Feng sigh that if they were outside, they would all be considered talented people.
As for the underground cave, the platinum warrior disappeared just like that. It's really no different from chopping cabbage. Everyone, take a look and pick up anything you can use. We shouldn't stay here for long.
Lu Nanfeng said, and everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately went to the body of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm and dug a hole under it, causing Lu Nanfeng, who was about to attack, to twitch his mouth, and shook his head and reluctantly gave way. If he competes with Lin Feng for it, it would be unmannerly. After a while, Lin Feng found a broken red crystal and a bottle of elixir from the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. The pill was earth-colored. Lin Feng didn't know its ingredients for the time being, so he put it away. Other things were of little value to him, so he did not search for them. Finally, they dug a pit, buried the bodies of the sacrificed human warriors, and left. Lin Feng felt a little heavy-hearted. Lu Nanfeng walked up to him and said, if they died in the cave, they would have to be buried on the spot.
They are lucky.
Sometimes battles broke out, people died, and after the battle, the bodies were eaten by wild beasts on the spot, or even taken back by the cave warriors for dissection and research.
That's what it means to be completely destroyed.
Lin Feng seemed to understand, but not quite. The battlefield was so cruel. He would be content if he could leave his body intact and know where he died.
Everyone returned to city number 11 and sat in a hall.
They were in a relaxed mood, as if nothing had happened.
It was obvious that they were used to it.
Warriors dance on the edge of a knife and deal with death at any time.
They don't have much time to be sentimental.
If everyone holds a mourning service when they die, then we can just go to the funeral every day and there's no point in fighting. This time, Lin Feng and Lu Jin will be the main force. Each of them will take 3 pieces, and the remaining 3 pieces will be divided among us. Shen Baiyang handed 3 red crystals to Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng. Both of them had no objections and were not polite. The reason for going down to the underground cave is for resources, the more the better. The other people divided the remaining 3 pieces.
This one is for maintaining the city.
We'll take it to the city for worship later. We'll absorb these 2 red crystals according to the old rules and in different time periods. No one had any objection to Shen Baiyang's arrangement, as it had always been the case. Finally, Lin Feng saw Shen Baiyang holding a red crystal and placing it in the groove above the city gate, and he looked puzzled. Lu Nanfeng patiently explained, these cities are masterpieces of the underground caves.
Every brick is incredibly hard. Warriors below the platinum level can't even think of shaking them. The red crystal contains tremendous energy, which can add an invisible layer of protection to the city. Even if a master comes, he will not be able to attack for a while. Every month, almost a red crystal is used to maintain the city's defenses. This is a tradition of the cave city and is also necessary.
Hearing this, Lin Feng walked up and tried it.
He walked out of the city and punched the city wall. Boom!
In an instant, on the outskirts of the city wall, a 5-star defensive aura blocked Lin Feng's attack, which was extremely magical.
This defensive power can really resist the attack of the Grandmaster. So amazing!
In this way, it will not be so easy for the enemy to attack the city.
He looked around again, taking in the structure of the city.
Just like a martial arts gym, it had areas for training. There are about 30 warriors in city number 11, most of whom are in the gold realm, with only 5 or 6 in the platinum realm. As for the Grandmaster realm, before Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng arrived, the only one was Shen Baiyang. In the afternoon, Lin Feng made a more significant discovery. That is, the space of the underground cave is very unusual. For example, his energy and blood power seem to be suppressed, and he can only exert 3/4 of his maximum power. The speed was also suppressed, and it seemed that the resistance was very great. Lin Feng said he didn't understand, but the same was true for others. They were unable to fully display their true strength to some extent. Lin Feng, your mental power is very important here. Ordinary mentalists are stuck. You must pay attention to the consumption of your mental power and don't use it too much. At night, Lu Nanfeng came to Lin Feng's room and said, "We will attack the city tomorrow and take control of the Yanjing grottos as soon as possible. Time waits for no one and we can't delay any longer." Okay. Seeing Lu Nanfeng's serious look, Lin Feng didn't refuse too much. After coming down to the cave, there were so many treasures. He already had 4 broken pieces of red crystal on him, and this was only the first day. Tomorrow, I don't know what I will gain. The next morning, more than half of the people from 11 cities came out. Most of them were the same group from yesterday. Only a dozen warriors were left to guard the city to prevent the invasion of the cave warriors. While chatting on the way, Lin Feng understood that the nearest city to the Yanjing grottos was city number 11, which was equivalent to the base camp of the Chinese warriors in the Yanjing grottos. If other cities are controlled by humans, they can also settle down there. They are all Chinese warriors, and some are even members of the same martial arts school. They generally will not expel you. Everyone marched like they were in ancient times, and finally after an hour, Lin Feng and his group arrived outside a city. This city is called Haoren City. It's the territory of the cave warriors. We've tried to take it twice but failed. Let's wait for the warriors from other cities to arrive before we take action. Everyone, stay hidden. A group of people began to hide in a place about 10 kilometers away. Finally, after about 2 hours, more Chinese warriors arrived to gather in ambush. There were more than 20 warriors in this group, including 1 grandmaster and 7 platinum warriors. The others are around the Gold Realm. Lin Feng learned from their conversation that these people were warriors from city number 12, including members of the Super Martial Arts School, who saluted Lu Nanfeng. Everyone is here, right? The people in City 13 said the enemy has no reinforcements. Everything is clear, let's attack directly. Grandmaster Yi from city number 12 said that before attacking the city, they had to conduct very thorough investigations to eliminate all potential dangers and ensure that there were no mistakes before launching the offensive. Okay, I'll bombard the city gate. Lin Feng, you assist me. I'll kill anyone who comes. Don't let the cave warriors get close to me. Lu Nanfeng said to Lin Feng, who was slightly stunned, I assist. You'll get at least 10% for being the vanguard, and 20% for being the main attacker. Lin Feng, you won't do it? Town commander, how about? I take the lead? Hearing that there were benefits, Lin Feng volunteered to lead the attack on the city gate. There were so many treasures in a city that Lin Feng couldn't wait. As long as I have the treasure, I can stay out of the issues of life and death and have long since become indifferent to them. Chapter 92, A Great Victory, The Most Handsome Boy. It's not impossible, but once you reach the city gate, you must act quickly and don't hold back. Lu Nanfeng gave some instructions, and Lin Feng said he understood. At noon, everyone groped their way forward. Finally, when they were almost close, they swarmed and launched an attack towards Haoren City at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in Haoren City, several masters saw the human warriors suddenly launch an attack and shouted, "Curry, Kaka, Kaka." Suddenly, hundreds of cave warriors appeared on the city wall, holding bows and crossbows and shooting at Lin Feng and others. Hiss, hiss, hiss. These bows and crossbows were actually made of special materials. When they passed by Lin Feng, they exuded a murderous aura. Whoosh! Although it was unable to hurt master-level warriors like Lin Feng soon saw a human warrior behind him being shot through the shoulder by an arrow and screaming. Such a strong penetrating power, these guys are really killing people. In the front row, Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng were extremely fast and instantly reached the city gate. Lu Nanfeng immediately shouted, Lin Feng, you go bombard the city and blow up the gate. I'll block the enemy for you. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay and punched the several-meter-high door. Boom! At this moment, Lin Feng's arm trembled slightly, and he felt a strong counter-injury force hitting him back. This surprised Lin Feng slightly. The defense of this city gate reached the Grandmaster level after being blessed by the red crystal. Extreme Explosive Fist. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng launched a crazy attack on the city gate. With one punch, the city gate shook continuously and its defense continued to weaken. Soon, some cave warriors jumped down from the city wall and wanted to kill Lin Feng, but they were all dealt with by Lu Nanfeng in a few seconds.
Wait, it seems we can fly into the city.
Halfway through the fight, Lin Feng suddenly came up with an idea, but quickly dismissed it. If you fly up, you will not only be exposed to thousands of arrows piercing your heart, but you may not be able to break through the defensive air wall.
Then you will be like a moving target, ready to be shot at by anyone. The risk is too great. Bang!
Lin Feng became serious, and in the next second, he punched out with a force of 60 million, blowing open the city gate with ease.
Everyone charge in! Lu Nanfeng picked up a cave warrior with one hand and threw him into the city gate, then led the human warriors to swarm in.
Lin Feng took the lead. As soon as he entered the city, a master warrior rushed towards him. The sharp blade slashed down towards Lin Feng.
He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side. Laugh! The blade emitted a creepy light.
Lin Feng cursed inwardly, then drew his sword and chopped it down.
Thunder sword! Boom!
As the thunder sounded, the cave master who was facing Lin Feng was suddenly horrified and quickly retreated several feet away.
Boom!
Lin Feng's thunder sword struck the cave warriors behind him, and a large number of them fell down instantly.
Active Wooey kid?
The Grandmaster of the underground cave uttered some unknown language, which seemed to express surprise or something, and then he attacked again.
You still come here knowing how powerful I am?
Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that these cave warriors gave him the impression of being reckless.
Just a reckless man.
In addition to the Grandmaster, other Platinum warriors also joined the battle and rushed towards Lin Feng. On the other side, Lu Nanfeng was entangled by a master.
Fortunately, Lu Nanfeng was in the upper hand without any suspense.
For a moment, almost all the strong men came to Lin Feng's side, holding weapons and coming aggressively.
Damn, this is unnecessary, right?
Lin Feng muttered to himself as the cave warriors had already reached him.
It happened in a flash.
Lin Feng didn't show any courtesy at all and started slashing with his sword.
Bang!
The two men's swords collided, and the Grandmaster of the underground cave probably muttered about Lin Feng's strength.
In just a moment, he retreated fiercely.
After one sword strike, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably.
If you don't know, you might think he is having a Parkinson's attack. At hashtag. At this time, the other cave warriors were chattering and attacking Lin Feng from behind.
Lin Feng's mind moved, and a ball of blue lightning had condensed in his palm.
Roll! Bang!
Lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, and the power of thunder hit the warriors in the cave behind him.
In an instant, a group of people were electrocuted like mice. Sizzle, sizzle.
One after another they fell to the ground, struggling and dying with foam at the mouth. Ding, kill the Golden Warrior, upgrade points plus 13,600. Ding, kill the Platinum Warrior, upgrade points plus 87,000.
Bite.
A prompt sound came from his mind, which made Lin Feng gasp in surprise.
This power of thunder is quite strong. A single bolt of lightning directly killed dozens of cave warriors. It was truly a group annihilating engine. On the ground, the cave master's eyes froze when he saw Lin Feng's thundering methods, and he seemed to find it very incredible. But it must be said that the cave warrior was very brave. He still attacked Lin Feng with a big knife in his hand. The blade came down from the air with an indestructible posture. Thunder!
Lin Feng originally planned to use the thunder sword to deal with this guy, but after changing his mind, he decided to use the enhanced version of thunder. A ball of blue thunder was drawn to the sword blade, and Lin Feng burst out with 200% attack power, accompanied by 3 lightning bolts, and clashed with the cave warrior.
Pala pala.
There was a series of crackling sounds, and the cave warrior's body twitched violently, then he knelt heavily on the ground. He was electrocuted so much that smoke was coming out of his body, and everyone smelled the smell of grilled chicken wings. Those who don't know the situation might think that Lin Feng still has the leisure time to have a barbecue here.
Not dead yet?
Of course, the Grandmaster of the underground cave was no pushover, and his defense was inherently stronger than that of the human Grandmaster. The Grandmaster of the underground cave, who was bruised and battered by electricity, was still struggling with his legs and feet, kicking up from time to time in a dying struggle. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried forward and stabbed him to death with his sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After several sword strikes, the Grandmaster of the underworld cave finally stopped responding. Lin Feng also received a reward of 550,000 upgrade points.
Battles were still going on in other corners.
There were about 50 human warriors in the 3 cities, and more than 200 warriors in the cave of Haoren City. At this moment, the enemy's number has been reduced by half, and Lin Feng continues to fight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He used the power of thunder to continuously bombard the enemy, and wherever he passed, the cave warriors suffered terribly.
This scene also scared Shen Baiyang and others. This kid can also use the thunder technique? It's bad enough that you're good at physical attacks, but how come you're also good at magic attacks? Everyone stared at Lin Feng's massacre with their eyes wide open.
This guy has become the most handsome guy on the battlefield again.
It's over, and he has the greatest credit again.
Within 5 minutes, the battle was completely over and the human warriors won a great victory. After cleaning up the battlefield, they finally found a lot of good stuff, including 15 pieces of red crystals, 2 A-level weapons, and a lot of various elixirs.
Chapter 93, Golden Body and Bone Tempering. Next, it's a matter of distribution.
Lin Feng has made great contributions and will take 25%.
General Liu will take 20%. I will take 10%. Grandmaster Yi will take 10%.
Shen Baiyang made the distribution and said, "During this siege, we harvested a total of 15 red crystals. Lin Feng got 3.75, but 0.75 is hard to calculate, so I'll give you 4, but you have to deduct it from the other items."
In other words, you will not have any share of the other equivalent items that Lin Feng will give you later. Do you have any objection?
Or you can ask for something else of equal value, and then you 1T get the 0.75.
You have 2 options.
Lin Feng thought about it and decided to take a look at the other treasures before making a decision, so he asked, "Are there any other good things?"
A-level weapons are worth around 100 to 200 million each.
The underground cave golden body bone tempering pill can temper the bone marrow and increase the strength of the body.
It is necessary for building a golden physique.
Lu Nanfeng frankly explained to Lin Feng, "There's also the healing potion in the catacombs. 1 sip of this can heal almost any injury quickly, but there's only a small bottle. The other miscellaneous items probably won't be of much use to you."
Lin Feng, which one do you choose?
I have to say that the things here are very good and very tempting. Especially the bone tempering pill.
Lin Feng was eager to try it after hearing it just now.
What the hell is this to create a golden body?
Lin Feng asked Lu Nanfeng without any shame. When the Grandmaster Surname Ji heard this, he couldn't help but say, "No way, you don't even know what a golden body is?"
I have long hair, so please forgive my short-sightedness. Lin Feng shook his head.
The Grandmaster's surname Ji was named Yi Qiankuan.
He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "The golden body is a physical quality unique to the Grandmasters of the transformation realm. After achieving the golden body, the defense and blood energy will be about 1 level stronger than that of ordinary Grandmasters of the transformation realm.
This is also the only way to become a giant. Only by building a complete golden body can one reach the height of a giant.
Your General Liu currently has 20% of the golden body, and he has spent 20 years tempering his bones."
I see. After hearing Yi Qiankuan's popular science, Lin Feng nodded gratefully.
He didn't expect that the Grandmaster of the transformation realm could also create a golden body. Moreover, only when the golden body is completely formed can one have the opportunity to become a giant-level figure.
It seems that becoming a giant is not that easy. How many red crystals is this golden body bone tempering pill worth?
1 piece can be exchanged for 1 bottle. Shen Baiyang answered straightforwardly.
Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "Then I'll take 2 pieces of broken red crystal and a bottle of golden body bone tempering pill and healing potion, okay?" Everyone. Lin Feng, the healing potion is very expensive. 1 sip per person can save 1 life. Your red crystal is not enough to exchange for it.
Lu Nanfeng's expression was a little ugly, so Lin Feng had to give up this bold idea. Finally, Lin Feng took 2 pieces of red crystal and a bottle of golden body bone tempering pill.
Haoren City will be ours from now on. Now that we have taken it, we must not lose it again.
Otherwise, it will be very difficult to capture it again in the future. Lu Nanfeng said to everyone, "Everyone, get ready tomorrow. We still have several cities to attack. We should try our best to dominate this area before the new year and take control of Yanjing."
Everyone nodded and dispersed.
Lin Feng opened the golden body bone tempering pill, sniffed it, and threw it into his mouth. He wanted to try out the effects of this bottle of golden body and bone tempering pill to see if it was as magical as everyone said. Lin Feng forgot to tell you that it takes about 100 bottles of bone tempering pills to shape a 10% golden body.
You should eat sparingly.
After Lin Feng took the golden body bone tempering pill, Lu Nanfeng remembered this and turned around to say something to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng? Why didn't you say so earlier? Damn it, it's a waste. I need 100 bottles to get some effect. Damn it!
He complained, and suddenly, his body tensed up.
Changes actually occurred inside the bone marrow.
It seemed like there was a stream flowing inside, which made Lin Feng stunned. Ding, it's detected that the host has taken the golden body bone tempering pill.
The current bone tempering completion rate is 1%.
You can use upgrade points to speed up the bone tempering completion rate.
Do you want to speed up? The system has this function? How thoughtful.
Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng quickly opened his mouth and said, speed up as much as you can.
Ding, receiving the command, accelerating bone tempering.
Lin Feng's upgrade points were constantly consumed and soon reached the bottom. Finally, his bone tempering speed remained at 30%.
It's only 30%. That's a bit fake. It was a bit disappointing.
Lin Feng had just spent hundreds of millions of upgrade points, but only completed 30%.
To be honest, it was a bit of a loss.
By the way, I have another bottle here. Lin Feng took out another bottle of elixir that he had obtained from killing the Grandmaster in the Dead Forest yesterday. It was exactly the same as the bone tempering pill that he had taken just now, and the aura was exactly the same. So Lin Feng opened it and took it. As the pill melted in his mouth, the progress of his golden body and bone tempering immediately increased by 2%, reaching 32%. At this time, Lin Feng felt his lower limbs were extremely heavy. He knocked his legs with his hands, and a clanging sound was made, like hammering iron. It seems that the lower limbs have completed the golden body and bone tempering. Lucian spent 20 years to complete only 20% of his golden body bone tempering, but I only spent 2 days to complete 32%. It seems that using the golden body bone tempering pill is still more cost-effective. Lin Feng was thinking so when he saw the attribute panel and suddenly found that his golden physique had brought him a lot of benefits.
Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 520 ms.
Strength, 26.4 million kilograms. Storage space, small space.
Spiritual realm, Grandmaster 05 billion additional increase, 32%. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 05 billion. Upgrade points, 0.
Physical fitness, gold physical fitness completion 32%, facing opponents of the same level, up to 32% increase in defense, 32% increase in health.
Attribute, thunder low level, explosive power plus 400%.
Martial arts, divine dragon spear mastery level, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%, extreme explosion fist perfection level, basic attack plus 300%, gale footwork minor success level, 0 basic speed plus 40%, thunder swordsmanship perfection level, kendo attack plus 380%. It has to be said that this golden body's physique does have a great effect. When facing an opponent at the Grandmaster level, Lin Feng can increase his defense by 32%, which is equivalent to the opponent only being able to exert 68% of his true combat power.
And his mental power actually received an extra boost. Originally in the cave, Lin Feng's mental power was suppressed.
Now the increase of 32% in mental energy is really important.
It's like a timely help. The next day, the siege continued.
Because of his experience in siege, Lin Feng took the initiative to apply to be the main attacker that day.
Lanfeng City, this city has more powerful people than Haoren City.
The information shows that there are 2 more masters, but with the 2 masters Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng around, no one is afraid.
Everyone is ready to work hard.
As soon as the attack was launched, Lin Feng rushed to the front alone and blasted open the city gate in a few seconds.
After rushing in, there were various thunder bombardments.
More than 10 platinum warriors of the other side were electrocuted to death on the spot. This scene made the warriors in the cave stare wide-eyed. They lost their fighting spirit before the battle even started, like a stray dog.
Chapter 94, Siegetide.
General Liu, leave the 2 Grandmasters to me. You take care of the others first.
I'll come and help you as soon as I'm done.
Several masters from the other side appeared. Lin Feng took a look and saw that there were 5 masters in total. Fortunately, there are no masters of the transformation realm among them, so it is not a problem to deal with them. After Lin Feng discussed the battle plan, he rushed over immediately and fought with the 2 masters.
Curry Wang Defa. Curry. The two masters were unhappy to see the human warrior being so arrogant and domineering, so they caught Lin Feng and attacked him. Lin Feng was not a pushover either, and his Gale shield blocked almost all of the opponent's attacks. The opponent punched me and I was almost stunned. Because the two masters found that their strength was actually weakened a lot when they fought with Lin Feng. Completely unable to exert the usual combat effectiveness. Are you stupid? My diamond legs are not just for nothing. Lin Feng swept his long legs and kicked the two men with great force. His lower limbs had now completed the tempering of his golden body and bones, and his defense was as solid as a rock. Every kick was not only extremely powerful but also had top-notch defense. In the end, due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides, coupled with Lin Feng's crazy harvest, after a round of fighting, the others did not perform well, and the battle was over without even warming up. Everything is because Lin Feng is too evil. As soon as he made a move, his teammates had no chance of survival. He quickly killed two masters. Groups of cave warriors gathered in the crowd and cried out in pain because of his electric shock. He is simply the king of thunder and lightning. Everyone knows that Lin Feng did this in order to grab the credit and get more distribution. No one was too embarrassed to say anything about this battlefield harvester behavior. After all, those who are capable will get the job, and those who work harder will naturally get more. Furthermore, Lin Feng's superb performance also reduced their casualties indirectly, which was also a good thing. When the final victory of the siege was distributed, Lin Feng took the lion's share. Lanfeng City is richer than Haoren City, and there are many good things in it. Lin Feng obtained a total of 6 red crystals, 2 bottles of golden body bone tempering pills, and a violent strengthening pill. As for the violent strengthening pill, Lin Feng didn't know much about it. He asked about it and found that this thing had a great effect. Taking one pill can strengthen oneself, and within 15 minutes, both strength and defense will suddenly double, entering a violent state. However, the side effects of the Berserk strengthening pill are significant. After strengthening, it will cause a huge overdraft of blood, energy, spirit, and physical strength. After taking one, you need to rest for at least 7 days to recover. Those with weak blood and energy may even have their energy drained away, and die suddenly after the excitement. We generally do not recommend it for warriors below platinum level. Glancing at Lin Feng, Lu Nanfeng warned, "Don't try unless it's absolutely necessary, because this is a sign of madness from a cave warrior." In the past, when they were desperate, they took this kind of medicine to fight against humans, and many of them even blew up their bodies in an attempt to die with us. Madman. After hearing this, Lin Feng felt that these cave warriors were all crazy. Taking this kind of pill and self-destructing is like risking your life. In addition to Lin Feng, Lu Nanfeng got 2, Shen Baiyang got 1, and some platinum warriors also got 1. And yesterday, Yi Qianquan and other strong men in city number 12 also had 1 in their hands. This kind of thing can still be used at a critical moment. One has to say that the alchemy technology in the underground cave is much more advanced than that on the ground. After a short rest, we'll attack Shuaiyue City, 300 miles away, this afternoon. Before they join forces, we'll try to take it down in one fell swoop to avoid endless trouble later. Lu Nanfeng gave the order and everyone began to clean up the city. After they were done, they each took a few blood and energy pills to replenish their strength and then continued on their journey. Lin Feng's blood is rich and strong, even stronger than Lu Nanfeng's, so there is no need to waste the Qi blood pill. He has not taken a single Qi Shui pill since he entered the cave. He still has about 300 pills, which should be enough for him to move around in the cave for a few months. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and others sent another group of people to attack the city. This time, there were not many people coming. After all, the city had just been captured and needed someone to guard it to prevent sneak attacks from the cave warriors. If all come out, others will turn around and move in again, which is no different from not attacking at all. Although it was noon, the sky was still gray and gloomy. In this kind of environment where there is no sunlight all day long, people feel a little depressed. If they were ordinary people, they would probably collapse within 3 days. Fortunately, warriors have a different mindset and are more resilient. Finally, after moving forward at a very fast speed, everyone arrived at Shuaiyue City again. They went through the same process again and it didn't take much effort. They took it down in no time. Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng were still the main attackers. They took the lead and killed several masters. The cave warriors fled in panic and had no strength to fight. In the next few days, Lin Feng and others continued to attack the city. The two of them were like 2 killing machines in the Yanjing cave, sweeping and harvesting frantically.
There are very few opponents at the Grandmaster level, and I have only encountered them twice in total. With Lu Nanfeng involved and Lin Feng assisting, the other party had almost no power to resist. In just 5 days, they captured 12 cities. Fortunately, there were people from the ground who kept entering the cave to guard it, otherwise, there would not be enough people to attack the city. Lin Feng and his group can be said to have ruled half of the city in the Yinjing caverns.
By the way, General Lu, where did the owner and the others go?
On the 6th day, before Lin Feng set off, he puffed up his head and looked at Lu Nanfeng curiously.
At the beginning, Lin Feng came down with the pavilion master Lu Mubai and Deacon Su, but at that time Lu Mubai left with another giant human, Xiao Kuanglei.
They have not been seen for so many days, and no one knows what they are doing. So Lin Feng was very curious. Lu Nanfeng smiled and said, "The master and his men are in the more dangerous first and second tier areas.
The mission he assigned to us is to seize control of the Yinjing grottos. After resolving matters here, we will go to the first and second tier areas to provide support." The caverns are divided into first tier and second tier areas?
Lin Feng was a little surprised. Shen Baiyang said with a smile, "Of course, this place is just like our first and second tier cities. There are many dangers over there, there are many strong people, and the resources are abundant."
If I didn't have a mission, I would have gone there too.
Hearing Shen Baiyang's tone, Lin Feng felt that the cave was not simple. Of course, if all the masters ran over there, then there would be no one to guard these relatively backward places. By then, the cave would be lost and the entire Yinjing ground would be doomed.
So their mission is to control this area.
The group advanced on foot at a fairly fast pace. After a few hours, when they approached a city, they suddenly stopped.
Because Lin Feng discovered that a battle was breaking out in the city. This is city number 22.
It was already controlled by our military warriors several months ago.
Why is it now? Shen Baiyang's eyes flashed, and everyone thought of something. They immediately said, "Oh no! The human city is being attacked by the cave warriors. Hurry and provide support."
Suddenly, everyone rushed over quickly. And in city number 22, at this moment, a young man was holding a long knife and slashing wildly.
Zhang Lang, Xiaoling, Chen Jie.
A wounded platinum warrior looked at the young men in front of him and said with a pale face, "The department head and I will hold them back later. Once you get out of the city gate, run south as fast as you can.
Remember, no matter what happens, don't look back. Never look back."
Tears glistened on the faces of several young men, and they all shook their heads in unison.
Chapter 95, Disaster is Coming. Teacher, please don't blow yourself up, okay? Teacher, we will definitely be able to break through.
The boy named Chen Jie suddenly choked up. They knew what their mentor was going to do, which was to self-destruct to give them a chance to escape.
The middle-aged male instructor got angry and scolded, "You are a warrior, don't cry, fight like a man.
We in the magic and martial arts school don't have cowards. You are my disciple, Zhong Guoqiang, so don't embarrass me. Anyone who disobeys the master's orders will be expelled from the school and the sect." At this time, several strong men came to kill him. Zhong Guoqiang held a spear in his hand and swung it hard, killing 3 cave warriors with one shot.
There are more and more warriors in the underground cave. Listen up, fellow demon warriors.
After I shout a few dozen times, all of you will break out towards the main gate.
Head south until you reach the next human city.
Even if your teammates die, don't look back.
Do you understand?
After a powerful grandmaster defeated his grandmaster opponent from the catacombs, he shouted to the crowd, and all the surviving magic and martial arts instructors gathered together and broke out towards the gate. Prepare for a life or death struggle. However, due to the countless warriors in the cave, there were too many strong ones. For a while, not only did they not advance a single step, but 5 or 6 platinum-level mentors were killed in the battle.
It's over, the plan won't work. What to do? If we can't break out, we'll all die in there. Director, the situation is not optimistic. I'm going to risk it all. You guys find a chance to leave.
At this moment, a wounded platinum warrior took a step forward and broke away from the crowd, rushing towards the gate.
He shouted, "Mo Su Wenjie, please die." Teacher Su. Teacher, no. Wenjie.
At this moment, everyone behind him could only shout weakly, and his students all showed despair.
In everyone's sight, Su Wenjie quickly swallowed a violent strengthening pill after approaching the gate. Finally, he rushed into the crowd and blew himself up. Boom! When he exploded, there was chaos all around, and many cave warriors were killed instantly. Some platinum warriors were severely injured and retreated to the side. However, they underestimated the determination of the cave warriors. After this group of guys were blown away, someone else immediately filled the gap, making it almost airtight. "Oh no, this isn't working." Zhong Guoqian glanced at the department head who was being besieged by powerful men from the cave in the distance, shook his head, and his expression was ashen and a little pale. Zhang Lang, Xia Xiaoling, and other magic and martial arts students all looked desperate, but they all gritted their teeth and held their weapons tightly. Soon, the instructors standing outside were killed one after another and fell to the ground. These students of magic and martial arts were ready to fight to the death. However, at this moment, an inexplicable battle broke out at the gate, which made the teachers and students of Mo feel a little confused. On this side, Lin Feng and his gang arrived, rushed into the crowd, and immediately started killing. "It's someone from the demonic martial arts sect. Never mind, let's kill the cave warrior first." Lu Nanfeng, Lin Feng, and Xin Baiyang, 3 masters, came to support. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, 7 or 8 masters from the other side rushed over, as if they knew the principle of capturing the leader first. Kill. Lin Feng directly used the Leixiao sword and swung it continuously with the thunder sword technique at an extremely fast speed. Bursts of thunder sounded one after another. Now, ordinary masters were no match for Lin Feng. In just a few moves, Lin Feng killed 2 masters in succession, and hundreds of gold and silver warriors rushed up, but they could not withstand Lin Feng's thunder bombardment. He grabbed the lightning and threw it out violently. Suddenly, a group of cave warriors were like mice that had been electrocuted. They were knocked to the ground with their eyes rolled back. "It's Lin Feng. I'm not seeing things, it's my brother." Zhang Lang and Xia Xiaoling saw this familiar figure and their eyes flickered in delight. "Ha, Lin Feng is here." The battle lasted less than 3 minutes before it was over. I have to say that Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng's performance was truly impressive. Below the state of transformation, no one is their opponent, no one can beat them. The 2 of them are equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. This performance stunned all the teachers and students of Mo, especially Zhang Lang and Xia Xiaoling, who were even more incredulous about Lin Feng's strength. This guy just killed several masters with his own hands. He is so strong. Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 500,000. Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 700,000. Ding, kill. After the battle, the prompt sounds of these upgrade points continued to echo in Lin Feng's mind. He killed a lot of platinum, gold, and silver warriors. I'm too lazy to count the number of heads. In short, in this battle, he obtained more than 4 million upgrade points. Lin Feng. Xiao Feng. On this side, when the battle ended, Zhang Lang, Xia Xiaoling and others felt relieved and came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard someone calling him, turned around, and saw Zhang Lang and Xia Xiaoling. His face froze in surprise. "It's you?" "Well, Lin Feng, thanks to you guys for coming, otherwise we would all have died here." Zhang Lang was still in shock, while Xia Xiaoling hugged Lin Feng directly, almost crying with excitement. Everyone looked at him in surprise. This was an old acquaintance. "It's okay, I'm here." Lin Feng gently comforted Xia Xiaoling. They haven't seen each other since they separated in the Moa dormitory last time. Later, Lin Feng was too busy. He was either fighting or on the way to fight. He only made occasional phone calls. He didn't expect that Xia Xiaoling and Zhang Lang would come down to the cave. Moreover, we met here. The probability of this happening is so small that it cannot be any smaller. Finally, it was learned that Zhang Lang had become the new king of magic and martial arts, and the underground cave was becoming increasingly urgent. The outstanding students of magic and martial arts came down to the underground cave to train and seek the fastest speed of growth. When the new students of Mo were born, they settle down in city number 22, and usually go out to fight in the wild to gain basic combat experience. Unexpectedly, a week ago, all the surrounding human cities had been occupied by the underground cave warriors' counterattack. The underground cave warriors even cut off their retreat. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the magic and martial arts teachers and students have been trapped here for a week. Today, the city was finally breached, and more than 10 warriors sent by the authorities were all killed in battle. Li Xiao, the head of the magic and martial arts department, was extremely grateful to Lu Nanfeng and the others. He then said, "In this battle, 13 of our magic and martial arts department instructors and over 20 students died. If you hadn't arrived, we would all have died here." "Director Li, don't we humans still have more than 10 official city bases ahead? Is there no one coming to support them?" Lu Nanfeng asked.
Speaking of this, Li Xiao's expression became even more bitter.
That side has been completely occupied.
According to incomplete statistics, our human race has lost no fewer than 10 warriors, including grandmasters, who died in the battle.
So many?
Even Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this number.
That's not all.
If City 30 falls, the army from the catacombs will head this way, all the way south.
By then, our entire Yanjing catacombs will be slaughtered. I'm dissatisfied with what you all said.
The situation in the Yanjing caverns has become uncontrollable.
Li Xiao's voice trembled and his expression was not happy. Chapter 96, City Number 33.
As soon as these words were spoken, a heavy sense of crisis appeared on everyone's face. During this period, Lin Feng and his men captured more than a dozen cities in one go, and thought that the unification of the cave was imminent. But I never thought that such a big thing would happen here, and the war would continue.
The situation is quietly deteriorating in secret. What's the current situation in City Number 30? Lu Nanfeng stepped forward and asked again.
The cave warriors sent people over from there 5 days ago, but the main force of the cave warriors hasn't arrived yet.
They're probably still engaged in battle.
Li Xiao said uncertainly, of course this is just my personal guess. As for whether City Number 30 is still there, we have no way to verify it. We have also sent people out to investigate in the past few days, hoping to call for reinforcements.
But no one who left could return.
Almost all of them were killed in battle by the cave warriors. After leaving the 22 cities, the entire route was filled with cave warriors. Dangers lurked everywhere, and it was beyond our reach.
But the enemy's main force hasn't arrived yet.
They should still be stuck in City 30, otherwise we would have been finished long ago. Lu Nanfeng nodded in approval. The army of cave warriors had not come to the 22nd city, so they must still be attacking the city there for so long. Otherwise, the Yanjing catacombs would have been razed to the ground long ago. No, we have to go to 30 cities for support and see what's going on.
General Lu, it's very dangerous over there. There are quite a few Transformation Realm Grandmasters.
Li Xiao warned, be very careful when you go there. Oh, Seniors Wu Lang and Senior Chen Fei are also over there.
I don't know if they are. I understand. Now that they are here, it will be easy. Lu Nanfeng's confidence suddenly increased.
Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei are both his old friends. One is the deputy head of Thunder Martial Arts School, and the other is the head of Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Both of them are at the level of transformation, not much weaker than him. With the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm in charge, we should be able to hold out for 3 to 5 days.
Captain, I'll go with you.
Lin Feng looked at Lu Nanfeng. Shen Baiyang was about to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted him, saying, the others shouldn't go. If there's an ambush, having too many people would only be a burden.
General Lu and I have strong blood and energy, and we can fly fast. If we really encounter danger, we will be able to escape. Okay, in that case, we will stay here. If there is any disturbance, we will retreat.
Shen Baiyang said lightly.
The cave warriors sent out so many powerful warriors and occupied all the human cities. It is estimated that there must be at least a dozen masters.
With so much firepower, they would not be able to resist it with just these people.
If we all go, we will all be wiped out.
No one wants to risk death in the face of unknown circumstances.
Lin Feng, what is your current strength?
At this time, Zhang Lang came up from behind, glanced at Lin Feng, and spoke.
I'm not weaker than the Grandmaster. You don't have to worry about me. Your brother is the best in the world and the most powerful fighter in the universe.
Knowing that Zhang Lang asked this out of concern, Lin Feng did not hide his own strength. Hearing this, Zhang Lang's eyes were filled with surprise, and then he nodded.
He really didn't understand the world of the Grandmaster.
Lin Feng glanced at the medal on Zhang Lang's chest again. It was inscribed with the words Rookie King. He chuckled and said, Magic and Martial Arts Rookie King.
Not bad. What realm are you in?
I'm only at the peak of bronze, just short of silver. Zhang Lang said a little embarrassedly. His strength was too insignificant in front of Lin Feng.
Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. So fast? Keep up the good work, we will conquer the world together in the future.
You have to know that when Zhang Lang entered the Magic Martial Arts Academy, he was just a warrior. The last time he was beaten badly by the Zhou family, when Lin Feng went to seek justice, he was only a bronze 1 star.
He hadn't expected his brother to have improved so quickly after just a few months of not seeing him. This speed was definitely abnormal. Could this kid be cheating? Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions. After all, anyone who could get the title of magic and martial arts newcomer king must have good talent. Lin Feng, you have to be careful. At this time, Xia Xiaoling warned with concern, and Lin Feng nodded gently, I will pay attention. If things are not going well, I will retreat. I will never be reckless. Xia Xiaoling didn't know what to say. Warriors went down into the caves and dealt with life and death every day. Without fighting, they could not obtain resources and could not become strong. Moreover, the situation in the cave is critical now. If no one stands up, the Yanjing cave will be unified by the cave warriors. Without further ado, Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng set off towards city number 30. I must become as strong as my brothers. Watching Lin Feng set off, Zhang Lang secretly swore an oath behind him, and he was very confident that he could become a master. Because after taking the rejuvenation pill sent by Lin Feng last time, his cultivation became more and more violent day by day, and the speed of breakthrough surprised even himself. Such unusual movements made Zhang Lang unable to believe that his future would be mediocre. He was full of confidence in his own strength. Call out. Two figures were flying low in the air, reaching a speed of 200 ms. Lu Nanfeng and Lin Feng did not dare to fly too fast, because it would consume too much energy and blood. If a battle broke out there, a large amount of energy and blood would be needed to maintain it, while moving forward steadily would not have much impact. Finally, 5 hours later, the two arrived near city number 30, restrained their breath, and slowly approached. At this moment, city number 30 was unusually quiet, so quiet that it was abnormal. When the two looked around, they saw that the walls of city number 30 were stained with blood, corpses were piled up outside the city, and there were many broken weapons and remains on the ground. Obviously, there has been fighting here. And it looks like the battle is fierce. There are human warriors on the city wall. It seems the city has not been breached yet. Lin Feng used his mental power to investigate and found that the people guarding the city were human warriors, and their aura matched that of humans. That's not right. Why don't the strong men in the cave attack the city? Lu Nanfeng muttered. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the two of them and was walking towards them. He had his hand on his waistband, about to relieve himself, when he suddenly saw two humans sprawled in the grass. He couldn't help but yell, at #%. Fuck, we've been discovered. Swish, Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and the opponent immediately covered his crotch, fell to the ground and screamed, with his balls broken all over the floor. At this moment, hundreds of cave warriors emerged from the bushes not far away and attacked frantically like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The two felt it and looked at each other. There is a master ambush. There are too many people on the other side, hurry into the city. So, the two of them quickly headed towards the gate of city number 30. At this time, the people on the city wall saw the warriors in the cave below suddenly launched an attack, and immediately aimed their bows and crossbows downwards. A white-bearded master appeared on the top of the city wall, took a look, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Open the city gate, I am Lu Nanfeng, Zhuoleng Qinfei, open the door. Lu Nanfeng roared. Hearing the familiar voice below, Zhuoleng, the white-bearded man, froze in his tracks. He quickly said, open the city gate. Quick! It's a human! Finally, the city gate opened, and Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng escaped the pursuit of the cave warriors without any danger. Outside, when the cave warriors saw the two men entering the city, they gave up chasing them, cursed a few times, and continued to guard their respective posts. Chapter 97, Absolutely Powerful Enemy I. City number 33, inside the city. Damn, there are so many people. Recalling the ambush he had just experienced, Lin Feng patted his heart with lingering fear. Just now, he sensed the aura of at least 7 or 8 masters. And there are even more platinum and gold ones. This is more than 10 times more than the number of cave warriors in other cities. This lineup can really flatten a city. Before the two of them had time to think carefully, Zhuoleng, with a white beard, walked down from the city wall. Seeing Lu Nanfeng, he looked at him as if he were looking at an antique and said, Brother Lu? Zhuoleng, you're not nearsighted, are you? Who else could it be but me? Seeing several warriors coming down from the city wall, Lu Nanfeng said unhappily, if you had been any slower in opening the door, the two of us would have been beaten up outside. In the scene just now, if they were entangled, it would be difficult for them to get out, and they would probably have to pay a price to leave. After all, there are too many masters on the other side, and there are all kinds of hidden arrows, so it is not so easy to deal with them.
After Zhuo Lang confirmed that it was Lu Nanfeng himself, he said calmly, "It's okay.
You came here to be buried with us anyway." "Zhuo Lang, what do you mean by that? Cursing me to death? If I could curse you to death, would you still be alive today?"
Zhuo Lang shook his head and said with a wry smile, "There are huge crowds of people outside now, and that was just a small group of people."
"Do you think 7 or 8 grandmasters is the limit?" "You're wrong.
The other side still has more than 10 grandmasters at the base camp 5 miles away. If you make such a commotion, the other side may have already surrounded us."
Hearing this, Lu Nanfeng raised his eyes and said, "Zhuo Lang, you are kidding, right? Are the cave warriors so powerful? Otherwise, we will be trapped here and unable to get out?" Zhuo Lang seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Who is this?" "His name is Lin Feng.
He's a newcomer to our super martial arts school and a rare genius."
"Don't look at him.
Your Thunder Martial Arts School can't produce such a genius, so don't try to poach him. Lin Feng is loyal to our Super Martial Arts School."
"TSK, who said we were going to poach someone?" Zhuo Lang's eyes kept scanning Lin Feng, and he finally asked doubtfully, "Boy, what's your cultivation level?"
"Oh, I'm not talented. It wasn't long since I turned 17, and I'm only a grandmaster."
"I'm so ashamed."
Lin Feng adjusted his hair, clasped his fists and bowed, looking as if he couldn't say anything.
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhuo Lang almost fell to the side. The other warriors were even more shocked and stared at Lin Feng.
The 17-year-old grandmaster is unique in the world.
To be able to become a master at this age, I have to say, he is really a freak.
For this reason, Lin Feng's heart tightened. At this time, Zhuo Lang no longer looked at Lin Feng. After all, they were all dying. No matter how talented they were, they would be doomed if they entered here.
They would be wiped out soon. He looked at Lu Nanfeng and said, "By the way, Brother Lu, where are our reinforcements?" "There are no reinforcements, so it's just the 2 of us coming." "No reinforcements? Then congratulations to you too, you've entered the wolf's den." Lu Nanfeng poked his head out and said, "No way, Zhuo Lang, you can't even handle you and me?"
"Not only you and I can't handle it, even if 3 more masters come, there is no possibility of breaking out from here," Zhuo Lang said, walking to the top of the city wall, and Lin Feng and others followed behind him. In just 5 days, the enemy launched 4 offensives, almost 1 every day.
"We officially lost 2 Transcendent Realm Seniors, 5 Grandmasters, and nearly a dozen Platinum Warriors, but we won't count the others."
When Zhuo Lang talked about this, his eyes were full of depth. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng realized the seriousness of the matter.
Both of the 2 people in the transformation realm died in the battle. What level of battle was this?
He looked around the city intentionally or unintentionally and found that there was blood everywhere and no place was clean. The whole city was filled with the smell of blood. There were only a dozen or so warriors left standing guard on the city wall, looking very thin and desolate.
The atmosphere here is too depressing. How many strong men are there on the other side, and what levels are they?
Lu Nanfeng asked with surprise. Zhuo Lang thought for a moment and said, "There are 5 Transformation Realm Grandmasters, and no less than 15 Grandmasters. I haven't counted the Platinum Realm Grandmasters, but there are probably around 30. There are also Gold and Silver Grandmasters, but I don't bother to care about them."
Hiss. Hearing Zhuo Lang's answer, Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng were both shocked and took a deep breath. "Don't worry too much. We have killed 3 Transformation Realm Grandmasters and 4 ordinary Grandmasters in the battles over the past few days. It won't be easy for them to break in. I heard Chen Fei is here too?" "Brother Fei, he was beaten up by 3 Grandmasters yesterday. He was badly beaten. Now his fighting ability is about the same as my neighbor's 80-year-old grandmother. If the enemy attacks today, I will give him a few violent strengthening pills so that he can jump up and fight for 10 minutes." Zhuo Lang pointed to a house in the city and said to himself, "That guy is at least still somewhat useful now, otherwise I wouldn't even bother dragging him back from the enemy." Lin Feng broke out in a sweat after hearing this. It turned out that they wanted to use the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm as a bomb. "I think they're about to launch their 5th wave of attacks today. If you can escape, try your best, but I don't think it's going to be easy." Zhuo Lang pointed to the distance and said, "The reinforcements they brought back have arrived. Get ready to fight." Sure enough, not far from the site, the cave warriors in uniform were surrounding them. They were a black mass and there were a large number of them, at least more than 500.
Moreover, Lin Feng tried to use his mental power to spy, but the next moment his brows furrowed fiercely. 5 transformation realms.
Just 5 transformation realm cultivators, and you're frightened like this?
Zhuo Lang showed a hint of arrogance. As he said this, he took out a few pills and poured them into his mouth, as if to replenish his energy and blood.
Hurry up and take the medicine if you have any.
The other side has plenty of pills.
They have almost all kinds of medicine. They've practically brought the entire warehouse.
When the fight starts, we won't have a chance to catch our breath.
Don't die before taking any medicine. It would be a waste.
Hearing this, Lu Nanfeng also froze slightly and put his hands in his pockets.
Lin Feng's eyes froze for a moment, and he asked, "Senior, you just said that the other party has a lot of medicinal pills?"
"I'm not lying to you. I have a bottle of Qi Shuedan in my hand, which is specially made.
I also have violent strengthening pills and the like. Do they have golden body bone tempering pills?"
"Of course, they have plenty of golden body bone tempering pills.
The last thing they lack is golden body bone tempering pills. Why are you asking this?"
Zhuo Lang said impatiently. "Come on, I'll go get Brother Fei out first. You guys deal with it first."
Lu Nanfeng.
Lin Feng was ecstatic. He was in need of the golden body and bone tempering pill. A minute later, the enemy troops were at the gates of the city. Dark clouds were pressing down on the city and it seemed as if it was about to be destroyed. The originally oppressive clouds in the sky became even darker. The warriors in the cave, several strong men stood in front, took a look at the city gate, and then chattered something incomprehensible, and then a strong man approached the gate and started to smash it. Inside the city, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Nanfeng, Zhuo Lang, and more than 10 other warriors' hearts began to pound, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats.
"Here they come, kill them."
Not long after, the city gate was blasted open by an explosive force, the defense was broken, and a large group of cave warriors rushed into the city gate and broke it down.
Chapter 98, Absolutely Powerful Enemy Part 2.
The enemy's crowd swarmed in, rushing in with ferocious looks. At this moment, Lu Nanfeng, Zhuo Lang, and the others were about to charge forward to meet the enemy, but Lin Feng said, "Let me go first." A few people moved aside, and saw 2 thunder powers condensed in Lin Feng's hands, and blue lightning shot out to the ground.
Bang! The oncoming cave warriors were instantly turned into muggles by the blue lightning and were all burned.
Whether they were warriors in the Gold Realm or the Platinum Realm, they were all blasted away by Lin Feng's violent thunder, and bursts of screams were heard.
Korikakasa.
Curry chirp.
At #%.
Seeing Lin Feng's terrifying methods, the cave warrior stopped, cursed a few times, and rushed in again. Lin Feng did not rest either, and continued to blast out lightning and bombard with wild thunder.
Crackle. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared one after another, and in an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth sank.
Purple gold flashed wildly, dazzling. "Boy, that's great. I didn't expect you to have such martial arts skills.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
Zhuo Lang and others on the side couldn't help but praise Lin Feng after seeing his methods. Lin Feng killed a large group of cave warriors in seconds, acting like the king of team battles. Lin Feng continued to blow them to death.
Lu Nanfeng was slightly happy on the side.
He didn't expect that Lin Feng's performance was beyond his expectations.
This kid is really extraordinary. With him around, everything is stable. Bang bang bang.
Lin Feng had no time to talk nonsense. He kept throwing out lightning, using both hands. After hitting the left hand, he switched to the right hand, almost non-stop. His hand speed was extremely fast, but the more times the thunder bombarded him, the more his energy and blood were consumed.
You know, the explosive power of lightning attributes is extremely strong. Under extreme burst, it can launch 400% attack.
He is now holding back and using less than 1/3 of his strength. Despite this, warriors below the platinum level were all shocked by Lin Feng, and many of them were dizzy and rolling their eyes. Lin Feng also felt a lot of pressure. He blasted out more than 20 lightning bolts at once, which had consumed a lot of his blood and energy.
"I can't hold on any longer, damn, there are too many people."
After Lin Feng threw out a bolt of lightning and killed more than a dozen cave warriors, he swallowed a large blood pill at the speed of light and continued to solve the problem with his hands.
"You have to hold on even if you can't. We'll help you. They won't be able to get in for a while."
Lu Nanfeng and others stepped forward and stood guard on both sides. If any fish slipped through the net, they would be killed by a punch from the 2 men.
Ka Ka Lu Zairi.
%#. When nearly 100 people died in the cave, the opponent's powerful master finally lost his patience. A powerful man burst out with the power of chi and blood, built a barrier directly, and flew in.
A powerful person in the realm of transformation.
Sensing the aura of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, Lu Nanfeng gave a warning and then shouted, "Lin Feng, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng condensed a ball of blue lightning and blasted it out. This time, it was a 400% explosion. Facing the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, Lin Feng did not dare to hold back at all. If a Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm rushes in, they will be in big trouble.
Boom!
Lin Feng's attack directly hit the defense of the Grandmaster of the Underworld Cave Transformation Realm. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled, and the earth shook, as if a missile exploded at close range.
The sound of the explosion just disappeared, and the next moment, the Grandmaster of the Underworld Transformation Realm had already stepped into the city gate and reached out to grab Lin Feng, the King of Thunder and Lightning. Oops. When the crisis came, Lin Feng dodged and thought to himself that it was not good, but at this time Lu Nanfeng stood in front of Lin Feng and punched him. Bang! An invisible shockwave erupted in space, the air around was turbulent, and the powerful Grandmaster of the Underworld Cave Transformation Realm flew backwards several feet. Obviously, his strength was far inferior to Lu Nanfeng's.
But a more serious problem arose. When Lin Feng was quiet for a moment, the city gate was completely lost. The ferocious cave warrior screamed wildly and started to kill Lin Feng and others.
Bai Yinfei, why don't you come out?
Seeing the city gate lost, Zhuo Lang shouted towards the house, and the next moment, a middle-aged figure flew out.
Shen Fei. A powerful master in the realm of transformation. I'm a little late. I came out too early.
I was afraid you'd trick me.
Shen Fei said this, then nodded to Lu Nanfeng. Brother, you're here. You're really my good brother. Don't say anything more, just kill him.
Lu Nanfeng had no time to listen to Chen Fei's nonsense. He was suddenly approached by two masters of the transformation realm and a fight broke out instantly. On Lin Feng's side, he was still bombarding with thunder and lightning. Some of the cave warriors who surrounded him were all blown to pieces, and some even exploded to death.
Ding, kill the platinum warrior, upgrade points plus 99,999.
Ding, kill the silver warrior, upgrade points plus 1,500. Bite. The system was like a tape recorder at this moment, and one voice after another sounded in Lin Feng's mind, which was very irritating. Of course, Lin Feng was too lazy to look at the harvest, he just kept killing no less than 200 people. Over there, a human warrior had already been dismembered, and dozens of cave warriors surrounded one person, chopping with swords and knives, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Less than a minute after the battle started, almost all the human warriors were killed, and only Lu Nanfeng and 3 people in the transformation realm were struggling to hold on. Lin Feng's good days were over. 3 masters attacked together, and each of them threw a punch from the sky with such force that it seemed to tear the space apart. Court death. Lin Feng raised his eyes and fought back with his fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the warrior suddenly retreated hundreds of feet. He stomped his feet, and his legs plowed a deep groove in the ground before he stopped. At this time, he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and kept making bird sounds, probably greeting Lin Feng's family or something. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. The other party was actually the master of golden body and bone tempering. His fists were too hard. #. The powerful Grandmaster cursed angrily and continued to attack Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 2 Grandmasters of the cave did not give Lin Feng any chance to fight alone and attacked him together. After Lin Feng received the punch, his body trembled slightly, and at this moment another blade came down from the side, trying to chop off Lin Feng's little head. Roll! Having no choice, Lin Feng summoned the Leixiao sword with his other hand at the critical moment and blasted it fiercely. Boom! The master felt a tightness in his chest and almost vomited blood. But Lin Feng's dangers did not end there. A sense of desolation inexplicably appeared behind him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and blocked the sword with his Gale Shield. Bang! The Gale Shield made a loud noise, but was not damaged at all and was very strong. It is worthy of being the best weapon for defense, Lin Feng sighed secretly in his heart, then quickly withdrew from the spot, creating a safe gap between him and the 3 cave masters. As soon as he raised his head, the 3 attacked Lin Feng again, not even giving him a second to rest. In other corners of the city, Lu Nanfeng was besieged by 2 people in the transformation realm. They were beaten from the ground to the sky, and bursts of explosions were heard from the sky. On Zhuo Lang's side, he was also brutally beaten by a Transformation Realm Master and 2 Grandmasters. On the other side, a fierce battle was taking place in the sky, and the sky was also collapsing and the earth was breaking apart. "Senior, why don't you go to heaven?" Finally, Lin Feng saw Chen Fei, who had taken the violent strengthening pill, fighting 3 people alone in the city, so he asked. The battle between the Grandmasters of the Transformation Realm is only effective if it is fought in the sky. It would be a bit cheap if it is fought on the ground. Fei Chen took the time to glance at Lin Feng and cursed, "Damn it, do you think I don't want to? There are too many strong people up there, and they just got beaten down." The next second, a figure fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuo Lang with the white beard. He was vomiting blood like a fountain. The situation is not optimistic. Chapter 99, 1 verses 3. Lin Feng didn't have time to look. Zhuo Lang was at the Transformation Realm, but he was beaten like this, with his chest almost cracked. What could he, a Grandmaster, do? His hands couldn't stretch that far, so he couldn't take care of it for a while. On this side, Lin Feng didn't have time to look any further and continued to fight with the 3 masters. Although the other side has more people, Lin Feng's speed is an advantage, and with the protection of the Gale Shield, it is difficult for Lin Feng to be injured. Bang! The opponent's arms were made of golden body and bones, and the power of his fists was extremely terrifying. He punched with endless pressure, intending to shatter Zhou Xiao. So exciting! Lin Feng had no choice but to use his extremely explosive fist to fight back. With every punch, the 2 of them retreated together, almost in a state of confrontation. Swish! When Lin Feng retreated to defense, the Divine Spear attacked again, and he had to fight with Lei Xiao. Thunder sounded, and Lin Feng, who had used all his strength, finally hit the spear with a sword. In an instant, the cave master holding the spear trembled slightly. Before he could be surprised, Lin Feng had already rushed to him at an extremely fast speed. Kill! With a loud shout, Lin Feng swung his sword, and a visible domineering aura was like a mountain. The extremely violent force slashed fiercely on the head of the cave master. The Grandmaster of the Underworld held his spear horizontally in front of him, building a thick defense. The next moment, there was a clanging sound. Although he barely blocked Lin Feng's attack with a force exceeding 50 million, his arms were already cracking with bones, almost breaking. Obviously, his defense has reached its limit. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not give him any chance to breathe. As the 2 of them were in a stalemate, 3 lightning bolts burst out from the sword blade. Dong long long. Thunder roared, and each of the 3 lightning bolts caused an additional 8% attack, adding up to 24%. The 40 million powerful forces struck the Grandmaster of the underground cave without reservation. At that moment, the Grandmaster's eyes trembled with shock, and his heart was in a panic. Just when Lin Feng burst out with all his strength to kill the Grandmaster of the underground cave, his fatal weakness was exposed, that is, he had no time to deal with the attacks of the other 2 Grandmasters of the underground cave. The 2 men came swinging their fists and swords with tremendous force. Block! Lin Feng had no choice but to use the Gale Shield to block the fatal sword. With a bang, the Gale Shield exploded back. Lin Feng's abdomen was hit hard by the fist of another cave master. At that moment, Lin Feng could feel the severe pain coming from his body. Fortunately, Lin Feng could resist 32% of the force, so he could barely withstand the punch of the master who mainly cultivated strength. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have been knocked away. At this moment, he was completely furious and ignored the critical punch. He decided to kill a master first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight 1 against 3. Lin Feng swung his sword again with all his might, and with his second strike, he made a desperate move and slashed fiercely on the spear master's spear. This strike finally cut the spear in half. Swish! Endless sword power hit the spear warrior, making him look desperate. When facing Lin Feng's terrifying thunder sword technique, he no longer had the strength to resist. Bang! His body flew into the air and exploded on the spot. He was killed by a single sword. The first master, die. %. The remaining 2 cave warriors showed an incredible look when they saw Lin Feng's fighting ability was so strong. They looked at each other and continued to launch a thunderous attack on Lin Feng. This guy was able to fight 1 against 3 and kill one of their masters. He is definitely a strong man. Come! Lin Feng had just been hit by a punch from the golden bodybone tempering grandmaster, and his body was in some pain, but it was nothing serious, and his fighting spirit was actually rising. 1 against 2, much easier. Holding Lei Xiao, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack, focusing on the Grandmaster of Golden Body and Bone Tempering. Killing this man first was the best strategy. As for the man holding the sword, his swordsmanship was not up to par and he had no moves at all. At most he could only use brute force to attack. Lin Feng used the Gale Shield and his own speed to easily dodge his attacks. Elsewhere, Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei formed a small battle circle with their backs to back. Facing the attacks of 2 masters in the transformation realm and 4 ordinary masters, they were already exhausted and had many new wounds on their bodies.
I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here today. Haha, I expected this. I'm not afraid of death. I can hold on for 5 more minutes. I'll at least take someone with me.
Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei were still in the mood to chat. They were both in the transformation realm and had killed several martial arts masters in the previous battle, so they had gained something. The strong men from the cave launched another attack. In an instant, the entire city number 30 was shattered into pieces, and the buildings inside had already been destroyed and razed to the ground. Only the empty city remains, which is extremely desolate yet bustling. As for the sky, huge vibration sounds were heard from time to time, which were even more terrifying and deafening than thunder.
Lin Feng looked up and couldn't help but admire Lu Nanfeng's fighting ability.
He was fighting 1 against 2 opponents of the same level, but there was still no result. As expected of one of the 4 commanders of the Super Martial Arts Gym, his combat power is off the charts.
Lin Feng didn't plan to drag it out any longer.
After all, the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous Lu Nanfeng and others would be. Now Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei were almost dead, so he had to go over and share some of the pressure.
Bang bang bang!
Lin Feng targeted the Golden Body and Bone-Tempered warrior and chopped him down with unreserved strength.
Combined with Lin Feng's speed, every move was fatal, leaving the opponent with nowhere to escape and only able to face it head-on. Boom!
After the final sword strike, the Golden Body and Bone-Tempered warrior seemed to have exhausted his energy and could no longer withstand Lin Feng's attack. He looked shocked and flew backwards the next second. Lin Feng's outburst just now was too powerful and extremely lasting. It was even more powerful than their cave warriors, which was truly shocking. Of course, Lin Feng also relies on the Great Qi blood pill to survive, otherwise he would have died long ago. Lin Feng used the power of thunder and lightning countless times, and he also used his full strength in the Thunder Sword technique and the extreme explosive fist.
All kinds of extreme attacks were launched one after another and thrown out as if they were free. It would be strange if Lin Feng could still hold on. Die!
After these moves, Lin Feng also discovered the opponent's weakness, that is, only his arms and legs were tempered with golden bones, and the other parts of his body had not completed the golden body tempering. He feinted his sword, and when the Golden Body Grandmaster raised his fist to defend himself, he used his mental power to control the shadow flying blade, and suddenly slashed from behind to stab him.
Curry's demolition method.
Sensing the fatal crisis, the Golden Warrior glared and wanted to turn around to block the danger, but it was too late.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. 7 shadow flying blades pierced into his body at lightning speed, piercing through his defense. Bang!
With a series of loud explosions, the Grandmaster's defense finally collapsed, and Lin Feng's shadow flying blades were all shattered and damaged.
Die!
Without giving the other party any chance to survive, Lin Feng took advantage of the opportunity and swung in with his sword.
The master's head flew up into the air. Die!
At this time, there was only one sword-wielding master left. When Lin Feng was killing the Golden Body Master, he attacked from the side with a sword. His eyes froze, and Lin Feng didn't dare to pause at all, and quickly kept a safe distance.
However, his hand was still cut by the opponent's sword blade.
At this moment, blood was gushing out of Lin Feng's right arm.
In the battle in the distance, Zhuo Lang let out a scream and flew backwards. Bang!
Suddenly, a gap appeared in the wall of the entire city, and the indestructible city began to fall apart at this moment. The battle became more and more intense, and the situation became worse and worse for Lin Feng and others.
Chapter 100, Berserk Transformation. The other side has too many people and too many strong warriors.
Seniors Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei have probably reached their limits, and General Lu is probably not doing well either. If we continue like this, the enemy will defeat us one by one, and we will all be killed in less than 3 minutes. Lin Feng analyzed the situation and found it was not clear at the moment. Just as he was thinking quickly, a cold sword sound came from behind him.
You're still here. With an angry roar, Lin Feng could no longer tolerate it.
This guy repeatedly launched sneak attacks and rarely fought head-on.
How could he behave like a master? It was simply a sneak attack on the little prince. This guy is very insidious and must be eliminated first. He swung his sword back, thunder rumbled, and surging power came down from the sky, heading heavily towards the master. The Grandmaster wanted to use his long sword to resist, and Tai Jian to fight back. However, the completely liberated Lin Feng is so powerful that with various blessings, his combat power has already exceeded 60 million. The power of a normal Grandmaster is around 20 million, while that of a Grandmaster in the transformation realm is over 50 million. Lin Feng's sword has reached the level of transformation. How can a small cave master have the power to block Lin Feng's sword? Boom! The master flew backwards like a cooked shrimp, and at the same time his sword broke, and a stream of blood spurted out. Without mercy and without martial ethics, Lin Feng quickly caught up, leaped behind the opponent at an incredible speed, and fought with his sword. Swish! The master was cut into 2 pieces by Lin Feng's sword. It was extremely bloody. At this point, all 3 masters were killed by Lin Feng. Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 700,000. 700,000, damn, this piece of crap is worth 700,000. Lin Feng suspected that the system had made a wrong judgment. This Grandmaster was the weakest, but he had also gained 700,000. The other 2 difficult ones only gained more than 600,000 each. It's so fucking weird. After killing the 3 masters, Lin Feng quickly cleaned up the treasures on their bodies and found 7 or 8 bottles of golden body bone tempering pills and 5 or 6 violent strengthening pills. Knock first. Without time to think about it, Lin Feng hurriedly knocked away the golden body bone tempering pill. After all, this kind of thing takes effect immediately. Sure enough, after consuming 7 bottles, Lin Feng's golden body and bone tempering progress reached 46%. His defense and spirit were strengthened again, and in an instant, Lin Feng got rid of the fatigue from the previous battle. He was still not at ease, so he chewed another Qi Shui pill and put the other pills into the storage space. As for the violent strengthening pill, he was not in a hurry to use it. This kind of thing has serious side effects when taken, so don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Come. His condition quickly recovered to 100%, and Lin Feng felt much stronger. At this moment, the silver, gold, and platinum warriors around him surrounded him. Lin Feng did not argue with them much, and directly used thunder to blow them up. When the thunder is thrown, 7 or 8 people on the other side will die. Soon, these cave warriors were blown to pieces, their faces horribly burnt, reaching the standard of being served in a luxurious lunch. Never mind, let's support the senior first. The young warriors in the cave are already extremely wary of Lin Feng. They are reckless and brave, but that doesn't mean they are brainless. Facing a master-level warrior, they would die if they joined the battle, so it would be better for them to retreat and watch from the sidelines. Over there, Zhuo Lang was weak at the moment, his arm was broken off, and he could only fight with one hand. Chen Fei was not in a much better situation. 2 masters of the transformation realm entangled him, trying to curb his violent state and even inflicted many wounds on him. #@%. At this moment, Zhuo Lang suffered a terrible punch. A master of the transformation realm blasted out a fist that branded his body. Suddenly, Zhuo Lang's body shook and made a crisp crackling sound. All his bones were shattered, his internal organs were displaced, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This attack is almost the limit. Senior. Seeing the fierce battle, Lin Feng rushed forward to support with thunder in his hand. The Grandmaster of the Transcendent Realm in the cave was about to make the final killing blow to Zhuo Lang. The terrifying fist waves piled up and exploded at his fist, coming down from the sky. The power of thunder, break. In mid-air, when the underground cave transformation realm was about to kill Zhuo Lang, Lin Feng rushed out and a bolt of lightning unleashed 400% of its power. Boom! Thunder and fist waves collided, and Mars hit the earth. The huge shock wave spread like a huge wave. In just a moment, the entire city was shattered, swept away by the strong shock wave and shattered. After Lin Feng blocked the attack, his arms kept cracking and bleeding. He was horrified. What a strong force. Just like that, Lin Feng was slammed heavily to the ground, and the ground immediately cracked into a spider web shape, extending to a radius of 1 kilometer. It can be seen how strong the power of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm is. Too strong, the opponent is too strong. Fortunately, Lin Feng released a lot of strength, so he was able to block the attack without difficulty. Otherwise, Lin Feng would most likely explode on the spot. The Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm was not feeling well either. He was in mid-air, looking at Lin Feng with an incredulous look and an expression of astonishment.
Lin Feng only has the power of a grandmaster, but he can compete with him.
This human being is extraordinary.
The next moment, a cold look appeared on the corner of Daiko Huajing's mouth, and he rushed towards Lin Feng. At this point, Lin Feng was not afraid. If he had to fight, he would fight to the top and remain undefeated. He rushed forward with Lei Xiao in his hand.
Bang bang bang.
Both of them moved extremely fast and were evenly matched, almost on par with each other. In every corner of the City of Destruction, two figures flashed around, and bursts of explosions were heard, as if the air was sucked out. Zhuo Lang looked at Lin Feng, his face slightly condensed.
This kid is stronger than I thought.
Just as he said this, there was a sudden bang, and a figure fell not far from him, leaving a big hole in the ground.
This person is none other than Lin Feng.
There was no clean spot on Lin Feng's body, it was all covered in blood, but his fighting spirit was becoming stronger and stronger.
Huff, huff, huff.
Grabbing a handful of Qi Shuedan and throwing it into his mouth, Lin Feng roared, "Come again!" After saying that, he rushed forward like a wild bull. Hiss! Zhuo Lang sucked in a breath of cold air.
This kid, can he take the Qi Shuedan like this?
At the Grandmaster level, one Qi blood pill is enough for one battle, but Lin Feng has no idea how many he has eaten from the beginning till now. This absorption capacity is shocking. The cave transformation realm cultivator couldn't help but show a black question mark when he saw that Lin Feng was hit so many times but was still able to maintain his blood and energy to rush forward to fight.
Is this human warrior crazy? The power of thunder. Boom!
On this side, after Lin Feng exchanged a few punches, he found an opportunity to fully amplify the power of thunder, and the vast power of more than 80 million hit the back of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm.
Bang!
The Grandmaster of the Underworld Transformation Realm hurriedly built up a defense, but was still knocked down by Lin Feng and fell from the air.
This was the first time he was injured by Lin Feng.
At this time, over there, Chen Fei and Zhuo Lang were in an even more miserable state. They were attacked by a group of people.
Chen Fei's rampage had reached the final stage. The next moment, the dam broke, and he was tragically pierced through the body and the heart by a long sword.
"Old man, see you in the next life." Chen Fei smiled at Zhuo Lang, and suddenly grabbed the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm without hesitation, and directly hugged the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm in the underground cave and blew himself up.
Bang!
Reduced to ashes. In the sky, the sound of fighting suddenly stopped, and the next moment, everyone saw two figures falling from the sky. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were extremely solemn.
It was all over now, all his teammates were defeated.
Next, I am afraid that I will have to face 4 or 5 masters of the Transformation Realm alone. Chapter 101, A Critical Moment, A Surprising Change.
Bang!
Two figures fell from the sky, and in an instant it was like a missile explosion, and hundreds of meters of dust were blown up from the ground. These two figures, one is Lu Nanfeng, and the other is the master of the Transformation Realm in the underground cave. The opponent's Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm was beaten to pieces by Lu Nanfeng. He was almost unable to fight anymore and his body was split in half. It is conceivable how fierce the battle between the realms of transformation is.
General Lu.
Lin Feng hurried forward, took a look, and found that Lu Nanfeng's condition was not good either. His arms were almost crippled, there was obvious blood at the corners of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale.
Probably lost the fighting capacity. Lin Feng, hurry up. I've taken the Berserk strengthening pill, and I only have a little bit of it left. Go ahead, I'll try my best to hold you back. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lin Feng with a domineering aura.
This commander of the super martial arts gym might very well die in the cave today. He also realized this, and it was too difficult to break out from the group of masters in the state of transformation.
No, the other party is too fast and I can't move.
Lin Feng shook his head, denying this idea. From just now until now, he has consumed half of his energy and blood. Although he has been taking drugs to replenish it, energy and blood are not a bottomless pit.
Lin Feng's condition is only about 70% left. The Grandmaster of Transformation is not a muggle and is not easy to deal with. Bang!
Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden loud bang, and Zhuo Lang was defeated and retreated, falling heavily to the ground with trembling eyes.
Brother Zhua?
Lu Nanfeng shouted anxiously. Zhuo Lang on the ground coughed a few times, and his internal organs were coughed out. He looked very miserable. In the previous battle, he was hit by several palms from the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, and his heart was broken. He shook his head and smiled, "Brother Lu, I'm leaving first." I killed 2 grandmasters and injured a transformation realm cultivator. If you can survive, when you return, remember to help me spread the word so that I can die with dignity." After saying this, Zhuolang's breath stopped. At this point, 2 people in the transformation realm died in battle. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng were not too sad at the moment. This situation was very common. In a battle at the transformation level, casualties are inevitable, and they have no time to grieve or feel regret. Damn it, let's kill one first. On the ground not far away, the Grandmaster of the Underworld Transformation Realm who had just been knocked down by Lu Nanfeng was lying there, not yet dead, dying. Lin Feng moved his mind and rushed towards him to kill him. Curry #@. Seeing this, another master in the transformation realm flew towards Lin Feng at a rapid speed, trying to stop Lin Feng from killing his companions. But Lin Feng was determined to kill, and his speed was extremely fast. Before the Grandmaster of the transformation realm could stand out, he slashed the Grandmaster of the transformation realm on the neck with a sword. Laugh. The head of the seriously injured Grandmaster of the Underworld Transformation Realm flew out. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Ding, killed a Transformation Realm warrior, upgrade points plus 10 million. Lin Feng took advantage of the opportunity to kill a person in the Transformation Realm and obtain 10 million upgrade points. Seeing this, Lin Feng was very surprised. At this time, his upgrade points had reached as much as 100 million. Withdraw. After quickly taking 7 or 8 bottles of pills from the Grandmaster of the Underworld, Lin Feng withdrew. Just then, a fist of light blasted down from his side, and the ground exploded directly. The dirt flew everywhere, like a cannonball exploding beside his ears, making Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Fortunately, the fist light did not hit him, otherwise he would have died. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng took drugs while panting, and threw all the golden body and bone tempering pills into his mouth. Temper your golden body for me, quickly, I want to speed up the process. Lin Feng roared in his heart. Ding, receiving the command, speeding up. The system began to speed up the tempering of Lin Feng's golden physique, and the upgrade points decreased at a rate of tens of millions. While Lin Feng was upgrading, the remaining 4 powerful cave transformation masters surrounded him at the same time. There were also 5 or 6 cave masters helping out, blocking Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng's way. Lu Nanfeng was exhausted both physically and mentally, but he still mustered up the last bit of fighting spirit and prepared to fight. At this time, Lin Feng's golden body and bone tempering were about to break through. Ding, upgrade points exhausted. As the system issued a prompt, Lin Feng took a look and saw that the progress of the golden body had reached 92%. After taking more than 10 bottles of golden body bone tempering pills and spending more than 100 million upgrade points, he still hasn't tempered his body into a golden body. Lin Feng was very anxious. He said, "General Lu, do you have any golden body bone tempering pills? Give them to me." Lin Feng, it's already this late, what do you still need the golden body bone tempering pill for? Lu Nanfeng was too tired to complain. He was about to die, and he still wanted to take advantage of small things? He shook his head, I finished it long ago. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a little desperate. He was going to face a fierce battle next. Those people in the cave were not fools. They did not give Lin Feng and Lu Nanfeng much time to communicate. The 4 of them came to kill them from 4 directions. However, one of the people in the transformation realm had been severely injured and his combat effectiveness was not very high. Lin Feng's heart was filled with waves of incarnation power and immense pressure. The next moment, he threw himself into the fight. Come, fight! Roar! The power of thunder erupted from his body, and he held 2 lightning bolts in his hands as he charged towards the 2 people in the transformation realm. There was no way. It was not easy for Lin Feng to hide from the siege of 4 people. Bang! He blasted out lightning with one hand, and the lightning exploded to the extreme, with extremely ferocious power. Moreover, coupled with his sudden golden body and bone tempering, the power was twice as strong as before. With one punch, the combat power directly exceeded 90 million. The 2 fists collided, and the face of the man in the underworld transformation realm became horrified, while the wound on Lin Feng's body burst again, and his whole body was covered in blood. Fortunately, the person who was in the state of transformation who fought against him was also defeated by him. At this time, another fist force came, as fast as the wind. Lin Feng couldn't make any reaction at all, and could only control the wind shield to block it on the side. Boom! The next moment, Lin Feng and his gale shield flew out together. His head made a buzzing sound as he was shaken by the huge force. Bang! He fell into the rubble and felt pain all over his body. If nothing unexpected happened, several of his ribs were broken. In the distance, Lu Nanfeng was also making a dying struggle, but was beaten back step by step and finally fell to the ground. The city was shattered once again, and the towering walls just now no longer existed. It's over. Lying in the ruins, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The Grandmaster of Transformation Realm is too powerful. Besides, the other side has 4 people in the Transformation Realm. It is obvious that Lin Feng and the overdrawn Lu Nanfeng cannot defeat them alone. Hey, are there a few bottles of golden body bone tempering pills here? Lin Feng quickly took out 5 or 6 bottles of golden body bone tempering pills from the corpse of a cave master. He was overjoyed and ate them immediately. Finally, Lin Feng's body bones changed. The medicine took effect and the progress of tempering his golden body and bones had reached 100%. The body was recovering rapidly, and there seemed to be a warm current flowing in the flesh and blood. Countless golden body cells began to activate, filling every muscle tissue of Lin Feng. His body gradually became heavier. When he took a look, he saw a golden light flashing inside his body. Even Lin Feng felt incredible, as if his body was more than 10,000 times stronger than before. The dazzling light quickly made Lin Feng the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Feng, have you completed the golden body bone tempering? On the ground, Lu Nanfeng saw the unusual movement of Lin Feng's body and his eyes suddenly trembled. Achieving the golden body is a sign of becoming a giant. Only by reaching the highest level can one have the opportunity to achieve a golden body. This is common sense in martial arts and a process that no martial artist can avoid. However, Lin Feng ignored the transformation realm at the Grandmaster realm and thus achieved the golden body by leaps and bounds. This is a rare talent throughout the ages, and does not even conform to the development characteristics of a warrior. Lin Feng, with his master's cultivation, has forged a golden physique that is going to defy the heavens. Chapter 102, Rage State. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. He was so dazzling and gorgeous. The golden light made Lin Feng look like the sun, extremely dazzling. No one knows that Lin Feng's physical fitness is growing at a terrifying speed. His cells gradually changed from red and white to gold. At first, there was 1, and soon there were 2. 4, 16, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 1 million, 10 million. In short, every time the cells mutated, Lin Feng would gain a little weight. In the end, every part of Lin Feng's arms, feet, head, and heart turned golden. The golden light illuminates the entire underground battlefield, and the mighty power of heaven seems to be impossible to defy. Divine power, vastness. Ding, the host has achieved the golden physique. Would you like to awaken the berserk attribute? At this moment, Lin Feng's golden physique has been completely built. The whole body feels heavy, and the defense is increased by 100%. Moreover, the increase in mental power has also reached 100%. Even when he thought the changes were over, a prompt appeared in the system. Berserk, in berserk state, all attributes are doubled and the duration is 10 minutes. Seeing this hint, Lin Feng was completely stunned. The berserk state is equivalent to taking a berserk enhancement pill. Awaken! Without any hesitation, Lin Feng gave an order, and in an instant, his violent state began to awaken. Boom! Entering a violent state, Lin Feng's clothes moved without wind, and there was a murderous atmosphere all around. At this time, he looked at the attribute panel and found that Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 1040 ms. Strength, 52.8 million kilograms. Storage space, small space. Spiritual realm, Grandmaster 05 billion additional increase, 100%. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 05 billion. Upgrade points, 0. Physical fitness, gold physical fitness completion 100%, facing opponents of the same level, up to 100% increase in defense, 100% increase in health. Attributes, lightning low level, explosive power plus 400% rage low level, when activated, all attributes are doubled, activating. Martial arts, divine dragon spear mastery level, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%, extreme explosion fist perfection level, basic attack plus 300%, gale footwork minor success level, 0 basic speed plus 40%, thunder swordsmanship perfection level, kendo attack plus 380%. This time, Lin Feng's attack power was not only enhanced, but also abnormally doubled to 52.8 million. Moreover, the speed increased to more than 1,000 in a short period of time.
Even the defense is so terrifying. Of course, he knew that this effect would only last 10 minutes. He can only maintain this super strong state for 10 minutes, it is not permanent. Once the violent state time expires, Lin Feng will return to his original strength. Come. After completing his evolution, Lin Feng didn't waste any time and called out the names of the 4 cavern transformation realm experts one by one. You, and you, all 4 of you, come at me together. This human warrior is no ordinary person. We cannot let him live. Let's go together and kill him. We will wait for the king to come. If we kill these 2, we can directly control this area. Let's attack together. Don't be careless. Seeing the provocation from the human warriors, several powerful warriors in the underground cave looked at each other and spoke in their own language. After reaching an agreement, the 4 powerful men in the underground cave transformation realm rushed towards Lin Feng together. Very strong, but does Lin Feng have a chance of winning? The half-crippled Lu Nanfeng had lost his combat effectiveness and was no longer a threat. He was ignored and all attacks were directed towards Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng in amazement. He completed the creation of his golden body at the age of 17. He didn't know how to describe his incredible physical fitness. He has entered the realm of transformation for more than 30 years. He has been trying every possible way to temper his golden body every day. He has taken hundreds of bottles of golden body and bone tempering pills, but has only completed 20% of the golden body and bone tempering. Lin Feng, it seemed, had just taken the first bottle of golden body bone tempering pill today, but he completed the golden body bone tempering at an astonishing speed. Evildoer. Maybe it's time to compare him with the giants. Here, Lin Feng was fighting with 4 powerful men in the underworld transformation realm. The 4 of them attacked together, and Lin Feng didn't want to waste any of his 10 minutes of Superman status. In an instant, the power of thunder erupted, and the terrifying power directly surpassed the scope of the transformation realm, and slammed into the powerful man in the transformation realm of the cave who was rushing in the front. The strong man built a defense of the realm of transformation, and a visible defensive wall appeared in front of him. When the thunder struck it, there was a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the first powerful person in the transformation realm flew backwards. Kill him. Be careful. Come together, don't give me a chance. Seeing this scene, the other 3 people in the underworld transformation realm became more cautious. One of them flashed behind Lin Feng at a very fast speed. At the transformation realm level, they rarely used weapons and could cause high damage with brute force. He attacked Lin Feng from behind with a punch, and the stacked punch waves, with a combat power of more than 70 million, pushed towards Lin Feng's back. Roll. However, Lin Feng's reaction was even faster. He had already captured the opponent's whereabouts. His body trembled, and he turned around and blasted out an extremely explosive punch. Bang! What? The powerful man in the underworld transformation realm who had attacked Lin Feng turned pale when he saw Lin Feng's quick reaction. His speed is extremely fast, and how could Lin Feng know of his existence? With one punch, the man in the underworld transformation realm was beaten so hard that his face twitched and his expression was extremely ugly. His strength was far inferior to that of an ordinary master like Lin Feng, and he was even crushed beyond recognition. Now, the power of the extremely explosive fist that Lin Feng unleashed in a violent state is simply incomparable. Even he didn't know how terrifying it was. This punch knocked the opponent's state of transformation into the ground, and billowing dust rose up, as if fighting in the desert. Come! The other 2 powerful cave transformation masters attacked Lin Feng from the left and right, and fought with Lin Feng for a while, and the fight was difficult to determine the winner. Bang bang bang! The sky exploded, the ground shattered, and explosions rang out one after another, as if the world war was halfway through, shocking everyone. The vast and surging power of chi and blood cast a solemn and murderous aura over the entire battlefield. Lin Feng fought against 4 people alone and reached a state of madness. Cory Aricato. The 2 cave transformation realm cultivators had already suffered heavy damage, and after another round of fighting, they all retreated violently. They were beaten by Lin Feng without any ability to fight back and almost fainted. Seeing this, his companion shouted, took out 2 double swords from his body, and stabbed Lin Feng. These 2 swords are extremely sharp and crescent-shaped. If put together, they look like a full moon. The silver murderous aura emanating from them can kill powerful people in the state of transformation. You are not qualified to use a knife in front of me. The opponent used weapons, and Lin Feng was not stupid. He pulled out his more than 1 meter long lei shao and slashed at him. Bang! Bang bang! Thunder roared, the space shook, and two violent auras intertwined with each other. After a while, the sound of iron breaking was heard. Oops! Lin Feng's expression froze. His Lei Xiao actually shattered after clashing with the opponent's double swords. This time, we are in big trouble. This knife is very strong and hard. Chapter 103 God Level Function. Although Lin Feng's Lei Xiao was broken, the one in the underground cave transformation realm was even worse off. His arms were shattered and blood and flesh flew everywhere. If it weren't for the strength of his two swords, he would have been hacked to death by Lin Feng long ago. Damn it, you destroyed my sword. I'll teach you a lesson. Angry, Lin Feng was completely angry. In a rage, he threw away the sword in his hand and punched the opponent madly. The man in the underground cave changed color in horror. He was no match for Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng was so terrifying after going berserk. He couldn't hurt anyone at all and his strength was not as strong as before. It was like he was cheating. But the other party was not a fool. Seeing that Lin Feng was invincible, a powerful man in the underground cave transformation realm also took the violent strengthening pill. Then his aura increased dramatically, and he fought Lin Feng head-on. Bang bang bang! The two entered into another long and fierce battle. Seeing this scene, Lu Nanfeng was helpless and couldn't help but sigh, what a madman! Lin Feng is far from the transformation realm, but he has crippled two transformation realm masters, and he is still going strong. The disciple is better than the master, and the waves behind push the waves in front forward. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng's violent state had almost worn off. At this time, he became anxious and quickly grabbed a violent strengthening pill and threw it into his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his violent state had resumed. Time increased by another 10 minutes. The two opponents' powerful masters in the transformation realm were stunned for a moment when they saw Lin Feng's persistence. Another 5 minutes passed, and the two powerful men in the underworld transformation realm still failed to defeat Lin Feng. Until their violent strengthening pills lost their effect, Lin Feng was still full of energy and maintained his peak condition. At this time, the two people went completely crazy. What the hell is this person? Is this a monster? Hey, are you tired? Don't want to dance anymore? Lin Feng sneered, his footsteps trembled slightly, and he immediately rushed towards the two of them. In the following time, Lin Feng did not give the other party any chance. He burst out with all his strength and knocked the two of them to pieces with one punch. Ding, killed a transformation realm warrior, upgrade points plus 50 million. Ding, killed a martial artist in the transformation realm, upgrade points plus 90 million. Bite. The four of them were exhausted to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the last one standing. He killed 4 weak cave transformation realm warriors in one breath. The upgrade points he gained shocked him greatly. There is a muggle who was worth nearly 100 million. By killing a higher level cultivator in the transformation realm, he actually gained more than 300 million upgrade points. It's finally over. Lin Feng stole the limelight today by killing 4 masters in a row, but unfortunately, the 2 seniors, Zuolang and Chen Fei, also died in the battle. The state of transformation is extremely rare. The human race actually lost 2 people in the state of transformation. It has to be said that the battle was really cruel. What's even more cruel is that after the battle, Lin Feng began to search for the relics of the 4 powerful masters in the transformation realm. These 2 swords are truly the best of the best. They are even harder than my thunder sword. Since your master is dead, I will adopt you from now on. He took them in his hands and found that the 2 swords were heavier than he had imagined, almost 1 million pounds each. The 2 together weigh about 2 million kilograms. No wonder they are so powerful. It turns out they are genuine good stuff. Moreover, the shining blade gives people an endless feeling. The material of this knife must be made of the best material in the cave. When you put yourselves together, you resemble the moon. So I will name you Crescent Moon Scimitars. It will be a perfect replacement for my shadow blades. Lin Feng put the money in his pocket. It must be said that the powerful people in the state of transformation really have no shortage of money. There are all kinds of cheap blood pills and weapons. Lin Feng also found 2 bottles of healing potions. This kind of treasure cannot be bought even with money. This battle is worth it. General Liu, this bottle of healing potion is for you. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Feng handed a bottle of healing potion to Lu Nanfeng. After drinking it, Lu Nanfeng's wounds began to recover after a while.
The wounds gradually healed like mushrooms after rain.
What a magical potion! Lin Feng, you saved my life. If you need anything in the future, just tell me.
Lu Nanfeng said gratefully. He had a new understanding of Lin Feng.
This guy is really a monster.
In this battle, Lin Feng killed 4 powerful masters in the transformation realm in a row, proving that he has officially entered the ranks of super strong masters. Even Lu Nanfeng, the commander of the super martial arts school, feels inferior to him. Lin Feng's violent state was lifted, but at this time, Lin Feng did not have any side effects. You must know that after taking the violent strengthening pill, there will be a great negative state, but Lin Feng was fine. This made Lin Feng confused.
This broken system was too powerful, right? Is it a free awakening of the berserk state, or a completely regular version? Can it even eliminate the negative effects of elixirs? Awesome! With this attribute, Lin Feng will be able to easily defeat those in the transformation realm in the future. If that doesn't work, just prepare a violent strengthening pill. I will directly strengthen him for 20 minutes. Who in the world can outlast him? The answer is no. Let's go back. City number 33 has been destroyed. The enemy will most likely send strong men back.
Their military has been dispatched, so there should be a big move. Lu Nanfeng said, we must send strong men to the Yanjing grottos as soon as possible to prepare for a defensive battle.
Lin Feng nodded, and the two of them carried the bodies of Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei and returned. Catacombs, Shui US City.
Lin Feng's private room. With dozens of red crystals placed in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with greed. In this battle, he seized a lot of treasures, among which the one he valued most was the red crystal. Because the red crystal he seized from the powerful person in the state of transformation was not broken, but complete. The complete red crystal is about 10 centimeters long and 3 fingers thick, emitting a dazzling red luster, which makes people love it.
He began to refine.
As soon as he refined it, Lin Feng felt the energy was rich and abundant, as if a faucet was turned on, and the energy continuously rushed into Lin Feng's body.
Absorbed by him.
Ding, absorbing all the red crystal energy, upgrade points plus 100,000.
Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Just as he expected, the energy of the complete red crystal was so damn abundant.
It is more than 10 times better than the broken red crystal. Finally, after 3 days, Lin Feng completely refined all the complete red crystals.
The absorption speed has become faster again.
At this moment, a voice appeared in Lin Feng's mind that he would never forget. Ding, the host's upgrade points have reached the standard for opening the mall function.
Do you want to open the mall? Lin Feng? What the hell is this?
He touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said resolutely, open.
It's a miserable life, maybe there will be something good in it.
Ding, 2 billion upgrade points deducted, successfully opening the system mall.
Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's attribute panel was greatly optimized. Host, Lin Feng.
System functions, mall function enabled, apprenticeship function not enabled yet, third function not yet authorized to view.
Speed, 520 ms.
Strength, 26.4 million kilograms. Storage space, small space.
Spiritual realm, Grandmaster 05 billion additional increase, 100%. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 05 billion. Upgrade point, 1.9 billion.
Physical fitness, gold physical fitness completion 100%, facing opponents of the same level, up to 100% increase in defense, 100% increase in health.
Attributes, lightning low level, explosive power plus 400% rage low level, when activated, all attributes are doubled.
Martial arts, divine dragon spear mastery level, cannot be upgraded, attack plus 80%, extreme explosion fist perfection level, basic attack plus 300%, Gale footwork minor success level, 500,000, basic speed plus 40%, thunder swordsmanship perfection level, kendo attack plus 380%.
The system has been upgraded?
Lin Feng couldn't help but say this when he saw the system functions.
System, I beg you not to be so strong. If you do that, I will really be invincible.
He said with despair.
Chapter 104, On the Eve of the War, Shopping.
Not only is the mall function activated, but there is also the apprenticeship function and the subsequent third function.
If all these things were turned on, wouldn't we be able to reach the sky?
Lin Feng couldn't wait.
Let's see what's on sale in the mall first.
Lin Feng opened the mall impatiently and found that there were many dazzling items displayed inside.
Moreover, the classification is very detailed.
Generally speaking, it is divided into 3 categories: skills, weapons, and pills.
Open your weapons.
Lin Feng said this, and after the system received the command, it opened the weapons column.
At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't stop trembling. Because there are so many weapons in it, and the names and descriptions look extremely impressive.
Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi Whip. This SS-class divine whip was used by the first-generation leader of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi. It can launch 5 consecutive whips within a second. Lin Feng shook his head and seemed not very interested in this Tai Chi 5 whips. 5 whips in 1 second, it sounds like a joke, too mediocre. It looks like something used by herdsmen herding cattle and sheep, not cool enough, you can't show it off in public. Moreover, Lin Feng has not learned the whip technique, so he will have to learn it later, which is so troublesome.
He continued to look at the weapons below. Wind-splitting knife, the blade is solid and can split the wind with 1 blow. It is violent and can blast thunder. Level, star level. Price, 999998888 upgrade points.
Moon chopping sword. The sword is so sharp that it destroys the mountains and rivers. It cuts through the underworld and suppresses the sky. There are billions of Shuras in the world, but I am the most crazy among them, and I will chop off the moon and kill the gods.
Level, star level. Price, 1 billion upgrade points. Fuck, this is awesome.
After scanning the weapon list and seeing the moon chopping sword, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with joy and he made up his mind that he must buy this moon chopping sword. The moon chopping sword has a cool name and a very domineering introduction. There are billions of Shuras in the world, but I am the craziest among them, beheading the moon and killing gods.
It embodies a kind of pretentious style. Who else in the world can do this but me? For Lin Feng, it is impossible not to buy this kind of weapon. Wait, let me see if there are any more advanced weapons.
He flipped through it again and found that the highest level of weapons was the current star level, and the other weapons were all below the SSS level. As for the star level, Lin Feng also took a look at the introduction and found that it was a super powerful existence above the SSS level. Lin Feng had never heard of this level before. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the level of weapons in the cave or the universe, which is extremely powerful. Afterwards, Lin Feng did not hesitate any longer and bought the moon chopping sword directly.
Ding, deduct 1 billion upgrade points.
Lin Feng's upgrade points were deducted by 1 billion, and only 900 million were left, which was a bit miserable.
Bite.
When the moon chopping sword came into Lin Feng's hand, Lin Feng was extremely surprised. The moon chopping sword was about 1 meter and 3 meters long and weighed 1,000 pounds.
It exuded a desolate aura. Like the moon, desolate, lonely and solemn. Well, it's quite easy to use. You will be my fighting partner from now on.
Holding it in his hand, Lin Feng tried it. This sword was just right for him.
It's like we met too late and I can't let it go.
Ding, the host is shopping for the first time and will be given 1,000 shadow sword technique.
Lin Feng, not bad, and there is also sword skills to send off. It seems that the 10 billion was not wasted.
He anxiously opened the 1,000 shadow sword technique and observed it carefully. 1,000 shadow sword technique, one sword can create 9 shadows. When practiced to perfection, it can create up to 9 swords.
Level, star level. So powerful. If I can cultivate to perfection, wouldn't I be able to create 81 sword shadows with the 9 swords?
Just as he was marveling at the power of his swordsmanship, a system notification rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, it has been detected that the host possesses the 1,000 shadow swordsmanship.
Do you want to practice it? Practice.
A few seconds later. Ding, 1,000 shadow sword technique, training is complete, currently at the minor success stage, with additional comprehension of sword intent. In Lin Feng's mind, the moves and routines of the 1,000 shadow sword technique appeared. He picked up the sword and swung it lightly. In an instant, within a second, Lin Feng slashed out 2 swords at terrifying speed. Among the 2 swords, 18 phantoms appeared at the same time, some real and some fake, making it difficult to tell which sword was the real one. Lin Feng discovered that the power of these 18 sword shadows exceeded 20 million in strength.
Taken together, that's a lethality exceeding 100 million. Moreover, he had just comprehended the sword intent without realizing it.
When the sword intent is combined with the killing move, it is really hard to find an opponent.
What a terrifying sword. I'm invincible.
After learning it, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile for the first time in a long time. This 1,000 shadow sword technique is really awesome. Lin Feng had no intention of storing the remaining 900 million upgrade points. He continued to look at other skills and weapons. he found that there was nothing worth buying. Some were too expensive, and some were only SS level, which was completely unworthy of Lin Feng's status. As for the pills, Lin Feng looked at them very carefully. For him, they were all common pills and there was no need to waste upgrade points.
Other high-level items should not be unlocked yet. I can't check them at the moment. Forget it, let's keep it. With 900 million yuan, I don't know what I can do. In the next few days in the underground cave, Shueyue City was visited by masters and masters of the transformation realm one after another. They were all powerful people who had never appeared in the world in China. There are also quite a few people in the platinum and gold realms, coming in groups. Everyone, the Yanjing grottos are in imminent danger.
According to our owner, the enemy will launch a large-scale offensive against the Yanjing grottos in the near future.
It could be half a month, or even a month. We can't say for sure, but it definitely won't be too soon.
The importance of the Yanjing grottos is self-evident, so I implore you all, for the sake of China and humanity, to join hands with the authorities and defeat this formidable enemy. Lu Nanfeng spoke to everyone, and everyone nodded. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and was a super strong man. Lin Feng was also ready for battle.
His current strength is not weak.
He is at the Grandmaster level and can kill those at the transformation level. It would be best if he could pretend to be a gangster and play the pig to eat the tiger. But before that, Lin Feng decided to go back to the ground first. After all, it has been more than a month since he last left home. His family will definitely be worried if he hasn't contacted them for a month. He has to find a reason to stay away for a long time to reassure them. By the way, the students from the Magic City also had to go back, so Lin Feng escorted Xie Xiaoling and others back.
One day later, ground.
Lin Feng and others returned from the Yanjing exit. Xiaoling, if you guys are going back to the Magic City, I'll arrange for a warship to take you back. A war is about to break out in the Yanjing caverns, so don't come down.
Lin Feng said to Xie Xiaoling with concern, shall we go back to Gaoliang City together? I'll take you to meet my parents.
This, so soon? Xie Xiaoling's beautiful eyes froze, her face flushed slightly, and finally nodded gently, well, then it's just right for me to go home too.
Brother, I didn't expect you to become a grandmaster already.
Ha, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. At this time, Zhang Lang stepped forward and laughed at Lin Feng, feeling ashamed of himself.
You're not bad either, huh? Let's go back to Gaoliang.
Lin Feng patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder.
The three returned to Gaoliang. Chapter 105 Global Alert. Late at night. Yanjing Caves, Lucheng. Lucheng is a place that has always been inaccessible to humans.
From the moment the Yanjing catacombs were opened, this area has been firmly controlled by the catacombs warriors, who rule over many surrounding cities.
In the city now.
A cave warrior listened to the report from his subordinates, his eyes narrowed slightly. His aura was extremely cold, domineering and majestic. The countless powerful people below were respectful and polite to him, not daring to disrespect him in any way.
After a moment, he finally spoke, how many powerful human warriors have come? Reporting to King Lu, there are no fewer than 5 transformation realm human warriors and more than 10 grandmasters. It is said that the opponent's super powerful warriors will also be here. Well, if both of them come at the same time, our chances of winning are slim indeed.
King Lu stroked his chin. In that case, I have no choice but to summon my pet, which has been trapped on the surface for many years.
Just let it eat its fill on the ground, haha.
He took out a box, and inside the box was a purple crystal. The moment the box was opened, a purple ray shot out from the purple crystal towards the sky before disappearing. At the same time, the ground was dark.
Pacific Ocean.
The Pacific Ocean at night is extremely quiet, and the only sound is the crashing of waves. At this moment, in the dark sky, suddenly, a purple light fell into the Pacific Ocean. The purple light traveled at the speed of light, hitting the bottom of the sea. Finally, the purple light hit a mountain 5,000 meters below the sea. Suddenly, this thing that looked like a mountain slowly grew a pair of eyes. The eyes are golden, and it looks like there are 2 headlights shining at the bottom of the water, illuminating for thousands of miles. It turns out that this is not a mountain, but a marine monster that is as big as a mountain. A huge sea monster that looks like Godzilla in the movie, but its head is like a sunflower, and its hair is actually made of tentacles. It has a very scary appearance.
Eyes. When he was hit by the purple light, he seemed to be activated and made a loud noise.
In an instant, the entire Pacific Ocean bottom could hear this terrifying beast roar, and soon all the marine monsters began to boil.
Countless monsters swam back and forth frantically and surfaced like happy fish bathing in the spring rain, as if celebrating the awakening of the king of sea beasts. An hour later, an alarm sounded in the inspection room of the Western Alliance Maritime Defense Bureau. Damn it, what's going on? The alarms have been going off non-stop tonight.
Sir, the monsters in the Pacific Ocean are suddenly in a frenzy and are making unusual movements.
I don't know the reason. Send someone to investigate immediately. Send out patrol warships and deploy drone cameras. We must get to the bottom of this.
The hook-nosed officer with 3 stars on his shoulders pointed at his subordinates and shouted.
Immediately, several patrol warships flew towards the Atlantic Ocean. Gaoliang City. Come here, your name is Xiaoling, right? Eat more and drink some soup. I cooked it for 3 hours.
At the dinner table, Wang Xiaoyun and Lin Dong stared at Xie Xiaoling with thick smiles on their faces. I heard that you and my son used to be deskmates in high school, and you even took care of Xiaofeng when he was sick. Mom and Dad, that was all in the past.
Please don't mention it.
Lin Feng was a little speechless. The first time he brought Xie Xiaoling home, his parents treated her like a precious animal.
Xie Xiaoling was a little shy. Sure enough, all parents in the world are the same. The 4 of them ate and chatted happily. By the way, Mom and Dad, where's Xiaoyu? Lin Feng asked. It's already noon, why hasn't she come back yet?
She's on a spring outing organized by the school that lasts for several days.
She just left yesterday and won't be back for a few days.
Oh, this girl still has the mind to play. Lin Feng muttered, I will definitely scold her when I get back. Little girl, you don't study hard, you don't practice martial arts well, and you waste your time playing. You deserve to be criticized.
After dinner, Lin Feng and Xie Xiaoling went shopping and watched a movie.
These couples rarely have the opportunity to enjoy their daily lives after becoming warriors.
Everything is normal in Gaoliang City.
People live and work in peace and contentment, eating and drinking as usual. What everyone doesn't know is that a prehistoric crisis is about to sweep the world. When the Western Alliance sent 3 patrol warships approaching the Atlantic Ocean, the pilots on the warships heard terrible noises coming from below.
Mooing eyes. Like the roar of a dragon, like the mooing of a cow. It penetrates people's hearts. Captain, look. These sea monsters are going crazy. Oh my god, there are too many of them. All the monsters in the ocean must have come out. What's going on? Oh my god, 1 million, 10 million, 50 million?
The flight captain looked down, his eyes suddenly widening, his heart instantly filled with horror. After a while, the battleship entered the center of the sky above the Pacific Ocean, and he became stunned. This is more than 50 million, it's literally hundreds of millions of monsters all boiling with excitement.
Oh no! Something big is about to happen. Go back and tell headquarters immediately.
All the pilots were frightened by the number of monsters below. If someone with trypophobia saw the scene, they would definitely faint on the spot. The 3 warships were about to turn back when suddenly a huge tentacle stretched out from the water, directly reaching 500 meters in the air and grabbed a warship.
Oh my god, we're under attack. Damn it, bastards, we're also being attacked, retreat quickly.
In an instant, dozens of huge and long tentacles stretched out from the sea surface and dragged the 3 warships into the sea. In the dark night, only the screams from inside the warships could be heard. Sir, our patrol warship is missing. Commander, something terrible has happened. The flying camera has captured our warship being attacked by a sea monster. Commander, sea monsters have emerged from the seabed and are invading our coastal ruins.
Suddenly, in the picture, countless sea monsters came towards the Western Alliance.
Immediately, the officer in the Marine Command Center's face turned pale.
Oh my god! Quick, notify the Western Alliance headquarters.
10 minutes later, 50 warships flew overhead, heading towards the Pacific Ocean.
An hour later, the Western Alliance sent another 200 warships for support.
At the same time, the Army and Air Force were dispatched, and 100,000 Western Alliance troops went to fight.
A day later, at the Western Alliance headquarters, several commanders looked gloomy and expressionless as they watched the scenes coming from the front line.
Announce to the public that the Western Alliance's first line of defense has been breached.
Contact the Asian Union, the African Union, and China. Half a day later, the S-level alarm was sounded around the world. What's going on? Another alarm, this time it's an S-level alarm. What happened?
There's no crisis in China.
The beast tide has been almost wiped out. Where's the alarm coming from?
At this moment, whether in Gaoliang City or other provinces and cities, countless people heard the alarm coming from the sky at the same time.
I'm interrupting with an urgent news story.
Breaking news, at 1 p.m. Yenjing time, a massive beast tide has erupted in the Pacific.
The Western Alliance has sounded an S-level alert. Currently, the top leaders of each alliance are holding an emergency meeting. We await the results.
Seeing the urgent news broadcasts all over the streets, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched wildly and he suddenly had a bad premonition.
Chapter 106, The Contract 70 Years Ago. Global S-level alert. This is the highest level of alarm.
From the time of the Great Cataclysm to now, more than 100 years have passed, and an S-level alarm has never been sounded. Now, the S-level alarm once again resounded throughout the world. In an instant, people on the entire planet began to have all kinds of wild thoughts about each other. Lin Feng didn't think much about it in the end. After all, the situation below the cave was even more critical and dangerous, so he had to focus his attention on the cave.
I'll stay for a few more days, then go down to the cave to fight. I hope I can get something good.
Lin Feng talked to himself. The next day, Lin Feng went to Yanjing to attend the farewell ceremony of Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei.
In the last battle, Zhuo Lang and Chen Fei died. China lost two powerful masters in the transformation realm, which was a huge loss.
Moreover, these masters of the realm of transformation have been guarding the city and the cave, silently protecting the human race, and almost no one knows of their existence. Now that China has officially announced the sacrifice of the two martial arts masters, it has also caused a huge response in China. Many people have spontaneously come to Yanjing to pay their respects and bid farewell to the two masters. At noon, Lin Feng arrived at the morning hall. I thought life was tough enough for ordinary people, but after I became a true warrior, I realized that the pressure on warriors is the greatest, 1,000 times harder than for ordinary people. Watching the two being sent away, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It was because of the warriors in the past that ordinary people like us were able to live a carefree life and have a stable society. Seniors, although you are gone, I will inherit the spirit of the warrior, take over the responsibility of the warrior, carry the warrior's banner, and continue to protect our people.
You can go with peace of mind.
People often die in battles, and Lin Feng has become accustomed to it. All he can do is continue to defend the country and the people like his predecessors.
I used to admire you, and when I grew up, I became you.
At the same time, the global S-level alert had not been lifted yet. Lin Feng had just come out of the morning hall when Yi Nantian appeared in front of him. Lin Feng, is it convenient for us to chat?
Good.
At the official base, Lin Feng and Yi Nantian sat here, with a large screen playing in front of them. On the screen, countless monsters emerged from the deep sea, like ants, so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many sea monsters there were. Among them, Yi Nantian's expression was extremely solemn, even uglier than the last time when the monsters broke out.
Commander Yi, why did a beast tide suddenly erupt in the ocean?
Lin Feng stared at the screen curiously and asked.
Yi Nantian sighed, alas, the reason is unknown.
We only know that the number of the first batch of ocean beasts is about 30 million, and there will be a second batch, a third batch, and a fourth batch later. This time, the world may have to experience another catastrophe.
So serious?
Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart, which had not taken it seriously at first, suddenly became serious. This is not a trivial matter, it is a matter of life and death for all mankind. Yi Nantian's face was filled with endless sorrow. He said, Lin Feng, you don't know that under the ocean, there live two monster kings whose strength is unknown. They command the monsters in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. About 70 years ago, 4 giants of the human race joined forces to pursue 2 beast kings in the sea, but they were unable to determine the winner and could not kill the beast kings. In the end, they reached a contract with the beast kings, prohibiting the sea monsters from coming onto land to harm humans, and humans would not kill the 2 beast kings. Lin Feng was amazed by what he heard.
Could a giant communicate with the beast king? And even reach a contract? It turns out that there are 2 huge bosses living under the sea. This is a hidden danger for humans. Over the years, humans and sea monsters have lived in harmony. Now that the sea monsters have attacked humans again, I think the 2 beast kings below are about to awaken. Although the average strength of sea monsters is not as strong as that of land monsters, they are more numerous, almost 3 times that of land monsters. If sea monsters attack humans, it will be a real disaster. Yi Nantian said helplessly, we have reached an agreement with the Western Alliance, the African Union, and the Asian Alliance.
We have sent troops to guard the coastline and deploy troops in the ruined cities to prevent these sea monsters from rushing to the human base.
Captain Yi, what can I do for you?
Lin Feng looked at Yi Nantian.
Yi Nantian said straight to the point, I hope you can go to the front lines and help us fight. I know the situation in the cave is dire, but my father has already contacted the giants and other seniors and rushed to the Yinjing cave. The problem below shouldn't be too serious. As for the surface, I'll leave it to you.
In that case, I will deal with the beast tide as soon as possible. There was no procrastination.
After all, the lives of Chinese soldiers were also important.
If Lin Feng didn't go to the front line, who knows how many people would be killed or injured.
Once you arrive at the front lines, head directly to Western Alliance's Meini city.
We've organized a team of warriors and soldiers to resist the monsters. We need you to stabilize the morale of the troops.
Good.
Lin Feng stepped directly on the Gale Shield and flew towards the Western Alliance.
Western Alliance, Meini city.
100 years ago, this place was a famous first-tier coastal city in the world's most powerful country. After the catastrophe, it was invaded by monsters and has long since become a monster city, deserted and uninhabited. In the past 2 days, warriors and human fighters have been entering this long silent city to set up defenses and kill monsters.
Warships flew overhead, and tanks and armored vehicles appeared one after another on the streets.
Awah! Creak! Gaggg! Squeak, squeak, squeak! At the forefront of the city, hundreds of thousands of sea monsters are rushing towards the side. The cries they make are very different from those of land monsters, making people feel extremely eerie.
Fire! First Division, attack! Requesting covering fire, requesting covering fire. At the city's defense line, armies from both sides had already arrived and annihilated the monsters.
The fierce firepower attack instantly killed a large number of monsters. The upgraded Gatling gun swept past, and those monsters were beaten to pieces like tiles.
Chinese warriors, charge forward and kill. Attention, attention!
A large number of monsters are charging from the left.
Prepare the mobile pulse energy cannon.
Fighting against the monsters were not only the Western Alliance's army, but also the Chinese warriors who came to assist.
The two armies fought hand in hand. Although the army's firepower was crazy, the monsters were even more crazy. They rushed into the defense line without caring about their lives, wave after wave. Finally, a large wave of monsters attacked in the ocean. Looking around, even the seawater was black. Warrior, enter.
Seeing that the firepower attack could no longer be stopped, warriors from all over the world came spontaneously and began to fight with the monsters and kill them. Among them, Lin Xiaoyu is also in this group. My dear, you have already left the novice village.
These sea monsters are not very strong, unlike land monsters.
Most of them are only in the bronze and silver realms.
They are the most suitable for you to train. Let's begin.
When I absorb enough blood, I will generate spiritual power to make you stronger. The pendant in the heart said to Lin Xiaoyu. A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Xiaoyu's face, and then nodded. Well, let's start hunting. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little girl's methods were quite good and she used her moves very well.
Soon, she killed a mutant crab. My young master is awesome. The stronger I am, the stronger you will be too.
Hurry up and kill these monsters so I can collect their blood. Attention, that bloodthirsty sea lion is at the silver realm, don't mess with it yet.
Watch out behind you. With Xiao Bai's reminder, Lin Xiaoyu quickly got the hang of it and was able to easily kill bronze-level monsters.
In a short while, she killed more than 10 bronze-level monsters and felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Chapter 107 Lin Xiaoyu's Secret.
Just when Lin Xiaoyu was excited about killing, suddenly, a huge noise came from a distance.
Rumble. The human tank exploded as if it had been destroyed by a monster. One tank after another was torn to pieces and exploded. Quick, retreat quickly.
A Western Alliance commander saw through a telescope that there was a platinum-level monster among the monster army, and it was rushing towards the shore. This monster is quite large, as tall as a floor, has a strange appearance, and its methods are extremely brutal. Many human tanks were like building blocks in front of him, and were destroyed with ease. There was no one to stop him. The leader of the Western Alliance was immediately panicked and ordered a retreat. Sir, the Chinese soldiers are still fighting in the front.
We cannot retreat. A soldier said to his superior that if they retreated, China's front line would surely collapse in an instant.
Then not only would China's soldiers be overwhelmed by the beast tide, but even the Western Alliance's carefully laid out defense line would be shaken.
Little did they know that the officer snorted angrily, "Humph, are you stupid? The headquarters has issued an order to retreat. Do you want to disobey the military order?
It's fine if the Chinese soldiers don't retreat, but our lives are more valuable. Every death costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, you idiot." After he shouted this, no one could refute him, as the military order was as firm as a mountain. After the order was issued, the soldiers of the Western Alliance Army fought and retreated, and without any warning, they slowly withdrew from the city of Mamie in armored vehicles.
Meanwhile, at the Western Alliance headquarters, a 5-star officer saw his soldiers retreating.
He hesitated and said, "Everyone, we have signed a joint combat agreement with China. If we retreat without prior notice, it will cause great losses to the other side, which goes against the spirit of combat. Don't worry, China has a large number of warriors, so even a small loss won't be a big deal for them."
Another 5-star officer smiled sinisterly.
"Besides, the beast tide has become uncontrollable.
If we don't retreat, we'll just die in vain. So let them retreat." I agree with Commander Wayne.
The lives of the soldiers are more important.
A temporary retreat is harmless.
Several other officers also nodded in agreement. In Mamie City, the Chinese warriors and other supporting warriors were fighting against the tide of monsters.
Suddenly, the monsters broke through the defense line with unstoppable force.
At this time, the Chinese warriors said, "Sir, the soldiers of the Western Alliance retreated and left us behind."
"What?" The Chinese commander looked around and suddenly yelled, "You bastards! We agreed to defend the East and they the West, yet you deserted in the middle of a battle. Commander, 2 platinum-level monsters have come up from the East Coast, so those bastards from the Western Alliance slipped away first. We are being attacked by the monsters."
A vanguard soldier nervously conveyed the message. "Damn it, it's too late for us to retreat, the other party has betrayed us."
The Chinese commander was furious.
The Western Alliance's behavior was a violation of the spirit of the contract.
It's even more hateful than a traitor. "Commander, what should we do now?
If we retreat, we will lose at least half of our brothers.
What else can we do? If we leave, we will die. If we don't leave, we will die too. Hold on and wait for rescue. Let's go all out." The Chinese commander was extremely angry.
He picked up his weapon and rushed out to kill the monster. In the eastern coastal area, Lin Xiaoyu was killing monsters. Suddenly, a huge monster led thousands of monsters towards his gap. They were so dense that they covered the entire ground.
"My lord, run quickly."
At this time, Xiaobai Independent said that Lin Xiaoyu panicked when she saw such a large group of monsters. She is now in the silver realm and is no match for these giant monsters.
"The monster in front of me is of platinum level. Run."
Lin Xiaoyu ran away, but her speed was far slower than that of the platinum level sea beast. In an instant, the huge monster stretched out its thick claws and grabbed Lin Xiaoyu.
"It's over."
Lin Xiaoyu was horrified, staggered, and fell to the ground, watching the monster's huge claws grabbing at her, her eyes full of despair.
This time, it's all over.
Just when the giant monster's claws were about to touch Lin Xiaoyu, a loud explosion sounded in front of her.
Bang!
Realizing that she was fine, she slowly opened her eyes, and a familiar figure appeared in front of her.
"Elder brother?" In the air, Lin Feng's figure floated and punched the giant sea beast. The sea beast, as huge as a shark, exploded in an instant, and blood splattered. It was like a balloon filled with water being popped, exploding.
Lin Feng killed the giant sea beast with one punch. At this moment, those weak monsters saw Lin Feng and Lin Xiaoyu and swarmed over.
"A tiny sea monster has put you in such a state of disarray?"
Lin Feng looked back slowly, and the next moment, without looking back, 2 silver scimitars flew out from his body, like flying hidden weapons, and fought madly on the coastline. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wherever the crescent moon scimitar passed, everything was shattered. Countless monsters were killed, and they had no idea how they died. This scene was like a mass grave, with corpses piling up higher and higher, but Lin Feng was only controlling it with his mind and was too lazy to look back. He turned around, stared at the somewhat embarrassed Lin Xiaoyu and said, "Mom and Dad said you were going on a spring outing. I didn't expect you to come here."
"Tell me, who instigated you to come here?"
"Brother, I." Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and finally thought for a while, and said with a guilty conscience, I applied to come here to resist the beast tide on my own."
"Do you know how dangerous the beast tide is? Is this the right place for you?" Lin Feng asked in a reproachful tone, "What if you have some winter melon tofu? What will happen to my parents? And where will my dignity be?
I am a great Chinese grandmaster, famous throughout the world, and you, my sister, can't even defeat a bronze or silver level monster.
Aren't you embarrassing me? Forget it, let's retreat quickly and don't run around.
I'll talk to you after I kill all the monsters here." Lin Feng was too lazy to scold Lin Xiaoyu. If he hadn't arrived, his sister might have been attacked by the monster. This is a matter of life and death, Lin Feng cannot ignore it.
"Oh, I'm leaving now."
"Be careful, brother." Having escaped danger, Lin Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and immediately ran out of the safe area. "My dear, your brother is so pretentious that he actually criticized you in front of me." At this time, a proud voice came from Lin Xiaoyu's pendant, "But don't worry, I just got a lot of spiritual power, and now I'm going to make you stronger."
"He will definitely be polite to you when he sees you when he gets home."
As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyu's realm began to break through. Before she had gone far, her eyes suddenly lit up with joy. "Wow, I'm at silver 3 stars?
"Well, my lady, I'm amazing, aren't I?"
Hee, if you keep going for another half month, I will definitely make you reach the gold realm.
"In 2 months, I guarantee you'll surpass your brother."
The voice inside the pendant became more and more excited, as if it was determined to win. On Lin Feng's side, in less than a minute, he had killed more than 100,000 sea monsters and continued to gain upgrade points.
Chapter 108 Angry Lin Feng.
After a while, the marine monsters in the east were completely wiped out. For a while, the number of monsters coming up from the seabed became fewer and fewer. They were probably scared by Lin Feng's killing. Lin Feng did not continue to stay in the east. He had just flown from the sky and saw that the main battlefield was in the west. With a trembling step, Lin Feng came to the west. As expected, a close-range battle had broken out in the west, and the Chinese soldiers were almost on the verge of losing. Lin Feng arrived and directly controlled the crescent moon scimitar, harvesting like crazy. Ding, killed a silver-level monster, upgrade points plus 200. Ding, killed a bronze-level monster, upgrade points plus 50.
Ding, killed a gold-level monster, upgrade points plus 500.
After Lin Feng became a grandmaster, there were very few upgrade points left after killing these monsters. One head only costs 3 to 500, which is not as much as before. It was more fun to kill monsters at a low level.
Hundreds of thousands of monsters could accumulate hundreds of millions of upgrade points.
But now, after a round of harvest, I can only get more than 30 million.
Brothers, hold on a little longer. If you fall, we'll all be finished. Commander, warriors are coming to support us. It seems to be Lin Feng.
Oh my god, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng is here to help. The tens of thousands of Chinese soldiers who were in an urgent and desperate situation were fighting hard when they suddenly saw a handsome figure flying across the coastline, continuously killing the sea monsters.
In an instant, everyone's tense nerves relaxed.
When they saw clearly that the person coming was Lin Feng, everyone suddenly became excited. In their hearts, Lin Feng is like a god of war. He has repeatedly saved China from danger and turned the tide, and he is a Chinese hero known to all women and children.
Now that he is here, who wouldn't he cheer?
After Lin Feng destroyed 90% of the monsters, he landed on the ground and asked, "Why are you the only ones resisting?
Didn't they say that the Western Alliance would also help?"
He saw that there were no Western Alliance soldiers, only Chinese soldiers struggling to hold on, so he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The Chinese commander complained, "Those cowards of the Western Alliance retreated when the situation in the east was almost out of control, trapping us here and preventing us from leaving.
Tens of thousands of soldiers almost lost their lives here.
Thanks to Lin Feng for coming, you are truly our savior and timely help."
Countless soldiers expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng became angry. What? The Western Alliance is so despicable?
You agreed to cooperate, but you ran away first. You are a deserter.
On the battlefield, deserters will be executed.
Despicable, so despicable.
What a great Western Alliance.
If I don't destroy you today, do you really think we Chinese are easy to bully? Lin Feng was completely furious, and his fists were cracking. Just as he was about to go to the Western Alliance headquarters to kill, suddenly, the seawater rose sharply, and a wave over 300 meters high rushed into the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Lin Feng released his mental power, scanned the area, and said slowly, "A big guy is coming down there.
You can't handle it. You should retreat first. Take the warship and leave the Western Alliance and return to China."
But, once the city falls, the ordinary people in Simon Base might be attacked.
Ha, the dead are from the Western Alliance.
It has nothing to do with us.
Lin Feng looked at the officer and said, I am the commander. You all listen to me. This is the fault of the Western Alliance. Their people are dead.
It has nothing to do with China.
If anyone refuses to obey, I will beat him until he obeys. Retreat. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and retreated, not daring to stay any longer.
They are here to support, not to die.
The Western Alliance betrayed them, so why would they care about the lives of ordinary people?
Anyway, the dead were from the Western Alliance, there is no need to be a saint. At this moment, in the ocean, suddenly, more than 10 giant monsters emerged from the water.
As soon as these monsters appeared, the originally clear daytime was suddenly covered with dark clouds and became extremely gloomy. A huge and vast aura of demonic beasts enveloped the entire coastline and covered the city of Mamie.
Everything seemed extremely small.
Looks like there's a big guy here.
The small ones have too few upgrade points, so I'll start with you guys. Lin Feng flew towards the more than 10 giant monsters.
At the same time, at the Western Alliance Headquarters Command Center, the 5 most senior officers looked at the images coming from the front and suddenly their expressions trembled. Have all the Chinese soldiers retreated?
What?
They actually dared to retreat. Damn it! Did they completely disregard the lives of ordinary people in our Western Alliance?
I didn't expect them to really leave.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Hurry up and contact the Chinese authorities.
They must be condemned.
Wait, it seems a Grandmaster-level Beast King has appeared.
Oh my god, it's a group of mutant walruses.
The 5 commanders were all horrified when they saw a group of more than 10 Master-level Beast Kings suddenly go out to sea.
This kind of monster beast is not something that an ordinary master can resist.
Once the monster tide breaks through the defense, it will destroy the bases where humans live, and then there will be rivers of blood. At this time, on the ocean battlefield, Lin Feng alone killed his way into a group of giant walruses. These walruses are all at the master level, and each one is a beast king, commanding the army of monsters here. Seeing the powerful human coming to kill them, more than 10 beast kings became excited, waiting to tear this ignorant human into pieces.
Walruses walked directly onto the shore one by one.
They had so many legs, more than spiders. The landing beach was like more than 10 large stadiums, it was so huge. When Lin Feng came, more than 10 beast kings attacked together, scratching around with their claws, making it almost impossible to get through. Each claw carried a force of tens of millions of pounds. What a stupid beast! However, Lin Feng was extremely fast and easily dodged these giant claws, moving freely among the chaotic army. At the same time, he took out the moon-chopping sword and swung it lightly. 1 sword, 9 shadows.
Bang bang bang.
At the scene, the claws of these sea beast kings were all chopped off and exploded like firecrackers.
2nd sword.
Lin Feng blasted out 18 sword shadows with 1 sword, and a murderous sword intent emerged, ruthlessly wiping out all these beast kings. Sword intent can enhance the power of the sword. Now that I have comprehended the sword intent, killing is as easy as drinking water. In less than a minute, all the beast kings were killed and became part of the monster graveyard. Ding, killed a Grandmaster level monster, upgrade points plus 200,000.
Bite. 1, almost 200,000.
After Lin Feng succeeded, he looked into the distance and then kicked his foot. It's your turn. In the command room of the Western Alliance, everyone was worried about not being able to stop the attack of the Beast Kings, and the next second they saw a figure kill more than 10 Master level Beast Kings in seconds, and they were all stunned.
Who is this? It seems to be Lin Feng?
Yes, it's Lin Feng. An officer confirmed, he caused trouble in our Western Alliance last time and killed Godfather Roth in front of us.
He's quite arrogant.
I heard that he is vindictive.
We suddenly withdrew our troops just now. What will happen? An officer said worriedly.
TSK, what are you afraid of?
We in the Western Alliance have people in our ranks too.
How could such a large Western Alliance be afraid of a mere martial arts master like him? An officer sneered, and just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a huge explosion was heard in the base.
Bang!
The command room was shaking violently and almost collapsed. All the officers' faces changed and they looked horrified. At this moment, a guard came running in breathlessly and reported, "Oh no, sir, someone broke in."
Who? Everyone asked hurriedly.
Before the guard could answer, a voice reached their ears: "Commander of the Western Alliance, come out and die."
Chapter 109: Entering the Western Alliance and starting the killing.
When this loud and murderous voice rang out, the entire Western Alliance base fell into panic. The officers hurriedly walked outside.
Outside the base, someone broke in and suddenly, hundreds of automatic defense lasers were aimed at Lin Feng. Warning: if you take another step forward, you will be shot.
A warning sounded from the base's defense system. This laser gun could sweep 360 degrees without blind spots, and its lethality was comparable to that of a Silver Warrior's attack, which was very good. But Lin Feng didn't know his identity.
He ignored the warning and all the lasers. In an instant, hundreds of lasers shot at Lin Feng in unison.
Chirp, chirp. The blue and purple light had extremely strong penetrating power. Lin Feng swooped down from the sky. All the lasers locked onto him and shot at him. In an instant, he turned into a smoky fireman. After hundreds of thousands of laser scans, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Feng on the ground, wanting to know what would happen to him. But the next moment, when the smoke cleared, everyone was dumbfounded.
Because Lin Feng was still standing there unharmed. Lin Feng gently patted the laser flame on his chest and said lightly, "Is this the highest defense of your base? That's it? You can't even hurt a hair on my head."
What? Everyone was shocked, and a leader immediately shouted, "Quick, capture him."
A group of gold-level warriors walked towards Lin Feng.
These gold-level warriors were the top guards of the headquarters. In such a huge Western Alliance, if they did not have any strength, they would not be able to hold the right to speak here. More than 10 gold-level warriors rushed towards Lin Feng, each holding a weapon and filled with murderous intent.
"You really don't know how to live or die."
Without thinking of dragging it out with them, Lin Feng arrived later, his footsteps trembling, and he instantly turned into a phantom. The crescent-shaped scimitar spun around him, strangling all the Golden Realm warriors in front of him, killing a large number of them instantly.
It couldn't be more horrible.
Lin Feng's crescent moon scimitar can kill people as easily as drinking water and as fast as the wind.
This guy. Too strong. Who is this person?
Watching the base's highest alert guards being killed in seconds and seeing Lin Feng killing people like killing chickens, the officers' eyes were dull and some were almost dumbfounded. This is absolutely at the Grandmaster level.
Humph, what are you afraid of? We in the Western Alliance will not let him wreak havoc.
An experienced officer stood up dissatisfied and dared to speak arrogantly to Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a Grandmaster.
This is the Western Alliance, and it's not your turn to cause trouble. Don't break the rules between us."
Rules? After killing these ants, Lin Feng came slowly with 2 silver scimitars in his hands. "You Western Alliance have always been despicable and shameless, and you used to point fingers at us Chinese and interfere in various ways.
Today on the battlefield, they violated the spirit of the agreement and nearly killed our Chinese soldiers. Is this considered a rule? You are slandering me. There is no such thing." The white-haired officer spoke haltingly. "We in the Western Alliance have always been open and aboveboard. No one understands the Western Alliance better than me. No one understands the spirit of the Western Alliance better than me. No one understands."
"Okay, you can go up and discuss with God who knows more, and I will personally send you up to see God." Too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, Lin Feng, who was determined to kill, leaped forward in a flash. The white-haired officer's eyes suddenly froze. "How dare you!" However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Feng came to him at an incredible speed, raised his fist slightly, and smashed it down hard.
Bang!
Even though the white-haired officer resisted, it was still useless and he could not block Lin Feng's violent punch at all.
What kind of power is Lin Feng now, and what kind of power is he?
Lin Feng's speed is incomparably powerful, more than 100 times stronger than him. He crushed his heart with a punch, and in an instant, the white-haired old man was knocked away by the punch.
Bang!
His chest caved in, and a huge fist mark was imprinted on his body. His death was horrible.
The other 4 officers didn't dare to stay any longer. After seeing this scene, they all ran away.
Lin Feng was too scary.
If they didn't run, they would die. "I want to leave, is that possible?"
Lin Feng continued to pursue the victory.
These officers were all in the Platinum Realm and were not slow.
It's a pity that the one chasing them was Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound, the 4 of them had no way to escape. Lin Feng came in front of a man and punched out with an extremely explosive punch, and the officer exploded instantly.
Then, two crescent-shaped scimitars flew out into the air.
Under the control of the mind, two screams were heard the next moment. In the end, only an officer with a hooked nose was left. After seeing his companions all killed instantly, he had no strength to escape anymore. His legs went limp and he sat on the ground.
I was wrong, don't kill me.
When the officer faced Lin Feng, he felt like he was facing a super beast king. The murderous aura was too strong. His voice trembled as he said to Lin Feng, "I am the commander of the Western Alliance envoy. Don't kill me, otherwise China will be condemned, and you will also." Before he finished speaking, two figures suddenly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Grandmaster.
Lin Feng noticed that these two people were both at the Grandmaster level.
Commander Vincent, Commander Shihai, you are finally here, thank God.
The appearance of the two masters made the hook-nosed commander look relieved.
These two people are masters.
They are very powerful in the Western Alliance and are not weaker than Lin Feng at all.
Now that the two masters have arrived, he won't have to die. As expected, the two grandmasters shouted, "Lin Feng, you've done enough, haven't you?
You killed 4 of our officers.
Aren't you afraid of offending our Western Alliance?"
That's right. If you dare to touch a hair on his head today, I will not let you leave here.
Oh, a hair?
Faced with the threat, Lin Feng felt amused. The next moment, he waved his hand and a sword light flashed across the throat of the hook-nosed officer.
Swish! His head just flew out like that. At this time, Lin Feng spread his hands and said, "How about this? I kill your people in front of you. Are you going to attack me?" Gas!
The two masters were furious. Lin Feng actually dared to break into the headquarters base of the Western Alliance for External Affairs and kill people in front of them.
It's so abominable. Lin Feng, don't think we're afraid of you. If we don't make you pay the price today, how can we, the Western Alliance, keep our dignity? We will execute you right here and now.
The two men looked at each other and rushed towards Lin Feng together.
At this moment, countless cameras are announcing Lin Feng's behavior.
He broke into the Western Alliance headquarters base alone and killed people. The two masters wanted to kill Lin Feng, and for a moment, they entered into a battle. However, within half a minute, the two figures were knocked away and fell heavily into the ruins.
Bang! Cough, cough, cough.
How is this possible? The two Western Alliance grandmasters covered their chests, coughing up blood from the corners of their mouths, staring at Lin Feng in fear. "We are all grandmasters, how come you are so much stronger than us?" Just now, the two men stepped forward to fight with Lin Feng, thinking that it would be a battle of equal strength, but the result was beyond their expectations.
If they go up, they will only get beaten. Chapter 110 Prehistoric Disaster, Global Panic. Do you really take yourselves seriously?
Lin Feng's expression was extremely cold. "Don't think that any cat or dog can be on equal footing with me.
You are not qualified to compete with me."
Without any hesitation, Lin Feng swung out with his sword, and the two figures were directly killed. One sword in 9 shadows, the power of which has exceeded 100 million.
Reached the giant level.
How could these two masters who had never seen the world withstand it? Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 300,000. Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 400,000. It's worthy of being called the moon-slashing sword.
It's incredibly powerful. It's like a sword tailor-made for me.
Lin Feng praised the moon-chopping sword highly, saying that it was a top-level treasure as it could break through the Grandmaster's defense with one sword. Soon, the news that Lin Feng had raised the Western Alliance headquarters spread throughout the world.
Huaxia broke into the Western Alliance headquarters that day and destroyed the base.
Not only that, he also punished 5 5-star officers on the spot and even killed 2 Grandmasters who came to support him.
It's incredible.
Yes, it seems that the cause was that Shiman violated the spirit of the battle and wanted to cheat China, but he didn't expect to be caught by Lin Feng and beaten up.
It's terrifying.
Lin Feng is a giant-level existence. He does whatever he wants.
No one can stop him.
Those who offend him should be careful.
The Western Alliance headquarters base was destroyed.
They brought this upon themselves.
We in the African Union must not provoke China again, otherwise the consequences will be serious.
A month later, Lin Feng shocked the world again, making countless people stand in awe of him. He announced to everyone that if anyone offended him, Lin Feng, even if they hid at the ends of the earth, the only outcome would be death. At this point, he was too lazy to stay in the Western Alliance to fight the beast tide, but returned to China and left it alone. Soon, news came from the Western Alliance that the human base was going to be relocated. Many soldiers died in the battle and the base was destroyed by monsters.
China, Gaoliang. You actually went to die without telling your parents. I asked you to study hard, so why did you run away?
In front of Lin Feng, Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head and took the scolding in frustration. After training today, go back to school immediately and don't fall behind in your studies.
This little sister is really a cause for concern.
Lin Feng is a little overwhelmed with what she can do. She is so young and yet she kills monsters. It is really difficult to discipline her.
Brother, I dropped out of school.
Just when Lin Feng was shaking his head in frustration, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said this, almost making Lin Feng vomit blood on the spot.
What? You dropped out of school? Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and asked interrogatively, what are you thinking? You have books but you don't read them. Instead, you imitate others and become a bad boy. Look at your age, 14 years old, you don't know anything. What can you do if you don't study? What achievements can you make? In the future, you can only be a warrior who earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a month and eats and drinks and waits for death. Tell me, what have you accomplished? Brother, I'm already a warrior better than 90% of the world's population. Besides, I'm now in the silver realm. I don't want to just sit around in school anymore. I just want to become a warrior as powerful as you. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were firm, and she wasn't afraid of Lin Feng at all. You dare to talk back. Lin Feng was almost vomiting blood from anger. After thinking for a while, he said, never mind. The silver realm isn't too bad. How's your Gale step technique going? Seeing Lin Feng's tone improve, Lin Xiaoyu's eyebrows relaxed immediately, revealing a sweet smile. She nodded and said, brother, I have refined it to 50%. Isn't your sister amazing? You're so awesome, sister. Only 50%. You're embarrassing me. Lin Feng crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Since you don't want to study, you can only continue training. But from now on, don't run around and make my parents and I worry. Okay, brother, I get it. The little girl's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Like a happy fruit, she continued to run to training to avoid the nagging from her brother. My dear, I'm right, aren't I? Your brother is impressed by your growth rate and has developed respect for you, so he doesn't dare to punish you. At this time, the voice inside Lin Xiaoyu's pendant said proudly, when you become stronger in the future, you can wash the dishes and mop the floor whenever you ask him to. He will never dare to refute you. You can turn things around and become the boss. Really? Really? Lin Xiaoyu was a little unconvinced, but Xiaobai said confidently, of course, I am the strongest person in the universe, how can I lie to you? Let's continue to train intensely and gain experience, and let him take notice. Humph, no one has ever dared to tell my master what to do in front of me, Xiaobai, not even your brother. Let's wait and see. A few days later, the global S-level alert continued. In the news, there have been many scenes of Western Alliance bases being destroyed by monsters. Many ordinary people, unable to retreat in time, were devoured, ripped apart, and devoured by the sea monsters. In just 3 days, the Western Alliance had lost 5 human bases, and hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million, of its soldiers had been sacrificed. As the situation in the Western Alliance became increasingly worse and uncontrollable, a beast tide broke out in the Atlantic Ocean at noon Yanjing time, causing fear among countless people. An hour later, a beast tide was also announced in the Indian Ocean. At this time, the Asian Union and the African Union were both invaded to varying degrees by marine monsters. For a time, the world officially entered a state of war. According to our station, at 11 a.m. on December 29, Yanjing time, the African Union was suddenly invaded by marine monsters. The African Union has organized its army and warriors to resist. A beast tide has risen in the Indian Ocean, launching a massive attack on human bases. The Asian Alliance's 8th human base has been destroyed. So far, the casualties have exceeded 700,000. The Asian Alliance's joint forces are rushing to the front lines to resist, and are urgently recalling 100,000 soldiers from the Western Alliance for support. Several masters of the Asian Alliance's martial arts world have returned and announced their commitment to resist the beast tide and protect the bases on which humanity depends for survival. All kinds of news quickly dominated the headlines, and for a while, the world fell into panic. Even Lin Feng felt that the matter was serious. There are nearly 10 billion marine monsters, which is more than the total human population. Once they all flood onto land, humanity will suffer a devastating disaster.
Fortunately, China has not yet suffered an invasion by sea monsters, and people's lives are still stable, but there is still some turmoil and worry in the hearts of the people. A day later, Lin Feng arrived at the headquarters of Yinjing Super Martial Arts School. This is because Lu Nanfeng and other strong men from the Super Martial Arts School have returned from the underground cave one after another.
General Lu, have you settled the matter of the underground cave? Lin Feng asked, why did you come back so suddenly? The battle hasn't broken out in the cave yet.
The owner told us to return and fight the beast tide first. Lu Nanfeng said, this beast tide is very unusual.
Half of the warriors in the cave have returned.
Lin Feng, this situation is really serious.
Senior Xiao Quanglei and a giant from the Western Alliance will also emerge from the cave to resist the global disaster.
Is it so serious? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression slightly condensed.
2 giants are needed to come back to resist the beast tide. Could it be that there is a giant-level beast king under the deep sea? Chapter 111, Joining Forces with Giants. January 1st.
At the beginning of the new year, the world officially announced the fight against the beast tide. Countless monsters rushed into human bases, and on the first day of 3031 alone, it caused the deaths of 8 million people worldwide.
There are more than 30 damaged human bases in total.
Humanity is losing ground, and the Western Alliance, the African Union, and the Asian Union are all helpless within just a few days. At the same time, China announced that it would organize warriors to fight against the beast tide. All of a sudden, 3 masters of the transformation realm suddenly appeared in China to guard the border. They were Lu Nanfeng, the commander of the Super Martial Arts School, the deputy master of the Thunder Martial Arts School, and the master of the Silver Moon Martial Arts School. The massive wave of demonic beasts attacking the Asian Alliance is also a huge threat to our border. We have already organized 500,000 troops to go to the border and guard the ruined cities along the coast. In the official base, Yinantian said to Lin Feng and others, there will also be aerial fire attacks from warships and fighter jets. Fortunately, we are not the main attacking country of the monster beast tide. Before the monster beast tide entered us, a large part of it had already been filtered out by the Asian Alliance.
Everyone nodded.
This global outbreak of marine beasts was indeed extremely deadly.
Almost 1 million people died every day. What a shocking number.
Fortunately, China has a superior geographical location, and the Asian Alliance is in front of it to block the tide of monsters, so the current attacks it has suffered are not serious. However, China cannot take it lightly in the face of the increasingly serious outbreak of monsters, so it still sends Lu Nanfeng and other powerful people in the state of transformation to the border. Firstly, it is to prevent a sudden large-scale outbreak of monsters. Secondly, it is to prevent refugees from other alliances from rushing in for refuge, or to stop other warriors with ulterior motives from entering China to cause harm and wreak havoc. Since we are warriors, we can't just sit there and wait for death.
When Senior Xiao comes back, we'll go to the Atlantic Ocean and take a look.
Lin Feng said solemnly, otherwise, once the other alliances are swallowed up by the monster tide, we in China will be unable to support ourselves and will not be in a good situation.
Everyone agrees that humans are a community with a shared future.
Although there may be occasional conflicts in private, they still have to remain consistent when facing monsters, and fighting against monsters is the right way to go. Otherwise, China will be the only one left in the world, and China will repeat the fate of other alliances.
It is impossible to defeat the tide of monsters by fighting alone.
Half a day later, Xiao Quanglei arrived at the Super Martial Arts Hall. Lin Feng, the situation is urgent.
I think you know my purpose. 70 years ago, a beast king lived in the seabed. Now the heroes have risen again. We can't delay any longer.
Xiao Quanglei said, this time, let us work together to deal with the beast king and kill it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Okay, Senior Xiao, please lead the way.
Whoosh!
2 figures flew out of the Super Martial Arts gym, drawing a dazzling path of white clouds across the sky. Below, news media reported on it. The headmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts School, Xiao Zhu, has returned to the martial arts world, reportedly to fight against the beast tide. The beast tide has become increasingly severe, and the major alliances have suffered heavy losses.
When will the S-level alert end?
Another genius from the Super Martial Arts School, Lin Feng, has returned to the battlefield and is searching deep into the seabed for the cause. As for whether he will succeed, let's wait and see.
This is a great decision.
It is an honor for humanity that 2 super powerful Chinese are willing to come out to help us. He, like Giant Stevenson, is a hero of the human race.
looking forward to the performance of the two giants and Lin Feng.
Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei flew towards the Pacific Ocean, while on the other side, another human giant from the Western Alliance, Stevenson, also headed towards the Atlantic Ocean. This move attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Feng and the other two have officially become the focus of the world. They represent the hope of the human race.
Aha! Sizzle! Woo woo!
Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei came to the shore of the Pacific Ocean and floated. Below them, dense swarms of monsters were roaring, filling the entire ocean.
Looking up, it was endless.
These monsters are just like ants. Tens of millions of them are slowly advancing towards the human base.
There are too many of them. Ordinary warriors can't stop them at all.
Xiao Kuanglei glanced at it, looked at his feet, and said, "Let's clean up some of it first."
Okay, start killing.
Lin Feng nodded, and the two began to kill.
Divine Thunder Fist. Boom!
What Xiao Kuanglei used was the Divine Thunder Fist.
When he punched out, lightning exploded. Sizzle!
Various sounds of thunder and lightning spreading were heard from the group of monsters below. In an instant, thunder and lightning raged, and the entire beach turned into an electric grid. Hundreds of thousands, nearly a million, of monsters were all killed by Xiao Kuanglei's punch. The previously active monsters turned into motionless corpses in an instant.
Senior Xiao, your lightning is pretty good.
Lin Feng sighed slightly after seeing this punch. Xiao Kuanglei is worthy of being a giant, he can kill millions of monsters with one punch. He had never seen a giant take action before, but now, Lin Feng has learned something new. Lin Feng, I heard that you have killed several masters of the transformation realm.
Let me see your strength.
Xiao Kuanglei said with a hint of arrogance. Lin Feng has great talent, but Xiao Kuanglei feels a little unhappy when someone compares him with himself. He had been cultivating for 100 years, so how could he not have the arrogance of a giant? After all, he was one of the 4 giants of the human race.
Senior Xiao, I'm actually quite ordinary.
Lin Feng smiled modestly. Below, in the ocean, another group of monsters soon occupied the beach and advanced by stepping on the corpses of their companions. At this time, Lin Feng's palm had already condensed a ball of blue lightning. He looked down and suddenly shouted, "Explode!" The blue lightning kept bombarding, like thousands of thunders shaking the earth, bang bang bang. The monsters on the ground had nowhere to hide and died in a short while. Although he is not as terrifying as the thunder grid, Lin Feng's advantage is that he can blast out thunder continuously. He is almost a perpetual motion machine of thunder and lightning, and can kill millions of monsters in an instant.
Lin Feng, where did you learn your thunder and lightning? Seeing that Lin Feng could also use thunder, Xiao Kuanglei's eyes froze and he asked in disbelief.
I was born with lightning, and I learned it this way. Lin Feng made an excuse and did not tell Xiao Kuanglei about his cheating.
Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it.
Self-taught?
Little did he know that Lin Feng's return made Xiao Kuanglei even more shocked.
Self-taught, is this guy still a human being? Horrible. The two began to fly, killing their way across the Pacific Ocean. On the sea, countless monsters were bombarded by 2 kinds of lightning, and their corpses floated all over the ocean. Finally, when they were in the center of the Pacific Ocean, the 2 of them stopped flying at the same time.
Because both of them sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Down there.
This Beast King was at the Transformation Realm 70 years ago. At that time, Brother Liu and I had just entered the giant realm, but we were unable to kill it. Xiao Kuanglei stared at the deep seabed, and suddenly, a surge of power rushed towards the 2 of them.
Bang!
The 2 separated in an instant and stepped aside, and waves as high as 1,000 meters surged in the sky. At this moment, a terrifying voice came from the bottom of the deep sea, "My old friend, we meet again."
Hearing this, Xiao Kuanglei's originally calm face suddenly trembled and his brows were tightly furrowed. Chapter 112, Fighting the Two-Headed Siren.
Senior Xiao, it still remembers you? Lin Feng just felt it was a little unbelievable. 70 years had passed, and this monster under the sea could still remember Xiao Kuanglei.
This memory is really not bad.
Worthy of being called the Pacific Beast King. Well, this monster fought me the most fiercely back then, so we can be considered an old acquaintance. Xiao Kuanglei said seriously.
At this time, Lin Feng asked again, "Senior, what is the current strength of this monster beast?"
There are not many monsters that can speak, and marine monsters are even more rare. Blinking his eyes, Xiao Kuanglei said, "If it goes as expected, he'll be about the same level as me, Martial King."
Martial King?
Hearing this title, Lin Feng frowned.
Senior, if one reaches the transformation realm, then he is a martial king? Are there other realms of cultivation?
Achieving the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm and forging a golden body can lead to breakthroughs in becoming a martial king, which are the 4 great giants currently known to the world. But if you think there are only 4 giants in the world, you are totally wrong.
Xiao Quanglei suddenly looked at Lin Feng.
Hearing this, Lin Feng became even more curious and asked, apart from the 4 giants, are there any stronger ones above the martial king? Of course, the martial king is divided into 4 stages: primary martial king, intermediate martial king, advanced martial king and peak martial king. I am currently a primary martial king.
Xiao Quanglei did not hide anything anymore.
In his opinion, Lin Feng's talents are unique in the world. At his level, he should know more. He continued, after the martial king realm, there is the true peak powerhouse, the martial emperor. As for the martial emperor's level division, it is generally divided into lesser martial emperor, and peak martial emperor. This kind of existence is the true powerhouse that controls the human race. Currently, we have them in China, the Western Alliance, the African Alliance, and the Asian Alliance, but neither side knows how many there are.
This is also the reason why the major alliances can stand tall in the world and compete with each other.
With the martial emperor guarding both sides, no catastrophic wars will generally break out.
After hearing Xiao Quanglei's introduction, Lin Feng finally understood.
It turns out that the truly strong ones all hide their identities and never come out into the world. They are probably all in the cave, pursuing higher martial arts. But it is not surprising. The Earth has entered the catastrophe period for more than a century, and most of the cultivation resources in the early stage have been absorbed by the predecessors. Therefore, he was able to become the martial emperor, and the 4 giants of the human race who were widely worshipped by the outside world were just the tip of the iceberg in the martial arts world. The world of martial arts is far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Even I am not qualified to meet with beings of these levels. Lin Feng, when you become stronger, perhaps you will have the chance to meet them. You are only 17 years old now. I am not sure how great your future will be.
Xiao Quanglei praised Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart.
Lin Feng nodded. His goal was the Sea of Stars. Roar! At this moment, the monsters under the feet of the 2 men swam away quickly, as if making way for the Beast King. In the center of the sea, the water was surging as if it was boiling. Gurgle, gurgle. The strange noises continued, and Xiao Quanglei's expression suddenly turned stern. Here it comes. At that moment, right in front of the 2 of them, the azure sea water gradually turned dark, and a huge shadow emerged. The next moment, a monster hundreds of meters tall rushed out of the water.
The monster was shaped like a mountain, with 2 heads. Its face was like an old grandmother with prominent wrinkles, just like a human.
Moreover, its body is a bit like a crab, floating on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, covering an area of thousands of meters, with hundreds of slender arms and legs stretched out everywhere, extremely domineering. When this monster came out, Lin Feng truly felt the domineering aura of the King of War rushing towards him. It is exactly the same domineering aura as Xiao Quanglei, very unrestrained.
He, old friend, let's settle the old accounts from 70 years ago.
The Deep-Sea Beast King let out a creepy laugh, then waved his 2 huge claws and grabbed at the 2 of them.
2-headed monster, you have a pretty good memory.
I thought you were submerged in the sea for years, your brain was flooded with water and your memory was gone. Xiao Quanglei teased, and the next moment, his expression became serious. Kill.
Boom.
The Beast King's claws grabbed and cut towards Xiao Quanglei like an orange blade.
Xiao Quanglei swung his fist, and in an instant, the huge and sharp claws exploded. Lin Feng was not willing to be outdone.
He directly took out the moon-slashing sword and attacked the Beast King's claws. Similarly, the terrifying power smashed the opponent's claws into pieces without any pressure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Beast King, whose attack failed, saw that Lin Feng and Xiao Quanglei were unharmed, so he grabbed them with countless claws. These claws are like a thread, threading the needle. At this moment, the sky turned into a densely packed orange net of sharp blades.
The 2 men fell into it and were surrounded in an instant.
Lin Feng, be careful, these claws are highly poisonous, don't get touched. Xiao Quanglei reminded Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded. He held the moon-chopping sword and swung it directly.
Bang bang.
Countless claws that grabbed at him were all shattered. But Lin Feng was also secretly surprised. Every time he swung his sword, he felt a huge rebound force. His arms began to tremble slightly. I have to say that the power of this monster king has really reached the level of martial king. Each claw has a power of over 100 million, which is not easy to deal with. If it is a grandmaster in the transformation realm, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. It's simply not worth mentioning.
Fortunately, Lin Feng has extraordinary talent and abnormal defense, so he is not afraid of brute force. Boom, boom, boom.
Over there, Xiao Qianglei directly used the power of thunder to blast away hundreds of claws.
Soon, the net was broken.
However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that the claws of the two-headed sea monster had just been cut off, and suddenly, they grew out again at an extremely fast speed. The claws appeared rapidly like mushrooms after a rain, and continued to grab the two of them.
This is its regenerative power.
This thing heals incredibly quickly, and can recover quickly from injuries. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept it alive until now. Killing it with my claws wouldn't have done much.
Xiao Qianglei said to Lin Feng, "We must attack its head, that is its weak point."
Okay, split up. Lin Feng and Xiao Qianglei separated from each other. At this time, the claws grabbed towards him like vines. Lin Feng had the Gale Shield behind him for protection and the Moon Slashing Sword in front for protection. With one sword strike, hundreds of claws were broken again. He broke through at an extremely fast speed, approached the two-headed siren, and was about to chop it down with a sword.
Suddenly, the two-headed siren opened its mouth wide and shouted, "Roar!"
A shock wave that shook the world burst out from his mouth.
Bang bang bang.
The shock wave vibrated out, the surrounding sea water exploded like thunder, and the waves rushed hundreds of meters into the sky. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, what a terrifying domineering power."
Chapter 113, Undersea Battle.
The shock wave that spurted out of the two-headed siren's mouth had an explosive force comparable to that of a missile.
With a loud bang, it hit Lin Feng unexpectedly, making Lin Feng look shocked.
However, Lin Feng was not a pushover. He had already controlled the Gale Shield to block in front of him.
Under the extremely strong explosive force, Lin Feng and the Gale Shield both retreated hundreds of meters.
However, it was not a big problem. That was a close call. This thing still has this problem.
It seems that we can't underestimate it.
Lin Feng, who was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, wiped the sweat from his forehead. The next moment, he continued to attack the head of the two-headed monster.
Bang bang bang.
The two-headed siren continuously spewed out shock waves, one after another, with explosive destructive power. But Lin Feng was too fast. He dodged in the air like an annoying mosquito. Finally, he approached the two-headed monster again and drew his sword to chop it.
Boom.
The thunder sword technique, one sword like thunder, the murderous power of thunder and lightning rolls out. The siren felt the tremendous pressure and immediately built a solid defense, with countless claws forming a defensive wall. But with a loud explosion, all the claws were chopped into pieces, and the sword intense soared into the sky, rolling towards the two-headed monster. Roar! The two-headed siren opened its bloody mouth and spewed out another huge shock wave, which collided with Lin Feng's sword. Two extremely powerful forces collided violently in space, competing with each other. At this moment, the sea water poured down, the sea was solemn and murderous, and countless sea waters were stirred up.
Boom boom boom.
All around, it was as if thousands of missiles were bombing at the same time, which was extremely spectacular.
On the other side, Xiao Qianglei brought thunder and smashed into the two-headed mermaid.
The huge fist flashed with light, and the combat power of one punch exceeded 100 million, creating the world.
Boom!
At this time, the siren was unable to deal with two humans at the same time. He regenerated his claws and swept over madly. Lin Feng was no less capable. When he used the thunder sword technique, the supreme force overturned and bombarded the two-headed sea monster. In a flash, the two-headed sea monster actually dodged actively, retracted its head, and split Lin Feng's sword. Then, he spurted out a shock wave at an extremely fast speed, and Lin Feng had to raise his sword to block it. Bang! Thunder roared again, and the powerful pressure caused the space to vibrate, as if all the air around it had been sucked away. All kinds of violent slashing confrontations were extremely depressing. All marine life within a radius of 100 miles were affected and died tragically. The invisible shock wave was like a flying knife, killing people indiscriminately. It was extremely thrilling. Lin Feng slashed with dozens of swords, not daring to hold back at all. He used the 1,000 shadow sword technique, and his attack power barely exceeded 100 million, which allowed him to fight against the two-headed monster. On the other side, Xiao Qianglei became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Various thunders exploded, covering the sky and earth with a layer of blue light.
The battle between the three was like a world war, and for a moment, it was at a stalemate. Huff, huff, huff. This guy's regenerative power is too strong. Lin Feng, we can't get entangled with him. As long as he stays in the seawater, he can release shock waves infinitely. Xiao Kuanglei panted and looked at Lin Feng. You cover me and take his head. Good. Lin Feng nodded, and he directly summoned the crescent moon scimitar. The two swords turned into cutting machines, constantly cutting the claws that were invading them, clearing obstacles for Xiao Kuanglei. At the same time, the two of them burst out with lightning, resisted the shock wave, and faced the challenge head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The air around them exploded, and the two men's expressions became extremely serious. After a while, under Lin Feng's strenuous cover, Xiao Kuanglei finally approached the two-headed siren. Divine Thunder Fist, break! A punch was thrown, and blue lightning suddenly hit ahead. Seeing this, the two-headed sea monster roared and sprayed out a shock wave, trying to crush Xiao Kuanglei. But Xiao Kuanglei's extreme force burst out, directly blasting out double the power. With one punch, the combat power of more than 200 million broke through the heavy defenses and finally hit the face of the two-headed mermaid. Ah! The two-headed siren became furious, with blue blood flowing from its face. Both heads were aimed at Xiao Kuanglei, ready to attack. When the opportunity came, Lin Feng suddenly stepped on the wind shield and jumped behind the two-headed siren. Thunder! Bang! Thunder exploded, and the two-headed siren looked horrified. It obviously didn't expect that Lin Feng's speed could be so fast. The sword struck the back of the two-headed mermaid's head without reservation. In an instant, a huge gap appeared on the skin that was as old as moss. The sword intent burst out again, and Lin Feng took advantage of the situation to strike out the second sword. This sword pierced into one of the heads of the two-headed sea monster. Roar! At this time, the two-headed siren felt pain and howled wildly. It quickly sank into the water and automatically retracted all its attacks. Escape! Now, it starts to run away in panic. Lin Feng is too difficult to deal with. This human who only has the aura of a grandmaster is not a normal human. Don't let it get away, chase it. Seeing that the two-headed siren was about to escape, Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei rushed into the water together and began to chase it. If this guy is not killed all at once, his injuries will recover quickly. We must get rid of him completely and eliminate the hidden dangers. Although the two-headed siren is huge in size, its speed is definitely not slow once it enters the water. Like a rocket, he fled at high speed. Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei's speed was even more terrifying. The two waterways trembled violently, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two began to descend, 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. When they were almost 5,000 meters away, the two-headed siren finally slowed down and was caught up by Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei behind them. Roar! The two-headed siren seemed to know that it could not escape the pursuit of humans, and suddenly turned around and sprayed out continuous shock waves. Bang bang bang! The same frequency as blowing bubbles. Break! This time, Lin Feng no longer dodged, but directly used the Thousand Shadows sword technique to create 9 shadows with one sword, splitting the shockwave and riding the wind and waves to attack Huanglong. The next moment, 2 bolts of lightning slammed heavily onto the 2 heads of the two-headed siren. Boom! The seabed was shaking, and above the sea surface, the water seemed to be in a cradle. Waves hundreds of feet high formed a tsunami and hit the shore. The next second, the 2 heads of the siren exploded, and it was no longer able to withstand the joint attack of Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei. Damn humans, your death is approaching. Before dying, the siren let out a miserable and unwilling voice, but Lin Feng didn't intend to give it any chance. He chopped its body into pieces with his sword. Ding, killed the Martial King level siren, upgrade points plus 150 million. 150 million. Lin Feng was shocked. 150 million upgrade points, worthy of being a big guy. However, if he kills it alone, he can probably get around 300 million. There was no way, the system might have determined that he and Xiao Kuanglei were killed at the same time, so only half of the harvest was obtained. Fortunately, with your help, we killed the Beast King. Xiao Kuanglei smiled. Today's battle was easier than I thought. I thought it would be a fierce battle. Xiao Kuanglei said this, but his physical strength and blood were also depleted. He said, this sea monster may have some valuable things on it that may be useful to you. You can look for them. I won't fight with you for them. After saying that, Xiao Kuanglei flew towards the sea.
As Lin Feng released his telekinesis, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and his face trembled. There seemed to be a lot of treasures down here. His intuition was definitely correct. He came to an unfathomable crack on the seabed, hesitated for a long time, and then boldly dived in.
At this moment, Xiao Kuanglei was flying rapidly towards the sea.
Just when he had flown to about 3,000 meters above the water, his eyelids suddenly twitched.
Not good. Call out. A huge tentacle grabbed towards him from behind.
Xiao Kuanglei, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pulled aside.
In an instant, an extremely huge monster appeared in front of him.
Looking at the giant beast that resembled Godzilla in front of him, Xiao Kuanglei's eyes were dull and he shuddered. Really, the Real Beast King.
Chapter 114 Bad News, Lin Feng died in the deep sea.
In less than 10 seconds, a figure rushed out of the water from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean.
Bang! Crash! The waves are thousands of feet high, like a mushroom cloud. The figure was in an extremely miserable state.
His left arm had disappeared, and blood was flowing out, dyeing the ocean red. He was none other than Xiao Kuanglei, who had just escaped from the monster's mouth.
Oh, this is so scary. How could this monster possibly?
Xiao Kuanglei's face was pale and full of horror. He had just had one of his arms eaten by this Beast King-level monster in the deep sea, and now only one was left. Even someone as strong as a junior martial king could not resist this terrifying Beast King.
It's so terrifying. Oh no, it's coming up.
Feeling the giant black shadow emerging from the water, Xiao Kuanglei's face suddenly changed color and he quickly fled.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His speed was extremely fast.
He ran desperately over the Pacific Ocean and returned to the land. A moment after Xiao Kuangkuang escaped, under the Pacific Ocean, an extremely huge monster, as if 10 mountains connected together, suddenly rushed out of the water. This giant monster, with a body like Godzilla and a head like the Gorgon Medusa, is extremely creepy. As soon as it emerges from the water, the sky and the earth lose their color in an instant, and the aura of domineering color stretches for thousands of miles. It is nearly 10,000 meters tall, towering into the sky.
The power of the King of Beasts is evident without showing it.
All the monsters in the entire Pacific Ocean were in an uproar, and they all crawled towards this direction on pilgrimage. It seemed as if they were welcoming the birth of their Beast King.
Moom!
The deep-sea Beast King let out a dragon roar, shocking the sky and spreading for thousands of miles. In an instant, countless bases heard this terrifying beast roar. Countless flying camera bees were flying around and broadcasting live, and the images began to be transmitted to various bases.
What? What was that howling just now?
It seems like the King of Monsters is calling out, and even our base can hear it.
Oh my god, is there any monster approaching us? This creepy cry was heard in the bases of the Western Alliance, the African Union, the Asian Union, and all over the world.
Many officials and common people all looked up, confused. Soon, the shadow of a giant deep-sea beast appeared on each screen. Half of its body was standing in the Atlantic Ocean, with its upper body and head exposed, which made people's scalps tingle.
Oh my god, this monster, is it too scary, right? A monster over 8,000 meters tall.
My god, just its upper body is taller than our Mount Futu.
It's so scary, so scary, I can't take it anymore. What kind of monster is this?
When ordinary people saw the Beast King being born, a deep fear appeared in everyone's heart. They all hid in the underground shelter and began to huddle together for warmth.
Theoretically, this kind of monster is impossible to appear. But he actually appeared in the world, walking independently in the Pacific Ocean.
All the top leaders of the alliance did the same thing at this moment. All the officers stared at the screen, staring intently at the largest monster in history. Oh my god, the Beast King that the giant and Lin Feng killed just now is not a Beast King at all. This demon beast can be called a Beast King.
Yes, we are too happy too early.
The real trouble has only just arrived.
What should I do? What should I do? The giant and Lin Feng are still here. Let's see what they can come up with.
All the top leaders of the alliance were helpless, and even the top leaders of China were all pale.
Monsters of this level have never appeared even in the early days of the cataclysm.
Everyone had no choice but to place their hopes on Lin Feng and Xiao Kuanglei, praying that these two super strong men could kill the Beast King. However, just as their hope was ignited, another scene suddenly appeared. Xiao Kuanglei was seen flying across the Pacific Ocean at high speed, heading towards China. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that he only had one arm left. The wound is still bleeding.
Senior Xiao, what's going on? Yi Nantian immediately connected with Xiao Kuanglei. On the screen, Xiao Kuanglei looked a little embarrassed, which was not in line with the attitude of a giant.
Xiao Kuanglei heard the call and quickly turned on his smartwatch, saying, "Quick, activate the highest level of defense immediately.
This monster is at the Beast King level.
I was underwater just now, and before I could react, I was defeated."
What? Even you were defeated?
Yi Nantian and the others were horrified.
Xiao Kuanglei did not hide anything.
He panted and nodded. "No, that's right. This monster needs at least 3 Martial King level warriors to kill it, and I'm already injured, and Lin Feng." At this point, Yi Nantian's face suddenly twitched. Wait, Lin Feng, he didn't come up. When he thought of this, a bad idea emerged in Xiao Kuanglei's heart. Just now, Lin Feng stayed at the bottom of the sea, ready to clean up the remains of the Beast King, but until Xiao Kuanglei escaped from the Pacific Ocean, he had not smelled any trace of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, he might have already. Having said that, Xiao Kuanglei didn't dare to continue.
Lin Feng has most likely been eaten by the Beast King.
Senior Xiao, this can't be true, right?
In the official Chinese base, when Yi Nantian and others heard Xiao Kuanglei's words, everyone's faces instantly darkened. Very surprised. Just now, Lin Feng stayed at the bottom of the sea, but this Beast King was able to hide his aura.
Even I couldn't detect it approaching quietly.
I almost died at its hands, and Lin Feng. Xiao Kuanglei revealed a trace of sadness. "I'm sorry, I was careless and didn't come up with Lin Feng." In the base, Yi Nantian lowered his head with a gloomy expression. He said, "Call up the battlefield footage and scan Lin Feng for me." As a result, thousands of 360-degree cameras with no blind spots were checked, but Lin Feng was not found.
Until this time, everyone was completely disappointed.
They lowered their heads one by one, like eggplants hit by frost. Lin Feng was a huge loss to them. A 17-year-old super strong man with a bright future, he is capable of achieving the level of martial emperor. But now, he is buried in the deep sea.
Heaven and earth are in sorrow.
Even though Giant Xiao has returned, he is no match for this monster.
What should we do? We must not let this monster come ashore. We must find a way.
The giant lost his arm and could not be stopped.
China's super genius Lin Feng also died in the sea. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way.
In the Western Alliance, an officer with 6 stars on his shoulders had a gloomy look in his eyes.
After a moment, he raised his head and said, "Contact the various alliances in China. We are going to use nuclear weapons."
In the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean, a huge monster began to slowly move towards the human base. It took hundreds of meters at a time, and every step it took brought about a terrifying tsunami. At this moment, Lin Feng, after swimming hundreds of meters in a large crack in the deep sea, his eyes lit up. In the field of vision, I saw a pile of red crystals flashing constantly, emitting a dazzling red luster.
There are at least 300 of them. Chapter 115 Global Nuclear Weapons.
At this time, Lin Feng had no idea that there was a Beast King in the Pacific Ocean doing evil, and he didn't know that he was already dead. After he entered the crack, he used all his mental energy to search for treasures. Now that he found a pile of red crystals in front of him, he was already overjoyed. Hundreds of red crystals, all intact, that's great. Lin Feng anxiously hugged the red crystal in his arms. "I'm rich. This much is enough for me to get many upgrade points." So, Lin Feng began to refine the red crystal here. Ding, absorbing the red crystal's energy, upgrade points plus 100,000. Every few seconds, Lin Feng can absorb 100,000 upgrade points at a very fast speed.
On the ground, the alliance of various countries in China held a video conference.
Even Giant Xiao was defeated and fled when he faced this monster. Now Giant Xiao is injured, and Lin Feng is in even greater danger. Unless the giants in the cave rise up and fight together, relying solely on manpower to resist is a suicidal act. The war situation in our Western alliance is critical. The dozen or so Thunder battleships we just sent out have all returned empty-handed. Ordinary lasers can't hurt them at all. Let's try the energy pulse cannon first. If that doesn't work, we'll have to resort to nuclear weapons. Various discussions among senior executives. Soon, the Western Alliance used its most powerful energy pulse cannons, 3 in total, each of which was SSS level. 3 energy pulse cannons rose into the sky at a Western Alliance military base, aiming towards the Pacific Ocean.
Target locked, confirmed.
Target confirmed, launch.
Suddenly, 3 blue laser energies burst out from the pulse cannon, rushing towards the sky, and heading towards the distance like a flaming meteor. At the same time, other alliances also successively activated SSS-class high-power energy pulse cannons. This type of energy pulse cannon can instantly kill a platinum monster. It is the most penetrating weapon of this era, bar none. Even if there are mountains blocking the way, it can continuously penetrate tens of thousands of meters of mountains and accurately shoot at targets. 2 from the African Union, 2 from the Asian Union, and 3 from China. Shooting. Fire. Chirp chirp. A total of 10 blue lasers from energy pulse cannons are needed to shoot in the same direction at various locations around the world. Suddenly, at this moment, all the people hiding in underground shelters around the world were watching the official firepower strike quietly. They had long heard of the power of the energy pulse cannon. Now that the most powerful energy pulse cannon was being used, one could imagine how serious the situation was. We must succeed. The energy pulse cannon has unique destructive power. I think it should be able to kill this Beast King. Yes, the Beast King of the Atlantic Ocean was just killed. Now only the Beast King of the Pacific Ocean remains. God bless. However, while everyone was praying, the lasers of these energy pulse cannons all shot at the Beast King with incredible precision. Sizzle. Bang bang bang. The lasers exploded, making a terrifying sound of destruction, but unfortunately, when these lasers hit the Beast King only let out a few cries. After a moment, the lasers were exhausted, and it was still unharmed. No, failed. I still failed. This guy's defense is too strong. Let alone killing him, even injuring him is difficult to do. What level of defense? The surface is 10,000 times harder than diamond. This monster is simply not something that should exist on Earth. The command rooms of various alliances were somewhat discouraged, and the Beast King was enraged. He quickened his pace and trotted in the deep sea. Everyone, now we have no choice but to use nuclear bombs to attack, otherwise all of humanity will suffer a devastating disaster. I agree. We have no objection. If we all use nuclear weapons with the highest tonnage, we won't be able to set foot in the Pacific Ocean for 300 years. We no longer have time to worry about nuclear contamination. Let's get started. Seeing that the SSS-class energy pulse cannon was ineffective, the alliances could only use the last resort. In the absence of giants, nuclear weapons are the only trustworthy life-saving weapons. It is also the trump card of each alliance at present. Everyone, we have no choice but to use nuclear weapons to eliminate the Beast King. The situation is critical and we can't wait any longer. The 6-star commander looked at the Supreme Commander of the Western Alliance and said, "Please activate the atomic bomb." In a deep mountain, the huge mountain suddenly opened to both sides, and a nuclear weapon carrier appeared in the middle. This carrier is about 500 meters high and 300 meters in diameter. It is a huge thing that carries an atomic bomb. This atomic bomb has a mass of 30 million tons, making it the largest atomic bomb in the Western Alliance and has the strongest destructive power. In addition to this atomic bomb, there are more than 10 small atomic bombs exposed around it, pointing towards the sky, ready to be launched. Report to the commander, the 30 million ton atomic bomb is ready and can be launched at any time. Report to the commander, the small ton atomic bomb is ready and can be launched at any time. On the Chinese side, in a secret base deep in the mountains, a series of missiles covered the ground. Not far away, 2 50 million ton atomic bombs stood proudly in the valley, like guardian gods of the country. The other atomic bombs of 5 million, 10 million, and 3 million tons were all produced by many groups. Atomic bombs are not enough. We need to use half of our hydrogen bombs in the South Wind series of nuclear bombs. We must not only kill the Beast King, but also give the world a fireworks display. Yes. As the orders from the Chinese top leaders were issued, grass-green South Wind nuclear bombs appeared in another large valley. There were a total of 50 of them, and the weight of each bomb was over 10 million tons. The cost of each of these Nanfeng series nuclear bombs is around 5 billion Chinese yuan, which is very expensive. The reason why China produces so many is because the technology of the Nanfeng nuclear bomb is the most mature and can be mass-produced. The 2 hydrogen bombs that subsequently appeared were even more brutal, reaching a mass of 100 million tons and being as large as a large stadium. When these 2 hydrogen bombs were launched, China's top leaders instantly placed high hopes on them and were full of confidence in these 2 old comrades who had been in seclusion for 50 years. 100 million tons is enough to destroy a quarter of the Western Alliance. So domineering. Report to the command center, the atomic bomb is ready. Report to the command center, the South Wind nuclear bomb is ready.
Reporting to the command center, the 100 million ton hydrogen bomb is ready and can be launched at any time. Target is Pacific 11.167.5508.
Requesting instructions, sir.
A voice came from the Chinese command room. Several senior officers looked at each other, and one of them, a 6-star officer, said, "Launch." As he spoke, he pressed the launch button, and the other 4 5-star officers all pressed the buttons in front of them. Nuclear weapons require simultaneous confirmation from 5 commanders before they can be launched. If any officer disagrees, then the prepared nuclear bomb cannot be launched.
Emission. 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 In an instant, a giant atomic bomb flew off from China, spraying flames into the sky.
Immediately afterwards, the Nanfeng nuclear bomb and the small atomic bomb followed, and finally 2 100 million ton hydrogen bombs made their final appearance, all heading towards the Pacific Ocean. At the same time, dozens of atomic bombs were launched from bases of other alliances, but compared with the number and tonnage of China, they seemed insignificant. Hundreds of atomic bombs are dumped into the Pacific Ocean, and a rain of bombs is coming.
Chapter 116, the nuclear weapon in the bottom of the box, backfired. Aha!
The world is being attacked with atomic bombs and nuclear weapons.
Look, that's a hydrogen bomb. And there are also China's unique Nanfeng series of nuclear bombs.
Oh my god, there are too many of them, too many.
I never thought the world would be forced to this point. If we don't use nuclear weapons, we won't be able to kill this huge beast king. I must succeed, I must succeed.
When atomic bombs and nuclear bombs were flying all over the sky, everyone in the world looked at the screen. Whether it was day or night, everyone stared at the screen without blinking.
This is the last hope and only hope for mankind.
When giants are injured and geniuses are lost, nuclear weapons are used as a last resort to launch devastating attacks. The significance of this is very important for the human race, and it is a step that must be taken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of fire hit the Pacific Ocean. At this time, the Beast King was still near the center, which was the best bombing position.
China's top executives looked at the screen, waiting for the results. The alliances of various countries were also silent.
They all had a common wish in their hearts, which was to hope that many nuclear bombs could destroy the strongest Beast King in history.
Have you finally used the last nuclear weapon?
Xiao Qianglei watched the nuclear bomb flying over his head, turned around and looked towards the Pacific Ocean, his heart moved.
This is the last resort of the human race.
If the problem cannot be solved, they can only go down and ask the old guys in the cave to come up. But the real powerful human beings in the cave have already pursued higher martial arts and are very likely to ignore the things on the ground. In short, it is reasonable for Emperor Wu, who has reached such a transcendent level, to not care about worldly affairs. Soon, in less than a minute, all the nuclear weapons were poured onto the Pacific Ocean.
Bang!
Under the watchful eyes of 7 billion people around the world, the first atomic bomb landed accurately on the Beast King. When the Beast King saw the humans bombarding him with thermal weapons, his eyes froze for a moment, and immediately, a layer of purple lightning net erupted from his body, as if to block the bombardment.
Bang bang bang!
Nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, hundreds of atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs exploded at the same time.
All kinds of nuclear bombs hit this huge monster.
In an instant, the seawater exploded, the air was sucked out, and the entire Pacific Ocean was generated with a very strong shock wave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Tsunamis came one after another, rushing up to the sky.
The boundless Pacific Ocean instantly turned into a sea of fire. It starts with 100 meters. Then the sea of fire spread 1 kilometer.
10 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 500 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Bang!
The deafening sound echoed across the Pacific Ocean. At the moment of the explosion, the temperature at the center of the nuclear bomb reached 100,000 degrees, burning everything, shocking everything, and impacting everything in an instant. The seawater was blown away all around, and the strong shock could be felt thousands of meters deep in the sea. If any nuclear bomb falls on a human base, it will be enough to kill tens of millions of people.
However, now half of the world's nuclear weapons have been bombarded on the same monster.
The Beast King suddenly let out a scream.
Moo!
Soon, the Pacific Ocean became a sea of fire and nuclear radiation spread rapidly. At this time, radiation-proof gas walls suddenly appeared around the Pacific Ocean. These air walls are specially designed to prevent nuclear radiation and can reduce nuclear radiation by 80%. When the last 2 Chinese hydrogen bombs arrived, they quickly bombarded the Beast King. The seawater in a radius of hundreds of miles was overturned. The terrifying impact force drained the seawater, and the bottom was almost visible.
Dong long long.
The entire Pacific Ocean was shaking, and the Western Alliance, the African Union, and the Asian Union all clearly heard the sound of the hydrogen bomb explosion. In an instant, all the glass windows in cities or human bases near the Pacific Ocean were shattered by the powerful shock wave.
It's like the end of the world. Looks like it hit. Successfully hit the target, the monster is on fire.
So what if it's the Beast King? It can't withstand the bombardment of atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. China alone contributed 60 to 70 nuclear bombs.
The Beast King couldn't handle it at all and is probably dead. Everyone saw that the camera was blurry.
The flying camera bees that were originally used for live broadcast were all blown to pieces by the power of the nuclear bomb and could no longer transmit signals. All the major alliances urgently dispatched flying camera bees to fly over the Pacific Ocean to broadcast the event live. Soon the picture appeared. The Pacific Ocean was originally covered with thick fog and flames. About 2 minutes later, the smoke dissipated and the flames gradually disappeared, and everyone saw a huge black shadow still appearing in the camera.
What? Still not dead yet? It's still moving.
Oh my god, this Beast King is still opening his eyes.
He seems to be angry.
Everyone saw that the Beast King was not dead, but was enraged. His pupils glowed, and the Beast King with snake hair and a beast face was enraged by the human nuclear bomb. The next moment, it spit out a purple light from its mouth.
Roar!
The purple arrow shot directly towards the Western Alliance.
After a while, a human base on the Western Alliance side exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom.
The purple ray destroyed more than half of the base and the buildings collapsed. Fortunately, everyone took refuge in the underground shelter early, thus avoiding large-scale casualties. This guy was only slightly injured, but it doesn't seem to be fatal.
The Western Alliance's top brass was in a state of panic. The 6-star commander said, "Quick, deploy neutron light bombs. Request China to deploy neutron light bombs as well." Yes. Soon, the Chinese government received a request from the Western Alliance.
The Chinese leadership thought about it and made a decision: if the Beast King is not eliminated, the entire world will fall.
Let's use a neutron light explosion bomb. Another neutron light bomb was launched from the secret nuclear weapons base.
When this light bomb, which was larger than a mountain, was transported out, everyone was shocked. Neutron light bomb is the most advanced and powerful nuclear weapon in the world, no doubt about it. A neutron light bomb weighs 20 billion tons and has a destructive power almost 10 times that of a hydrogen bomb. It takes a superpower 10 years to build one. At present, only the Western Alliance and China have the ability to manufacture neutron light bombs.
The Western Alliance has only one, and China has two.
At present, the trump cards of both sides have been released to the world.
Emission.
After everything was ready, the top leaders of both sides pressed the launch button, and a neutron light bomb was launched in the northern and southern hemispheres respectively, determined to destroy the Beast King at all costs. At the bottom of the sea, Lin Feng, who was originally absorbing the energy of the red crystal in the Big Crack, suddenly felt the fluctuation of huge power and his body trembled. Ding, nuclear energy diffusion detected, currently being absorbed. Ding, absorbing nuclear energy, upgrade points plus 200,000.
Oh shit, why did they use a nuclear bomb? What happened? This wave was extremely strong.
If Lin Feng had not been hiding under the seabed, he would probably have been injured.
However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that he could actually absorb nuclear energy.
This was something he had never thought of before.
Ding, the host's absorption speed has doubled. Upgrade points plus 500,000.
The two energies quickly entered Lin Feng's body and were absorbed by him continuously, making Lin Feng look greedy. He was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring energy particles.
This time, the energy is going to explode. Chapter 117, Desperate Moment, Fight Failed. Hundreds of meters below the crack on the seabed, a small pile of red crystals has been almost absorbed by Lin Feng.
There were almost 300 complete red crystals, and the energy flowed like a small stream, leaping into Lin Feng's body. His speed is fast, too fast.
More than twice as fast as before. Moreover, in addition to the red crystal, there was also nuclear energy, which was also absorbed by him without any waste. So fast, this feels so good. Lin Feng looked at his attribute panel and saw his upgrade points skyrocketing from 1 billion to 2 billion. Then 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. 6 billion. It hasn't stopped yet. As long as Lin Feng is still absorbing, the upgrade points will continue to accumulate and stack up madly. Lin Feng was so happy to see this that he felt that this trip was really worthwhile. Above the surface of the Pacific Ocean, 2 neutron light bombs suddenly hit the Beast King. Boom! At this moment, the sky darkened, the earth shook, and the center of the Pacific Ocean was once again drained, forming a tsunami that rushed towards the edge of the Pacific Ocean. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave raged wildly in the Pacific Ocean. Nuclear fission detonated a neutron light bomb with a power of more than 4 billion tons, flattening everything. Even Lin Feng, who was below, felt terrified. He released his mental power slightly, then quickly built up a defense, and added the gale shield above his head to block it. In the end, there was only a loud earthquake, and the crack collapsed. The crack collapsed, burying Lin Feng inside, but Lin Feng was not hurt. This power is definitely a nuclear attack. There must be some monster outside. After I absorb it, I will go out and take a look. He touched his chin, thought doubtfully for a moment, and then continued to work hard. The extremely dazzling light was like 2 suns appearing in the sea, stretching across the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and the Beast King was at the center of the sun. In an instant, all the scenes were destroyed. Sizzle! Sizzle! The signal was interrupted again. Moo! This time, the Beast King was finally injured. Many cracks and gaps appeared on its body, and bleeding flowed from the gaps, like a large vat of dye, constantly polluting the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, in the midst of peace, all living creatures were dead. In the high temperature and shock wave of the explosion, all living things cannot escape death and turn into dust directly. Tens of billions of sea monsters were all annihilated. Did it work? As soon as the new flying camera took off from the base, everyone stared at the screen, eager to know the answer. Soon, the signal was reconnected. But this time, the scene presented by the camera still disappointed people all over the world. The Beast King was still alive, covered in wounds, but they didn't look fatal. It was enraged again, opened its mouth wide and sprayed everywhere. The terrifying purple lightning ray, comparable to an SSS-level energy pulse cannon, directly destroyed several bases of the African Union and the Western Alliance, killing them indiscriminately. In the base in the distance, buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and the city was destroyed beyond recognition, turning into a pile of rubble. If there were no underground shelters, tens of millions of people would have died. Failed again, still no use. Alas, this monster is too terrifying. Even if we fire 5 more neutron light bombs, we may not be able to kill it. More than that, the enraged Beast King is no pushover. This big guy is going to take revenge on us. At this moment, the Chinese officials, the top leaders of the Western Alliance, and the top leaders of other alliances all lowered their heads, looking distraught. The strongest attack of humans can only injure the monster by about 20%. The cost of a neutron light bomb is as high as 100 billion Chinese yuan. So many nuclear bombs were launched just now, and the losses on the Chinese side alone have exceeded 1 trillion. That's equivalent to burning 1 trillion in 1 minute. The other alliances were still unwilling to give up and continued to use atomic bombs, but for the Beast King, they were nothing to be afraid of. After 1 round, not only did the Beast King fail to be killed, but 5 or 6 of the African Alliance's bases were destroyed. Even the Asian Alliance was attacked, and several purple lightning rays were fired, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Immediately, the world made a helpless decision. In the name of the Western Alliance's Supreme Commander, I declare that this fight against the Beast Tide has failed. The Western Alliance will abandon other bases and gather all the people into the refuge in the mountains. The African Union leader pointed out that although nuclear bombs have cleared the Pacific Ocean of demonic beasts, China and the Western Alliance were unable to kill the Beast King. Furthermore, the demonic beasts in the Indian and Atlantic Oceans are now too close to land to be attacked with nuclear bombs. The bases on which humanity depends for survival will be ceded. The Alliance of Nations is currently trying to find a way to relocate the Alliance population. Some people pointed out that China is the only pure land at present, and they hope to seek refuge in China. Underground shelters around the world were broadcasting various news. Seeing the leaders of the alliances of various countries announce the failure of fighting against the Beast Tide, at that moment, everyone felt that the world had lost its luster. Dull and bleak. Humans actually lost to monsters.
Once this happens, it will prove that they have really lost, and their living space will be further compressed and become extremely narrow.
Mom and Dad, we lost.
Lin Xiaoyu's family, who were also watching the news on TV, were all stunned after seeing the news.
Where is Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng, he. Wang Xiaoyun was very excited.
Lin Feng and Xiao Quanglei going to kill the monster was originally a matter of world attention.
But now, there is no news about Lin Feng. Moreover, with all the nuclear weapons bombardment just now, even the giants would have died.
Mom, my brother, he might be fighting in the Atlantic. Lin Xiaoyu comforted him, he will be fine, brother, he will be fine. This was the only way she could comfort her parents, but she was unsure and for the first time she felt so anxious that she wanted to cry.
Xiao Quanglei looked in the distance, shook his head, and felt helpless.
Soon, the three major alliances began to use population transport planes to transport people, abandon their bases, and hide in the mountains.
China has also prepared a retreat plan, although it has not yet suffered much impact.
But you need to be prepared just in case. At the same time, the strong men from the major alliances reached a common goal, which was to send warriors above the Grandmaster level to kill the monsters that had entered the land and buy time for humans to retreat. A few hours later, masters set out from all over the place and arrived at the coasts of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans to kill the monsters and slow down their invasion speed. Only the Asian alliance, using the excuse that the Grandmaster had entered the cave, delayed sending out its experts, causing dissatisfaction in the martial arts community. The sea monsters invaded the land, entered the human base and began to destroy it. At the same time, the Pacific Beast King also accelerated his pace.
It's over. This time, the world is really finished. Once this giant sets foot on land, it will be the end of the earth. Even I can't stop it.
By then, there will be no other way except for the strong men from the cave to come out. Xiao Quanglei and other powerful men were always paying attention to the movement speed of the Beast King. The group of masters felt desperate.
The whole world is desolate. And under the sea, Lin Feng's career was finally accomplished.
It's all absorbed, 15 billion upgrade points. Lin Feng looked at his upgrade points, danced with joy, and immediately improved his cultivation level. Soon, his combat effectiveness increased at a rocket speed.
50 million. 60 million. 70 million. 90 million. 100 million.
In just 10 seconds, it exceeded 100 million.
Chapter 118 Rapid Breakthrough, Intermediate Martial King.
After breaking 100 million, this is not Lin Feng's limit. His fighting power is still rising.
150 million. 180 million. 200 million. 230 million. 300 million.
As Lin Feng's combat effectiveness increased, the 15 billion upgrade points on his attribute panel were also rapidly deducted. Realm, from Grandmaster, directly skipping the transformation realm, and impacting the Martial King.
360 million. 400 million. 480 million. 500 million.
When it reached 500 million, Lin Feng called a halt to the upgrade, stop upgrading. At this time, the system stopped, and Lin Feng's combat power stopped at 500 million. He took a look at the upgrade points and found that there were about 2 billion left.
It's consumed very quickly, too quickly.
But this is normal, Lin Feng doesn't feel sad. Others, please improve my spiritual realm. Lin Feng ordered, and the system issued a prompt, ding, receiving the command, improving the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's upgrade points were used up, but he was stunned. There is still a shortfall of 3 billion to elevate the spiritual realm to the Grandmaster level.
Damn, it was all in vain.
Lin Feng cursed angrily, wishing he had used the money to buy other items. At this moment, a panel with all attributes appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Speed, 1000 ms. Strength, 500 million kilograms.
Storage space, small space.
Spiritual realm, Grandmaster 2 billion 5 billion additional increase, 100%.
Cultivation level, Intermediate Martial King 0 10 billion.
Upgrade points, 0.
Physical fitness, Gold physical fitness completion 100%, facing opponents of the same level, up to 100% increase in defense, 100% increase in health.
Attributes, Lightning low level, Explosive power plus 400% Rage low level, when activated, all attributes are doubled.
Martial arts, 1000 Shadow Sword technique minor success, 0 100 million.
Divine Dragon Spear technique mastery level, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%. Extreme Explosion Fist Technique Perfection Level, Basic Attack plus 300%. Gale Footwork Minor Success Level, 0-500,000, Basic Speed plus 40%. Thunder Sword Technique Perfection Level, Kendo Attack plus 380%. After taking a look, Lin Feng was slightly satisfied that he had reached the intermediate level of Martial King so quickly. After becoming the king of martial arts, my speed and defense have been improved in all aspects, and all my senses have become much stronger. Moreover, his entire temperament was completely renewed, with a kind of childish dominance emanating from behind him. It's time to go out. Lin Feng did not use the Gale Shield again, but used his own speed to rush out of the sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In 10 seconds, Lin Feng returned to the surface of the sea. However, after Lin Feng came out, he was dumbfounded, because it was very quiet in front of him, without the howling of billions of monsters. Ding, absorbing nuclear energy, upgrade points plus 10,000. Ding, absorbing nuclear energy. As soon as he came out, he absorbed the nuclear energy, allowing Lin Feng to verify his guess that a nuclear bomb had really been used to bomb this place just now. Well, is there a big one in the distance ready to come ashore? Lin Feng's sight was locked on a huge walking monster. At this moment, the Beast King is very close to the shore. He only needs to walk a few hundred kilometers before he can go ashore and wreak havoc. During their retreat, people all over the world were paying attention to the Beast King's movements, praying to Allah, God, and Bodhisattva to slow down his speed. This is Earth's true Beast King. Its strength is comparable to that of an intermediate martial king. It's a pity that Brother Liu has to stay in the cave, otherwise he would have come up and killed it. Xiao Quanglei watched from afar and couldn't help but sigh, alas, what a mistake. We were careless. I am still too weak after all. Even though Xiao Quanglei is a junior martial king, the gap between him and an intermediate martial king is extremely huge. His combat power is between 200 million and 300 million, while the combat power of an intermediate martial king is generally above 500 million. In addition to combat effectiveness, the defense is also several times different. Therefore, he was far from being a match for this Beast King and could only watch it destroy the human base in frustration. Everyone lowered their heads, helpless. Their homes were about to be lost. Suddenly, just when people all over the world were sighing in despair, a phantom flashed and approached the Beast King from behind. Thunder Slash! Bang! After Lin Feng set his eyes on this big guy, he immediately used the Thunder Slash to attack from behind. The Beast King sensed the danger and quickly moved his huge body. When Lin Feng's sword chopped down, a loud noise was heard. Bang! The Beast King's hands were extremely hard, but they could not withstand Lin Feng's violent power. Come again! Boom! The moon-chopping sword bursts out with a basic combat power of 500 million, and the sword is like thunder. The Beast King was enraged by Lin Feng, and shot out a purple lightning ray from his mouth, bang bang bang. Keep fighting with Lin Feng. Suddenly, the Beast King was attracted by the human Lin Feng, and a battle broke out. The waters of the Pacific Ocean overflowed from the shore like crazy. Ah, then, that's Lin Feng? Who, Lin Feng? It's Lin Feng who is back. I'm not seeing things, I'm not dazzled, Lin Feng is back. On the Chinese side, the top leaders were the first to see someone fighting with the Beast King. After seeing Lin Feng's figure clearly, everyone was stunned and immediately cheered. As long as Lin Feng is here, there is hope. Although it was very slim, it finally delayed the Beast King's pace. The whole world also recognized Lin Feng. Lin Feng, after disappearing for several hours, suddenly reappeared and fought fiercely with the Beast King in the Pacific Ocean. When Lin Feng's family saw Lin Feng waving a sword in the camera, they couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. It turned out that Lin Feng was still alive. Soon all of humanity was paying attention to this battle, watching Lin Feng fight the Beast King. Bang! Boom! Dong long long. In the Pacific Ocean, Lin Feng and the monster fought fiercely. Whenever Lin Feng used the Thunder Sword technique, the opponent would counterattack with purple lightning. The strength of this monster is very close to his, and it is extremely powerful. Moreover, its hair was also transformed from giant snakes, which kept flying out to attack Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not been fast and had quick reactions, he would probably have been injured. Thousand Shadow Sword. The huge monster's palm slammed down towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted softly and raised his sword. Suddenly, 18 sword figures appeared, real and unreal, impossible to distinguish, and the terrifying sword intent slashed on the giant palm. The two violent forces competed with each other.
Finally, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and mobilized 380% of the power of thunder. His combat power instantly exceeded 1 billion, shocking the world. Swish! He passed directly through the palm of the Beast King, and the murderous sword intent went straight to the face of the Beast King. Ouch! The Beast King's palm pierced his heart, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Seeing Lin Feng coming, he immediately sprayed out a purple lightning to respond. Bang! Lin Feng used his long sword to block and break the attack. The Beast King continued to attack, and Lin Feng could only keep swinging his sword. Boom, boom, crack, the surrounding sea water rose up into the sky and was blown to pieces. Seeing that the two were evenly matched, Lin Feng didn't want to waste any more time. He grasped the moon-slashing sword, and his body trembled. As fast as the wind, he transformed into a shadow and attacked the Beast King from all directions. Although the Beast King was not slow, he still couldn't withstand Lin Feng. One sword after another struck the Beast King, causing him to feel pain all over his body. Roar! The roar spread thousands of miles away. Kill again! After succeeding, Lin Feng continued to chop, but this time he was stunned, because purple lightning suddenly burst out from the Beast King's body. The moment Lin Feng's sword touched the ground, a terrifying numbness instantly shocked Lin Feng's body and made him weak and powerless. This purple lightning is so powerful. Lin Feng was like a mouse that had been electrocuted, unable to escape. His body was shaking violently, and his brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. Mome. Seeing that his killing move was effective, the Beast King continued to increase his strength, trying to electrocute the human to death. Lin Feng's face turned extremely pale. He had underestimated the power of this Beast King. Now, he was doomed. Just when he felt the chill, a voice sounded quietly in his mind. Ding, absorbing purple lightning, the lightning attribute is strengthening. This voice made the originally desperate Lin Feng suddenly raise his head, and a black question mark appeared on his face. Chapter 119, 7-Colored Thunder, Slaying the Beast King. After shocking the human for about a minute, the Beast King was stunned when he saw that the human was still breathing. This human being, I'm afraid he's fake? Even the king of martial arts would not be able to withstand its purple lightning attack. This is lightning that can instantly kill a junior martial king. How could he withstand it for so long? Lin Feng went from feeling pain at the beginning to enjoying it, and his whole body seemed to have an indescribable sense of comfort. The more comfortable Lin Feng felt, the more the Beast King increased his strength. In a rage, he exploded all the thunder power in his body and rushed madly towards Lin Feng. Roar, roar, roar. Ding, absorbing purple lightning, the electric attribute evolves. After a while, Lin Feng's lightning power evolved, and his whole body seemed to be full of energy. The Beast King noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped releasing purple thunder. But when it was about to stop, something unexpected happened. Lin Feng's body was still absorbing the lightning from it, making it impossible for him to interrupt. Lin Feng, from being passive at the beginning, became active. The Beast King was surprised and tried to retreat frantically, but unfortunately, his struggle was in vain. It was stuck firmly to Lin Feng and could not move. In Lin Feng's eyes, this Beast King was an infinite power station. Sizzle! The terrifying purple thunder continuously entered Lin Feng's body, enhancing his attributes to a higher level. Finally, after about 3 minutes, the power of thunder on the Beast King had become extremely weak. Only then did Lin Feng put away his greed and revealed a hint of joy. The power of thunder has been upgraded? He discovered that the thunder attribute had turned into intermediate 7-color thunder. The explosive power is an astonishing 600%. Damn, so scary? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that the power of thunder and lightning was so powerful. It can evolve like this. Roar! At this moment, the Beast King felt a little fear and wanted to retreat. It turned and ran away, preparing to dive into the water. It's so scary. This human being in front of me is so fucking scary. Even more terrifying than its original owner. Moreover, it now has very little energy left and needs to recharge for a while before it can go out to fight. Want to escape? Is it possible? Seeing this, Lin Feng's footsteps trembled, and he rushed towards the Beast King with a sword madly. As the moon-cutting sword rang, the sky was filled with thunder, and the terrifying sword intent slammed towards the back of the Beast King. Mumia! The Beast King felt physical and mental pain, and his face instantly turned into a baby face. The snake-like hair around him quietly dimmed and withered. At the same time, a deep sword mark appeared on his back, and blood flowed out madly.
However, the Beast King was also angry. It used its last bit of strength and began to continuously emit weak purple lightning rays. It was like a laser gun firing wildly, shooting the surrounding seawater into pieces. 7-colored thunder. Lin Feng's footsteps trembled, and the power of thunder burst out from his hands. The purple and blue thunder changed alternately, shattering all the lightning of the Beast King. The terrifying thunder suddenly appeared, and no living creature within a radius of 100 miles could survive. The flying camera bees were all turned into cold mechanical fragments. The next moment, 2 bolts of lightning struck the Beast King's body, destroying it with overwhelming force. Bang! With a loud bang, the Beast King fell onto the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, all human beings were shocked, but they did not see the final blow with their own eyes. Suddenly everyone became curious. Lin Feng, did he kill the Beast King? All of humanity is anxious to know the result. On the Pacific battlefield, the Beast King fell, but Lin Feng did not let him go. He used the power of thunder absorbed from the Beast King and rushed into the deep sea. Explode again. 7-colored thunder, destroying everything. The power of thunder struck the huge body of the Beast King, and immediately, the huge body produced an astonishing explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, seawater splashed 300 meters, and the ocean was vast, completely vast. And the Beast King's aura naturally disappeared. Exploded and died. I didn't expect my 7-colored thunder to reach such a terrifying level after revolving. I wiped out this Beast King with just 2 or 3 attacks. In the deep sea, Lin Feng stared at the remains of the Beast King and couldn't help but smile. The power of thunder in that extreme attack just now probably had a lethality of a terrifying 1 billion. Not bad. After finishing it, Lin Feng prepared to go ashore. Suddenly, a ball of purple light in the deep sea caught his attention. Curious Lin Feng dived down instantly and grabbed the thing emitting purple light with one hand. He found that it was a semicircular crystal. Only half. Well, the energy is not abundant. What is this thing? Lin Feng could not sense the existence of energy, so he denied that this thing was an energy crystal. Never mind, let's put it away first. Lin Feng put the purple semicircle into the storage space. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a white creature the size of a puppy floating in the sea not far away. This creature is extremely smooth, like the surface of a gourd, without any hair. After Lin Feng approached, he grabbed it in his hand. It was soft, like marshmallow. Moreover, he found that its face was very cute, like an animal doll face, with a pair of big eyes staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Unknown creature? The two of them just stared at each other. Gurgle gurgle. This unidentified creature kept spitting bubbles from its mouth. Lin Feng had never seen this kind of creature before, but he just thought it was very cute. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this time, the white thing in Lin Feng's hand began to struggle frantically, like a naughty child trying to break free from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng knew that this thing wanted to swim. Could this be the Beast Emperor? A doubt flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It was impossible for any living creature to survive the battle just now. Various nuclear weapons bombardments killed even the bacteria, so he was sure that this little white guy with limbs was something inside the Beast King. However, just as Lin Feng and the little guy were making a fuss, suddenly, Lin Feng frowned. In the distance, the Asian Alliance military base. 100 million tons of atomic bombs are ready and can be launched at any time. Please give me your instructions, sir. Several officers smiled and nodded. Launch. 5 people pressed the nuclear weapon button at the same time. In an instant, a 100 million ton atomic bomb that had been stored for many years was launched from the secret base of the Asian Alliance, targeting the Pacific Ocean. Call out. 10 seconds later, on the Pacific Ocean, Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. Damn, who was setting off firecrackers randomly? He quickly picked up the small white thing and threw it into the storage space for shelter. Boom! The next second, an atomic bomb fell in the Pacific Ocean, and a terrifying mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, covering everything. At this moment, the flying camera bees sent by each alliance were ready and captured this scene. The top leaders of each alliance were stunned. Chapter 120, The Asian Alliance's Conspiracy. Who launched the atomic bomb? Seeing this scene, Yinantian immediately became anxious. Lin Feng is still in the Pacific Ocean. He is still in the Pacific Ocean. Quick, use the satellite to check for me. In addition to the tension in China, other alliances are also extremely nervous. You must know that Lin Feng was fighting with the Beast King just now, but he suddenly launched an atomic bomb. He is so cruel. Isn't this a blatant statement, trying to blow Lin Feng to death?
All of a sudden, both the African Union and the Western Alliance called China to say that it was not launched by them.
Then there is only one result.
When Xiao Qianglei and a group of masters saw the atomic bomb passing overhead and landing in the Pacific Ocean, their expressions froze for a moment.
And use nuclear bombs? Want to kill Lin Feng? How despicable. It was done by the Asian Alliance.
They didn't help just now, but now they're using atomic bombs. It seems they are very ambitious. I heard that the Asian Alliance secretly trained 2 masters of the transformation realm.
I guess they are preparing to rise.
It seems that the Koreans and the Baga tribe have sinister intentions.
We must be on guard.
In addition to the furious group of strong men in Taipingjiang, after an atomic bomb fell and exploded, the high temperature of thousands of degrees directly made the sea water boiling. Lin Feng had already dived under the sea and blocked it with his gale shield. At the same time, the defense of the golden body is also very strong. A strong shock wave pushed Lin Feng into the deep sea mud and buried him in sand and gravel. Ding, absorbing nuclear energy, upgrade points plus 100,000.
Ding, absorbing nuclear energy.
The sound continued to ring out. Lin Feng was not seriously injured, but he unexpectedly absorbed many upgrade points. No, the nuclear energy up there is quite sufficient.
I'd better go up.
Ignoring the aftermath of the explosion, Lin Feng rushed out of the water quickly, madly absorbing the nuclear energy of the atomic bomb. In a short while, it absorbed more than 50 million.
Only Lin Feng can bathe in a nuclear radiation zone.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the little guy in the storage space was also rolling around happily, being very naughty. Lin Feng couldn't hear clearly what it was saying, so he ignored it.
This thing is a rare animal, so let us keep it for now.
After absorbing almost everything, the nuclear energy weakened and Lin Feng left the Pacific Ocean.
Whoosh!
He had just flown out over the Pacific Ocean when a figure came towards him.
It's Xiao Qianglei. Seeing Lin Feng alive and well, Xiao Qianglei couldn't help but smile. Ha, Lin Feng, I'm glad you're okay.
Senior Xiao, your hand?
The Beast King ate it.
Xiao Qianglei smiled lightly, as if nothing had happened. He joked, even if you're half crippled, you're still a martial king.
But you're much stronger now.
He became serious. Lin Feng, tell me honestly, what is your current strength? Lin Feng was definitely not an ordinary person, as he killed the Beast King with the strength of an intermediate martial king alone.
Even Xiao Qianglei admitted that he was inferior to Lin Feng when facing him. Lin Feng, so evil, so amazing.
I'm probably only at the intermediate martial king level, but I still have a lot to learn from Senior Xiao. Although he was mentally prepared, Xiao Qianglei still couldn't help but tremble when he heard Lin Feng say the title of intermediate martial king. He quickly smiled and said politely, Lin Feng, don't call me senior.
From now on, you are my brother.
It's not a good thing for you to be too humble.
Haha, okay.
Lin Feng laughed, from now on I will call you Brother Xiao. You can call me Brother Xiao.
I'm a very casual person. Xiao Qianglei did not have the airs of a big boss and treated Lin Feng as an equal.
By the way, Lin Feng, the Asian Alliance just used an atomic bomb on you.
I was worried that something might happen to you. I'm glad you're okay. Brother Xiao, was the atomic bomb launched by the Asian Alliance?
Well, I guess 90% of the time it was intentional. They have ulterior motives and want to use this beast Tai to carry out their dark plan. Xiao Qianglei nodded and said, but our officials have already sent people out to negotiate, and there will be a result soon.
The Asian Alliance has made a move on you. We can't just sit back and watch.
What a great Asian Alliance. After hearing Xiao Qianglei's story, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. I want to see if they are so bold. As he was speaking, Lin Feng was about to fly and take action. At this moment, the little guy made a gurgling sound in the storage space. Lin Feng took an impatient look, and suddenly his expression froze, because an arm came out of the little guy's mouth.
Oh my god.
Lin Feng quickly took the arm and handed it to Xiao Qianglei, asking, Brother Xiao, which hand is yours?
Lin Feng, how did you get it?
Xiao Qianglei was ecstatic. Now that he had an arm, he could sew it back together and use it again in less than 3 days without having to install a robotic arm.
I found it.
Lin Feng said, and then said, Brother Xiao, I have to go to the Asian Alliance.
Let's talk later. So urgent? Do you want me to go with you? No, I can do it alone. Xiao Qianglei did not force it.
Lin Feng was now extremely powerful. A mere Asian alliance was not enough to cause trouble to Lin Feng. During the flight, Lin Feng concluded that this little gula was the Beast King himself. This guy used to be considered very fierce, but now he is very cute, which subverts the impression a bit. Koreans from the Asian alliance, get ready to accept my punishment. With a deep gaze, Lin Feng moved as fast as the wind. Offending him? Naturally, there will be no good consequences. At this moment, in the Asian alliance base, several officers were concentrating on adjusting the camera, looking for Lin Feng. Our plan was successful. Not only did we eliminate Lin Feng, but we also killed the Beast King. A 100 million ton atomic bomb is not something that mere humans can withstand. China's newcomers will be at a disadvantage once again. In less than 50 years, we will probably be able to catch up with China's development speed. By then, we will have cultivated at least 10 people in the transformation realm, and we will no longer have to rely on others for support. But the Chinese authorities have already called us, so we have to find an excuse to get away with it. The 6-star commander and the 5-star commander discussed at the conference table. Let's say our goal was to bomb the Beast King and we didn't notice that Lin Feng was still alive. This is a misunderstanding. At worst, we can just sacrifice ourselves and pay them 2 energy pulse cannons and hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan. Do they really dare to go to war with us? These people are very confident and do not feel inferior to China at all. The Asian alliance is quite powerful and has many strong people. It was precisely because of this beast tide outbreak that they were able to implement their carefully planned plan. Destroying Lin Feng would greatly deplete China's strength and eliminate a future hidden danger. Why not do it? Just as everyone was trying to find a way to reply to Huaxia, they didn't know that a figure had already stopped above the base. Lin Feng jumped and landed at lightning speed, and the laser guns fired for automatic defense were unable to react. Someone broke in, Smita. Baga, someone's breaking in. Hurry and call the Golden Guard. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the alarms in the base sounded, they all failed the next second. Die. Lin Feng used his mental power and the crescent-shaped scimitar shot out. Kill hundreds of guards instantly. Chapter 121, The Loss of the Caverns. At the Asian Alliance base, Lin Feng is on a killing spree here. A minute later, Lin Feng left the Asian Alliance base, and the area behind him became a ruin. There were thousands of corpses lying on the ground, all of them were headless, with heads flying everywhere. The Asian Alliance trembled and announced the replacement of its official representative chief. The former highest-ranking 6-star officer died suddenly. 5 5-star officers were also brutally slaughtered by Lin Feng. As for other warrior teams such as the Asian Alliance Guard, a total of more than 50 gold warriors, all died at the hands of Lin Feng. Thousands of soldiers who rushed to defend were massacred. The news shocked the world. Lin Feng is so cruel. Unexpectedly, just after being bombed by an atomic bomb, they rushed to the Asian Alliance base to take revenge and raze the entire Asian Alliance base to the ground. He doesn't hold grudges at all. He is indeed someone who should not be offended. If you offend him, no one will be able to escape. This is Lin Feng. From now on, the human race will have a 5th giant, and that is Lin Feng. Based on his performance, it's no exaggeration to call him a giant. He truly deserves the title. That's right. China currently has 3 powerful giants. They are no longer someone we can mess with. The top leaders of the Western Alliance and the African Union are all in heated discussions. They must be polite to China. Lin Feng is too cruel, too unreasonable, and vindictive. Who dares to offend him? They are really weak. There is not a single one who can fight. Flying in the sky, Lin Feng seemed unsatisfied with the killing just now. He killed several grandmasters and commanders, which was enough. As for the Asian Alliance, they could only swallow their anger and watch their superiors being killed, and they did not dare to have any bad thoughts about Lin Feng. After returning to Gaoliang, Lin Feng discovered that his girlfriends Xie Xiaoling and Zhang Lang had already returned to Mo before the beast tide broke out. He could not contact them by phone and they were probably in the cave for training. These days, Lin Feng didn't go anywhere. There was a fierce fighting outside China and the fight against the beast tide, but Lin Feng was indifferent. Because he was training Lin Xiaoyu. This girl is improving at an increasingly faster rate, which is definitely not normal in terms of realm. Lin Feng tried to take out a broken piece of red energy crystal for Lin Xiaoyu to practice, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiaoyu could actually absorb it. However, Lin Xiaoyu was not very optimistic about the speed at which the red energy crystal was absorbed. It was much slower than Lin Feng had imagined.
But it's normal to think about it with your toes.
Lin Xiaoyu is only at the silver realm, and the red crystal is an energy substance exclusively for grandmasters. It's already pretty good that she can barely absorb some of it. Lin Feng was too lazy to care and began to study the small creatures he had picked up in seclusion. My dear, this is called red energy crystal.
It's the lowest level energy substance in the universe. I used to think it was so low level that I used it as a footstool. But for the people on your planet, it's quite useful. However, on Earth, it might not be recognized by many people. Your brother, because he's never seen it before and thinks it's useless, is giving it to you as a toy. After Lin Feng left, Xiaobai inside Lin Xiaoyu's pendant began to show off his knowledge. I will teach you how to absorb it. It will be twice as fast as it is now. After absorbing this, you can at least reach the 5th star of the gold realm.
Well, Xiaobai, I'm counting on you. Hearing Xiaobai's words, Lin Xiaoyu smiled and began to practice.
Come out.
Lin Feng took the little guy out of the storage space with one hand. At this time, the cute little creature like a paparazzi began to run around in Lin Feng's room. Gurgle gurgle. It was moving so fast that Lin Feng was deeply surprised. This thing was unusual. The speed is almost comparable to Lin Feng's, so scary.
What's your name?
Are you the Beast King? Lin Feng grabbed the little cutie's ear and asked. The little thing stared at Lin Feng, gurgle gurgle. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, gurgle gurgle. Little cutie, gurgle gurgle. Lin Feng, gurgle gurgle. Little cutie, gurgle gurgle. Lin Feng was puzzled. What the hell was he saying?
He couldn't understand.
Okay, I'll call you Little Gulu from now on. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I don't know what you'll eat, so let's just starve you for 10 days or half a month. Without studying the little Gulu anymore, Lin Feng threw him into the storage space. This guy was not a creature from Earth.
We don't speak the same language and we can't communicate at all.
After a few days, most of the beast tigers seated in humans launched a counterattack. Fighter planes, missiles, energy pulse cannons, and warrior fighters. All means are unreserved, even more exciting than World War. The other alliances were fighting fiercely. Only on the Chinese side, a few marine monsters were attacking the border. But they were all suppressed by Lu Nanfeng and other powerful masters of the transformation realm. In this global beast tide, China suffered almost no losses. A big part of the reason is that Lin Feng killed the Beast King. Otherwise, with the Beast King's invincible power, the entire world would be completely overwhelmed within 3 days, and even the base would be destroyed. Even China cannot escape the disaster.
January 6, 3031.
Lin Feng used the upgrade points to upgrade his Gale Steps and directly cultivated it to the perfect level. The increase in speed is not large, only about 15%. The Gale Step is only suitable for providing a strong burst of speed at the Platinum stage, but at the level of Martial King, a big factor in the speed depends on the strength of the blood and energy. People with sufficient and vigorous blood and energy can last longer and have strong explosive power, just like an engine. A spiritual master like Lin Feng has top-notch mental power and blood energy, far surpassing the strong ones at the same level, so his speed is naturally not too slow. He can even fly at high speeds without using a windshield. Lin Feng took a look and upgraded his points. He had accumulated another 300 million. By the time he defeated the Beast King, he would have gained 200 million. Very good. Lin Feng, something big happened.
At this time, Xiao Quanglei called and looked very nervous.
What happened? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Quanglei said with a gloomy face, the Yinjing caverns have been lost.
We must return immediately. Wasn't the Lu giant defending the city? How could it have been lost?
Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be a surprise attack?
You must know that Lu Mubai is an intermediate martial king.
Only Lin Feng knows how powerful an intermediate martial king is. Lin Feng thinks he is invincible, but with Lu Mubai of the same level guarding him, how can the Yinjing cave be lost?
How strange.
We've been defeated in a direct confrontation, and a large part of the city has been counterattacked. Xiao Quanglei said from the other end. Not only that, Commander Yi Qingshan is also seriously injured, and the Yinjing grottos are almost lost. Once the cave warriors occupy the Yinjing caverns, it will be a pipe dream for us to take them back. Besides, Yinjing will also have to be relocated by then.
So serious?
Hearing this, Lin Feng felt oppressed. He had killed 4 warriors in the transformation realm in a row in the cave, and he thought that the warriors in the cave were just average.
Little did they know that even Lu Mubai had been defeated.
Besides, Commander Yi Qingshan has always been praised as the god of war in the Chinese army.
He is also the highest level commander and a stabilizing force.
He returned seriously injured, and the situation was probably more serious than Lin Feng had imagined.
When you think about it this way, how terrifying are the creatures under the cave?
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately set out for the Super Martial Arts School headquarters to meet up with Lu Nanfeng and others. At the entrance of the cave, the authorities have sent dozens of platinum warriors to rush into the cave to provide support. Lin Feng, Xiao Quanglei, Lu Nanfeng, and other strong men also entered the cave one after another. This time, they were likely to face a big battle.
Chapter 122, Brutal and Unjust.
Once again walking onto the teleportation array in the cave, Lin Feng was not as nervous as last time. Perhaps due to his confidence in his own abilities, he was the most relaxed one among this group of people.
Except for Xiao Quanglei, who looked a little better, the rest of the people looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy.
Soon, everyone was teleported to city number 11.
The defense of city number 11 has been strengthened a lot.
Lin Feng looked around and found that there were quite a few injured warriors resting here.
The arrival of Xiao Quanglei and others made Shen Baiyang and others who were guarding the city breathe a sigh of relief.
Lin Feng asked, "Master Shen, why are there so many injured people here?" Because the front is full of warriors heading to the battlefield, this city has been used as a logistics support.
Lu Giant and his men are all in City 13. I think another battle will break out in a few days. Once our injuries are better, we can go over and fight again.
Shen Baiyang's face was tired, revealing a hint of murderous tenacity.
So that's how it is.
Lin Feng nodded. There were at least no less than 100 strong men gathered in city number 11. It seems that the attack of the cave warriors this time is very fierce. Lin Feng and others immediately headed for city number 13 without stopping.
An hour later, we finally arrived. When the warriors guarding the city saw that it was Xiao Quanglei and others, they opened the city gates. "Brother Lu, how is it going?"
After entering the city gate, everyone went straight to the city hall.
Lu Mubai and other strong men were discussing the war in the hall.
Xiao Quanglei asked. The situation is very serious. The other side has 2 martial kings this time, and there are also 7 or 8 powerful people in the transformation realm.
There are a lot of powerful people.
Lu Mubai said bluntly, a battle broke out in Shuiyue City yesterday.
The enemy captured more than 10 of our cities in a row.
This battle was really difficult to fight. Hearing this, Xiao Quanglei stepped forward and said, "Brother Lu, Lin Feng has also broken through to become a martial king. Now that the 3 of us join forces, we can definitely counterattack."
King Wu?
Lu Mubai stared at Lin Feng with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "Is what you said true?"
So soon?
Yes, Lin Feng was the one who killed the Beast King of the Pacific Ocean. Xiao Quanglei said seriously, "Lin Feng is an intermediate martial king, even stronger than me."
Hiss. Hearing Xiao Quanglei's words, Lu Mubai couldn't help but keep looking at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you are too fast. Last time, you were only a grandmaster."
He praised Lin Feng highly. Others also took a deep breath, and many prestigious masters stared at Lin Feng with incredible expressions.
The speed of this improvement is really terrifying.
17-year-old intermediate martial king. I don't know what words to use to describe it. It was only by chance that I was able to obtain the luck and become an intermediate martial king.
Lin Feng smiled modestly. "It's not worth mentioning."
Everyone. Damn it, you said it's not worth mentioning. King of martial arts, for these old hands who have reached the transformation realm, it is something they have dreamed of all their lives. Many powerful men have spent their entire lives trying to break through to the king of martial arts.
And you act like you're just playing it safe. Do you really want to discourage others like this? Let's not talk about this anymore.
Now that Lin Feng is here, we must launch a counterattack as soon as possible.
We must not delay.
At this time, Lu Mubai said seriously, the longer we delay, the stronger the enemy will become.
Moreover, their methods are extremely cruel. Many of our brothers have been captured alive.
Capture alive? Well, after these cave warriors captured our people alive, they didn't try to negotiate with us to give up the city.
Instead, they threw us into the Colosseum to fight against the monsters.
And the master-level masters dismembered him right in front of us outside the city, deliberately showing off to us.
How cruel.
Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard this. Let's go, everyone, get ready, prepare the elixirs, and set off immediately.
Now that the reinforcements have arrived, there is no time to lose. Everyone, start setting off and prepare for battle.
A few hours later, Lanfeng City. Lu Mubai, Lin Feng, and Xiao Quanglei arrived 5 miles away from Lanfeng City, but did not rush in immediately.
Instead, discuss the battle plan. The enemy's absolute main force is probably in Shuiyue City, or they may have already moved to Lanfeng City. We must rush in and make a quick decision.
We must not give the enemy a chance to reinforce us, because they have a secret weapon that can degrade our blood and energy and interfere with our mental strength. Looking at Lanfeng City, Lu Mubai emphasized again, there is a mysterious crystal inside. Be careful, you must fight quickly and don't procrastinate.
Good.
Everyone nodded, and Lin Feng became a little interested in the other party's secret weapon. Without having time to think about it, when they approached Lanfeng City and hid outside, suddenly, everyone showed a look of surprise.
Because there were many heads hanging at the city gate.
On the city wall, there were still more than 10 human captives standing. These captives all had Chinese faces, and each of them looked pale. They were tied with special ropes and stood in a row facing outside the city. They are our captives. Xiao Quanglei clenched his fists and said fiercely, they actually cut off the heads of our compatriots and hung them up.
This is clearly a provocation to us. Everyone was extremely angry. This act was simply brutal and inhumane.
Just when everyone was feeling very angry, the cave warriors on the city wall exchanged some ideas and pushed out another human.
Come on, kill me, come on. Humanity is not afraid of you. Humanity will win.
You are a bunch of cowards. The Chinese warrior knew what he was about to face, so he was not afraid, but laughed and cursed.
Not afraid of death.
However, no matter what he said, the cave warrior's sword still mercilessly cut off his neck.
Swish.
His head flew out and was soon hung on the city wall.
Kill one every once in a while. How brutal, how cruel.
Foolish humans, we are the masters of this planet.
King Lu will rule this planet. TSK, struggling even when death is imminent, how foolish.
Several powerful men in the cave talked to each other in a low voice. They had no mercy on humans and were extremely cruel when they attacked.
It seems like the enemy is trying to lure us into attacking the city. There might be an ambush.
At this time, Lu Mubai analyzed expressionlessly that the other party's purpose in doing this was very obvious. I just want to lure them to rescue people.
I can't care anymore. If we don't save them, they will all die.
We'll have to face a war sooner or later.
Why not start now? Lin Feng stepped forward and said, I'll charge first. It doesn't matter how much credit I take. As long as I can save people and win, that's enough. Okay, let's start the battle. Everyone did not wait any longer. The next moment, Lu Mubai and Lin Feng walked forward side by side and arrived outside the city wall first. Bomb the city gate.
Lu Mubai was about to blast open the city gate when, on the city wall, the cave warriors immediately mobilized their defenses and a figure appeared on the wall. In his hand, he held a purple crystal, pointed it at Lu Mubai, and chanted some incantation. The next moment, a purple light curtain appeared in front of Lu Mubai. At the same time, all the human warriors felt a sudden and severe pain in their heads.
Everyone, stay calm.
Only strong men like Lu Mubai, Xiao Quanglei and Lu Nanfeng had strong blood and energy, and could barely keep their will steady. The others all had exploding headaches.
Never mind, attack the city first. Bang!
Lu Mubai punched out, and the purple light curtain shattered instantly. At this time, the purple semicircular crystal in Lin Feng's storage space also inexplicably emitted a purple light, shooting directly at the city wall. At this moment, all the cave warriors guarding the city looked horrified.
Chapter 123, Killing King Wu.
At the same time, Lin Feng and others' heads returned to normal and the pain was gone. The spirit and blood are completely restored to their original state.
Why does he have a high-level interference crystal on him?
On the city wall, the martial king-level warrior's eyes froze, and he looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. The small purple crystal in his hand dimmed and seemed to have lost its effect all of a sudden.
Doesn't work anymore.
The several purple gas shields in front of the city gate also disappeared.
Seeing this, Lu Mubai was no longer curious.
He suddenly punched the city gate.
Bang!
With just one punch, the gates of Lanfeng City were flung wide open, and the human warriors rushed in.
Kill them all. Don't spare a single one.
Lu Mubai rushed forward and fought with the opponent's king of martial arts. Fortunately, the other side only had one martial king and two grandmasters of the transformation realm.
There aren't many other grandmasters, but there are hundreds below platinum. This scale is extremely terrifying. Kill.
Lin Feng did not immediately seek a duel with King Wu, but instead targeted two people in the transformation realm, fighting 1 against 2.
Karakiza.
The two people in the transformation realm became interested when they saw that Lin Feng, who was still young, dared to seek death.
However, they regretted it as soon as they started fighting.
Lin Feng directly used the extreme explosive fist to teach the other party a lesson.
Bang!
With a loud bang, it was clear that the two men were not on the same level at all. Lin Feng's way of dealing with them was almost like a dimensionality reduction attack.
With just 2 punches, the two people in the transformation realm died suddenly. The state of transformation is simply not comparable to that of King Wu.
Ding, killed the Grandmaster of the transformation realm, upgrade points plus 300,000. Ding, killed the Grandmaster of the transformation realm, upgrade points plus 250,000.
One is 300,000, the other is 250,000.
Now, Lin Feng, with the realm of King of Martial Arts, has not gained much from killing these scum in the realm of transformation.
Every time you receive a nuclear bomb, you will gain more benefits.
Above the sky, Lu Mubai and the opponent's martial king fought so hard that the sky shook and the earth collapsed. Brilliance continues to burst out. And below, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to these small fish and shrimps.
Killing the platinum and gold ones was a waste of time and not cost-effective. In battle, quick victory is the kingly way.
His footsteps trembled, and he spiraled up on the spot, entering the battle in the sky. In mid-air, Lu Mubai and the underground cave martial king exchanged fists. Suddenly, a sword blade slashed towards the underground cave martial king.
#@%.
The underground cave martial king was extremely agile. He moved his body to the side to avoid Lin Feng's attack, and a palm strike directly hit Lin Feng's sword blade, and both of them retreated at the same time. At this time, the king of martial arts in the underground cave was cursing, probably cursing Lin Feng for not following martial ethics and fighting against a smaller force with more men.
Alpaca.
Lin Feng was also very polite and responded with a daily greeting. At this time, he and Lu Mubai looked at each other and said, "Let's go together." "Okay, his palm is very powerful, be careful."
The two looked at each other and attacked again. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of explosions one after another shook the ears of the three people. Each move unleashed a force of at least 500 million, which was extremely terrifying. If any of the three were hit by a punch or a palm from the other party, they would have to pay a huge price. If the battle took place on the ground, the city would probably be destroyed within 30 seconds.
7-colored thunder.
At this time, Lu Mubai and the cave martial king were fighting again. Lin Feng made a sneak attack. He stepped on the gale shield and was even faster. Attack from all angles with 7-colored thunder, making it impossible for the cave warriors to defend themselves. Sometimes Lin Fengguan couldn't even shout, which scared the other party so much that he was startled and saw enemies everywhere. Finally, after fighting for about 2 minutes, Lin Feng noticed that the cave martial king was gasping for breath and his blood and energy were seriously depleted, so he directly unleashed the real 7-colored thunder and bombarded him fiercely.
%.
The king of martial arts in the underground cave was shouting something, and he blasted out a light yellow palm force with all his strength, barely offsetting Lin Feng's 7-colored thunder.
You can block it so well? Come again. Bang bang bang.
As he spoke, Lin Feng's lightning and thunder continued, and he used both hands to attack, one move after another, making it extremely difficult for the cave king to defend. His face was ashen. In the end, after Lin Feng blasted out more than 10 lightning bolts, the cave king was no longer able to resist and his blood and energy were consumed to the limit.
Bang!
A purple lightning bolt struck the heart of the cave martial king, causing him to retreat step by step and fly back thousands of meters.
Thunder sword technique.
After one move, Lin Feng's arm trembled slightly, and he used the thunder sword technique to fiercely break through the opponent's defense and pierce the heart of the cave martial king.
Tick-tock.
Blue blood splattered, staining Lin Feng's moon-slashing sword. "Lin Feng, let me help you." At this time, Lu Mubai's voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately used the 1000 shadow sword technique and stabbed the cave martial king's body randomly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After stabbing for more than 10 times, a voice finally appeared in his mind. "Ding, kill the intermediate martial king, upgrade points plus 50 million.
A king of war is 50 million.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he killed him alone before Lu Mubai arrived. Otherwise, if he killed them at the same time, he would have to lose half of the upgrade points. So thrilling.
Oh, no need, I have already killed him.
Seeing Lu Mubai coming to his side, Lin Feng smiled faintly.
Just kill him.
I guess the other martial king on the other side already knows about this. Lin Feng, let's quickly take back the other cities and recapture the territory in one fell swoop.
Okay, you guys go ahead, I'll take care of the aftermath and come back later. Lin Feng said something, Lu Mubai nodded, and then took Xiao Quanglei and others to other cities.
Today, we must try our best to take back what we lost before the military warriors from the cave arrive. Otherwise, with the arrival of the opponent's king of martial arts and the military strongmen, it will be another fierce battle. Lin Feng, who stayed behind, turned over the body of the cave martial king and took out a small purple crystal from him. However, it has lost its luster. Gurgle gurgle. Just as he threw the small purple crystal into the storage space, Lin Feng was stunned. Gurgle gurgle. As soon as the purple crystal was thrown in, the little gulu made a gurgling sound and swallowed the purple crystal in one gulp.
What are you doing?
Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was stunned. He saw that after the little golem ate the purple crystal, its body size was slowly getting bigger. It's about 10 pounds heavier. Damn, you glutton, you even dare to eat my spoils. Lin Feng grabbed the little gula with one hand and was about to reprimand him, but suddenly, he was dumbfounded again. Because the broken red energy crystal he stored in the corner was missing half. Lin Feng was too tired to complain about what he thought of. He could figure out without even using his brain that the culprit was little Gulu. You bastard, you even stole my energy crystals. If I don't beat the shit out of you after this fight, I'll take your last name. Cursing, Lin Feng had no choice but to put the remaining red energy crystals and purple semicircular crystal balls into the telescopic bag for safekeeping.
If we stay here any longer, we'll all be eaten by little Gulu. Okay, time to kill.
With murderous intent, Lin Feng began to kill towards other cities. The cave warriors beheaded the captives and slaughtered human warriors.
Lin Feng could not erase this hatred no matter what.
We must kill indiscriminately and destroy all the cave warriors to avenge the tragic deaths of the Chinese warriors.
Chapter 124 arrived in time.
Xue U.S. City. At this moment, dozens of human warrior captives were tied up on the city wall, ready to be beheaded at any time. Cave warriors, you cowards, a bunch of cowards, if you have the guts, let me go and let's fight one-on-one. The Chinese will never be cowards and will never kneel. Brothers, I'm leaving first. A golden warrior was pinned to the ground by a cave warrior, who attempted to make him kneel and then behead him. But the Chinese golden warrior was of high character and did not choose to kneel down, but instead stood up straight. His legs were hit hard by the stick, and he felt pain and began to tremble. Blood oozed out of his skin, but he still refused to kneel.
Add #%.
His behavior angered the two cave warriors, who came up cursing.
One of them, holding a special stick, hit him hard on the knee. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the Chinese warrior's kneecap shattered, and white bone fragments flew out.
The Chinese warrior captives behind him saw this and gritted their teeth in anger. Don't kneel, they want to kill us, the worst that can happen is death.
If we kneel, we will lose our dignity. We must not die in a cowardly way.
Dozens of people encouraged each other, saying that warriors can die standing, but they must never live on their knees.
This is a matter of human dignity and cannot be humiliated. Add #%. At this moment, the cave warriors also became angry.
They pressed the golden warrior's head against the city wall and raised their swords.
Prepare to chop it down. Ah, brothers, I'm leaving first. China is mighty, and the human race is invincible. Come on. He had no fear, only endless generosity and relief. Death is not scary.
However, just as the cave warriors were about to kill the human warriors, a large number of human warriors suddenly emerged from outside the city.
Yes, it's Giant Lu and Giant Xiao. Our humans are here, our people are here to save us.
Seeing the people below the city, the human captives on the city wall all smiled, as if they had seen light in the darkness.
The people coming below were none other than Lin Feng, Lu Mubai, and others.
There was no need to worry about the arrival of the three martial kings. Lin Feng took the lead, rushed to the front, waved his hand and used the extremely explosive fist to bombard the city gate.
Bang!
With the explosion of 500 million powers, the solid city gate blessed with red energy crystals became fragile in front of Lin Feng and exploded with one punch. The three of them rushed in and found that there were not many strong people in Shuaiyue City, and there were only 4 top-level cave masters. In less than 30 seconds, the 4 masters fell down in front of the 3 giants without even having a chance to fight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Feng swung his long sword, and 9 shadows appeared on the sword. With the murderous intent, he chopped off dozens of heads. The warriors in the underground cave were wiped out in an instant. The human captives on the city wall suddenly became excited. They were finally saved. Otherwise, you will stay in the cave forever. More than 10 people shed tears of gratitude and bowed to Lin Feng and others to express their gratitude. It feels great to be dragged back before you even step half a foot into hell. I have caused you brothers to suffer. The contributions you have made to the Yinjing grottos, to China, and to the human race will never be forgotten. Lu Mubai said to the rescued warriors, I promise everyone that I will lead you to seize control of the Yinjing grottos. When the time comes, we will divide the mineral veins and everyone will have a share. Let us defend the Huaxia grottos together. Good. We are willing to follow Giant Lu and take over the Yinjing grottos. I will go through fire and water, even if it means risking everything. A warrior's mission will never be wasted. Everyone expressed that the mineral veins in the cave were a great temptation. It was said that there were thousands of energy crystals and various advanced cave weapons in it. If one could get those things, their strength would skyrocket. After taking care of Shuaiyue City, Lin Feng and his team took down all the other cities within a day and regained control. The two sides have returned to a situation of equal strength. On this day, Lin Feng killed more than 20 masters, 3 of whom were in the transformation realm, and 1 martial king. The only regret is that, apart from the 50 million for the king of martial arts, the other upgrade points are only around 7 million. Very rarely. Sure enough, after entering the Grandmaster realm, cultivation relies entirely on energy crystals. Simply relying on killing people is too difficult. Lin Feng shook his head. He could only wait until the opponent's headquarters base was captured and the energy veins were seized, so that the harvest would be greater. At night, Lin Feng was a little worried, so he took another look at the storage space. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. Inside, except for the Gale Shield, everything else, such as combat uniforms and some picked up A level and B level warriors, were all scrapped. Little Gulu nodded to pieces and holes. You guy, it seems that raising you is useless. You just start eating random things when you have nothing. Wipe. Lin Feng pointed at Little Gulu and cursed him angrily. At this time, Little Gulu huddled in the corner like a wrong child, sticking out his tongue and making threats at Lin Feng. Gurgle gurgle. It looked unhappy and was spinning in circles. You're not hungry, are you? But I don't have anything to eat for you. Lin Feng thought for a while, took out a broken red crystal and threw it to Little Gulu. Phew! As soon as he took it out, Little Gulu pounced on it and swallowed Lin Feng's red crystal in one gulp. Gurgle gurgle. After eating it, it was extremely excited and said it wanted more. No more. Wait until I get some, then I'll give you some to eat. But you're of no use to me, so it's useless for me to raise you. Lin Feng said this with a look of disgust, and Little Gulu seemed to understand. It turned around a few times on the spot, and suddenly a purple lightning flashed all over its body. Ding, the host absorbs lightning. With a surprised expression, Lin Feng smiled happily. It's so magical, I can also absorb your electricity? Quick, release more so that I can upgrade my lightning. Lin Feng requested this, but after the Little Gulu had discharged his energy, he seemed listless, probably because he was too hungry to have any energy left. Forget it. I only have a little over 100 red crystals left. It's not much left. You'll have to starve for a while. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to Xiao Guru. At this time, Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei arrived. Lin Feng, can you show me the thing that emitted purple rays when you attacked the city during the day? They were very interested in Lin Feng's siege weapons during the day. Of course. Lin Feng had nothing to hide, so he took out the purple semicircular crystal. This is an interference crystal. Seeing this thing, Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei were both slightly shocked. Lin Feng, you are going to get rich. Interference crystal, what is it used for? It's very useful. Not only can it interfere with the enemy's mental strength and blood energy, but after finding the other half, it can also be synthesized into energy crystals to provide a large amount of energy. Lu Mubai said without reservation. Back then, there was a senior who synthesized the interference crystal and eventually broke through to the martial king and became the martial emperor. So fierce? Lin Feng was tempted after hearing Lu Mubai's description. It seems that the energy of the purple interference crystal becomes more powerful after synthesis. We must do something big. Chapter 125, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. On the other side, the underground cave, Luchang. This is the base of the Yanjing cave warriors. The entire Yanjing area is under the control of King Lu. Today, King Lu looked a little uneasy. I didn't expect these humans to actually launch a counterattack against us. I lost a great general. But it doesn't matter. When the other side's martial king arrives, he will die in our hands just the same. We failed to kill him last time and let him slip away. This time, he will definitely die. There was a look of determination on his face. Soon, a large number of warriors and soldiers gathered in Luchang. This battle must unify the Yanjing cave. Lay a solid foundation for his future entry into the first-tier areas. There is almost no darkness in the cave at night. The sky is always gray and extremely depressing. If you stay together for too long, you'll inevitably feel irritated. Therefore, in the cave, only constant fighting can release the pressure. Usually, people are either fighting or on their way to fight. After resting for about 8 hours, Lin Feng and his team began to attack Luchang. At the same time, outside the Yanjing caverns, about 50 miles away, a group of human warriors were gathering. Everyone, there is only one martial king in the Yanjing grottos. Leave it to me to handle. Everyone else will kill first and then divide the vein ore. Everyone will have a chance to get a share. If I find anyone who embezzles the vein ore, I will kill them without mercy. A warrior at the martial king level said to the group of warriors below. Everyone was ready to try, and had been eager to give it a try, having coveted the Yanjing cave for a long time. As long as you start a war, you can win and get a lot of treasures. 2 hours later, Lin Feng, Lu Mubai, and the others arrived near Luchang. Lin Feng used his mental power to detect a few people and said, there are quite a few strong ones. The other side has at least 1,000 of them. There are over 700 gold warriors and 100 platinum warriors. As for the other grandmasters and transformation realm warriors, they have deliberately concealed their presence. I cannot detect them from such a distance. Lu Mubai's eyes paused slightly, and he said, those below platinum level can't pose much of a threat to us. The other side only has one intermediate martial king, and I can hold him off. You kill the grandmaster and minimize the losses of our brothers. We, the 3 martial kings, will enter the city to kill them. The rest of you will block them outside the city and not let any of them escape. Good. Clear. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Suddenly at this moment, another large group of human warriors suddenly appeared on the right side of Lin Feng and his group, heading straight for the avenue, with no sign of keeping a low profile at all. It seems that he is determined to take Luchang in one go and is extremely confident. It's a human warrior. Xiao Quanglei spoke up, and Lu Mubai took a look, his eyes suddenly darkening slightly. They are from the Demon City Cave, people from Cretaceous City. Be careful of them. Although they are human, the guys from Cretaceous City have a bad reputation and are not good people. Everyone, be careful. Lu Mubai gave a reminder, and at this time, the other party also happened to see Lu Mubai and others. So, the strong men of Cretaceous City all looked over. At this time, Lu Mubai and the others no longer hid and walked out directly. Among them, one of the other side's Wu Wang glanced at Lu Mubai, smiled as if they had known each other for a long time and said, so it's Lu Wu Wang and Xiao Wu Wang. How are you two doing recently? Yuan Qinghong? Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei were slightly stunned. The other party was someone they knew. Lin Feng asked softly, Brother Xiao, do you know this guy? More than just knowing each other, we almost fought each other in the cave. Xiao Quanglei said softly, he is also a mid-level martial king, ruthless and merciless. Keep an eye on him and be cautious. I understand. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He subconsciously used his mental power to detect Yuan Qinghong, but he didn't know that the next moment, a sharp gaze shot directly at Lin Feng. Yuan Qinghong burst out with a domineering aura and said, Spiritual master? Boy, you're quite bold. You actually dare to put your hands on me? His tone was very unfriendly, which made Lin Feng feel a little embarrassed. The other party actually noticed his mental power. It's not easy. Seeing this, Lu Mubai came out to help and said, Yuan Qinghong, my brother is ignorant.
You are a dignified martial king, so there is no need to argue with me, right? If this gets out, it won't be good.
Hearing this, Yuan Xinghong's face remained expressionless, and then she deliberately smiled. I was just joking.
Why would I bother with such a small fry? But you have to keep an eye on your people.
Otherwise, even if they are psychics, they won't survive more than 3 days once they reach the frontline area.
My brother, you don't need to remind me.
Lu Mubai was already fighting with the other party while speaking, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder.
Let's stop talking nonsense. I guess you're here to attack Luqing too, right?
Yuan Xinghong turned serious. We from Baiki City were the first to set our sights on Luqing.
We should take it. Brother Lu, would you please give us some respect and make way?
I'm afraid this isn't in accordance with the rules.
We've been guarding the Yinjing grottos for quite some time now.
In the past 2 years, no one from your Cretaceous city has set foot in the Yinjing grottos.
Is it appropriate for you to say this now? Lu Mubai said indifferently. How could he give up this place? It's no fun to say that. Let's open the door and talk. Either we fight together, or we don't. We all know what's inside Luqing.
Yuan Xinghong said, since we are here, we must get a share and gain something.
Otherwise, you can forget about taking it.
We can hold out here and see who gets the short end of the stick.
Remember this, we in Cretaceous City don't care about human life or death.
If we clash, the other side will surely reap the benefits.
If both sides suffer losses and the cave is lost, don't blame us in Cretaceous City.
His words were full of threats, which made Lu Mubai and others feel dissatisfied. These guys are really threatening them blatantly. Hateful. Okay, in that case, let's attack the city together, each contributing their own strength, and split the profits 50-50.
Lu Mubai finally compromised.
Okay, after we take it, we'll split it 50-50.
No one should take more.
After the discussion, both sides began to attack Luqing. These guys are up to no good, be careful. Lu Mubai came to Lin Fengzir and whispered, watch him later, if he makes any unusual movements, take action.
I understand.
Lin Feng nodded. He had just concealed his aura, causing the other party to mistakenly think that Lin Feng was weak. No one knows the identity of King Lin Fengwu. On Yuan Xinghong's side, a grandmaster stepped forward and said, King Yuan Wu, this kid is Lin Feng.
Hand him over to me later.
I will kill him with my own hands and avenge my son and grandson.
This person is none other than Zhou Huaishan from the Magic City.
At the beginning, his grandson Zhou Jinyang offended Lin Feng and was killed by Lin Feng. Later, Lin Feng went to the Magic City and razed the Zhou family to the ground. Zhou Huaishan had always wanted to find an opportunity to avenge Zhou Tatian, the head of the Zhou family, who was beheaded in public. However, due to the urgency of the battle in the cave, he had to put his revenge on hold temporarily. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Feng in the cave today. It was really God's help. Okay, I'll leave this little spiritual master to you. A hint of ruthless murderous intent flashed in Yuan Xinghong's eyes. Soon, 2 groups of people arrived at the foot of Luqing and attacked the city directly without any nonsense.
Grab the vain mine. Chapter 126, Born as a Grandmaster, I'm sorry. Rush.
At the city gate, Lu Mubai and Yuan Xinghong rushed up together and bombarded the gate of Luqing at the same time. At this moment, in Luqing, King Lu looked at the constantly shaking gate, his eyes narrowed slightly, and in a moment he suddenly said, open the city gate. All the cave warriors in Luqing were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. But he did not dare to disobey King Lu's orders. Everyone quickly removed the defensive crystals, and in an instant, the door was blasted open by Lu Mubai and Yuan Xinghong. At this moment, a large number of human warriors rushed in from outside.
You and I will join forces to kill King Wu. Yuan Xinghong glanced at Lu Mubai, and Lu Mubai nodded.
2 against 1 could avoid a lot of trouble.
At #%.
At this time, King Lu of the cave stood up from the throne. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. Facing numerous enemies, he was not afraid at all.
Stay calm in times of danger.
Soon, a battle broke out between the 3 martial kings and they fought each other. As for Lin Feng, as soon as he came in, he was harassed by a group of golden warriors.
Looking for death.
He directly took out the crescent moon scimitar, the silver scimitar, and swept it at high speed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless heads flew up, blood dripping, just like mowing grass for fish. Wherever they passed, there was only a pile of headless corpses.
So strong. With the people from Cretaceous City behind him, he couldn't help but praise them. Psychic masters are quite popular even in the caves. They all wanted to know what realm Lin Feng was at, as he could kill a large number of cave warriors in an instant. You know, the warriors in the underground cave have strong defenses and violent personalities. Even platinum-level human warriors don't dare to kill a group of gold-level warriors in seconds. But Lin Feng did it with ease. Kill nearly 100 gold-level warriors in seconds. It's so terrifying. Ha, we just defeated a group of Gold Realm warriors. There's no need to make a fuss. At this moment, a mocking voice came from behind Lin Feng. This person was a master from Cretaceous City. The Grandmaster was self-righteous and extremely arrogant, so naturally he would not submit to a young man like Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too lazy to look at the other party, he continued to kill. He hardly did any physical action, just used the crescent moon scimitar to kill people. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the crescent moon scimitar cannot be underestimated. No matter how strong the opponent's defense is, it cannot block a blow. Not good enough at all. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting was heard from the sky. Various explosions were heard continuously, sometimes changing color, sometimes shaking. One can't help but sigh, the battle between the intermediate martial kings is so fierce. The next second, two figures fell from the sky together. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes froze. Bang! The dust was raised thousands of feet high. The two people who fell were actually the two human martial kings Lu Mubai and Yuan Qinghong. Everyone just found it unbelievable. 2 against 1, and they were actually at a disadvantage. He has a jamming crystal on him. This thing is definitely not pleasant. My chi and blood power has dropped by 1/3. Lu Mubai, don't hide your weakness. Let's go all out, otherwise no one will get away today. Okay, kill him, 50-50. Just now, the blood and energy of Lu Mubai and Yuan Qinghong were reduced by 1/3, and their strength was actually weakened a lot. At present, the spirit is also hit hard. King Lu was holding a purple semicircular crystal in his hand, and 2 rays of light were locked onto Lu Mubai and Yuan Qinghong. This is an interference ray that can interfere with the enemy's mental will. Now the 2 human martial kings are in big trouble. With the interference crystal around, it's impossible to exert 100% of my strength. The 2 men dared not be careless anymore and their expressions became serious. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's steps trembled and he was about to come over to help. But on second thought, Lin Feng decided not to interfere with the crystal to eliminate everyone's negative state. Because he wants to retain his strength. The moment the interference crystal was taken out, not only did the 2 martial kings suffer from radiation, but everyone's thoughts also began to become uncomfortable. The head seems very heavy, just like motion sickness. Only those who are strong enough to reach the state of transformation or above will feel better. Lin Feng, on the other hand, directly exploded his mental power to the extreme to counter the interference of the crystal. His blood and energy remained very stable. Kill! With almost no impact, Lin Feng shouted softly and started to kill the enemies. He holds the Thunder Sword and specializes in killing platinum warriors. Boom, bang, bang. Thunder roared one after another, and one sword killed one kid. A fierce battle also broke out among the others. The cave warriors were not affected and their morale was high, causing considerable trouble to the human warriors. But there are too many human warriors, and there are many stronger ones than those in the cave, especially when Xiao Quanglei is here, even the masters become useless in front of him. Lu Mubai and Yuan Qinghong, on the other hand, endured the pressure and tried their best to hold back King Lu. The 3 of them took to the air again and started an amazing battle. Extreme Explosive Fist. Bang! Lin Feng killed a platinum warrior from the underground cave with 1 punch. Next, he set his sights on the Grandmaster of the underground cave. Small fish and shrimps can no longer satisfy his appetite. However, just when Lin Feng was about to find the Grandmaster of the cave, screams suddenly rang out from all around him. Ah! Bang! Among them, a warrior was blown away by a Grandmaster from Cretaceous City. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and others all looked slightly serious. Has the other party finally taken action? Seeing that the warriors in the underground cave had been almost wiped out, Cretaceous City set its sights on Lin Feng and others. The internal strife has begun. What you do? At this time, Xiao Quanglei saw this and shouted angrily. He didn't move his feet. Above the sky, Yuan Qinghong, who had just ascended not long ago, flew down rapidly with a smile on her face. TSK, what do we want? Of course we want to take the vein mineral for ourselves. Lu Mubai has been held captive by the underground cave Martial King. Didn't expect that, Xiao Quanglei? I've long disliked you. I can't sleep unless you die today. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Jinghong rushed towards Xiao Quanglei. The others also fought on their own. Lu Nanfeng was entangled by the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm in Cretaceous City and was unable to escape. Has he been exposed? Lin Feng took a look and found that what Lu Mubai said was right. The warriors in Cretaceous City were even more insidious than those in the underground cave. Lin Feng, stay here. Just when Lin Feng was about to use his ultimate move, Zhou Huaishan appeared in front of Lin Feng and blocked his way. Zhou Huaishan put his hands behind his back, looking like a calm master. You destroyed the Zhou family, do you know the consequences? Are you the old man from the Zhou family? Lin Feng glanced at him lightly, and he didn't look afraid at all. It is said that the Zhou family has a master, and it must be the old man in front of me. Humph, you're still stubborn even when facing death. I heard that your strength has almost reached that of a grandmaster. According to common sense, you are indeed a rare genius. The old fox Zhou Huaishan smiled and said, it's a pity that you met me today. I'm a master, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Huaishan burst out with the power of a master and rushed towards Lin Feng with an astonishing momentum. At the same time, his speed exceeded the speed of sound, and he arrived in front of Lin Feng in 2 seconds. The murderous intent is overwhelming. Oh, Grandmaster is indeed awesome, but do you know what kind of being you are talking to? Even if Zhou Huaishan appeared in front of him and slapped him, Lin Feng remained unafraid. Instead, he showed a faint smile. When Zhou Huaishan's powerful palm was about to chop down, he flicked his fingers and gently clamped Zhou Huaishan's master's palm with 2 fingers. What? Your strength. Suddenly, Zhou Huaishan was horrified and his expression was terrified to the extreme. The worst thought emerged in his mind. Chapter 127, More Pretentious Than Me. Old man, do you like it? Zhou Huaishan was extremely shocked, but Lin Feng was completely different. He gently pinched Zhou Huaishan's palm with 2 fingers. No matter how Zhou Huaishan struggled, he found that he could not break free. You hide your strength. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Zhou Huaishan quickly used his other hand to attack with a fist. However, he still underestimated Lin Feng's speed. When Zhou Huaishan's fist came, Lin Feng also raised his fist slightly. Bang! The 2 men fought each other, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Huaishan was sent flying backwards. While he was still flying backwards in the air, the next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind him like a ghost. Born as an intermediate martial king, I'm sorry. What a weird speed, what a terrifying speed. Zhou Huaishan's heart trembled violently, filled with despair. Die! Without showing any mercy, Lin Feng brought a force of thunder and struck Zhou Huaishan from behind. With a deafening bang, there was an instant explosion, completing the single kill. The old master of the Zhou family, who had been determined to defeat Lin Feng, was beaten by Lin Feng without any chance to fight back. Thunder kills. The smell of roasted chicken legs wafted into everyone's noses, and at this moment, everyone noticed Lin Feng. Everyone thought it would be a battle of equal strength, but the result has overturned everyone's imagination. Zhou Huaishan is not even qualified to fight. Ding, killed a Grandmaster warrior, upgrade points plus 250,000. You are a master of the transformation realm? At this moment, the Cretaceous City Grandmaster who had just mocked Lin Feng and said that Lin Feng's ability to kill a group of Golden Realm warriors in seconds was not a big deal said in a trembling voice. Oh, yes, and you too. Only then did Lin Feng notice this person, his eyes narrowed. Try to use that arrogance you just showed me? The master was sweating profusely. It was very scary that Lin Feng could achieve the realm of perfection at such a young age. This guy is a super genius, so strong. But in fact, he underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already achieved the status of an intermediate martial king, so how could he be understood by these petty masters? His footsteps trembled as he arrived in front of the Cretaceous City Grandmaster. Facing Lin Feng, the Grandmaster's voice became trembling. Senior, please spare my life. I was also confused for a moment. Let you go? Ha, you're even more pretentious than me. I hate pretentious people the most. There's no reason for me to let you go. Forgive him? Lin Feng, of course not. There will be no mercy. Although they are all Chinese warriors,
there can be no mercy in the world of martial arts.
If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Is it possible to let him go? No.
His palm trembled slightly, and the Grandmaster of Cretaceous City let out a scream and then flew backwards. The death was pitiful. Ding, killed the Grandmaster Warrior, upgrade points plus 300,000.
Another instant kill.
When the warriors of Cretaceous City saw this scene, they felt a pang of fear in their hearts.
So scary. Lin Feng, who killed 2 masters in a row in seconds, is so terrifying. What realm is he in? Everyone is already feeling a little timid.
General Liu, I leave this place to you.
I'll go up and provide support.
There are still many powerful people in Cretaceous City, including several who are in the transformation realm, but they are not Lin Feng's prey. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, then took light steps and flew into the air. Here, Xiao Quanglei was retreating frantically, being suppressed by Yuan Qinghong and had almost no chance to attack.
Bang bang bang.
One after another, palm strikes came towards Xiao Quanglei, forcing him to retreat with blood at the corners of his mouth. The gap between the primary martial king and the intermediate martial king is too huge.
Xiao Quanglei's blood and energy were greatly depleted, and his face was extremely pale. If no one comes, we won't be able to hold on for half a minute.
Brother Xiao, let me help you. Lin Feng did not hesitate and joined the battle directly. At this time, Yuan Qinghong saw that Lin Feng could actually fly in the air, and her eyes narrowed slightly.
Grandmaster or Transcendent Realm? Only warriors above the Transformation Realm have the ability to fly in the air. He became puzzled. Lin Feng, at such a young age, has he already reached the Grandmaster level? Psychic masters are really scary. Transformation? You underestimate me. Bang!
Yuan Qinghong pounced with a palm, and a blue-purple power of thunder appeared in Lin Feng's palm.
Burst!
The next moment, the sky exploded, Yuan Qinghong's face twitched, and she flew backwards. But Lin Feng remained motionless.
Intermediate Martial King.
After one move, Yuan Qinghong's heart trembled and she was extremely horrified. Lin Feng is actually an intermediate martial king, so scary.
He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, unable to figure out why. How could this guy have reached the level of intermediate martial king? He was deeply unconvinced.
However, Lin Feng did not give him a chance to be surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm showing my cards.
I'm an intermediate martial king." You didn't expect that, did you?
After he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly turned into a phantom and took the initiative to attack Yuan Qinghong.
You're looking for death. Yuan Qinghong was completely furious. Lin Feng had already angered him. Challenged his majesty. Boom! Boom!
2 violent explosions sounded in the space, and both men were fighting with their fists.
Huh, you're nothing but that?
Seeing Lin Feng's average fighting ability, Yuan Qinghong couldn't help but smile, but Lin Feng smiled harmlessly and said, "You're wrong.
This is only my weakest attack. Extreme Explosive Fist."
After saying that, he raised his explosive divine fist, unleashed double the force, and struck in front of Yuan Qinghong with a mighty blow.
Break!
Yuan Qinghong was not willing to be outdone, and directly unleashed a terrifying and domineering palm force, a domineering aura that rushed straight into the sky.
Boom boom boom!
As the 2 men fought, the sky shook continuously, as if the space was torn apart, and the invisible shockwave was extremely murderous. When Xiao Quanglei saw this scene, he shook his head and flew down.
It's so terrible, the battle between intermediate martial kings is so terrible. It is far beyond their control. Lin Feng, I want to see how long you can hold on.
After the palm strike, Yuan Qinghong's heart began to twitch, and his energy and blood were consumed very quickly, but he still remained stubborn. It is believed that Lin Feng used such a terrifying attack, which must be his ultimate move. After using the ultimate move, Lin Feng's blood and energy consumption must be greater than his. He will seize the opportunity to kill Lin Feng instantly.
You're wrong. This punch is just my most ordinary one. There are more powerful ones to come.
If you experience them for yourself, I'll give you a card to experience the 18 martial arts. Lin Feng moved casually and calmly as he charged towards Yuan Qinghong.
Extreme Explosive Fist. Bang! Thunder Sword Technique. Boom! 7-colored thunder. Sizzle!
Lin Feng, like a perpetual motion machine, continuously blasted out violent force.
Yuan Qinghong was overwhelmed by the various outbursts. This is not a mid-level martial king at all, this is clearly the blood of a high-level martial king. It's so fucking scary. Yuan Xinghong didn't dare to be alert or relax at all. She blocked all the attacks from front, back, left and right, and her blood and energy were consumed very quickly. Finally, when his blood and energy were consumed by about 70%, Lin Feng punched him hard, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. His defense collapsed and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Puff! You're vomiting blood already? You're not good enough, and you said you were an intermediate martial king. Seeing Yuan Xinghong's defeat, Lin Feng smiled ghostly. Are you ready to die? The 300% combat power of the extreme explosive divine fist shocked the heaven and earth. Lin Feng was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 128, Killing the Willow King? Wait, I'm the intermediate martial king of Cretaceous City and one of the 8 tiger generals. You can't kill me. Seeing Lin Feng coming to kill him, Yuan Xinghong raised her hand and said, otherwise, you will bring disaster upon yourself. That's perfect. I love being hunted the most. Lin Feng spread his hands. I can't sleep if I don't get beaten for a day. You can fulfill my wish, right? Lin Feng, you. If you beg me, I might consider letting you go. Lin Feng, let me go. I will never set foot in the Yinjing cave again. Finally, Yuan Xinghong lowered his head. He was also afraid of death. Lin Feng was not afraid of the threat. Now was not the time to fight head-on. It would be a wise choice to save his life first and then come back and make a comeback. Ha, you are a mid-level martial king. You really bring disgrace to our martial king's name. However, facing Yuan Xinghong's plea for mercy, Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. If you had fought me to the end, I might have killed you, but now, you actually begged for mercy. Then I will kill you even more. You are shameless. Hearing this, Yuan Xinghong became angry. Lin Feng's words completely infuriated him. Fighting means death, begging for mercy also means death, so what's the point of begging for mercy? Dragon Tiger Palm. He burst out the last of his blood and energy, and swiftly blasted out a palm force, killing Lin Feng directly in the face. Arrogant? Lin Feng swung the moon-chopping sword lightly, and 18 shadows appeared in one sword. The sword blades, both real and fake, split the opponent's palm force with great force and went straight in. The 18 sword shadows had terrifying killing power, which made Yuan Xinghong tremble in her heart. She couldn't tell which sword was the real one. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword shadows were so complicated that Yuan Xinghong, who was barely surviving, finally lost the strength to resist. 17 sword shadows carved 17 sword marks on his face. The last sword, the throat. Ding, killed the intermediate martial king, upgrade points plus 100 million. 100 million upgrade points. I have to say that Yuan Xinghong is still very powerful and has incredible strength. But he could only be treated like a leak and cut by Lin Feng. Without paying attention to the things on Yuan Xinghong's body for the time being, 2 figures landed beside Lin Feng at the same time. Bang! Lu Mubai and King Lu fell to the ground together, and the ground shattered instantly. Ahem! When he stood up, there was a light trace of blood at the corner of Lu Mubai's mouth, and many wounds appeared on his body. King Lu, on the other hand, seemed to be fine. He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked relaxed. #%at. He said softly, and the next moment, he rushed towards Lu Mubai at lightning speed. In a flash, Lin Feng in the sky trembled and instantly came to Lu Mubai's side. Get out! As the purple interference crystal appeared, the purple rays fell on King Lu, and suddenly King Lu stopped. At this moment, everyone's negative state was eliminated. Blood and chi have returned to normal. #@%. This scene made King Lu look nervous. He stared at Lin Feng angrily, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng, you finally took out your interference crystal. If you were any slower, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Ha! Lu Mubai, who had regained his strength, breathed a sigh of relief. He had just reached his limit in the fight with King Lu in the sky, and had many scars on his body. If he hadn't held on, he would have been defeated long ago. Now, the shackles on him have been removed. I had no choice. I didn't take it out because I wanted to kill Yuan Xinghong earlier. Lin Feng looked at King Lu. Let's go together. In an instant, a fight broke out between the 3 of them, and the fight was so fierce in the city that it turned the world upside down. Boom, boom, boom. Various thunders exploded, gorgeous martial arts were released, and the battle was extremely fierce. Everyone left Lucheng and moved to another location, not daring to stay. Anyone involved in a battle of this level will die, with no possibility of survival. Finally, about a minute later, under the violent attack of Lin Feng and Lu Mubai, King Lu was exhausted and full of flaws. Extreme Explosive Fist. Bang! With one punch, more than 1 billion explosive forces were accumulated, and the city was instantly shattered by the shock wave and fell apart. The King Lu, who had been entrenched in Yanjing for 2 years, died. Killed tragically. Ding, killed the intermediate martial king, upgrade points plus 120 million. 120 million, 20 million more than Yuan Qinghong. And Lin Feng killed him alone, what a profit. After killing King Lu, there were only a few warriors left in the cave. Finally, after Xiao Kuanglei's cleanup, not a single one was left. Kill all the cave warriors. Lost. General Yuan, you lost too. When the results of the battle came out, all the people in Cretaceous City were in despair. They stopped fighting and dared not fight with Lin Feng and others anymore. The other side has 3 martial kings, and they are no match at all. What should we do with them? At this time, Lu Nanfeng pointed at the surrendered Cretaceous City warriors and looked at Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you have made the greatest contribution in this battle, so you will handle it. Kill. Lin Feng was extremely determined and said, kill them all. Please spare our lives. We surrender. Please spare us and don't kill us. That's right. We are all Chinese compatriots. Please be magnanimous and let us return to the surface. We will never be your enemies again. When they heard Lin Feng say to kill, the warriors from Cretaceous City knelt down and begged for mercy, as humble as they could be. However, how could Lin Feng be merciful? If we lose and surrender, will you let us go? After saying that, the crescent moon scimitar flew out. The eyes of the warriors of Cretaceous City were filled with despair. Dozens of heads flew up and then fell to the ground with a thud. Kill them all. Lin Feng, kill them all. Lin Feng, if we kill them, we will also attract the pursuit of Cretaceous City. These guys will not stop until they are dead. After Lin Feng finished killing them, Lu Mubai was still not relieved. Lin Feng asked, are the people in Cretaceous City strong? Of course it's strong. Cretaceous City is like a gang. In the cave, it has trained many warriors and occupied many cities. All the cities under its control are named after the Cretaceous City number. Lu Mubai said with a serious look in his eyes, among them, there are 5 peak martial kings and 8 tiger generals, and Yuan Qinghong is one of the 8 tiger generals, and her strength is very terrifying. What is even more terrifying is that it said that the Lord of Cretaceous City is an old veteran from China who has been practicing here since the early days of the cave's opening. His current strength is probably at the level of a martial emperor. So strong. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. There were too many strong people in Cretaceous City. 5 peak martial kings and 8 great generals. Even has the legendary martial emperor. If this lineup is put on the ground, it is enough to directly create a human alliance comparable to the Western Alliance in China. We've already made enemies, so what's there to be afraid of with just a Cretaceous City? By the way, Brother Lu, where are your backers? I don't have any backers. I'm a rising star in the martial arts world. I broke through to the martial king level entirely through my own talent. How could I possibly have a backer? Lin Feng's face froze. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's over. We're going to be hunted down by Cretaceous City. Forget it. We'll just take it one step at a time. The most important thing is to divide the resources first. At this time, everyone began to divide the spoils. The rich spoils placed in front of him made Lin Feng stare in amazement. Chapter 129, Endless Surveillance. A pile of spoils was gathered and placed before the crowd. Everyone's eyes were shining. After final statistics, there were 548 complete red energy crystals and more than 6,000 incomplete red crystals. Purple semicircular interference crystal, 1 piece. There are more than 30 S-level weapons, as well as a lot of blood pills, violent strengthening pills, and healing potions. Since Lin Feng and Lu Mubai are the absolute main force, the stronger they are and the greater their contribution, the larger their share will be. After much hesitation, Lin Feng chose a purple semicircular interference crystal, and got 20 complete red crystals and 80 broken crystals. That's all there is. Lin Feng doesn't care about any other weapons. The purple semicircular crystal is very valuable,
and Lin Feng can eat and take it at the same time.
The others got even less.
Below the gold realm, almost everyone can only get one broken red crystal, while those at the platinum realm can get about 3 pieces. In short, there are too many people at present, and it is impossible to distribute them all equally.
All are distributed according to work. The injured will get more, and the sacrificed will be exchanged into Chinese currency.
When we return to the ground, we will send a compensation to the families of the sacrificed warriors.
No one had any objection to this.
Lu Mubai also obtained 50 complete red crystals and 300 broken red crystals.
Everyone, this is just the sweet spot. The next energy veins are the real prize. Once we dig them out one by one, everyone's harvest will be even richer.
Lu Mubai said with a smile, and everyone was very excited.
The energy vein was right under Lu Cheng.
Next, it was Lin Feng's turn to explore.
He glanced around, and with his mental power released, in an instant, all his powerful mental power began to scan the ground.
At first, he found nothing. When he scanned near the center, Lin Feng's brows suddenly frowned slightly, and then his face was filled with joy. Found it. He pointed to a place. The soil in this small area had obviously been excavated many times and the old soil had been turned over. It was obvious that King Lu had dug it many times. Everyone wanted to know how many red crystals could be dug out from underground. Everyone began to dig hard, and about 100 meters underground, they saw a red luster.
Found it!
Dozens of complete red crystals appeared in front of everyone, sparkling brightly, but this number was not enough to make people happy.
Only over 50? Lu Mubai was stunned.
After counting, he found that there were only more than 50 pieces in the pile.
Something is not right.
Hearing this, Lin Feng once again used his mental power, but no matter how he searched, he could not find the red crystal anywhere else.
Strange, it's gone.
Lin Feng shook his head, the search was fruitless.
Just over 50 yuan is obviously too little.
Forget it, it seems that King Lu has dug them all up.
Xiao Kuanglei sighed.
This damn King Lu actually dug up all the red crystals in Lucheng.
Damn it.
After the division, everyone began to discuss the follow-up matters.
Cretaceous City is powerful. We have completely offended Cretaceous City now.
Our days in the cave will be difficult from now on. Lu Mubai reminded everyone, try to go out less often in the future. If you leave the Yinjing grottos and are targeted by the people of Cretaceous City, you will end up in a terrible situation.
Lin Feng asked, Brother Lu, Cretaceous City is committing many evil deeds and killing each other. Won't the authorities intervene to stop it? Although the officials in the cave are powerful, they can't control everything. They are almost neutral. As long as you don't do anything bad in front of them, they can't do anything. The power of Cretaceous City is not much worse than that of our official warriors.
Besides, the official goal is to maintain the stability of the cave, and the main goal is to attack the cave warriors, not to kill each other with human warriors. Once Cretaceous City is angered and the situation gets out of control, the entire cave will be in turmoil. All the cave warriors will rush to the surface and the consequences will be unimaginable. In order to maintain balance, official warriors can only turn a blind eye. Hearing Lu Mubai's words, Lin Feng became a little worried. If they come to the Yinjing grottos to kill us, won't we all be doomed?
You could say that, so this is the most important thing right now.
We can either withdraw from the cave and hand this place over to others, or join the official organization or the Yinjing organization.
Lu Mubai's eyes flashed with helplessness as he looked at everyone, otherwise, sooner or later, we will be swallowed up by Cretaceous City. Lin Feng, what do you think?
Silence. Lin Feng fell silent. It feels like a wasted trip to give up the cave that we conquered with great difficulty. Moreover, exiting the cave means losing the resources for cultivation. Once a warrior loses the resources for cultivation, he is no different from a salted fish. Moreover, it will be very difficult to enter the Magic City or other caves in the future. It will be even more difficult to enter other people's territory. Let's finish looting the red crystals in the Yinjing grottos first. If they're truly of no use, we can retreat and find a solution. Okay, everyone, split up and look for the red crystal nearby, and gather here tomorrow. Lin Feng's proposal was approved by Lu Mubai, and everyone split up and began to look for the red crystal. On this day, Lin Feng rode on the Gale Shield and galloped through the Yinjing caves, traveling 100 miles a day and finding hundreds of red crystals, a huge number. The gains are much greater than those from capturing Lucheng. This time, it wasn't as poor as I imagined, so it was okay.
24 hours passed, and the next day arrived. Everyone gathered again in Lucheng. Lin Feng had just stepped into Willow City when his eyes suddenly froze. Again? He discovered the hole dug by the red crystal yesterday and saw movement again, so he quickly looked over. There really are more than 10 pieces of red crystals. Holy crap! Everyone came over and saw that this red crystal vein had produced crystals again. Everyone's faces were filled with ecstasy. I understand. This vein produces red crystals every day. We're going to be rich, Lin Feng. We're going to be rich. Lu Mubai, who was walking in the front, laughed heartily. This is a perpetual motion machine, just like the oil on the ground, inexhaustible. Every day, a certain amount of red crystals will be produced. In that case, we can't let this city go. Lin Feng said. At this time, Xiao Quanglei, Lu Nanfeng, and others were a little worried. Lin Feng, we are no match for Cretaceous City. Even if we find the mineral vein, we can't keep it. We can only make some money before the strong men from Cretaceous City arrive, otherwise we won't be able to defeat them at all. Ha, who said we're leaving? Everyone was puzzled, but Lin Feng had a bold idea in his mind. He said, we must establish our own organization, build our own power, and protect this mineral vein. Think about it, more than 10 red crystals a day, that is 4,000 to 5,000 a year, and a master who breaks through to the realm of transformation only needs about 500 red crystals. We can train about 10 transcendent grandmasters a year. If we give them up, we will suffer a huge loss. That makes sense. For us martial kings, it's extremely difficult to break through. Without the red crystals tempering, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to make any further progress even if I lived for another 1,000 years. Lu Mubai thought about it and said firmly, let's do it. Organize our own forces. Alright, let's gather all the members of the Super Martial Arts School, the Thunder Martial Arts School, the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, and other major martial arts schools together. We'll use the Yenjing Grottos as our base and make a name for ourselves in the grottos. Lin Feng said, but what should we call our organization? Naming it was a hassle. How about calling it the New Sky Exploding Gang? Lin Feng thought so. Chapter 130 Comprehensive Upgrade. The Zhatian Gang was the name of a very awesome gang that Lin Feng had read in novels in his previous life. It is said that the Zhatian Gang has millions of members and is extremely powerful. No one in the 3 realms and 6 paths will disrespect them. But the New Sky Exploding Gang seems a bit like a publicity stunt. I'd better come up with a different name. Buffalo Gang. Dog Wind Gang. Gulu Gulu Gang. After thinking for a while, he shook his head like a rattle. No, it's too childish, not domineering enough, and not cool enough. Forget it, it's too difficult. Let's put the organization's name aside for now. The current priority is to gather all the members in the other caves back. Lin Feng looked at Lu Mubai and said, Brother Lu, Brother Xiao, call all the experts from the Super Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School to come to Yenjing. How many experts do we have? The other 3 commanders of the Super Martial Arts School are all in the Transformation Realm, located in the first tier areas. Besides them, there are 17 Grandmasters. There are also about 50 more in the Platinum Realm, and quite a few in the Gold Realm who are assisting. There are 3 Transformation Realm Cultivators, 15 Grandmasters, and about 40 Platinum Realm Cultivators outside the Thunder Martial Arts School. I'll send someone to notify them to rush over to the Yenjing Grottos. The 2 reported the number of strong men, which was quite considerable. I can also win over the masters of other martial arts schools. I can call the masters of the Flying Eagle and Silver Moon martial arts schools over to discuss it. They will most likely agree. As Lu Mubai spoke, he sent out platinum-level warriors to the front-line area. They want to take control of the Yenjing caverns, firstly for the safety of the people on the ground, and secondly to protect this hard-earned mineral vein. This thing is equivalent to a lucky cat and is a priceless treasure. In 10 years, it is estimated that a martial king will emerge. This is good news for both Lin Feng and his team and for mankind. How could we possibly give it to Cretaceous City and other forces? Lucheng has collapsed and needs to be rebuilt. We will expand it tenfold and build the strongest and most luxurious city. Lin Feng said, Lucheng is our base camp. We need to build a defensive city outside the Yenjing caverns, otherwise we will not be able to withstand the enemy's invasion. Okay, let's do this. Lu Mubai and Xiao Quanglei nodded. They had just fought with King Lu and caused the city to collapse. Now it is in ruins and must be rebuilt. Building a city here is not that easy. Special soil is needed to be burned into bricks. Lin Feng went out and used his mental power to identify it. It took him 2 days to find the exclusive soil material. Moreover, the soil is not so easy to dig. It is similar to digging diamonds and requires a strong person above platinum to do it personally. At this rate, the city will be built in about a month. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. He returned to Shueiyue City and began to practice. Ding, absorbing red crystal energy, upgrade points plus 100,000. Now, Lin Feng's absorption speed has become very fast, and he gains a large number of upgrade points every minute. In less than half a day, Lin Feng absorbed all the energy from more than 20 complete red crystals. Even more than half of the energy of the broken crystal was absorbed. In total, more than 9 billion upgrade points were obtained. Not too much, not too little. The last time he was at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, he absorbed more than 300 complete pieces of red crystals, which only cost 30 to 40 billion. A complete red crystal has more energy, while a broken one has less energy. Upgrade your spiritual realm first. This time, Lin Feng learned his lesson and upgraded his spiritual realm as soon as possible. Mental strength is extremely important in the cave. The stronger the spirit, the more you can ignore the interference of interference crystals. There are probably quite a few interference crystals in the cave, so Lin Feng has to improve his only weakness, so as to avoid being suppressed in the next battle. Ding, receiving instructions, upgrading the spiritual realm. Soon, billions of upgrade points were deducted like water. Ding, the spiritual realm breaks through to the realm of transformation. Ding, the spiritual realm has reached the standard for practicing martial arts, and the spiritual skill, destruction, is awarded. Spirit and skills? Lin Feng was completely shocked. He glanced at the reward given for breaking through the spiritual realm. Destruction, you can use mental power to destroy the enemy's brain and mind, achieving an instant kill effect. The power becomes stronger as the mental power becomes stronger. So powerful. Lin Feng praised the new skills endlessly. Now, there is another invisible killing move, which is even more powerful than the crescent moon scimitar. One kills openly, the other kills secretly, they complement each other perfectly. Upgrade the 1000 Shadow Sword technique. Lin Feng began to use the remaining upgrade points to upgrade the 1000 Shadow Sword technique. This sword technique is very powerful and Lin Feng likes it very much. Ding, receiving the command, upgrading. From small success, break through to great success, and then move towards the realm of mastery. 10 seconds later, the system issued a prompt, ding, upgrade completed, the 1000 Shadow Sword technique has been cultivated to the mastery level. Okay, that's enough. Upgrading this skill cost Lin Feng another 1 billion upgrade points. Currently, there are less than 800 million left. See what's for sale in the mall. He quickly browsed the mall, trying to find a suitable martial arts book to practice. After all, having too many skills is always a burden. But he overestimated his spending power. Everything in the mall was very expensive. Except for the elixirs, everything else cost more than 700 to 800 million. And a large part of it is still useless to Lin Feng. If you can't use it, it would be a waste of upgrade points if you bought it. Little Gulu? At this time, Lin Feng looked at his storage space. Little Gulu was lying down and taking a nap. He was probably too hungry to open his eyes. Lin Feng threw out 2 broken pieces of red crystal and immediately woke it up. Gurgle gurgle. Little Gulu swallowed it up fiercely, and just as he finished eating, his body became a little bigger again. This scene scared Lin Feng to death. If you eat like this, my storage space won't be able to accommodate you. From now on, I'll only feed you once every month. Lin Feng thought that after the little Gulu ate, his body grew very fast. If he was fed every day, the box would soon be unable to accommodate the little guy. He grew too fast. Gurgle gurgle. Little Gulu shook his head, indicating no, and purple lightning came out of his body, suddenly shocking Lin Feng. Ding, absorbing purple lightning, the power of thunder is upgrading. Just like last time, Lin Feng's lightning was slowly upgrading and becoming slightly stronger. It seems that you are still useful. In that case, I will feed you once every 5 days, and you will provide me with lightning. Lin Feng said after thinking for a long time, touching his chin. Gurgle gurgle. Little Gurgle seemed dissatisfied. He kept shaking his head and staring at Lin Feng eagerly. There's nothing I can do if you don't agree. I only have less than 100 broken crystals left. If I keep feeding you like this, what will I eat? Sooner or later, you'll eat me out of my money. Lin Feng retreated. This was a fucking gold-eating beast. But fortunately, this little guy was very magical and could upgrade his lightning attributes. Otherwise, I would have thrown it out long ago. Upgrade storage space. After taking another look at the attribute panel, Lin Feng discovered that the storage space could be upgraded. Ding, 700 million upgrade points have been deducted, and the storage space upgrade is complete. He looked at the attribute panel. Host, Lin Feng. Speed, 1100 ms. Strength, 550 million kilograms. Storage space, medium space. Spiritual realm, Grandmaster skill, destruction. Extra spiritual amplification, 100%. Cultivation level, intermediate martial king 010 billion. Upgrade points, 495000003. Physical fitness, gold physical fitness completion 100%, facing opponents of the same level, up to 100% increase in defense, 100% increase in health. Attributes, lightning 7 color thunder, explosive power plus 600% rage low level, when activated, all attributes are doubled. Martial arts, 1000 shadow swordsmanship mastery realm 1.5 billion. Divine dragon spearmanship mastery realm, cannot be upgraded attack plus 80%. Extreme explosion fist perfection realm, basic attack plus 300%. Gale footwork perfection realm, basic speed plus 40%. Thunder swordsmanship perfection realm, kendo attack plus 380%. Ding, the host's Jianying swordsmanship has been upgraded, and he has comprehended sword power. Finally, a belated electronic sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. It's really difficult to name a force. How about using the light organization? What do you think? Or the Holy Gate or the Temple of War God?